Chapter 1. The Landlord's Foolish Son. My name is Aryan, with the character Qi as in loss of conscience. In the room, a young man squeezed out a silly smile while looking at himself in the mirror. Although the boy in the mirror was dressed in silk, he was skinny and pale, clearly suffering from malnutrition. Never thought I would get transported here? And into the body of a landlord's foolish son. Aryan touched his youthful cheek gently. According to his memories, this place was Nuwa Village, 10 miles outside Xianying City in the Great Baylor Dynasty. The Liu family was one of the gentry landlords in Nuwa Village, and Aryan was their only son. He had been pampered by his parents and lived luxuriously until he fell ill as a child and lost his wits due to a high fever. Originally, this simple-minded lad was supposed to lead an easy life until 3 years ago, when his parents died unexpectedly, marking the beginning of Aryan's tragic life. Landlord, huh? Not bad. With property and land, it's about time to enjoy after fighting for so long. Aryan grinned, practicing his foolish smile. Master. Oh no? At that moment, a teenage girl rushed into the room, panic-stricken. The girl had rosy lips and white teeth, with eyes like stars. Though only 12 or 13, she clearly had the makings of a beauty. She was a Strider, Aryan's personal maid. Master, sniffling. I know. A Strider wiped her tears and left the room, glancing back at Aryan curiously. Master looks so scary when he's not smiling. He seems different after getting better. This body is too weak. Aryan examined his thin arms and frowned. Killing wasn't a problem for him, but the strict laws of the Great Baylor Dynasty meant he couldn't afford unnecessary trouble. At least I still have my golden finger. System. Ping. Welcome to Fake Pinduoduo System. As soon as Aryan spoke, a translucent screen appeared before him. His system was called Fake Pinduoduo, much like a previous Pinduoduo, allowing him to buy various items. However, this system offered more varieties, even mythical or legendary items. The downside was, these items were extraordinarily expensive. A pack of spicy sticks for 5 taels, a Tang Dynasty sword for 300 taels. Even Fake Pinduoduo is quite a scam. Aryan scanned the list, his lips twitching. In the context of the Great Baylor economy, 5 taels could sustain a common family for half a year or even a year. No fool would spend that much on a pack of snacks. Your balance is 0. Please recharge immediately. Aryan closed the system, checking his empty wallet. All the family's wealth had been drained by Jaden, and Aryan survived on leftovers scavenged by a Strider. He didn't even have a single copper coin. Since we're selling her, how about we try her first? No. Jaden glared. Zhang wants to inspect her. Without money, do you think I'd keep her around? Once we have the silver, Chunfeng building is on me. Talented Steward Wang, let's toast to you. Cheers, cheers. At that moment, a Strider knocked on the door. Seeing Jaden and his group, she bowed her head, clutching her dress nervously. Steward Wang, master needs you. Jaden frowned. Is that brat delirious? Normally, he trembles seeing me. Now he dares to summon me? He really thinks he's the master. I've been too lenient. Damn, come with me, let's see what trick this fool is playing. Spitting out his chicken leg, Jaden led the gang to Aryan's room. Bang! Kicking open the door, Jaden strutted in arrogantly. Fool, what's wrong with you? Just as he was about to curse, Aryan lifted his head from the chair and gave him a cold stare. Dog servant, kneel. Chapter 2. The Great Immortal, Real in Your Powers. You, what did you say? Jaden was completely stunned. When he came to his senses, he felt extreme shame and anger. How could he be frightened by the gaze of a fool? Damn brat, repeat that. Ralph's cold stare locked onto Jaden's eyes unflinchingly. Calvin couldn't react in time, and fell to the ground writhing in agony with a scream. Brother dog. You damn fool, you're asking for it. Several thugs charged at Ralph, swinging fists viciously. Watch out, young master. Alicia, don't worry, I'm here. Ralph pulled Alicia to safety and swung a black stick horizontally. Crack, crack, crack. Ouch. Sparks flew, and the thugs instantly started yelling in pain from the electric shock. Sorcery, he knows sorcery. Immortal, spare our lives, please. Calvin and company, who had never seen such a scene, immediately knelt on the ground, knocking their heads against the floor. Why is this happening? Jaden stared at the sparking stick in Ralph's hand, his face pale. Could it be that the Dragon King bestowed divine power on this kid after his near drowning? Divine power? Ralph laughed. The item in his hand was obviously an electric baton bought with 200 taels of silver from Pinduoduo, a purchase worth every penny. Ancient people were superstitious and would instinctively attribute inexplicable phenomena to gods or immortals. For instance, the blind fortune teller Chun at the village entrance became revered as a living god after an accident when he claimed. The thugs pummeled Jaden mercilessly. You traitors. Filth, shut up and slap yourself. Calvin pounded Jaden into a bloody mess, lying dog-like at Ralph's feet. Great immortal, we were deceived by Jaden. Please show mercy, forgive us. Right, punish only Jaden, the bastard. The thugs kowtowed repeatedly, begging forgiveness. Get up. Ralph waved his hand dismissively. Seeing the electric baton extinguished, Calvin breathed a sigh of relief and stood obediently beside him. Thank you, great immortal. Thank you, great immortal. Jaden, as a servant who bullied the master, do you realize your crime? Ralph raised his eyes to Jaden. Master, I've wronged. I won't do it again. Jaden cowered, pleading for mercy. Please consider the years I served you, and spare me. I will work tirelessly for the Liu family and repay your kindness. Serve? Memories flashed through Ralph's mind. Those years of abuse. Jaden always beat and insulted the mentally challenged Ralph, feeding him stale leftovers, meting out brutal punishments for minor mistakes. This service even drove Ralph to attempt suicide by drowning. All right, I'll give you one chance. Ralph narrowed his eyes. No need for the next life, just this one. Ralph grinned sinisterly. Break one arm and one leg, strip him naked, and drive him out of donghua village forever. ####Hashtag chapter 3. Even the landlord has no surplus grain. Master, spare my life. I won't dare anymore. Ah. In the courtyard, cries of pain akin to pigs being slaughtered resounded one after another. Mora covered her eyes, trembling with fear but curious. She strained her ears. Children shouldn't look. It's not suitable for young ones. Ralph raised his hand to shield Mora's eyes. Mora is not a little girl anymore. Mora pouted her lips. Ralph looked up and was taken aback. Yes, indeed you're not that little. Ah, master. Upon seeing Ralph's gaze, Mora blushed instantly. It had to be said, although Mora wasn't very old, her body development was quite impressive. Master, have you really become a transcendent? Become a transcendent? Haha. Ralph smiled and shook his head. What immortals exist in this world? How many emperors throughout history sought immortality, but who among them truly achieved eternal life? Ralph couldn't help but think of Amir. This emperor, unparalleled in history, was a fervent seeker of immortality. However, he still didn't know which period of the Baylor dynasty this current time corresponded to. Asa and the others were terrified to tears. Ralph barely held back his laughter. Getting zapped by several thousand volts wouldn't fail to make anyone numb. Calm down. Ralph waved for them to stand. Though you've sinned, death is not warranted. I am not one who revels in killing. Here, I have some elixirs that can temporarily suppress the effects of the technique within you. Ralph waved his hand, and several round pills appeared in midair. Immortal technique, immortal technique. Seeing Ralph conjure objects out of thin air, Asa and the others grew more convinced of his identity. This medicine smells so good. How could an elixir not smell good? Hey, I feel my arm isn't numb anymore. They took the medicine and showed genuine surprise. Thank you, Immortal, for granting us this medicine. Remember, these elixirs can only temporarily suppress the technique inside you. If you continue to do evil, your souls will be destroyed. Ralph's gaze was like a blade, making sweat drip from their foreheads. Rest assured, Immortal, we will never dare do evil again. Leave now. One more thing, you know of my identity, call me Master henceforth. Ralph waved them away. Master, did you really give them real elixirs? Do you want some too? No, no, elixirs are too precious, Mora is just a servant. Trouble. Ralph narrowed his eyes. His plan of peacefully living as a small landlord seemed doomed. However, through reading, he realized this Baylor Empire was somewhat different. While the major historical events matched his previous life, there were differences. For example, Amir didn't burn books or bury scholars alive, and the main currency was silver instead of gold ingots. It felt more like a parallel universe. Will the fate of this Baylor differ from my previous life, or will it also fall after 2 generations? Ralph shook his head. That was not something a small landlord needed to worry about, especially one in debt. What he needed to focus on was how to make money. Master, it's time to take your medicine. Mora entered carrying a bowl of medicine. Take what medicine? Master, you forgot? You nearly drowned in the river a few days ago, and I spent the whole night kneeling in front of Argyle to get these prescriptions. Vet? Ralph's face darkened. Relax, Master. Argyle said humans are the same as animals. Illnesses can be cured by medicine. Drink it while it's hot. Oh man, so bitter. Ralph hesitated. Can I skip it? If you're ill, you must take medicine. If Lord and Lady find out I didn't take care of you. Mora's eyes misted over again. Cough, cough. Mora, go out first. I can dress myself. Hearing Ralph's words, Mora's eyes instantly turned red. Master, do you dislike me because I'm clumsy? It's all Mora's fault. She's too clumsy and always makes Master angry. Sniff. Seeing Mora tearfully sobbing, Harvey, a typo, likely meant Ralph, felt overwhelmed. This girl was wonderful except for how easily she cried, which he hated to see in women. Mora, don't cry. Master loves you so much. How could he dislike you? Really? Mora's eyes glistened. Then why doesn't Master let Mora help you dress? Cough, cough. Ralph cleared his throat and whispered softly into Mora's ear. Oh, Master, you've been naughty. Mora blushed furiously and ran out of the room. Indeed, these Lu Wei D. Fergusonong pills shouldn't be overused. Ralph shook his head and finally got dressed after 10 minutes. Under the warm sunlight, Ralph brushed his teeth and began practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. This frail body lacked nourishment and Chi, making Tai Chi an excellent practice for building vitality. After 2 rounds, he felt every bone in his body resonate with warmth surging from his dantian, spreading throughout his body, like soaking in a hot spring. Extremely comfortable. Yes, this engagement was set by the old patriarch. Once Master turns 16 this year, will officially propose. To propose? Who does he think he is? Janice sneered. A mere country gentleman and a fool, fit to marry my cousin? Ridiculous. Whether I am fit isn't your business. Ralph smiled foolishly. He had wondered why Jaden dared to openly abuse his authority in donghua village without anyone intervening. It now seemed that some people might have secretly orchestrated it, even potentially linked to his parents' deaths. Before Carmine rose to power, he owed Ralph's grandfather a favor, leading to the marriage agreement. Now, as the Baylor Chancellor, Carmine wouldn't want his daughter marrying a small-time country gentleman. Forgive him, Ralph. I don't have time to deal with fools. Janice coldly took out a bamboo slip. Your steward, Jaden, owes me 5,000 taels from my casino. Your ancestral home and lands are mortgaged. I'm here to collect. Collect? That bastard Jaden. Ralph scanned the slip, his mouth twitching. Breaking Jaden's leg and arm now seemed too lenient. Ha, this debt is Jaden's, not mine. Jaden is your steward. His debt is yours. Sorry, he's no longer my steward. I dismissed him last night. What? Janice was taken aback. Had this fool become smarter? But would it matter? Hold on. Ralph slowly lifted his head. In 3 days, 5,000 taels, paid in full. ##### Chapter 5. Opening the door, bringing warmth. 5,000 taels, 5,000 taels? Ralph's face was grim as he paced back and forth in the courtyard. He really wanted to find Jaden and give him a thorough beating. With the pirated Pinduoduo system, earning 5,000 taels shouldn't be difficult. After all, any item randomly exchanged from the system would be a rare treasure. But the problem was that he currently had no capital to start with. Jaden hadn't lied. Ralph had searched his entire house, but only found a dozen or so coins. Even a skilled housewife couldn't cook without ingredients. Is there a way to make money without spending any? Just as Ralph was thinking, Mora came over with a bowl of mung bean soup. Master, have some mung bean soup to cool down. It's very hot today. Don't get too worked up. Heat, getting worked up? Ralph looked up and saw Alicia dripping with sweat. Her clothes soaked through, revealing a tantalizing view. I got it. Why didn't I think of this before? Ralph laughed and put down the bowl. Mora, my dear, I love you. Ah, master. Alicia's face turned bright red. Why aren't you drinking? Is the soup not good? Hee, your soup is great, but I prefer it chilled. All right. Ralph waved his hand, and Calvin and the others reluctantly approached a farmer's door. Fellow villager, open up and receive our warmth. No one here, go somewhere else. Calvin. Damn it, do you think I'm stupid? Open up now, or I'll break your door down. Hearing Calvin's threat, the door creaked open slightly, and an old man cautiously poked his head out. Augustus, we truly have no money or food left. Please spare my family. Shut up, we're here to do good, to bring warmth. I understand. The old man quickly pulled out 2 large pears and thrust them into Calvin's hands. Augustus, please take your warmth elsewhere. Are you insulting me? Calvin glared. Amerigo. Enough nonsense. Calvin pushed the door open and stormed inside. Augustus, don't come in, it will scare the children. Just as the old man was pleading, he was surprised to see Calvin and the others heading straight for the latrine. Brothers, let's get to work. Calvin gestured, and the ruffians began cleaning the latrine. Scrape off all the white stuff on the walls and take it away carefully. No messing up master's plan, or I won't forgive you. Yuan, understood. If you allow us to bring warmth, each household can receive a coin from me. Ralph pulled out several coins. Are really giving out coins? I'll let master bring warmth. A village woman eagerly stepped forward. Ralph handed her a coin and signaled to Calvin. Calvin, take 2 people to this sister's home to bring warmth. All right. I can't believe this, cleaning latrines and getting paid for it. Silly is silly. Shoo, keep it down, or master might get upset and take the money back. Right, master is wise. The villagers cheered happily. For the entire afternoon, Calvin and his gang cleaned every latrine in the village, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Of course, they also obtained what Ralph truly wanted. The white residue on the latrine walls was saltpeter, the key ingredient for artificial ice production. Goodbye, fellow villagers. Welcome master anytime. Amidst the villagers' warm smiles, Ralph returned to the Lu residence with a load of saltpeter. Moments later, a carriage appeared on the path leading to Nyogo village. Preston, this is the place you mentioned for the celestial encounter. The Otis wore plain clothes, his eyes half closed. Your Majesty, the divination shows it's right here. Preston, the court astronomer, was respectful. Daryl shook his head and turned back to his carriage. The villagers cheered as if they had won a great battle. Your Majesty, I have gathered all the information. Daryl knelt on one knee. The local landlord here is named Ralph. He has been going door to door helping villagers clean outhouses and giving them money. A landlord cleaning the outhouses for villagers? Strange indeed. Preston couldn't help but be intrigued. From what I see, Ralph must be an idiot. Who in their right mind would do something so absurd? The great general speaks wisely. Extraordinary deeds require extraordinary people. This Ralph might be part of your Majesty's destined encounter. What kind of nonsense person is this? Daryl frowned. Your Majesty, these villagers are ignorant and unfriendly. To prevent any mishaps, we should return to the palace quickly. Your Majesty, a celestial opportunity has descended from heaven. If we miss it, it will be gone. Preston also bowed deeply. The Otis pondered for a moment before standing up. Let's take a look. Yes, sire. Follow the order. In the courtyard, Brant and several others were holding their noses as they placed down niter. Young master, why do you need this broken wall plaster? Exactly, this trashy thing is stinky and noxious. It almost suffocated me. Work hard, work hard. With the encouragement from Jonas and Juniper, Fate, Brant, and Havelock started working diligently. This weather is just too hot. We can't live without air conditioning. Ralph sighed. Astrid Air glanced at the 5 sweating under the sun, then at Ralph lying lazily under the tree, and finally at her own fan, feeling a bit strange. Young master, what's air conditioning? Air conditioning? Well, you wouldn't understand. Help me fan myself, it's so hot. Astrid Air. Indeed, the young master is still the young master. Cheer up, cheer up. Looking at the awkward movements of Jonas and Juniper, Brant's face darkened. Not really, can't you two stop being so awkward? I'm about to have a heat stroke just watching you. Master said this is called cheerleading, which boosts morale. I think it's custom made for me. Juniper gave an alluring wiggle of her hips. Wow. Brant rolled his eyes, nearly succumbing to heat stroke. Suddenly, a wave of coolness hit him. This. He looked down and saw his eyes widen. Ice, it's actually freezing? Quick, come see. Really? How cool. It's divine magic. Fade and the others screamed in surprise, and even Astrid ran over. In the bucket, the once clear water was rapidly turning into frost, sending out chilling vapor. A tail of silver was a fortune in Yogo village. With 10 tails, he could marry the magistrate's daughter from the neighboring village. Thank you, young master. You're truly a good person. Don't thank me. It's deserved. Ralph smiled. By the way, make 20 more like this. Havelock. The young master is kind-hearted, but seems not entirely so. Young master. Brant and others looked enviously. Actually, we also know a little bit of woodworking. Ralph? Alright, you all can join in to improve efficiency. Ralph tossed out a few more silver ingots. Thank you, young master. We'll work hard. Nyogo Village, 5 Tigers Carpentry Squad salutes. Brant and the others thanked profusely. Ralph chuckled, picked up a box of ice, and went back inside with Astrid Air. He spread the ice around the room and chilled a bowl of mung bean soup. Tiske, this is the summer life. If only we had some chilled watermelon, it'd be perfect. Knock knock knock. At that moment, a knock came from the door. Is anyone home? Could I have some water? Chapter 7. The countryside people really know how to play. Screech. The main door opened, and Mora poked her head out to check. Standing outside were 3 people, none other than the Otis and his entourage. I am Heron, the landlord here. Pardon the rudeness of my countryfolk, gentlemen. Please do not mind. While Heron sized up the 3 men, they also examined him closely. Is this ordinary-looking fellow really the person His Majesty is looking for? Imph, sweet talker. Clearly a tricky peasant. He's too young. Gentlemen, please come in. Daryl cast a wary glance at Asa and his gang. You lot, get back to what you were doing. Heron chased away Asa and his companions. He wanted to make a good impression on the wealthy old man. Gentlemen, please don't misunderstand. Our village is actually quite peaceful and hospitable. These villagers were just scared off by this gentleman's imposing appearance. Daryl. Who are you kidding? Even if I look intimidating, can I be more menacing than those scar-faced hooligans? The Otis, expressionless, followed Heron inside. As soon as they entered the room, a cool breeze enveloped them. The Otis froze. Outside the room, it was scorching hot, yet inside it felt like late autumn, even cold. This is ice? The Otis narrowed his eyes. It wasn't strange to have ice in summer since his palace had it too, but in such a remote countryside, a small landlord using ice lavishly was astonishing. Storing ice from winter to summer required specialized ice cellars built on mountains. Even then, most of the ice would melt by midsummer, and transporting it down the mountain would cause further melting, making only a fraction of the original amount remain. The Otis. Cough. Sensing the awkwardness, Heron quickly waved. Alicia, bring tea. Warm tea to warm up the old gentleman. Daryl. Preston. Damn, do country folks play this game now? Using warm tea in the heat to warm up the body like it's winter. Alicia lowered her head meekly. We don't have any tea left, sir. Heron. Shit, forgotten again. He was nearly broke and couldn't afford tea. What to do? Wanted to impress. Suddenly, Heron thought of something, his eyes lighting up. He took out the Remania 6 pill, Lu Wei D Ferguson on 1. Opening the box, a medicinal fragrance wafted through. All 3 were visibly startled. Medicinal pills? Preston's eyes sparkled. Being a fengshur, he knew about pill making. Yet he had never seen pills so lustrous, smooth, and aromatic. Ancient medicinal pills were usually made with heavy metals, looking and tasting terrible. Any slightly fragrant pill was considered divine. Heron's modern Remania 6 pills were like advanced tech hitting ancient times. Sir LV, what is this pill? And its container is light and translucent, unique in shape. Is it no ordinary object? These are longevity elixirs. Not just anyone can consume them. It was for this very purpose. Soon, Brant and his men carried a pile of ice chests into the yard. Wow, so much all ice? Seeing this, Amir and his 2 companions couldn't hide their astonishment. They had already been curious about how this little landlord could afford to use so much ice, and now seeing stacks of ice blocks before them, they were thoroughly amazed. I remember there should be no ice caves nearby here. Look at these ice blocks, they're crystal clear. It's impossible they've been stored from winter until now. It can't be some divine art? The old man, you have good eyesight. Let me tell you, our young master is a great immortal. He conjured all this ice himself. Havelock, grinning foolishly, added, young master, just pointed at a barrel of water, and it froze completely. What? Turning water into ice? Could this boy truly be the Emperor's destined immortal? Preston instantly confirmed his suspicions. Ralph was no ordinary person. Even if he wasn't a true immortal, he must have achieved great virtue through cultivation. Amir also looked at Ralph with more fiery interest. After seeking immortals all his life without success, he never imagined a true immortal would be right outside Xianyang City. Havelock, you idiot. Haven't I told you not to reveal the young master's identity as a great immortal? Are you stupid? Brant glared at Havelock. This place has average energy flow, but mountains become sacred with the presence of immortals. With you here, sir, this will surely become a blessed land. What kind of energy flow? I'm talking about the feeling. Ralph looked at Amir. Amir glanced at Ralph, then smiled confidently. Deep mountains harbor tigers and leopards. Fields bury cheelants. Beautiful verse. Preston clapped happily. Ralph rolled his eyes. There are no tigers or leopards here. Only chickens, ducks, dogs, and geese. Master, did you call me? The goose poked its head out. Ralph? Not you, get lost. This place is quite cool, no? Cold. Daryl shivered beside him. Exactly. Ralph laughed heartily, patting Daryl on the shoulder. I'm sure everyone can feel the coolness of this room. Imagine this. Under the scorching summer sun outside, while you can lie comfortably inside enjoying the coolness, sipping tea leisurely. This comfort, this joy, no emperor could match it. Preston. Daryl. Emir. Friends, encountering me today is fate. The ice originally priced at 108 taels each is now just 80 taels, 80 taels. Buy without regret, buy without loss, and enjoy spring's last moments. What are you waiting for? Act on impulse. Would you like to take some ice home? Ralph was This kind of rounding up would definitely brand him as a cunning merchant. But for the elixir, even thousands or 10,000 taels would be worth it. Preston, pay up. Ferguson? Preston's face darkened. Cough, Lord. I don't have money. Even if I did. Who carries over 2,000 taels of silver? Emir felt slightly embarrassed and turned to Daryl. Lord, I'm just a bodyguard. How would I have money? Emir. No money? Ralph's face fell immediately. You guys are playing me, huh? No money for ice. In this heat, I kindly invited you for cooling, served you tea, and this is how you treat a simple landlord? How can you live with yourselves? Being scolded fiercely by Ralph, Emir's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. He had never felt so humiliated after being emperor for so long. But for the sake of the elixir, he had to endure. Cough, Giles, this is my oversight. How about you give me the imperial pill now, and I'll send the money back double once I return? What the hell? Brant immediately jumped out. You think our young master is an idiot? Doubling it and trying to get something for nothing? No money, drink your own tea. Leave Niwa village immediately. Niwa village's 5 tigers, leave now. Chapter 9. Would I die a violent death? Ridiculous. How dare you be disrespectful to His Majesty, Lord Han? General Daryl glared fiercely and was about to act. AI Ming. Giri shook his head. With you. Giri. Is this kid really a celestial being? His mood swings faster than a chameleon. Where do you live, old sir? Should we send the ice to your residence later? No need. Giri remained expressionless. Aryan thought he was worried about non-payment and immediately exchanged a bottle of Luei Dihuang pills. Snap. Opening the cap, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. Giri took a deep breath, feeling invigorated. Ah, that's the taste. He closed the cap and turned to Aryan. Compared to these elixirs, Giri desired more to cultivate this celestial connection with Aryan. Master Lu, did you personally refine this imperial pill? More or less. I didn't expect Master Lu to have mastered the art of alchemy at such a young age. Is this imperial pill connected to the imperial elixir in any way? Imperial elixir? What thing is that? Ah, this imperial elixir was refined by the immortal Josue, the immortal of subtlety. It's said to extend life and rejuvenate one's youth, Preston explained. Josue? Aryan laughed. Master Lu, why are you laughing? Have you met Josue? Heh, not just met. Aryan rolled his eyes. That guy is nothing but a swindler, faking things. His so-called imperial elixir is garbage, not even fit for dogs. It can't compare to Luei Dihuang pills. Giri. Preston. Cough, Master Lu must be joking. According to what I know, Josue studied under the mystic school of Gigu and has profound skills in Taoist magic. He possesses abilities akin to deities and asked for permission to sail with 3,000 boys and girls in search of immortality herbs. How could he be a swindler? You've all been fooled. Aryan shrugged. I don't know if he's from the Giga lineage, but his elixirs are just mercury and lead pills. Extremely poisonous stuff. Too much can cause early aging and might even lead to dysfunction. Giri was startled. He had already harbored doubts about Josue's elixirs. In his youth, he had fathered 23 children, yet recently, his vigor had inexplicably declined, leaving him uninterested in the many beauties of the 7 states. Could it be due to Josue's elixirs? And what about his journey to Panglai to seek the immortal herbs? Fei, searching for immortal herbs my foot. Aryan shook his head. Clearly, he can't carry on the deception anymore and plans to flee. There's no such place as an overseas immortal mountain. If you don't believe me, wait and see. Once allowed to set sail, he'll disappear along with his ship. What? You say the quest for herbs is fake? Of course it's fake. Taking 3,000 boys and client who shouldn't be ignored. Come, Lord Han, let me see you off. Master Lu, seeing your youthful wisdom and mastery of alchemy, have you ever considered serving the court? Preston asked with a smile. Serve the court? Aryan shook his head vigorously. Don't be ridiculous. Though everything seems peaceful now, the entire Baylor dynasty is teetering. People suffer greatly, and the 6 former states harbor ulterior motives. Once Giri dies, chaos will erupt, especially after John's forces stormed Xianyang and slaughtered all former officials. Serve the court now and wait for John and Amon to arrive? Definitely a death sentence. But Preston's words reminded him that the Baylor dynasty's time was running out. He needed to prepare. Master Lu, why shake your head? Did I say something inappropriate? Preston looked puzzled. Aryan regarded Giri and the others seriously. If you trust me, move far away from Guangzhou within the next 2 years. Move? Far from Guangzhou? Giri and his companions looked bewildered. Aryan didn't elaborate, turning and walking home. Giri frowned. What do you think? Preston pondered for a moment and spoke. Master Lu's words surely hold deeper meaning. Giri. Daryl. Don't cry. I was just joking. Alicia didn't mean to mistreat young master. I know. You're always the best to me. Aryan gently patted Alicia's head. The little girl wiped away her tears and forced a smile. Young master, if it's not enough for you, you can have my portion too. She offered her own small bowl. Seeing what was inside, Aryan's heart tightened. Her bowl contained only bitter wild vegetables, not a single grain of rice. No wonder this girl was so frail. Eating like this must cause malnutrition. Aryan couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Stupid girl, aren't you hungry? And no, not hungry. Alicia shook her head. Alicia is young. Skipping meals isn't a problem. Glug. Seeing her slight frame, Aryan involuntarily swallowed. This doesn't look small at all. Ferguson? Alicia finally noticed Aryun's gaze and blushed furiously, wanting to run away. But Aryun grabbed her hand swiftly. Master. Feeling Aryun's presence, Alicia lowered her head, blushing. He wouldn't. But people say it hurts the first time. If I refuse him, would he get upset? Yet, Master has just recovered from a serious illness. His body is still weak. Would this be bad for him? No, Master. Not now. Aryun. He blinked, realizing what she meant. What are you thinking, silly girl? Master, I plan to take you out for a good meal. Aryun laughed, shaking his head. Indeed, Alicia had grown up fast, and the clothes from a few years ago didn't fit anymore. Watching her move around in those tight clothes was quite tormenting. He should definitely buy her some new outfits. Let's go kill that old hen and have some meat. It's been so long since we've had any meat. There's no flavor left in my mouth. Ferguson? Eat chicken? Alicia reacted quickly and stopped Aryun. No, we only have one chicken left. Keeping it will allow us to have eggs every day. If we eat it, we won't have any more eggs. With Master being so weak, without eggs, he'll likely fall sick again and become foolish. Looking at the muttering Alicia, Aryun couldn't help but laugh. How could you be so cute? Master says I'm cute. My face feels hot. My heart is pounding. Alicia froze, her mind buzzing. What a sweet and innocent girl. Aryun said earnestly. Alicia, trust me. Master promises that from now on, we'll have meat every meal, and I'll make you chubby and healthy. Does Master think I'm too skinny? Cock-a-doodle-doo. Without waiting for her response, Aryun swiftly killed the faithful old hen, Tamsin, who had been laying eggs for the family. Seeing the blood, Alicia covered her eyes in fear. Alicia, find some tongue leaves. Today, you'll taste my cooking. Does Master know how to cook? Don't underestimate me. Today, you'll experience the taste of paradise. Bragging. Although Alicia didn't believe him, she obediently fetched some tongue leaves. Aryun skillfully plucked the feathers and then began smearing mud over the hen. Why are you putting mud on the hen? It's dirty. Alicia asked curiously. Trust me, this is called beggar's chicken. You don't understand. Aryun explained, wrapping the hen tightly in tongue leaves after covering it with mud, then digging a pit to start a fire. Isn't salt needed? Not for beggar's chicken. The key is to keep the original flavor. But will it be tasty? Alicia doubted. Aryun smiled without answering. In this era, pepper and chili weren't yet introduced to Central China, and condiments like oil, soy sauce, and vinegar didn't exist. Salt, which was salty sea salt, was the only seasoning available. Beggar's chicken was reportedly invented accidentally during the Ming and Baylord dynasties by a beggar who had no spices or pots. Instead, he used mud to wrap and roast the chicken. Surprisingly, this primitive method retained the purest aroma of the food, becoming a famous dish later on. Soon, the fire died down. Aryun used a stick to dig out the mud-covered chicken. The Otis sneered. Summon Josue for an audience. Hashtag chapter 11. Even dogs won't eat it. Congratulations to your majesty, truly felicitous tidings. A disheveled gray-robed Taoist strode into the grand hall, laughing loudly. His sharp laughter echoed before he even arrived. The Otis frowned slightly. Josue, what cause for celebration do I have? Your majesty, after secluding myself for 49 days, I have finally refined the divine pill of heavenly primordial imperial elixir. This heavenly primordial imperial elixir has greater spiritual potency than ordinary imperial elixirs. Once consumed, it will certainly rejuvenate and prolong your majesty's life. Josue bent down to present a pill to the emperor. Heavenly primordial imperial elixir? The Otis glanced at it indifferently. In the past, he would have been overjoyed, but ever since listening to Ralph's words, his suspicions about Josue deepened. Before him, the so-called heavenly primordial imperial elixir was merely larger than regular ones. Despite mixing in fragrant herbs, it couldn't hide its pungent smell. Compared to the 6-flavor Remania pill, which was refreshing, this was like comparing heaven to earth. Bram. Yes, your majesty. The emperor waved his hand, and Bram hurried forward to take the pill. Wait, your majesty. Josue raised his hand to stop him. This is a divine pill. If it comes into contact, it twice before sitting obediently and watching the emperor. Your majesty, what is your intention? I want to see just how effective your divine pill is. The emperor kicked the pill towards the black dog. Curious, the dog sniffed it, then retreated 2 steps, picking up a chicken leg instead and chewing it contentedly, completely ignoring the pill. No, it didn't ignore it. The dog farted at the pill. Bram. Josue, the emperor, such a life-prolonging divine pill that even dogs won't eat. The emperor glared furiously. Josue, how dare you deceive me? Spare me, your majesty. Josue fell to the ground in terror. Your majesty, the pill lost its potency from touching the ground. I did not dare deceive you. You still dare to argue? Do you think I've never seen a true divine pill? The emperor pulled out a 6-flavor Remania pill. What kind of pill is this? It's so smooth and fragrant. As Josue marveled, the emperor dropped the pill to the ground. The dog sniffed it, its eyes glowing instantly as it swallowed the pill whole. Woof woof woof. It licked the floor eagerly, then wagged its tail happily at the emperor. Bram. Josue. The emperor. Josue, what do you have to say for yourself? This is a plot, your majesty. I don't know where you got this pill from. You must have been deceived by evil people. Silence. You thief, how dare you lie now? Do you think I don't know that you asked for those 3,000 children and precious ships not to seek immortality for me, but to escape and become a king in some remote island? No. Caught red-handed, Josue panicked. Your majesty, I am wronged. How could I deceive you? The immortals instructed me. The elixir is truly on an immortal mountain across the sea. As the Otis, he could easily see through Josue's lies. Deceiving your sovereign is an unpardonable crime. Bring this criminal away, Tear him apart by 5 horses. 5 horses tearing him apart. Josue wet himself in fear. Spare me, your majesty. I'll never dare again. Rascal, deceiving the emperor. Drag him away. Bram shouted, and several black-armored soldiers rushed in to pull Josue away. Darn dog thief. The emperor was furious and ashamed. His lifelong reputation tarnished by a mere alchemist. These pills that even dogs wouldn't eat. He had swallowed so many. If not for meeting Ralph today, he might have died due to these elixirs. Blast it all. The emperor took a deep breath. Bram's eyes flashed coldly. These alchemists had been arrogant due to the emperor's favor, disregarding even him, the chief steward of the inner court. Now that he had the chance, he wouldn't let it slip. Your majesty, Ho has been removed. I must thank him someday. Ralph? Bram silently noted the name. Hashtag chapter 12. Your name? The morning sun shone brightly. Ralph got up early, practiced Tai Chi a few times, and then set off with the 5 tigers of Niwan village to sell ice in the city. The streets were bustling with people coming and going, lively and vibrant. Looking at the towering and majestic city walls before him, Ralph couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of the ancients. The entire city of Xianyang spanned nearly 100 miles, facing south from north, with its streets laid out like a chessboard, crisscrossing grandly. Not far away was the magnificent Afong Palace, which shimmered under the sunlight, its golden tiles sparkling as if it were a fairy palace suspended halfway up a mountain, leaving one speechless. Indeed worthy of being the capital of the great Baylor. Ralph's eyes gleamed. After unifying the 6 kingdoms, the Baylor dynasty had relocated all the aristocrats from these conquered regions to Xianyang. At that time, the population of Xianyang had once reached over 4 million, making it truly the greatest city in the world. In terms of both size and prosperity, the present-day Xianyang could easily rival any city from later times. Sadly, this glory was short-lived. After John breached the city, his soldiers burned, looted, and plundered for 3 days, even setting fire to the incomparable architectural treasure, the Afong Palace, which was indeed a significant regret in history. What's the question? Ralph wore a serious expression. You see, Fate, Brant, Havelock, and Nathaniel all have names related to livestock. So why is your name so unique and doesn't fit in? Juniper was speechless. Ahem, Master may not know. Fate was named because when he was born, his family only had 1 goose. Brant's family had 2 dogs. My family was so poor we didn't have any livestock. There were only 5 jujube trees in front of our house, so my father named me Juniper. I see. Ralph nodded. Wait, so Havelock and Nathaniel must have had 3 cows and 4 donkeys at home, meaning they were quite wealthy? Not exactly. Havelock was named because his mother dreamed of a 3-headed cow when she gave birth to him. They actually only had 1 cow. As for Nathaniel, he was named because their only donkey died when he was born. Dead donkey. Ralph was speechless. Master, we've settled everything. From today, this place belongs to us, the people of Niwan village. Brant and Fade walked over. Good, very good. Ralph nodded in satisfaction. This stall was right at the entrance of the market, bustling with pedestrians. Plus, there was a big tree behind it for shade, making it an excellent location. Brant, get me some ink and brush. Yes, master. Fade found a wooden board. I didn't want to disturb you, but our ice is melting fast. What? I only took a nap. How could it melt already? Master, it's already noon. Noon? Ralph's face turned dark. Only then did he notice the sun hanging high in the sky. Oh no, did I sleep that long? Ralph was speechless. Under the scorching midday sun, even with refrigeration slowing down the ice's melting, the blocks were noticeably smaller. This isn't right either. We've been here for half a day and haven't sold a single block? That doesn't make sense. Ralph frowned. The market was teeming with people, including many wealthy individuals adorned in gold and jade. There was no reason they couldn't afford ice at 50 taels per block. Did I overestimate the purchasing power of the rich in Baylor? Boss, how much is this little stool? As Ralph pondered, a greasy-looking man approached. A stool? Ralph looked puzzled. Brother, it says clearly on the sign. I'm selling ice, not stools. Ferguson? Selling ice? You didn't say earlier. It's written in cryptic symbols. How is anyone supposed to read that? The man rolled his eyes and left. Ralph was speechless again. Damn, what a miscalculation. Suddenly realizing something, Ralph slapped his forehead. He understood now why no one came to inquire. They couldn't read the seal script. Many officials didn't recognize the characters. Bulls emerged from the other end of the tube without forming ice crystals. Not enough wind? Aryun frowned. Jonas, what are you doing? Put more effort into it. Brant and others urged. Why do you have this problem now? You always brag about your blowing ability. Jonas rolled his eyes helplessly. It was easy for them to stand there and talk, but his head was already spinning from blowing, treating him like a blower. Were they? But in front of Aryun, this rare opportunity to shine couldn't be squandered. Taking a deep breath, he increased his force. Plop, plop, droplets fell, and a mist of ice began rising from the tail end of the tube. Seeing this, Aryun's eyes lit up. Faster, faster, more power. Jonas, let me help. Brant walked behind Jonas and placed his hands together, revealing 2 fingers. Secret move, 1000-year death blow. Poof. Jonas gaped. What the heck? His eyes bulged, and a fierce gust of air burst out. Rustle, rustle. The tube shook violently, and waves of snowflakes began floating out. The market was still bustling as the scorching sun heated the ground intensely. Passers-by and vendors, drenched in sweat, wished for a moment's respite in the shade. Heat's killing me. How I wish for a piece of ice. I know, but ice costs over 100 taels per block. Who can afford that? Why did you cut in line? I was first. Don't push, I was first. Camillaware, real silver. So much silver. Brant and others gleamed with joy. They'd never seen so much money, usually just stealing chickens or dogs. No wonder being with Master means getting rich. Three Nyo, wipe that drool, don't embarrass us. Exactly. Our master isn't an ordinary person. Line up one by one. Meanwhile, in a tavern, Jaden gripped a wine jug grimly. Aryan, you dare break my limbs? I won't forgive you. Crack. Before he finished speaking, a waiter snatched the jar away. Scoundrel, what are you doing? Jaden glared. Tavern keeper, you owe over half a month's tab. Pay up. Just some money. Later. Give me back my wine. No money, no drink. Think I don't know you've been thrown out of Niwa village by that fool Aryan? Can't even handle a fool, useless trash. Out with him. Jagger, you dare? Remember, you were once just a servant in the Liu family. If not for me helping you secretly, you wouldn't be boss Tion now. A slave is forever a slave. Slave. Jagger glared. Out. Yes, sir. Two waiters tossed Jaden out. Servant. Jaden cursed, growing increasingly furious. It's all because of you, Aryan. If not for you, how would I end up like this? Heard about the snow in the East Market? Not possible. Snow in summer must be divine. Let's go see. Street chatter filled the air as people moved towards the Eastern Market. Divine? Jaden narrowed his eyes. Could it be that brat? Translation ends here. Please provide additional chapters or sections for further translation. Chapter 14. Hammered down. Everyone, please queue up and don't rush. We still have plenty of ice. Nonsense. There are only a few pieces left. Ralph glanced at the scant few ice blocks behind him, his face twisted with an odd expression. It seemed he had underestimated the number of wealthy people in Xianyang. In less than half an hour, the ice they brought was already sold out. Yet, customers from all directions continued to arrive. Cough, cough, everyone, please calm down. Ralph cleared his throat. We still have a large inventory. Tomorrow at the same place, same price. Is that true? A man's word is harder to retract than a team of horses. Also, our ice can be reserved in advance. Reserve? What's that? It means you pay a deposit now, and after delivery, you pay the remaining amount. Ralph explained, but the crowd looked doubtful. What if we pay the deposit and you run away? Don't worry, I'm Ralph, a minor landlord from Yoduan village 10 miles outside the city. I can sign the contract. If the goods aren't delivered, you can come find me. Saltpeter mines aren't recorded in any books. Suddenly, Ralph brightened up. Right, even though I don't know, someone must know. That person was Josue. The elixirs alchemist concocted contained significant amounts of saltpeter. Although they didn't understand its properties, they extracted it in large quantities. Josue, as the foremost alchemist of the land, definitely knew about saltpeter mines. If only I could meet this ancestor of Kan Min. Ralph clicked his tongue. Though most alchemists were national calamities, they did contribute to ancient chemistry. Indeed, it's Ralph? Hiss, earning so much silver. Does this boy really have divine skills? While chatting with Arao and the others, Ralph didn't notice the cold eyes watching them from under a distant tree. Alright, let's pack up and go home. Ralph told the group to load the silver onto the ox cart. The heavy silver filled a small cart, causing the old ox to breathe heavily. That's too much. No paper currency, it is inconvenient indeed. Ralph rubbed his nose. Just over 3,000 taels now. Imagine if he earned hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Moving would be a logistical nightmare just transporting the silver. Cough, sorry, I didn't know this was a changing room. Out. Sorry, it wasn't intentional. Miss, are you alright? A servant girl ran over, grabbing Ralph's clothes. You pervert, stop running. How dare you spy on my mistress? Hey, little girl, don't talk nonsense, I'm not a pervert. Himph, with your rat-like appearance and lecherous smile, you clearly aren't a good person. Ralph turned red. Rat-like appearance? This brat didn't know how to speak. He might not be a handsome Adonis, but he was respectable enough. Miss, one can eat carelessly, but speak carefully. What? Spying on my mistress changing is polite now? Carrie, don't bother with this rogue. Evie clenched her teeth, shaking her head. Ralph felt wronged. Buying clothes should not make him a rogue. Not so, miss, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to see anything. Ha, our beautiful mistress attracts many rogues like you. You're guilty, but try to deny it. Filth. Sorry, your mistress is indeed pretty, but I have no interest in hammering things down. Hammering down? What's that? The servant paused, then reacted. Evie blushed furiously. Pervert, still denying. Ralph, in. Wrongful accusation, ma'am. I'm here to buy clothes. Ha, very novel. A man buying women's clothes? Women's clothes? Only then did Ralph notice all the clothes were female attire. Then I'll order 10 pieces. Me too. Many who couldn't get ice blocks started handing over money. Arao was dumbstruck. Can this be possible? Selling out even without stock. Arao, why are you just standing there? Collect the money. Oh right. It was their first time collecting so much money. Arao and the others were extremely excited. Sir, do you know how much we made today? Looking at the pile of silver, Arao grinned widely. How much? 3,500 taels. I've never seen this much silver before, ha ha ha. Selling ice is indeed a lucrative business, but Aryan smiled, seemingly prepared for this outcome. While selling ice was a good business, it relied heavily on materials. The saltpeter scraped from the villagers' outhouses wouldn't last long, and without saltpeter, the business would come to an end. Moreover, saltpeter was crucial for making gunpowder. As a small landlord aspiring to stay safe during turbulent times, having access to gunpowder was essential. Thus, he urgently needed a source of saltpeter. I know where to find large iron mines, but saltpeter mines are rare and unrecorded. Suddenly, an idea struck Aryan. Although I don't know, there is one person who might. That person was Josue. Alchemists like him used a lot of saltpeter in their elixirs. Although they didn't understand its nature, they extracted it extensively. As the leading alchemist, Josue must know about saltpeter mines. If only I could meet the grandfather of these charlatans. Aryun sighed. Though most of them were harmful, they did contribute to ancient chemistry. Is it really Aryun? Phew, he made so much silver. Does this boy have magic? Unnoticed by Aryun and Arao, a pair of cold eyes watched them from beneath a distant tree. Alright, let's pack up and head home. Aryun instructed them to load the silver onto the ox cart. The heavy silver filled a small cart, making the old ox struggle under the weight. This is too much. Without paper money, it's indeed inconvenient. Aryun scratched his nose. If they earned tens or hundreds of thousands of taels later, moving would require several carts full of silver. Stop. When the ox cart passed a shop, Aryun suddenly spoke. Sir, what is it? Arao, buy some wine, meat, and grains. Aryun threw a piece of silver to Arao and got off the cart. He walked into a clothes shop. Being a small landlord without proper attire was unacceptable. It was hot, and he was still wearing winter hemp clothes, which was both uncomfortable and inappropriate. You wait here, I'll browse around. Okay. The shop was decorated lavishly, mainly offering silk clothing, elegant and dignified despite simple colors, matching Aryun's taste. Forgive, our Mrs. Gorgeous. You peeping Tom is nothing special. Admitting guilt doesn't save you, creep. Apologies, your miss looks good, but I'm not interested in a sure thing. What's a sure thing? The servant paused, then realized Evie was furious. Pervert, denying after peeking. Aryun, innocent sister, I'm just buying clothes. Forgive, men don't buy women's clothes. Wait, women's clothes? Aryun noticed all the dresses were for women. Aryun. Chapter 15. Money is no issue. What's wrong with the women's clothing shop? Can't I buy clothes for my little maidservant? Ralph pouted. You can't even tell a decent lie. This is the Ba family shop, the best women's clothing store in all of Xianyang, exclusively supplying the elite and nobility. Does your little maidservant deserve such lavish clothing? Ashley said with a mocking look. Ba family? Ralph froze for a moment, instantly remembering who they were. The Ba family's head was named Ba Baylorg, a renowned female merchant in Baylor, who started from cinnabar mines and monopolized the entire mercury industry in the Baylor kingdom. All the cinnabar and mercury used by the Otis for the construction of palaces and tombs came from the Ba family, highlighting their commercial influence. Ralph glanced at Ashley. This girl was pretty, but unfortunately, her mouth was too foul. Little girl, people are different. A chatty maidservant like you would naturally find it hard to gain the favor of the master. My maid Alicia is gentle and adorable. If she wanted stars from the sky, this young master would fetch them for her. Who has a big mouth? Guests, please don't be angry. At that moment, a gentle-looking woman approached. I am Christina, the manager of this shop. The misunderstanding just now was due to my oversight. Please accept my apologies. Do not be upset. Sister Yun, there's no need for such formalities. I didn't want to take it seriously anyway. Evie shook her head and moved aside. Forgive, you lucky brat. Ashley glared fiercely at Ralph. Ralph rolled his eyes. If it weren't for this beautiful owner mediating, he would have certainly made this little girl cry. Sir, what kind of clothing are you looking for? Christina smiled warmly, showing no disdain for Ralph's simple attire. I'm picking some clothes for my maidservant. The fabric must be high quality, the style modern, and the material breathable. Sir, how about these two? They are both made of silk, not only cool and breathable but also elegant and dignified. All new designs this year. Great. But the chest area seems a bit small, Ralph frowned. These are small? Christina was surprised. Your maidservant must be exceptionally endowed. That's right. You should see whose servant she is, Ralph said smugly. How about these few pieces? Good. Upon hearing their conversation, Evie couldn't help but glance down. Carrie, do men all prefer bigger? Miss, don't listen to such frivolous talk. You, both talented and beautiful, far surpass any little maidservant. Only those unlearned philanders care about such things. Evie pondered thoughtfully. These outfits have bright colors yet aren't garish. Even palace ladies love them. Yes, excellent choice. Ralph nodded approvingly and began pointing. This one, and this one. TSK, talking about caring for your little maidservant. Yet, you're just buying cheap stuff. Seeing the clothes Ralph chose, Ashley scoffed. Miss, look at the clothes he picked. Ugly, old-fashioned, and outdated. I haven't finished. It's the eunuchs who worry more than the emperor. Ralph rolled his eyes. In addition to these, pack the rest as well. What, all of them? Christina looked astonished. Sir, are you sure? All 40 or so pieces together would cost several hundred taels of silver. Don't mention money to me. It's too vulgar. Ralph threw a sack over the counter. Money is no issue, as long as my maidservant is happy. Swish. A bag full of silver spilled onto the counter. Bystander. Wow. Where did this landowner come from? I'll deliver them personally. 10 miles outside the city, Naiwa village. After paying, Ralph left amidst everyone's surprised looks. Naiwa village. Why does that sound familiar? Evie frowned slightly. What a common name. Just a country bumpkin indeed. Ashley pouted. Oh, miss, who exactly is this Mr. Zifong you keep mentioning? It's Mr. Zifong. Thinking of Gillis, Evie couldn't help but smile. Mr. Gillis comes from a noble family. His grandfather served 3 generations as prime minister. He grew up smart and studious, renowned in Casandragwan. Furthermore, tutored by Ferguson Shurgong, he mastered military strategies, being a rare talent, both scholarly and martial. When I was young, I once met him. Years passed without news until now, learning he's lecturing in Xianyang. I naturally wished to meet him. Is Miss hoping to rekindle ties with this Mr. Zifong? Ashley giggled. Don't say nonsense, little girl. I already have a betrothal. An uncouth landlord who is also a fool. How could he possibly match Miss? Father should have annulled the engagement long ago. By the way, Miss, isn't your fiancé also called something Fletcher? He's called Ralph. AI, same last name, yet such a huge difference between people. Ashley sighed regretfully. Achoo. In the carriage, Ralph sneezed. Why do I feel something is off? Master, did you catch a cold? Nonsense, it's scorching today. How could I catch a cold? Ralph scratched his if. You guys, what are you afraid of? Don't we still have young master? Right. Young master is a great immortal who can scatter their souls with one spell. They looked at each other expectantly. Heron, do you really think I can cast spells? If it were in his past life, these bandits would be nothing to him. But now, with his current physical condition, even walking a few extra steps left him out of breath. He couldn't utilize his skills without strength. Otherwise, why would he need lackeys like Brant? Why are you looking at me? Do you think magic is something you just use casually? Using too much magic damages virtue, especially harmful magic. It must not be used carelessly, or there will be divine retribution. Doesn't that mean it's up to us? Brant's face turned dark. Heron grinned and patted him on the shoulder. Believe in yourself. You can do it, Brant. That man. Why did you block our way? Yeah, what do you want? The 5 tigers of Nyogwa village aren't easy to provoke. If you know what's good for you, scram. Fade and Brant gripped their bamboo sticks nervously. Slap. Just then, the man in the bamboo hat suddenly knelt down. Young master, I've missed you so much. Brant. Havelock. Heron. Jaden. Removing his hat, everyone finally saw who had come. Your servant has returned. Jaden grinned sycophantically. Jaden, you fool, scaring us like that, looking for a beating, huh? You were expelled from Nyogwa village by young master. You dare to return? Brant and the others rubbed their hands together, ready to pounce. Don't hit. Jaden quickly begged for mercy. Young master, I've truly realized my mistake. These past few days, I reflected deeply. Remembering Lord LV and Lady LV's kindness, I am ashamed. They treated me like family, but I repaid their kindness with ingratitude. I'm worse than a dog. As he spoke, he slapped himself several times. Young master, I've truly realized my mistake. The LV family is my home. I can't leave the LV family. Please give me another chance, and I will repay your kindness as a beast of burden. Sniffle. Jaden sobbed bitterly, truly heart-wrenching. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Juniper and the others felt compassion. Young master, I think Wong Butler really knows his mistakes. Forgive him? Yes, considering his age and his broken limbs, he deserves some pity. I promise to be loyal and obedient. Give me one more chance, young master. Jaden kowtowed several times heavily. Heron watched Jaden. Since you don't care about old ties, don't blame me when I get serious. And as for you dogs, I won't let you off easily either. With that, Jaden ran away cursing. Old dog, you dare curse young master? Looking for a beating. If you have guts, don't run. Brant took off his shoe and threw it at Jaden's head. Ah! Jaden yelped, grabbed the shoe, and bolted even faster. Brant. My shoe, you bring it back. Sunset approached. They drove the ox cart back to Nyogwa village. Brant walked barefoot on his left side, his face turning black. Crap, that bastard Jaden could run so fast with a broken leg. Should have broken both legs, and maybe even the third. Brother dog, you're right. Havelock, isn't your family famous for traditional massages? Yes. So make me a pair of straw shoes. Havelock. Brother dog, aren't you misunderstanding something? Do you know how to weave straw shoes? Yes. There you go. Something doesn't feel right. Havelock scratched his head. Watching them bicker, Heron chuckled and entered the big house. Young master, you're back? Seeing Heron, Alicia ran over like a lark. Duong, duong, duong. Each step she took made Heron's vision blur, creating an intense visual impact. Young master, are you thirsty? Would you like me to fetch you some water? Gulp. Heron swallowed hard. Not until now. Ferguson? Alicia hesitated, her face blushing. Let me fetch the water for you. Hashtag chapter 17. I will change my fate. Callista, what's wrong again? Did someone bully you while I was away? No, no one did. Astrid's voice quivered. It's because young master has been too kind to me. Astrid is just too moved. Ralph? Tears flow so easily from her. This girl must be made of water. Astrid, you can't keep these clothes. Why not? Because they're too precious. These silks are worn only by noble ladies. A mere servant like me would waste such fine garments. Astrid shook her head. Ralph couldn't help but laugh. Nonsense, who says servants can't wear beautiful clothes? My dear Astrid looks like a heavenly beauty. It's a privilege for these clothes to adorn you. But, there's no but. You looking delightful pleases me. Ralph left no room for argument. Come, put them on and show your young master. Alright, since young master wants to see, Astrid will wear them. Astrid blushed. Young master. Cough. The sunset today is truly beautiful. Ralph realized his slip and coughed dryly before stepping out of the room. Rustle. Hearing the rustling behind him, Ralph turned back involuntarily. Through the windowsill, the setting sun cast a graceful silhouette. That silhouette gently undid her robe, causing Ralph to daydream. This girl, so slender. Yet how does she manage to develop? This is a problem. Ralph thought for a moment. Why don't you stop working? I can hire more maids to take over. Then what do I do? You, just attend to me specifically. So am I still a maid? What, should I give you an official title? Young master, please calm down. Astrid quickly knelt. I didn't mean it like that. I'm of low birth. How could I possibly match you? Besides, young master already has a betrothed, the prime minister's daughter. I just wish to serve you forever. Okay, I was joking. Look at you being so scared. Ralph laughed, shaking his head. He needed to be more careful. Scaring such an adorable girl would be a pity. That aside, let me cook for young master. Come back. Didn't we agree you wouldn't work anymore? With those long sleeves, you might set the kitchen on fire. Then, who will cook? Ralph thought for a moment. Let Havelock do it. His family specializes in traditional bathing. He must know how to cook too, right? Outside the door, Havelock. In the Imperial Palace, the study. The Otis held a writing brush, reviewing documents. Seeing the towering stack of bamboo slips behind him, Daryl sighed deeply. People say the Otis is cruel and tyrannical, loving grand achievements. Little do they know, this emperor works tirelessly for his kingdom. Since taking the throne at 22, the Otis set a rule for himself. Read a stone of documents every day. He upheld this habit for over a decade without fail. It was this determination and perseverance that allowed Baylor to sweep across the 6 states and unite the world, ending 800 years of turmoil. After unification, the Otis never slacked. For the people's welfare, he worked even harder, personally reviewing every single petition in meticulous detail. Many know the emperor is the sovereign of the world, honored and respected, but few understand his toil. Daryl, waiting so long must be exhausting. The Otis put down the bamboo slip, stretching. To serve your majesty is my honor. I am not tired. The Otis smiled. Now tell me, how did the investigation go? Well, speak. Yes, your majesty. Daryl bowed. From my interrogations, the alchemists admitted their so-called methods of immortality were all fake. All fake. The Otis's eyelid twitched. Without exception? Without exception. Daryl lowered his head. However, Josue, while admitting his elixirs could not grant immortality, insisted that immortals exist. He just lacked the necessary enlightenment. Furthermore, according to the alchemists, the elixirs presented to your majesty were thieves from between his teeth and gulped them down. Ralph? Don't eat that. Look at what you cooked. It's so ugly I almost cried. But you can still eat it? Even if it's ugly, why is it so terrible? When I took a bite, tears came to my eyes. Not because I was moved, but because I wanted to hit someone. To think you could ruin such a nice piece of pork like this. You're really something. Please calm down, master. Havelock looked aggrieved. I told you, I only know how to scrub people clean. I don't know how to cook. If you can't cook, why didn't you say so? But I did, and you didn't believe me. Ralph? Damn, this time he really miscalculated. All because Havelock acted too capable. Ralph thought he was being modest. He never expected him to be genuinely unable to cook. A perfectly good piece of meat had been wasted. Fine, since you have no talent for housework, go into town and help Brant sell ice instead. Ralph waved his hand helplessly. Yes, sir. Havelock scratched his head. But I haven't finished eating yet. Here, take it as a reward. Ralph dumped the meat into Havelock's bowl. Thank you, master. Havelock bit into the meat and immediately spat it out with a scream. Are you serious? How did you make it taste bottle? That's wine, not oil. Heh. Master wants the alcohol to ferment and add flavor. Wine can be used for cooking? Ralph remained silent. Alicia, start the fire for me. Yes, sir. Alicia squatted down, grabbed a flint, and started making fire. Instantly, smoke billowed, stinging Ralph's eyes. The fire is too small. Wait a minute, master. It will get bigger. Alicia blew into the stove using a bamboo tube. This is such a hassle. If only we had a bellows. Ralph shook his head. A bellows? What's that? Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Wait until I ask Brant to make one, then you'll see. Alicia, watch the fire for me, and call me back in half an hour. I'll step outside for a breath of fresh air. Ralph dashed out. Alicia. Didn't he say he wouldn't do any more work? Ah, fresh air. Ralph exhaled deeply. The unspoiled nature around him was a refreshing sight, lush and vibrant. Warm sunlight bathed the surroundings, and a gentle breeze blew by. This feeling of purity was unimaginable in the future. Ralph began practicing Tai Chi strangely, despite this body's long-term malnutrition and severe illness which should have depleted both chi and blood. After practicing Tai Chi for several days, he felt invigorated every time he sweated profusely. His spirit and energy seemed to recover significantly. In his previous life, Ralph practiced Tai Chi daily, but it's remarkably intricate, surely an exceptional method for health and well-being. Tisk, sounds exaggerated. Can it be that impressive? Daryl was unconvinced, but Amir's eyes gleamed with interest. A technique for health? Whoosh. Ralph finished his set of Tai Chi, exhaling deeply. He didn't notice that the fallen yellow leaves around him formed a perfect Tai Chi pattern. This hardly follows naturally, truly a remarkable technique. I underestimated it. Seeing this, Amir and the others were astonished. Only then did Ralph notice the 3 standing at the gate. Damn, it's them. Spotting Amir, Ralph's neck recoiled. With a bang, he shut the door, latched it, and barricaded it, all in one fluid motion. Leaning against the door, he breathed heavily. That scared the daylights out of me. Outside, Amir and the 2 others had dusty faces from the doorboard. Chapter 19. I curse myself. At the Liu family residence, the main gate was tightly shut. Emperor Amir. Triangular ruler. Note. The original text uses emoticons that don't have a direct English equivalent. I've tried to keep a similar tone. For the full passage. Chapter 19. Cursing myself. The Liu family's gate was tightly shut. Emperor Amir. Triangular ruler. Preston. Or Daryl. Destruction of the forests along the Astrid River and decreed that people could no longer worship the Lord of Astrid. Even gods must bow to an emperor's wrath, let alone a mere hermit. Duong. Oh no, they must be here to collect debts. Aryun's face darkened as he heard the frantic knocking. Of course, anyone would be upset if they paid 80 taels for ice that then dropped to 50 taels almost immediately. Aryun knew he was in the wrong. He couldn't avoid this any longer. Reluctantly, he opened the door. Oh, it's you, Senior Han. You came without announcing yourself. If I'd known it was you, I would have prepared a welcome. Aryun smiled warmly as if he hadn't just slammed the door. Emperor Amir. Daryl. Damn, this kid isn't a descended immortal, but a chameleon reincarnated. Please come in. Aryun invited the 3 into his house, seating them respectfully. Giles, we came today because... No need to explain, I understand. Arjun cut Preston off. I deeply apologize for last time. But please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to target you. It was purely a technical adjustment. Technical adjustment? What does he mean? Emperor Amir and the others were puzzled. I, Arjun, have a conscience. I wouldn't deceive customers. Even if you hadn't come, I plan to find you. Arjun said with conviction. So, here's my offer, half price, plus an additional 30% discount. What, 30%? Lou mister, you misunderstood. 30% isn't enough? Arjun gritted his teeth. 40%, no more? Gentlemen, selling ice also has costs. 40% already cuts into my profit. Any further, and I'd lose money. Emperor Amir. Preston. Isn't the ice conjured by you? What cost? Seeing their silence, Arjun slapped the table. 50%, will that do? Selling at 80 taels last time wasn't intentional. 50% is sincere. 80 taels? Now Giri understood why Arjun acted like a thief upon seeing them. He knew Arjun sold ice for 50 taels at the market. But what intrigued Giri more was Arjun's ability to make it snow in June. If not for that, Giri wouldn't have insisted on meeting Arjun. Fine, 50%. Giri agreed after pondering. Preston hesitated, quickly shutting up. Hee, looking at Senior Han. I know you are noble and won't care about such small amounts. Come, Senior Han, have some tea. Arjun served tea to Giri. Senior Han, how much ice do you want this time? It's all ready for you. Let's set aside buying ice for now. Giri's eyes were calm. But you mentioned before that Giri would die prematurely. I'm very interested. Why did you say that? That. Arjun's face turned dark. Baylor laws were strict. Discussing the emperor could be dangerous. If word got out, it would cause trouble. He didn't want to elaborate, but this big client must be appeased. Do you, like others, believe Giri is tyrannical and overly ambitious, thus cursing him to die prematurely? Honorth Day, Senior Han. Upon hearing this, Daryl and Preston were startled. Giri glanced at them, causing them to lower their heads. Tyrannical and overly ambitious? Arjun shook his head. You speak of Giri's strict laws, heavy taxes, and large construction projects. Is that not true? Partly yes, partly no. HM? What does that mean? Giri frowned. Arjun smiled faintly. People only see Giri's strict laws and heavy taxes causing suffering, but never consider why the court acts this way. Unifying the 6 states brought stability, but unrest remains hidden. Only strict laws can stabilize the nation. As for heavy taxes, while they burden the people, the court has difficulties too. Northern Fergusons and southern unrest require soldiers, and soldiers need money. Without taxes, how could the court afford soldiers to protect the state? Preston and Daryl were stunned. They only saw the people suffering and thought the taxes too high, never considering the reasons. But the grand palaces and tombs? Isn't that a waste of manpower? Daryl voiced his thoughts. Waste of manpower? Arjun shook his head. Little brother, your thinking is too narrow. You think Giri wastes manpower? Yes, he does, but there's more to it. Daryl. What nonsense? Preston, or Daryl, or the three of them stood in front of the closed gate, each with different expressions. What's going on? Did this kid get his head caught in the door? Why did he close it as soon as he saw us? Is there any deeper meaning behind Giles's actions? Your Majesty. Emperor Amir brushed the dust off his face and frowned. Daryl, knock on the door. Sure. Duong. Open up. No need to knock. No one is home. Emperor Amir. Daryl. You little punk. Did you think I'm blind? I can see you right there. The person you see is not Ralph but his twin brother, Lou Fletcher. Ralph went out and hasn't returned yet. Maybe come back another day? Daryl. Emperor Amir. Your Majesty, this? Keep knocking. Sure. Damn, this guy is no divine being. He's more like a chameleon. Please come in. Ralph ushered them into the house and seated them. Giles, we're here because... No need to explain, I understand. Ralph interrupted Preston. Regarding last time, I deeply apologize. But please don't misunderstand. My intentions were purely technical adjustments. Technical adjustments? What does he mean? The three were left puzzled. I, Ralph, am a conscientious landowner and would never deceive customers. If you hadn't come today, I plan to visit you myself. With righteous determination, Ralph continued, so, here's a deal. Half price, then a further 30% off. What, a 30% discount? No, Giles, you misunderstood. So, 30% isn't enough? Ralph gritted his teeth. 60% off, maximum 60%. Fellow villagers, selling ice also has costs. 60% off is rock bottom low. Any lower, and I'd lose money. Emperor Amir. Preston. Didn't the ice come from your own powers? What costs? Seeing the trio silent, Ralph slammed the table. Fine, 50% off, okay? I really didn't mean to overcharge last time. 50% is a sincere apology. 80 taels? Now Emperor Amir understood why Ralph acted so nervous upon seeing them. Of course, he knew about Ralph selling ice for 50 taels at the market. But what truly intrigued him was Ralph's ability to make snow in June. Alright, 50% it is. Preston was stunned and quickly fell silent. Aiden, anyone can tell by your dignified appearance that you are majestic and wouldn't care about a few coins. Have some tea. Ralph served Emperor Amir a cup of tea. How much ice do you plan to buy this time? I've already prepared for you. Let's put the ice purchase aside for now. Emperor Amir's gaze was calm. I'm curious about your prediction that Emperor Amir will die prematurely. Why did you say that? Oh, this? Ralph's complexion darkened. Baylor laws were strict, and criticizing the emperor could lead to severe punishment. Revealing such predictions could get him into trouble. However, Aiden was a big client. Not satisfying him might result in lost business. Does Giles believe Emperor Emir is tyrannical and obsessed with grand achievements, hence cursing him to an early death? Your Majas. Aiden. Hearing this, Daryl and Preston both looked alarmed. Emperor Emir cast a cool glance at them, silencing them immediately. Tyrannical and obsessed with grandeur? Ralph shook his head. You speak of Emperor Emir's heavy taxes and rigorous laws, the construction of palaces and mausoleums, and frequent tours. Is this not true? Partly yes and partly no. What does that mean? Emperor Emir furrowed his brow. Ralph smiled faintly. The common people know only that Giri imposed strict laws and heavy taxes, causing great suffering, but they never considered why the court took such measures. After unifying the 6 states, the empire remains unstable beneath the surface. Only strict laws can stabilize the country. As for heavy taxes, they indeed burden the people. However, the court faces its own challenges. The northern Xiongnu tribes threaten our borders, and unrest plagues the south. Defending against foreign invaders requires soldiers, which require funds and provisions. Without tax revenue, how could the state maintain such a large military force? This left Preston and Daryl stunned. They had only seen the suffering caused by heavy taxes without understanding the reasons behind them. What about building grand mausoleums and palaces? Isn't that wasteful? Daryl voiced his thoughts. Wasteful? Ralph shook his head. Little brother, you're thinking too small. Giri wasn't wasting manpower. Daryl. What do you mean? Chapter 20. Are all my loyal subjects dead? Forget it, you don't seem very smart, so let me explain. Ralph yawned. Daryl. After Baylor unified the 6 states, how many surrendered soldiers, generals, and descendants of the 6 states were left in this world? Many. Wrong, a lot. Even if it's a minority, there must be tens of thousands. Tens of thousands of strong young men, all capable fighters from professional armies. They are a direct threat just by being here. But could these people be killed? Of course not. If they were killed, the Otis would be labeled as a tyrant, and anti-Baylor voices would arise everywhere. Could they be released? No. Among the descendants of the 6 states, there are plenty who want to rebel. If these people were set free and manipulated by troublemakers, rebellion would break out instantly. They can't be killed or released. So what do we do? Right. What do we do? Daryl scratched his head. Are you an idiot? Use them. Ralph waved his hand broadly. So the Otis made them build tombs and palaces. You guys have so much energy, right? So robust and full of vigor. After several years of hard labor, their energy and any thoughts of rebellion would be completely worn down. What? So, His Majesty actually had such deep intentions? Worthy of His Majesty. His foresight is true. You need to look at his routes, Ralph elaborated. The first tour was to the old lands of Longxi in the northwest. Longxi is the ancestral land of the Baylor family. When someone makes it big, don't they go back to pay respects and show off? That's tradition. The second tour went to the former lands of Harley, partly to perform the Fengshan ritual to assert legitimacy, and partly to make the remaining Harley people feel the warmth of the Baylor forces. After all, Harley was the only state that surrendered without fighting, leaving some youth unafraid. The third tour was to the former lands of Zhao in the Shandong Peninsula. The farther the emperor's reach, the less loyal these regions tended to be. Without demonstrating Baylor's strength, they might easily stir up trouble. The fourth tour's purpose was more obvious, traveling north to Yin and along the borders to intimidate the Xiongnu in preparation for northern expeditions. So that's how it is. 4 tours, each with a clear intent. We've been too short-sighted. Daryl and Preston sighed with admiration, looking at the Otis with renewed respect. You shouldn't feel inferior. Ralph smacked his lips. What does it mean to be the Otis in history? What does it mean to rule the world? This man unified the world. His vision far surpasses what ordinary people can comprehend. Not understanding him is quite normal. Daryl. Preston. So, was celestial realm in his sleep? If this lad truly saw Baylor's fate in heaven, perhaps it could be leveraged to change destiny. The Otis's gaze toward Ralph grew even more intense. According to records, the Otis's 5th tour began in Xianyang, heading southeast before turning north, intending to circle the entire Baylor territory to intimidate the whole empire. Indeed. The Otis's eyes narrowed upon hearing Ralph's words. Everything matched his own thoughts perfectly. Pity, this tour ended abruptly halfway through. Was there an incident during this tour? Not only that, the Otis died suddenly in Pinjuanjin. From then on, Baylor Ayrshire ascended the throne, plunging the world into chaos. Nonsense. Daryl immediately slammed his fist on the table, glaring. His Majesty is vigorous. How could he die suddenly? You are spreading rumors with ill intentions. Ralph? Brother, I said it's just a story. Why shout so loudly? Besides, I mentioned the Otis dying, not your lord. Why are you so worked up? The Otis? Meng, sit down. Yes, sire. Daryl reluctantly sat back down. The Otis raised his eyes. Even if the Otis did die suddenly during the southern tour, the Baylor Empire still has Carmine, Bryce, and other loyal officials and generals like you and Hale. It wouldn't fall into chaos, idle nonsense, and deserves punishment. Fabio's eyes blazed with fury. Heron slapped his forehead. Oh, I get it. Are you a fan of Fabio? Fan? What is that? Little brother, Fabio was executed by the 2nd Baylor Emperor, not me. If you're upset, go confront the 2nd Baylor Emperor. The 2nd Baylor Emperor? The Otis's pupils contracted sharply. That can't be right. My son Aloysius has a pure and kind nature and would never engage in such brutal slaughter. How could he massacre the entire court of loyal officials? Aloysius grew up favoring Confucianism and was known for his kindness. Yesterday, he knelt outside the palace gate all night pleading for me to release the scholars and alchemists I had punished. I almost couldn't bear to send him north to guard the Great Wall because of this. With his nature, there's no way he could carry out such mass executions. Is this boy really just babbling nonsense? No, there's another possibility, that the 2nd Baylor Emperor is not Aloysius. A cold gleam flashed in the Otis's eyes. No matter who the second Baylor Emperor is, anyone who disrupts our empire will be executed without mercy. Well. If he wants to learn, why wouldn't I teach him? It's just that. Heron rubbed his hands together hesitantly. This Taijiquan is a secret Taoist practice. Teaching it lightly might bring heavenly retribution. Quite a high price. Rest assured, Giles. It won't be free. The Otis smiled faintly. Fabio. Yes. Fabio turned and brought a chest of gold from the carriage. Whoa, so much? Heron's eyes nearly popped out. This chest of pure gold must be worth over 5,000 taels at least. He thought teaching Taijiquan would net him a few hundred taels, but hadn't expected Seymour to be so generous. Well, you're too polite, Seymour. It looks like I'm doing this for money. Heron clung tightly to the chest. The Otis sighed inwardly. This boy traveled to mystical realms and learned incredible skills, yet here he is obsessed with wealth. Giles, knowledge isn't shared lightly. Accept the gift. Too much, I can't accept it. Heron hid the money chest in the inner room and locked the door before returning with a smile. Seymour, let's begin with Taijiquan. Very well. The Otis stood up immediately. There are 72 moves in Taijiquan. I'll teach you the first 6 today. Heron wasn't holding back since he'd been paid. Originally, he planned to teach a simplified version of 18 moves. But since Seymour showed such sincerity, he couldn't else for dinner? Heron, I was just being polite. You're actually going to freeload? Translation completed while preserving tone, style, and original paragraph structure. All names have been kept consistent with their pinyin forms. Chapter 22, donghua meat. Ralph was not happy. After going through all the trouble to cook a piece of meat, there wasn't even enough for himself, and now 3 more people were coming to freeload? Master, shall I serve the food? Freeloading, what freeloading? Ralph's eyes widened. Alicia, Seymour is our guest. It's only right that we treat him as a host would. How can you say he's freeloading? Even if he really is freeloading, you shouldn't say it out loud. Ferguson? Alicia looked puzzled. Master, be quiet. There's little meat. So what? Ralph loudly interrupted Alicia. They rarely come over. Even if there's little meat, we can't refuse to host them. We should starve ourselves before letting the guests go hungry. That's etiquette. Do you understand? Forget it. You wouldn't understand anyway. Just serve the food. Alicia. She blinked in frustration, then turned to serve the food. Oh, Seymour, please don't mind her. People in the countryside are used to being frugal. I will teach this little girl a lesson some other day, but the food here is rather coarse. I'm not sure if you all can get used to it. Ralph grinned and yellow wine? Using yellow wine to cook meat. This kid really goes all out. The meat pieces not only emitted a rich fragrance, but were also crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, looking extremely appetizing. It was enough to make one's mouth water. The Otis immediately picked up the chopsticks and tasted it. This? In the next moment, his pupils lit up. It was incredibly delicious. The alternating layers of fat and lean meat danced on the tongue, and with a gentle bite, the meat juice burst forth. The wild boar's gamey taste had vanished entirely, replaced by a rich aroma, and within the fragrance was a hint of numbing spiciness, a sensation he had never experienced before. Having tasted the finest foods from around the world, the Otis had never eaten such delicious wild boar meat. How fragrant! And the numbing flavor, it's so delicious. Daryl and Preston echoed his praises. Ralph bit his chopstick, face blackened. Duh, wouldn't it be fragrant? I removed the gamey smell with cooking wine, then stir-fried it to retain the aroma, adding special broth made with Sichuan pepper leaves. It would be strange if it weren't delicious. The problem is that I didn't get to taste any of this delicious meat myself. Giles, may I ask what this dish is called? The Otis looked curious. After unifying the 6 states, all kinds of delicacies had gathered in the palace of Xianyang. Yet neither the cooking method nor the taste of this wild boar meat had ever been encountered by him. This is called donghua meat. Donghua meat? What an odd name, Daryl mused. Ralph yawned and began to improvise. Because the wild boar meat from Donghua Hill has exceptionally fresh and unique quality, it's called donghua meat. Donghua meat. The Otis quietly memorized the name. He planned to have the palace staff hunt some wild boars from Donghua Hill to cook and try upon returning home. Clatter. Suddenly, the Otis trembled, dropping his chopsticks. He clutched his stomach, a look of pain on his face. Emperor, Seymour, what happened, sir? Could there be poison in the meat? Daryl's pupils narrowed, and he drew his sword immediately. Ralph? Come on, they're trying to scam me. I told them not to eat, but they insisted. If they got sick, it's their own fault. Agreed, stop. Correction. Stop Agmund. Note, the original text refers to a character named Mungtan, Fabio, but it seems there's a mix-up in the provided translation. I've corrected it to Agmund, assuming it's a more fitting name in the context. However, if Mungtan should remain as Fabio, or another name, please clarify. For now, I've made an assumption based on typical naming conventions. For better accuracy, here is the refined sentence. Fabio, stop. The choice of name depends on how you've been translating character names throughout the document. The Otis waved, stopping Daryl. He took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. Of course, the meat was fine. His long-term consumption of golden pills had dampened his appetite. This donghua meat was too fragrant, leading him to eat a few extra bites which caused abdominal cramps. Seymour, it looks like you have a stomach issue. Stomach problems aren't serious, but they can be excruciating. You should take care of yourself. Does Giles know medicine? The Otis smiled faintly. His real purpose today was to consult Ralph on how to neutralize the toxins left by the golden pills he had consumed. Not particularly knowledgeable, but I know a thing or two. Ralph spoke confidently. Looking at your yellow complexion, sunken eyes, and premature graying hair, it seems your liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys aren't in good shape. The Otis. So every organ in my body is bad? Giles is correct. My health indeed needs improvement. The Otis squinted. Giles, my grandson accidentally ingested some metallic substances recently. Is there any way to neutralize them? What? That kid is so clumsy to eat metals. Ralph, don't worry, just an insignificant local landlord. A little scare from me will make him give up that secret recipe. Sir, be careful. Ralph used to be a fool, but he's gotten much smarter now, Jaden muttered from the side. No matter how smart, he's still just a small-time landlord. Can I not handle him? Yes, uncle, with your personal intervention, it should be easy. Janice turned to look at Jaden. Jaden, are you sure Ralph has the secret formula for ice making? Absolutely certain. I watched secretly from the wall as Ralph threw some powder into water, which instantly froze into ice. Water turning into ice? Does Ralph understand sorcery? Nonsense, there's no such thing as sorcery. They're all frauds, Janice said dismissively. He once had dealings with a Taoist who admitted over drinks that all their talk about immortality was lies. At this moment, a constable announced, Magistrate, Ralph is here. Good, issue my order. Bring him into court. Wei Wu. The guards on either side held staffs and echoed in unison. Havelock had never seen such a scene before and was trembling in fear as soon as he entered. Ralph remained calm. Although it was his first time in court, he'd seen it countless times on TV, making it somewhat familiar. This courtroom looked so shabby, much smaller than those on TV. There are only 5 or 6 constables, said calmly. How dare you insult me? 30 more lashes for you, Alfredo ordered angrily. Wait a moment. Ralph shook his head. Since you brought me here, you must know my status, right? Your status? Second rank of the 20 ranks in the military merit system, known as Shangzhao. I have a residence, a salary of 100 stones, ranking below the scholars. May I ask, what is your rank? What? You actually have a rank? Alfredo's face turned black upon hearing Ralph's words. The military merit system of the Great Baylor rewarded battlefield achievements, and these ranks were hereditary, forming the gentry class. Though the county system was in place, the military merit system was the foundation of Baylor's rise, and the court greatly favored the gentry, exempting them from bowing to officials. Though Alfredo had an official position, he had no rank. Even though Ralph's rank was lower, it meant Ralph held a higher social standing than him. Ferguson, then stand. Could you offer me a seat, please? What? You want a seat? Are you serious? Alfredo glared. What nonsense. Did this guy think he was invited for tea? Don't get worked up, Ralph smiled. I have a tendency to faint, and if I collapse here, it might look like you're abusing the gentry. Ask my dog servant Jaden. He can testify. Jaden, is it true he has a fainting disorder? This. Jaden swallowed hard. Yes. F***K. This kid really does have an illness. Alfredo sighed, motionless. Give him a stool. No need, I brought my own Havelock. Ralph called out. Havelock quickly brought up a large armchair. Alfredo was speechless. Still more comfortable in your own chair, eh? Ralph smiled, feeling lucky that his stepfather, though not leaving him anything valuable, at least left him with a rank. Even though it was a low-ranking one, it spared him many formalities. Ralph, do you know why I summoned you? To drink tea? Alfredo. Drink tea, hell? Someone reported you for illegal trade, violating Baylor laws. Who? Jaden the dog? Hee, it's me. Jaden sneered. Ralph, didn't expect this day, huh? Pay for making my life miserable. I didn't think you'd stoop so low. Ralph shrugged. I thought you were heartless, but you're also stupid. What do you mean? Do you still insist on reporting me? Why not? Handy me? How can a man bite a dog? But Chaucer can. F***K. Alfredo's face darkened. How dare you insult me? Stay calm, sir. I'm stating facts. Ralph smiled. According to Baylor law, slaves who sue their masters are disloyal and unfilial. The complainant gets whipped first regardless of the outcome, right? Seems correct. So, sir, what are you waiting for? Alfredo and Jaden were stunned. Darn, he forgot about that clause. 100 lashes could be fatal. Mercy, sir. I withdraw my complaint. Rubbish. Ralph slammed his chair. You report when you want and retract it whenever? Do you think this is a public toilet? Sir, Jaden disrespected the court. I think he deserves another 100 lashes. Jaden gulped. F***K. Is this guy human? This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English. The paragraph structure and line breaks follow the original text closely. Chapter 24. I'm uneducated. Don't try to cheat me. Watching Aryun's performance, the Otis couldn't help but laugh. What a sharp-tongued kid. Isn't that right? Why did you provoke him? This county magistrate's intelligence is worrying. In the county office, Alfredo was at a loss for a moment before he finally reacted. Damn it. Who's running the trial here? Me or you? This is my turf. Silence, everyone, silence. Alfredo banged the gavel. The verdict for this dog slave will be determined by me. But now, I'm addressing your offense of conducting business privately, Aryun. Aryun, you violated the court laws and conducted commerce illegally. Do you admit to your crime? Conducting commerce illegally? Aryun frowned. The Baylor dynasty placed agriculture as the cornerstone of society. Ever since the reforms of Shangyang, the policy of emphasizing agriculture and suppressing commerce had been ongoing. Suppressing commerce wasn't banning it entirely. It still existed but required a commercial permit issued by the court. However, after unification, resources became much more abundant. Local markets spontaneously formed where people traded with each other, tacitly approved by the government, because even nobles and scholars wanted to enjoy their wealth. If selling ice were illegal, then most vendors in the market would be in trouble too. Clearly, they were deliberately finding fault. But if the law was strictly applied, he had indeed violated it. Bring up Aryun's accomplices. Yes. Alfredo barked, and soon Lee Brandt and others were brought in, bruised and battered. Seeing they were alive, Aryun breathed a sigh of relief. Lee Brandt, Under Aryun's orders, you committed illegal commerce. Evidence confirmed. Confess now, or face severe punishment. Master. Seeing Aryun, Li Brant lifted his head defiantly. To hell with you, corrupt official. I won't betray my master. Selling ice was my own decision, no connection to master. Try beating it out of me. Yeah, I'd rather die than say it was master's order. Though the emperor disliked merchants, he couldn't deny their importance. Baylor's Chancellor Duane had been a prominent merchant before entering politics, creating considerable wealth for Baylor. However, his ambition led to his downfall. At this moment, Aryun appeared calm and unworried. The Otis wanted to see how this young man would respond. Tisk, facial branding, nose amputation. No good, no good. Aryun laughed, shaking his head. I'm too handsome. Facial branding would make countless girls cry. Alfredo rolled his eyes. Heh, Aryun, if you don't want these punishments, there's a way. Our Baylor laws allow redeeming crimes through contributions. Hand over the ice-making method, and I'll leniently sentence you. How does that sound? Ice-making method? So it's for this. Aryun laughed. Good plan, but I refuse. Aryun, don't push your luck. Facial branding or handing over the secret formula, your choice. Then I choose the third option. What is it? Paying fines to redeem my crimes. Aryun smiled faintly. Chowderun, you think I'm uneducated and easy to bully just because I'm from the countryside. Sorry, I understand Baylor laws too. Baylor laws state that unless it's a serious crime like arson, theft, murder, treason, one can pay fines to buy redemption. I just sold ice without paying taxes. How much do you need? I'll pay it back. What's the big deal? Aryun was speechless. The Otis's tax policies were really detrimental. No wonder Baylor commerce declined. A 30% tax was already harsh, especially during special periods when additional taxes could increase the government's share of profits. Merchants wouldn't willingly engage in commerce given this setup. So what do you think, Aryun? Janice smirked smugly. But considering our family's long-standing ties, I'll give you an opportunity. Just hand over the ice-making secret formula, and I'll not only clear your debt, but also repay the 3,000 taels for you. Aryun glanced at Janice. Fat chance. Chapter 25. The Emperor, a Madman. Clank. The wooden chest opened, revealing a chest full of gold that blinded everyone's eyes. Janice. Alfredo. Ralph. Triangular ruler. 300 taels of gold, equivalent to 3,000 silver taels. Count it. If there's no problem, please release my men. Hell, that's impossible. How could you, a pauper, possibly have so much money? Janice couldn't believe his eyes. Ralph's family situation was clear to him. They were too poor to eat. How could this guy afford gold after just 2 days? Sir Chow, can we release the people now? Ralph's face revealed a tinge of pain. This chest of gold hadn't even warmed up before it was gone, making him utterly frustrated. Indeed, it's real gold. Chow seized a gold ingot and bit it, instantly grinning broadly. Come on, release them. Not really, uncle. Ai Wei, although I wish to help you, they've already paid the ransom. How can I not follow the rules? Release them, release them. Alfredo waved and freed Calvin and the others. Janice's face darkened. Damn, he's such a greedy official who only recognizes money. Master. Master, Calvin doesn't know how to express gratitude. But if you ever ask me to climb a knife mountain or dive into boiling oil in the future, I won't even flinch. Me too. Calvin and the others couldn't hide their gratitude. Their lives were worthless compared to the gold Ralph had spent. Ralph exhaled deeply. If this money could buy loyalty from Calvin and the others, it wouldn't be entirely wasted. Sir, can we leave now? Yes. Alfredo snorted. Ralph, although you paid the ransom this time, if you continue to engage in illegal trade, I will not show mercy. Court dismissed. With that, Alfredo turned and left. Trouble. Ralph frowned slightly. Money could be earned again, but losing the way to make money meant trouble for his future plans. With Amir dead, chaos would erupt, and establishing influence sooner rather than later would be critical to securing peace. Forget it, let's go back and see what can be done. Just as Ralph was about to leave with Calvin and the others, Janice coldly blocked their path. Ralph, did you forget something? You still owe me 5,000 silver taels. Either pay up or hand over the ice-making secret formula. Is young master eager to buy coffin boards? Bastard, how dare you curse me? Janice glared. Ralph shrugged. The deadline is tomorrow. What's your hurry? Huh, even if I give you another day, how will you get enough money without selling ice? You're cat poo. Ralph, just wait until tomorrow. I'll teach you a lesson. Janice shot Ralph a venomous look and turned away, Jaden hurrying behind him. Master, do you think this emperor is crazy? It's ridiculous that business is illegal. Maybe he's overdosed on golden pills, making his brain malfunction. True. Ralph continued walking and talking with the group. Outside, Amir, Daryl, Preston. Seeing the three of them, Ralph's eyes lit up. True, he didn't have money, but Aiden surely did. Just borrow it then. Ancestors of the Liu family, I'm truly unworthy. Ralph suddenly let out a long shout, startling Amir and the others. Giles, why? Oh shame, my misfortune is immense. Let me explain. I've been so good to that dog servant, yet he betrayed me. If I don't come up with 5,000 silver by tomorrow, our ancestral home and fields will be mortgaged. I cannot protect. At that moment, a troop of soldiers marched past, escorting dozens of prisoners, causing a commotion. Hey, what did these people do? Why are even children shackled? Calvin asked curiously. Heard they were immortal palace alchemists. After getting drunk, they insulted his majesty, leading to the burning of the immortal palace and the execution of 9 generations of the alchemists and scholars. What? They dared to insult the emperor? These alchemists must have tired of living. These cheats deserved death. Good riddance. Immortal palace? Ralph paused. Could this be the famous book burning and burying of scholars? Wait, Didn't history say Emir burned books and buried scholars only after Josue deceived him and sailed away? Josue hasn't set sail yet, right? Cruel, truly cruel. Seeing the children and women among the prisoners, Ralph shook his head. Baylor laws were too harsh, often executing entire clans. No wonder later historians branded Baylor as brutal. Daryl remained speechless. You brought this on yourself with your words. Hope Josue wasn't captured. I hope to find out about saltpeter from him. Ralph sighed deeply. Saltpeter? What's that? Not an ingredient for 6 flavor. He gritted his teeth resolutely. Ah. Jeffrey sighed helplessly. The prince had many virtues, but his stubbornness was problematic. The current emperor revered legalism, while Prince Aloysius favored Confucianism since childhood, leading to the emperor's dissatisfaction. Moreover, the prince's repeated defiance had made the emperor visibly distant over the years. Aloysius was crucial to Confucianism's future prosperity. As both his teacher and fellow Confucian, Jeffrey did not want to see this situation unfold. Oh, still kneeling here? At that moment, the Otis Emir walked in with General Daryl. Aloysius was taken aback. It turned out the emperor hadn't even been inside the palace hall all this time. Greetings, father. Greetings, your majesty. Everyone quickly bowed upon seeing Emir. Please, father, have mercy on these scholars and alchemists. Though they have sinned, they do not deserve clan-wide extermination. Aloysius called out fervently. What do you suggest I should do? The emperor's face remained expressionless. My lord believes that now that the realm is stable, we should implement virtuous governance. If father shows mercy, they will surely be grateful, and the people will praise your majesty's benevolence. Gratitude? Emir scoffed. How many people wish for my early demise? Implementing virtue. My naive son, do you really think everyone in this world is as simple-minded as you? Emir wasn't against confusion. There's a landlord named Aryan in Nyogo village, 10 miles outside Xianyang. If you can take him as your master, I will reduce the punishments for those scholars and alchemists. Nyogo village, Aryan? Aloysius was bewildered. My dear son, this is as much as I can do for you. Emir shook his head and left. If chaos was destined to follow his death, perhaps Aryan could aid Aloysius. Annoying brat, you predicted the downfall under Baylor Airsure. Let's see if you can avoid being executed when you become Aloysius's teacher. One more thing, don't reveal your identity. Understood, father. Aloysius watched the emperor's back, puzzled. Master, why would father send me to study under a rural landlord? Aryan? Is he another charlatan who swayed the emperor's heart? Jeffrey was displeased. He, a great Confucian scholar, was to compete with a mere landlord for students? Prince, one day we'll go to Nyogo village together. Nyogo? Yes, Nyogo village. We'll see what kind of person this Aryan is. Hashtag Nyogo village. Simon rushed into the study. Master, no more saltpeter. What? So soon? Aryan put down his brush, frowning. Initially, making ice blocks from the saltpeter to sell for 5,000 taels seemed achievable. Unfortunately, some were confiscated yesterday, costing him 300 gold pieces, which he not only did that but also drastically lowered the price of villagers' grain. After Ralph's death, this man took over the tavern completely and colluded with Jaden to defraud the Liu family of their property. One could say his entire wealth came from bleeding the Liu family dry. What infuriated Ralph even more was that Jagger, relying on Eli's disability, actually tricked him into calling him dad. Anything can be endured except this. After listening to Astrid Ayre's recount, Ralph erupted immediately. Where are the 5 heroes of New Hello Village? The 5 heroes are here. Godric, Brant, Havelock, Jonas, and Juniper reporting for duty. Hold this guy down. We'll beat him up later. Got it. Brant and 4 others jumped forward, pinning Jagger down. Seeing 5 large men appear out of nowhere, Jagger was bewildered. To think Jaden wasn't lying, this foolish landlord is actually not foolish anymore. But even if you're not foolish, do you really think you're smarter than me? Hold it. Just as Jagger tried to use his superior rhetoric, Brant punched him hard on the right cheek. Jagger instantly spewed blood from his mouth and nose. Eyes wide open with rage, he said, Are you deaf? I said hold it. Just because you say hold it means I should? Who do you think you are? I only follow my young master's orders. Be more careful next time. All right, wake him up. Ralph shook his head. Okay. Brant slapped Jagger's face. Master, he's still out cold. Maybe try peeing on him. Master, let me do it. My urine has been yellow recently. Godric prepared to take off his pants. Jagger jerked awake instantly. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became awkward. Hey, Mr. Tion, since you're here to talk business, why didn't you say so earlier? Come on in. Ralph greeted warmly. Jagger's face darkened. I already said that, yet I still got beaten. Astrid Ayre, bring tea. We don't have any tea here. Astrid Ayre pouted and walked away. These country folks ignore it, Mr. Tion. Please come in. Jagger rubbed his jaw and glared at Ralph. He wanted to leave immediately but held back for money's sake. Inside the house, Ralph asked, Mr. Tion, you said you would help me? Jagger sniffed. Ralph, I've heard of your troubles. Jaden accused you of lacking a merchant license, preventing you from selling all your ice, right? And I have the license. So, Mr. Tion, you're here to discuss a partnership? Ralph smiled without saying a word. Jagger narrowed his eyes. He knew the Liu family hated him. Liu, now we're family. Can I get a discount? Ralph? Indeed. Extreme humility makes one invincible. Of course, since I'm your father. Tisk. Jagger didn't mind being outsmarted verbally. So, what discount will Liu give me? In light of your filial piety, 60 taels. Chapter 28. Warmth delivery must not stop. Ferguson? 60 taels? Jagger was stunned, almost doubting if he had misheard. What kind of thing is this? You can sell it for 50 taels at retail, and now you're selling in bulk to me with a supposed discount, yet the price doesn't drop but rises? Master Lu, are you joking with me? I've heard that your ice blocks were priced at 50 taels at the market. Tianer, don't rush. As your father, I also have my difficulties. Ralph shook his head. That 50 taels is the introductory price. Do you understand? It's set temporarily to tap into the market. Actually, my ice blocks have quite a high cost. 60 taels is really not low. Introductory price? Jagger, despite being old, was no fool. He naturally understood what an introductory price meant. After all, whenever his tavern introduced new items, he would temporarily lower the prices. But 60 taels, it's still quite high. Old Tian, consider this. 60 taels might indeed be higher than 50 taels, but compared to whom? The Wu family charges 100 taels per block of ice. Isn't our price much lower in comparison? That's true. Jagger nodded. Even if he bought them for 60 taels and sold them for 80 taels, he would still make a profit of 20 taels, stable and without loss. You're right. Besides, you shouldn't just look at short-term profits. Ralph smiled slyly. Think boldly. As long as you attract customers with low prices, who would still buy from the Wu family? Once their ice depot closes down, you'll dominate the entire city of Xianyang. At that point, you can set any price you want. That's true. Jagger's eyes sparkled. Transporting ice was very costly. If he could bankrupt the Wu family, he might leap to become one of the top merchants in Xianyang. With that wealth, buying an official position wouldn't be out of reach. Then, he could truly elevate his status, honoring his ancestors. Excited by these thoughts, Jagger said, Fine, 60 taels then, but you must guarantee to sell all your ice to me. Why say that? After all, we are family. I wouldn't cheat you. Ralph grinned. Brant, pack all the ice blocks and deliver them to Master Tian. Sure thing. Soon, Brant completed the calculation. Master Tian, in total, there are 32 ice blocks, totaling 1,920 taels, at Chunfeng Tower due to excessive energy at night. Thank you, Master. Don't worry. I trust you'll accomplish the mission. Grateful. They thanked him repeatedly and left to deliver warmth. Saltpeter. Ralph frowned. Although the knockoff Pinduoduo had many functionalities, most items were daily necessities, none included saltpeter. Solving the raw material problem remained critical since the amount of saltpeter in farmers' latrines was too limited. Now, I should deal with another matter. What matter? Finding another qualified merchant to collaborate on selling ice, of course. Ferguson? Mora frowned. But didn't you just promise Jagger all the ice? Yes, I did sell all finished ice to him, but I never mentioned who gets the semi-finished ones, or those not made yet. Ralph smiled slyly. Mora was speechless. Jagger would surely regret his decision. Dressed neatly, Ralph prepared to leave. Looking at his blurry reflection in the bronze mirror, he shook his head and swapped for a clearer mirror via Pinduoduo. The sharp clarity amazed Mora once more. Wow, so clear. Ralph posed in front of the mirror, acknowledging his good looks. Alas, his tattered hemp clothes somewhat detracted from his charm. Knock. A gentle voice came from outside. Giles, are you home? Mora opened the door. Outside stood a graceful young woman adorned with gold hairpins, wearing silk attire, exuding opulence. Seeing the woman, Mora felt somewhat inadequate and lowered her head. You, who are you looking for? You must be Miss Mora. Michaela smiled upon seeing Mora's clothes. Ah, you know me? Giles mentioned a beautiful maid named Mora. Indeed, you are dazzling. And no, Mora blushed. Boss. Ralph's eyes lit up seeing Michaela. He was planning to find a partner in the city, and here she was, coming to him. He liked her and knew the Ba clan's strength could help avoid many troubles. Giles, the custom-made clothes are ready. I took the liberty of bringing them over, hoping you won't mind. Having Boss visit honors my humble abode. Please come in. Ralph welcomed her warmly. Michaela glanced around, frowning slightly. This Liu family mansion differed greatly from her expectations. Though sizable, it appeared modest, even somewhat dilapidated, typical of a rural landlord's residence. She originally thought Ralph might be a private child of some court noble, thus his efforts to personally establish connections. Now, it seemed she overestimated him. He was just an ordinary small landlord. Shaking her head, she intended to leave after delivering the clothes. Upon entering, no ordinary man. Christina's gaze flickered. Alicia, does the young master look handsome? Just as Christina was speculating, Ralph came out, having changed his clothes. Seeing Ralph in a brand new outfit, Christina was surprised once again. In the room, a young man dressed in white approached with a gentle smile. This youth was 8 feet tall, with his black hair casually tied up. He had sharp brows and bright eyes, and when he smiled, 2 dimples appeared, giving one the feeling of a warm spring breeze. What an unrestrained and dignified young Lordy June. Of course, what shocked Christina was not only Ralph's looks. More importantly, it was the jade pendant around his waist. Shoshan jade, a royal tribute? This kid, could he be the illegitimate child of some noble? Christina's eyes darted around. She glanced at the crystal mirror, confirming her suspicions. Young master, you're so handsome. Alicia also stared with stars in her eyes. Indeed, good clothes make the man. Ralph already had a handsome face, and this luxurious white robe made him appear even more noble and refined, far from looking like a simple rural landlord. Hee, this is called handsome, while women are beautiful. Ralph spun around arrogantly, clearly very satisfied with the outfit. Marcy, your clothes are really excellent. It's because Giles is already graceful and charming. These clothes just enhance your natural charm. My compliments. Ralph felt greatly pleased. After all, who doesn't like being complimented on their appearance, especially by a stunningly beautiful woman? Marcy, you've come at the right time. I have some business I want to discuss with you. Oh, what kind of business? Christina's eyes lit up. She had been thinking about how to curry favor with Ralph, and now he was actually initiating the conversation. Just this. Ice. Exactly. Ralph explained the situation regarding the need to borrow a merchant license. What? So the half-price ice causing a stir in Xianying City comes from Giles? Christina looked puzzled. The market price of ice, a luxury item, had always been stable. Ice in Xianying usually cost around 100 silver taels per piece. Only a few days ago did someone start selling it at 50 taels, which sparked much discussion among the merchants. At the time, Christina wondered who the fool was to sell ice at a loss. Now, she understood. Ralph's background was extraordinary, and he likely obtained the ice through royal channels at a reduced price. As for why he chose her to collaborate, there was no need to ask. Merchants were considered lowly, while royalty held high status and would never engage in commerce personally. Christina congratulated herself on her insight, believing she had seen through everything. How about it, Marcy? Are you willing to cooperate? Ralph smiled without a word. Willing, of course willing. Christina blurted out. You must be joking. Ice already offers rich profits, and Ralph's ice is half price. Even with a slight markup, it's a sure profit. Good. I have 2 conditions. Please go on, Giles. First, the sale of ice should be handled by the Ba family without any mention of me. Understood. Christina nodded. Being the illegitimate son of royalty, concealing his identity was logical. Second, the price of ice will be decided by me, fixed at 50 taels. What? Only 50 taels? Christina looked bewildered. Giles, why? Ice is expensive, not a common commodity, but with the Ba family's network, selling it isn't difficult. If you're worried about too high a price hindering sales, we can set it at 90 or 80 taels. Ralph shook his head. The price of this ice is 50 taels, no exceptions. If Marcy agrees to the second condition, we can proceed. Otherwise, it's off. Well, Christina looked baffled. Sure enough, royals think differently from ordinary people. Chapter 30. A Rainbow of Black. Hold on. Ralph called out to stop Christina. Christina's eyes were red with anger, her irritation barely concealed. Giles, aren't you being a bit too much? Business cooperation is about mutual benefit. Though merchants like us are lowly in status, we are still citizens of the great Baylor Empire and protected by Baylor laws. Giles, do you think it's easy to bully a woman like me? Christina glared with her almond-shaped eyes, so enraged that even the beautiful scenery around her seemed to tremble. Ralph couldn't help but be captivated by her beauty. What a charming woman, especially when she was angry. Her cheeks flushed like ripe cherries, a delightful sight indeed. Cough, cough. Marcy, please calm down. I haven't finished speaking. Ralph chuckled nervously. I, Ralph, am not someone who likes to take advantage. There's a reason for my proposal. Let's see what reasoning you have, Christina retorted. Her sultry looks only added a touch of adorable defiance when she was angry. Ralph found it quite entertaining. Marcy, what if I can make your Ba family clothing shops dominate all of Xianying within half a year? What did you say? Christina was startled, and then shook her head. Impossible. The textile business in Xianying was almost entirely monopolized. The first time she had seen such vivid colors, more brilliant than any rainbow in the sky. Scholars wear white robes, but as a landlord, I need something flashy to show off. Ralph stripped off his white robe and threw it into the water. Christina watched in disbelief. Seeing the clothes she had carefully tailored thrown into the water pained her deeply. It was made of silk. What if it got ruined? How wasteful. Ralph stirred the clothes vigorously, watching Christina shake her head repeatedly. This boy clearly didn't know how to dye clothes. Half an hour later, Ralph's white robe was finally dyed. Seeing the finished product, Christina was stunned. The once white robe now shimmered with vibrant colors, yet it looked perfectly harmonious, not chaotic at all. The water patterns imprinted on the fabric resembled clouds draped across its surface, giving it an elegant charm. Not bad, not bad. Didn't expect my first attempt at tie-dye to turn out so well. Ralph laughed and put on the dried robe, turning around. Marcy, what do you think of these clothes? This? Christina looked at Ralph incredulously. Technically, the dyeing quality was poor, but the vivid colors astounded her. Each hue on the garment shone brightly. The blue like the vast sky, the yellow like warm sunshine, the gold more luxurious than golden thread. The black, a unique rainbow of black, left her exclusive supplier of royal fabrics. Giles, how difficult is it to produce this dye? A little challenging, but manageable for me. Christina was speechless. Ralph's sweat dropped. The dye came from a knockoff version of Pinduoduo. He knew the methods to produce oil-based dyes, and if he ever had the chance, he wouldn't mind teaching Christina. After all, buying this small bottle for 250 taels of silver was absurd. Giles, one more question. Christina stared intently. Why did you choose me? Ralph glanced at Christina's graceful figure and smiled. Because. ####Chapter 31. The young master spins again. Because you're beautiful. Ferguson? Feeling Ralph's gaze, Christina's cheeks flushed slightly. Giles, you were joking. Haha, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Ralph laughed heartily and made a casual remark. Indeed, Christina was a very beautiful woman, but it wasn't her beauty that attracted him. He was more interested in the Ba family she represented, and specifically, the region of Bashu. At this time, Bashu was far from the center of power, with simple folk and natural barriers protecting it from external threats. It was the perfect place. Christina, despite her mature allure, still had a hint of youthful innocence about her. Alicia. Master, you should visit the Lee residence soon. After the new year, you'll be of age and ready to propose. Good idea. Ralph nodded. Apart from meeting his fiancée once as a child, he didn't know what she looked like. If she turned out to be unattractive, he could consider breaking the engagement. After all, if Carmine was implicated in future troubles, being his son-in-law wouldn't make escape easy. Just as Ralph was about to head home, he saw villagers carrying scarecrows and walking towards the fields, led by Daryl. Greetings, young master. Wishing you well, young master. Seeing Ralph, everyone greeted respectfully. Since the young master recovered, he had indeed brought warmth to the village. Daryl, what are you doing? We're going to worship the locust god, young master. What? Who is the locust god? Ralph was puzzled. Baylor people traditionally only worshipped heaven and earth, not gods. However, after the unification, regional customs merged, leading to the worship of deities like Mount Tai and Astrid June. But he'd never heard of a locust god. Look, young master. A bare-bottomed child pulled out a green insect from his clothes. Is this a locust? Yes. Daryl sighed. The harvest has been poor these 2 years. Now there's a drought and a locust plague. We've been fortunate here, but I hear that in Guangdong, whole fields have been devoured. Ralph nodded. Droughts promoted locust eggs hatching, so it was common for droughts to be followed by plagues. Part of the unrest in Baylor was due to the severe drought in Guangdong, causing famine and rebellion. Food supply is a problem, Ralph mused. Baylor taxes were heavy, leaving most peasants barely fed despite working hard all year. As a landlord, this situation was unacceptable. He considered introducing potatoes and sweet potatoes to Donghua village to improve living standards, ensuring his own stability. Young master, we're going to eliminate the locusts, but we fear offending the locust god, so we're worshipping him first. I see. Go ahead. By the way, what will you do with the caught locusts? Burn them, of course. Burn them? Ralph was startled. What a waste. These insects were excellent ingredients, whether grilled or stir-fried. High-end restaurants served dishes of grasshoppers for hundreds of yuan. This was a golden opportunity for delicious meals. Villagers, the locust plague has damaged our crops, and I, Ralph, feel great pain as your landlord. Unfortunately, I'm frail and can't join you in the fields. Roasted grasshoppers. Hold on. Seeing Ralph, Janice couldn't help but be stunned. This kid's clothes, they're amazing. Just a small landlord, still in debt, yet he's dressed more extravagantly than I am. What's this about? Janice immediately felt unhappy. Ralph, do you know why I'm here today? Yes. Hemph, good to know. Janice sneered. I know you definitely can't come up with 5,000 taels of silver, so I'll give you 2 choices. First, hand over the ice-making secret formula. Second, hand over the ice-making secret formula and the marriage contract with the Lee family. Huh. Ralph looked puzzled. You're giving some pretty interesting options. Shut up, I'm not finished yet. Janice coldly interrupted Ralph. And from now on, you cannot wear these clothes anymore. Why not? Because. Janice flicked his hair and revealed a set of white teeth. There can only be one coolest kid in all of Xianyang, and that's me. Ralph? He was obviously so ordinary yet so confident. Janice glanced back confidently. Ralph, are you confused by these 2 options? I can explain them for you. The first option means all your debts will be written off. The second option, not only will your debts be cancelled, you'll also gain my friendship. Friendship? Ralph rolled his eyes. This guy must have a screw loose. Master Wu, although neither Ralph or why does it feel like he's being kept? Smack smack. Christina? Janice took a while to react. No way. Did Ralph get kept by Christina? Isn't my face whiter than Ralph's? And I'm this handsome, yet you ignore me. He's so ugly, and you're keeping him? Where's the justice? Christina, this is between me and Ralph. I advise you not to meddle. Sorry, Lou's matter is my matter. Christina's gaze was resolute. Ralph's dyes were key to the rise of the future Ba commercial empire. She couldn't let it slip away. Not just 5,000 taels, people. With a wave of her green robe, servants carried a box of silver forward. Wu young master, is this enough? That's enough. I don't need to be escorted out. Take the money and leave before you pollute our village's air quality further. Ralph waved his hand. You. Janice clenched his teeth, turning blue with anger. I see. Christina is after the ice-making secret too. If they successfully collaborate, my ice business will suffer a fatal blow. This can't happen. Janice's expression darkened. Ralph, I'm taking the ice-making secret today. Don't think you can refuse. Or what? You going to strong-arm me? Ralph narrowed his eyes. Janice laughed cold messed with. So you came prepared. Ralph leaned back tactically. Good to know. Hand over the ice-making secret now, or don't blame me for not showing mercy. If you want the secret, prove it. Looking for death, attack him fiercely. Janice barked orders, and the men charged straight at Ralph. Protect master. Brant and the others quickly stepped in, engaging the thugs in a fierce battle. Though the other side had more men, the 5 tigers weren't intimidated. Fate, the strongest among them, attacked ferociously, while Havelock was robust. Judah, though thin, was quick on his feet. Finn, the tallest, was terrible in a fight, always getting beaten up. Of course, the fiercest among the 5 was Brant. He wielded a wooden stick, swinging it left and right, terrifying the attackers who dared not approach. Ralph shook his head repeatedly. Brant and the others were physically capable, but their fighting style was instinctive and amateurish. Against professionals, they would lose instantly. Sure enough, seeing this, the bald man who had been standing by finally lost patience. A bunch of useless fools. He spat and lunged at Brant with a punch. Brant flinched and swung his stick defensively, but the bald man didn't dodge. He gritted his teeth and threw a punch. Bang! The wooden stick broke. 3 consecutive punches landed on Brant's abdomen. Brant screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, unable to get up. Ralph's pupils contracted. Professional fighter. Note: please inform me if there's any need for additional context or details to ensure coherence with previous content. Chapter 33. The simple and honest villagers of Donghua village. Outside Donghua village, 2 thin horses slowly traveled through the fields. Jared swept his gaze across the vast expanse of farmland, feeling a profound sigh rise within him. Oh, the hardships of the people. This great drought in Guangdong has left countless families homeless. Your Highness, such compassion for the people is indeed a blessing for our great Baylor. Dorian stroked his beard. In today's world, people suffer from harsh punishments. If His Majesty would listen to us and adopt Confucian principles, how could there not be peace under heaven and health among all the people? Rest assured, teacher, if I, Jared, ever inherit the throne, I will spread Confucian teachings widely and build a peaceful great baler where granaries are full and etiquette is observed. Well taught indeed. Dorian nodded, and they continued forward. As soon as they entered Nyowa village, they noticed that this place was completely different from other villages. In the fields, villagers were happily catching locusts, their laughter ringing out. This. Jared was taken aback. Get your tools? Let's go, let's go. In an instant, the villagers dispersed, grabbing hoes and shovels, marching angrily towards the Liu family. Jared. Dorian. What happened to the simple and honest villagers? Didn't this slap them in the face too quickly? Dorian's face turned dark. Hemph, as the saying goes, if the top beam is crooked, the lower beams will also bend. These villagers' violence and aggression mean Guilherme is no good. Your Highness, there's no need to meet him. Jared. Teacher, for the sake of those hundreds of scholars, I must try. AI. Your Highness, you are too compassionate. Dorian sighed deeply. Bang. Ouch. Dai, Sanyu, and others were thrown to the ground one after another, moaning in pain. Anyone else? Linus roared arrogantly. Chi, aren't you always bragging? Come on, keep boasting. Hand over the secret recipe now, or with your scrawny limbs, I can't guarantee you won't end up hurt. Linus, right under the Emperor's nose, and you dare to cause trouble? Afraid of the law? Mallory clenched her teeth. The law? Ha ha ha, I am the law. Linus sneered. You don't like it? Go complain to the magistrate in Xianyang. Beat them. The thugs immediately pounced on Ergu and the others, pounding them with fists and kicks. Stop. Guilherme calmly watched Linus, a large black cudgel suddenly appearing beneath his sleeve. I'll tell you the secret. Brandished sticks and thrashed them. Linus and his men were utterly bewildered. 300 villagers all attacking at once. This was unfair. Don't hit. Don't hit. My uncle is the magistrate in Xianyang. Even duck eggs can't protect you from hitting our young master. Beat him. Help. Run. Linus and his gang were beaten bloody and fled in disarray. Chi, you peasants, you'll regret this. I'll come back. Ah, my head. Before he finished speaking, Linus was struck on the forehead by a shovel and passed out instantly. The bald man hurriedly picked him up and ran out of Nyowa village. Lucky escape. Daring to bully our young master. Beware of breaking a dog's leg. Are you all right, young master? I'm fine. Thank you all for your help. Guilherme smiled and bowed respectfully. Sir, about the locusts. Erju, carrying a bag of locusts, hesitated. Double the payment. Double? Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Alicia, give them money. Long live young master. May heaven bless you. The villagers were overjoyed, endlessly grateful for the unexpected bounty. Meanwhile, Mallory watched with keen interest. Typically, the relationship between landlords and tenants was adversarial at best. Yet Guilherme, young as he was profoundly respected in Nyowa village. By the way, Mr. Liu, why do you spend money on so many worthless insects? These aren't worthless insects. Guilherme smiled enigmatically. These are exquisite delicacies. Huh. Mallory was surprised. You want to eat bugs? Chapter 34. What a waste not to wear a Chong Sam with that figure. Mr. Liu, you're really amazing. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve, but using them all might be too much for you to handle. Inside the room, Christina lay on the couch with flushed cheeks. Aryun crouched behind her, moving up and down. Don't get the wrong idea. They were merely engaging in a pure exchange about traditional attire. Originally, Aryun found that these wide sleeves and robes weren't very convenient to wear. So he asked Christina to make him some vests and shorts as everyday wear. Unfortunately, Christina had never made such clothes before. Aryun had to sketch them out, which left Christina stunned. Is this how clothes can be designed? It's just too ingenious. Christina clutched the bamboo slips, her eyes full of amazement. These designs by Mr. Liu are bold and avant-garde. These clothes will not only be more convenient, but also warmer and more comfortable. Truly genius. Heh, just another day's work. Aryun chuckled. Seriously, how could designs from 5,000 years ahead not be forward-thinking? Especially someone like Christina, a career-oriented woman, would be more open to new trends. After all, every woman loves beauty. Cough. Ms. Ba, the Chong Sam requires precise tailoring. To fit well, I need detailed measurements of your body. Then, please help measure me. Ferguson, and measure. Suddenly alert, Aryun didn't expect Christina to ask him to do it personally. Is this woman trying to seduce me? Looking at Christina's beautiful face and perfect figure, Aryun frowned. As a righteous gentleman, he naturally accepted her request. With a clap, Aryun retrieved a measuring tape from somewhere. Ms. Ba, here I come. Okay. Aryun started measuring. Whoa, this must be at least a D cup, right? Not too big, not too small, just right. Whoa, what softness in that waist. A beauty's waist, a deadly blade. Whoa, so perfectly curved and bouncy. You'd think she'd suffocate someone. Mr. Liu? What did you say? Christina was curious. Hey, why is your nose bleeding? Hot weather, just hot weather. Do you want to rest a bit? No need, I can handle it. Let's continue. Wiping the nosebleed. Aryun, well okay. Christina nodded and stepped aside. Hemph, a licentious libertine. Jeffrey glared at Aryun. This woman was so beautiful. For her to be corrupted by a minor landlord seemed a great waste. Aryun rolled his eyes. He couldn't be bothered with the servants' grievances. Please come in. Is this ice? Upon entering, a wave of cool air greeted them. Jeffrey's expression darkened further. Hemph, while the rich indulge, the poor starve. This indulgence is not befitting a gentleman. Aryun stared. Was this guy on the wrong medication? As a landlord, enjoying life wasn't a crime. Who cared if he drank or ate anything else? Aloysius frowned. Though he didn't comment, his impression of Aryun worsened slightly. Hashtag chapter 35. the absolute best. Come, both of you, please have some tea. Ralph waved his hand. I wonder where the two guests are from and where you're headed. From where we came, to where we go. Jeffrey sipped gently. Excellent tea. Ralph? He's putting on an act here, isn't he? The tea has 3 grades, Ralph continued. The highest grade is subtle and fragrant, aromatic without being overbearing. The middle grade is sweet and mellow, with a distant yet pure aroma. The lowest grade has only fragrance without taste, turbid water unknowingly. I wonder what grade this tea is, Giles. Peak of snow-capped mountains, the origin of springs, water that arises shapelessly. Colorless water comes from deep within the 9 netherworlds, at the heart of the earth, water unpolluted by dust. Rootless water comes from the heavens above, within cloud seas, water that comes and goes without trace. Ralph smiled faintly. Using these 3 types of water to brew tea from all seasons, could it not be considered absolute? This? Aloysius hesitated. Despite Ralph's bold claims, he clearly had knowledge. If what Master Lu says is true, then this tea should indeed be the absolute best. How ridiculous, how sad, how lamentable, for a mere child to call himself absolute. Scholar Chunyu, losing his temper, slammed the table. Young man, do you mean to say you are well-versed and accomplished in both literature and martial arts? Dare I say well-versed, but certainly more than enough compared to you. You ha ha ha. Upon hearing Ralph's response, Jeffrey burst into laughter. As a great scholar who had read countless volumes since childhood, his knowledge rivaled ancient saints and sages. Yet, this young boy claimed superiority, even over him. You insignificant landowner, presumptuous to the extreme, truly ignorant of your place. Jeffrey sneered. Boy, may I ask, under whom have you studied? Which school do you belong to? And what contributions have you made among the 100 schools? So it's Brother Shaw. You resemble Diego, worthy offspring indeed. Ralph laughed nervously. Diego was burly, while his son appeared delicate and fragile, almost feminine. If he hadn't mentioned it, Ralph might have thought he was Diego's daughter dressed as a boy. Is it possible? You're actually a girl? Ralph gave Aloysius a scrutinizing look. Aloysius, what kind of expression is that? Master Lu doesn't have any peculiar hobbies, does he? Come, Brother Shaw, sit down. Ralph pulled Aloysius onto the couch. With a glance at Jeffrey's sullen face, he understood immediately. This old man must be Hanbo Shaw's private tutor, and now Diego wants to entrust his son to him, threatening his job. No wonder the old man had been confrontational from the start. Hiring a tutor in the Baylor dynasty meant wealth and prestige. Accepting Hanbo Shaw as a student would be advantageous. After all, in ancient times, teachers were revered like fathers, and having another son would be beneficial. Boy. Wanting to be my lord's teacher is not something anyone qualifies for. Jeffrey's face darkened. Ralph smiled but remained silent. He knew he'd have to prove his worth if he wanted to accept this disciple. Shaw, tell me what you wish to learn. I, Ralph, though not claiming to know everything, am well versed in astronomy, geography, medicine, divination, star charts, and the philosophies of the Fergusundred schools. Ask me anything. Ralph sat straight, his demeanor calm. Aloysius. Jeffrey. This boy talks big, claiming knowledge in astronomy, geography, and the Fergusundred schools. Why not just say you can fly? All the knowledge from the Fergusundred schools is vast. How old are you? Aren't you afraid of talking too much? Jeffrey snorted. Fine, since you're so confident, let me test you. I'll ask 3 questions. Answer correctly, and I'll acknowledge your capability. Ferguson, bring it on. Ralph spread his hands. Jeffrey stroked his beard. There is a magistrate in the northern sea named Songyu, suffering from a grave illness, which can only be cured by the heart blood of a child. His father killed someone to get the heart, and then turned himself in. Now I ask you, should Songyu punish his father for killing? Translation continues seamlessly based on the context provided in the original text. Chapter 36. 3 difficult questions. Wow, this old man has some tricks up his sleeve. Upon hearing Alvaro's question, Ralph couldn't help but be stunned. This is a direct probe into ethics, morality, law, and how does my answer sound? Ferguson, just cheating. Alvaro gave a cold snort. Listen carefully to the second question. Now we have chickens and rabbits in the same cage. There are 35 heads and 94 feet. How many chickens and rabbits are there? Ferguson, 35 heads, 94 feet. Upon hearing Alvaro's question, Isaiah began counting on his fingers. 1 chicken has 2 legs, 1 rabbit has 4 legs. No, that's wrong. This is too difficult. Unless we compare it with actual animals, there's no way I can solve it with the arithmetic I know. After pondering for a while, Isaiah shook his head repeatedly. Alvaro looked triumphant. You boast about being good at logical reasoning. Well, let me give you a math problem. This question comes from the ancient book, the mathematical classic of Suanzi, and no one has solved it until now. I don't believe you can either. Hearing this question, Ralph was equally surprised. Isn't this the classic chickens and rabbits in a cage problem? Too easy, isn't it? Even a 3rd grader could solve it. Who are you underestimating? Ralph closed his eyes, opened them again and said, 12 rabbits, 23 chickens. What? You solved it so quickly. Impossible. Alvaro's smile froze, and he stared in disbelief. Isaiah continued calculating with his fingers. After a long while, he exclaimed in shock, really, 12 rabbits and 23 chickens equal 35 heads and 94 feet. Teacher, he's really right. Isaiah's eyes gleamed. Ralph, how did you do it? That's amazing. Hee, have you heard of linear equations? Ralph smiled faintly. Ferguson? Isaiah. Ralph then explained it, leaving Isaiah nodding in awe, clapping his hands. This brother Armando seems not very smart. By the way, isn't he the one Master Han mentioned might accidentally eat silver or gold? Ralph cast a sympathetic glance at Isaiah. What a handsome young man. It's a pity he's a bit dim-witted. But it works out. He wouldn't make you look smart otherwise. Just basic operations, basic operations? Ralph modestly waved his hand. Alvaro rolled his eyes, his face turning dark. Damn, this boy is incredibly smart despite his young age. How did he learn this? Don't get too cocky, boy. Listen carefully to the third question. Does the current emperor's decision to burn books and bury Confucian scholars alive make sense? Teacher, you? Upon hearing Alvaro's question, Isaiah was shocked. He opened his mouth but didn't interrupt. This old man wants to stir things up. Ralph frowned. Discussing politics could lead to execution. Can I say the Otis's actions were wrong? If this spreads, it would be high treason. Due to the book burning and burial of scholars, countless precious texts of the Baylor dynasty were destroyed, causing immense cultural losses to later generations. Well, Ralph, daring to criticize policies and slander the current emperor, you have guts. Alvaro immediately slapped the table. Sir, this boy is disloyal and rebellious. Never use him. Ralph? Isaiah. Teacher, you're overreacting. Sir, trust this old man. This person may seem humble on the surface, but he is arrogant inside. He criticizes imperial orders today. Tomorrow, he might rebel. The human heart is too deep, you cannot grasp it. Ralph? This old man is despicable, but his insight is formidable. He guessed correctly. Old scholar, don't get worked up. Ralph raised his hands. I said burning books is wrong, not that the Otis is wrong. Haha, isn't that the same thing? No. Ralph narrowed his eyes. The order came from the Otis, but Carmine carried out the book burning. Chapter 37. A word from you. Carmine? Aloysius and Jeffrey both froze for a moment. They suddenly realized they had overlooked something important. I ask you, what did the Otis order to be burned? Do we need to at the other schools? If all the classics of the Fergusundred schools were destroyed, no one could challenge the legalist supremacy anymore. This is about suppressing the Fergusundred schools and elevating legalism alone. Wow, suppressing the Fergusundred schools and elevating legalism. What an ambitious man. Both Aloysius and Jeffrey were visibly shocked. If what Ralph said was true, even if the Fergusundred schools didn't disappear entirely, they would inevitably decline over time. Ralph shook his head. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, the contention of the Fergusundred schools had led to a flourishing culture. The burning of books and the persecution of scholars were just catalysts. Later, Dong Zhongshu's policy of elevating Confucianism while suppressing the others led to the near-complete disappearance of many schools of thought outside the main ones like Confucianism, Moism, Taoism, and legalism. This was undoubtedly a regrettable loss for Chinese culture. So, the blame for the book burning should not lie with the Otis, but with Carmine. Giles, your insights have taught me more than 10 years of reading. Aloysius stood up and bowed respectfully. He no longer doubted Ralph's wisdom. Although young, this person genuinely possessed profound knowledge spanning ancient and modern times. Is there any way to save these scholars and their texts? Ralph shook his head. When the emperor is angry, millions die and... Ralph smiled. Right, now the leader of the Confucians should be that stubborn old man Jeffrey. He'd be eager to lead the effort to save these scholars. Rascal, who are you calling an old stubborn fool? Jeffrey's face changed instantly. Jeffrey? Ralph shrugged. It's been over a decade, and this old guy still clings to feudal ideas. Isn't he an old stubborn fool? I'm talking about Jeffrey. Why are you getting upset? Oh, I see. You're a fan of Jeffrey, right? Judging by your reaction, you must be a longtime supporter. No wonder you have such a temper. Jeffrey. His mouth twitched, but seeing Aloysius signal him, he reluctantly suppressed his anger. Beside them, Christina, though silent, was deeply impressed by Ralph's wisdom. These three difficult questions and their solutions demonstrated rare insight and knowledge. There probably weren't many in the world who could offer such answers. At such a young age, with such profound knowledge and foresight, could Ralph really be a prince? Christina pondered. Feeling her gaze, Ralph stretched arrogantly. Christina. Cough. Ralph cleared his throat and turned to Aloysius. Aloysius, I believe you study Confucianism. Listen to my advice. This matter is thankless and dangerous. Stay out of it. The politics in the court are too complex for you to handle. Jeffrey. Aloysius. Aloysius frowned. Despite reading countless books, he found it hard to grasp court politics. But fortunately, he had Devonu and now Ralph. With his help, how could they not achieve great things? Thinking this, Aloysius stood up and bowed deeply. Giles, your talent astounds me. Aloysius humbly bows. I wish to become your disciple and will faithfully follow your teachings and serve you. Prince. Seeing Aloysius bow in a disciple's gesture, Jeffrey's face showed discomfort. But he couldn't argue, given Ralph's evident superiority. Ferguson? Just like that? Ralph's expression darkened. No ceremony, you expect free service? Not happening. Cough. This prince is selective about disciples. Not everyone qualifies, got it? Ralph coughed and rubbed his fingers together. I understand. Are you going to test me? Aloysius bowed immediately. Please give me a problem to solve. Ralph? Give me a break. I mean money, gold and jewels, understand? Ralph inwardly screamed, but maintained a dignified appearance. Alright, here's your question. Chapter 38. This bug really smells good. Giacomo was on his way to the state of Zhao to teach. On the journey, he encountered a military disaster and got separated from his disciples, finding himself lost in a wilderness. At this, a shudder run through him. What kind of nonsensical question was this? It wasn't something any human could solve easily. Cough, young master, since this question comes from Mr. Liu, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to step in. After speaking, Jeffrey stared at the ceiling, appearing disconnected. Aloysius. I can tell you really don't know. Embarrassed to death, Aloysius brought 3 questions, which the others answered effortlessly. Now, with just one random question, he was completely stumped. How humiliating. Master, dinner is ready. At that moment, Alicia arrived with a tray of food. My dinner is ready? Aryun's face lit up. Haha, finally, after so many days, we can have a change of taste. Come on everyone, don't just stand there. Think about the direction puzzle later. Let's eat first. Alicia quickly brought out a large bowl of fried grasshoppers. Since the villagers caught so many, they needed to eat them quickly or they'd spoil in the summer heat. Otherwise, Aryun wouldn't have been generous enough to invite them to dine together. Smells good. What kind of dish is this? Christina sniffed and her eyes lit up. Hee hee, you're in for a treat. Even the royal palace doesn't serve this. TSK, this backwater village, what could it possibly offer? Jeffrey sneered. I bet Mr. Liu has never seen the delicious food of the royal court. With the food in front of him, Aryun ignored the ordinary meat, fragrant yet not greasy, carrying the freshness of the fields. Wow, this is delicious. Christina's eyes gleamed, and she began eating heartily. Crunch, crunch. I told you, this is a rare delicacy, even better with a little wine. Aryun raised his cup with a smile. Cheers. Yeah, cheers. Seeing the two enjoy their meal, Aloysius couldn't help feeling curious. Jeffrey's expression turned sour. Hmph, women and small people are indeed hard to satisfy. Only these coarse barbarians would eat such disgusting things. Don't you dare talk about my young master like that. Mora pouted angrily. These locusts are personally pickled and fried by young master. He makes the best dishes in the world. Tisk, Giacomo said. A gentleman keeps away from the kitchen. Jeffrey snorted disdainfully. Clearly a country bumpkin, Aryun. You really bring shame to scholars. Slam. Aryun slammed the table, thoroughly angry. Old man, I've put up with you long enough. You babble nonstop as soon as you enter. Just because you read a lot. You think you're something? Also a gentleman? Uft, Mencia said. Heaven's movement is vigorous and tireless, and he himself butchered pigs and sheep. Would your saintly Mencius also be considered Is this thing really that good? Jeffrey swallowed his saliva. But what if these bugs are poisonous? The master is his majesty's eldest son, the future ruler. I cannot let him take such risks. Yes, I'm doing this for the master. Resolving this, Jeffrey slapped the table. Let go of this bug. Let me try it. Everyone. Chapter 39. Wanna learn? I'll teach you. After shamelessly finishing their meal, Ralph naturally couldn't keep them any longer and told them to scram. Ralph called over Brant and the others. Looking at the 5 bruised faces in front of him, his brows furrowed deeply. Master, if not for the slippery ground today, I would have definitely taken down Janice's goons single-handedly, one of them boasted. Brant, stop bragging. They took you down with just a punch each, another retorted. Nonsense, it was slippery, didn't you see? I slipped accidentally. That young punk attacked me unfairly, Brant argued. Listening to their exaggerated claims, Ralph shook his head. If not for the timely arrival of the villagers, he would have been in serious trouble. Lately, things seem to be going well for the Liu family, making Ralph slightly complacent. However, today's events brought back a sense of unease. Indeed, the security around the Liu residence was too poor. Janice, merely a low-class bully, had nearly caused him significant issues by bringing some thugs. With countless secrets on him, future expansion might draw unwanted attention, possibly from powerful figures. Without proper precautions, he could die without even knowing why. Silence. Ralph's stern voice silenced everyone. Seeing his expression, Brant and the others quickly stood in line. Ralph scanned them with his eyes. Despite being ruffians, their physical condition was barely passable but lacked systematic training, something he excelled at in his previous life. You're all too weak. Upon hearing this, Brant clearly felt dissatisfied but didn't dare speak up. So, from tomorrow, I will personally conduct intense training for you, Ralph declared. What? Training? What is intense training? Master, are you joking? The group laughed nervously. Do you think I'm not qualified? Ralph smiled faintly. Master, I didn't mean that. Seeing Ralph's slender frame, Brant hesitated. While they admired his skills and mysticism, they grew up as the 5 tigers of Donghua village, unbeaten by anyone. Naturally, they weren't convinced when it came to fighting prowess. Ralph smiled silently, stood up, and beckoned to Brant. Come, hit me. Ferguson? Master, you can't be serious. Brant shook his head. How could I hit you? That's right, Master. We wouldn't want to hurt you accidentally. Ha, if he can touch even a hair on my head, I'll do a handstand while washing my hair. Brant stared, speechless. Master? Don't believe me? Try it out. Ralph challenged with a smirk. Brant's smile faded. His temper flared at the perceived disrespect. Humph, Master. I'll have to offend you then. Brant assumed a fighting stance and charged forward. Watch out, Master. His punch was controlled but still formidable, causing a Strider and others to gasp. As the fist neared Ralph's nose, Brant tried pulling back, only to feel a sharp pain in his abdomen. Ouch! Brant screamed and fell to his knees. Goose. A Strider. Ralph. Brant. What happened? Why did Brant kneel suddenly? I didn't get it either. They all looked bewildered, especially Brant, whose face turned black with embarrassment. Not only did a martial artist take him down in one move, but Ralph also managed it effortlessly. How humiliating. That doesn't count. I didn't use full strength. That wasn't my true power, Brant protested. Alright, let's try again. Ralph remained expressionless, gesturing once more. Brant loosened up his muscles, taking it seriously this time. Huh. He circled around and punched fiercely at Ralph. Simultaneously, Ralph moved. This time, Brant saw Ralph's motion but froze. The punch seemed soft yet disconcerting. Smack. Ralph's punch landed lightly in the same spot, sending a piercing pain through Brant. Thud. Brant's legs trembled as he collapsed to his knees again. All watching. This isn't possible? Again, in one move? Brant stared at Ralph in disbelief. What kind of skill is this? Hey Ferguson, 13 strikes. Ralph grinned. "Want to learn? I'll teach you." At the Right Chancellor's residence, bright lights shone within. A middle-aged man in black robes sat writing diligently. This was Carmine, the lean yet imposing figure of the Baylor Chancellor. A gentle breeze stirred the candlelight, and Carmine's brow furrowed. After several revisions, he nodded approvingly. A slim shadow sneaked past the window. "Stop, father." "Caught." Esther stuck out her tongue. "Where have you been playing today?" Carmine set down the bamboo slips. "Invited by the Jasmine to learn embroidery at Ming Tower." "Ming Tower is in the west. You came home from the east gate, which is inconvenient. And you smell of sweat despite the incense at the embroidery shop. Most importantly, who dresses as a boy to visit an embroidery shop actually worked. I've had a better appetite these past 2 days." Putting down the cow's milk, he couldn't help but swallow saliva as he thought about Ralph's donghua pork. "Qin, your humble servant is present. How did things go with what I asked you to do?" "I have reported to your majesty. I investigated the entire city of Xianyang and finally found a place called donghua 100 miles outside the city." "Ah, you found donghua?" The Otis's face lit up. "What about the meat?" "Your humble servant was fortunate enough to personally hunt a few wild pigs, which are now being prepared by the palace cooks." "Well done." The Otis smiled and waved his hand. "Send word for dinner to be served." "Yes, sire." Soon, a plate of fragrant wild boar meat was brought up. The Otis sniffed, then frowned. "This doesn't taste right? Is it due to the different cooking technique?" He immediately picked up a piece. Smack, smack, blah. He spat it out instantly. "What on earth is this?" The meat was hard and tough, not even close to ordinary domestic pig meat, let alone Ralph's donghua pork. "You fools, what kind of meat is this?" "Please calm down, your majesty." "Your majesty, spare our lives." "Your majesty, we followed your instructions exactly, without any negligence. But why does this donghua pork taste so bad?" "Ah, this?" The imperial chefs were on the verge of tears. "Wild boar meat naturally tastes like this, okay?" Cough, cough. Daryl beside him couldn't help but cough. "Your majesty, is there a possibility that Ralph might have been exaggerating?" The Otis froze. "Yes, donghua is over 100 miles from Yoa village. How could he travel so far just to hunt wild boars? Good lad, deceiving even me. I will exterminate all 9 clans of your family." "Your majesty, who has the audacity to deceive your majesty?" "Your humble servant will handle it immediately." Qin respectfully spoke. "The Otis. I was just venting my frustration. If that boy really got killed, how would I reverse my fate?" "Leave me." "Yes, sire." "Thank you for your majesty's mercy." The imperial chefs were greatly relieved. "At this moment, your majesty, the crown prince and Devon request an audience." A palace attendant reported. "Aloysius? Is this stubborn son pleading for those scholars again?" The Otis said with some displeasure. "Let them enter." Moments later, Aloysius and Alvaro entered the hall. "Greetings, father." "Greetings, your majesty." "Speak." "Boss, someone must have coached you on what to say, right?" "Father is wise." These words were taught by Giles. I did not dare hide it, and they are also what I truly feel. Realizing he was caught, Aloysius became visibly uneasy. But instead of getting angry, the Otis burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, I knew that boy would be useful as a teacher." The Otis never cared about the fate of those scholars. What annoyed him was his overly merciful and naive son. Mercy is good, but with crises looming everywhere, if Aloysius inherited the throne with his current nature, how could he possibly command respect? Surprisingly, Aloysius showed significant changes after meeting Ralph once, which delighted the Otis. "F.A. Father." Aloysius looked embarrassed. "In fact, Giles hasn't accepted me as a disciple yet." "Oh, why not?" The Otis frowned. Aloysius hesitated. "Because I am too foolish." "What? That boy dared to call you stupid?" The Otis was immediately displeased. "What does that punk mean? To look down on my own son?" Though the Otis often scolded Aloysius, he was diligent and excelled in both knowledge and talent among his peers. His only flaw was his excessive mercy. "My foolish son, I can discipline him, but you can't call him stupid." "Daryl, bring that boy here. I need to ask him why he thinks my son is stupid." "Yes, sire." Daryl rubbed his hands excitedly. He had long wanted to do well the nature of Aryan. What nonsense questions. Surely it was because this foolish son of mine didn't offer the proper tribute for apprenticeship that this boy made up difficult questions to challenge him. Okay. Aloysius scratched his head. What else did that boy say? Did he discuss the future of our great Baylor dynasty? The Otis asked again. Just as Aloysius was about to reply, Jeffrey interjected first. Carmine harbors evil intentions and corrupts the government. The Otis. Aloysius. Jeffrey. Or. The Otis raised an eyebrow. Carmine, as the Right Chancellor of Great Baylor, was unquestionable in both ability and loyalty, and one of those most trusted by the Emperor. How could he corrupt the government? The Otis looked at Aloysius. Did that boy also say this? Father, I dare not lie. Master Lu spoke of how the Right Chancellor burned books and buried scholars alive, massively destroying texts from various schools, with personal motives, aiming to abolish all schools of thought and solely honor legalism. Abolish all schools and solely honor legalism? Indeed. Although Devon's words may be a bit extreme, the actions of the Right Chancellor amount to using imperial authority to suppress all schools, allowing the legalists to gain benefits while tarnishing your name, Father. Aloysius sighed. This will surely cause the traditions of these schools to be lost in later generations, tarnishing your reputation forever. This is not what a loyal minister should do. Very good, Carmine, to scheme even against me. The Otis's face turned cold. Now, just one sentence from Aryan saved the classics and scholars, which Aloysius found unbelievable. Forgive him, who knows what kind of spell this boy cast on his majesty. Jeffrey scowled, however. I owe him a favor for this matter. As they talked, Carmine approached them carrying bamboo scrolls. Greetings, Crown Prince Devon. Seeing them, Carmine bowed deeply. TCQ scoundrel. Jeffrey spat coldly. Aloysius, however, bowed back respectfully. Carmine did not care about Jeffrey's attitude. After all, being a legalist, he was already an enemy to the entire Confucian school. Even his teacher Xuanzi was considered heretical by orthodox Confucians due to differing doctrines. He was used to the attitude of these Confucians. It doesn't matter. Soon, Baylor will no longer have Confucians, Mahists, Taoists, or legalists. Only legalism will reign supreme. Crown Prince, I must see His Majesty for important matters. Excuse me. Chancellor Li, please proceed. Carmine then turned and walked into Zhangtai Palace. Your subject Carmine, greetings, Your Majesty. Come in. The Otis half reclined on a couch, chewing on milk curds, tapping bamboo slips with his right hand, clearly in a bad mood. Carmine stole a glance and instantly realized the Emperor was angry. It can't be related to me. Carmine narrowed his eyes in reflection, feeling that he hadn't made any obvious mistake. What the hell are prohibited books? The Otis glared and slammed his desk, revealing his imperial might. Carmine was stunned. What's happening? Why did His Majesty suddenly fly off the handle? Could it be because of the Crown Prince? No, His Majesty has never liked Confucians, or the Crown Prince anyway. Realizing the severity, he quickly prostrated. Please calm down, Your Majesty. I am guilty and deserve punishment, but please take care of your health. Tell me, what crimes have you committed? The Otis took another mouthful of milk, smacking his lips. Carmine, what's going on? Is the Otis really angry, or putting on a show? Reporting to Your Majesty, my crime is failing to ease your burdens as a minister, failing to ensure the peace and prosperity of Great Baylor as Chancellor. I have limited vision and capability, failing to maintain this vast empire. The Otis. This old fox has learned some cunning from young Lu. Slap. The Otis slapped the bamboo slip hard onto Carmine's head. Carmine grunted and lay still, not daring to move. The Otis shook his head. He was indeed angry, but not to the point of fury. Carmine had followed him for years. He knew the man's nature well. Everyone has selfishness, and Carmine was no exception, but he was not foolish. He knew what could and couldn't be done. Regarding this incident of burning books and burying scholars, Carmine had clearly foreseen the consequences if he proceeded. Sure enough, seeing the Otis's slightly eased expression, Carmine quickly picked up the bamboo slip and represented it. Your Majesty, while this list may have issues, it is not random. Chapter 42. The 5 Arts of Governing the People. The Book of Music records numerous rituals and music from previous dynasties. These are remnants that, if spread among the common people and the nobles of the 6 states, will stir feelings for past rights and harm the stability of our great Baylor dynasty. In the 36 chapters of Mozi, not only is martial righteousness extensively promoted, but also various methods and tools for attacking and defending cities are listed. Such actions can lead to chaos under the name of chivalry, which is not what our great Baylor needs. It requires obedient citizens rather than knights. Moreover, if these city defense skills fall into the hands of malicious individuals, it could breed a future threat. As for the Cassandrian school, diplomacy, and other schools of thought, all they do is manipulate deceitful strategies, disturbing the peace. Our great Baylor established itself based on law and agriculture, sweeping away the 6 states and unifying the world. Today, with the world at peace, these doctrines are harmful and unnecessary for our Baylor. They should be banned and burned. I have prepared this list of banned books without any ulterior motives, focusing solely on the long-term prosperity of our great Baylor. Carmine spoke with righteousness. If Your Majesty believes I am using my power for personal gain, I am willing to commit suicide by banging my head against the pillar to die in apology. The Otis. Good heavens, you make it sound like you've suffered such a great injustice. The Otis rolled his eyes. However, Carmine indeed struck a chord within him. Though the Baylor Empire had unified the world for nearly a decade, many still harbored nostalgia for the old dynasties and wished to return to the Warring States era. Carmine's book burning, while it did benefit legalists, would also control ideology, which aligned with the Otis's intentions. Carmine, whether it's the burning of books or the entombment of scholars, I understand you aim to ensure Baylor's stability, but the Otis's voice turned cold. Have you thought about who will bear the blame for burning books and burying scholars? Will the intellectuals and their disciples not criticize me behind my back? Plop. Carmine trembled, kneeling once more. My consideration was inadequate, causing disgrace to Your Majesty. Please punish me. How should I punish you? Everyone knows it's by my decree that books are burned and scholars buried. Killing you would serve no purpose. Fatigue, Fergu's humiliation, and poverty. Elaborate further? The Otis was intrigued. Carmine stood up. Unification involves aligning ideologies. Strict laws must unify the people's thoughts for societal stability, which is why I propose banning the Fergusundred schools. Secondly, weakening. Strong people lead to weak countries. Weak people lead to strong countries. Prohibit military training and confiscate weapons to weaken the populace, making them incapable of rebelling. Thirdly, fatigue. Exhaust the people with laborious duties and daily struggles, preventing them from having the heart or strength to rebel. Fourthly, Fergus humiliation. Establish ranks and enforce collective punishment. Let commoners spy on each other and distrust one another, stripping them of dignity. This way, they scatter like sand, maintaining order. Fifthly, poverty. Impose heavy taxes to impoverish the people. Busy with daily survival, they cannot harbor rebellious thoughts. These 5 arts, if employed, will guarantee our Baylor's eternal peace and prosperity. Excellent. Hearing Carmine's explanation, the Otis praised him. Indeed, the 5 arts were rare imperial strategies, worthy of high regard. If not for Aryun's warning that Baylor would fall after 2 generations, he might have truly believed Carmine's schemes. Bang! Asterisk asterisk. Just as they tried to lie down again, a series of sharp sounds jolted them awake. Brant and the others felt bewildered. Someone really is ringing the gong? Ringing the gong at midnight? What an idiot. Brant, about to curse, saw something fly through the window. Bees! Run! Help us! Buzzing bees swarmed the room, and the 5 scrambled out, barely dressed. Brant, you're wearing my pants. You're wearing my shoes. Who did this? If I catch them, they won't recognize themselves. Brant stormed out, spotting someone outside. Moss. Master? Yes, it's me. Arjun smirked. Surprised? Unexpected? Chapter 43. Truly a landlord, playing tricks indeed. In the courtyard, Calvin and 4 others stood in a ragged line, their clothes disheveled. Ralph's face was stern as he gave them a cold, sweeping look. To be honest, I'm very disappointed. Your reflexes and reaction speed are just too slow. If it hadn't been me entering the house just now but instead bandits or thieves, you would all be dead already. Ralph pulled out a whistle. Starting from today, regardless of the time, whenever you hear the whistle, you must assemble within half an hour. Failure to do so will result in severe punishment. Do you understand? What? Half an hour? At any time, and more valuable if they wanted to follow him. No one wanted to live an ordinary life, but as peasants born without power or influence, they saw no way forward. However, Ralph's words about the lack of inherent nobility rekindled their hopes. Calvin, Colin. The 5 exchanged looks, having made up their minds. Inside the room, Alicia looked worried. Master, they won't really leave, will they? If they leave, then it means I misjudged them, Ralph said, his gaze calm. Deep down, he didn't believe they truly wanted to be simple farmers. Truthfully, he didn't want to push them too hard, but there was no other choice. Although he knew where historical figures like Vernon, Xiaohe, and Anthony were in this era, none of them would follow a powerless landlord like him. Moreover, in ancient times, kinship was paramount. Despite conflicts among villagers, once something happened, the entire village would unite. If he could cultivate loyalty in Calvin and the others, they would be far more reliable than outsiders. Creak. As Ralph was thinking, Calvin and the others pushed open the door and walked in. Calvin glanced at Ralph and then knelt on one knee. Calvin, I am willing to serve young master. Colin, I am willing to serve young master. Havelock, Jonas, Juniper, we are willing to serve young master. From this day forth, we will only follow young master's orders, through fire and water, never wavering. They shouted together, speed up. If you cause us to miss our meal, you'll regret it. How can a real man go so fast? Calvin, Colin, Jonas, Colin, Havelock, pull him along. I, Lee Calvin, have roamed Nuwa village for years. I can't believe I can't handle a little training. Pulled by Colin and Havelock, Jonas's speed did indeed improve. Teachable children. Ralph smiled while sitting atop his donkey. At that moment, Damien came by herding geese. Hey, Damien, so early to take the geese out? Why, young master, you're doing the same to people? Damien glanced at the whip in Ralph's hand, then at the distant, sprinting group, looking puzzled. Truly a landlord, playing tricks indeed. Shaking his head, he flicked his own whip. Honk honk honk. As the morning sun spread over the villagers started waking up. Witnessing the scene in the field, they stopped to watch and comment. Some children even began running alongside curiously. Ralph greeted everyone warmly, though Calvin and the others suffered under the scrutiny. Already feeling humiliated by being whipped while running, being watched by the whole village was the last straw. In fact, they ran the 30 laps faster than they thought possible, driven by extreme embarrassment. Wow, you actually completed it. Ralph marveled. He hadn't expected them to finish the laps. Apparently, ancient shame not only high quality but also reasonably priced. What's the price? 80 taels per block. 80 taels, too expensive, too expensive. Fabian shook his head. They sell for 50 taels in the market. Jagger's face darkened. Indeed, over the past few days, everyone in Xianying knew about Ralph's half-price ice. Unfortunately, they found out too late. Fabian, please listen. You can't buy that half-price ice anymore. They violated regulations and were shut down by the authorities. On my honor, starting today, there won't be any half-price ice available. And my ice is absolutely the cheapest in all of Xianying. Is that true? If I'm lying, I'll eat all the ice myself. All right, I believe you, Boss Tion. 2 blocks, please. Sure thing, Bradford. Load the ice for Fabian. With 160 taels earned, Jagger felt elated. A few more customers came into the shop, but they didn't trust him and insisted on waiting in line at the market to buy half-price ice. Jagger wasn't worried at all. Eventually, when they realized the half-price ice was gone, they come back to him, giving him a chance to raise prices and profit even more. Bradford, bring out that half jug of Wolyang Chun, chilled with ice. Sure thing. Jagger laid back under a tree outside the shop entrance, sipping wine and humming happily. Wow, this stingy old rooster actually treats himself to Wolyang Chun. The sun must be rising in the west. The helper rolled his eyes. This boss, Jagger, was notoriously frugal. Despite running such profitable businesses, he hadn't raised his employees' wages in 3 years, and even reduced them. Not only did he skimp on others, but he also skimped on himself, always drinking the guests' drinks rather than buying his own. How strange. Why are so many people rushing to West Street? Noticing the crowd, the helper asked a familiar passerby. Luke, where are you all going? You don't know? Someone is selling ice on West Street. What? Selling ice on West Street? The helper looked puzzled. How had so many people suddenly decided to switch to selling ice? Look, no need to run around. We have ice here too. Ferguson? How much? 80 taels. No deal, it's only 50 taels on West Street. 50 taels, impossible. The helper couldn't believe it. No time to argue. If I go late, my master will punish me. Luke hurried off, leaving the helper stunned. Do they really sell half-price ice on West Street? The helper frowned, considering whether to check it out. But seeing Jagger napping under the tree, he stopped short. Why should I care? Even if I make money, this miser won't raise my wage. He might even penalize me for being absent. Why bother making trouble for myself? He returned to the counter. Selling ice, 80 taels per block. At the Bashi clothing shop, it was bustling with people. Luckily, the shop was spacious, and Christina had rented neighboring stores, dividing the space into 2 sections. Still, it was packed. Manager Ba, do you really sell half-price ice here? Not a single block less or more, no cheating involved. a crowd chattered excitedly. Many were loyal customers who had been queuing at the market and were directed here by Christina's staff. Everyone. Christina raised her voice. Our ice comes from the same source as the market stalls. Due to special circumstances, we won't set up stalls anymore. Starting today, all ice will be sold here. So what's the price? Rest assured, the price remains unchanged at 50 taels. Great, still half price, I'm reassured. Can we still reserve blocks? Of course, reservations start at 10 blocks. Excellent, give me 10 now and reserve 10 for tomorrow. Customer, please wait. Uncle Fu, pack the ice for this customer. I want 10 blocks. I want 3 blocks. The shop instantly bustled again. Christina marveled at the overwhelming popularity of the half-price ice. In less than an hour, she had earned as much as a month's income from the clothing shop. But sadly, most of the money wasn't hers. However, with Ralph's new dye, she believed the clothing business would also thrive. Even though most people came for ice, the increased foot traffic boosted clothing sales. Rich young ladies stayed to cool off, eventually feeling obliged to buy clothes, a win-win situation. Manager, we're running out of ice. What? So soon? Christina was surprised by the immense appeal of the half-price ice. Each block costing 100 taels and selling for 50, buyers saved 50 taels. Manager, I don't understand. Why insist on selling at 50 taels when you could easily charge 60 or even 80? Ha, not only you, I don't understand either. Christina laughed. Giles's decisions are beyond us mere mortals. Achoo. Jagger woke up abruptly under the tree, stretching lazily after a comfortable nap. Bradford. Boss, you're awake? Yeah, it's nearly noon. Jagger yawned. How many blocks have we sold? Cough 2. Chapter 45. Feed the young master with ice. What did you say? 2 pieces? Jagger was stunned. What have you been eating? Such good quality ice, and you only sold 2 pieces? Cough boss, those 2 were also sold by you. The clerk laughed awkwardly. I didn't sell any myself? Jagger. Are you slacking off again? Boss, I swear to heaven and earth. I've been at the counter from morning until now, not even daring to go to the toilet. Peed halfway, and quickly ran out. Soon, all the ice blocks were moved onto the street, shimmering and very eye-catching. The clerk started shouting, selling ice, high quality and cheap, don't miss out as you pass by. Many passers-by were attracted and asked for more information, but when they learned the price, they all shook their heads and left. Under the sun, the ice melted quickly, and soon the top layer became smaller. Seeing this, Jagger couldn't sit still anymore. Damn it, what's going on? If you don't take advantage of something cheap, you're an idiot. Why is no one buying such cheap ice? Are people in Xinying all fools? Boss, should we lower the price? F***ku. I, Jagger, won't suffer any loss doing business. Carson, you watch the shop. I'll be right back. Jagger got up and left the shop. He managed to grow his tavern business entirely because of his silver tongue. Since no one came to buy, he'd go out and promote. With his face and charm, he couldn't believe he wouldn't sell a few blocks of ice. Jagger soon arrived at a well-decorated inn. Wade, long time no see. Hey, Boss Tion, what brings you here? Didn't you deliver wine just the other day? Garner, I'm not here to sell wine. Jagger smiled slyly. I found a better way to make money recently. Since family wealth doesn't flow outside, I thought of making money with Garner. Oh, what method? Wade stopped his abacus. Ice. Right, you know the Wu family's ice. The cheapest piece costs 100 taels. Jagger lowered his voice, whispering mysteriously. I have connections, 85 taels per piece. Haha. Wade sneered and continued clicking his abacus. Jagger. What's going on? Shouldn't he be excited and eager? Indeed, the old fox showed no reaction. Jagger slapped the table. Of course, 85 taels is the public price. Given my friendship with Garner, I'll eat the loss and sell them to you for 80 taels. What do you think? Brother Tion, I don't like taking advantages. Wade shook his head. Find someone else. Wait, the price is negotiable. Give me an offer. Before Jagger could finish, 2 clerks carried a box of ice into the store. Boss, we bought the ice blocks. Why so few? Wade frowned. There were too many people. We barely managed to get these few pieces. Forget it. These few are enough for now. Send them in. Wade waved his hand. Seeing this, Jagger was shocked. You're still here? Wade, or Jagger. Hold on, old Lin. What do you mean? You're not buying my cheap ice, Jagger. Do you really think I'm crazy? With a darkened face, Jagger was too lazy to explain further. Aryan, you wait. Jagger immediately ran out of the inn to find Aryan. Just then, several figures blocked his way. Jagger, you made me look hard for you. Fabian? Recognizing the man, Jagger shrank his neck. Good one, Jagger. I treated you like a brother and bought your ice. Then you betrayed me by selling it to me for 80 taels while others sell for 50. Do you think I'm stupid? Brother Wong, listen to me. Explain to your father-in-law. Fabian angrily signaled his subordinates. Come, feed the young master with ice. Chapter 46. You don't work hard, how can I, the landlord, soar? Naiadid village. Calvin lay on the ground panting heavily as if he were a dead dog. Allah, Bergen, and others were equally drenched in sweat, looking utterly exhausted. They had been doing physical training all morning. Push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps. Aryun's methods of torment had certainly opened their eyes. Of course, despite Aryun's strictness, his training was scientifically designed and strictly supervised. It maximized their physical potential without causing damage such as rhabdomyolysis. Very good. Your performance today far exceeded my expectations, Aryun said with a smile. Diet. And not only that, if you can successfully meet the training goals, I will give you additional meals with choices of chicken, duck, fish, and more. What? Meat broth every day? Additional meals? Upon hearing Aryun's words, the 5 looked ecstatic. Isn't this like every day being a new year? Not just that, can you afford chicken or duck at New Year's? Sir, you are too kind. We will definitely train harder and not disappoint you. Long live, sir. They cheered together. The idea of feasting on meat every day was something they never dared to dream of. Even the wealthiest landlords couldn't provide such luxury. Feeling grateful, they vowed to work hard no matter how tough it got. After lunch, Aryan let them rest briefly before starting a new round of training. After all, as a capable landlord, he needed to maximize productivity. If not for concern about their health, he might even implement a grueling 9-to-9 schedule. Attention. Count off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reporting to Sir, Naiadid Special Team, 5 members present. Calvin barked out loudly, standing straight. Very good, you're full of energy. Aryan nodded approvingly. Indeed, human potential was limitless. After such intensive training, one meal had restored them completely. Maybe he should increase the intensity. See, sir, Bergen coughed. I didn't quite follow, can you show it again? Calvin gaped. You guys are messing with me, aren't you? Fine, one more time. Aryan gestured again. Calvin, punch me from the right. Calvin sighed miserably. Cough, sir. Calvin grinned nervously. Can I go to the toilet first? A lazy donkey produces more waste on the grindstone. Go ahead. Thank you, sir. Calvin fled quickly. Bergen and Camillo couldn't help laughing. Haha, you finally got what you deserved. Shoo, keep it down, he'll hear you. Seeing Calvin return, they quickly shut up. Sir, I'm back. Good. One last demonstration. Aryan beckoned. Punch me. Ferguson. Calvin weakly threw another punch. Aryan's pupils narrowed, his right fist spinning towards Calvin. Smack. Ouch. This time, Calvin remained motionless. Aryan's right hand jerked back as if electrocuted. He groaned and pulled it back. Calvin smirked. Everyone stared in shock. Aryan gave them a look. Smart move hiding a wooden board, eh? Translator's note, the last line hints at Calvin using a trick to protect himself, likely a hidden wooden board. Should ambush from behind. Speaking of ambushes, bricks and bludgeons come to mind. Bricks and bludgeons? Calvin, in. Master, I'm sorry, I will never do it again. Stop it, please. Bang. Ralph, you bastard. At that moment, a figure kicked open the door and stormed in. Heron and the others turned their heads together. Jagger. Heron. The mobbing team. Jagger. Or, their eyes met, creating an awkward atmosphere. Braxton. Heron rubbed his ears. Did I just hear someone cursing me? Did I? I was too absorbed in the fight, didn't notice anything. Braxton flexed his muscles, making cracking sounds. Hey, did you curse our young master? Garth held a wooden stick nonchalantly. Darren picked up a brick casually. Jagger. Misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding. Jagger forced a smile. Brother Lou is like my own father. Would a son curse his father? That's beast-like. I said Lou Harley, who's incredibly handsome. You must have misheard. Oh, so Boss Tion was praising my looks. Impressive. Heron chuckled softly. Why are you all wielding bricks and bludgeons? Put them away, or people might think we're bad guys. Cough, cough. Jagger rolled his eyes. None of them looked trustworthy. Right, Boss Tion, why aren't you doing business in the city? Why did you come to Nyogwa village? What the hell? Mentioning this, Jagger felt like cursing. Doing business indeed. You left me utterly broke. Not only was he beaten up, but selling the ice that barely melted cost him nearly all his earnings. Finally, he had to sell it for only 40 taels, practically losing everything down to his underwear. But seeing Braxton ready to pounce again, Jagger held back his anger. He believed civilized people should reason things out. Young Master LV, we clearly agreed on 60 taels. I paid for all your ice, but why did you then sell it to the BAS at a lower price? Doing business requires integrity. For hurting honest people like this, doesn't your conscience hurt? Boss Tion, my conscience is clean and clear. How could I deceive you? Heron feigned surprise. I sold all the prepared ice blocks to you. Ah, I see. You mean you wanted to buy all my future ice production? Yes, what else? Upon hearing this, Heron chuckled. Boss Tion, that's not reasonable. With only that much silver and no collateral, you want to bind me for life? Doesn't that sound unreasonable? Jagger. Fine, maybe I didn't explain it clearly, but why did the BAS manage to sell the ice they bought for 60 taels for only 50 taels? Isn't that tricking me? Boss Tion, that really isn't me cheating you. A flicker of amusement flashed in Heron's hand. Just imagine, as long as the BAS sell at cost, they'll gain recognition quickly, crushing competitors and monopolizing the market. Once everyone else is out of business, they control prices. Even at 200 taels, rich merchants will have to buy. 200 taels. Jagger swallowed hard, netting 150 taels per block. Unimaginable profits. Boss Tion, we're fellow villagers. Blood ties run deep, and I prefer working with you. Heron squinted. If you can provide 5,000 taels as collateral, I'll sell you the ice at 50 taels too. What? 5,000 taels? Jagger's face darkened. Joking, he's just a small-time boss. Where would he get that kind of money? Old Tion, this is your last chance. You should know how profitable the ice market can be. If the BAS sign another contract with me, this wealth code will be broken forever. Heron looked at Jagger without further words. Jagger fell into thought. Indeed, this seemed like something the BAS would do. They became rich by monopolizing water banking in West Shu. Would he really be content remaining a small boss, especially after investing hundreds of taels? Quitting now would be heartbreaking. But I have no money. All his savings came from profiting off the LV family. Not much remained. After losing 500 to 600 taels, he couldn't even muster 500 taels now, let alone 5,000. No money? Heron smiled. You can mortgage your store. Hashtag chapter 48. Lower the price again? What? Mortgage the shop? Jagger looked torn. This was his hard-earned business over several years. If he lost it, he would be completely bankrupt. Lao Tian, if it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother to talk nonsense with him, but you are from our Lu family. Who else can I trust if not you? And we still have this father-son relationship, don't we? Ralph. Jagger. How about if I call you father, and you reduce the price by 100 taels? Ralph? Does this old man have any shame at all? Ralph believed that if he really dared to agree, Jagger would shout until he went bankrupt. If it were the old foolish Fletcher, he might really do such things. Unfortunately, he was now Fletcher, who had lost all conscience. Lao Tian. Even close relatives need to keep accounts clear, let alone us. They offered 10,000 taels as collateral, and in consideration of our relationship, I've already been very generous with just 5,000 taels. If you really can't afford it, never mind. Working with anyone will earn money anyway. Ralph, with a cold face, said, Alicia, show him out. Hey, wait, young Master Lu, can we negotiate further? Jagger looked conflicted. It's not that I don't trust you, but 5,000 taels is too much. Even if I get 50 taels for purchasing goods, and Ba family sells at 50 in less than an hour. Christina looked excited. Many customers were willing to pay extra. I think we can appropriately raise the price. Hey, Marcy, you came at just the right time. Ralph interrupted Christina with a smile. I was just going to notify you. Tomorrow, the ice block price will drop to 40 taels. What? Lower it again? Christina was stunned when he heard Ralph's words. What kind of joke is this? When the supply can't meet the demand, you lower the price. Are you planning to warm up the people of Xianying for free? Giles, why are you doing this? Don't ask, it's all about passion. Christina. Ralph. Oh, alright. Can we increase the production then? There are too many buyers, and these ice blocks aren't enough. Of course not. Ralph shook his head. Not only should we not increase production, we should limit purchases. Ferguson? Why is that? Christina looked bewildered. Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Well, let me explain. Christina. Ralph, triangular ruler. Have you heard of scarcity marketing? Scarcity marketing? Exactly. As they say, those who are loved act fearlessly, while what cannot be obtained forever stirs the heart. If something is easily obtained, it won't be cherished. Our ice blocks need customers to wait, queue up, and feel the anticipation. They will invest more time and effort, creating me better. Ralph laughed and stretched. Marcy, I have one more favor to ask. Speak, Giles. Whatever I can do, I will try my best. Cough, like this, I want to buy some land. Ferguson? Buy land? Christina looked strange. Buying and building estates was common for aristocrats, but weren't you already a landlord? Giles, although I have some connections, buying land in the capital region is very strict. I can't guarantee success. No, not in the capital. Where then? Ralph smiled faintly. Sichuan. Sichuan? Christina. How much do you plan to buy? Plenty and good luck. Christina. Sichuan, despite its scenic beauty, was remote and rural, far behind in population and economy, unable to compare to Xianying. If not for this, the Ba family wouldn't spend so much to enter Xianying's market. Ralph was already a landlord in the capital, yet he chose to buy land in such a poor and remote area. Wasn't he mentally ill? Moreover, Sichuan was thousands of miles from the capital. Buying it would serve little purpose. Why do you need so much land, Giles? Christina asked curiously. Cough. Ralph grinned. Retirement. Christina. The skirt and slit, crafting a short summer version and even producing sample garments. That's what professionalism looks like. Giles, am I missing something in my approach? No, your ideas are excellent. But with Cheongsams, details matter the most. To pinpoint the problem, Ralph stared intently at the ultra-short Cheongsam. Cough, best if we try it on. Ferguson? Feeling his gaze, Christina blushed. These pieces were bold improvements for experimentation and shouldn't be considered finished products, especially the last one, which even made her blush. No way, absolutely not. Before Christina could speak, Alicia interrupted. These clothes were revealing. The high slits would expose her thighs entirely. This woman is coming with such shameful attire to seduce the young master. Alicia, I'm discussing business with Giles. Get lost, go outside. Ralph scowled. Alicia pouted. On the bed? Ralph? Christina. This girl, why does she seem so jealous today? Ralph shook his head. Alicia, listen to me. This is art. You don't understand. Ferguson, no. I want to be part of this discussion too. Alicia put her hands on her hips. It's just trying on clothes. Alicia can do it too. You. An image of Alicia wearing that outfit instantly flashed through Ralph's mind. The sight would be unbearable for ordinary. Most people would be unable to control themselves. Fortunately, he wasn't just anyone. Giles, the dress is wide on top and narrow at the bottom, making my arms look bigger. Should I take it off? Looking in the mirror, Christina frowned. Ralph narrowed his eyes. Indeed, although Christina had a great figure, the dress's cut caused an uncomfortable visual effect. Don't worry. Ralph smiled and picked up a pair of scissors. Giles, what are you doing? Hee, the idea is fine. It just needs a small adjustment. With that, Ralph's scissors made a light snip. Tear. The side slit was instantly opened much higher, almost reaching her waist. Ah! Christina yelped, trying to dodge but was held down by Ralph. Their eyes met, and she could feel Ralph's warm breath. Reflexively, she tried to pull away but felt weak and powerless. So he wants me? Christina blushed. Although married, she hadn't experienced anything intimate yet. Feeling Ralph's presence, she closed her eyes nervously. Next, a cool sensation touched her neck. However, it wasn't Ralph's hand but the scissors. Tear. Ralph trimmed both sides and stood up, admiring his work. Perfect. Christina. A moment later, detailed guidance. Aryun's body tensed. Elbow, follow me inside. Yes. Christina's cheeks turned red as she followed Aryun into the room. Mora. This vixen is definitely trying to seduce our young master. No way, I can't let her succeed. Mora pouted, and also followed them in. Christina immediately took out several sample dresses made from different materials once they were inside. These samples were clearly dyed with new oil-based dyes, not only vibrant in color but also had subtle modifications on the slit and the lapel. Mr. Liu, based on the design you drew, I made a version with silk, and I think it looks pretty good. But it's summer now, so I thought about shortening the dress by reducing the length of the skirt. It would be cooler and more convenient, but this approach disrupts the balance between top and bottom, making it look somewhat disproportionate. Christina earnestly explained her thoughts. Aryan listened intently. Christina, being a specialist in women's clothing, modified the design from the common classical qipao by changing the slit and dress opening, refining it into a shorter version suitable for summer, even making sample clothes. This is what professionals do. Mr. Liu, am I missing something? No, your ideas are great. With qipaos, the devil is in the details. To pinpoint the problems, Aryan stared at the ultra Christina. Marcy, let's try on the clothes. This okay? After some hesitation, Christina nodded. After all, someone as sophisticated and dedicated to art like Aryan couldn't have bad intentions. Soon, Christina went into the room and changed into the short qipao. A few moments later, she shyly walked out. That moment, Aryan was captivated. Her tall figure appeared even more slender in the qipao, the smooth lines accentuating her curves perfectly, especially her unusually long, pale legs half hidden, drawing attention. This figure would be a supermodel in the previous life. Aryan covered his nose immediately. Mr. Liu, what's wrong? You don't look well. Bad sleep recently, overheating. Should you rest first? I can come another day. No need. Aryan stretched his neck and inhaled sharply. I can continue. Christina. Aryan couldn't deny that his judgment was keen. Christina's figure in the qipao was perfect, especially this short qipao, making her look breathtakingly beautiful, a sight that ordinary people couldn't resist. Fortunately, he wasn't ordinary. Mr. Liu, this dress is wider at the top and narrower at the bottom. My arms seem much thick the slit by 3 inches, but also cut away most of the fabric around the collar, leaving a teardrop-shaped opening. This small change transformed the dress dramatically, balancing the proportions, and the teardrop-shaped opening subtly revealed her collarbone, enhancing the delicate appearance of her shoulders. The dress was stunning. The beauty of clothing lies in these minor changes. This is art. Aryan declared grandly. Marcy, I need to use the bathroom. Christina. So clothes can be modified like this? Looking at Aryan's back, she shone with admiration. At the same time, she felt a twinge of sadness. Is it because I'm too old? After all, a woman who brings misfortune can't expect much, can she? Hashtag chapter 50. This water is so sweet. After a deep conversation with Christina, Ralph escorted her out of Nyoking village. Once back in his room, he grabbed a handful of saltpeter and started experimenting. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. Ralph mumbled to himself as he mixed saltpeter, charcoal, and sulfur in the correct proportions. Yes, he was making gunpowder. The training of Brandt and the others still needed time, and the current security level of the Liu family was not reassuring. He needed a safeguard for self-protection. Gunpowder was powerful and easy to use, making it the best choice. The saying 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts shouted at me. Astrid sighed deeply, looking at her reflection in the water. Am I really that different from that demoness? Oh, if only Master would say Astrid isn't too young anymore. Astrid shook her head and stood up from the tub. Little Astrid, don't be angry. At that moment, Ralph pushed open the door and walked in. Their eyes met. Ralph. Astrid. Ah. I saw nothing. Nothing at all. Ralph's eyes widened in shock. Astrid blushed furiously, quickly grabbing her clothes. You're still looking. Cough cough, sorry, couldn't help it. Astrid. He quickly turned around and closed the door behind him. Well, who would have thought Astrid was more than I expected? I thought she was an E, but turns out she's an F. Ralph compared with his hands, whistling in admiration. Looks like from now on, I should call her Hang Astrid instead of Little Astrid. Inside the room, Astrid blushed furiously. Seeing Ralph leave, her anger instantly turned into happiness. Master still likes Astrid after all, but being stared at like that, how embarrassing. Ugh, stinky Master, naughty Master, stupid Master. Astrid splashed some water, quickly dressed, and came out. Cough cough, Hang. Oh, right Little Astrid. Why didn't you lock the door while bathing? What if someone else had seen you? Ralph smiled awkwardly. Humph, Master doesn't care about Astrid anyway. Silly girl, don't talk nonsense. You are the dearest net, and the atmosphere froze. Ralph. Man. Now I know why the water tasted sweet. Ralph exploded in rage. Bastard, stand still. Seeing Ralph charging at him, the man pulled up his pants and fled. Bastard, urinating in public. Have you no sense of public decency? Brother, please, I didn't see anyone downstream. It wasn't intentional. I apologize. Apology my ass. If apologies were useful, what do we need officials for? Stand still, let's fight. The man dodged behind a large banyan tree, playing hide and seek with Ralph. His agility reminded Ralph of the old story of Geary circumventing a pillar, showing remarkable skills. This guy's slippery like an eel. Ralph was stunned. Although his body lacked stamina, it still had some burst strength. Yet he couldn't touch even a hair on the man's head. This scruffy beard could predict Ralph's moves. Master. Astrid caught her breath, pulling Ralph. How about we let it go? He didn't mean it, and neighbors shouldn't hurt each other. Right. I'm from Yo 2 village next door. The bearded man smiled apologetically. Forgive him, alright, but compensation can't be avoided. Watching with amazement. Wow, young master, this uncle is so amazing. Ferguson, what's there to be amazed at? Someone who's so adept at catching fish must not be up to any good. Alicia, remember to stay away from people like him. The bearded man. Ralph gazed at the shimmering water. Suddenly an idea struck him and his eyes lit up. Little Alicia, come here. Yes, young master, what's wrong? Alicia came running over, holding her basket. Alicia, you wanted stars in the sky, didn't you? Now although there are no stars, your young master can give you a rainbow. Ralph smiled enigmatically. Young master is boasting again. Alicia looked skeptical. Rainbows only appear after rain. How can you possibly give one to Alicia? Heh, if your young master really catches a rainbow for you, well, then it would be as young master says. Seeing Alicia's cute demeanor, Ralph felt a playful urge arise. Alright, if I really can catch a rainbow, how about you kiss me on the cheek? Wah, young master, that's embarrassing. Alicia blushed, lightly punching Ralph's chest. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Ralph immediately redeemed a small, triangular prism pendant from the system. Little Alicia, watch closely. I'm about to catch a rainbow. Curious, Alicia watched as Ralph gently moved the prism in the sunlight. Instantly, a band of 7-color light appeared. With the number of mouths to feed in the Lu family, these few fish wouldn't even satisfy Dog Air and the others. That guy, you'd better come out. At this speed, by nightfall you won't have caught many fish. Sorry. Joel looked apologetic. May I know where you live? I'll catch more fish another day and apologize personally. No need for all that trouble. Seeing as you're remorseful, I'll forgive you. Your magnanimity is impressive. I admire you greatly. Joel bowed. My name is Joel. May I ask your distinguished name? Ralph. Ralph casually replied, but he was stunned when he realized what he had just heard. What did you say your name is? Joel. Damn, Joel. Ralph's face showed confusion. Joel was a name he knew well, renowned alongside General Adifier. He became famous at a young age, aiding Emperor Amir in conquering multiple states, and could be considered one of Baylor's most capable generals. If it weren't for his misfortune and defeat in Chu by Astrid Yin, his achievements would certainly have earned him a noble title. Of course, the Li family always had bad luck. His descendant Li Guang, despite being known as a victorious general against the Xiongnu, often got lost, missing out on major battles, and eventually earning the title Li Guang, unrewarded. It can't be, it has to be a coincidence. Ralph scrutinized Joel from head to toe. The bearded man before him, once they were at a safe distance, Ralph ignited the explosive and hurled it into the water, covering his ears and sprinting away. Get down. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a massive explosion occurred. Even though Joel and Alicia had covered their ears, the sudden blast startled them. Ah! Alicia screamed and crouched down. Joel stood frozen, utterly astounded. Above the stream, smoke billowed, white water columns shot upwards, water splashing like heavy rain along the entire creek. After some time, the agitated water gradually calmed, revealing numerous floating fish. This is thunder magic? Joel blinked, finally reacting. He looked at Ralph in disbelief. How does this boy possess such power? Joel. Ralph. Chapter 52. The Friendship of Pan and Ga. Whoa, it's that powerful. Ralph was equally startled by the Earth Bomb's force. But as he regained his composure, he felt delighted. This thing is just perfect for group battles. Obviously, the more powerful, the better. Next time anyone tries to bother me, I'll throw a bomb at them. Even if it doesn't kill them, it'll scare them to death. Yo, young master, what on earth is that? It's terrifying. Mora patted her chest with lingering fear. The scene made Ralph instantly feel heated. Mora, in her silk dress, which was originally quite revealing, now clung to her body after being drenched in the stream water, barely covering her exquisite figure, making it even more alluring. It jumped up and down with every movement. Who could resist such a sight? Lou. Brother Lou? Joel was about to speak when Ralph's face darkened. Right, there's an old uncle standing here. Such beauty should not be seen by outsiders. This would be a huge loss. What are you looking at? Ferguson, up and go pick the fish? But, Brother Lou, I didn't. Go quickly. Ralph glared fiercely. Well, okay. Joel turned away helplessly to collect the fish from the river. Send them to Nyowa Village's Lu Manor when you're done. After saying this, Ralph grabbed Mora's hand. Let's go home. Ferguson? Young master, why don't we help? There are so many fish. The uncle will need ages to collect them all alone. Mora hesitated. The beautiful image instantly popped into Ralph's mind. Warm sunlight, clear stream water, and a girl bending over to pick fish, occasionally splashing water playfully. The water soaking through her clothes, revealing her stunning figure. And he looked down and saw that abyss deepen, causing him to shudder. This girl is already from Nyowa Village. Due to recent droughts, they blocked the upstream waterway directly. The crops were already struggling without sufficient irrigation, and now there was no water at all. Naturally, the villagers of Nyowa Village weren't happy and decided to dig the waterway open again. But the people from Nyoto Village naturally disagreed, leading to a scuffle that escalated into a fight. These rascals from Nyoto Village are really going too far. Daryl expressed his indignation. Ah, truly the spirit of the old Baylor warriors. Ralph shook his head. They soon reached the sluice gate. The chaos was evident as men from both villages were using sticks and hoes in a heated battle. Many villagers were bleeding profusely, clearly fighting fiercely. Despite their numbers, the Nyoto villagers couldn't match the ferocity of the Nyowa villagers, especially since Asa and his team had just learned the Black Tiger 13 moves, making their attacks brutal. Both sides suffered injuries as they fought over the waterway, and more villagers were getting hurt. Seeing this, Ralph shook his head. The heavy taxes under the Baylor dynasty already left peasants barely fed. Droughts could lead to starvation, explaining why both sides fought so fiercely. However, blocking the waterway without regard for others was indeed despicable, and it was affecting his own village. Everyone, stop fighting. Ralph shouted quietly. Everyone paused. Coincidence. Long have I heard of the renowned friendship between Pan and Ga. Hee, I didn't expect my reputation to reach Nyowa village. Lars beamed proudly. Kid, you're quite eloquent. Today's matter can be resolved if you pay some medicine fees and scram. I won't pursue any further responsibility. To hell with you. They should pay compensation. Suddenly, The Nyowa villagers protested vehemently. What now? Want to keep fighting? Fear us? Come on. Come. Seeing another potential brawl, Ralph sighed. Quiet. Gia brother, listen, I have a solution. Ralph smiled faintly, unblocked the waterway, and apologized to the Nyowa villagers. This issue will be settled. What do you say? Chapter 53. Tay, dog wealth. What? Did I hear that wrong? You want us to dig open the water channel and apologize to you? Jedediah sneered with disdain. On what grounds? Because your face is pale? No, although I am handsome, I don't rely on my looks for a living. Ralph smiled faintly. On the grounds that I am your father. Damn it, kid. You're really cocky. How can I be your father if I'm not confident? Jedediah. Kid, are you looking for a fight? Jedediah was furious. The people from Yoto village had always been in numbers and had always bullied others. They weren't about to let outsiders disrespect them today. Brothers, take him to help but feel a chill run down his spine. He had witnessed the terror of this thing firsthand. If you anger this cultivator, your few lives won't be enough to make up for it. Although Joel misunderstood Ralph wouldn't harm innocent villagers no matter how conscienceless he might seem. He just wanted to use the firecracker to blow up the water channel. Joel quickly walked up and bowed deeply to Ralph. Master Lu, the villagers lack proper etiquette. Please do not hold it against them. Lord, why are you all standing there? Ferguson re-up and apologized to Master Lu. Seeing Joel bowing and apologizing personally to Ralph, the people of Nyoto village's faces changed dramatically as they all knelt down to apologize. We know we were wrong. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. Ferguson, this guy is actually the landlord of Nyoto village? Ralph realized this, his expression darkening. Brotherly, you guys in Nyoto village sure think highly of yourselves. Cough. Joel looked embarrassed. Master Lu, I sincerely apologize. I have only just learned of this incident. Once I return, I will certainly punish these villagers. Ferguson, good to know. It was your fault to begin with. Exactly. Just because you have more people doesn't mean you can bully others. The villagers of Niwa expressed indignation. Joel apologized repeatedly. Yes, this is our mistake. I represent Nyoto village in a pink dark. Joel laughed gently. Please excuse the humble abode. Ralph, Tay, dog wealth. Bring out the wine. Joel waved his sleeve, and two beautiful maidservants came out carrying dishes and wine. Chicken, duck, goose meat, seasonal fruits and vegetables, everything was available, catching Brant's eyes wide open. Everyone, please enjoy. Before Joel could finish speaking, Brant grabbed a lamb leg like a famished wolf. Rude. Ralph frowned and slammed the table. How have I taught you all? You look like wolves tearing into food, disgracing Niwa village. Huh. All five lowered their heads in shame. Brant, being the smart one, quickly handed the lamb leg over. Young master, please, you go first. Teachable. Ralph took the lamb leg, munching happily. Hee, so delicious. Joel. He personally poured Ralph a cup of clear wine. Master Lu, this is a famous liquor from Xianyang called Tinli Drunk, please. Ralph tasted it. He had been drinking homemade rice wine these days, and had long wanted to try this old Baylor Dynasty wine. Not bad, pretty fragrant. Ralph immediately drained the cup. The next moment, he spat it out, spraying Joel's new clothes. Joel. Wiping the wine off his face, he frowned. Master Lu, does this wine not suit your taste? Not that. Is this what you call good wine? Ralph looked strange. Chapter 54. I provide the ideas, you provide the funds. Fair enough, right? Ferguson? Joel was momentarily stunned. Giles, please continue. Ralph picked his teeth, then stood up and looked toward the distant fields. This year's drought has been severe. It hasn't rained for a long time. The water in this irrigation channel might not be enough to serve both villages. Sir Lu is absolutely right. Benson nodded vigorously. If there was enough water, they wouldn't need to do such despicable things just to get more water. Alas, natural disasters are unpredictable and beyond human control. Joel sighed with emotion. This region around Guangzhou had only been affected, but regions east of the pass hadn't seen rain for nearly half a year, leaving its people suffering miserably. Brother Lee's words are amiss, Ralph smiled faintly. Though fate can be difficult to alter, have you heard of human will conquering nature? Ferguson man will conquers nature? Joel's heart quivered. He had been brave from birth and gained fame at a young age, but he encountered a setback at the peak of his confidence. During the Baylor Sam battle, facing Chang Pingjun's betrayal and Astrid Yan's army, despite cutting down several enemy officers, he could not stop the inevitable defeat. He once brandished his sword and howled, I didn't lose to Astrid Yan but to destiny. After that battle, Joel became depressed. If this were applied nationwide, wouldn't our great Baylor always enjoy abundant harvests? You're dreaming. Ralph shrugged. In severely drought-stricken areas, rivers could run dry. Without water, what can you irrigate with? Moreover, not all villages have rivers, nor are all rivers suitable for installing water wheels. Giles speaks the truth. Joel nodded. If the rivers dried up, water wheels alone wouldn't solve the issue. Certainly, there is still a way to deal with such conditions, Ralph added. What? Does Giles truly have a solution for severe droughts? It's simple. Build reservoirs. Reservoirs? What are those? Joel was puzzled. Ralph immediately drew another illustration. Look, our Great Baylor's rivers originate from western mountains, merging along their courses and growing larger with rainfall until they finally flow east into the sea. However, the amount of rainfall varies significantly by year and season. Moderate rainfall brings favorable weather, insufficient rainfall causes drought, and excessive rainfall leads to floods. Ralph laid down the brush. If we build reservoirs on major rivers, releasing water in summer and storing water in winter, we can ensure adequate water supply for agriculture during crucial planting seasons in spring and autumn. Thus, whether rainfall is sufficient or not, it would maintain favorable agricultural conditions. I see. Joel clapped his hands in approval. These reservoirs combined with water wheels truly serve as tools benefiting both the economy and livelihood. If our great Baylor builds reservoirs on just money and not people. Joel slapped his chest firmly. Giles, don't worry. I'll cover the cost for the water wheel. How can that be? It's both our villages matter. Why should you bear the cost alone? No problem. If it weren't for your idea of the water wheel, Nyoto village wouldn't enjoy this convenience. Moreover, being neighboring villages, we should help each other. Brotherly speaks wisely. I like friends like you. Ralph raised his cup in a toast. Come, let me toast to Brotherly. Since you've spoken so generously, I must show appreciation too. Era. Woof. Ralph rolled his eyes. Stop pretending. Fetch my fish over here. Okay. Ralph handed a string of fish to Joel. Brotherly, please accept this token of my gratitude. Joel. These seemed like the same few fish he had caught himself. If anything, there were fewer. But in Joel's view, the blueprints for the water wheel and reservoir were priceless treasures. In comparison, the cost of one water wheel was negligible. Giles, don't speak. I know you're moved. I'll go use the restroom. Ralph dashed off before Joel could change his mind, leaving him standing bewildered in the wind. Splatter. Feeling relieved, Ralph hummed contentedly. Looking down, his eyes brightened. My, rich people sure have different poop. Translator's note. The Lao also offer free cleaning services to all the households in Yodo village. Brant. Havelock. Crack. The shock caused bones to drop from their hands. Even the meat in their mouths lost its flavor. Sir, please be reasonable. Ralph. Do you have an issue? Brotherly has been so hospitable and spent money to build water wheels for everyone. Aren't you moved? 5 people, in. Moved, yet unable to move. Good, it's settled then. Joel wanted to say something but was interrupted by Ralph's smile. Do you have the heart to refuse when they are so touched? Joel. Well, thank you all. Brant and the others were at a loss, tears welling up in their eyes. We volunteer willingly. After eating, Brant and company started their new mission. Ralph, bored, went with Joel to the backyard pond for a walk to aid digestion. Giles, you seem to have great knowledge and agile movements. Which school did you train under? Joel looked curious. Ralph could keep pace with him along the stream side, definitely indicating some martial arts skills. Yet, his body seemed weak, not like someone who had trained rigorously. No school, no sect. I merely learned some military martial arts from my father when I was young. Oh, so Giles also practiced military martial arts. Joel's eyes lit up. Lately, I've been itchy to practice. Can Giles guide me? 3 problems in your swordsmanship. Please enlighten me. First, your swordplay is overly aggressive but lacks finesse. Excessive rigidity can lead to failure. You might overpower weaker opponents, but against stronger ones, you'll likely lose. Second, your swordsmanship originates from battlefield scenarios where comrades are behind you, leading to a forward-focused, neglecting defense. Your back becomes your biggest weakness. As for the third, Ralph spat. Joel. Ralph, do you have diabetes? Ferguson? What's diabetes? Simply put, do you feel thirstier and urinate more often lately, losing weight despite eating normally, and experiencing dizziness and fatigue? Most importantly, your urine smells sweet. Hearing this, Joel was shocked. How do you know all this? What do you think, Ralph. Joel, and cough. Giles, is there a cure? It's hard, but not impossible. Really? Joel's face brightened. Back then, one reason for his retirement was defeat, and the other was health issues. Diabetes weakened him and made frequent trips to the privy too embarrassing for a military leader. If cured, I might return to the army. Ralph nodded. Although older, Joel still possessed incredible strength and could achieve fame if he rejoined the army. I wonder how the brothers in Shanin are doing? Joel reminisced about past battles, feeling nostalgic. The commander of Shanin now should be Sunny. I wonder if the war in Bayun is going smoothly. Wait, who did you say? Ralph's body tensed. Sunny? Does Ralph know General Sunny? Ralph grabbed Joel's hand. Oldly, listen, don't join forces with Sunny. Why? Joel was confused. Ralph rolled his eyes. Sunny is a traitor. Note, the original text has some colloquialisms and cultural elements specific to Chinese historical and contemporary context. To ensure natural English, some phrases were adjusted while preserving the overall tone and meaning. Hashtag chapter 56, the playful Cameron. What? General Sunny is going to rebel? How could that be possible? Joel was shocked. Giles, are you misunderstanding General Zhao? He comes from 3 generations of loyal officials. He's loyal, my foot. Ralph shook his head. Currently, the Otis still reigns, and naturally, Sunny dares not revolt. After the Otis's death, chaos will erupt in the empire, with warlords like John and Iman advancing towards Xianyang. Although Baylor looks precarious, its strength remains substantial. Just Cavan's army of 10,000 Lishan prisoners can rout these warlords and make them hesitate to engage in battle. If Sunny's 50,000 southern campaign troops had come to the aid of the emperor, there would have been no room for Iman at all. However, upon hearing of the Otis's death, he promptly declared himself king of Nanyue, a position he held until the time of Emperor Wu of Han when Nanyue was finally extinguished. Sunny's self-proclamation as king was none of Ralph's concern, but the regions of Bashu were too close to Bayue. Ralph had already envisioned Bashu as his future stronghold, and he couldn't tolerate such defiance. Therefore, he was highly displeased with this turncoat. Brotherly, while Sunny has yet to rebel, he's on the path to it. This man is inherently rebellious. If you wish to join the military, by all means, avoid joining Shanin's army. Joel frowned deeply, wanting to ask more when Brant ran over. Master, the latrine is cleaned up. Ralph's face lit up. Is it thoroughly clean? Not a single trace left behind. Well done. Ralph then turned to Joel and saluted. Brotherly, let's finalize the irrigation plan. It's getting late. I must take my leave. Giles. Before Joel could speak, Ralph waved his hand and immediately left with Brant and the others. Joel. Watching Ralph's retreating figure, Joel's frown deepened. Speaking casually about the treachery of a national general was no laughing matter, especially someone like Sunny who commands considerable forces. Could it be that Sunny really has problems? Joel's eyes narrowed. His instincts were usually sharp. On multiple occasions, they saved him from peril on the battlefield. He felt that Giles might not be joking. He must know something. Damn it. The Shanin army is my creation. How can it become a den of traitors? Joel waved his hand. Bring me my armor. My lord, do you? Zotzi looked astonished. Yes, I need to go to the palace to see His Majesty. Upon hearing Joel's response, Vincent and Zotzi were incredulous. The general hadn't set foot in the palace for years since his retirement, even declining several royal invitations. Who knew this minor landlord from the neighboring village could prompt the general to come out of retirement? In Xianyang Palace stood the opulent Yake Palace, adorned with gilded letters reading Yake. This was the residence of the beloved 18th Prince Cameron by the Otis. Clad in luxurious attire, Cameron lay half reclined on a couch, holding a woman's garment, his eyes half closed, savoring the maiden scent. Inside the hall, servants were beating a maidservant mercilessly. The maidservant spat blood and begged incessantly. Your Highness, spare me. I didn't know it was your Highness. Just spare me, please. Cameron walked expressionlessly to her, lifting her chin. Filthy servant, hitting and insulting me doesn't matter, but you should not have seen my face. He smiled indifferently. Kiss, please wait. Bram quickly stopped him. Seeing the beasts any time isn't urgent, but if His Majesty learns of your random outings, he might be displeased. Forgive him, father again. Cameron sneered. Bram, why have you become as nagging as my brother, constantly mentioning His Majesty? Don't be angry, your Highness. Bram chuckled. It's natural for your Highness to be playful, but as a prince, you must tread carefully within the palace walls. I understand. It's all about pleasing father. Cameron rubbed his ears. Don't worry. I've memorized the stratagems you asked me to recite. Your Highness is truly gifted. I admire you. Bram flattered him, noting Cameron's simple-mindedness made him easy to manipulate. Over the years, he managed to win the Otis's affection for Cameron. With continued manipulation, distancing the Otis from Aloysius and pushing Cameron to ascend the throne seemed feasible. However, recent events troubled him. Firstly, the immortal palace burned down, causing the Otis to stop taking the golden elixir he relied on. Secondly, Aloysius appeared to have matured overnight, changing the Otis's attitude towards him significantly. Aloysius, being friendly with Daryl and Hale, both enemies of Bram, worried him. Chunyon frequently spoke ill of him to Aloysius. If Aloysius became emperor, Bram's fate would be dire. A shadow crossed Bram's eyes. Your Highness, recently His Majesty is concerned about the drought in Guangdong and the southern campaign against Baiwe. Noxram has written responses for you to memorize, which would please His Majesty. What? Memorizing text again? Cameron looked annoyed. Boring, very boring. No way. Your Highness, servant has also found some beautiful dancers from the western regions. If you memorize these strategies, His Majesty will be pleased, and you can freely venture out afterward. Dancers from the western regions? Cameron's eyes brightened. Beautiful? Absolutely stunning. The finest in the world. Chapter 57. That year, he was 14, and he was 18. Zhangtai Palace. Bang! The Otis angrily threw the bamboo slips to the ground. Sunny, that useless man, couldn't even conquer the small tribe of Baiyun with a force of 50,000 troops. Your Majesty, please calm down. A servant hurriedly brought over a bowl of milk. The Otis gulped down a few mouthfuls, his anger gradually subsiding. It wasn't hard to understand why the Otis was enraged. Back in the days when the Iron Cavalry of Baylor swept across the 6 states, they were always outnumbered but managed to win battles one after another, ultimately conquering all 6 kingdoms. It was unthinkable that they would suffer a setback at the hands of the small Baiyun tribe now. 50,000 soldiers dispatched for the southern campaign had achieved nothing and remained stalled. The Otis had hoped to suppress the Baiyun tribes quickly and then move north the following year to fight. Eventually, the Baylor army had no choice but to retreat and guard the border cities. Worthless, truly worthless. The Otis's frustration grew. He wished he could immediately remove Sunny as general. Unfortunately, he had no suitable replacements. Hale commanded 20,000 Ming family troops guarding the Great Wall, and Daryl's Black Dragon army needed to defend the capital. Adifir was unparalleled in strength, but his age prevented him from riding again. As for Wangli, he was too young to command respect. Ah, if Exine were still here. Images of the brave youth flashed in his mind, bringing a look of nostalgia to the Otis's eyes. That year, he was 18, and he was 14. He said he would unify the world and end the chaos of a century, bringing peace to the people. He said he wanted to become an invincible general, helping to defeat the 6 states, becoming a marquis, and achieving immortal fame. That night, they drank together, talked until dawn, and shared a bedroll. 20 years later, he realized his dreams and became the Otis. Meanwhile, he chose to retire, leaving the realm and losing a formidable general, while the Otis lost a trusted friend. Ah, how unpredictable life is. The Otis sighed deeply, taking another sip of milk. Your Majesty generally requests an audience. Just then, a servant bowed respectfully. HM? Which General Li? The Otis was puzzled. Is it Carmine's son, Li Yu? Didn't I send him to Sanchuan Prefecture? Your Majesty, it's General Joel. What did you say, Joel? The Otis was taken aback. Your humble servant Joel pays respects to your Majesty. Joel, dressed in golden armor, knelt on one knee. Recognizing the familiar voice, the Otis's gaze softened. He slowly stood up and helped Joel to his feet. Just like when he bestowed the seal of command upon Joel in the hall many years ago, time had passed, yet their bond remained strong. Exine, you've aged and so have I. The Otis sighed. Years had gone by, and the once vigorous youth was now a grizzled middle-aged man. Your Majesty's arm is still powerful. Joel gripped the Otis's hand tightly. Reunited with his old friend, his excitement was palpable. Ha ha ha, 10 years. Finally, you've come to visit me. Servants, prepare wine and dishes. We won't read more memorials today. I intend to feast with Minister Exine until dawn. The Otis laughed heartily, pulling Joel onto the couch. How could I refuse such an invitation? Joel smiled brightly. Try this new Shipa meat prepared by the imperial chefs. Made from deer raised in the Apang Palace, marinated in rice wine. Though not quite the original donghua meat, it's still a fine dish. The Otis enthusiastically served Joel. Indeed exquisite. Joel praised repeatedly. After several rounds of drinks and courses, the Otis's eyes became slightly hazy. Exine, how have you been all these years? Thanks to your majesty's benevolence, I fish and practice martial arts in the countryside every day, living quite freely. I see, you're still young and handsome. Just this scruffy beard needs some tidying. Hee hee, men grow mature with beards. Joel glanced at the Otis's thick beard. You're not suited for a beard. The Otis chuckled. You're different. You're too handsome, making a beard look odd. But I'm old. I must keep mine. Your majesty doesn't look old at all. Enough flattery, it's not your forte. The Otis shook his head. Now, tell me, what brings you here today? Your majesty's wisdom. Joel sat up straight. Today, outside the village, I encountered a great recluse who gave me guidance, which clarified my thoughts. So, I came to see your majesty. A great recluse? The Otis sneered. These days, most great recluses are frauds. Exine, don't let anyone fool you. Thinking of the alchemists from the immortal palace, the Otis shook his head continuously. Your majesty, this recluse is extraordinary. I saw him command lightning myself. Lightning? What nonsense is this? The Otis was bewildered. Just days earlier, Ralph had controlled snow and wind in the market. Today, there was another person commanding lightning. How did so many strange events occur so suddenly? Did you fight this recluse? Cough. Not exactly. Joel coughed awkwardly. The recluse used lightning to fry fish in the stream. Fry fish? What kind of trickery is this? Not just that. This recluse also had servants clean out my latrine. Hold it. Cleaning the latrine? This sounds oddly familiar. The Otis suddenly remembered that Joel lived near Nyogo village. Hold on. You didn't mean to say this recluse's name happens to be Ralph? Chapter 58. We shall not betray each other. Your majesty. You also know Mr. Liu? Joel. Otis. Triangular ruler. I knew it. Such a cunning move can only be that stinky kid Aryun. The Otis smiled faintly. Exine, to be honest, not only do I know that boy, but I also plan to have Aloysius apprentice under him. So that's how it is. Joel nodded, thinking finally after all these years of dealing with alchemists, would undoubtedly ensure harvests even during floods or droughts. Great Baylor established itself through agriculture. The Otis well understood the importance of farming. Only with sufficient grain and prosperous citizens could the Baylor cavalry sweep across the world. Excellent. Excellent. The Otis clapped in delight. Who would have thought this brat even knows agronomy? Aryun, you've really given me another big surprise. Your majesty, if the reservoir is completed, it should surely solve the current great drought in Guangdong. Joel's gaze was intense. The Otis, however, shook his head smiling. While Joel was indeed a born commander, he understood little outside warfare. From just the rough sketches, the Otis could tell how challenging building the reservoir would be. Moreover, the drought in Guangdong had already begun, causing displaced civilians everywhere. Building the reservoir now was too late, but there was no doubt about the invaluable worth of these innovations. One day in court, I will discuss with my ministers the feasibility of constructing the reservoir. Today, seeing you has brought me great joy. Come, let's drink until we're thoroughly drunk and sleep together. Your majesty. Joel held his wine, hesitating to speak. The Otis immediately saw Joel had something on his mind. Exine, we are as close as brothers. Speak your heart freely. No need to hold back. This, Joel frowned. As Aryun stated, Baylor Air sure massacred loyal officials, Daryl and Hale died. And Sunny then rebelled. Baylor would lack any available troops. Facing revolts from the remaining 6 kingdoms, Baylor's demise would be unsurprising. Sunny must die. Your majesty. Joel's gaze was complicated. He couldn't understand why the usually rational Otis would sentence Sunny to death just based on Aryun's word. Exine, don't say anything more. I have my reasons, and you'll understand eventually. Yes. Joel pondered. But your majesty, Sunny controls 500,000 troops and is stationed in strategic locations. Killing him requires careful planning, otherwise it could cause unforeseen changes. I know. The Otis nodded. Of course, he understood Sunny's heavy military control, distant from the capital. Handling this potential threat would not have been easy before. But now, looking at Joel's valiant face, the Otis smiled. Brat, unexpectedly, you accidentally brought me the person I've longed for. This deed, I won't forget. The Otis immediately rose and bowed to Joel. Joel, startled, hurriedly knelt. Your majesty, what are you doing? Exine, the great Baylor Empire is already in peril. Among all my ministers, I find none trustworthy. The Otis grabbed Joel's hand. Will you stay to help me? Joel. Great Baylor in peril? That sounds exaggerated. Seeing the sincerity in the Otis's eyes, Joel's eyes reddened. Back when they had vowed to create a peaceful and prosperous era together, we shall not betray each other. Even after his devastating defeat that cost Baylor heavily, the Otis still protected him despite opposition from powerful officials. Yet, unable to overcome his own psychological barrier, he chose to retreat into seclusion. Now, though both had changed, they were no longer the young men they once were. Yet the same sincerity shone in their eyes. Exine, I am willing to give my life in service. Rise quickly, rise quickly. The Otis was delighted, helping Joel to his feet. Good brother, I hereby appoint you as Grand General, commanding all troops. Your Majesty, no. Joel hurriedly stopped the Otis. No, at least not now. Why? The Otis frowned. Joel cleared his throat awkwardly. I have some unspoken difficulties. The Otis. Joel, N. ##### Chapter 59. Sending the National Master on his way. Your Majesty, I understand. When one reaches middle age, certain inconveniences are inevitable. Who doesn't have some hidden ailments? His chest was pierced through the pectoral bones. Any movement sent waves of pain coursing through his body. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Josue chattered his teeth. He couldn't comprehend how he had fallen from the esteemed position of Grand Sorcerer to a prisoner. My acting skills should have been flawless. Even I was convinced by the elixir of immortality. Someone must have betrayed me. Whoever you are, I swear, once I get out of here, I'll tear you limb from limb. Josue let out a roar. Outside the cell door, the Otis heard the cries and sneered. Tricked me and still think you can get out? Dream on. If not for what Ralph said about your potential value, I would have torn you apart long ago. His Majesty has arrived. Your Majesty. Your Majesty? Seeing the Otis, Josue's face lit up with surprise. You've finally come to see me. I am innocent. I have always been loyal to you. Someone else has framed me. If only your Majesty will let me out, I swear I will bring back the elixir of immortality. The Otis watched Josue's performance without a hint of emotion. Seeking immortals? Yes. Though my cultivation is limited, I cannot help you achieve immortality directly, but on the sea, there are 3 immortal islands, Ponglai, Casandragzu, and Fangzhong. True immortals live there. If I bring them treasures and young men and women, they will surely grant us. The Otis smirked. General Joel once broke through 100 cities in Yin, Harley, Zhao, and Chu, killing countless enemies. With him protecting you, you will be safe. General Joel, please meet the National Master. What? That's Joel? Feeling Joel's gaze, Josue shrank back. This man was renowned alongside by Harley, the god of war, having truly killed countless people. How could he possibly escape with such a person watching over him? Josue's face darkened instantly. Your Majesty, the sea is tumultuous. I fear General Joel may not be able to handle the conditions. No problem, he can endure. How dare I ask for such an important minister to protect me? No problem, he doesn't mind. Joel. Josue. Your Majesty, General Joel exudes too much killing intent, which might offend the immortals. Josue, you disappoint me. The Otis sighed wryly. How he wished Josue's words were true. Even knowing the elixir was fake, he still clung to the last shred of hope. But Josue's eyes told him everything was a lie. Your Majesty. Josue's face changed drastically as he realized the Emperor was testing him. Please, Your Majesty, I will leave my entire family, 586 people, in Xianyang to pray for your blessings daily. Pray for blessings? The Otis sneered. What a fine National Master indeed. To save himself, he would leave his whole capable of turning stones into gold. Josue explained hurriedly. Do you have a supply? Yes, a mine of Glauber's salt exists 100 miles away on Lishan Mountain. I will offer it all to Your Majesty. Please, spare my life. The Otis smiled. The world is mine. Why would I need what you offer? Josue, you can't escape your fate, but I can give you a complete corpse. What? Josue's body trembled as if struck by lightning. I'm doomed. Yes, you are doomed. The Otis stretched lazily. Let's discuss how you will die. Chapter 60. A masterpiece, but never again. Could Josue be killed at will? Of course not. Josue was the imperial sorcerer personally appointed by the Otis. If he were executed for deceiving the emperor, it would indicate that the Otis had misjudged character and harm his authority. Initially, when the Otis wanted to dismember Josue, it was merely in a fit of rage. Even the confiscation of the hidden immortal palace was justified under the pretense of scholars drunkenly insulting the imperial entourage. How much more serious was the life and death of a national sorcerer? Josue, what crime should I pin on you? Josue was on the verge of tears. The most painful experience was contemplating your own demise while still alive. High treason? Lack of virtue? No, too cliché. The Otis thought of several charges, but rejected each one. Your Majesty, flabbergasted, Josue stared as guards forced feed him the pills. No, they are poisoned. Your Majesty, spare me. I'll haunt you forever, Ralph. Before Josue could say more, the poisonous pills did their work. He died with blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Witnessing this, the Otis's face grew even colder. Send Josue's entire clan to accompany him on his voyage. After all, families should stay together. Understood. Nyowa village. Achu. In his room, Ralph suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. A gust of wind made the windows rattle and the candle flicker ominously. Gah, why do I feel something ominous? There must be nothing to worry about. This world has no ghosts or gods. Snap. Suddenly, a cold hand touched Ralph's shoulder. He froze and turned slowly. A ghost. Instinctively reaching for his taser, Ralph paused as he heard. Master, it's me. Alicia. Startled, Alicia took a few steps back, clearly frightened herself. Ferguson? Alicia? Ralph lit the candle to see Alicia's face painted strangely. Some parts white, some red, her brows curved unnaturally, her lips resembling sausages. Her makeup rivaled the likes of Rue Fergusona. Is it really that funny? Pouting, Alicia asked. Not that, Alicia. Who taught you this? It's quite colorful. Ha ha ha. Ralph laughed uncontrollably. I did it myself. Juliana next door said makeup roasted the potatoes, releasing a fragrant aroma soon after. Whoa, it smells delicious. Yeah, reminds me of my childhood. Be careful, it's hot. Using a poker, Ralph retrieved the potatoes. The smell triggered nostalgic memories. Back in his old rural home, roasting sweet potatoes in winter was a cherished memory. Oh, I wonder how Dad and Mom are doing. In heaven, They must be fine. Smiling at Alicia's comforting words, Ralph didn't elaborate further. Here, Alicia, try it. Okay. Hot, very hot. Alicia yelped, holding the potato awkwardly. Wow, yummy. Tasting it, her eyes lit up and she started devouring it eagerly. Sweet potatoes tasted delicious and left a bit of soil on her face. Yummy, master, it's yummy. Satisfied? Yes. Ralph smiled faintly. If so, let's start working. Ferguson? Alicia. Note, the translation preserves the original tone and structure while maintaining readability in English. ####Chapter 61. I have a bold idea. Under the moonlight, the two of them sat in the backyard, slicing sweet potatoes and soaking them in water. Master, if sweet potatoes are so delicious. However, for Ralph to promote sweet potatoes in Donghua village, he needed to first cultivate some seedlings. AI, what a hassle I've taken for these villagers. They should really build a shrine to commemorate me. Ralph yawned. Alicia, let's go to sleep. Ferguson? But the sweet potatoes, aren't they not finished yet? Have Brant and the others finish it tomorrow. Young people should endure more challenges. Oh. Alicia nodded, following Ralph into the house and starting to undress. Ralph? Alicia, greater than over equal to triangular ruler less than over equal to? Oh, I am used to it. Realizing her mistake, Alicia blushed and hurried back to her room, slamming the door shut. Is this girl doing this on purpose? Ralph took a deep breath, smelling the fragrance in the room. Tonight, it should be a beautiful dream. Morning light cast shadows over the city of Xianyang. Creak, creak. The tavern's sign swayed in the wind. With a thud, it suddenly fell, startling Jagger, who had been sleeping on the counter. In just a few days, Tian Boss seemed to have aged 10 years. His beard was unkempt and his eyes sunken. He clearly hadn't slept properly for days. Why did the sign just fall? Jagger bent down to pick up the sign and hung it back up. 3 days already. I wonder how things are going for the Ba family? These 3 days had been torture for Jagger. The ice price from the Ba family had dropped instead of rising as expected. He had no choice but to follow suit, losing hundreds of taels. Now his two shops were in dire straits, unable to turn a profit. He had visited Ralph again, but Ralph said the same thing. Technical adjustment, soon, very soon. The Ba family will raise prices soon. But this soon lasted for 3 whole days. Boss. Just then, Apprentice Carson rushed over. Jagger stepped out anxiously. How is it? Did the Ba family raise prices? No, they didn't just raise prices, they dropped them by 5 taels. You're saying they dropped again? Jagger's head buzzed, nearly fainting. F***CK. You bastard Ralph? By the way boss, Lou Boss on the street asked if we're still selling ice, planning to buy 30 blocks? Sell my ass. Jagger felt like cursing. At 50 taels cost, selling 1 block lost him 15 taels. It was a scam. Close the shop. I'm going to find that bastard Ralph and ask him what's going on. Jagger cursed all the way as he closed the shop and headed straight for Donghua village. At Chunfeng building, in a private room, Jaden stood by the window, sneering at Jagger running frantically in the street. This fool, manipulated by Ralph and still doesn't realize it. Serves him right. Jaden, speak quickly. This young master has no time. Janice impatiently. Janice narrowed his eyes. Go on. Hee. Jaden glanced at Allison's voluptuous figure, smirking. I think we'll need Allison's help. You mean? Janice's eyes lit up. 121, 121. At the entrance of Donghua village, Ralph continued his routine of riding his donkey while leading a group of young men jogging. After these few days, the villagers were used to it. Through persistent exercise, Brant and the others' stamina and endurance had significantly improved. Although they were still panting after a full run, it was a vast improvement from their initial state. Push-ups maximize upper body strength. Sit-ups improve core strength and body coordination. As for frog jumps, they enhance explosive power in the legs. Master, I can't take it anymore. I want to. What nonsense. Didn't I teach you to sweat more in peace, so you bleed less on the battlefield? To rise above others, you must work 10 times harder. You failed to live up to my expectations? Ralph spoke loudly into a megaphone. Under the sun, the 5 young men gritted their teeth and pushed themselves to the limit. Damn, finally done with today's training. Master sure talks easily. My back is about to break. Finally, a rest. As the whistle blew, they collapsed onto the ground. Ralph chuckled softly. Today you did quite well. As a reward, missed the 5 people. Heron pulled open the door with a cold laugh. Well, isn't this Mr. Tian? How much you must have missed your father to come by after just a few days. Since you've already come, bring a gift. Isn't it impolite otherwise? Ferguson? A gift? What gift? Jagger was puzzled. Seeing Heron showing no intention of letting him in while holding the door, his face darkened. Damn, how shameless can you be? He gritted his teeth and took off the finger ring from his hand. Hee, Mr. LV is joking. Who visits without bringing a gift? Wouldn't that person be less than human? Just a small token of appreciation. Oh my, what an embarrassment. Heron reached out to take the ring, finally opening the door. Come Brother Tian, please come in. May I ask why Brother Tian has visited today? Surely not just to see me. I'm fine, no need to worry. Heron grinned. This ring looks quite suitable. Jagger rolled his eyes. I'm worried you won't meet the Grim Reaper sooner. Brother LV, didn't you say the Bashi clan would raise prices within 3 days? Why did they not only fail to do so but lower them further? What, lowered again? Heron's expression was shocked. Amazing. Seems I underestimated the determination and strength of the Bashi clan. They must have some feud with the Wusher clan. No, Brother LV, I don't know. Himph, precisely what I intended. Heron's voice hardened. Jagger, do you still think I'm the old Heron who let you bully me? I said, you owe the Liu family, and I will make you pay tenfold. Think you can trick me? You're far too naive. Jagger, either continue buying goods, or pay tenfold compensation. Choose. You. Jagger's face turned purplish with anger. Fraud. This is fraud. Indeed, it is fraud, but justified and lawful. Even if we went to court, you'd be at fault. Jagger, I'm not one to press all the way. Bow down to my parents' shrine. Hand over your 2 shops and all your assets, and I'll spare you. This is absolutely impossible. Jagger glared fiercely. This was no different from pressing him to extremes. Then there's no way. Heron shrugged, grinning. Given your situation, in 3 days, you won't have money to buy goods. By then, not only will those 2 shops belong to me, but you'll owe huge compensation. You. Jagger's face turned deathly pale. It wasn't just 3 days. He couldn't afford tomorrow's purchases. Thump. Jagger suddenly knelt and grabbed Heron's leg. Father, I was wrong. Show mercy. Consider we're from the same village. Spare me once. I'll never defy you again. Just give me one chance, and I'll build a shrine for you, worshipping you like my own father every day. Heron. Damn. This guy had no limits. Yet, this kind of person could stab others ruthlessly in the back. Heron wouldn't let him off easily. Get lost. Heron kicked Jagger to the ground. Tomorrow, I'll send someone to collect the shops. I advise you to behave, or else bear the consequences. No. Jagger felt struck by lightning. Brother LV, please give me one chance, just one. Arao, throw him out. Yes. Arao and the others dragged Jagger out of the Lu residence. Ferguson, dare come back, and I'll break your legs. Arao was about to close the door when 2 figures appeared. Damn, why are they here? Heron's face darkened. It was Aloysius and Jeffrey. Aloysius. Jeffrey. Heron. Omega. Their eyes met, making the atmosphere awkward. What's going on? Himph. I've long said this Heron is no good man. He pretends to be refined, but is actually a bully. Cough, teacher. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. Aloysius bowed respectfully. Greetings, Giles. Ah, it's Aloysius. I missed you so much. Giles, may I ask about the person you threw out just now? Ah, you saw that. Heron's eyes shifted. Cough, here's the thing. That old man came seeking me as a teacher, but brought no gift. Such an impolite person. How could I accept him? Of course not. Of course I, Heron, am not greedy for wealth. Arao and the others were young and impulsive, insisted on throwing him out. I tried stopping them, but youngsters are too hasty, truly impolite. Arao it all. Huh. Aloysius was stunned. Looking at his empty hands, sweat dripped from his forehead. Right, who visits without bringing a gift? These kinds of people deserve being thrown out. Arao and the others glared at Aloysius. Aloysius, Omega. His heart pounded as he frantically patted himself, finding only a golden token. Giles, a small gift, please accept it. Note, translated names and terms used include Pinyin and English adaptations where necessary for fluency. Chapter 63. I will definitely take you as my student. Sir, this token. Upon seeing the golden token, Alvaro's face changed dramatically. Just as he was about to stop Ralph grabbed the token with the speed of a thief, trying to cover his ears and bit it. Pure gold? Oh my Fushu, you are too courteous. How can I accept this? Ralph promptly slipped the token into his pocket. Come in quickly. Aloysius. 1,000 taels of gold. Sure enough, you can always count on Master Pi. This is too valuable. Inappropriate. Ralph's mouth refused while his hands clung to the pearl, unwilling to let go. Fushu, may I ask what your family business is? Well, our family. Recalling the Otis's words, Aloysius hesitated. Mining. Mining boss? No wonder you're so generous. Ralph's eyes gleamed as he grabbed Aloysius's hand. Fushu, from the first time I saw you, I felt that you were exceptionally talented and destined to be my disciple. I will definitely take you as my student. Even the Emperor can't stop me. Aloysius. My calculation reveals that this is the perfect time for the discipleship ceremony. Let's not delay. Hurry up and bow. Ferguson? Bow. Aloysius. Cough. Bow to the master. Bow to the master. Ralph. Triangular ruler. Alvaro. Too vulgar. But, Giles. Aloysius frowned, hesitating to speak further. But I haven't figured out the answer to your question. Ralph? What a stubborn fool. He straightened up, adopting a wise demeanor. Fushu, do you know why a teacher like me, who is detached from fame and wealth, insists on gifts when someone comes seeking knowledge? What nonsense, you being detached from fame and wealth. Huh. Alvaro rolled his eyes. Else to be so considerate. Isaiah misunderstood you before. I am ashamed. Ashamed indeed. Aloysius bowed deeply in apology, filled with shame. Ralph waved his hand calmly. Ah, some in the world slander me, bully me, insult me, laugh at me, look down on me, despise me, deceive me. I only need to tolerate them, yield to them, forgive them, avoid them, endure them, respect them, as long as my conscience remains clear. Your righteousness is beyond compare, Master Lu. Aloysius's admiration for Ralph grew. What is a true sage? Such breadth of mind, demeanor, and learning. This is a true sage. Alvaro. He was bewildered. How could greed be described so righteously? This guy was really something. Mr. Chun, prepare the tea. Master. Alvaro hesitated. Since the Otis decreed Aloysius's discipleship under Ralph, he could do nothing but comply. With a glare at Ralph, he reluctantly prepared the tea for the ceremony. The discipleship ceremony wasn't complicated. Aloysius knelt and bowed 3 times to Ralph, then offered tea respectfully. Teacher, please drink the tea. Ha 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 ha, good student, good student. Ralph laughed heartily, drank the tea in one gulp. Having a mine heir as a student, would he ever lack money? Beside him, Alvaro's face turned sour. Not a big issue. Aloysius. Chapter 64. Savor this, and savor it carefully. The art of governing includes power tactics, leadership, economy, and other aspects. What do you wish to learn first? Ferguson? Aloysius looked bewildered. Throughout his life, He had always been instructed by specialists on what to do and what to study. Now, with Aryan listing out so many areas, he was genuinely at a loss for what to choose. Aloysius realized for the first time that having a teacher who knows too much can also be a problem. Cough, cough. Jeffrey cleared his throat and spoke up. I have a suggestion. Mr. Chunyu, please share. Recently, the east of Guan has been hit by severe drought, displacing countless Baylor citizens and causing the court considerable distress. Since Mr. Liu claims to know everything, why doesn't he address this issue of drought? Jeffrey gave Aryan a mocking glance. He had noticed that while the young man did possess some cleverness and could speak eloquently, if it were all about rhetoric, he might well lead the prince astray with empty words. So, let's see how he handles practical matters. I wonder how he'll bluff now. East of Guan drought? Aloysius frowned. The drought had already been discussed many times in the imperial court. Even Prime Ministers Carmine and Bryce had no solution. After all, the government lacked grain. Supplies for the Southern Expeditionary Army were at least 1 or even 2 years. If the government continues to supply grain, it's like pouring water into a bottomless pit. Indeed. Aloysius agreed deeply. Several batches of relief grain had already been sent to the east of Guan, but they made little difference. In just 3 days, thousands of pounds of grain were consumed, forcing local authorities to request more aid, which the court simply couldn't provide. Furthermore, Aryan sipped his tea. People tend to be lazy. If the government keeps supplying grain, these displaced people will expect handouts. Some unaffected farmers might join in, creating an excessive burden on the relief system. Plus, corruption among local officials means only a fraction of the grain actually reaches those in need. For a widespread disaster like this, distributing grain is merely a drop in the bucket. Humph. Does this mean the court should let the displaced people starve instead? Jeffrey scoffed. Not at all. Aryan smiled. Not ceasing grain relief, but implementing work for relief. Work for relief means converting unconditional relief into employing disaster victims to build infrastructure projects. The government can construct dams, city walls, buildings, etc., hiring disaster victims who earn grain through labor. This prevents unrest by keeping people in place and addresses their immediate food needs while giving them work. Moreover, get my mention of flexibility? In this world, everyone seeks profit. If the government outsources these projects, countless wealthy merchants will flock in. The government won't need to spend. Instead, it will profit immensely. As such is possible? Aloysius was astonished. And as for grain, is the court really short on grain? Isn't it? Maybe not. Aryan wore a half smile. Savor this, and savor it carefully. Aloysius paused, realizing Aryan referred to within the court. The national treasury indeed lacked grain, but the situation inside the court might be different. Teacher must mean the noble clans and gentry. Chapter 65. Heavenly Talent. You can be taught, my young disciple. Ralph smiled and nodded. The Great Baylor Empire was founded on military prowess and the meritocratic system that unified the realm. Although after unification, the Great Baylor implemented the commandery county system, most of the land still lay in the hands of the nobility. When Prime Minister Dwayne fell from power, the court seized 30,000 hectares of his farmland alone. Even now, both Carmine and Bram own thousands of hectares each, and it would be embarrassing not to have such holdings. Thus, while the court lacks food, the nobility has more grain than they can use. Teacher, I understand the principle, but how can the nobles possibly be willing to give up their grain? They are certainly not all benevolent sages. Jeffrey scoffed. The concept of prioritizing agriculture over commerce is deeply rooted in Baylor culture, leading many nobles to prefer letting their grain rot rather than selling it. Cliff sought to buy grain multiple times for the war against the Xiongnu, but the nobles refused. To old Baylor loyalists, grain is a matter of life and death. With ample grain, there's no need to worry. It would be difficult if they were all sages, but fortunately, they are not. Ralph laughed. In the eyes of old Baylor people, grain is indeed crucial, but something even more important exists, and that is glory. Glory? Yes, Ralph narrowed his eyes. Ancient scholars aspired to establish families, achieve success, and honor their ancestors. Glory and fame were paramount. Who wouldn't want to become a marquis or a prime minister, achieving eternal fame? As long as the court offers titles in exchange for grain, the nobles will be tripping over themselves to offer their grain. What? Titles in exchange for grain? Upon hearing Ralph's words, Aloysius and Jeffrey changed expressions drastically. If the court truly offered titles for grain, the nobles would go beyond mere enthusiasm. They'd be absolutely frenzied. Baylor's military merit like this. No, not the first. Teacher Liu has disapproved of me many times. Teacher, what does it mean to offer titles without power? Simply put, establish a new set of honorary titles outside the current 20-grade merit system. These purchase titles carry only honorary status and privileges, but confer no land, rights, or offices. Ralph elaborated confidently. Each rank in Baylor's 20-grade merit system grants real power and benefits, including privileges, lands, houses, and salaries. Higher ranks, like Carmine's senior elder position, come with luxurious carriages, mansions, and retainers. Offering actual titles for grain is impractical. There wouldn't be enough resources to distribute, and past warriors who earn titles through valor would never agree. Ming Taizu Zhu Chongba created civilian ranks for generals' descendants, offering titles without actual power. This is akin to Ralph's honorary titles. So, titles carrying only ceremonial privileges, that might work. Aloysius nodded repeatedly. Grain wouldn't be a problem anymore. If this honorary title system works, Father, His Majesty's preparations for grain for the campaigns against barbarians could also be resolved. Teacher, you possess immense wisdom. Aloysius looked at Ralph with admiration. No officials had solved this complex issue until Ralph did so effortlessly, addressing two significant problems at once. Such wisdom borders on genius. Hee. Basics, low profile. Ralph smiled humbly. Actually, there were two other methods he hadn't mentioned. Just planting sweet potatoes nationwide would solve the grain shortage within half a year. Mr. Chunyu, do you see any value in this humble idea? Ferguson. Jeffrey coldly grunted, unusually refraining from criticizing Ralph. After all, Ralph's proposal significantly benefited the people, leaving no room for nitpicking. How does this boy think? No worries, with so many disciples at the Shangyin Academy, I don't believe one person's intelligence surpasses the whole academy. What time is it? Where is Callista? Ralph rubbed his rumbling belly. Master, something's wrong? At that moment, Daryl hurriedly ran up. Daryl, what's the urgency? Ralph sipped tea. Master. Daryl blushed, gasping for breath. When I returned from herding sheep, I saw Miss Astrid being taken by Graham, the butcher. What did you say? Ralph's expression turned cold. Graham seems to intend to forcibly marry Miss Astrid. Damn. Hearing Daryl's words, Ralph exploded with rage. Good job, Graham. Kidnapping a woman? Have you had enough of living? Donghua Special Operations Team, report. Yes. Donghua Special Operations Team assembled. Awaiting orders, Master. Move out, target Graham. Go. Chapter 65. Astonishing revelation. You are teachable. Ralph smiled and nodded. The Baylor Empire was established through military prowess, relying on a system of meritorious rewards that unified the world. Although the unified empire has since adopted the county prefecture system, the majority of the land still remains in the hands of the aristocracy. When Prime Minister Dwayne fell from grace, the court confiscated over 30,000 hectares of fertile land from him alone. Even now, Carmine and Bram each possess thousands of hectares of land, and they wouldn't feel right about greeting others without it. Thus, while the imperial court faces food shortages, the nobility always have surplus grain. Teacher, I understand the logic, but how can we possibly persuade the aristocrats to contribute their grain? Precisely. Do you think these aristocrats are all kind-hearted saints? Alvaro sneered. The Baylor's emphasis on agriculture and suppression of commerce runs deep, leading many aristocrats to prefer hoarding grain rather than selling it. Emperor Amir attempted multiple times to buy grain with money for the war against the Xiongnu, but the aristocrats never cooperated. The unification of the 6 states, Baylor's military engagements decreased drastically. The meritocratic system became nearly obsolete, leaving many aristocrats' descendants unable to earn titles through combat. Meanwhile, the number of aristocrats' descendants increased while the available titles and positions dwindled, causing many to revert to commoner status despite their dissatisfaction. If the court offered titles for grain, as Ralph suggested, obtaining grain would be no problem. Sell ranks for grain? Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Alvaro angrily slammed the table. The ancestral laws must not change. Our Baylor meritocratic system is time-honored. You want to shake the very foundation of our state? What are your intentions? Ralph was taken aback. I'm just offering a suggestion. Why so worked up? Aloysius frowned deeply. Teacher, our titles and official positions are crucial. If these bought titles end up in the hands of corrupt, incompetent individuals, wouldn't that cause suffering for the people? Are you foolish? Just give them titles without power, Ralph responded. Aloysius was silent. Being the crown prince of Baylor, he had rarely been called foolish before. Actually, this wasn't the first time Giles had criticized him. Teacher, what does give titles without power mean? Simply put, establish a new system of honorary titles outside the 20 rank, Ralph modestly replied. Actually, there are 2 other methods he didn't mention. If the entire empire grew sweet potatoes, within half a year, every household would have surplus grain. Mr. Chun, do you find my humble suggestion acceptable? Ferguson. Alvaro grunted, but didn't argue further. Ralph's idea benefits the people. Finding faults was impossible. This kid, how does his brain work? No problem. With so many disciples in Shangyin Academy, I don't believe your wisdom surpasses all of us. Hey, what time is it? Where's Xiao Astrid? Ralph rubbed his growling stomach. Master, something bad happened? Just then, Daryl rushed in breathlessly. What's wrong, Daryl? Ralph sipped his tea. Master. Daryl was out of breath. When I returned from herding sheep, I saw Miss Astrid being taken home by Graham, the butcher. What did you say? Ralph's face turned cold. That Graham seems to want to force Miss Astrid into marriage. Damn. Hearing Daryl, Ralph snapped. You, Graham, dared to snatch my woman? Are you tired of living? Where's the Nyozu Special Team? Reporting. The Nyozu Special Team is assembled. Please give orders. Move out. Target. Graham's place. Go. Chapter 66. Inhumane. At the village entrance stood a dilapidated tile-roofed house. Alicia was forcefully carried into the house by a pockmarked man with a brutish face. Mother, I've brought your daughter-in-law back. The old woman's face turned dark. She slapped Alicia across the face. You impudent girl. Now that you're in my Zhang family, you dare to think of another man? Truly dishonorable. Delang, fetch the cane. Mother, this isn't good. Danny showed signs of sympathy. After all, how could Alicia's frail body endure a beating from his old mother? Why are you hesitating? How many times have I told you that women need to be disciplined, or they won't listen? The old woman glared menacingly at Alicia. Well, all right. Danny reluctantly went to the ancestral hall to fetch the whip. Granny, please let me go. I'm really not your daughter-in-law, Voo. Alicia cried bitterly. Phew, today is your wedding day with my son. Why are you sobbing like this? Asking for a beating. The old woman smacked Alicia again. Alicia yelped as her face turned red. I can't marry him. I belong to young master in life and death. Seeing Danny approaching with the whip from the ancestral hall, Alicia suddenly bit her lip and pushed the old woman to the ground before fleeing towards the door. Oh no, my nose. The old woman fell face first into the dirt and screamed in pain. Mother. Danny rushed over and helped the old woman up. Mother, are you okay? Slap. The old woman slapped Danny across the face. Fool, look at the daughter-in-law you brought for me. Hitting even me, trying to start a rebellion. Mother, I'm sorry. Ferguson, re up and chase that woman back. I'll give her a proper lesson. Okay, mother, we haven't held the ceremony yet. Dumb son, with her attitude, holding the ceremony now would be an embarrassment to our Zhang family. Wait until you've subdued her, then hold the ceremony. Okay, fine. Danny nodded and said, let's go to the bridal chamber. Don't, let me go. No matter how Alicia struggled, she couldn't match Danny's strength and was dragged into the room. Forgive him, bitch, you'll be screaming even louder soon. Listening to the sounds from inside, the old woman smirked nastily. After the wedding, I'll make sure this bitch goes hungry for days. Too bad. Andre is still serving labor and can't attend his brother's wedding. The old woman mumbled as she walked to the door. The neighbors should be arriving soon, too. Bam. At this moment, the front door of the Zhang household was kicked open. 5 large men barged in. Who is Danny's mother? The old woman paused. That's me. What do you want? Oh no. Just as she opened her mouth, Calvin kicked her in the face. With a thud, she hit the ground face first again. Tisk, dead granny. How dare you offend my young master? Beat her. Yes, sir. Colin and the others pounced on the old woman without hesitation, pounding her mercilessly. At this moment, Aryan strode in coldly. Where is she? Young master, we've secured the target. Aryan glanced down and instantly turned pale. I told you to find Danny. Why are you beating up an old woman? Sigh. You guys almost killed her. Do you have any humanity left? Calvin looked wronged. Didn't you just say, target Danny's mother? Aryan. Damn it, that's an insult. I meant Danny. Are you idiots? Sorry, misunderstanding. Calvin hurriedly stopped the others. Granny, sorry about that. We made a mistake. Don't mind us. The old woman stared speechlessly, unable to utter a word due to the pain. Granny, where is Alicia? Aryan asked coldly. Hee, so you're the lover, the old woman cackled. That bitch has already been taken into the bridal chamber by my son. After this long, she might even have given birth already. Ha ha ha. What did you say? Aryan was thunderstruck. His eyes reddened as he slammed a fist into the old woman's face. Blood spurted from her mouth and nose as she passed out. Sigh, young master, you're inhumane. Seeing the old woman's condition, Calvin and the others clicked their tongues repeatedly. Aryan was beside himself with rage. Break down the door. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure of the chapter while ensuring the English version is fluent and grammatically correct. It preserves the dramatic intensity and emotional. Upon hearing their conversation, Ralph breathed a sigh of relief, slightly loosening his clenched fists. He swore that if this rascal dared to lay a hand on Alicia, he would tear him limb from limb. Why are you beating my old lady? Have the guts to come at me. Graham glared fiercely at Ralph. Don't worry, it's your turn next. Ralph waved his hand coldly. Brant. Hit him. Immediately, the 5 men held down Graham and started punching and kicking him. Though Graham had some strength, he could hardly withstand the onslaught of 5 people. He was instantly beaten black and blue, screaming in pain. Murder. Neighbors, please come see. They're lawless. The old woman wailed loudly, tearing her throat raw. Ralph remained unmoved. For daring to snatch his own woman, he would not let Graham off easily. Ralph pushed the door and walked into the room. Inside, Alicia was crouching in the corner, trembling and tears streaming down her face like pearls. Why, young master? Seeing Ralph, she burst into tears. Alicia ran to Ralph, hugging him tightly and sobbing uncontrollably. Alicia, I'm sorry. The young master arrived too late. At that moment, Ralph swore that he would never let this young girl be hurt again in his lifetime. Looking at the red handprint on Alicia's face, Ralph felt a sharp pain in his heart, and an indescribable anger surged within him. Young master, Alicia is... Ralph wasn't done yet. He stepped forward, grabbed Graham by the collar, and lifted him up. Do I need to ask you again? Is Alicia your wife? Yes. Bang. Before Graham could finish, Ralph punched him in the face. Is she? Yes. Bang. Say it again. Ugh. Graham opened his trembling mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. I asked, yes or no? Ralph's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body radiating a murderous aura. Brant and the others were also frightened by Ralph's current state. Young master. Another hit and he'll die. Ralph still stared intently at Graham without blinking. Do I need to ask again? Is Alicia your wife? Graham couldn't speak any longer, only managing to glance at Alicia. Ralph? This guy has a real hard head. Too bad my fist is even harder. Fine, have it your way. Ralph clenched his fist. Stop. Suddenly, an elderly voice called out from outside the door. The speaker was an old man with white hair and beard, dressed in a green robe. Hilton, you've finally come. Seeing the old man, the old woman's face lit up. Scholar, these damned hoodlums forcibly snatched my daughter-in-law and almost killed my son. Please do justice. What? Is this true? Not even sparing an elder. How could these hoodlums act so outrageously? Far too excessive, rushing into people's homes to become officially appointed. Giles, using your power to assault and snatch a man's wife, beating his mother, you don't take our Baylor laws seriously. Hilton waved his sleeve coldly. Ralph smirked. Scholar, your vision needs correcting. Your humble servant is a law-abiding landowner. Which eye did you see me breaking the law? Chapter 68. Have I become Sheeman Baylorg? Boy, you. Abdor's beard trembled in anger. Good heavens, you nearly beat the man to death and still dare to claim you're law-abiding. Master Lu, even as a local dignitary, you must abide by the laws of our great Baylor. Yes, does being a landlord give one the right to act without restraint? Take him to see the authorities. The villagers of Nyoking were indignant. You adulterers, none of you will get away today. You worthless woman, come here. The old woman, emboldened by her numbers, grabbed a whip to strike Alicia, looking for a fight. Ralph's eyes turned cold as he mercilessly slapped her across the face. My servant is also someone you can just touch? Smack. Ow. You. The old woman shrank back in fear, immediately sitting on the ground and wailing. Ow! Murder! Master Sephew, in front of you, this ruffian dares to hit me. Please do justice for us commoners. Ralph, how dare you? To assault someone in public, what have you got to say for yourself? Abdur glared furiously. I do. Ralph remained expressionless. I didn't, and assaulting people is unreasonable. The Sephew orders you to immediately return the girl to the Zhang family. Master Sephew is wise. Hee, you can't run away from me. Wait until after the wedding. I'll beat you senseless. Come over here now. No, don't. Alicia clung to Ralph in terror. Save me, master. Alicia doesn't want to leave you. Alicia, rest assured, with me here, no one will take you away. Ralph gently wiped Alicia's tears and cast a cold glance at the old woman, who reflexively covered her face and retreated. Master Sephew, this is all a misunderstanding. Jaden's dealings with Flash were unknown to me, and Jaden has already been expelled from the Liu family. Villagers, judge for yourselves. They took the money, yet now they claim ignorance. Isn't this bullying? Indeed, where's the fairness in that? She must stay. The villagers buzzed with opinions. Be quiet. Ralph's voice silenced everyone. This is indeed my fault. Ralph raised his hand, pulling out a gold ingot. This gold is worth 200 taels of silver. Since you only paid 20 taels, what if I give you 10 times that? Whoa, 200 taels. Poor Flash is hitting the jackpot. 200 taels could last a lifetime. Seeing the gold, the old woman's eyes lit up while the villagers looked enviously. They had probably never seen so much money in their life. Not the money. Flash shook his head and returned the gold to Ralph. Oh, my gold. Rebellious son. The old woman slapped her thighs in frustration but couldn't stop him. Ralph? Do you insist on marrying Alicia? Insist. Before Flash finished speaking, Ralph kicked him to the ground. Tisk, spurning my offer. I might as well play Shaman Baylord today. Alicia, let's go. Ralph pulled Alicia away. Wife. As Flash tried to chase them, Brant kicked him again. Don't call her wife. You short squatty don't deserve it. Indeed, look at yourself first. If you chase us, we'll break your legs. Master Lu, hold on. Abdur called out. Ralph frowned. Why? Want to stop me? Not exactly. Abdur shook his head. Though he disliked Ralph's arrogance, there was no need to offend this local dignitary over a poor family. Master, please be cautious. Although Flash isn't handsome, he has a younger brother named Arno. Arno has superhuman strength and bravery, having killed a tiger with his bare hands. If you bully his brother like this, Arno won't forgive you when he returns. Damn, tiger fighting Andre? Ralph's face twisted. Am I really turning into Shaman Baylord? Chapter 69, The Rideable Hannard. After bringing Alicia home, Aryan naturally had no heart to continue teaching Aloysius. Aloysius and the other person were also considerate. They didn't even stay for dinner and immediately took their leave for his entire family to suddenly disappear. In the past, being considered a fool made it easier. Now, however, he had changed, and it was only a matter of time before he faced his future father-in-law. Carmine, please don't make any rash moves against me, Aryan thought. I just want to be a carefree small landlord, nothing more. Aryan shook his head. If Carmine were so stubborn as to come after him, he might have to do something ruthless once again. Pat pat. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Who would be up at this late hour? Aryan was puzzled and got up to open the door. The next moment, he froze. Under the moonlight, Alicia stood with her long hair flowing over her shoulders, her head bowed low. She wore only a thin layer of silk, revealing her well-proportioned figure half concealed, and the moonlight illuminated her delicate face, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Gulping, Aryan couldn't help but swallow hard. Astrid, Alicia, why are you here? Master. Alicia lowered her head, clearly nervous, twisting the hem of her clothes. Master, can I sleep with you? What? Sleep? Together? Aryan was momentarily stunned. Feeling Aryan's gaze, Alicia blushed deeply. She bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Whenever I close my eyes, I have terrible nightmares. Only then did Aryan see such a large bird. Why not? There are not only rideable birds but talking birds too. Really? Alicia looked curious. Yes, when we travel around the world one day, you'll see all sorts of strange and wonderful things. Master is the best. Hearing Aryan's words, Alicia couldn't keep her eyes open anymore. She quickly fell into a peaceful sleep, seeming reassured with Aryan by her side. This girl is indeed still a child, Aryan mused, stroking Alicia's head affectionately. At that moment, Alicia turned and hugged Aryan tightly. Aryan, Omega, Alicia, intersection. Alicia yawned and squirmed uncomfortably. Master, what are you sleeping with? It's poking me. Cough, safety first, right? Aryan's face reddened. But it hurts me too much, let me take it away for you. No. Aryan quickly restrained her hand. Why don't you try flipping over? Okay. Alicia obediently flipped over. It's still a bit uncomfortable, but much better. Don't worry about it. Get some sleep. Good night, master. Alicia snuggled contentedly into her dreams. Aryan, Epsilon, heaven, must you torment me so? Dong dong dong. The deep chimes spread across the city of Xianyang. Long before dawn. Hashtag chapter 70. Is Carmine ungrateful? Prime Minister Li, may I have a word in private? Bram asked with a smile. Carmine's face remained expressionless. I wonder what Ewan wishes to impart. I wouldn't dare say impart. It's just that Prince Cameron has long admired Prime Minister Li's talent, and wishes to invite you to a banquet after the court session for some guidance. Guidance? Carmine sneered softly. He was fully aware of Bram's intentions. The Otis detested officials forming cliques, and he had only reached his current position by understanding this clearly. Prince Cameron, my apologies, but I am busy with official duties and fear I won't be able to attend the banquet, Carmine replied formally. What do you mean? Cameron's face darkened. I kindly invited you for drinks, and you actually refuse, not giving me any face? Prince, please calm down. The emperor has decreed that no one may enter the palace without an imperial edict. As an external minister, I fear I would violate protocol. Carmine bowed. Please understand, Prince. Bram's expression turned grim. External ministers indeed needed an imperial summons to enter the palace, but as the prime minister of Baylor, Carmine had the right to enter the palace without announcement. This was clearly a deliberate refusal. Prime Minister, they say having more friends means more paths forward. The future is uncertain. Who knows whether the sun or moon will hang in the sky? I don't understand what Iwan means, Carmine said, narrowing his eyes feigning ignorance. At dawn, all officials shall enter the court. At that moment, the palace gates slowly opened. Forgive, you will understand soon enough. Bram gave Carmine a cold look and swept away. Bram, I hate this Carmine. Cameron grumbled. Hee Prince, while Carmine is indeed somewhat irksome, he still has his uses. If I were emperor, I'd definitely execute this man, Cameron huffed. Bram shook his head. If becoming emperor were so easy, why would he need so much planning? Prince, among the 18 princes, though his majesty favors you the most, he values talent above all. If you can demonstrate your abilities today, it will certainly delight his majesty and win over the officials. Ha! Watch me, Cameron said confidently, walking into the palace gate. Watching their backs, Carmine frowned slightly. The Otis's health had noticeably deteriorated over the past few years, especially recently. With actions becoming increasingly frequent, one couldn't help but speculate. All his wealth and status depended on the Otis's favor. If the emperor were to die, Carmine narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it's time I consider a backup plan. In the grand hall, civil and military officials lined up in 2 rows. The Otis, please take note, your majesty. Carmine, is this true? Yes. Carmine's expression remained unchanged. Forgive, Carmine, when you first came to Baylor, you survived on the generosity of these common folk. Now in high office, you repay their kindness with resentment. How ungrateful and cruel you are. I beg your majesty to punish him severely. I concur. Punish Carmine. Me too. Many nobles and aristocrats knelt in agreement after Bryce spoke. Chancellor Feng, you're mistaken, Carmine responded calmly. I will never forget the kindness of the Guangdong people. But as the chancellor, my duty is to prioritize national affairs over personal gratitude. Our laws require permits for movement. These displaced people, despite their hardships, are breaking the law by begging in Xianyang. As the prime minister, I must enforce the law. Isn't it because of your dereliction that these people have nowhere to go? Bryce retorted coldly. Ultimately, this disaster is your fault. Chancellor Feng, you're mistaken again. Carmine smiled. Since the drought began in Guangdong, we have worked tirelessly every day to secure grain for relief. Unfortunately, the disaster is too severe to control entirely. On the contrary, what has Chancellor Feng done for these displaced people? Have you truly cared about their survival? Nonsense with the Guangdong drought. First, the affected areas are extensive, causing chaos and making management difficult. Second, the disaster is severe, and the court lacks sufficient grain for relief. Isaiah was taken aback. Cameron's description matched what Ralph had mentioned, but it was unclear if their solutions were the same. So, to address these problems, Cameron's lips curled into a smile. Sun has devised 3 strategies for disaster management. Translation notes asterisk. Names like Carmine and Bram are kept as pinyin. The narrative and dialogue style remain consistent with the original text. Paragraph structures and line breaks match the source material closely. Chapter 71. This is work relief. First, the court should establish a disaster relief office responsible for grain transportation and refugee management, fundamentally solving the chaos and lack of accountability in disaster relief. Second, this office should set up refugee camps with military-style management to address the disorder among refugees. Third, the court should lend seeds to the people and collect double the next year, solving the survivors' long-term sustenance issues. Cameron spoke confidently, displaying considerable insight into managing disasters. With these 3 methods, we can surely stabilize the situation, ensuring peace and prosperity for our great Baylor Empire. The disaster so difficult about that? Cameron sneered. If the court lacks grain, allow the refugees to borrow from local aristocrats using their deeds as collateral, with the court guaranteeing the loans. This method is excellent, truly excellent. Not surprising coming from the 18th prince. The aristocrats praised him without hesitation. They were more than willing to provide grain now, if it meant acquiring land and serfs next year. Though effective, this would worsen the land consolidation problem in the long run, harming the empire. Impressed by the compliments, Cameron stood proudly. He glanced down at the crowd. Prime Minister Li must have another concern, food distribution. I've heard that when relief grain arrives, locals, regardless of age or wealth, rush to grab it, leaving many starving victims unable to secure food and dying of hunger. Indeed, that is another significant challenge. Do you have a solution, Prince? Simple. Just add some sand to the porridge during distribution. Sand? Adding sand to porridge? Isn't that a waste of precious resources? The officials were confused, but Carmine's eyes widened in realization. He bowed respectfully to Cameron. Prince, you possess extraordinary wisdom. I, Carmine, am truly humbled. Hanter porridge causes stomach pain, discouraging frenzied grabbing. Only those truly desperate would eat it. So that's it. 18th Prince is truly brilliant. Remarkable, truly remarkable. While others marveled, Carmine was deep in thought. Could such a sophisticated plan really be conceived by Cameron? 18th son, you've done me a great favor. Looking at his clever young son, Emir felt immense affection. What reward do you seek? Your Majesty. Cameron hesitated, glancing at Bram. It is an honor to help relieve your Majesty's burdens. I dare not ask for rewards. Haha, despite being the youngest, you're so understanding. Your older brothers should learn from you. Emir nodded approvingly. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. Bram stepped forward. Go ahead. Reading 10,000 scrolls and traveling 10,000 miles is essential. Although the 18th prince is wise and diligent, he lacks experience. Perhaps on your next inspection tour, take him along to witness our Baylor's diverse cultures. Emir frowned. His planned tour was crucial and intended to mentor Isaiah. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince also has disaster relief proposals. At this moment, Geoffrey spoke sternly. Oh, Isaiah, what are your suggestions? Emir turned to look at Isaiah. Brother? Cameron's face darkened. Was Isaiah trying to steal his thunder? Cough, aye. Isaiah looked embarrassed. He cherished his brother and didn't want to overshadow him. Initially, he planned to privately suggest his strategies after the assembly. Great Prince, matters of national importance cannot be handled with personal feelings, Geoffrey said bluntly, looking straight at Isaiah. Isaiah sighed. While Cameron's proposals were good, they couldn't compare to Aryun's work relief and grain procurement plans. Thinking of the suffering victims, he relented and stepped forward. Father, I do have a proposal for disaster relief. Cameron clenched his fists. Bram sneered. How could Isaiah and Geoffrey's group of scholars come up with any worthwhile strategy? They just embarrassed themselves. Oh, let's hear it. Father, my plan is called work relief. Work relief? What's that? Never heard of it. The room buzzed with confusion. Isaiah began explaining. Work relief involves the court initiating large-scale projects like irrigation and city wall construction, employing refugees in exchange for food. This not only addresses immediate needs but ensures long-term survival, promoting development across agriculture, infrastructure, and other areas. His detailed explanation left everyone stunned. So, this is work relief. Chapter 72. Prince Aloysius has also learned to dig a pit. Employment relief is the method my son proposes. Silence. The moment Aloysius finished speaking, an overwhelming silence filled the entire hall. All the court officials stared at Aloysius with wide eyes, clearly stunned by his idea of employment relief. If Cameron's green seedling law could be called impressive, then Aloysius's employment relief had truly refreshed their understanding. No one had ever considered that disaster relief could use such a method. Employment relief? What a brilliant move. If it works as Prince Aloysius says, this method not only can easily solve the drought in Guangzhou, but also bring unexpected wealth to the court. Not just that, this method of employing people for disaster relief can leave behind numerous water conservancy projects and city walls for the Baylor dynasty. It's a win-win, or rather, a no-cost win. The benefits of this method can last for 100 years. The court officials all sang praises endlessly. Even Carmine and Bryce, the two prime ministers who were outwardly harmonious but internally at odds, unanimously agreed for once. What a great employment relief! What a great employment relief! The Otis threw back his head and laughed. He had been worried about the labor and financial burden required for Joel's plan to construct water wheels and reservoirs. But today, Aloysius proposed the idea of employment relief. Not only would it solve the drought easily, but it also addressed the issue of free labor. As long as these three measures were implemented together, wouldn't it ensure that the Baylor dynasty would be protected from floods and droughts in the future? This is an excellent method. Aloysius does not disappoint as my eldest son, making a grand impact when he speaks. Ha 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 ha. The eldest prince is benevolent and wise. The 18th prince is quick-witted and intelligent. Truly, your majesty has a fine brood of sons. It is indeed a blessing for our great Baylor. Congratulations to your majesty. Congratulations to your majesty. Courtiers cheered again, showering praises upon him. How could this happen? Bram's face turned purple. While the Otis merely praised Cameron, he obviously held high hopes for Aloysius, helping establish his authority. All my careful preparations, and now I've inadvertently helped Aloysius? Prince Aloysius, although the employment relief method is powerful, it doesn't solve the food shortage issue, right? Bram said with a cold face. That's true. My green seedling law can easily raise enough grain, and my 3 policies for managing disasters are the real good ones, Cameron yelled, clearly dissatisfied. Minister Zhao, please don't be impatient. Geoffrey smiled while stroking his beard. How to gather grain? Prince Aloysius has another plan. Oh? People. Carmine, how dare you be so disrespectful? Are the descendants of our old Baylor nobility as incompetent as you say? Not really. Your majesty, the 20-rank title system has been passed down from Duke Xiao for 100 years. I too believe that Prince Aloysius's proposal may be inappropriate and risky for the nation. With Carmine deflecting the criticism, Bram seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Humph. The Otis snorted coldly. In an instant, the hall fell silent, with every official bowing their heads. The Otis cast a cold glance at Aloysius. He wasn't angry because Aloysius came up with this bad idea, but because this method clearly seemed to curry favor with the nobles. He had worked hard to weaken their power through the Commandery County system, and here Aloysius was, giving them a shortcut. What has Aryun been teaching this kid? Needs some discipline? Aloysius, do you understand the consequences of donating grain for titles? Please calm down, father. Aloysius hurried to explain. The titles I mentioned are nominal titles, not meant to undermine the 20-rank title system. Nominal titles? The Otis paused. Yes, nominal titles are only titular with no actual power. Aloysius continued, I propose setting up honorary titles outside the 20-rank title system. Titles obtained through grain donation would only enjoy ceremonial privileges, with no actual authority, no rewards, and dynasty. The Baylor titles are extremely prestigious. How can anyone buy them? If they fall into the wrong hands, it will harm the state. Indeed, those despised merchants have a lot of grain. If they rise above us, even with just honorary titles, it would damage the honor of our nobles. This absolutely cannot happen. Nobles objected continuously. Merchants in Baylor had low status, but possessed much wealth. If the title granting were opened, merchants would flock in. This would embarrass the old Baylor nobles. Seeing the faces of the nobles in the hall, the Otis smiled. He looked deeply at Aloysius. TSK, it seems Aryun has done a good job. Aloysius has learned to dig pits too. Unquestionably, proposing to open the grain for title system to all citizens was a strategic move. His usually inflexible son would never have thought of this before. Court officials. The Otis spoke. Whether we open the grain for title system or not, it should be decided by our esteemed officials. Chapter 73. Father Emperor, what about me? I do have a suggestion. The Otis squinted his eyes. For the donation of grain in exchange for titles, let's set the quota at 100 people, and no title shall exceed that of a doctor. The hereditary nobility and gentry will be given priority. If the hereditary nobility and gentry of our great Baylor really don't have grain, I naturally cannot force them. For the sake of the common folk east of the pass, we can only open up donations. Hearing the Otis's words, the faces of the nobles turned slightly awkward. Since even the Otis has spoken, they couldn't refuse. Your Majesty is wise. I support the proposal to donate grain for titles. I agree. I also agree. The ministers nodded in unison. Although this honorary title wasn't exactly what they had imagined, did it matter? After all, how many people in the entire court had a title higher than a doctor? Now donating grain could earn one such a title. Even if it was honorary, it was worth it. Imagine your longtime rival who held a position one rank above you, but a title one rank below. He would have to greet you first. Just thinking about it made one excited. Dare I ask, eldest prince, from commoner knight to doctor, how much grain is required to earn the title? An old minister asked impatiently. That. Aloysius hesitated momentarily. Even an honorary title was still a title, and since it involved grain donations, he couldn't afford to be vague. He hadn't yet figured out the specifics. The Otis seemed to understand Aloysius's dilemma. Carmine is well versed in court matters. Let Chancellor Lee decide on the specific procedures for the donation of grain in exchange for titles. What? Carmine? Balls. Upon hearing the Otis's words, the faces of the nobles darkened further. Carmine was their nemesis. Entrusting this task to him would certainly lead to significant losses. Your subject will not fail, Your Majesty. Carmine replied gravely. Good. The Otis laughed heartily, feeling refreshed and relieved. The great drought in Guangdong had always been a thorn in his side, not just because it displaced people, but more importantly, it prevented him from focusing on other matters until resolved. Now, not only had the drought issue been addressed, but these nobles were now under his control. In the future, mobilizing troops or securing supplies would no longer be a problem, all thanks to his eldest son. Aloysius, your humble servant is here. In resolving the Guangdong drought, your suggestion has been invaluable. I wish to reward you properly. Is there anything you desire? The Otis's gaze was intense. Well, Aloysius was taken aback. Father Emperor, the ideas of substituting work for relief and donating grain for titles came from someone else's guidance. I dare not take credit. The Otis raised his hand to stop Aloysius. He naturally knew the ideas likely came from Ralph, but that wasn't important. What mattered was establishing authority as his eldest son in court. I say it is your contribution, and thus it is yours. Bring in my decree. The Otis waved his hand. I intend to establish the Disaster Relief Office to oversee work for relief programs to save the people of Guangdong. Aloysius shall be its director. Ah, your humble servant obeys. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers knelt in unison. May I ask, what rank does the director of the Disaster Relief Office hold, and with what protocol should they be treated? Jeffrey asked the question everyone was wondering. The Otis pondered before speaking. The rank is equivalent to a 9 minister, granted the power to manage funds, overseeing all matters of drought and flood relief nationwide. Hiss, equal to a 9 minister? Power to manage funds? Upon hearing this, the court was astonished. They had guessed the Disaster Relief Office director wouldn't be low-ranked, but not so high. Being equivalent to a 9 minister was significant. Baylor's governance structure included 3 dukes and 9 ministers, the most prestigious positions in the empire, dreams every official cherished. More importantly, the power to manage funds meant Aloysius could cultivate his own loyal base of support, something previously reserved for the heir apparent. The emperor's attitude was clear. Your Majesty is truly wise indeed. Jeffrey prostrated himself in excitement. Because the Otis hadn't named an heir, although Aloysius was highly esteemed as the eldest prince, he was not favored by the nobles. But after today, Aloysius's status would drastically change compared to other princes. Your humble servant accepts the decree and stood there in shock. 100 pounds of gold? What kind of reward is that? This isn't a reward. Cameron clenched his teeth. Prince. Bram hurriedly pulled Cameron down. Seeing the Otis leave, the ministers rose one by one. Aloysius approached Cameron guiltily. Little brother, I didn't mean to overshadow you. It's just that. Enough. Cameron cut Aloysius off coldly. Aloysius, I see you clearly now. You preach righteousness all day, claiming concern for me. All nonsense. From today on, we are enemies. Bram, let's go. Cameron stormed off, his face grim. Little brother. Aloysius looked bitter. Ah, little brother is very intelligent. These 3 disaster relief policies surpassed Aloysius. Ideally, the director should be little brother. Why be overly modest, eldest prince? Jeffrey stroked his beard. Although little prince is smart, he is too young for such responsibility. Besides, these policies might not be his creation. Jeffrey's eyes narrowed. These policies gave him a familiar feeling, reminding him of someone. A very handsome man. Hashtag chapter 74. Kid, bring some wine. In the early morning, a slowly swaying ox cart entered the city of Xianyang. Ralph yawned and was awakened by waves of compliments. Wow, Asa really knows better. Ralph was about to praise him when Asa flicked his messy hair and flashed a smug smile. A real tough guy like me is what true masculinity is. Look at this scar on my face. Isn't that cool? Ralph. Asa. Cough, of course, even if I'm handsome, I can't match our master, right? Did you hear that? Your sense of beauty is worrying. Learn from Asa more often. Ralph scanned the youth up and down. With that white outfit, skinny horse, and old servant, you're just trying too hard. Who do you think you are? The youth sensed Ralph's gaze. He cast a faint look at Ralph, patted his horse. Giddy up. The thin horse neighed and instantly sped past the ox cart, kicking up dust that landed right in Ralph's face. Ralph, what the hell? Youngie June, don't go. Wait, mister. Seeing the youth leave, several girls threw their handkerchiefs. Plop. A handkerchief landed on Ralph's face. Ralph slapped his forehead. Now I understand the problem. It's the mount. This old yellow ox lowers my status. If I had a white horse too, I would surely captivate thousands of girls. Asa. Havelock. Is it the horse's fault? Clearly, it's master's lack of grace. Ralph sniffed the handkerchief and turned to smile at the nearby girl. Miss, old servant admired him. Young master's wisdom is truly extraordinary, almost divine. Dwight, go give this money to the disaster victims. Gillis took out some silver. Young master, we've already spent most of our funds. Won't we be penniless if we give this away? Wealth is merely external. Don't worry, Dwight. Soon, someone will send us money. Gillis smiled faintly. There was another reason he hadn't mentioned yet. The 3 strategies could open doors with the Grand Commandant. Assassinating the Otis wasn't easy. Only close officials like Bram might know the Emperor's travel plans. Gillis was confident that his strategies would astonish the court and earn Bram's favor. All right. The old servant immediately distributed the money. Thank you, sir. Sir, may heaven bless you. The disaster victims thanked him profusely. Gillis smiled. Leave Guanzhong quickly. The further, the better. He turned and walked away. A fragrant aroma wafted through the long street. Gillis squinted. Above a crooked sign, 4 seal script characters read, Tian Family Tavern. The owner sat under a willow tree, looking lost in thought. This wine aroma. I miss it so much. Gillis removed his sword from his waist and placed it on the table. Edie, bring some wine. Sorry, sir. We aren't serving today. Yale smiled apologetically. Yale, Chapter 75. I don't like you. Hey, hey, hey. Slip of the tongue. It's young Master Woody come to collect debts. Woody spat on the ground and strutted forward with an air of disdain. Lou. Young Master Lou. Jagger's face fell as soon as he saw Woody and his companions. It was like someone had just announced the death of a close family member. Wow, so this is going to be my future tavern? So small? Old Tian, what have you been doing? Working half your life to establish such a meager business. Can't you learn from me? Work harder instead of lying around? Woody strolled around the tavern with his hands behind his back as if no one else existed. Jagger stood there, grim-faced and silent. What are you talking about? Are you implying that I should exhaust myself working so you can swap a yellow cow for a white horse? Young Master Lou. Hold it. Woody raised his hand to cut off Jagger mid-sentence. I know what you're about to say, but there's no room for negotiation, so you might as well shut up. I hereby declare that from today, this tavern is mine, and you can pack up and leave. Oh, by the way, remember to take down that sign and get rid of it. It looks ominous. Slap. Jagger immediately dropped to his knees. He clung onto Woody's leg, sobbing uncontrollably. Master Lou, give me a chance. My entire fortune is here. If you take it all, how will I live in my old age? Please consider our former master-servant relationship and spare me this time. Please, wail. Jagger's tears were heartbreaking, and passers-by started murmuring. But Woody remained unmoved. Scram, if you dirty my new robe, do you think you can afford to replace it? Pack up and leave now, or don't blame me for not being polite. With that, Woody kicked Jagger aside. Ouch! Jagger slammed into the door. Seeing Woody's resolve, Jagger's eyes turned cold. He clenched his teeth and grabbed a jar of wine. Woody, don't push me too far. Heh, and what if I do? You. Jagger hardened his heart. If you push me to my limits, I'll burn this tavern down, and none of us will come out unscathed. Smash. He hurled the jar at the door, filling the air with the scent of wine. What the hell, smashing my wine? Woody's expression darkened. Where is the Nyowa Special Forces? Here. Attack. Take him down. Before Jagger could light anything, Brant and 4 others rushed over, kicked him down, and pinned him to the ground. Gillis, watching this, frowned deeply. A mere local tyrant acting lawlessly, openly assaulting people and seizing property on a busy street. Wasn't this supposed to be the Great Baylor Dynasty? Filled the air. Gillis's face grew darker, increasingly agitated. Stop it. Young man, don't you fear the law and order? Tisk, law? I'll tell you what law is, it's simple. He owes me money, I take his shop. That's the law. But even if he owes you money, you can't beat people up, right? Gillis was furious. Woody shrugged. So what? Want to pay his debt then? Fine, I'll pay the debt for him. How much does he owe? Not much. Woody grinned and held up his right hand. Just 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels? Gillis was dumbfounded. 50,000 taels isn't much? That's enough to fund the imperial court for a year. Who could possibly owe such a huge sum? As Gillis guessed, Woody was simply bluffing. Got no money, huh? Woody rolled his eyes. If you have no money, why pretend? Get lost. Oh, and pay for the wine before you go. From today, everything here belongs to me, including you. Gillis stared, speechless. Including that big willow tree behind you. Gillis sighed inwardly. Okay, 50,000 taels, deal? Woody and Jagger gaped. Is this pretty boy actually a tycoon? Woody was shocked. Jagger rejoiced. Gillis coughed awkwardly. But I have no money on me right now. Can I owe you for a few days? Woody and Jagger gave exasperated looks. Gillis felt equally awkward. My credibility is good, something. We can't give it to him. Dwight, give him the horse. Sir, but give it to him. Alas. The old servant sighed deeply and handed over the reins. Forgive I hope you keep your word. Don't worry. I, young master, always keep my promises. Ask Boss Tian if you don't believe me. Jagger. F***C. Hee hee, riding a horse feels much better than being in an ox cart. Ralph climbed onto the horse and gave it a try. Everyone, do I look cool? Young master looks super cool. Young master is incredibly handsome. Abel and the others flattered Ralph, lifting his mood. Mr. Giles, can I leave now? Jagger looked at him with anticipation. Break his left leg. Ferguson? Jagger was shocked. Stop. Gillis had finally lost his temper. Friend, we agreed that if I gave you the white horse, you would let him go. How can you renege on your promise? Giacomo said that a man without trustworthiness cannot stand. Do you have no sense of credibility? Who's not trustworthy? Be careful, or I might sue you for slander. Ralph smiled eerily. I did say I'd let him go, but I never specified whether it was his left leg or right leg. You. Gillis was furious. How could anyone be so shameless? What do you want? Cough cough, your sword seems quite nice as well. My F***ing. Gillis was ready to curse. Fine, he could give up the horse. Gillis felt numb. What kind of people are these? He quickened his pace, fearing for his reputation. It's okay, let it be. A person should be kind whenever possible. Ralph nodded solemnly. Everyone around rolled their eyes. What kindness is this? An innocent young man was squeezed dry just for speaking the truth. Seeing there was no more drama, the onlookers dispersed. That guy. Sir Lou, my name is Yale. Yale bowed obsequiously. You know me? I'm the nephew of Porter's niece in Yogo Village. I've seen you a few times before. Oh, since we're friends, you can run this tavern from now on. Thank you, sir, thank you. Yale rubbed his hands together hesitantly. Just not sure about this month's pay. How much did you earn before? 1 month, 3 coins. What? 3 coins? Ralph was shocked. This was Xianyang City. Even a bowl of noodles on the street cost 1 coin. 3 coins a month? Jagger was ruthless. Capitalists would cry hearing this. Seeing Ralph's expression, Yale wanted to cry. 2 coins will also work. Not ruthless enough. Do you really think I'm a heartless capitalist? From now on, it's 1 tael per month. One tael. Yale was stunned, doubting his ears. 1 tael equals 100 Baylor Banliangs. Wow, a 30-fold raise instantly. Yes, and if the tavern's revenue exceeds expectations, you'll get a bonus too. What? Tears welled up in Yale's eyes. I've waited 3 years for this day. Plop. Yale knelt and bowed. Sir, Yale will obey you wholeheartedly forever. Get up. Show me the drinks. Ralph waved his hand. This tavern was his first business, so employee benefits were important. Moreover, this guy seemed smart. If his enthusiasm was sparked, wouldn't it benefit him in the end? Our shop has 8 types of wine, divided into 3 grades. Yale explained confidently, giving Ralph a good understanding of Xianyang's wine market. Our best quality wine here is Wu Fletcher Chun, brewed from 5 grains. It's fragrant and potent. Most of the large taverns in Xianyang buy Wu Fletcher Chun from us. Try some, sir. Yale poured the wine. Ralph tasted it. Indeed, not bad. While Wu Fletcher Chun wasn't as strong as modern high-proof liquor, it was certainly stronger than other current wines. Sir, may I say something that might be inappropriate? Go ahead. You shouldn't have chased away Jagger. Why? Jagger, though despicable, is the only one who can brew Wu Fletcher Chun. Only 2 barrels remain, and 1 was smashed. Without this premium wine, those taverns probably won't buy from us, and rubbed his hands suggestively. Gillis frowned, clearly displeased. He had just been extorted by a dead landlord, and now even a mere gatekeeper dared to make things difficult for him. Did they really think he couldn't stand up for himself? Please go in and announce my name. Ewan will surely know who I am. Announce your name? Go to hell. Kid, do you even know the rules here? The servant immediately started shouting. My lord has countless matters to attend to every day. Not just anyone can see him. Get lost and don't be a bother. Ridiculous. How dare you speak to our young master like that? The old servant's face darkened. Do you know who stands before you? Our young master is the first scholar of Cassindragwin. Numerous aristocratic families and scholars revere him as an honored guest. A lowly servant like you dares to humiliate our young master? Ha! What kind of joke is this, first scholar of Cassindragwin, if you can't even afford a tip to enter? You. Harleylu felt so insulted that he wanted to storm off, but remembering the grand plan to assassinate Emperor Emir, he suppressed his anger. Smash! He reached out and tore off the jade pendant from his waist, smashing it on the ground. Ignorant child, blinded by trivialities, you cannot see Mount Tai. Even Bram would personally welcome me when he hears my name. How dare you insult me? This so-called first scholar of Cassindragwin. Not only had he helped Aloysius achieve success during the court session, but he also enraged Ferguson High, who hit him until blood streamed from his head. Bram had never experienced such humiliation before, so upon returning home, he flew into a rage. The servants nearby trembled in fear, crouching on the ground even as they bled profusely from Bram's wrath. That damn Gillis, how dare he deceive me? If I see him again, I won't let him off easily. Bram finally calmed down after venting his anger. With a bunch of incompetent scholars like Jeffrey, it's impossible for them to come up with such brilliant strategies. There must be a hidden mastermind behind Aloysius. Bring me someone. Your Excellency. Several servants kneeled on one knee. How is the investigation going? Your Excellency, according to our inquiries, Prince Aloysius has recently visited a place called Nyowa Village multiple times. Nyowa Village? Bram's eyes narrowed. Is this hidden mastermind really in Nyowa Village? Investigate this village thoroughly and find out exactly whom Prince Aloysius is meeting. Fail, and you won't return. Yes, Your Excellency. The servants immediately left. Sir. Just then, a door attendant rushed in. What is the commotion? Anticipated this reaction. Baylor people, though crude, admired elegance and culture. Bram alone maintained over 300 retainers, most of whom were nominal heroes and scholars. As the first scholar of Cassindragwin, whose family had produced 3 generations of prime ministers in Han, He was a true nobleman. Having received military tactics from the Yellowstone Elder, Gillis had every reason to command respect. My apologies, Your Excellency. My poor eyes couldn't recognize you. Please forgive me. The servant knelt down, offering the jade pendant. Gillis ignored it and recited. The rat has skin, yet lacks grace. Without grace, why does it live? The rat has teeth, yet lacks restraint. Without restraint, why does it linger? The rat has form, yet lacks manners. Without manners, why not hasten death? Young men, don't learn from rats who judge people based on their looks. With these words, Gillis turned and left, leaving the servant stunned. Ewan personally welcoming me. I feel deeply honored. Seeing Bram, Gillis gave an arrogant bow. Honored indeed, you bastard. Gang up on this kid. Don't let him escape. Bram roared, and instantly, a group of burly men charged forward. Gillis, surprised face. Holy crap, what's happening? Outskirts. Ralph occasionally urged the horse on, although it did nothing much. Feeling everyone's admiring gazes made him feel great anyway. After 3 miles out of town, the white horse hesitated. Why stop again, Brant? Master, the leaves are gone. I told you to bring more. Yeah, but the trees in the city were almost stripped clean by me, and the horse eats too fast. Ralph? Fine. Go cut some grass and load it onto the ox cart. We're now a family with a horse, so feed can't be lacking. Yes, master. Havelock stopped the ox cart roadside and they began cutting grass. Ralph dismounted and stretched his stiff waist. Though riding looked cool, it was actually very uncomfortable. Roads within the city were fine, but outside, the terrain was uneven, making him sore from the jolts. Even with the horse walking slowly, he doubted his buttocks could endure a gallop. If only there was a saddle. Hold on, saddle? Ralph's eyes widened. Saddles and stirrups hadn't been invented yet in Baylor Dynasty. If introduced, Baylor cavalry's combat power would soar. Though Baylor army swept 6 kingdoms with impressive strength, Geary still built the Great Wall against Xiongnu because of their speed. Despite not being Baylor's match, Xiongnu's mobility allowed them to raid and escape before Baylor soldiers caught up, causing chaos on the northern borders. So, the emperor planned a northern campaign against Xiongnu. According to history, this moment, Ralph flicked his hair, hand resting on his sword hilt, posing broodingly. Seeing Ralph's sword, the men paused. Boy, mind your own business. Let the girl go. Let her go. Ferguson? But I didn't touch her. Ralph shrugged. She's clinging to me. How am I supposed to let her go? Tyra. Men. Shut up. Hand her over or else. The man glared viciously, scaring the girl. No, I won't go with you, master. Save me. Beautiful. Why are they after you? Master, I'm from the east. Due to drought, my family moved to the capital seeking relatives, but my father died on the way. As soon as I arrived, they targeted me, wanting to sell me into a brothel. I'd rather die than fulfill their wish. Please save me. Sniffle. Ralph felt indignant hearing her sobbing. What? Kidnapping in broad daylight? Is there no law? More importantly, keeping such a beautiful girl for yourself instead of selling her into a brothel. Are you blind? Tyra. Ralph. Epsilon. Cough. I mean you're beautiful, just complimenting you. Thank you. Can master help me? The girl clung to Ralph's leg, rubbing it. Ralph. Omega. His posture straightened with righteous determination. I will definitely handle this. Today, I shall play the hero. Note. The translation maintains the original style, humor, and tone while ensuring readability and fluency in English. ####Chapter 79. You just came to cause trouble. So you think you're a hero saving the damsel in distress? Do you really believe wielding a sword makes you a knight? Kid, don't push your luck. Boys, get him. The leader waved his hand, and several men rolled up their sleeves, closing in with cold faces. Sir, I'm scared. The young girl clung tightly to Ralph, rubbing against him a few times. Ralph? Don't worry, miss. Chivalry is my favorite thing. As long as I'm here today, no one will take you away. You alone? The man sneered. Ha, there are 3 of us. To fight me, you're not even worthy. Ralph smiled faintly. Where is the Nyotuan Special Forces? The Nyotuan Special Forces, reporting for duty. Era, Santiago. Reporting. Before Ralph finished speaking, 5 burly men suddenly emerged from the bushes. The men? 1, 2, 3. They seem to have more people. What should we do, boss? Ha, you came prepared. The leader snorted and swiftly swung his sleeve. Brothers, it's been a bother. Let's go. After saying that, the leader turned around to run away. You're asking for it? The man growled, swinging a fist at Era. Surprise attack. Era tossed a handful of sand into the man's face. Ouch, my eyes. Before the man could react, Era kicked him hard in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. You damn cheater. This is called deceit in warfare. Watch my black tiger heart snatch, tail sweep, peach steal. Era pummeled the man relentlessly, leaving him defenseless. Boss. Seeing this, the 2 minions screamed and tried to help. Cyan and Santiago exchanged glances and simultaneously swung punches. Another surprise attack. Wilbur grabbed a brick, looking for an opportunity to strike from behind. Soon, the trio was crying out in agony, mercilessly beaten and pinned to the ground. Good, truly in line with my standards. Ralph nodded approvingly. Although their fighting style was still rough, their coordination was decent. Especially Era's mastery of the Black Tiger 13 strikes made short work of the leader. Hold on, they've been knocked unconscious. What, already unconscious? They didn't even last long. I haven't started yet? You should ask Wilbur then. Wilbur held the brick. What are you all staring at? I only hit them a dozen times. Ralph? Brick to the back of the head, 12 times? These guys won't be left brain dead, right? Is large. Why don't we take her in? Yeah, recently the estate has many tasks. She can help Miss Astrid, right? We'll be doing a good deed too. They all looked intently at Ralph. Ralph? You call this a good deed? You're just trying to get close to her. All right, miss, stop crying. I am Ralph, landlord of Nyotuan village outside the city, with a modest estate. If you don't mind, you can work at my estate. Thump. Upon hearing Ralph's words, the girl immediately knelt and kowtowed. Your great kindness cannot be repaid. I will serve you faithfully as thanks. Ha, servitude? Isn't pledging yourself a better repayment? Tyra. Ralph, cough, forget about servitude. If you work hard, I won't treat you poorly. Get up. Thank you, master. Oh right, I don't know your name. The girl raised her head, a smirk flashing across her lips. My name is Adelina. Chapter 80. Let's call you Corina. Miss Rita, this is Nyogo village. Thank you so much for taking me in, young master. No problem at all. Ralph smiled and led Rita toward home. Young master, you're back? At the gate, Astrader had been waiting for a long time. Hearing the commotion outside, she hurriedly ran out with a cup of cool tea. Young master, please have some tea. Ralph raised his hand to accept the tea. By the way, Miss Rita, you must be thirsty after such a long journey. Come and have some tea. Thank you, young master. Rita smiled sweetly, took the tea, and sipped it twice. Seeing this, Astrader pouted and stared intently at Rita. Young master, who is she? Oh, I forgot to introduce you. This is Astrader, and this is Rita. I found her on the road. Rita? Is this Astrader's sister? You're so beautiful. From now on, we are family. I hope Astrader can take good care of me. Family? Astrader was taken aback, her eyes turning red instantly. Does that mean she is? She isn't. Seeing Astrader about to cry, Ralph quickly shook his head and explained. Astrader, don't misunderstand. The situation is blah blah. So that's how it is. After listening to Ralph's explanation, Astrader's face lit up again. Miss Rita, the eastern room is still empty. Why don't you stay there from now on? I'll leave it to your arrangement, sister. Young master, I'll go tidy up right away. Go ahead, go ahead. Ralph waved his hand dismissively. Wow, what a beautiful white horse. Astrader noticed the white horse behind Ralph and couldn't help but admire Corina. Young master, let's go help build a new home for Corina. Astrader happily pulled Ralph and Corina towards the cattle shed. Old yellow cow. Miss Rita, let me help you carry your luggage. Are you tired? Let me get you some water. Miss Rita, I'm Henry. If you need anything in the future, just find me. Brant and 4 others eagerly surrounded Rita, vying to be helpful. I'm not tired. Thank you all so much, Brother Brant. As a newcomer, I may offend someone inadvertently. Please bear with me if that happens. Of course. There's nothing to offend here. Just treat this place like your home. Thank you all in advance. Rita smiled brightly, handling the situation gracefully. Ralph couldn't help but look at her more closely. Forgive him. If young master wants to help Sister Rita, go ahead. I can clean the cattle shed by myself, Astrader grumbled, holding a rake to clear the stones out of the shed. Ralph laughed and took the rake from her. Foolish girl, she's an outsider. How can she be more important than you? Hearing Ralph's words, Astrader's expression brightened. She pouted but kept her head down, still sulking. But Sister Rita is much prettier than me, especially her big and firm bottom. People say a bigger bottom makes childbearing easier, and many villagers want wives with larger bottoms. Indeed, that's true. Ralph couldn't help but glance a few times. Undoubtedly, Rita's bottom was extraordinarily impressive, especially when she walked, swaying with elasticity. It was indeed very attractive. Large, Ralph admitted. But talking about beauty, he chuckled inwardly. Rita looked decent, above average, but mainly relied on makeup. Compared to the women Ralph knew, she couldn't compare. Astrader, without saying, was lively and adorable, almost fairy-like, with assets that surpassed most. Christina, with her noble and elegant demeanor, her figure accentuated, could easily outshine many in grace and charm. Even the woman they encountered earlier could surpass Rita in appearance alone. Of course, Ralph didn't find her attractive, but such an alluring woman still held significant appeal for Brant and the others. Astrader, don't talk nonsense. Ralph earnestly lifted Astrader's face. In terms of beauty, my Astrader is truly a heavenly beauty. You, young master, you're teasing me. Astrader's face instantly turned red, unable to meet Ralph's gaze. Young master always teases Astrader. I'm not joking. Ralph chuckled. At just 13, Astrader already had such stunning charm. When she grew up, she would undoubtedly be a... Chapter 81. No qualification for love before achieving greatness? Gillis rose to his feet and looked around. The room was clean and spacious, its decor elegant rather than opulent. Outside the window lay a secluded little garden, indicating that the house's owner was clearly someone of distinguished status. Gillis only remembered being knocked unconscious by a group of burly men, fearing he would lose his life on the spot. After that, everything became a blur. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in this place. Master, you're finally awake. Dwight pushed the door open with a look of relief on his face. Dwight, where am I? Master, you've forgotten? We were beaten by Bram's men. Fortunately, Suzanne saved you. Suzanne? Gillis paused, only then noticing a young woman standing behind Dwight. She was dressed in court attire, her slender figure and almond-shaped eyes as beautiful as a celestial maiden from a painting. Are you, Esther? After staring for a while, Gillis finally recognized her. Brother Jean Harley, it's been so long. Esther's eyes sparkled. Miss Esther, I owe you my life. Gillis will never forget your kindness. Gillis tried to get up and bow, but pain shot through him, causing him to stagger. Brother Jean Harley, be careful. Esther quickly steadied him. Oh, forgive me, Miss Esther. Gillis gave a bitter smile. It's all right, Brother Jean Harley. I've made some medicinal soup for you. Please drink it while it's hot. Esther waved her hand, and Carrie brought the bowl of soup over. Little scholar, our miss spent 2 whole hours preparing this medicine just for you. Don't let her effort go to waste. Carrie, stop babbling. Esther blushed slightly. Your kindness, Miss Esther, I shall remember forever. Still calling her miss, aren't you? You're missing out on her intentions, Carrie teased. Carrie, Esther glared at her. Brother Zhang Harley, our families have been longtime friends, like bamboo companions. From now on, call me sister. Well, if you insist. Gillis accepted the bowl and started drinking. Holy, how bitter. Just one sip revealed Esther's questionable cooking skills. But seeing her expectant gaze, he forced himself to swallow despite the urge to gag. Brother Zhang Harley, why did you cross paths with that scoundrel Bram? Sigh. It's a long story. Gillis sighed deeply and recounted his experience. What? There are actually people in this world so shameless and wicked? Upon hearing about the tavern incident, Esther was filled with righteous indignation. Not only that, if not for him, our master wouldn't be in such a dire situation, Dwight said bitterly. Sigh. It's all master's kindness. He gave all his wealth to the famine victims. Now we have nothing. I wonder how we'll survive. Dwight, don't despair. Heaven bestows great missions upon those it wishes to test, hardening their hearts, straining their muscles, and starving their bodies. This is but a minor setback, Gillis reassured him. Brother Zhang Harley, your perseverance is admirable, Esther said admiringly. Why don't you stay at the Chancellor's residence? There's much knowledge I wish to discuss with you. This? Gillis frowned. If you need help, Esther, I'm always willing to share. But staying here, let's reconsider. Brother Zhang Harley. Esther was about to protest when a servant bowed and approached. Miss, Lordly wants to see Master Zhang. The Chancellor of Baylor, Carmine? Gillis's eyes narrowed before he stood up. Sister Esther, I'll go ahead. You haven't fully recovered. Take it slowly. Thank you. With Dwight's support, Gillis left the room. Master, Miss Esther seems to harbor affection for you. I know. Why do you treat her so coldly? To speak frankly, she is Prime Minister Carmine's daughter. If you... Enough. Gillis interrupted coldly. A man born under heaven should strive for greatness and establish an immortal name. I cannot afford to indulge in personal affairs before achieving my goals, especially since the Baylor dynasty's days are numbered. As Prime Minister, Carmine will inevitably be our enemy, being that you make a great impact in Xianyang. Why provoke Bram, who's utterly despicable and unpredictable? Don't lead yourself astray. Uncle Teacher, you speak wisely. Then stay at my residence and wait until I can personally recommend you to the Emperor. No, Uncle, I can't. Gillis hurriedly declined, making Carmine frown. Why? Is there anything inappropriate? Uncle, I didn't come to Xianyang for office but for another reason. Another reason? Carmine paused, smiling. For your teacher, perhaps? Back then, conflicts within Confucianism labeled Xuanzi as a heretic. Gillis's teacher, Arthur, defended Xuanzi against scholars who considered themselves orthodox, but he was humiliated and banned from entering Xianyang for life. Eventually, he left Shangyang Palace embittered. Now that Gillis had matured, he aimed to vindicate his teacher. But that was only part of it. Gillis had come to Xianyang for 3 objectives. Chapter 82. You came to repay a debt. First, he must go to the Shang Cassandra Academy to plead his teacher Arthur's case for justice. Second, he needs to figure out the route of Emperor Amir's next inspection tour. Third, he should find a powerful Zhang-named warrior capable of capturing tigers to prepare for the future assassination of Emperor Amir. However, Gillis naturally could not tell Carmine his true intentions. Thank you for your kindness, Uncle, but Gillis was slightly embarrassed. Well, I suddenly remembered something. What is it? Do you have money, Uncle? Huh. Cough. I need to borrow some money. Gillis felt helpless. He thought his talents would get him easily into Zhao's residence, treated as a guest of honor, and money wouldn't be an issue. But who knew that plans didn't always work out? Now, he had spent all his gold along the way and didn't even have money for food, let alone for hiring help. Steward, fetch some silver. Yes, sir. Carmine waved his hand magnanimously, and soon the steward brought in 100 taels of silver. Uncle, this? Don't worry about it. Keep the money. If it's not enough, just tell me. No need to feel bad. Hearing this, Gillis felt touched. Uncle, this isn't enough. Carmine. Grass, are you serious? That was just politeness. Besides, 100 taels should cover more than just food and studies. It should even be enough for visiting brothels. How much do you need? At least 1,000 taels. After some thought, Gillis opened his mouth. The saying goes that ancients paid 1,000 pieces of gold for horse bones. Assassinating Amir was a life and death mission, so it was crucial to have sufficient funds. 1,000 taels? Carmine's mouth twitched violently. Did he think he was an ATM? Asking for 1,000 taels? How dare you? My yearly salary is only 2,000 sure, equivalent to less than 1,000 taels of silver. And you're asking to borrow my entire year's salary? Of course, if Uncle has spare money, borrowing a bit more would be fine. I'll repay double in the future. Gillis spoke calmly. Carmine. Spare money? Young people really think money comes easy these days? Nephew, despite being the Prime Minister of Baylor, my finances aren't as luxurious as you think. Apart from some land and property, I don't have much money. See this robe? I bought it 2 years ago during the new year. Carmine sighed deeply. He wasn't lying. He really didn't have much money. While it wasn't hard for a prime minister to earn money, Carmine adhered strictly to laws, refusing to take bribes. Because of this integrity, Emir trusted him greatly. This residence might look grand, but he was indeed poor. So, let's say another 100 taels, shall we? For Guzin, being prime minister is that poor? Only now did Gillis notice how old and worn out the furniture and decorations were, including the broken brush Carmine refused to replace. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed the Baylor prime minister lived so frugally. Carmine. Gillis. Epsilon. Cough, thank you, Uncle. Gillis took the silver and bowed before leaving. If keeping this nation stable and peaceful means living a life of poverty, so be it, Carmine sighed, biting his pen while continuing to write. The great Baylor prime minister living such a miserable life. Is there any justice in the world if Baylor doesn't fall? Looking at the silver, Gillis's resolve hardened further. Deep into the night, the door to the eastern chamber of the Liu family slowly opened. Jasmine tiptoed to the door. Sorry, Master Liu, but I'm doing this for my happiness. She smirked and reached out. Creak. The door creaked open, and Jasmine's eyes lit up. Leaving the door unlocked while sleeping. Serves you right to be robbed. She laughed and pushed the door open. The next moment, she froze. Ralph stared at her intently. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became awkward. Jasmine. Ralph. Jasmine glanced down and quickly covered her eyes in embarrassment. Her scream startled Ralph, who retracted back under the covers. What do you want with me? Jasmine. Shouldn't I be the one saying this? What kind of guy sleeps without clothes in the middle of the night? Master, I. Jasmine's face darkened, unsure of how to respond. I understand. You don't have to say more. Ralph interrupted her, waving his hand admonished, putting on an air of propriety. Ferguson? Allison was flabbergasted. My clothes are already off and you're still unmoved? You're worse than a beast. Miss Allison, please put your clothes back on first. This isn't appropriate or lawful. Ralph waved his hand while pretending to cover his eyes. This late at night, getting so excited. How can an ordinary man hold himself back? Repaying kindness is no problem, but the timing is bad. Training starts soon. If Ardell and the others see this, how can I explain to Alicia? Sir, No, you don't. Allison. The corner of her mouth twitched. How dare you resist, you little landlord. Panting her lip in determination, Allison was about to take off the only garment she had left on her body. The sound from the west quarters indicated clearly that Ardell and the others were dressing up to assemble. Get out. Master, am I not beautiful? Allison swayed gracefully, maintaining her coy expression. Ralph instantly felt he couldn't keep composed. Sister, yes, you are beautiful, but not now. Seeing the assembly time approaching, Ralph anxiously slapped the table. Out. You want me to leave? Allison's eyes reddened. At the Spring Breeze Pavilion, she was adored like a star, never having faced such humiliation. Red-eyed, she prepared to depart. Wait. Ralph interjected. Allison paused, sneering coldly. There, men are hypocrites. Humph, Allison isn't what Master thinks I am. No, pick up your clothes. Ralph pointed to the garments on the floor. Allison. You bastard. She gave Ralph a venomous look, grabbed her clothes, and stormed off. Did I go too far? Ralph rubbed his nose. Allison, that wasn't what I meant. You could come earlier next time? Unfortunately, Allison had already returned to her quarters and shut herself in. Well, I can't blame her. After all, a wealthy, young, handsome landlord like me, how could any woman resist? Ralph shook his head and got dressed. Frog Special Forces assemble. As he just finished, Ardell's voice called from outside. Ralph breathed a sigh of relief. Lucky I drove her off early, or my aesthetic image would be ruined. Master, why is your face so red today? What, is it? Yes, not only your face, even your neck is swollen. Master, didn't you dream about something strange? Ralph. Others. Omega. Fourth donkey, you observe carefully indeed. Hee, thank you, Master. Ralph. Bullshit observation. Everyone, 10 more laps today. What, 10 more? Hearing Ralph's words, Ardell and the others felt like crying. You fool, was Master praising you? Yeah, don't talk nonsense and drag us down. Get moving. Ralph picked up a whip. They shivered and vanished like lightning. 121, 121. Once again, the familiar call echoed through Nilla village. Sasa. In the stable, the white horse Karina shook her body eagerly. Do you want to run too? Sasa. Karina stamped her hooves lightly. I can let you out, but only if Master rides. Sasa. Karina hesitated, unwillingly bent her front legs, and knelt. Wow, who would have thought this bookish horse was so smart? Worth it. Ralph laughed, mounted her. Sasa. Before Ralph settled, Karina leaped out, galloping away in an instant. Ralph, in. Grass, slow down, Brother Snow. As daylight dawned, Ardell and the others were running bare-chested, drenched in sweat in the fields. Faster. Dawn is almost here. Ardell, we probably won't finish. Shut up if you drag me down. I'll make you pay. Under Ardell's urging, they ran harder. Ardell, look, there's a crowd at the village entrance. That's odd. It's not a festival day. Why gather here? Only after hearing Havelock did they notice many villagers around the stone bridge, nearly blocking the road. Move aside. Ardell shouted, but it was ineffective. They slowed down and walked over. Daryl, what's happening? Ardell, you came at the right time. Someone is insulting our master at the stone bridge. What? Upon hearing Daryl, their faces darkened. Damn, who has the guts to cause trouble in our Nilla village? To insult master at his doorstep, he must have a death wish. Right. Let's go see. Ardell raised his hand, leading them over. On the bridge stood a short, fat man under 7 feet tall, pockmarked, none other than Danny from Nupit village. Danny held a bamboo scroll, and cursed loudly. Landlord Ralph of Nilla village, faithless and untrustworthy, took my wife, a beast unmatched. Ladies and gentlemen, witness this injustice. Ralph has lost his conscience, bullying the honest. How can that be? Our master is a good person. How could he do something so terrible? But you never know someone truly. Yes, I know Hewitt as a decent man. He wouldn't do this unless pushed to the edge. Villagers discussed among themselves. Darn, it's him. Seeing Danny, Ardell and the others grew grim. This guy disrupting things in broad daylight will ruin Master's reputation. If he continues for 3 days, everyone in Ping'an County will think Master stole someone's wife, ruining his name completely. Damn, you dare curse our Master? Do you have a death wish? Yeah, Master spared you last time, Yet you dare come to Nulla village to cause trouble. Leave immediately. Ardell and the others looked fierce. Chapter 84. He must be here to cause trouble. I won't go. Ralph has lost all conscience. He's worse than an animal. He still dares to curse. Hit him for me. Brant rolled up his sleeves and was about to attack. You have the nerve to beat me to death. Danny stubbornly raised his neck. As long as you don't kill me, I'll shout from village to village every day in the 10-mile radius. Come on, dare to beat me to death. This reckless guy. Brant and company's faces darkened. It is said that the ruthless fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who don't care for their lives. Zhang Delang was clearly one of these reckless guys. This type of person is more stubborn than a donkey. They couldn't really kill him. Danny, what exactly do you want? I want a wife. Fateh. Brother, can't you just use the money given by our young master to find another wife? No way. I want a wife who has already consummated the marriage. Screw your nonsense. Stop wasting time with him. This kind of person needs a lesson. Brant clenched his fists, ready to strike. Brant, don't be impulsive. With so many villagers watching, acting now would only confirm that young master uses power to bully people. But we can't just let him insult young master like this. Clopping, clopping. As they argued, a white horse galloped wildly through the fields towards them. It's the young master. Young master. Havelock was about to greet him, but noticed the horse was charging straight without stopping. On the back of the horse, Ralph clung tightly to the horse's head, his face contorted. Get out of the way, quickly. I can't control myself. This horse has gone mad. Everyone move aside. Swoosh. The white horse neighed, rushing like a cannonball towards the village entrance. Everyone, Omega. Young master has gone crazy, run. Not young master, it's the horse that's gone mad. Who cares who's mad, just run. In an instant, the villagers scattered in all directions. Some jumped into small ditches to avoid getting trampled. Ralph scoundrel, return my wife. Seeing Ralph, Danny didn't run but instead charged forward angrily. In the chaos, Ralph could barely think, only pulling hard on the reins. Karina, stop, stop immediately. If you don't stop, I'll stew you. Swoosh. Karina came to an abrupt halt, but slid several meters due to inertia. Bang. Ouch. Danny screamed as he was knocked into the water. Phew, finally stopped. Ralph wiped the sweat from his forehead. You beast, you're too smart for your own good. Ralph glared fiercely at Karina. Swoosh. Karina flicked her tail indifferently. Fateh Brant, are you alright? Ralph dismounted. Master, we're fine. Porter, Juliana, everyone okay? Master, we're all fine. Villagers from Niwen village ran over from all directions. No one hurt? That's a relief. Ralph sighed deeply. That bang earlier, I thought I had hit someone. It scared me. There's no one hurt here, that's not true. Yes, everyone is safe and sound. Young master, you must have been mistaken. That's good if everyone's fine. Ralph nodded. Hey, why did you all gather at the village entrance? A meeting? Speaking of which, young master, we were planning to look for you. Young master, you didn't know. Someone was cursing you for half an hour. What? Someone cursed me? Ralph's face darkened instantly. Who? So arrogant, daring to curse even me? Where is he? Yeah, where is he? He was here just now. Ferguson? Where did he go? Cough. Fateh coughed. Master, you weren't mistaken. You knocked him off. Huh. Ralph, Omega. After a while, the villagers dragged Danny out of the water. Master, he's still alive? Oh, isn't this Danny? He's the one. We couldn't persuade him. He insisted on asking you for his wife. Ralph? Wake him up. Wake up, wake up. A few slaps from Brant jolted Danny awake. Ralph scoundrel, return my wife, huh? Danny cursed once more before fainting again. Villagers. Did Master really take his wife? Ralph? If I say it was an accident just now, would you believe me? Hee, whatever young master says, we believe you. So precise an accident. Hitting Danny perfectly, how could we not believe you? The villagers muttered among themselves. Ralph? He had worked hard to build a good landlord image. He couldn't let Danny ruin it. He took out a handful of silver coins. Fellow villagers, the horse got out of control and trampled crops, causing damage. This poor boy feels guilty. These coins are compensation. Please forgive this naive young horse. My goodness, silver coins. Master, you're spreading money again. Seeing the silver, everyone's eyes lit up. Master, how can we blame you? It was clear Danny deliberately collided with the horse. A long sigh, drenched in sweat. A palace attendant quickly handed him a towel. The Otis wiped himself down, feeling a great sense of relaxation in his bones and muscles. Tisk, TSK, what a wonderful set of Tai Chi. Absolutely marvelous. Hall, I am here, your majesty. How is the investigation you instructed me to look into? Hall knelt on one knee, looking solemn. Your majesty, according to the Black Dragon Guard's investigation, General Zephyr has embezzled a large amount of military funds and used it to win people over, indeed showing signs of forming factions. Embezzling military funds and forming factions? The Otis's eyes turned cold. Humph, I knew all along he was an ungrateful son. What, is Zephyr planning a rebellion? Hall exclaimed. The Otis sneered. With me here, of course he wouldn't dare to rebel now, but who knows about the future? Your majesty, should we have the Black Dragon Guard conduct a deeper investigation to gather evidence? No need. Order the Black Dragon Guard to withdraw from the Southern Expeditionary Force and cease all investigations into Zephyr to avoid alarming him prematurely. Cease the investigation? Hall looked puzzled. Knowing that a general like Zephyr, who commanded a large army, plotting a rebellion was no small matter, shouldn't the Otis be secretly monitoring him and gathering solid evidence? The matter is under my consideration. Someone will deal with him. The Otis waved his hand. You may leave bellows hard. Whoosh whoosh. With the bellows pumping, the dark red flames turned a bright red. As the temperature rose, the liquid in the pot bubbled more fiercely, producing thick white steam. This bellows is really useful, master. Not only does it increase the burning temperature, but it also eliminates smoke. Of course, this simple device can significantly improve the quality of steel if used in iron smelting. Guilherme smiled softly. Though the forging techniques in Baylor were advanced, they were still limited by technology, resulting in weapons mainly being made of bronze. The sword he had obtained from Zhongliang was precious precisely because it was made of iron. At this time, iron weapons were considered divine due to the high melting point of iron, making it difficult to produce. Dark red flames reached temperatures of around 700 degrees Celsius, while bright red flames approached 1000 degrees, all thanks to the simple bellows. According to Baylor law, inventors could be rewarded with titles. Guilherme could easily become an official if he presented this invention to the court. But Guilherme preferred to keep a low profile as a small landlord and develop quietly. Oh, Madison scratched her head. But master, why are you boiling so much wine? It's too hot outside. You can't drink it all yourself. Madison looked puzzled. She had never seen anyone boil wine in summer, especially a whole vat. Hee, this wine isn't for drinking. Then what's it for? Guilherme smiled softly. Purification. Ferguson? Madison looked thoughtful. Guilherme explained. Wine contains mostly alcohol and water. Since alcohol molecules are lighter than water, boiling and condensing the vapor through bamboo tubes yields purer alcohol. When alcohol reaches 50% purity, it becomes little-handed vodka. That's the type of liquor I truly want. Oh. Madison, though puzzled, looked admiringly at Guilherme. As long as I can help master, I'm happy. Good girl. Guilherme patted Madison's head. Hey, where's Liv? That girl went where? Liv said she saw her go and the others working hard making ice, so she brewed some cooling tea to help them cool off. Cooling off? Images flashed through Guilherme's mind. More like heating up. Good girl, Madison. Watch this for me while I check it out. Okay. Madison pouted. Seeing Madison's wistful expression, Guilherme smiled. She misunderstood again. Liv was clearly problematic. Whether he saved her or she sought to repay him, it felt too deliberate. Given the enormous profits from ice, it was normal to suspect competition. Madison, next time when I go to town, I'll buy you some cosmetics. Really? Thank you, master. Having pacified Madison, Guilherme hurried toward the backyard. Although he had strictly ordered her go in a charming smile. Smack. 2 streaks of blood instantly shot out from Fade's nostrils. Cough, cough. I'm fine, very fine. He quickly reacted and covered his nose. Well, Sister Ava, why have you come? I saw all of you working so hard and thought I should make some cold tea for you guys to cool off a bit. Look at you. You're so heated up you're bleeding from your nose. As she spoke, she gently swayed. Fade, if you keep swaying like this, who wouldn't start bleeding from the nose? Hang brother Fade, let me help you clean up. Ava took out a handkerchief and leaned forward with concern. Fade immediately grabbed her arm. I can do it myself. All right then. Ava smiled lightly. Unable to handle Aryan, did she think handling this old bachelor would be tough? Hang brother Fade, come drink some tea. Thank you, brother. While you enjoy your tea, I will deliver the rest to Asa and the others. Having said that, Ava lifted her basket to enter. Fade stood firm, blocking her path. Hang brother Fade, what are you doing? Cough, cough. Sister Ava, don't misunderstand me. It's just that master instructed no outsiders to enter the backyard. Do you mean I'm just an outsider in Hang brother Fade's eyes? Ava's eyes turned red, looking quite aggrieved. Sigh, indeed. A poor lonely country girl like me is pitiful and unloved. How could I even belong in the same I know. Ferguson? Since you already knew, why did you keep her? Fade looked puzzled. It's very simple. Aryan shrugged. When someone desperately wants something, they will stop at nothing. Even if we drive this girl away now, the opponent will surely find another means. Our enemies operate in the dark, while we are in the open. Rather than painstakingly guard against their countless tricks, it's better to set a trap for them, thus keeping their every move within our control. This is called reverse manipulation. So that's it. Impressive, really impressive. Fade praised repeatedly. As long as Ava stays, the other side believes there's still hope and won't take further action. But what they don't know is that their reactions are all being controlled by Master. Of course, I have another reason for keeping her. What? Aryan smiled slyly. Life is so dull. I need to find some amusement. Fade. Truly masterful of you, Master. Inside the room, Ava scowled furiously, punching the bed. How infuriating. Has my charm really diminished to the point where I can't even win over an old bachelor? Ava grabbed a bronze mirror to inspect herself. I don't seem to have any issues except for some glaringly. What's inappropriate about it? After all, Master saved my life. Whether it's getting on my bed or cough, cough, anything I ask of you, I wouldn't refuse. Really? Absolutely. Hearing this, Aryan jumped onto the bed nimbly. Come, start the massage. Chapter 87. The Great Sword. Master, does my massage feel comfortable? Yes, very comfortable. Ralph lay on Adelina's lap with a blissful look on his face. There was no denying that Adelina had a talent for attending to others. Her gentle fingers and the perfect pressure of her massages made Ralph feel drowsy and relaxed. Like lying on a plush cushion, it couldn't get more comfortable than this. Snore, snore, Adelina. What's going on? This guy actually fell asleep? Hearing the snoring from her lap, Adelina was stunned. She was an enchanting beauty, yet he dared to sleep in her arms. So you really did come here just for a massage? Adelina's expression turned dark. She had hoped to take advantage of Ralph's mesmerized state to find out the secret of ice making. But now, since he'd fallen asleep, how could she pry the information from him? I need to shake him up a bit. Ralph shuddered. In the next moment, her eyes widened, and she froze completely. Ralph, Adelina, Omega. Feeling the intense pressure in her hand, Adelina was utterly shocked. She had seen countless men in her life, but had never encountered anyone quite so gifted. That level of intensity overwhelmed even her. Ralph smiled faintly. Scared? Adelina's complexion turned darker. She wasn't sure if she could withstand it. Screw it, for future happiness, I'll risk it. With gritted teeth, Adelina gripped tightly. Sizzling. Instantly sparks flew. Ah! Adelina screamed and fell backward, rolling her eyes. Miss Adelina, what's wrong? Are you okay? Not exactly, master. How is yours so? Oh, this? Ralph lifted the electric baton from his waist. Sorry, I forgot I still had this thing on me. This is an electric baton. Don't worry, it only zaps when it's on. Adelina. You intentionally set this up, didn't you? Sizzle. Ralph switched off the baton and placed it on the table. How about we continue the massage? No, let's skip it. Feeling the tingling pain in her arm, Adelina felt helpless. I really don't dare touch your body carelessly anymore. Really not doing it? Aiden, I missed you so much. Giles, it has been a while. Are you well? Very well. How's Aiden doing? I'm doing fine too. Hee, come in. Please come in. Ralph welcomed them warmly. Why the visit today, Aiden? As Giles accepted my son as a disciple and taught him so well, Shaw has made considerable progress. Hence, I've come specially to express my gratitude. Amir gestured with a grand sweep of his hand, and Preston immediately produced a large brocade box. Expressing gratitude? Seeing the box, Ralph's eyes lit up. This Aiden was indeed his benefactor, always showering him with gifts. Last time, he sent a whole chest of gold as a teacher's gift, and now this fancy brocade box surely contains something precious. That's all part of the teaching responsibilities. Aiden is too kind. Ralph smiled as he took the box and opened it eagerly. What's this? Seeing the contents, his smile froze. Chapter 88. Baylor Wang Fushan is a buffoon. Inside the brocade box lay a sword, and it was an iron sword with a rather ordinary appearance. Upon seeing this gift, Aryun's face immediately darkened. Mr. Liu, this sword is called Gongbu, one of the 8 renowned swords cast by the great swordsmith Greg. Although it doesn't compare to Longyuan or Yuchong, it is still an extraordinary sword. Preston boasted elaborately. Daryl wore an envious look. Ferguson, do I need to ask? So your swordsmanship must be incredible, right? Indeed. Daryl laughed. In a battlefield of millions, taking the head of a general was as easy as reaching into a bag for him. How not powerful. Aryun also smiled. Can you teach my few servants some swordsmanship? What? Teach swordsmanship? Daryl's face turned black. How could that be possible? He had seen the bunch under Aryun's command. They were absolutely unskilled greenhorns. Though his own sword skills might not be comparable to Gainia or Claudiag Ku, he was certainly at master level. Usually, he trained elite soldiers, so teaching these sorts was a waste of time. Would it be okay? Aryun asked with a flattering smile. After systematic physical training, the strength and reaction ability of Brant and the others had greatly improved. Dealing with ordinary hooligans was no longer a problem. However, if they encountered experienced bandits skilled with blades, lacking knowledge of weaponry would put them at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Aryun wasn't proficient with cold weapons either, and hiring a sword master would cost money. He figured that bodyguards for wealthy people like Aiden must surely be proficient in swordsmanship, so even if it wasn't perfect, it wouldn't hurt to learn for free. Go to hell. AI Ming. As Daryl was about to refuse, the Otis glanced at him, with a long sword strapped to his back. When faced with an enemy, he probably couldn't even draw it out. This was something the Otis would best comment on. Ferguson, swordsmanship is the art of gentlemen and warriors. To learn swordsmanship, the first step is to hold the sword properly. Holding the sword should be steady and convenient. Look at you holding the sword in such a flashy way. Daryl glared coldly at Brant. Especially you. Are you learning to show off? Brant. Epsilon. The Otis. Did he feel like Daryl was subtly dissing him? Ming brother is right. Aryun clapped approvingly. Brant, do you think you're the Otis? Mimicking carrying a sword behind your back like him. Remember when the Otis carried a sword to show off and got chased by Claudiag Ku like a dog? Such foolish behavior must not be learned. The Otis. Daryl. Omega. Aryun. Aiden. Why are you all staring at me? Did I say something wrong? Himph. The Otis's face remained expressionless. Very correct. Well then, could you listen to me for a second? Daryl almost cried. If you keep going, we'll both lose our heads soon. Cough, Ming brother. Ash sword could hardly be sharp. Even if it were razor sharp. So what? How could someone who couldn't use a sword possibly challenge a master like him? Go ahead and strike. Don't waste time babbling. This. Okay. Teacher, please be careful. Calvin raised his sword in a salute, then drew the blade. A metallic chime rang out, cold light shimmering like water. With a cry, the sword lunged forward. Hiss. In that instant, Daryl's entire body tensed up, his eyes wide open in shock. It was too fast. The speed at which this young man wielded the sword completely surpassed his expectations. But after so many years in the military, his reaction speed was far beyond that of an ordinary person. He instantly leaped back several steps. The long sword hummed as it sliced through the air, and a strand of black hair floated to the ground. Daryl touched his hair in disbelief, finding his top knot severed by the sword. Heron. Preston. Even the Otis was astonished. Daryl's sword skills, though not unparalleled, were still among the best. To be disarmed by a novice was unthinkable. Damn, is this for real? An ordinary farmer having such explosive power, does that make sense? And how can you say he's never learned swordsmanship when he wields the sword so fiercely? Heron, you bastard, are you trying to trick me? Daryl glared at Zero, holding the broken sword. He was utterly bewildered. What kind of nonsense was this? Why did my sword suddenly break? That's all? Heron wore a disappointed expression. He had thought that this buff bodyguard with such strong theoretical knowledge would perform well in practice, but now it seemed like he was all show and no substance. Do you think he really knows swordsmanship? Who knows? He sounded convincing earlier. I heard that many rich people hire guards who are just for show. Look at how strong he is. He's probably just there for appearances. Seems like it. Havelock and the others nodded in agreement. Daryl. A dignified general of Baylor, commanding 30,000 troops, being called a show-off? Ridiculous. How much did you pay for this guard, Lord Pai? The Otis paused. 100 taels. Wait, this is worth 100 taels? You got swindled. Heron whispered. I suggest you find someone else. Otis. Daryl. Daryl was about to cry. This wasn't an issue with his swordsmanship. It was the sword. Master, I train diligently every day without fail. There must be something wrong with my sword. Pfft. Blaming the bed for not conceiving. Heron picked his nose while Daryl glared. All right, want to try this one? Heron tossed over the famous sword gongbu. Daryl's expression brightened. He drew gongbu and performed a few dazzling moves. Hemph, Mr. LV. Watch closely to see what true swordsmanship looks like. Come on, attack me. Charge. Emboldened, Calvin charged forward. Moments later, his face darkened. Plank, plank, plank. Daryl unleashed 3 consecutive strikes, each aimed with deadly precision. Terrified, Calvin could only frantically parry, unable to launch any counterattacks. Slash. Daryl roared as he swung down. Ah. Calvin's sword flew out of his hand, and he landed on his butt. Heron. Wow, that's intense. Daryl. Hemph, I told you. It's the sword, not me. Preston. Otis. Daryl. Why are you all looking at me? No, Ming brother. Look at your sword. Oh, this? Daryl glanced at gongbu, and his face changed dramatically. The renowned sword now bore several nicks and gouges. How is this possible? This is a masterwork from Greg. How can it have cracked? Calvin, can I see your sword? Preston looked at Calvin gravely. Here. Calvin handed over his sword. This sword? Preston was shocked. Despite its plain appearance, after clashing with gongbu, it only showed a few white scratches. Not only that, it was longer, tougher, and sharper enough to sever a strand of hair. Blowing through hair and slicing iron like mud. This is a divine sword. Divine sword? Daryl wore a similarly astonished expression. A sword that could effortlessly damage gongbu, the famous sword, was certainly divine. What a waste. What a terrible waste. To use such a divine sword with such poor scabbard and give it to someone who can't even wield it properly, it's a shame. The Otis also examined the sword, testing it. Ding. With a light swing, the sword hummed melodiously, almost like a dragon's cry. Excellent sword. It rivals Long Yuan. So we were using a divine sword all along? No wonder cutting firewood was so easy. Our master is too generous. Havelock and the others proudly unsheathed their own swords. Holy cow. Seeing the swords in their hands, the Otis and the others were once again stunned. The 4 swords in Fate, Havelock, Emmett, and Emyel's hands were identical to this divine sword. F5 divine swords? Used for chopping wood? Daryl's lips twitched violently. Only now did he understand why Heron had been so nonchalant when shown gongbu. His servants all had divine swords. Naturally, they wouldn't be impressed by gongbu. Mr. LV, where did you get these divine swords? Hashtag chapter 90, the trends of the world. Preston's eyes were filled with curiosity. Each of these divine swords was unique and extremely rare, worthy of being renowned for 1,000 years. Ralph's home actually produced 5 such swords at once. More importantly, the material, dimensions, fittings, edges, and even the patterns on the scabbards of these 5 swords were identical. Only the celestial artisans could forge such treasures. Ralph rubbed his nose. These were mass-produced goods. How could they be different? Cough, cough. These swords I found by chance while digging a hole. What? You dug them up? Where did you find them? Let me dig too. Daryl rubbed his hands together eagerly. Ralph? Brother Ming, this is a stroke of luck from heaven. An encounter that can't be forced. This kind of opportunity probably only happens to someone like Giles, who possesses great fortune, Preston said with a smile and a thoughtful tone. Ah, indeed. Daryl sighed longingly, gazing at the Longquan's sword with envy. Ralph's eyes brightened. Elder Brother Ming, do you want this sword? This is a no-brainer, of course I do. Daryl excited. Are you giving it to me? Ralph, what are you dreaming about? I'm always the one getting things for free from others. Nobody's ever gotten anything for free from me. So-called precious swords should be given to heroes. Naturally, I'd like to give this sword to Elder Brother Ming. Great. Daryl reached out happily to grab the sword, but was stopped by Ralph's laughing hand. But a great hero like Elder Brother Ming wouldn't accept something for nothing. I can only reluctantly accept some silver. Daryl, if you want to sell it, just say so. Why all this nonsense? How much do you want? Well, if I ask for too little, it would seem disrespectful to Elder Brother Ming. If I ask for too much, it would make me seem unrighteous. So, here's a friendship price, 3,000 taels. What, 3,000 taels? Are you robbing me? Daryl's face turned black. Is 3,000 taels a lot? Ralph rubbed his nose. Daryl rolled his eyes. As a marquis within the pass, my annual salary is only 2,000 taels. Is that a lot or not? The Ming family may be an old established aristocratic family, but most of their wealth goes into maintaining troops. They are also quite poor. Alas, since Ralph had come from another world, he mostly dealt with people like Christina Wu, a wealthy merchant, or Isaiah, who was at the top of the food chain. And Hank Wai made money as easily as picking up loose change. So, Ralph had little concept of the actual purchasing power of Baylor dynasty currency. 3,000 taels was a lot, but worth it. For such a divine sword, even 30,000 taels would be justified, and Daryl would have sold everything to buy it. Now let me teach you the remaining 36 forms. You guys practice swordsmanship well with elder brother Ming. Aiden, let's go over there. Sure. Cliff nodded and followed Ralph aside. It must be admitted that Cliff's comprehension was truly outstanding. With the foundation of the first 36 forms, he quickly mastered the remaining 36 forms, executing them with fluidity. Ralph practiced pushing hands with Cliff. The essence of pushing hands lies in balance, using stillness to overcome movement and softness to subdue hardness. All things in this world are contained within Tai Chi Hanarth and death, Cassandra and Yang, prosperity and decline. All follow their paths. Oh, so as Giles says, the rise and fall of nations is also part of this path? Indeed. The trend of the world is that unity inevitably leads to division, and division eventually leads back to unity. There has never been an eternal dynasty. Can this path not be altered? Cliff's gaze was intense. Ralph pondered thoughtfully. The rise and fall of a nation is like the moon in the sky. There is fullness and waning, but after waning, it becomes full again. Hmph, what if the ruler were strong enough to kill all those who oppose him? Cliff sneered and suddenly exerted force. Ralph laughed, bending his wrist and instantly neutralizing his force. A powerful rule can indeed maintain stability for a time, but the stronger the suppression. Cliff sipped his tea. Today, he sought Ralph specifically to address these internal and external issues. Since Ralph knew about Baylor Ayrshire, Sunny, and the internal strife, he must also know about the external threats leading to the downfall of the Baylor dynasty. If he exterminated these rebels early, removed the external threats, then he believed peace could be achieved. Cliff put down his teacup and glanced at Preston. Preston immediately understood and spoke up. Does Giles know the art of Cassandra and Yang? Chapter 91. Investigate the Mangdang Mountains. Cassandra Yang technique? The one used in bed? Heron. The Otis of Baylor. Preston. It's the technique of the Cassandra Yang school among the Fergusundred schools of thought. Cough, cough. So that's what it is. Heron forced a laugh. The founder of the Cassandra Yang school was the man from Harley named Ian. It was he who perfected the theory of the 5 elements and established the concept of the 5 virtues. To be honest, I studied the techniques of Cassandra Yang and the 5 elements. Preston nodded earnestly. Giles's words earlier align remarkably with our Cassandra Yang philosophy. Could it be that Giles is also proficient in Cassandra Yang techniques? Heron scratched his nose. The 5 virtue theory posits that dynastic change is inevitable and follows the laws of the 5 elements. The Baylor dial is that. This couldn't possibly be just to examine him, could it? While Heron recognized some constellations, these intricate star charts were beyond his comprehension. Preston placed 5 turtle shells on the chart one after another. Do you recognize this hexagram, Giles? Heron. Turtle shells plus a star chart. This was definitely specialized knowledge. It would be strange if he recognized it. The Otis watched Heron closely. Heron's face darkened slightly. He promptly stared wide-eyed and exclaimed, could it be the blue dragon corruption hexagram? Preston nodded gravely. Yes, precisely that. Heron sighed. Indeed, the blue dragon corruption. How could this be possible? I feel the same way, but both the celestial signs and the hexagrams indicate as much. Preston couldn't help but sigh deeply. Heron echoed the sigh. Though he didn't understand Preston's explanation, Preston made a great foil. Blue dragon corruption, malevolent star plaguing the world. I deduce that significant changes are impending. Well, with the Baylor dynasty falling apart, changes are bound to come. Heron clicked his tongue and remained silent. Preston chuckled bitterly and continued. After multiple divinations, I noticed a malevolent star, Cassandragua, which has no clear path. Its general location can be determined. It might fall in Shenlu in the southeast or wisdom of the ancients. Even a tutor for a wealthy person had such capabilities. The Otis surely surrounded himself with even more capable individuals. Heron needed to stay even more cautious and accumulate enough wealth to move to Bashu for peace of mind. Giles, do you find anything amiss with this hexagram? The Otis stared intently. Heron narrowed his eyes, knowing he couldn't bluff this time. With Preston, a professional, present, getting caught lying would be minor embarrassment compared to infuriating Aiden. After pondering, he stood up and looked southeast. I've heard the sunrise over the Mangdang Mountains is beautiful. At dawn, purple clouds stretch for miles and auroras shine brightly. Is it true? Mangdang Mountains? The Otis's eyes narrowed. Master, your wine is ready. Just then, Alicia hurried in. Heron perked up. She arrived just in time to help him end this conversation. Aiden, I've brewed some new wine. Would you all like to try? The Otis gave Heron a deep look. Why not? Please wait a moment. Heron smiled and left the room. Your Majesty, Giles clearly had ulterior motives in his words. Why did you not ask further? Daryl frowned. Preston shook his head, smiling. General Ming, the heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. Some matters cannot be discussed openly, nor should they be probed too deeply. TC 50% alcohol purity wouldn't be fierce? Daryl couldn't wait to lift the big bowl and pour it into his mouth. Hold on, you don't drink this wine like that. Ralph hastily stopped Daryl. Come on, drinking such a high-proof wine straight down might lead to alcohol poisoning. You have to sip it slowly. As Ralph spoke, he sipped a small mouthful. TCH, only wimps drink like that. Real men drink by gulping from a big bowl. With that scoff, Daryl raised the big bowl and finished it in one go. Ralph? Burp. Daryl belched, provocatively wiping the corners of his mouth. See, this is how a real man drinks, huh? Why is the roof spinning? His words were cut off as his body suddenly swayed, and with a thud, he collapsed onto the table, passing out drunk. Geary. Preston. What's going on? He's already drunk. Fake, right? They knew Daryl's tolerance well. Due to the harsh cold in the northern regions, Daryl often drank to keep warm during his garrison in Yin territory. Thus, he had trained himself not to be fazed even after countless cups. One could say few people in the entire court could match his drinking prowess. Such a seasoned drinker was rendered helpless by a single bowl of white spirit. Hey, I told you my wine was fierce, yet you didn't listen. Ralph shook his head. Come, you two try some. Geary glanced at Daryl. Old brother Pie, our meeting must be fate, true fate. Ralph hugged Geary's thigh, patting his buttocks heavily. To tell the truth, you're practically my first friend in this world. Though I seem carefree most of the time, deep inside, I'm like a floating weed, lonely and unsupported. Lonely? Haha. Geary threw his head back in laughter. Do you think you're lonelier than me? Though I am served by ministers and worshipped by millions, I'm also utterly alone. You have no friends, as if I do, haha. How about we become sworn brothers? Sworn brothers? Yes, sworn brothers mean being together for life. Alright, sworn brothers. Let's swear. Ralph staggered and helped Geary up. With Guan Hongya above, I, Ralph, and old brother Han. Right, I still don't know your name. Creed. Oh, repeat after me. With Guan Hongya above. With Guan Hongya above, I, Ralph and Creed, swear to be sworn brothers, not born on the same day but die on the same day. Should we break this vow, may heaven strike us down. Hold on. Who's Guan Hongya? Why are we swearing by him? Geary scratched his head. Old brother Pie, how could you not know about Guan Hongya? So silly. Silly people need to read more books. Ralph shakily raised the wine cup. Come, let's share a toast to becoming sworn. Coastline. Laborers carried logs to repair ships. Tramp, tramp. Suddenly, a troop of armored soldiers galloped towards them. Black flag, black armor, black dragon guard? Seeing the newcomers, the overseer's face changed drastically, hurriedly bowing forward. County Magistrate of Hailey County, Astrid Chung, greets the honorable officials. The Emperor decrees that the state preceptor Josue sets sail today to seek immortals. We are here to requisition ships under orders. What? Set sail today? Astrid Chung was incredulous. How can this be sudden? Wasn't it planned for 6 months later? Officials, these ships are not ready. Setting sail now would be disastrous. Nonsense, follow orders, no more excuses. Do you want to rebel? I dare not. Astrid Chung quickly bowed deeply. Andre, take the officials to transfer the ships. Yes, sir. A burly man immediately led workers to push the large ship into the sea. Brothers, put in more effort, hey-ho, hey-ho. The deep chorus rose as the 100-foot-long ship groaned. Beneath the ship were numerous thick logs, slowly moving due to the efforts of hundreds of laborers, nearing the ocean. Crack, crack. Suddenly, a huge mast fell off with the movement. Bang. It crashed down towards dozens of laborers. Oh, the mast broke. Quick, run. Everyone run. Terrified laborers scattered. A young laborer around 15, because of his incredible strength, the workers have nicknamed him Yovan. Yovan Arno? There is a mythical figure in the sea who stands 10 zhang tall and has boundless strength, named Yovan. Ha, how fitting. The general smiled and stepped forward. Greetings, sir. Greetings, sir. The laborers, afraid, all knelt down. The general walked straight up to Arno. Are you Arno? Yes. Would you like to join the Black Dragon Guard and serve His Majesty? What? Join the Black Dragon Guard? The Black Dragon Guard are His Majesty's personal guards. This is a glorious opportunity for fame and honor. Arno's luck is just too good. Hearing the general's words, the surrounding officials were envious. Arno, however, remained silent as he kept gathering the heavy rope. Arno, what are you waiting for? Astrid Chung hurriedly reminded. Haven't you heard the general? Thank him quickly. Thank you for your kindness, sir, but I must take care of my elderly mother at home. I do not wish to join the military. You refused? The general could hardly believe it. Do you understand what joining the Black Dragon Guard means? I do not wish to know. Arno's expression was indifferent. Disrespectful. The general's face darkened, and he raised his hand to strike with the whip. At that moment, dozens of black carriages, tightly wrapped and sealed, slowly approached from a distance. The general gave Arno a cold look through the waves towards the depths of the sea. Watching the departing ships, Astrid Chung frowned slightly. This departure ceremony felt strange to him, not celebratory but more like a funeral procession. Astrid Chung shook his head. These matters were beyond his concern as a mere county official. He turned to the laborers. The ships have set sail. Your labor is over. You may pack up and return home today. What? We can go home today? Great, thank you, sir. The laborers were thrilled beyond measure. According to the original plan, they had to stay for at least 3 more months. Now, being able to return home early was a tremendous relief. Finally going home? A smile crossed Arno's face as he wiped the sweat and gazed towards Xianyang. So long away. I wonder how my mother and elder brother have been. I hope no one has bullied them. Sheeman Baylorg, today I, Ari, will take your head to avenge my brother's soul. Kill. Help, don't kill me. On the bed, Ralph screamed and suddenly opened his eyes. Master, are you alright? Beside him, Alicia rushed over. Oh, it was just a dream. It felt so real. I thought I'd time traveled again. Ow, headache, headache. Ralph rubbed his throbbing head. Outside, the moon was bright, stars sparse. Alicia, what time is it? Master, it's already the hour of dog, around 7 to 9 p.m. Alicia, alembic. Master seems so energetic. This hangover soup must be effective. Ugh. As soon as Ralph stepped outside, he retched. He was fuming. Of course, he felt energetic. Asa, plotting to murder your master? Watch me teach you a lesson. Ralph strode angrily to the backyard. The next moment, he froze. There, atop the wall, hung several suspicious figures. Chapter 94. Fishing and being fished. Are thieves nowadays this bold? Ralph, with his dark complexion, immediately reprimanded. Oi, you audacious villains, how dare you climb the walls of a local landlord in broad daylight? Do you know whose place this is? Oops, plop. Ralph's shout frightened the shadows into trembling. One figure promptly fell off the wall. Where is Nyowa's special team? Don't shout, young master. It's me, Ferguson. Ralph paused, realizing who he was dealing with. He took a closer look and recognized Havelock standing before him, while Brant and the others were hanging on the wall. Why aren't you sleeping at this hour of the night? Acting like confused moths stuck on a wall? Shoo. Be quiet, young master. Brant and company blushed deeply, frantically shaking their heads and waving their hands. Ralph was momentarily perplexed. What are you boys looking at that has captured your attention? Let me see too. Ralph climbed up the wall. The next moment, he was stunned. No wonder these fellows had such lecherous expressions. Young master, we want to learn this appreciation too. Alright, let's all do it together then. Thank you, young master. Goodness, those thighs. She'd make excellent children. Not just bear them, she could raise them too, with those proportions. Listen up, when choosing a woman, bigger is always better. No hardship should be passed down to children, right? Young master, you're wise. In the courtyard, Allison dipped her fingers into the clear water, droplets trickling down her neck, soaking her clothes. Sensing movement on the wall, she did not retreat, but instead grew bolder. Pfft, a bunch of hicks. I bet they won't resist much longer. She began loosening her robe, dancing by the water barrel under the moonlight. In the soft glow, even Ralph couldn't help but admire the half-concealed view. Not to mention Brant and the others who were thoroughly mesmerized. Suddenly, she screamed. Who's there? Crap caught. Quick, let's go. In an instant, the five were about to escape over the wall. Ralph smiled faintly and kicked Brant's bottom. Plop. Brant yelped, landing directly in the yard. Ow, my bottom. Who kicked me? It's Brant, brother. What are you doing here? Allison covered her chest, shrinking back into the bucket like a frightened deer. Brant scratched his head awkwardly. Allison, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't spying on you. Yes, very comfortable, hee. Seeing Brant entrapped in her Tinder trap, Allison's lips curled into a smile. She leaned close and whispered softly into his ear. Brant, brother, isn't making ice in the backyard very tiring? Well, not really. But I'm quite curious, since there are no ice caves nearby, how do you produce all that ice? Is there some secret recipe? That's right. Allison's face lit up with interest. What kind of recipe? Brant shook his head vigorously. Young master said we can't tell outsiders. Brant, brother, am I an outsider to you? No, of course not, you're well. Brant blushed and fumbled with his words. I get it. Allison covered his mouth gently, her eyes filled with tenderness. Brant, brother, from the moment I saw you, I was drawn to your heroic stature and manly scar. What? Allison, you? Brant's heart raced, wanting to grasp her hand, but Allison pulled away and started sobbing. Allison, why are you crying? Brant was bewildered. Allison pushed him gently. Brant, brother, I don't deserve you. You should leave. Sniff, sniff. Do you have something bothering you? Sob, sob. Hearing this, Allison cried even harder, collapsing into Brant's arms. Tell me, Allison, anything troubling you? Your big brother Brant will stand up for you. Brant, brother, I can't say. Why can't you say? Whatever it is, you can trust me. I'll protect you. Tears streamed down Allison's cheeks. It's young Master Lu, he insulted me. Hashtag chapter 95. Flatten Mount Mangdang for me. What did you say, young master? This can't be. Brant's head buzzed with disbelief. Elder brother Brant. So even you don't believe in Adelina? I didn't mean it that way, but... not only do you not believe it, I never would have thought Master Lu could be such a person. Adelina sobbed. In the dead of night 2 days ago, Master Lu suddenly called me into his room, saying he had something important to discuss. I regarded him as my savior, my benefactor. Though I had suspicions, I still followed him in. Little did I expect. As soon as I entered the room, Master hugged me and said he liked Adelina. But my heart has always belonged to elder brother Brant. Naturally, I refused to submit, which infuriated Master. Then, sniff, sniff. How could this happen? Master. Brant's face turned pale purple. No wonder that day during morning practice, Master was blushing and his clothes were disheveled. It turns out it was because of this. Serving you faithfully for the rest of my life. We can be a pair of free and unhindered Mandarin ducks. Wouldn't that be better than staying here as servants? Brant's mind went blank. That's a good plan. Ferguson's band, when shall we act? Adelina wants to leave here as soon as possible and start a new life with you. Ha. We don't need to steal the formula. Brant laughed loudly. I work in the ice chamber every day. I know what the formula is. Really? Adelina looked delighted. What is the formula? The formula is... Brant's gaze grew passionate. Adelina shyly embraced him. I will serve my husband tonight and fulfill our marital duty. Wonderful. Brant laughed aloud and threw Adelina onto the bed. One myriad words omitted. At Zhangtai Palace. My head. It hurts so much. The Otis shook his head and slowly got up. Servants quickly brought him some sobering soup. How long have I been asleep? Your Majesty, you've been asleep for 4 hours. 4 hours? Indeed, it's a rare wine. Truly excellent. Ha. The Otis burst into laughter. His happiness stemmed not just from the fine wine, but because someone let slip under its influence. John, the future conqueror who slaughtered the Baylor royal family in Guangzhou. Another one, with a name ending in Bang, who usurped power and became the new emperor. These two were precisely after waking. I summoned all the celestial officers from the Board of Astronomy to perform divinations based on Giles's information. But about Mount Mangdang, Preston's expression darkened as he fell to his knees. I dare not speak. You are pardoned. Speak freely. I found that Mount Mangdang indeed harbors the aura of true dragons. Bam! The Otis slammed the table in anger. How could there be true dragon aura elsewhere? He himself was the true dragon, and the aura should only appear in Xianyang. I have sinned. Preston trembled. Rise. The Otis waved his hand and turned to Daryl. What did you find? Your Majesty, I reviewed the court records. Indeed, there are bandits occupying Mount Mangdang, led by Demetrius, a descendant of the former king of Harley. They number around 200 to 300 men. Local authorities have failed multiple attempts to eradicate them. Demetrius? The Otis sneered. This man would likely play a significant role in the future coalition against Baylor. Lu boy, I owe you thanks for uncovering these internal threats for me. Where is Kavin? Your Majesty. The Otis handed over a bamboo slip. I order you to lead 3,000 grain to obtain a rank. He can still purchase land. True. The Otis smiled enigmatically. But, even if he buys the land, can he move to Bashu? Daryl and Preston froze for a moment before they both gave a thumbs up in unison. Brilliant. Your Majesty is truly brilliant. ####, end of chapter. Chapter 96. So you are John. The morning sun shone warmly over the tranquil county of Kwaiji. In an imposing residence, several young men were energetically practicing martial arts with their staffs. Eli sat on his mat, sipping tea calmly. He observed the group of energetic youths before him, a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Even if there remain only 3 clans of Chu people, it will be Chu that brings down the Baylor, he thought. The Chu people were inherently brave and warlike, resilient by nature. Over the years, he had been secretly amassing power, waiting for the right moment to rise up and restore the glory of Chu. The vibrant youth before him filled him with hope, especially the tall, robust man standing among them. This man stood 8 feet tall, his body strong and powerful, his eyes like bronze bells. He was mighty and awe-inspiring as he swung his fists, easily fending off 5 or 6 men. This man was none other than his nephew, John, the grandson of Astrid Yen, the once renowned Chu general who had defeated a Baylor army of 300,000. John possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing even the sound of bones and muscles stretching echoed through the air, visible veins popping out along his arms like gnarled tree roots. Huh! With a deep grunt, the tripod lifted off the ground, causing a collective gasp. SSSH, he actually lifted it. How is this possible? Is he even human? The might of John is unmatched, truly unstoppable. Everyone cheered in astonishment. Moved by the scene, Eli stepped out of the house. John's name will resound across the world, haha. Just then, the door was kicked open by a squad of armored soldiers. Who is John? John furrowed his brow and stepped forward. I am John. What's the matter? The leading general gave him a disdainful glance. So you're John. Seize him. Several soldiers immediately surrounded John, knives drawn. Eli was taken aback. Could their anti-Baylor plans have been exposed? That was absurd. He hadn't even started any rebellion yet. Gentlemen, must there be a misunderstanding? Eli asked nervously, offering a few silver ingots. I am close friends with the governor Cassandra Tong. Can you please be lenient? The general coldly stared at Eli. Who are you? I am Eli, John's uncle. Oh, your uncle, huh? Seize both of them. 2 swords instantly pressed against Eli's neck. Scoundrels, how dare you harm my uncle? Egon, stop. Before Eli could react, Egon punched out fiercely, sending 2 Baylor Solis people. After 3 failed attempts by the magistrate to eliminate him, resulting in heavy casualties, his position felt unassailable. With the addition of Donovan and Sun Wei, capable warriors, his power grew. If he stayed hidden in Mount Mangdang and amassed strength, when chaos erupted, he could rebuild Harley and achieve greatness. History showed Demetrius's plan was promising. Later, he was indeed appointed as king of Jibei by John, becoming one of the 18 anti-Baylor leaders. However, their bright future would never materialize because of someone's drunken rant. Report. A bandit rushed in, panic-stricken. General, many Imperial troops are approaching, here to suppress us again. Idiot, don't you see I'm receiving guests? Demetrius slapped the table angrily. Speak clearly. General, this time, it's not the county militia. The county militia? Not the county militia? Then what? It can't be the Imperial Guard from Xianyang, right? Demetrius couldn't help but laugh. Why would the Imperial Guard care about us insignificant pests? Let's go see. Stepping outside, Demetrius froze. Beneath Mount Mangdang, black dragon banners fluttered, thousands of black armored Baylor soldiers filling the landscape. Black dragon guards? Over 10,000 of them? Demetrius fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. What kind of talent do I have? Why did I end up like this? Chapter 97. Queue for refunds. Landlord Aryan, snatching other people's wives, he has lost all his conscience. Outside Nyowa village, Graham, leaning on a cane and wrapped head to toe like a mummy, stood shakily. Despite his frail state, his wise eyes were filled with resolve. The Nyowa 5 tigers. Aryan. Strong-willed even in his physical weakness. Amazing. Young master, shall we beat him up again? No need. Let him shout as much as he wants. The villagers won't hear anyway. At this moment, 2 villagers walked past Graham. Immediately, Graham raised his voice. Aryan is conscienceless. Fellow villagers, give judgment. Hey, Damien, did you hear something? Juliana, are your ears playing tricks on you? There are only the 2 of us here. Did someone pass gas? Graham. Good morning, young master. Is young master going to the city? A few villagers greeted Aryan cheerfully as if they hadn't seen Graham at all. Nyowa 5 tigers. Aryan, do you see? When you're righteous, you have nothing to fear from shadows. Let's go. We need to get to the city to do some real business. Aryan immediately mounted his horse. Havelock and others rode in a cart carrying several barrels of strong liquor over the bridge. Aryan, you have lost all conscience and aren't human anymore. Graham glared angrily. Aryan yawned. Who just farted? That stinks. No one did. What about the old yellow ox? Kit. Moo. The old yellow ox bellowed loudly, then trotted away with the group. Left behind, Graham stood alone at the bridgehead, looking disheveled in the wind. Moments after they left Nyowa village, a furtive figure emerged from the Lu residence. Ava held the secret recipe and sneered. But recalling last night's craziness, her expression darkened. Dog Urju was indeed despicable. He looked so honest but played such perverted games, leaving her stomach still hurting terribly. To think, a lowly servant wants to run away with me. Dream on. Forgive him. I'll treat yesterday like being bitten by a dog. At least I finally got what I wanted. Ava rubbed her stomach and headed out of the village. Just then, a voice came from behind. Sister Ava, where are you going? Sister, Alicia. Seeing Alicia, Ava's expression tightened. I'm going to visit graves. Huh? Visit graves? Cough cough, Sister Alicia. Didn't my relatives in Xianying all die suddenly? Now that young master... Inside the tavern, Carson had turned red from the confrontation with several bosses. Carson, what's happening? Boss, you're here. Seeing our Yun, Carson ran over eagerly. Boss, these are merchants who cooperate with our tavern. Hearing that Jagger left, they want to cancel their contracts. You're our Yun? Carson didn't finish when Lin Zhaogao approached coldly. Yes. My name is Lin Zhao, the owner of Tianxiang Tower. I'm canceling the contract. Are you sure? Absolutely certain. Lin Zhaogao spoke aggressively. Aryan scratched his nose. Fine. No, don't. Carson hurriedly pulled Aryan aside. Boss, Tianxiang Tower is our biggest client. They signed a 1-year contract. If they cancel, we lose a lot. Can't cancel? Fine. Do you have Woyang Chun? No. Emph. The terms clearly stated 3 barrels of premium wine each month. Look at your tavern now. Nothing but trash. How can you partner with us? Refund the deposit now, or face legal action. Same for us. Refund. Refund. The managers clamored. Aryan remained expressionless. Fateh, process their refunds. Yes. Those wanting refunds, queue up and wait your turn. Fateh immediately started calculating refunds for everyone. TCH boy, smart move. Lin Zhaogao and the others, clutching their hashtag chapter 98. The free is the most expensive. I heard this tavern used to do pretty well. Why has it suddenly become like this? Master Wu, you may not know, but the tavern changed hands 3 days ago. What? It became like this in just 3 days? This new owner must be a fool. Master Wu, this new owner is right in front of you. Ralph, so you're the new owner. I didn't mean to call you a fool, hee. Janice and Jaden played along, their eyes filled with ridicule. Ralph rolled his eyes. He knew these innkeepers wouldn't have suddenly rushed to cancel their contracts without someone stirring things up. However, these 2 idiots inadvertently did him a big favor. Though 3 bowls without crossing the ridge was refined from ordinary wine, its production cost was higher than Woyang Chun. According to the original agreement, he'd have felt embarrassed to raise prices. Now, with these innkeepers canceling their contracts, he saved on breach penalties and should genuinely thank them. Ralph, why don't you just stay as a landlord in the countryside? Trying to do business could make you lose your pants. Ha ha ha. Janice. Ralph. Are you done laughing? No. Why are you still laughing then? Huh, are you telling me to laugh? Do you think I'm stupid? You look like a fool laughing. Ralph, you? Janice suppressed rage for Master Wu. Yes, sir. Havelock carried over a jar of wine immediately. 300 taels, thank you. Spit. Upon hearing Havelock's words, Janice spouted again. 300 taels? Ralph, you're being unreasonable. Don't tell me the famous young Master Wu of Xianying would only buy 1 cup of wine? Ralph raised his voice. Everyone, come see. Young Master Wu can only afford 1 cup of wine. Janice. Enough, Ralph, you're vicious. Janice threw a few gold ingots on the table reluctantly. Master Wu, please enjoy. Havelock happily took the money. TCH kid, don't get cocky. Think you're winning? Janice sneered as he picked up the wine jar. I'll make you cry soon. Janice gave a nod, and his men started yelling. Everyone, please come judge this unfairness. Lu Family Tavern bullying customers with sky-high priced wine. Come see. 10 taels per cup of wine. Ever seen that before? What? 10 taels per cup of wine? Not even the celestial nectar is this expensive. Unbelievable. This tavern used to have a good reputation. How could they cheat customers? Suddenly, the surrounding crowd gathered and began discussing. Sir, what do we do now? Seeing the crowd gathering, Abel and others looked worried. What do you mean, what? Ralph couldn't help but smile. Wasn't Janice actually helping? A fine wine needs promotion. Now Janice directly attracted people, working tirelessly like a model volunteer. Wait and die. Janice coldly glanced at Ralph and raised the wine jar. Fellow citizens, I'm Janice from Wu Clan. Let's see if this 10 tael per cup wine is fraudulent. Hold on. Ralph spoke. Janice smirked. What? You dare sell but not take responsibility? No, this 3 bowl per 10 tael wine is indeed our new product, but... Ralph smiled mysteriously. There's no need for Master Wu to taste test it. Our new wine launch comes with a special offer. Everyone can sample the wine for free. Free tasting? Hearing the word free, the crowd instantly got excited. Really? 10 taels per cup of wine. For free tasting? Boss, is that true? Ralph smiled faintly. Of course it's true. Do you all know why this new wine is called 3 bowls without crossing the ridge? Why? Because it's the strongest liquor in the world. No one can drink 3 bowls and still walk straight past the ridge. Strongest liquor? Bluffing, right? Yeah. Even the strongest alcohol can't stop someone from drinking 3 bowls. The crowd debated after hearing Ralph's explanation. Hee, whether true or not, try it yourselves. Ralph waved. Whoever can drink 3 bowls and walk straight through the ridge will not only get free drinks, but also receive 1,000 taels of silver as a reward. What? 1,000 taels of silver? Such a deal? I'll try. Don't you dare snatch this from me. Instantly, the crowd erupted in excitement, rushing forward. Don't rush. Ralph smiled subtly. My 3 bowls without crossing the ridge isn't cheap. If everyone in town samples for free, I'd lose too much. So, those who want to participate need to pay a tin-tail registration fee. Wait, registration fee? Tin-tails? Boss, you said it's free tasting. That's right, tasting is free, but tin-tails buys you the qualification. Ralph, dream on, trying to get something for nothing. In this world, free is the most expensive. Crowd. A tin-tail per cup wine, able to drink 3 bowls, seems worth it. If you can drink 3 bowls, not only does the tin-tails come back, but you also get 1,000 taels of silver. What a great deal. Right, I don't believe I can't drink 3 bowls. I want to sign up. Me too. Hashtag chapter 99. The world's strongest liquor. Doesn't this mean that my 300 taels of silver were wasted? Janus, with his darkened face, stood there stunned. Master, begins. Those who have paid may come forward to try the liquor. I'll go first. Before Ralph finished speaking, a burly man squeezed out from the crowd. Jonas, pour the liquor. Sure thing. Sir, please enjoy. Hemph, that 1,000 taels of silver is mine for the taking. The big man didn't hesitate, immediately sipping the liquor. A wave of intense warmth surged through him, causing his entire body to shudder. What this liquor? Brother, how about those 3 bowls of liquor? Yeah, how does it taste? People around him curiously asked. The man smacked his lips and gave a thumbs up. Good liquor, very potent, very stimulating. After saying this, he took a few more gulps. By the time he finished the first bowl, his face was already flushed red, and his eyes looked hazy. Jonas lifted his hand to pour the second bowl but was stopped by Ralph. Not yet, let the wind blow for a while. As a breeze blew by, the man felt a chill run through his body. His steps faltered, and he wobbled a few steps before collapsing with a thud. Everyone gasped in shock. Ralph sighed. It seems that you, sir, are destined to miss out on that 1,000 taels of silver. I'll try. A lean middle-aged man stepped forward. TCH, such poor tolerance and still wanting to join in. Truly, all show and no substance. But it's better this way. If he hadn't collapsed, where would we common folk get a chance at that 1,000 taels? The middle-aged man waved his hand. Pour the liquor. Sir, please. The man lifted the large bowl and sipped it, instantly lighting up his eyes. Good liquor. The best I've ever tasted in my life. Not bad for 10 taels a cup. It's worth it. He enjoyed small sips, relishing every moment. Hey Cohen, can you handle it? Drinking so slowly? What do you know? Good liquor must be savored. Hey, where did my bowl go, thump? Cohen rolled his eyes and collapsed onto the ground. Ferguson, this? Can you believe it? Cohen couldn't even finish one bowl. Wow, this liquor is incredibly potent. Everyone burst into chatter as they realized the truth. There was no such thing as a free lunch, and they understood that. For Ralph to claim that nobody could handle 3 bowls, it meant the liquor was indeed extremely potent. Thus, most participants were confident in their own tolerance. Even Cohen, an old drinker, had failed to finish one bowl, which dampened the spirits of the others. Who's next? Ralph scanned the crowd. I'll give it a try. And Gillis stepped forward, sniffing the liquor lightly. Indeed, this is strong stuff. Young people don't understand. Cohen doesn't know you shouldn't savor strong liquor. It makes you pass out faster. Customers. But alcohol? Everyone from nobles to peasants drank it. Damn it, we can't let this kid succeed. Master Wu, I know someone who can ruin Ralph's reputation. Jaden sneered. Really? Who? He's in the northern part of the city. Thump. Another man fell, kicking up dust. One more down. The 3 bowls unstoppable really is amazing. The crowd buzzed, viewing the challenge with newfound respect. But the allure of 1,000 taels remained too tempting, and many still tried their luck. Within less than half an hour, dozens of men lay sprawled outside the tavern, fast asleep. This spectacle attracted even more onlookers, turning the street into a bustling scene even busier than the last snowstorm in June. Should have opened an inn right here. Drunkards would pay for rooms to sleep it off. Double earnings. Ralph chuckled. Anyone else want to try? The crowd hesitated, none daring to step forward, fearing the liquor might contain some knockout drug. No more takers? Ralph frowned. While the publicity was impressive, it hadn't met his expectations. As he pondered increasing the reward, a sneer echoed. Ralph, you really think hiring actors can fool everyone? Janice. Ralph squinted. You think they're my plants? Humph, aren't they? Janice's face was icy. I've never seen liquor. Ridiculous. Today, I will show you there are people beyond people, skies beyond skies. Oh, thank you. Ralph smiled and nodded. Janice was stunned. Ferguson? You, thank me? Ralph remained silent with a smile. Janice was simply too adorable, willingly promoting his business and even paying people to help advertise for him. This made Ralph almost feel guilty taking advantage of him. People like Dexter were living advertisements, precisely what he sought after. Sir, would you like to taste the wine? Hold on. Dexter glanced at the beautiful landscape, then turned to look at Janice. Wu Shao, truly sorry, drinking harms the body. I am considering quitting. Quit. Jaden rolled his eyes. Quitting your great-grandfather. Didn't Jaden know who Dexter was? A guy who cherished drinking more than life itself, preferring to die rather than stop drinking. Jaden, this person you brought for us? Wu Shao, hold your horses. Jaden quickly held back Dexter. No, Lao Chun. What do you mean? Lao Wang, see how those young bucks can't handle the 3 bowls and you're over the ridge. It shows how powerful this wine is. Though I have a decent tolerance, my old body isn't what it used to be. Competing could be dangerous. Dexter chuckled. Of course, since Wu Shao asked for my presence, I drink till death if necessary, but money needs to be added. Janice. Smack. He threw a gold ingot to Dexter. Is this enough? Dexter smelled the aroma. His hands trembled as if electrified. Such a strong scent, definitely top-notch wine. Gulping sounds. Dexter sipped 3 times from the bowl before gulping it down in one go. The wine warmed his belly, making his face flush and even smoothing some wrinkles. Great wine, add more. Sifu pour. Whoosh. Clear wine glistened in the sun as it filled the bowl. This time, Dexter drank slower, the pleasure evident on his face, causing others around to swallow hard. Second bowl. Second bowl. After finishing the second bowl, Dexter still seemed unsatisfied. Truly worthy of being called the alcohol immortal. Impressive indeed. Ralph whistled. Regular vodka was about 50 degrees. This was 60 degrees specially made liquor. An ordinary person couldn't handle half a liter, let alone a full bowl, which was roughly a liter. To finish 2 bowls without breaking a sweat or turning red spoke volumes about Dexter's capabilities. Young master, pour another. Ralph gestured again, and Sifu poured another bowl. Even for someone like Dexter who practically grew up in a wine vat, there were limits. Soon, the effects set in, and his steps became unsteady. By the third bowl, his complexion finally changed. Come on, come on. You're the alcohol immortal, you'll win. The crowd cheered, especially those who had paid entry fees. They knew they wouldn't cross the ridge for me. Janice urged, glaring. Giggle. Dexter glanced at Janice, then slowly wobbled towards the ridge. Each heavy step took effort, covering a mere 100 meters in 3 hours, leaving everyone anxious. Half an hour later, Dexter finally reached the top of the ridge. Hashtag chapter 101. Fame through a single battle. Go, go, go. Amidst the crowd's chants, Dexter staggered forward, seemingly vulnerable to even the gentlest breeze. With only 2 more steps, he would have crossed the earthen ridge. The spectators couldn't hide their excitement. 2 steps, just 2 more steps, Ralph, you're done for this time. Ha! Janice slapped the table, his face contorted in laughter. You old fool, hurry up faster. Under Janice's urging, Dexter slowly lifted his foot, already halfway over the boundary of the earthen ridge. It's over. It's really over this time. The 1,000 tails are gone. Brant and the others covered their eyes in distress. Ralph squinted, his expression unreadable. He made it. He made it. Suddenly, a small gust of wind blew by. Dexter's already wobbly, thin frame leaned backward sharply. Thud. Before anyone could react, he toppled backward onto the ground. The crowd was stunned. What now? His feet passed but his head didn't. Of course, that counts as not passing. This is unbelievable. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The strongest liquor in the world. Boss, how much does this liquor cost? Yes, such fine liquor cannot be missed. Immediately, many aficionados began asking about the price. Gentlemen, today is the opening day of 3 bowls and no ridge, selling each jar for 100 taels. 100 taels? Expensive? This is the strongest liquor in the world. Expensive? Not at all. Janice's face darkened upon hearing this. Expensive? I paid 300 taels. Right, this liquor is worth it. Boss, I'll take 1 jar. I'll take 2 jars. Those who want to buy should line up here. Ralph smiled faintly. Additionally, the tasting event will continue, with 1,000 silver taels waiting for those who can handle the liquor. The boss is generous. I will definitely bring my brothers to try another day. Just for this generosity, I will only buy from here in the future. Instantly, the tavern became lively, with many customers pulling out their money to buy the liquor. Seeing the white silver, Yale couldn't help but laugh. Good heavens, the revenue for today surpasses an entire month previously. Following young Master Lu has been a wise choice. Buyers, please line up one by one. Hold it, make way for this young master. At this moment, Janice pushed through with a cold face. How dare you cut the line? Have you no conscience? Sure, if you want to buy, go to the back and spread throughout Xianyang City. By then, how sought after this liquor would be is predictable. If the contract with the tavern was still intact, the premium wine would naturally switch to 3 bowls and no ridge. Even there and might see higher profits. However, just moments ago, they had cancelled the agreement, missing this opportunity. My brain must be kicked by a donkey. Why cancel the agreement? Why cancel it? Fabio wanted to slap himself. Seeing Ralph preparing to leave, he hurriedly approached with a pleading face. Lu brother, please wait. Oh, Fabio, you haven't left yet? Ralph smiled gently. Is there something you need, Fabio? Lu brother, I've come to apologize, Fabio said guiltily. We've cooperated for years. I acted greedily and listened to Janice's incitement, canceling the agreement with you. Business values honesty. What I did is despicable. Fabio, don't say that. You're still better looking than pigs. Fabio. Lu brother, you're joking? Cough, I want to renew our partnership, Fabio said humbly. Ralph. Don't, I'm afraid of nightmares. Lu brother, don't joke. I want to reestablish our cooperation. But I don't have Wolyang Chun anymore. Who cares about Wolyang Chun? Tail at 100 taels, and wholesaling it at the same price is ridiculous. This price is only for the first 3 days of opening. Afterward, the price of 3 bowls can't cross the ridge will be adjusted according to the market, Ralph said with a faint smile. I'm only giving this price because you're all regular customers, and only for today. In the future, if you come back, you may not get this wholesale price. This? Ivar and the others exchanged glances, their faces twisted with hesitation. While 100 taels per jar for 3 bowls can't cross the ridge was expensive, there was still profit to be made. What they truly couldn't accept was the price hike on General Wines. After all, General Wines already had thin margins, relying on volume to make profits. Now with the price increase, their profits would be eaten up entirely. Yet they had no choice but to buy it. 3 bowls can't cross the ridge was different from Woolyangshan. Though the latter could be found elsewhere despite its scarcity, 3 bowls can't cross the ridge was exclusively produced by Ralph. If they refused the price hike, they wouldn't get any 3 bowls can't cross the ridge. Agreeing meant barely breaking even. Ralph had them in a tight spot. So, what do you think? Have you considered it? Ralph's smile remained unchanged. The production of 3 bowls can't cross the ridge was ultimately limited. Using bundled sales to boost profits on other wines via its reputation was the true business strategy. I'll buy it. Ivar ground out reluctantly. Tianxiang Tower had some renown in Xianyang. If customers specifically asked for 3 bowls can't cross the ridge and they couldn't provide it, it would cause trouble. Oh well, let's sign. I'll buy too. The innkeepers signed with bitter expressions. Tianxiang Tower might have the resources to ignore this loss, but for them, this small margin mattered greatly. Still, running an inn or tavern required having famous wines to bolster their reputation. They had no choice but to buy. Come, gentlemen, I've prepared the new contracts for you. Just sign here. Ralph grinned and handed over several silk agreements. Oh, this is wicked. A wine we could buy for 30 taels now costs 100 taels plus an additional charge. Why must we break our previous agreement? Ivar and the others felt like crying yet couldn't shed tears. If they hadn't cancelled their original contract, they could still buy 3 bowls can't cross the ridge for 30 taels. This felt like missing out on a golden opportunity. Now, everyone regretted it deeply. Sydney stood nearby, observing with a strange expression. He finally understood Ralph's earlier statement. This move was indeed a huge win. Indeed, doing business requires integrity. After the managers left, Ralph and Dexter, the drunkards had already been taken away by their families and friends, leaving only Dexter lying outside the tavern, friendless and alone. Janice and the others wished they could beat him again, showing no interest in him, which was why the old man still lay outside. What should we do with him? Brant replied coldly, he nearly won us 1,000 taels. He almost ruined our reputation for 3 bowls can't cross the ridge if not for the last step. No, he did win. Ralph smiled and bowed respectfully before Dexter. Thank you, sir, for letting us off easily. Master, what are you doing? As Brant and the others looked on in confusion, Dexter laughed and got up from the ground. Though he was still unsteady, his complexion was ruddy, and his eyes shone brightly, no longer looking drunk. Haha, it's I who should thank you for your generosity, young master. Wawu 5 Tigers and Yale exchanged bewildered looks. Young master, what is happening? Nothing special. Ralph smiled. I noticed Sir's exceptional drinking ability early on and arranged a deal with him discreetly. If Sir drank 3 bowls can't cross the ridge, he would receive 2,000 taels of silver. What, 2,000 taels? When did this happen? Why didn't we know? Didn't you notice the exchange of glances between Master and Old Chen? Cough cough, Wu young master, please don't worry. Jaden gave a forced smile. I just received word from Miss Ava that we've obtained the ice-making secret formula. What, really? Janice's face lit up. Wu young master, have you missed your servant girl? A seductive voice sounded as Ava gracefully walked into the room in her green robes. Hee hee, little beauty, I miss you so much. Janice laughed loudly, pulling Ava into his embrace. Ava instantly blushed. Wu young master, you're so naughty? Hee hee, don't you love how naughty I am? Janice grinned maliciously. How did it go, little beauty? Did you manage to get what I wanted? Forgive. Dealing with a mere village landlord was easy for this girl. Ava tossed her hair and took out a piece of silk cloth. This is the secret formula? Janice's face brightened as he reached out to grab it, but Ava swayed and moved aside. Wu young master, I endured a lot to obtain this. Don't forget what you promised earlier. Don't worry, little beauty. As long as this formula works, I'll send an 8-lift sedan to fetch you as my bride soon. Really? Of course, now hand it over. Janice grabbed both Ava and the silk. Ha 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 ha, with this formula, I'll show those old fools in the clan who the real scoundrel is. Congratulations, young master. Cheers to you, young master, Ulf and his gang of bastards. Are you stupid? You believe anything they say. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Janice exploded in anger. Jaden, however, stared at the formula thoughtfully. Wu young master, calm down. This formula might be real. What did you say? Janice glared. Jaden, are you kicked by a donkey? Believing excrement can make ice? Wu young master, listen. Though using excrement to make ice sounds absurd, the world is vast and strange things exist. We haven't tried it yet. How do we know it's fake? Jaden smirked. As far as I know, Ralph recently spent money cleaning villagers' latrines. I thought he was crazy again. Now it seems he has ulterior motives. For what? Cough, cough. For excrement. Janice. Jaden. Omega. Janice rolled his eyes. Although it sounded unbelievable, logically, it made some sense. Through recent interactions with Ralph, the boy had become cunning since recovering from his illness. He wasn't the type to do something without benefit. Cleaning latrines for free didn't fit. Could it be that the ice-making secret really involves excrement? To know, we must try. Alright, let's test it. Janice shook his head and got up to go home to start the experiment. Wu young master, what about me? When will you marry me? Ava blinked her watery eyes. TCH, a slut who anyone can bed wanting to marry into our Wu family? Ridiculous. Janice sneered inwardly, but Ava still had her uses. Despite his disdain, he didn't show it. Little beauty, before we confirm if the formula is genuine, you need to stay at the Liu family for a while more. Ferguson? Back to the Liu family? Ava's face darkened. Ralph treated her like dirt, dumping all the dirty and tiring work on her. Just thinking of handling hundreds of salted fish made her want to vomit. Wu young master, I don't want to go back to that poor, backward place. I want to stay with you. Be quiet. Go back and keep a close eye on Ralph. Once everything is arranged, I'll marry you. Janice turned and left the room. Wu young master, men are truly heartless when they're done. Ava helplessly left the Spring Breeze Pavilion, back to buy some necessities. Just thinking of carrying dozens of pounds over 10 miles made her cry. Boss, give me 1 pound of salt, 2 pounds of oil, and 10 pounds of flour. Miss, your money isn't enough. Not enough? Yes, due to the recent drought in Guangdong, grain prices in Xianyang have doubled. Your money can only buy 5 pounds. Ava. No way, I have to pay out of pocket? On the main street, Ralph and his group paraded through town with a cart full of silver. Seeing Calvin puffing and panting, Ralph smiled slyly. Calvin, how was last night? Hee, thanks to young master and a cheapao. Marcy, could you please raise the slit on my cheapao even higher? Dear sisters, I'm truly sorry, but the shop has received too many orders recently. Your dresses might not be completed until next month. What? Next month? That's too slow. The flowers will have withered by then. Please accept my sincerest apologies. To compensate for the delay, the shop will offer everyone a 30% discount. Humph, that's more like it. After calming the customers down, Christina finally sighed in relief. She hadn't expected that the cheapao would instantly capture the fancy of the entire nobility of Xianyang upon release. The ladies were simply infatuated, and the shop had been flooded with orders every day. After all, every noble household had numerous second and third consorts. Once the cheapao became popular, their husbands started visiting them constantly, both day and night. Business seems to be booming, Marcy. A teasing laugh echoed from outside the door. Giles. Seeing Ralph, Christina lit up. Fergusenry, welcome Giles inside. Someone, serve tea, the best tea. You've done an impressive job, Marcy. Ralph glanced around, impressed. Although the influence of Confucianism on Baylor women was relatively light and the social atmosphere was fairly liberal, people generally needed time to accept new things. Rolling his eyes, Ralph understood why lands near the capital were restricted. It was the emperor's domain. But Bashu was sparsely populated and mostly uninhabited. Encouraging migration should have been the policy. Sigh, who says otherwise? Christina shared his frustration. How about considering other places? Nanyang and Harlian's have vast fertile lands, superior to Bashu. You could even consider purchasing land in Hanzhong. Not a chance. Ralph refused immediately. After the fall of the Baylor dynasty, the country would descend into chaos, especially north of the Yangtze River. Hanzhong would be contested by warlords. Buying land there would be throwing money away. The south might be less chaotic, but wasn't entirely peaceful either, with constant skirmishes between the Bayue tribes and the Baylor forces. Why must it be Bashu? Christina was puzzled. Because, forget it, you wouldn't understand. Ralph shook his head. Recruiting troops directly in Naiwan village would be risky, given that Xianyang was under the emperor's watchful eye. Any move could invite trouble. With the Baylor laws being stringent, ordinary citizens couldn't recruit soldiers or hide armor without facing execution. Even Ralph's position relied on his current title to maintain servants, let alone future land purchases and troop training. If you insist, there might be a way, said Christina. What way? The hashtag chapter 105. The straight cut Harley Pow. 10,000? Aryun was dumbfounded. The annual salary of the Grand Chancellor of the Great Baylor Empire was merely 2,000 dan of grain. 10,000 dan equated to 50 years of Carmine's salary. This price was outrageous. Moreover, in the Great Baylor, grain was more valuable than money. Grain could always be sold for money, but having money did not guarantee you could buy grain. Although Aryun had earned a fair amount of silver, he didn't have much grain on hand. Wow, who set this price? It's brutal. Aryun's complexion turned dark, and he naturally didn't know that this price was set by his future father-in-law, Carmine. Carmine had never shown any goodwill toward these aristocratic scions and wealthy landlords. According to his calculations, this price would cause these old-time aristocrats considerable pain, but it wouldn't bankrupt them. This noble rank wasn't just expensive, it was also limited to only 3 people. Dr. Daifu was already considered a high-ranking title. Carmine hadn't anticipated that a minor landlord would dare to purchase such a title. Mr. Liu, if you truly want to buy this rank, I can assist you, Christina offered. Upon hearing Christina's words, Aryun paused. Indeed, he couldn't possibly gather so much grain, but Christina could. After all, Bashu was known. Aryun remained silent. He couldn't predict the future, and how could Ba Baylord know? However, recalling how Nicholas could predict the future through star patterns, Aryun understood that ancient wisdom should not be underestimated. Some mysterious knowledge existed beyond understanding, but shouldn't be dismissed outright. Alright, I agree. Really? Christina beamed. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I'll inform the family immediately to handle this. In 3 days, we'll secure the rank of doctor for you, and then the land you want can be smoothly acquired. Thank you, Mr. Ba. Aryun bowed respectfully. Solving the land issue would secure his first step in planning a retreat. Furthermore, the noble rank of the Baylor dynasty was quite attractive. Nobles were exempt from certain penalties, and even a nominal rank came with privileges that provided additional security, let alone this one which cost nothing. Naturally, Aryun felt elated. It's me who should thank Mr. Liu. Christina smiled gently. If not for Mr. Liu's cheapao and dyes, I wouldn't have gained such prominence within the family. Oh right, Mr. Liu, speaking of cheapao, I've encountered a puzzling problem lately. Could Mr. Liu help? Well, tell me more. Aryun waved his hand. Since he had received their favor, it was only natural to repay it. The issue is this. An important customer ordered a cheapao. Yes, the first is to use the straight-cut cheapao. Straight-cut cheapao? Indeed. Aryun sketched a rough design. The cheapao depicted in this sketch allowed for greater expansion compared to previous designs. Originally, cheapao evolved from traditional Manchu attire. Initially designed exclusively for elite nobility and high society, it emphasized tight-fitting lines. After cheapao became popular among the masses, whose body shapes varied widely, custom designs no longer sufficed. Tailors then developed the straight-cut cheapao, allowing for greater comfort while retaining key features of the garment, suitable for various body types. This is the straight-cut cheapao? Yes, the straight-cut cheapao alters the shoulders and waist significantly, with a longer hem and greater expansion. It can accommodate any body type and can even be mass-produced in different sizes. Amazing! With this, regardless of whether one is fat or thin, wearing a cheapao will no longer be a problem. Christina's eyes sparkled in admiration. And the second method? For the second method, Aryun blushed. Note, the story ends abruptly here, and the second method remains unexplained. Based on context clues, the unfinished sentence might suggest a second technique or innovation in tailoring or design. ####Chapter 106. Adopted sister? Brother one? What is that? Christina asked with curiosity. Ralph coughed and began drawing with a pen. This brother one is similar to women's xiaoyi. We should use common English expressions. Please provide the correct context or intended meaning so I can assist you better. If you're looking for a fluent English expression for this moment of speechlessness or shock, we could say, Ralph was speechless. Or, Ralph stared in disbelief. Marcy, do I have something on my face? No? Then why are you staring at me like that? Cough. Christina blushed slightly. I am impressed by Giles's talent. Oh, no need for praise. Ralph smiled awkwardly. Marcy, since I have nothing to do today, let me help you make a sample of brother one. That's great. Thank you very much, Giles. Christina was delighted. This brother one seemed simple, but as she had never encountered it before, Ralph's offer to help was welcome. Has Giles really developed feelings for me after helping me so much? Christina blushed, looking at Ralph's handsome profile. But Ralph wasn't thinking along those lines. He wanted to quickly create brother one for Alicia. After all, Alicia's physique was too substantial for ordinary clothes, and wearing them loosely every day wasn't good for her health, or his, for that matter. Soon, under Ralph's guidance, Christina made several samples of brother one in different sizes using silk. They were not only comfortable and thin, but also partially covered, stirring some thoughts in Ralph. If that girl wore these, wouldn't they be Deceased adopted sister Baylorneo from his previous life? Could it be? Baylorneo traveled through time with me? Ralph stared at the girl, recalling the scene where she shielded him from gunfire and died. Brother, you must live on. Baylorneo, is it really you? Ralph's eyes welled up, and his gaze became misty. He still remembered the warmth of Baylorneo's hand when she died. Baylorneo, I miss you. Ralph tightly hugged the girl. Ah. The girl screamed, clearly startled by the sudden stranger. Instinctively, she tried to escape but froze upon seeing Ralph's tear-streaked eyes. Evie. Carrie. Ralph's actions were too sudden. By the time they reacted, he had already embraced the girl tightly. Scoundrel, you pervert? Evie was furious. If the last time was an accident, how could this pervert brazenly touch her now? He was embracing none other than Princess Yuaman, the youngest and most beloved daughter of Giri. Dog thief. Release that girl, Carrie shouted, trying to pull Ralph away. Trying to die? Ralph's eyes turned cold, emitting a chill. Evie and Carrie were frightened by his icy stare. You, what do you intend to do? Hang brother. Did you mistake me for someone else? Yuaman looked at Ralph timidly. Their eyes met, and Ralph's eyes wavered. He stared into Yuaman's eyes for a moment. Aren't you Baylorneo? Baylorneo? A beautiful creepily. Good guy. Carrie spat and glared at him. Ralph. Chapter 107. Aryun's tenderness. Sherry, is my dress ready? Suzanne, you came just in time. Your cheapao has just been altered, and I was about to ask you to come and try it on. Please come in. Ashley, I'll go in first to try the clothes. Help keep an eye on Miss Farah. Evie glanced meaningfully at Aryun. Don't worry, Mississippi. As long as I'm here, no rogues can get close. Ferguson. Ashley placed her hands on her hips, glaring directly at Aryun. Aryun, what are you looking at? So what if I am? Try looking again. I'll keep looking at you. Ashley. Oh. Aryun. Under her. Aryun was speechless. If she weren't a woman, he would have already taken care of her. However, with this woman sticking her nose in, it was troublesome to talk to that young girl. Brant. Yes, young master? Did you see that woman? Yeah. Does young master fancy her? Aryun. Under. What's wrong with your eyes? Find a way to get rid of that woman. I need to talk to the one next to her. Oh, I understand. Brant smiled lewdly. Rest assured, young master, I won't let that woman ruin your good time. Before her eyes. Candy skewers? Aline's eyes lit up, instinctively reaching out to take it, but pulled her hand back halfway. Yuashin's sister says we shouldn't eat things from strangers. Seeing her expectant eyes, Aryun couldn't help but chuckle. You're called Farah, right? My name is Aryun. Now you know my name, and I know yours. How are we still strangers? That makes sense. Aline stared straight at the candy skewer. But we just met for the first time. Turn around. Ferguson? Despite not understanding, Aline obediently turned away. Aryun smiled. Now, this is our second meeting. Right, so we're not strangers anymore. Aline happily took the candy skewer and started munching eagerly. Delicious, delicious. Thank you, Brother Liu. How did you know I like candy skewers? Because Baylorneo loved them too. Every time I returned from a mission, I always brought some back for her. Sadly, Aryun shook his head. Aline paused. Sister Baylorneo must have been very happy. I hope so. Aryun forced a smile. By the way, how old are you? Where do you live, and who else is in your family? What are your hobbies? Aline. Aryun's rapid-fire questions left her bewildered. She put down the candy skewer and said seriously, Brother Liu, I really am not Baylorneo. My name is Zhao Farah. I'm 15 years old, from Xianyang. She was quite satisfied with this cheapao, especially since her biggest flaw was perfectly concealed, which boosted her mood. She eagerly anticipated how Gillis would react when he saw her in this attire. Farah flatters me. It's not me who's beautiful, but Sherry's creation is. Evie blushed. Thanks to Sherry's craftsmanship, I look so good in this cheapao. She truly is skilled. Christina smiled gently as she approached. Miss Esther, you flatter me. In fact, if you want to thank someone, you should thank Master Liu. This cheapao design is his invention. What? Him? Evie's smile froze. Chapter 108. You are vulgar. Sherry, you mean, this donghua was invented by that scoundrel? Yes, not only that, the one you're wearing now was made by Master Liu himself. Evie, this donghua was actually made by that scoundrel. He personally made it, and now it's on her body, meaning he had touched her. Thinking about it, Evie felt a shiver of disgust. Vulgar. You are so vulgar. Ralph. Miss, what kind of expression is that? If you don't like wearing this _1 xiong _4, you can take it off. Please don't insult my character. Tisk. But I also want a beautiful and unique dress like a qipao. Don't worry, Farah. Ralph smiled. Though the qipao might not suit you, I know a dress that will. TCH, as if you understand qipaos so well? Evie sneered. Ralph shrugged. Well, I did invent the qipao. What? Impossible. Suzanne, Giles is indeed the inventor of the qipao. Really you? Evie looked surprised. Aline, however, was delighted. Hang brother is amazing. So, you will make me a beautiful dress? Don't worry. This dress will be beautiful and unique, fitting no one else but you. It will be a princess gown. Ralph waved his hand and started sketching a design. His mind couldn't help but drift back to Baylorneo from his past life. She was as innocent and adorable as Aline, but people like her never deserved a common person's happiness. Raised as a boy, dresses were impractical for her training and missions. Her greatest wish was to wear a dress once, live like a carefree princess, but she never got that chance. Baylorneo, you are always the unique princess in my heart. Ralph wiped the moisture from his eyes and handed the sketch to Christina. Marcy, please handle it. Yes. Time passed slowly, yet quickly. Despite the simple making process and abundant materials, the tailor still spent 2 hours crafting the princess gown. When twilight bathed everything in soft light, Ralph finally emerged with the dress in his hands. This is such a beautiful dress. Is this the princess gown? Too cute. Heavens, my girlish heart is bursting. Everyone around gazed at the dress with admiration. Used to heavy robes, this delicate princess gown captivated them like sparkling pearls. So beautiful. Aline's eyes sparkled. Thank you, Hang brother. Go try it on. Yes. Eagerly, Aline ran into the room with the dress. Moments later, she emerged, walking gracefully. So adorable. This is too beautiful. She looks just like a noble princess. At that moment, everyone was mesmerized by Aline. In her princess gown, she radiated elegance, grace, and cuteness all at once, moving like a mountain fairy. The princess gown highlighted her natural charm perfectly, making everyone feel outshone except for Evie. Wearing her qipao, Evie was equally beautiful, but different in style. Both women were equally stunning, yet Evie felt a strange pang of jealousy. Her dress was lovely, but it was mass-produced. The princess gown, however, was truly one of a kind. Women are naturally competitive, especially when good points, but I'm generous. Before Ralph finished, Carrie ran back breathlessly. Carrie, weren't you supposed to watch Farah? Where did you run off to? Seeing Carrie, Evie felt furious. Miss, a rogue peed on our carriage wheel, so I chased after him. Who knew that kid could run like a rabbit? Oh. Carrie glanced at Cooper moving the silver and gasped. You? Not me. So, it was you, you dirty rogue, who told him to pee on our carriage wheel, and you still dare to say you're not a libertine? Carrie, Evie, Ralph, Omega. Chapter 109. The secret formula is actually real? The Wu family mansion. Bubbles in the iron pot churned vigorously, and the pungent aroma permeated the entire backyard. Ugh. I can't take it anymore. Janice clutched his nose, retching uncontrollably. Not just him. The few thugs around were also red-faced and green with discomfort, looking as if they had lost all hope for life. Young master, this is too foul. How long do we need to refine this? Yeah, I think this secret formula is fake. Ralph must have intentionally played a trick on us. Jaden, how much longer do we need to keep going? Janice could not bear it any longer. Don't worry, young master. According to the recipe, we're done once we manage to refine white crystals from the feces and ash. Jaden pinched his nose and glanced into the pot. Ugh. Such a close-up stimulation made him vomit immediately. Jaden rushed to the garden to catch his breath before he gradually recovered. Young master, in my view, we should be done in 3 more hours at most. 3 hours. Janice rolled his eyes. They had only been at it for a short while, yet the entire Wu residence was already filled with the stench, and anyone who didn't know better would think that the Wu family was cooking excrement. Earlier, the butler had already asked a few times, and he had fended him off each time. If they kept this up for 3 more hours, not only would their household be affected, but the whole South Alley would reek. Since we've gone this far, why stop now? It'd be halfway through, Jaden said sheepishly. If we intensify the fire, we might finish within 2 hours. Janice. Damn you. When I agreed to let you refine shit. Ugh. No sooner did Janice start retching than the others followed suit, and soon the entire Wu backyard was overwhelmed by the smell of putrefaction. One after another, people retched non-stop. Finally, after 2.5 hours, the mixture in the pot had been thoroughly refined, though the stench had only intensified. Jaden hesitantly lifted the lid, his face lighting up. Young master, we got it. Just thinking about taking down Ralph made him feel invigorated, dispelling all fatigue from earlier. Splash. As more crystals dissolved, the water grew progressively colder, with a thin layer of ice forming on the surface. Everyone watched in awe. It's freezing. Faster. Add more. Jaden, what are you waiting for? Add more crystals. Cough. Jaden coughed awkwardly. Young master, we ran out of crystals. What? We're out. Janice's face darkened. Idiot. Why didn't you make more pots? Did you need me to tell you this trivial matter? Jaden. And you still have the nerve to talk? You were complaining the entire time I was making even this one pot. Now you blame me? Cough. Young master. Although the water hasn't completely frozen, today's experiment has proven that the formula works. Adding more white crystals should freeze the water entirely. Our immediate priority is to gather more feces and ashes and refine more white crystals in bulk. That's right. Once I freeze water, I'll see who dares call me a wastrel. Ha ha ha, Janice laughed triumphantly. Get out there and buy every bit of feces in the city, not leaving a single privy behind. Now I'll go ask father for money. With that, Janice strode toward the main hall proudly. In the middle of the living room sat a slightly plump middle-aged man on a grand chair. This man had short eyebrows, a square face, and narrow eyes that hid sharp intelligence. Though he looked unremarkable, his name was well known among the merchants and nobles of Xianyang. He was none other than Dash, the renowned merchant of Baylor. Dash, born a lowly slave, was exceptionally clever and fond of commerce. He once raised horses in the northern borderlands, trading with the Rome kings and amassing countless riches. Using these fortunes, he expanded his horse farms and built a powerful commercial empire. A third of Baylor's war horses came from the Wu family, leading Geary to grant him a title as a mark of honor, a rare distinction in a land that traditionally favored agriculture over commerce. But despite his past success, Dash now wore a troubled expression. Seated in the living room were several unfriendly-looking wealthy merchants. They were longtime partners of the Wu family, and today they had come to discuss the half-price ice incident. Lu family's sudden interference had disrupted the ice market entirely. Under immense pressure, Dash had been forced to lower prices repeatedly, even dropping them to 80 taels per block, which was barely above cost. Yet this was still much higher than the 50-tael half-price ice offered by Ralph. Mr. Wu, it's not the money we care about, but you know we can't afford to offend these noble families who buy ice from us. That's right. The other day, Solomon from the Ministry of Ceremonial and high-ranking officials. Maintaining these relationships through the ice business was far more important than making money. Steward, go see what's happening. Buddy narrowed his eyes. Don't you see I'm hosting guests? How could my prestigious Wu family be treated like a latrine? Sir, I asked. Young master says he ate something bad and farted more than usual. Farted. Farted. Buddy slammed the table in frustration. You fool. Even if you ate shit, your farts couldn't stink up the entire Wu family. Bring that stinky kid here. Mr. Wu, let's discuss this later. The farting issue can wait. Yeah, the important thing is, will you reduce the ice price? The major merchants quickly redirected the conversation. Buddy's expression turned grim. Sir Wu, we've cooperated for years. Of course, I don't want to ruin things for you. But the Imperial Temple wants to order 300 ice blocks. Anchor said if you don't reduce the price, they'll fine the Ba family. I really can't do anything else. Exactly. Those generals from the court are pushing me to refund their money daily. It's been too tough. Mr. Wu, if you don't respond, we have no choice but to look elsewhere. Though the merchants remained courteous, impatience began to show in their words. Buddy frowned. He knew their predicament, but lowering the price wasn't easy. At 40 taels starting tomorrow, other legitimate sons and outstanding illegitimate children or distant relatives. Giving up the competition meant Janice would forfeit the chance to inherit millions. Since he was willing to say that, he must have absolute confidence in water to ice. Fine. I trust you this time. To my old friends, starting tomorrow, all Wu family ice blocks will be 40 taels. Are you satisfied? Satisfied, very satisfied. We owe this to young Master Janice. Young Master Wu is indeed exceptional, remarkable. The merchants beamed with admiration and started flattering him. Buddy smiled, patting his beard. If Janice could truly make water turn into ice, it would bring immense benefits to the Wu family. Ha 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 ha, I've always said, my son Janice has the demeanor of a noble. Indeed, such intelligence. Perhaps he will become a marquis one day. We congratulate you in advance, young master. Thank you, uncle. Janice felt triumphant. Oh, father, can you lend me some money? Why do you need money? Cough cough. Janice cleared his throat. To buy shit. Buddy. Major merchants. As the sun set, on the small road outside Nhua village, Ava trudged along, carrying a heavy bag of grain. She was breathless and exhausted. Had she not been so vain, she wouldn't have entered a place like Chunfeng willingly. Ava was used to luxury. Lifting a chicken would already tire her, let alone carrying grain. The 10-mile journey almost made her faint. Only the dream of marrying into wealth kept her going. Ah! She stumbled, falling into a ditch with the bag. Ah, my hand, my arm. Pain shot through her body. Her white skin was scratched and bleeding from the roadside weeds. Sweat dripped onto the wounds, causing agonizing pain. Wah! I quit. I can't take it anymore. She sat on the ground, sobbing loudly. This was her first taste of hardship. Even paying her own way into trouble wasn't enough. Making a frail woman carry heavy items for miles. Was this human? And Janice was no good either. She went through so much to steal the secret formula, and he didn't even thank her properly. Not only did he not offer gold or jewelry, he didn't even acknowledge her efforts. Men are pigs. Fuming Wah. Just then, a slightly dirty handkerchief appeared before her. Ava frowned, looking up. A bandaged, oily, chubby boy with pockmarked face stared at her intently. A ghost. Chapter 111. Even a woman of ill repute has her dignity. Ghost. At the sight of the mummy-like figure, Adelina screamed and retreated in fright. Don't be afraid. I'm not a ghost. I'm here. How dare this clumsy-looking short and round cripple lust after me when Harley-Lou owns vast estates? Slap. Without warning, Adelina slapped Danny hard across the face. Dead cripple, what are you staring at? Go take a piss and look at yourself. Who do you think you are? Sorry, I won't stare anymore. Danny hastily lowered his head. Slap. Adelina gave another slap, leaving Danny confused. But I'm not looking at you. Why did you hit me again? I'm beautiful. If you don't admire me, you must be thinking dirty thoughts. Danny was speechless. Sorry. Teasish, country bumpkin. After those 2 slaps, Adelina felt much better. Looking at the obedient Danny, her eyes lit up. Hey you. I didn't think. Danny hurriedly covered his face. I won't hit you, just come here. Adelina rolled her eyes. Are you also from Nyoto village? Yes. It doesn't matter who you are. Important is that you should know who I am, understood? Nope. Communicating with you villagers is such a hassle. Adelina sighed impatiently. Listen carefully. My name is Adelina, the personal servant of Ralph, a high-ranking official and master of all these peasants like you. What? Servant? Danny was taken aback. Wife. Don't talk nonsense. Are you delusional about wanting a wife? Adelina pointed authoritatively. Remember my face. Whenever you see me, show some respect, understood? Understood. Tisich, that's more like it. Since we're heading back to the village anyway, here's your chance to prove yourself. Help me carry these grains. Adelina kicked the grain sack. Ferguson? Danny scratched his head. Just lift the bag. Do I need to teach you how? Sorry. Supporting himself on his cane, Danny shakily bent down and lifted the sack onto his shoulder, stumbling as he walked towards the village. Seeing him stagger, Adelina frowned slightly. Am I being too harsh on him? After all, he's crippled. But this cripple isn't bad-hearted, despite his ugliness. Adelina shook her head and followed behind. Dead cripple, are you tired? No, not tired. If you're not tired, why are you shaking? And nervous. Huh. Adelina chuckled. You, dead cripple, are actually amusing. In my benevolence, I'll carry the sign for you. Thank you. Oh right. Why do you limp around with the sign instead of resting at home? To insult others. With your stutter, you can insult others? Cripple, you're really funny. Why do you insult others? Somebody stole my wife. Ha 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 ha, laughable indeed. I've heard of owing money or goods, but stealing wives? First time. Adelina burst into laughter, patting Danny's shoulder. Cripple, keep insulting. With that appearance, you likely won't ever get a wife. Yeah. As they walked and talked, they chatted pleasantly. Trotting sounds could be heard approaching them. A tall and short official clad in silk rode horses from the distant road. Stop. Seeing Adelina and Danny, the taller one pulled his horse to a stop arrogantly. Excuse us, is this the way to Nyoto village? Yes. Thanks. They continued riding forward. TSK. Never thought this backwater place would have such a beautiful lady. The shorter one eyed Adelina lewdly, taking a few extra glances. Indeed, such a lovely flower stuck in manure. That pretty lady married a leper and a cripple. Tisk, let's focus on our mission. Hey Masoner, she looks familiar. Yeah, which girl doesn't? No, really familiar. The shorter one slapped his forehead, eyes lighting up. Now I remember. Isn't that Adelina from Chunfeng Pavilion? Right now I recall. She really looks like her. Can't be wrong. Definitely her. The things she does in bed. Still sore thinking about it. He sneered, turning his horse around. Grimes, where are you going? Hee, greeting an old acquaintance. Careful, we're here for important business. Don't worry, it won't take long. Grimes patted his horse and returned. This guy. Masoner shook his head and followed. Seeing the official's return, Adelina furrowed her brow, feeling uneasy. Hey, isn't this Miss Adelina? Wonder why we haven't seen you at Chunfeng Pavilion recently. Oh, you went respectable, huh? The officer laughed lecherously. Tisk, choosing such a lowlife, that crippled leper. Does he satisfy you? I don't understand what you mean. Please move aside. Adelina's expression darkened. TSK, still pretending to be innocent. The officer snorted and blocked her path. What are you planning? If you try to harass me under the daylight, I'll scream. Ha, as if you're a good girl. You're just a tramp who wants money. Stop pretending. He tossed a piece of silver. I feel generous today. Here's a reward. Never tried it outdoors before. Exciting. Halt. Adelina's face flushed with anger as she threw the silver back at him. Though I, Adelina, am no saint, I have my dignity. Keep your filthy money and leave. Translation completed while maintaining original paragraph structure and style, ensuring the tone remains consistent. Chapter 112. Murder to seal lips? Smack. The shattered silver hit the face, causing sharp pain. Steve rubbed his face in disbelief. Damn woman, how dare you throw at me? You're really asking for it. He flew into a rage and slapped her hard across the face. Slap. Oh. Ava screamed in shock and fell to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. You, what are you going to do? What? Today, I'll show you just how tough I can be. Steve sneered and started tearing at Ava's clothes. Help. No. Ava struggled in terror, but how could she be any match for this man? Her resistance only seemed to fuel Steve's savagery. Ha 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 ha. Scream all you want. Your screams get me excited. Ouch. Before Steve could finish his sentence, he felt a sudden pain in his waist. Let go of her. Graham roared like a wild boar charging out of control and crashed into Steve. Ah, my back. Steve let out a cry as he was thrown 2 meters away, landing in the roadside ditch. He shook his head, completely stunned. Miss Ava, are you all right? Graham quickly pulled Ava up and shielded her behind him. Thank you, Motzi. Ava's eyes welled with tears. Meanwhile, Mason also pulled Steve out of the ditch. Steve, are you okay? Ah, easy, easy. It hurts. Steve gritted his teeth. F***K. A commoner dared to attack me, looking for death. Clang. He drew his sword from his waist. Villain, don't come any closer. Graham raised his cane defiantly. Ha ha. Seeing Graham's posture, Mason burst into laughter and held down Steve's sword. You've got some guts. Brother, put your sword away. Let me take care of this. Ferguson, fair enough. A lowlife like you isn't worthy of my sword. Steve sheathed his sword, twisted his neck, and provocatively beckoned Graham. Come on, dog. On. Graham yelled and swung his cane as he charged at Steve. But with his limp, he barely managed to walk straight, let alone run. Steve easily dodged the clumsy charge. Simultaneously, Mason kicked Graham's knee. Ouch! Graham shuddered and fell heavily to the ground. Mason then kicked the cane aside. Now we fight you. Graham thrashed around on the ground, but couldn't reach either of them. Mason and Steve toyed with him, kicking him back and forth like a dog. How dare you resist, you insignificant commoner? Such stupidity. Trash. Is this the man you chose? Truly a useless piece of **t. Ha ha ha. Steve sneered and viciously kicked Graham to the ground. Stop it. Please stop. Ava sobbed and tried to plead, but Steve yanked her hair. Trash. Now you regret it? Too late. Get on your knees for me. White horse galloped down the path. Move, everyone move. I can't control myself. Heron hugged the horse's head, pulling desperately on the reins. Squeal. Karina skidded for 5 meters before finally stopping. Phew. Heron sighed in relief but froze when he saw Graham on the ground and Steve holding a sword. Steve. Mason. Heron. What are you doing? Steve, now what? Someone saw us. Forgive him. One more person won't matter. Killing 1 or 2 is still killing. Steve looked fiercely at Heron. Creak, creak. Before he finished speaking, a cart slowly rolled over. Sir, slow down. Sir. Sir, are you all right? As the cart approached, Calvin and others jumped off and ran over. Mason. Steve. They were both dumbfounded. Now what? Still going to kill? Kill what? There are so many people here. I have a feeling if we delay, the whole village will be here. What do we do? Run. Steve and Mason immediately fled on their horses. Sir. Finally. Please help Ava. Ava flung herself into Heron's arms and cried uncontrollably. Ava, calm down. Tell me what happened. So, they killed someone? Heron's face darkened. Though Ava was an undercover agent. Ralph squinted, only to be stunned by what he saw. On the plain, a white shadow whizzed past and in the blink of an eye caught up to the 2 thugs. George and Xavion were both startled. When they turned around and saw it was just a single horse, a smirk appeared on their faces. But the next moment, their smiles froze. Because this white horse suddenly launched an attack on them. Clop, clop. Leanne lowered her head, nostrils puffing out white smoke as she quickly drew abreast of George and Xavion. She let out a loud neigh, rearing up on her front hooves. What the this horse? Oh no. Before Xavion could react, he felt darkness engulf him. With a thud, he was kicked off his horse, landing hard on the ground and fainting. Xavion, George exclaimed in shock. Upon meeting Leanne's gaze, his face paled drastically. He sensed intense hostility and menace in those animal eyes, even feeling his own horse trembling beneath him. 1,000-mile colt. This is a 1,000-mile colt. A 1,000-mile colt is a term used in the military for outstanding horses. Both parents are war horses, inheriting excellent genes, fiercely combative, yet equally untamed. Once tamed, however, these horses become formidable assets on the battlefield. Damn it. Encountering a 1,000-mile colt in this place? George cursed and hastily turned his horse around, not daring to confront Leanne head-on. Trained 1,000-mile colts are more dangerous on the battlefield than battle-hardened warriors. About it. Lucky to be alive. Not 4 donkeys. You even didn't spare the horse's ass. You're weird. Ralph? Don't just stand there. Bring the people back tied up. Sure thing. The 5 men ran over quickly. Hee, found a treasure. Found a treasure. Ralph laughed, running towards Leanne. Sass. After knocking down the 2 thugs, Leanne stopped, idly flicking her tail. Brother Snow, are you tired? Want some grass? Ralph grinned, holding out a handful of pigweed. Sass. Leanne snorted, unmoved. I get it. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a mare, whatever kind you want. Sass. Hearing Ralph's words, Leanne happily swished her tail. Ralph's eyes lit up as he approached and grabbed the reins. That effeminate man. Who is he? To ride such a horse, he can't be ordinary. He can't be someone important. Who cares? Anything in my hands belongs to me. No matter who you are, even if the Otis came, I wouldn't give it back. Master, they're brought back. Soon, Ardell too, and the others returned with George and Xavion bound, along with an extra horse. One horse had fled when spooked, but the other remained circling nearby, which Ardell too naturally captured as well. Wake them up. Yes. Ardell too slapped Xavion across the face a few times. Ouch. Xavion screamed, opening his eyes. Idiot, how dare you hit me? Do you know who? Smack, smack, smack. Xavion's eyes blazed with fury, ready to curse, then sneered. Yes, we belong to Chancellor Carmine. Release us now if you know what's good for you. What? Carmine's men? The very same Carmine known as the People Butcher? Ardell too, and the others' faces changed drastically. Chapter 114. Robber Tactics. At the mention of Carmine's name, Brant and his companions' faces turned pale. By Harley was known as a butcher, and similarly, many civilians referred to Carmine as a people butcher. Due to Carmine's harsh punishments and heavy taxes, people suffered immensely under his governance, making him the butcher of Baylor citizens. This name not only carried the people's anger but also their fear, for the Chancellor of Baylor held an almost godlike position, second only to the Emperor. Especially for country bumpkins like Brant, hearing Carmine's name instantly terrified them. Why, young master? What do we do now? Why don't we just let them go? Yes, that's the Prime Minister of Baylor. We can't afford to offend him. Pfft, you finally get it. Let me go right now, or else my Chancellor will be furious and exterminate your clans, Claudia said arrogantly. Are they from Carmine's people? Arjun chuckled. Though he wasn't sure about Carmine's character, one thing was clear. Carmine valued his reputation immensely, much like a golden songbird who wouldn't tolerate any blemishes on himself. If these two were indeed from Carmine's men, I'm wrong. You are all my grandparents, okay? Claudia felt utterly humiliated. He realized these commoners acted without law. Enough. Arjun laughed. Can we talk now? Yes. If only you had agreed sooner. Innocent villagers detest violence. Arjun patted Claudia's shoulder humorously. Pooh. Pure nonsense. Cough, friend. How much do you want? Mason coughed nervously. Murdering is a big deal. Arjun's face became serious. This Zhang Ma has an 80-year-old mother and 5 young children waiting for care. He's the family's breadwinner. My Ava is even more pitiful. Just married and now a widow. How will she and the children survive? He winked at Ava, who burst into dramatic wails. Mason and Claudia stood speechless. Cough, brother. We apologize deeply. Payment is necessary. Mason took out all the silver coins from both men's purses. 60 taels? Are you paying beggars? Is the Prime Minister's office this poor? Brant and the others counted and grimaced. Hearing this, Mason and Claudia's faces turned strange. 60 taels is little? Knowing their monthly salaries were barely over 1 tael each, they were already high earners and Zaza hostage. But suddenly, pain shot through his waist. Zzz. Mason screamed and collapsed convulsively. Master hates rule breakers. Now, let's make things unpleasant. Coldly, Arjun ordered. Help them stamp the contract. No. Brant and company showed no mercy, forcing their prince. Done, master. What about them? Arjun glanced at the lifeless duo. Let them go. Right, and strip off their clothes. They seem valuable. Mason and Claudia were stunned. F***K, you're really stripping us? Robbers, you're real bandits. Claudia covered himself, ashamed and furious. Boy, dare you give us a name? So you seek revenge? Arjun smiled eerily. Listen up. My name remains unchanged. I am Janice from Nanching Lane in Xianyang. #### chapter 115. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Janice, is it? I'll remember you. Just you wait. Stop shouting and get going. Callum pulled the raging Adamar and quickly fled. Master, isn't this a bit too much? Yes, what if they really are from the Chancellor's residence? They won't let us off easily. Brant and the others looked worried. So what do you suggest we do? I think we should report to this. It's too embarrassing. That's right. I haven't even kissed a girl before. My first kiss can't go to a rough man like him. Look at your attitude. Saving a life is a great virtue. Don't delay. If he dies, it'll be trouble. Brant, you do it. Ouch, my stomach hurts. Jonas, you do it. Haha. No, master, I have bad breath. Afraid I'd choke him. Master, you know me. I'm weak. My own breath isn't enough. Master, don't look at me. I have OCD. Ralph, why don't you do it yourself, master? Yeah, you're the expert. Ralph, Brant, you're always so talkative, aren't you? Master, let me give it a try. Just then, a soft voice came from behind. In. Ralph frowned. In's eyes shimmered. He wouldn't have gotten beaten up if he hadn't tried to save me. Let me do it. Well, all right. Remember, after every 30 chest compressions, do 3 rescue breaths. Don't get impatient. Okay. Under Ralph's guidance, In started performing CPR on Graham. This pockmarked face truly found fortune in misfortune. Not to mention, what great luck. Brant and the others watched enviously. Even though Brant himself had eaten meat, he still didn't have a chance to kiss such beauty. You must live. You have to live. In bit her lip lightly, repeatedly performing CPR. Ralph furrowed his brow. This woman truly has heart and integrity. Although Baylor's society was relatively open-minded, women still valued their chastity highly. Even courtesans guarded their last bit of dignity fiercely. Gasp. At that moment, Graham suddenly gasped and opened his eyes, only to faint again almost immediately. Seeing this, In couldn't hold back her tears of joy. He's alive, he's alive. That's wonderful. Thank you, master, thank you. He should thank you. Ralph smiled. Brant Fade, take him home. Sure thing. Oh right, master, what about this silver? Do I need to ask? We saved his life and took him home. This silver is our payment. Let's split it. Master is right. Brant and the others lit up. In. Outside Nyoking village, a tall, burly man slowly walked towards the village, carrying his belongings. The setting sun cast a shadow over him, highlighting his muscular, tan body. His towering silhouette resembled a mountain. Andre? Are you Arno? The villagers recognized him instantly and greeted him warmly. Is this Antley? Really, Andre? You must be tired after walking such a long distance. Come inside. Old Moxie busied herself fetching water and food. Mother, stop fussing. I'm not tired. Arno smiled. How have you and brother been these past years? Right, where's brother? Why can't I see him? Your brother, oh. Mentioning this, old Moxie couldn't hold back her tears. Son, your mother and brother were bullied, sniffle. What? Only then did Arno notice the bruises on his mother's face. His eyes flared with anger. Who dared to bully my family? Mother, tell me slowly. Now that I'm back, I'll certainly seek justice for you and brother. It's the landlord Ralph from Nyoa village. Chapter 116. Andre returns. The situation is like this. Linda embellished and exaggerated the story. That landlord, Ralph, was too oppressive. Not only did he break your eldest brother's leg, but he also assaulted me. There's no justice in this world. It's utterly heartless and cruel. Sniffle, sniffle, bang. Upon hearing Linda's words, Arno, enraged, punched and shattered a table. Ralph, dare you? Linda. Mother, please don't cry. You should be assured. I have returned, and from today onward, no one will dare bully us. I will certainly seek justice from that landowner. Mother won't. Who did this to you? Unfortunately, Danny was in a deep coma and could not hear him. It's them? Linda's eyes darkened. Andre, they must have beaten your brother like this. These are the henchmen of that landowner. Last time, they beat me up too. These people are no better than dogs and pigs. Is it you? Arno's eyes blazed. Don't talk nonsense, said the old woman. Brant, displeased, retorted. We're not the ones who beat your son this time. We went out of our way to save him and bring him back here. You don't show gratitude and even insult us. Yeah, taking kindness for granted. We don't need to bother with you. Let's go. Colin added, then both turned to leave. Hold it. Arno growled like thunder, making Colin and Brant freeze. What's this? Trying to extort us? Hey, kid. Who do you think you are? Shouting so loudly? Are you crazy? Do you understand? Arno's gaze was sharp. My name is Arno, the younger brother of Danny. Oh, so you're that Arno. Brant sized him up. You're quite burly. Kneel and apologize to my elder brother. Arno commanded coldly. What did you say? Hearing this, Colin and Brant bristled immediately. Already tired from carrying Danny, they were now being scolded and asked to kneel and apologize. They could not take it any longer. Kid, you're really arrogant. You think we can't deal with you? Brant cracked his neck. What now, want to fight? Arno looked up, his gaze calm. I'll say it again, apologize to my elder brother. To hell with that. Brant roared and threw a punch. Looking for death. Arno didn't dodge, retaliating with a powerful punch. There was a loud bang as their fists collided, causing an explosive sound in the air. In that instant, Brant's face changed dramatically. Crack. Ah. He screamed in pain as he slammed against the wall like a sandbag. Brant. Colin's expression changed drastically as he hurried over. Are you okay? Don't move, my shoulder dislocated. Brant trembled in pain. Scum. How dare you hit my brother? Colin pulled out his sword, intending to strike. No, you're no match for him. Brant gritted his teeth and stopped Colin. Ferguson. Arno snorted. Listen well, you two dogs. Go tell that landowner right now. Tomorrow, I, Arno, will personally visit him to reclaim justice for my elder brother. If he knows what's good for him, he will come to apologize and return my sister-in-law, or else. With that, Arno smashed a fist into the wall. Thud. The short wall collapsed with a loud noise. Or else, like this wall. Brant. Colin. Is this kid some kind of beast? How can he be so strong? He rivals a yellow ox. Leave. Arno coldly waved them off. Go. Colin and Brant exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and left while supporting each other. Arno, you did well. This landlord needs a lesson. Not bad, Andre, not bad. The surrounding villagers applauded. Thank you, neighbors. That landlord is utterly ruthless. Tomorrow, I will go to Donghua village to find him and hope you can all bear witness. Arno gave a hearty salute and smiled. He felt a chill down his spine. Turning around, he saw Linda staring at him sternly. Linda. Arno. Omega. What a mess. It took me half a month to build this wall, and you just demolished it with one punch. Mother, calm down. I'll rebuild it for you right away. Build what? Get a doctor for your brother first. Yes, right away. Arno glanced at his unconscious elder brother, his eyes icy cold. Ralph, if anything happens to my elder brother, I swear I will make you pay with your life. Outside Zhao Mansion's rear gate, a servant girl with a basket was about to go out to buy ingredients. Creak. She paused when she saw two naked men staring straight at her. Their eyes met. Ah, bugs. The servant girl screamed and tried to run back and said, Get us some clothes. Sure thing. The head servant smiled awkwardly. By the way, how did you end up like this? Did you run into bandits? If only it were bandits. Those guys are nothing compared to this ruthless bastard. Janice, I won't let this go, Stever fumed. Idiot, that kid isn't Janice. Not. Janice is the young master of the Wu family. Everyone in Xianying knows him. How could he appear in such a backwater village? Damn, that brat dared to lie to me? Stever was even angrier. So, who is he? Masoner narrowed his eyes with a cold smile. If I'm not mistaken, this is the person Master wants us to find. You mean Ralph? Yes, according to intelligence, this arrogant landowner from Donghua village, Ralph, acts recklessly relying on his connection with the eldest son. No one else could fit this description. That little landowner dares to humiliate us like this? I'll make him pay. Ferguson, indeed, he must die. Thinking of today's humiliation, Masoner's gaze turned icy cold. They were guests of Bram, able to command respect throughout Xianying. Even the nobility would give them a nod. They had never endured such humiliation. Most importantly, Bram sent them to recruit Ralph. If this small landowner rises to power, heaven's mandate belongs to him. Great fortune, great fortune. The parrot shook its head and recited. Wrong. Heaven's mandate belongs to me. My mandate, Bram's. Bram's eyes blazed. Repeat. Master. Reporting to Master. At this moment, Masoner and Stever walked in. Stever's loud voice startled Bram. Damn slaves. Shouting what? Bram's face darkened. If you frighten my pet, you'll pay. Ha, pet. Masoner and Stever glanced at something and quickly lowered their heads. Bram. He rolled his eyes and continued playing with the bird. Come, pet. Repeat after me. Heaven's mandate belongs to me. Slave dog, crack. Hearing the parrot's call, Bram clenched his fist, and his smiling face turned icy cold. One animal dares to call me a slave dog? Looking for death. He angrily swiped at the parrot, but his motion was too clumsy. The parrot flew to a finger and hopped around calling. Slave dog, animal, how dare you? Bram's eyes blazed. Everyone knelt in fear. Master, calm down. This bird is just the short-sighted ones don't know their place. Send orders to the Xianying commander to raise Donghua village. I want to see how much Ralph weighs, daring to be so arrogant. Chapter 118. A combination of benevolence and authority. Yes. The two men, George and Garlic Bulb, were overjoyed. They turned to head for the capital's magistrate to call upon troops. Hold on. Nate spoke up, halting the two men. Sir, I believe this is unwise. Bram frowned, but did not erupt in anger. Within the entire Zhao household, only Nate dared to counter his views. Not only was Nate his steward, but he was also a kinsman. The Zhao family had been impoverished, and both had entered civil service as a means of survival. Nate was the person Bram trusted the most. Sir, mobilizing troops without permission isn't a trivial matter. Scholars like Jeffrey love meddling. With eldest master gaining favor from his majesty lately, If they seize the opportunity to impeach you before the emperor, it might displease him. You raise a valid point, Bram mused with narrowed eyes. Indeed, Jeffrey's group was known for creating trouble. Very few officials appreciated them. In the past, due to eldest master's influence, these scholars had no audience with the Otis. Now though, these matters could for years. What? Spare us, spare us. Both fell to their knees pleading. Without hesitation, Nate signaled the guards who chopped off their ears swiftly. 2. Blood splattered, and the two men lay wailing in pain. Nate picked up the ears emotionlessly, handing them to the guard. Wrap these, send them with the gifts to Ralph another day. What a fine combination of benevolence and authority, ha ha ha. Bram laughed heartily, turning back to his bird. Niwa village. Wah. Ava recounted her tragic experience while crying profusely. Everyone present felt deeply moved. It's all Alicia's fault. Alicia wiped away her tears guiltily. If I hadn't sent Ava's sister to buy things, none of this would have happened. Alicia, don't say that. Ava held Alicia's hand. As long as we help young master and the family, even if Ava endures hardship, I'm happy. Besides, if you had encountered those villains, worse could have happened. Anyway, I'm ill-fated. If something happens to me, it's alright as long as Alicia stays safe. Ava's sister. Alicia's eyes welled up again. Considering Ava had shielded her from disaster today, she felt increasingly guilty. Ava's sister, rest assured, anyone who dares harm you, I'll protect you. Sir will stand up for you, won't he? Alicia gazed at Ralph pleadingly. Ralph? These women were quick-witted indeed. Please, don't be sad. It's my mistake for overthinking. Seeing her anxious expression, Ralph couldn't help but chuckle. He gently pulled Alicia into his embrace. Sir, what are you doing? Alicia blushed deeply, looking around nervously. Hee, why not go inside? Ralph half-joked. Her cheeks flushed even more. Yes. Chapter 119. Not bad. Alicia, triangular ruler. Ralph. He had just mentioned it in passing, but this girl actually intended to come inside with him. Wasn't she afraid he might do something inappropriate? Seeing Alicia's bashful expression, Ralph's face twisted in puzzlement. Was this girl actually looking forward to something? Elbow, follow me inside. Ralph smiled mysteriously and led Alicia by the hand into the room. Creak. The door shut. Alicia glanced at Ralph, lowering her head shyly. Master, why did you bring me into the room? It's not even dark yet. You'll see soon enough. Ralph whispered as he reached for his garment collar. Oh no. Alicia hurriedly covered her eyes in embarrassment. However, instead of undressing, Ralph fished out an object from his clothing. Shao Alicia, what's this? Ferguson? Curious, Alicia took the item and examined it up and down. Is this a hat? So strange. She placed the object on her head, tilting it back and forth adorably. Master, does it look good? Ralph couldn't help but laugh out loud. Master, what are you laughing about? Alicia pouted. Am I wearing it too badly? Cough cough, you don't look bad. It looks nice, but this isn't how it should be used, right? Ferguson? How should it be used then? Ralph leaned close to Alicia's ear and whispered something softly. Upon hearing his words, Alicia's cheeks instantly flushed like ripe apples. Master, you're so naughty. She tried to run away, embarrassed, but Ralph quickly held her back. Good Alicia, please put it on and let Master see. I made it specially for you. We can't waste it, can we? No way. Come on, darling. Well, okay, only to try. Promise me that once tried, I'll take it off immediately. Unable to resist Ralph's coaxing, Alicia eventually agreed to try on the item. Master, promise you won't peek. Relax, trust my integrity. Alicia pulled the curtain shut and began changing clothes. Ralph squinted his eyes, watching the enchanting silhouette through the curtain. His desire to have Alicia wear the brassiere was purely motivated by concern, certainly not any lewd intentions. For a 13 or 14-year-old girl, he wasn't so heartless. However, Alicia's generous endowments were prone to health risks if left unsup. Covered her face and quickly retreated behind the curtain. Phew. Listening to the sounds of her dressing, Ralph sighed in relief. The stimulating scene earlier refused to leave his mind. Mora's well-endowed body looked even more striking in the brassiere, captivating anyone who dared to gaze. At 13, already like this, imagine when she grows older. Shaking his head, Ralph forced himself to focus on practical matters. Alright, master. I'm ready. Alicia emerged again, her face flushed, barely daring to meet Ralph's eyes. Seeing her beauty, Ralph's eyes lit up. Wearing the brassiere, her figure appeared smoother and more graceful, preventing his wandering gaze. Additionally, it would promote healthier development for her. Does it look good? Alicia twisted slightly, adjusting to the new feel. She found it strangely comfortable, like lying on clouds, allowing easier movement. Of course it looks good. And with this, it'll look even better. Ralph smiled and took out another item. This is rouge and powder? Alicia's eyes sparkled as she pounced happily. Thank you, master, thank you. Cosmetics were irresistible to women. Longing for them, Alicia couldn't contain her joy now that Ralph had provided them. But master, I don't know how to apply makeup. Recalling her previous failed attempt at makeup, which Ralph had laughed at, Alicia felt a bit disheartened. Don't worry, I'll teach you. Really? Of course, once I give my word, I stick to it. Come here, sit. Let me help you. Ralph led Alicia to sit on the bed. Opening the makeup box, he began carefully applying eyebrow strokes. Master, won't putting so much powder on your eyes turn them black? Relax, this is called idle makeup, cat eyes, thick brows, tear moles. Perfect for a cute, innocent girl like you. While explaining, Ralph continued applying makeup. Ferguson? Really? Despite her skepticism towards Ralph's skills, Alicia watched intently. Soon, a beautifully styled idle makeup adorned Alicia. Although limited by resources, her natural beauty still shone brightly, making her resemble a stunning ancient-style Barbie doll. Satisfied with his work, Ralph nodded. Alicia kept her eyes shut tightly. Master, am I ugly? Trust me, you look beautiful. Okay. Opening her eyes slowly, she froze at the reflection of the stunning girl in the mirror. Is this really me? No doubt it's you. How does my makeup look, Master? Alicia loves Master so much, she cheered. Oops. Losing balance, she slipped and fell into Ralph's arms. Their eyes met. Alicia's eyelashes fluttered like butterflies. Gulden. Ralph swallowed hard. Ma, Master. Feeling Ralph's gaze, Alicia closed her eyes shyly. Mesmerized by her rosy lips, Ralph leaned in involuntarily. Master, it's bad. Just then, a startled cry came from outside the door. This chapter has been translated to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring natural English fluency. Some names are transliterated from Chinese pinyin. Chapter 120. He is strong. Oh, there's someone. Upon hearing footsteps outside the door, Alicia jumped away from Ralph's embrace as if she were a frightened little bird. Ralph? Who's that? They've certainly picked an opportune time. Ralph scowled and angrily pushed open the door, intending to confront Calvin and the others. But as he stepped out, he froze in place. Ah, my arm. Calvin lay in the courtyard, groaning in pain. Henry had a bruised face and looked absolutely miserable. Ralph furrowed his brows. What happened? I told you to take her to Newport Village. How did this happen? Master, we're in trouble, Henry said gravely. Ralph narrowed his eyes. Havelock, Finn, carry Calvin inside carefully. Yes, Master. Soon, Calvin was carried into the room. After examining him, Ralph sighed in relief. At least it's just dislocated. No broken bones. Calvin. I slipped on something, Calvin coughed awkwardly, remembering Arno smashing through a wall with one punch, which left him trembling in fear. Master, that guy is incredibly strong. I doubt Henry and I combined could match him. Arno sent us back to tell you that tomorrow you must send Alicia to the Zhang family and personally apologize, or else he'll come and demand justice. What? Give up Alicia? Ralph laughed. Alicia was his precious treasure. Even Amir would not have changed his mind. How dare a mere villager be so audacious as to snatch his woman and demand an apology? Ha, looks like I've been too kind. Does a simple villager think he can pee on me? Master, while Arno is arrogant, he's genuinely formidable. He is very strong. Forgive him. So what if he's strong? Can he be stronger than John? Ralph sneered. He didn't realize that according to historical records, when Songhai attempted to assassinate Amir, he threw a 1,000-pound hammer over 100 meters. Compared to the legendary John who could lift a tripod cauldron, it was unclear who was stronger. Master, what should we do now? What can we do? Prepare for whatever comes our way. What can a small villager do? Ralph dismissed the matter. He had no respect for even Amon and John, let alone an obscure nobody. You're right. Our master is practically a deity. That Arno has no chance. Calvin, when did you become such cowards? If Arno dares to show up, I'll take care of him without master lifting a finger. Just you guys, ha. Calvin shook his head. Although he didn't trust Juniper and the others, he had full confidence in Ralph. Rest assured, eat well and sleep well. Tomorrow, I'll see what skills this Arno has to make such brash statements. Ralph finished speaking and went to eat and sleep. Despite his contempt for Arno, he cautiously instructed Calvin and the others to prepare lard and fishing nets as backups. The night was calm. This night, Ralph slept soundly as usual. This night, Arno stayed awake, clenching his fists tightly as he watched his brother lying in bed, injured. According to the doctor, Graham's leg, previously damaged by being kicked off a horse, hadn't healed properly and was now severely weakened. It might take months for him to get out of bed and could result in permanent disability. Damn landlord. Arno gritted his teeth. His brother had suffered mental damage rescuing him as a child, enduring ridicule and humiliation for most of his life. If he were to become disabled, it would ruin him completely, all thanks to that cursed landlord. Seeing Graham's horrific injuries, Arno imagined the unimaginable suffering his brother endured. He longed to rush to Nyoa village and tear Ralph limb from limb, but controlled himself. For a man of his word, if Ralph came strategy, once Arno arrives, you all rush at him. Era grabs his arm, Allah locks his throat, Havelock hugs his waist, Amadeus pulls his legs, and Coulter puts a sack over his head. Then pin him down and beat the hell out of him. Don't stop until I say so, understood? Yes. Any questions? Yes. Speak. Havelock scratched his head. Master, why are we beating up Arno's mother? Heron, do you want to find trouble intentionally? Havelock. Cough. I just wanted to lighten the mood. Are you trying to be funny? Not bad. Get lost. Heron rolled his eyes. Anyone else have questions? Yes. Era asked gravely. Master, what if we five can't hold him down? Good question. Heron smiled wickedly. While the probability of what you described is extremely low, I never take uncalculated risks. Therefore, I've prepared Plan B. Plan B? What's that? Era and the others exchanged puzzled glances. Heron clapped his hands. Ava, panting heavily, dragged out a large bucket and a fishing net. This is a special bucket of lard. Pour it on the ground, and it will become as slippery as ice. Then scatter a bag of soybeans on it. If Arno really is as strong as an ox, use the lard and soybeans to bring him down first. Then blind him with chili powder, keep him at bay from a distance, and finally, lift him with the net and give him a beating. That's Plan B. Clap, clap, clap. Before Heron could finish speaking, Havelock and the others began clapping flatteringly. Not surprising for Master, nothing escapes your planning. As expected, when it comes to tricky tactics, Master is the pro. Tiger. Cough, basic stuff. Heron waved modestly. Era still had concerns. Master, what if even Plan B doesn't work? Heron frowned, then we'll have to resort to Plan C. Everyone. Holy cow, there's actually a Plan C? Not surprising for Master. Awesome, awesome. Dare to ask, Master, what is this plan C? Hee hee. Heron laughed, tilting his head back. Me? If all strategies fail, then only I will personally take action. Alright, get ready. Havelock, you play Arno and let them practice. Havelock, Omega, why me? For being so funny. Don't do this, Master. I promise I won't again. Duong, duong, duong. Just as they were joking around, a sudden series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Everyone stiffened. Arno. He's here. Heron immediately raised his hand. Heron rubbed his nose. Master, doesn't this voice sound like the handsome uncle from the neighboring village who catches fish? Joel? Hearing Alicia's words, Heron froze. He glanced at the man's attire, and his face turned dark. Stop fighting. But, Master, we haven't beaten him enough yet? Don't talk nonsense. You beat the wrong person. Heron rushed forward to help the man up. Removing the sack, a handsome but now bruised old face appeared. Who else could it be but Joel? Brotherly, how could it be you? I could ask the same. Why is it me? Joel, holding his groin, winced in pain. I didn't even eat breakfast this morning. I specially freshened up and came just to seek medical help, and upon entering, I was bagged and beaten senseless by all of you. You not only hit me but also targeted sensitive areas. And twisted them, no less. Do you have any humanity left? Heron, Omega. Everyone, Omega. Are you looking at us? Especially you, Coulter, targeting such places. Do you have any humanity? Coulter. But, Master, wasn't that what you taught us? Joel. Heron, Omega. Nonsense. I am upright and honorable. How could I teach you such dirty tricks? Hee hee, brotherly. Are you alright? Does it look like I'm fine? Joel looked at him resentfully. Heron forced a smile and helped him up. Brotherly, I sincerely apologize. This was purely an accident. I understand your feelings. Heron interrupted Joel with a laugh. While this was indeed an accident, it might have been for your own good. Joel stared in shock. Beating me is for my own good? Cough, brotherly. To be honest, your diabetes is due to a lack of insulin. When injured, the body releases adrenaline which burns sugar. So in a way, you didn't lose out from this beating. Pain makes one stronger. That's the logic. Joel. I'm poorly educated. Don't lie to me. We're brothers. Would I lie to anyone but you? Heron patted Joel on the shoulder. Brotherly, rest assured. I'll give you a 70% discount on future treatments. You definitely won't lose out. Joel. I'm not short of money either. Fine. But you still haven't told me why you attacked me? Chapter 122. Born with superhuman strength. Actually, the person we're after isn't you. Then who is it? Landlord dog, get out here. At that moment, a thunderous growl came from outside the door. We are neighbors. Silence. You landlord dog has pushed us too far. Today, I'll execute your punishment on behalf of heaven. Arno let out a low roar and swung his fists. Ralph shrugged. So, there's no point in talking then. Humph. Kneeling and apologizing is your only way out. Look behind you. Ralph smiled and pointed. Ferguson? Curious, Arno turned his head. Ambush. In that instant, Brant punched Arno squarely in the face. Pain surged through Arno's eyes, which he clutched. While Ralph and Arno talked, Brant and others had quietly surrounded him. Seeing Brant succeed, they instantly pounced. Take him down. Beat him. Havelock grabbed Arno's waist tightly, while Brant locked his throat. Fateh restrained his hands, and Judah held his legs in a swift, coordinated movement. By the time Arno reacted, he was firmly held by them. A bunch of scoundrels. That's called deception in warfare. Jonas, put the sack on quickly. Damn, he's too tall. I can't reach. Idiot, jump. I'm coming. Jonas rushed forward, jumped, and tried to cover Arno's head with the sack. Courting death. Arno slammed his head forward, hitting Jonas's chest like a stone pillar. Bang. Jonas screamed, flying 3 meters away and crashing heavily to the ground. Arno caught Brant by his clothes. Come off. Bang. The ground shook. Brant hit the ground like a sandbag as dust flew up. Arno stood there like a god of war. It took him mere breaths to subdue Brant and his companions. Ralph's face changed upon seeing this. Havelock had considerable strength, comparable to half a bull, yet couldn't withstand Arno for more than 2 rounds. Despite training for over a month, Brant and his friends were swiftly defeated. Ralph initially thought Arno was just muscular, but now he realized the man was genuinely born with superhuman strength, a rare talent found in 10,000 men. An impressive man. Let me see what you're made of. At this moment, Joel stepped forward with a low cry. Seeing the struggle, he could no longer hold back. Ralph smiled. Joel is also a martial artist and definitely a skilled one. Though Arno is strong, he clearly hasn't trained formally. It's uncertain who would win. Be careful, brotherly. Don't worry. Joel rolled up his sleeves and politely clasped his hands. Sir, please. Are you another one of this landlord dog's henchmen? I'm merely a friend of Giles. Then leave quickly. I don't want to harm the weak. Arno snorted disdainfully. Weak. Joel's smile froze. Looks like I've been underestimated. He prided himself on never losing except to Astrid Yen. Now, he was belittled by a villager, stirring some annoyance. He immediately raised his fists, his gaze sharp. Want to touch Giles? Beat me first. Is that so? Feeling Joel's intensity, Arno became more cautious. Anyone who dares stop me today will feel the full force of my fists. In that case, let's settle this with our skills. Kill. Arno roared and punched. Great timing. Joel's eyes narrowed, swiftly grabbing Arno's arm. Using his core strength, he thrust his shoulder forward. Go fly. Arno's eyes widened as he lost balance. Ah, bang. He flew out like a bomb, thrown by Joel in one move. Ralph. Damn. Receiving, transforming, and releasing? Chapter 122. Born with superhuman strength. Actually, the person we want to fight is not you. Then who is it? Dog landlord, get out here. At this moment, a thunderous roar came from outside the door. Heron's pupils constricted as he lifted his gaze. Outside the gate stood a dark-skinned man nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging like thick tree roots, giving off an intense yapuagon at first sight. I guess he's the one we've been waiting for. What a robust man. Joel's eyes lit up. He had fought in many battles and met countless people, but such a robust figure was rare. Mr. LV, this person has conflicts with you. Yes, quite significant ones. You should be careful, Mr. LV. This man looks strong and could be tough to handle. He does look intimidating, but if he dares to cause trouble in Yogwa village, he's picked the wrong place. Heron waved his hand. Let's go meet him. Seeing Heron and his group step out, Arno's gaze turned cold and sharp. Are you the dog landlord, Heron? You're Arno? Humph, that's me. Arno sneered. Heron, you dog landlord. You injured my elder brother and took away my sister-in-law, committing acts against humanity. Today, I, Arno, have come to seek justice. Hand over my sister-in-law immediately and beg forgiveness for what you did to my brother. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Oh, threatening me? You're pretty confident. Heron smiled. Boy, turn around and go home now. I might overlook your behavior for the sake of village harmony. Shut up. You dog landlord have gone too far. Today, I will bring divine justice upon you. With a low growl, Arno swung his fists. Heron shrugged. So, there's nothing to talk about then. Forgive him. Kneeling and apologizing is your only way out. Haha, look behind you. Heron smiled and pointed. Forgiven? Curious, Arno turned his head. Ambush. As he turned, felt immense pressure, as if restraining a powerful bull. Adebayo and Wulyo exchanged alarmed glances. I can't hold on. Wulyo's face turned red, his trembling hands barely holding on. Ha! Arno kicked Wulyo away, then broke free from Allah's grip with a violent shake. Bang! Bang! Ouch! Both fell to the ground in quick succession. Calvin and Adebayo's faces changed drastically, but Arno gave them no chance to recover. He struck Adebayo's back with a heavy punch. Adebayo spat blood and collapsed. Wulyo! Adebayo? All this happened in mere moments. By the time Calvin realized, everyone lay sprawled on the ground. Darn! I'll take you down with me. Calvin wrapped his legs around Arno's back, gripping his neck tightly. Courting death. Arno flailed his arms, but couldn't reach Calvin on his back. Shaking violently, he eventually grabbed Calvin by the collar. Get down. With a thud, Calvin hit the ground like a sandbag. Dust rose as Arno stood immobile, having easily subdued the 5 men. Seeing this, Heron's expression changed. Arno's strength exceeded even that of Adebayo, who could match a buffalo, and despite training with Calvin and the others for over a month, they were quickly defeated. Heron initially thought Arno was just muscular. Now it was clear he possessed innate superhuman strength, a rarity, an extraordinary talent. Hashtag chapter 123, pulling out the willow. Bang. Dust and sand flew as Arno slammed heavily into the ground. Ralph's face was full of astonishment. Are all villagers these days harboring hidden dragons and tigers? This landlordly is quite strong. Feeling Ralph's gaze, Joel flashed a row of white teeth. Brother, please yield. Crack, crack. Arno clenched his fists tightly, his tiger-like eyes staring intently at Joel. Let's go again. Kill. With a roar, Arno swung his fist towards Joel. Even before the fist arrived, the fierce punch wind rushed toward him. Joel's eyelids fluttered wildly as he hastily swung his fists to block. Bang, bang, bang. Figures flashed, wind and sand whirled around. In just a few breaths, the two had already exchanged several punches. This guy. Joel's expression completely changed. Only by personally fighting did he realize how powerful this young man was. He was like a frenzied wild ox. Each punch made his arms ache. At first, Joel could Manchang hold back the punches, but the opponent's attacks became increasingly relentless and more powerful with each blow. Note, Manchang is better translated as barely in this context to improve fluency. Revised translation. At first, Joel could barely hold back the punches, but the opponent's attacks became increasingly relentless and more powerful with each blow. Bang, bang, bang. Within moments, Arno had landed dozens of punches. He kicked Joel in the chest. With a bang, Joel was thrown 2 meters away, smashing heavily into the wall. Ah, my waist. Joel shook his head. As soon as his vision recovered, Arno was already charging forward, his massive fists coming straight for him. Joel braced himself and immediately bowed, shouting, Brother, you win. I admit defeat. Forgive. Arno glared coldly at Joel, then turned around with a scowl. Dog landlord, come here and face me. Calvin. Fate. Landlordly was beaten too. Oh no, young master, run quickly. Wait, where's young master? They looked around but saw no sign of Ralph. Ralph, holding the door bolt, had long since run into the courtyard. You guys are still standing there? Run now. Everyone. Run. Calvin and others exchanged looks and fled into the Liu family compound. Joel also got up and followed. Creak. Seeing them enter, Ralph quickly closed the door, bolted it, and propped it up with pillars, breathing heavily when done. His skillful movements left Joel stunned. Ralph chuckled nervously. Don't misunderstand. These days bad people are common. Better safe than sorry. Dog landlord, I'll kill you. Seeing the blood on his hand, Arno was fuming. Inside the courtyard, Ralph's lips curled. Told you he wouldn't get in. Amazing. Joel raised his thumb once more. Why's it quiet outside? Did that guy leave? Ralph strained to listen and cracked open the door slightly. They peered through the gap. The next moment, everyone's faces changed drastically. Outside the gate, Arno was angrily surveying the surroundings and finally stopped in front of a large willow tree. He shook his shoulders and grasped the trunk. Huh! He roared, veins popping out as his muscles bulged. Crack, crack. The ground trembled fiercely as the thick willow tree was uprooted. Everyone. Ralph. Holy cow. Pulling out a willow upside down? Is this guy a beast? So thick and big, can a tree really be pulled out like that? Lou brother, who did you offend to attract this demon? Joel and others stared with wide, astonished eyes. Ralph was equally stunned. Arno's strength was at this level. Historically, he mustn't be unknown. Who is he? According to historical records, while many during the end of Baylor had superhuman strength, only one besides John reached this level. Ralph's pupils narrowed. This guy, truly worthy of being led by Gillis. If he provoked Dave, wouldn't he just be stirring up endless trouble? Just a mere door. You think it can stop me? Open up. Arno roared, slamming the tree against the gate with all his might. With a deafening crash, the already weakened gate collapsed instantly. Amidst the dust, Arno slowly emerged, carrying the huge tree. His towering figure exuded an overwhelming presence. Landlord dog, where do you think you're running? Asa. Axton. Seeing the godlike figure, Asa and his friends were stunned into silence. Why, young master, he's inside. What do we do now? Don't panic, execute plan B. Right, we still have plan B. Hearing Aryun's words, everyone snapped back to reality. Aryun, today I will eliminate you for the people. Splash. Before Arno could finish his sentence, Fourth Donkey splashed him with a basin of water, covering him in dirt. Arno. Fourth Donkey, Omega, you bastard, you're asking for death. Arno roared angrily and swung the tree, but as he lifted his foot, he slipped on the ground. Oh no, splash. Arno crashed down onto the courtyard, tree and all. It worked, it really worked. Fergusenry, throw more soybeans. Asa exclaimed excitedly. Axton scattered a bag of soybeans. Asterisk splash. Sir, he's too strong. Use lime powder. Sure thing. Asa poured a basin of lime powder over Arno's head. Ah, my eyes. Arno collapsed in pain, screaming wildly. Aryun shook his head. He didn't want to be so cruel, but since there were no chili peppers in the Baylor dynasty, they had to use lime powder instead. Landlord dog, I'll take you down. In a sudden move, Arno flipped like a crocodile, pulling Fourth Donkey and Fifth Willow to the ground with sheer force. Clenching his fists, he charged at Aryun madly. Watch out, young master. Lou brother, quick, get away. Asa and the others desperately pulled on the net ropes, but Arno charged like a rampaging bull, making them lose their grip. Kill. Reaching Aryun, Arno raised his fist and punched. Aryun stood still, watching him calmly before breaking into a grin. The next moment, Arno felt a sharp pain in his waist. ZZ. Ah. Electrical sparks flashed, and Arno's eyes rolled back as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Everyone. Aryun. No matter how strong, electrocution is effective. No matter how skilled, one stick will knock you down. Joel. Awesome. Hand him. Yes, sir. In the shed, Arno was tightly bound and hung from a wooden beam. Aryun and his companions gathered around. How did this guy grow up? He's insanely strong. Yeah, thankfully young master used electric shock, or else we would have been overwhelmed. Right, what do you plan to do with him, young master? That's a problem. Aryun narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Having such a person as an enemy would be a nightmare. The best solution would be to eliminate him, but Baylor law was strict, and killing Arno could bring trouble. Moreover, if Arno was already collaborating with the bandits, killing him would invite retaliation. How could he focus on developing himself quietly then? After some thought, Aryun decided to find out something first. Soon, Arno's eyelids fluttered open. Ah, my kidneys. Waking up, Arno felt excruciating pain throughout his body and was too weak to move. You're awake. Aryun smiled eerily. Landlord dog. Seeing Aryun, Arno's eyes blazed with fury, and he tried to punch. But realizing he was hanging from the ceiling, he began struggling furiously. Stop struggling. This is steel wire. If you manage to break free, you'll be something else. Aryun watched Arno steadily. Knowing his identity, Aryun took precautions and specifically exchanged for steel wire on Pinduoduo, which could hold up even a truck weighing several tons. If Arno could tear it apart, he would truly be a monster. Landlord dog, catching me by treachery isn't true strength. Have the guts to let me go and fight fairly? Struggling fruitlessly, Arno glared angrily. Warfare allows for cunning tactics. This is wisdom. Aryun grinned. You shameless. Landlord dog, my misfortune brought me to you today. Kill or skin me as you wish, but if you don't kill me, I'll never let you off. You dog. Threatening our young master now? Think I won't kill you immediately? Ace's eyes bulged. Arno showed no fear. Do it then. Try and kill me now, come on. Don't rush it. Aryun shrugged. Can I ask you a question? Do you know Gillis? Chapter 125. This man is mine. What Gillis? I have no idea what you're talking about. You really don't know Gillis? Gillis from Cassandragwin. Think harder. I have no idea what you're talking about. Arno glared with widened eyes. You damned landlord, don't try any tricks on me. I, Arno, shall never forgive you. Ralph's eyes lit up, sensing that Arno didn't seem to be lying. Could it be he really doesn't know Gillis? According to Ralph's memory, Gillis's assassination attempt on Amir should have happened when the Otis was inspecting the Lishan mausoleum. There were still 2 years before the Emperor's sudden death. It was highly possible that Gillis's plan had not yet been. 2 thugs were attacking your brother yesterday, and I saved his life. Ferguson. Arno did not believe it. But what about running over my brother's leg with your horse? Cough, cough, that was an accident. And why did you kidnap my sister-in-law? Ah, there's another hidden reason. Ralph grinned. PSK, lies. Arno spat. Damn landlord, Don't think that just because you set me free, I will be grateful. When I recover, I will definitely come back for you. Bastard, you ingrate. Master let you go out of kindness, and this is how you repay him. One of them shouted. Master, this white-eye wolf is nothing but trouble. Let's just break his legs. Said another. Delfino, show some respect. Ralph said with a deep laugh. Brother Andre is truly a passionate man. I admire real men like you most of all, Ralph continued. It seems our misunderstandings won't be clarified immediately. Your injuries aren't light either. Why don't you return home today? Whenever you wish to take revenge, I welcome you anytime. What? You're really letting me go? Puzzled, Arno stared at Ralph. Of course. My word is law, please. Damn landlord, don't regret this. Arno walked towards the door. Master, this? Delfino, hold it. As Arno reached the doorway, Ralph suddenly called out. I knew you wouldn't be so kind. Arno clenched his fists, eyeing Ralph warily. Brother Andre, wait. I have no ill intent. Ralph, pervert. Ava, who was sweeping the floor nearby, spat in disgust. Ralph? Brother Lou has a noble heart and the grace of Mengchong. I admire you, Joel. Joel supported his waist and slowly approached. Despite having his house destroyed by Arno and being threatened, Ralph was completely unperturbed and even offered help. Such magnanimity and grace matched the renowned Mengchong of Baylor, worthy of the Emperor's attention. Brotherly, thank you for your help today. Don't mock me, Brother Lou. I'm getting old, Joel sighed bitterly. Today, he had tried to show off but ended up humiliated. Brotherly, don't say that. Arno has divine strength, incomparable to ordinary men. Besides, you are still plagued by diabetes. Once cured, you might not be weaker than him. Ralph wasn't comforting Joel. His diabetes was already in its middle-late stage, accompanied by numerous complications, severely impacting his physical strength and reflexes. Even if cured, while impossible to match Arno, he would definitely improve. Joel's eyes brightened at Ralph's words. Brother Lou, last time you said you could cure my illness. How do you treat diabetes? Hee, quite simple, but also challenging. How do you treat it? Winter swimming. What? Winter swimming? Joel looked puzzled. Diabetes originated from a unique bodily reaction mechanism evolved by our ancestors, leaving Joel utterly bewildered. He grasped Ralph's concept, but couldn't help admiring this audacious imagination. If Ralph's bathhouse became a reality, it would certainly be more convenient for his winter swimming therapy. He wouldn't need to go into the river bare-chested in winter anymore. After swimming, he could enjoy a hot spring, which would be far safer and more comfortable. However, Brother Lou, your idea is indeed good, but building such a big bathhouse must cost a lot of silver. Cough, cough. Ralph gave a dry laugh. Isn't that obvious? Just building a large swimming pool requires a substantial investment. He had long wanted to build a hot spring because heating water for each bath was too troublesome, and ordinary water would cool down quickly, making it uncomfortable. But this project isn't cheap, so he seized the opportunity with Joel, a well-off man with urgent needs. Brotherly, health is priceless. Moreover, after building the bathhouse, we can open it to the public, earning money while promoting health and improving living standards in Pingan Village. It'll also treat your condition, benefiting not just you and me, but all villagers, a threefold benefit. Trust me, investing in a bathhouse will be highly profitable. Joel was speechless. It seemed this kid had been waiting for him. As soon as he agreed to fund the water wheel, he was dragged into this bathhouse scheme. Joel Moo. The old yellow ox retreated nervously. Hell, it's freezing. Swim, Brotherly. Just standing frozen won't do. You need exercise. But this space is too small for proper swimming. Indeed, it's cramped. A pool would be better. Ralph, alembic. Joel. Is he doing this on purpose? But since he was here, Joel began thrashing in the trough. Splash, splash. The old yellow ox chewed straw, staring at the strange scene before it. Within minutes, Joel's face was pale blue, but he gritted his teeth for his health. Stop. After half an hour, Ralph called out. Joel, grateful, leaped out and ran inside, burrowing into bed and shivering. How did it feel, Brotherly? Ralph offered a cup of hot tea with a smile. Never mind. I'll build the bathhouse, no matter the cost. Joel's face was black like the bottom of a pot. Embarrassing. So damn embarrassing. A former Baylor general flipping around in a cow trough. Fortunately, only a cow witnessed it. Otherwise, it would have been humiliating. Brave, Brotherly. Ralph grinned. For that statement, today's treatment is free. Joel sipped hot tea to calm down. It's not about money. Does this method really cure diseases? Hee, try it yourself to know. Ferguson? Joel noticed he hadn't felt the urge to urinate for over an hour. His thirst had also eased. Could winter swimming cure my illness? His face lit up. Brotherly, trust me. With consistent winter swimming, your symptoms will definitely be cured. Ralph assured confidently. Giles. Joel bowed deeply. Your compassion and dedication to people truly humble me. I was wrong to doubt you. No need for that, Brotherly. Neighborly harmony is what matters. How's the water wheel progressing? Following your instructions, I hired craftsmen to construct it. The water wheel should be complete in half a month. Building a water wheel, now a bathhouse, won't it strain your finances? Don't worry, Giles. My family has some savings. Even if we have to melt down pots, the bathhouse will be built. Oh, wealthy, huh? Ralph smiled slyly. Next steps, I've got it covered. What? Ralph, Omega. Cough, cough. I mean, let's continue striving for a beautiful Pingan village. Joel. This translation aims to preserve the original tone, style, and structure of the text while ensuring natural English phrasing. Hashtag chapter 127. Lonely and great. Why do I feel something is not right? Arno rubbed his aching back as he returned to Nyoking village. Forget it. Let's go home and eat first. Mom. Fight. Oh dear. Alexandria sat down abruptly, sobbing bitterly. What did I do wrong in my past life to have two such unambitious sons? 500 taels, when will we ever repay this debt? Mom, don't worry. I'll start working in the city tomorrow to pay off the debt. I'm strong and can work hard. Arno cleared his throat. I'm a bit hungry. Can we eat now? You mentioned eggs. Alexandria. Arno. Omega. Eggs? Go starve. Get out of here. Bang. Alexandria slammed the door, leaving Arno disheveled in the wind. Why did things turn out like this? The family mansion. Gillis put down his brush and walked into the garden. Amidst the chirping birds and blooming flowers, he stretched lazily, planning to practice swordsmanship to loosen up. Instinctively, Gillis reached for his waist, then his face darkened. He remembered his family heirloom sword had long been lost. Landlord scum. Once I achieve great things, I will make sure to deal with heartless landlords like you first. Brother Harley. At that moment, Evie appeared gracefully in a cheapao. Gillis turned around, momentarily entranced by her beauty. Evie was already incredibly beautiful, and the cheapao accentuated her elegant figure, making her appear like a goddess from the moon palace, cold yet enchanting. Is the porridge not delicious, or am I not beautiful enough? Could it be that Lord Gillis knows about my engagement? She bit her lip, feeling more determined to break off her engagement. Alicia. Yes, miss. Alicia lifted a tray full of jewelry and silver pieces. Suzanne. What does this mean? Brother Harley, I heard you've been raising money through calligraphy and painting. I don't have much silver, but these jewelry items might be valuable. Take them all. What? This cannot be. Brother Harley, no need to speak further. I know you used all your money to help disaster victims. Now raising funds is also for the people. As a woman, I wish to contribute my share for the common good. Please accept these jewels. Evie looked solemn. Gillis. You silly girl. I'm raising funds to overthrow the Baylor dynasty, starting with your father. No, absolutely not. I cannot take this money. Brother Harley, that's enough. I, Gillis, may be poor, but I won't take a lady's jewelry. If Suzanne has no other matters, please return. Gillis sternly refused. Evie's eyes welled up, and she turned and left. You stubborn scholar, wasting my Mrs. Goodwill. Men are indeed despicable. Carrie gave Gillis a harsh glare and hurried after Evie. Miss, wait for me. Watching her retreating figure, Gillis sighed deeply. It's hard to bear the kindness or dynasty not perish under heaven. The young master is right, Ferguson Onglao replied. Alas, but we don't have money. How can we recruit anti-Baylor loyalists? Young master. Dwight paused. Although I didn't sell the calligraphy and paintings, I found a way to make money. Oh, what method? Well, the richest family in Xianyang, the Wu family, is offering high prices for human waste. With so many people in Li Mansion, the amount in the latrines must be substantial. If we scoop it out, we can surely sell it at a good price. You're saying they buy waste? Gillis wondered if he had heard wrong. Yes, waste. It's been selling like crazy recently. Gillis was speechless for a moment, then suddenly burst into bitter laughter. Even waste has buyers while my calligraphy and paintings remain unsold. Could it be that my art is even worse than feces? Young master, you shouldn't underestimate yourself. The people here just don't understand the value of your art. Besides, silk cloth is far more expensive than waste. Your paintings must be worth more than excrement. Gillis was silent. Dwight, please know when not to talk, or you might get beaten up. Omega. Then, young master, shall we start scooping? Gillis was still stunned. Yes, let's go. He clenched his fist tightly. Heaven places great tasks upon a man only after first embittering his mind and body. For the cause of overthrowing Baylor, I, Gillis, can endure this hardship. Young master is right. In the study, Carmine sat with a pen in his mouth, briskly calculating on an abacus. Seeing the numbers before him, he laughed heartily. 30 million dan of grain. This method of donating grain in exchange for titles, whoever thought it up is truly a genius among men. Carmine was overjoyed, considering that the Baylor Empire's annual grain revenue was around 10 million dan. The proceeds from these few days already rivaled 3 years' worth of income for the entire empire. With the needs of the armies and the empty state treasury, this solution couldn't have come at a better time. From current trends, there would even be surplus grain after solving all problems. A title for 10 million dan of grain? Who would buy such a thing? What a fool. Carmine chuckled. Naturally, the more fools there were, the better life as chancellor would be. Only with ample state reserves could he demonstrate his strategies. Although Emperor Amir received all the glory for unifying China, threats remained in the border regions, the Dongyi, Numun, Shirong, and Beatty. By helping to clear these issues, he could secure fame and become the greatest chancellor in history. The greatest chancellor ever. Sounds impressive. Facing a bronze mirror, Carmine adjusted his clothing. Father. Think of a way. Carmine bit the end of his pen. Though we can't break it off directly, we can make that boy give up. How? Chuckle. Carmine smiled sinisterly. In 2 weeks is the Zhongyuan festival. He'll visit our home to pay respects. At that time, something like this, and this, will certainly send him packing. Good idea. Evie's eyes lit up in approval. By the way, daughter, do you smell something? Why is it so foul? Oh yes, I noticed it too. The odor seems to come from the western chamber. Western chamber? Isn't Gillis staying there? Carmine frowned. Yueshine, remember not to get too close to Gillis. He is rebellious and might bring trouble in the future. Got it. Deal with the engagement first. Evie left impatiently. Oh, girls grow up too fast. Carmine sighed deeply. Yet, he already had an ideal choice for his future son-in-law. In the imperial palace, in Jiang Hall, the air was fragrant and tranquil, the perfect place for Prince Aloysius's residence. Aloysius was busy selecting gifts in the palace because, thanks to Ralph, he was appointed head of disaster relief. Recently, due to the preparation for famine relief projects and the arrival of supplies, he managed to take some time off. As soon as he had some leisure time, he ordered his subordinates to prepare gifts to thank Ralph tomorrow. Looking at the gold, silver, and jewels laid out, Aloysius frowned, especially to congratulate you. Important or not, it is indeed significant. However, the task father assigned you, supervising the construction of the mausoleum, is no small matter either. You mustn't take it lightly. Hang brother, rest assured, the mausoleum is almost completed. I return this time to report back to father. Conley chuckled as he tossed a jar of wine towards Aloysius. Catch it. This wine is called 3 Bowls Can't Pass the Ridge. It's known as the fiercest alcohol under heaven and has recently been sold out in Xianyang City. I finally managed to get hold of 1 jar. Since we haven't seen each other for so long, naturally, we should have a proper drink together. Slurp. Aloysius opened the lid and sniffed. It immediately made him cough, living up to its reputation as the world's fiercest alcohol. It's quite potent. Hee, the stronger, the better. Come on, tonight, we'll drink until dawn. Conley pulled Aloysius along, eager to start drinking. Uryo, there's no rush about drinking. I've actually got something I need your advice on. Oh, what might that be? It's like this. I've just appointed a new teacher. I plan to pay my respects tomorrow, but am unsure what gift to bring. For you to admire someone so much, this teacher must be extraordinary. Indeed, my teacher possesses comprehensive knowledge, from astronomy to geography. Self-sufficient farmers sneered. TCH, those landlords are all bad news. They never think of us. Yes, you're finally regretting it now, aren't you? How could anyone foolishly believe these landlords genuinely care about tenant farmers? Although Aryun was a landlord, the Liu family only owned a small part of Nilyo village. Other households were self-sufficient farmers who never paid much attention to Aryun. Here comes young master. Here comes young master. Amidst the chatter, Aryun strode confidently to the ancestral hall with the Nilyo 5 tigers. Upon seeing him, everyone fell silent. Young master, what do you need today? Cough, like this? Aryun cleared his throat. I've gathered everyone here today to announce something important. From now on, I won't be planting millet anymore. What? Really no more millet? This is terrible. Will we be forced to eat wind? Young master, please. I have an elderly mother and 5 young children. Please give me a chance. Yes, young master, we can't survive without farming. Instantly, cries of despair erupted from the crowd. Several women even knelt and tugged at Aryun's trousers. Aryun, don't worry. I didn't say we wouldn't farm, just not millet. Ferguson, we can still farm? Young master, you're not tricking us, are you? I'm not. Aryun's face darkened. Paige, can you let go of my pants? They're falling apart. Sorry. Paige glanced, smiling coyly. You're quite unique, young master. Aryun blushed deeply, quickly adjusting his trousers. Sister-in-law, please behave. Shy, huh? Paige, focus. Young master is talking business. Lao Lu's face turned serious. Young master, if not millet, then what are we planting? Sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes? What's that? Have you heard of them? No. The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Aryun smiled, pulling out a sweet potato. Villagers, this is a sweet potato, but it looks like a gnarled tree root. Can it even be eaten? Try it and see. Aryun waved his hand. Dagu pushed a cart forward. Just out of the oven baked sweet potatoes, try some. Whoa, it smells delicious. Not only does it smell great, Aryun broke open 1 sweet potato. Come, try it. A group of kids reached out hungrily but were stopped by their parents, unsure whether it was safe. None dared to be the first to try it. I'll give it a shot. A muscular man stepped forward. Aryun recognized him as Lao Lu's son, Callan. Callan sniffed the sweet potato. Squeak-Yuzen? Indeed, they are excellent. All right, grab 2 for me to take home later. Ralph grinned. Fellow villagers, you've all tasted this sweet potato now. Not only can it be roasted or boiled, but it can also be ground into flour for porridge or pastries. The leaves can be stir-fried as vegetables. What? So this sweet potato is truly amazing. Indeed, it's valuable from head to toe. Therefore, I suggest we start planting sweet potatoes in Naiwo village from today. Ralph smiled and surveyed the crowd. Who opposes? Who approves? I oppose. Before Ralph could finish speaking, a man in a green robe stood up. Ralph, my ancestors have been growing millet here for generations. Just because you say to grow sweet potatoes doesn't mean we will. Who do you think you are? Ridiculous. How dare you talk to young master like that? Pfft, what nonsense, young master. A landlord trying to act high and mighty. The man in green sneered. Please understand, my land isn't yours, Liu family. You think we'll treat you like those tenant farmers bowing and scraping to you? That's right. What are you, Ralph? A few independent farmers joined in with arrogant expressions. Oh, so you're individual farmers? Ralph smiled faintly. Crowd erupted in disbelief. Even in Yinzhou territory, wheat yields rarely exceeded 100 pounds per acre. For the Baylor people, mainly growing millet, yields topped out at 60 to 70 pounds per acre. 10 times the yield meant nearly 1,000 pounds per acre. It sounded absurd. Ralph, you're bluffing. 1,000 pounds per acre. You're quite the show-off. Why not claim 10,000 pounds per acre while you're at it? Ralph thought seriously and responded. If we use fertilizers and scientific cultivation methods, 10,000 pounds per acre might not be impossible. The crowd? Keep bragging. You say 10,000 pounds per acre? These landlords are lying to you. Maybe they're planning to wait until the sweet potatoes fail, forcing you to sell your children. That's right. No sweet potatoes for us. Not possible. Young master isn't like that. Yes, I believe young master has good intentions. TCH, landlords caring for tenants? I see you've been brainwashed by this dog landlord. Whoever wants to plant this rotten sweet potato can go ahead. Forget it. I won't plant it. No, absolutely not. Clement led the charge, and the other tenant farmers began looking conflicted. Damn, defying my young master? Want a beating? Era, stop acting like a lackey. Others might fear you, but not me, Clement. Screw you. Want to fight? See if I don't make you unrecognizable to your own the opportunity. With sweet potatoes yielding at least 1,000 pounds per acre, 30% means 300 pounds. Choosing to keep only 40 pounds instead of 300 seems short-sighted. AI. Turns out I'm just not cut out to be a good person. Chapter 131. Fellow villager, are you happy? Lord Lu, I want to plant too. Upon hearing Ralph's generous conditions, several independent farmers couldn't sit still. Seeds were a huge expense for these independent farmers. Since they were offered for free, it would be foolish not to take advantage of this offer. And Ralph had said that the leaves of sweet potatoes could also be eaten. In case of necessity, half of the land could be used for sweet potatoes and the other half for millet. Extra sprouts could simply be stir-fried and eaten, ensuring great profit without any loss. Yes, your change of heart is much appreciated. Ralph nodded with a smile. All right, since you own your farmland, those willing to grow sweet potatoes can keep 80 pounds. Anything extra counts as mine. How does that sound? Are you serious? I will plant. So will I. A bunch of fools. Whether you can even grow 80 pounds of sweet potatoes is uncertain, and you dare agree. Clement sneered. You laugh now. When you have no grain and are selling your land in tears, then what? Yes, Brother Fan is right. Sweet potatoes, pretending all day. Wait until I get my title through grain donation, then watch who dares defy me in Yoa village. Whistling happily, he swayed triumphantly. Smack. A shoe suddenly appeared from nowhere, its graceful arc drenching Clement's clothes. Startled, Clement turned around to see 5 burly men standing behind him. What are you going to do? Clement tensed up, quickly covering himself. Calvin looked down at the wet stain on his pants, his lips twitching fiercely. Why did you pee so high? Cough. Just natural talent. No need to envy. Clement laughed awkwardly. Envy your ass, kick his ass. Calvin kicked Clement hard in the buttocks. Ouch. What are you doing? Help someone. He's attacking us. Landlord Lou bullying people. You dared to insult our young master. Beat him harder. Don't let him stay arrogant. Don't let him gloat. Don't let him insult me. Calvin slapped Clement repeatedly, leaving him dizzy. Do you still feel so arrogant? When I become an official, I won't spare you. You still resist? Hit him harder. Bam, crash, smack. Ah. Meanwhile, outside Nyoa village, a carriage was moving slowly. Teacher, look, is that a water wheel? Aloysius excitedly watched workers constructing along the river. This water wheel must be built by Teacher Lu. For these villagers, Teacher Lu has truly worked tirelessly. If we had such dedicated countrymen across the Great Baylor. Cough. Master Lu emphasizes building a civilized village. This man steals chickens, molests women, and defecates publicly, morally corrupt. Master advised him multiple times to no avail, so we're using this method to educate him. Exactly. A clean village makes life more comfortable and peaceful. The group grinned widely. Jeffrey. Aloysius. To think Teacher Lu's teachings reach such detail. He aims to build a utopia as described by the sages, where everyone knows and practices etiquette. My ghost, you believed. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. Sir, to understand Giles's teachings, why not ask the villagers? Right. Approaching villagers came into view. Jeffrey's eyes lit up, stepping forward. Fellow villager, are you happy? Isabella. Sick pervert. Jeffrey scratched his head. Why is this woman so crude? Not you, old man Lou, are you happy? Ferguson, do you have a problem? My name is Lou. Jeffrey. Unable to bear it, Aloysius explained quickly. Villagers, Mr. Chun meant to ask if you were content. Content? Damien and others exchanged glances, laughing heartily. Of course we are content. Not only content, but happy too. Jeffrey. Are you targeting me? Fellow villager, why say that? Please note, some names and titles were romanized directly from Chinese, e.g., Ralph, Nyoa Village, maintaining their original pinyin spelling. Hashtag chapter 132, The Sage and the Fool. Sweet potatoes? Yes, young master not only provided us with sweet potato seedlings for free, but also promised to leave each household with 40 pounds of grain. What? 40 pounds? Hearing what Daryl and the others said, Aloysius and Alvaro wore expressions of astonishment. After working at the disaster relief office these days, they knew very well what an excess of 40 pounds per mu meant. Keep in mind that taxes in the Great Baylor dynasty were quite heavy. Even ordinary independent farmers could barely manage 30 or 40 pounds of grain after taxes, enough just to keep body and soul together. As for the tenant farmers, they fared even worse, living mostly on wild vegetables throughout the year, only eating grain occasionally during festivals. Though they didn't know what this sweet potato was, both of them believed that no crop could possibly yield over 100 pounds per mu. For these tenant farmers to retain 40 pounds each implied that Ralph might not be collecting any grain tax, and perhaps even providing subsidies, behavior that would be beyond even saints, let alone landlords. No wonder these commoners are so elated. Food is heaven to the people. If all the subjects of the Great Baylor could live like those in Nyoa village, they would likely have already achieved a peaceful and prosperous life. This can't be true. Is Ralph out of his mind? How much surplus grain does his family have to dare do this? Master Chun, if you had extra grain, would you be willing to share it with the people like this? Alvaro's face stiffened upon hearing Aloysius's question. Anyone who shared their own grain with others must be a fool. Aloysius's eyes flickered. I believe only 2 kinds of people in this world can accomplish such benevolence. One is a fool, and the other is a sage. Alvaro remained silent. Clearly, Ralph couldn't possibly be a fool. Giacomo said, when granaries are full, people will know etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, they will know honor and shame. Master Lu is putting the teachings of the sages into practice. Looking at Nyoa village, Aloysius's respect grew. Ergo, weren't you told to steal pears for me? At that moment, Ralph sauntered over. Aloysius. Alvaro. Ralph. Omega. Seeing the two, Ralph felt a jolt. Luciu, why did you come here? Cough, what I just said was, I understand. Pears signify, li, etiquette. Mencia said, without benevolence, there should be no action. Without propriety, there should be no conduct. You use stealing pears as a metaphor to indicate that Ergo's actions earlier were improper. I am thoroughly impressed by your teaching methods, Luciu. Finishing, Aloysius bowed deeply. Ralph. Damn, he can even interpret that. Has this kid been reading too many books? Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. Luciu is indeed highly intelligent and aligns perfectly with my thoughts. Ha ha ha. Ralph grinned. Aloysius humbly responded. All thanks to the master's excellent guidance. Young master, if you want pears, just tell old man me, and I'll pick some for you right away. It would make me happy if you enjoy our pears. Yeah, young master, try some of our dates as well. A group of villagers eagerly brought pears and dates over. Isn't it too much? Not at all. Young master has been so good to us. These small things don't count for anything. That's right. If you need more, young master, we can pick more. The villagers warmly pushed baskets of fruit into Ralph's arms. This scene made Aloysius nod repeatedly. When granaries are full, people will know etiquette. The sages indeed do not deceive. Look at these villagers. Despite being illiterate, they still show respect and gratitude. All of this is due to the master's influence. T-Sage, this isn't enlightenment. It's wealth power. Alvaro snorted, but didn't say more. Haha, Luciu, you came just at the right time. These fruits, I can't finish either. Why don't we discuss philosophy under the tree? Ralph smiled and beckoned. Of course. Aloysius immediately lifted his robe and sat down with Ralph under the pear tree. Recently, I've been busy and couldn't visit you. Please forgive me. No problem. Seeing you succeed makes me proud. Ralph chuckled. Did you learn anything useful from the last lesson? Thanks to the master's teachings, Luciu gained profound insights and is infinitely grateful. Actually, I've prepared a gift this time to thank the master. Gift? Ralph's eyes lit up. Good boy, finally on the right track. Master Chun. Himph, you got lucky. Alvaro reluctantly produced a golden threaded silk box. Such a fancy box? Could it contain gold and jewels? Ralph rubbed his hands excitedly. Slam. The box opened. Oh, this? Ralph's face darkened instantly, because inside the box was yet another sword. The Book of Changes says, the sky moves vigorously. The gentleman ceaselessly strives for self-improvement. The earth bears weight. The gentleman carries virtue with breadth. A gentleman's virtues are like jade. A gentleman is strong and vigorous. This sword is one of the 10 legendary swords, Yuchong, crafted from Shoshan jade, giving a fine sword to a hero, and damn it, you dare question the words of the sages? I will not rest until I settle this with you. Alvaro leaped up angrily, ready to berate him. Aloysius quickly stopped him. Master, I don't understand. Throughout history, fools have only known work and reproduction, while the disruptors have been cunning and clever individuals. If we enlighten the people, the world will be filled with smart individuals. Isn't that like planting seeds of chaos? Ralph narrowed his eyes and smiled. Exactly what I want. An inferno spreading across the land. Chapter 133. Law exists to love the people. Jeffrey. Aloysius. Teacher, are you suggesting a rebellion? Heron. Omega. Hell, while I've thought about it, you can't just say that out loud. Ahem, who said intelligent people will definitely rebel? If smart people don't rebel, do you think fools will? Heron shook his head with a smile. There were no shortage of foolish people in history who had rebelled. Why don't we discuss why commoners rebel? Obviously, it's because they can't survive. Yes, they rebel because they can't survive. So, do you think smart people would be unable to survive? This. Jeffrey was taken aback. Heron smiled gently. In this world, most learned and wise individuals live comfortably with prosperous lives and happy families. Why would they want to rebel? Rebellion risks involving their entire clan if caught. The rewards and risks of he was so foolish and lazy? Were they naturally unintelligent? No, it's because from birth they've been fed without effort, never needing to think. You may find this story exaggerated, but today in the Great Baylor, how many citizens truly think? They just live. Are you talking about the 5 techniques of governance? Ignorance, weakness, fatigue, humiliation. 5 techniques failing, leading to execution. Jeffrey. Aloysius. Hell, how did you know this? Note that these 5 techniques of governance were only recently compiled by Carmine as secret imperial tactics. Heron took a bite of pear and continued. The core idea of the 5 techniques comes from the book of Lord Shang, placing the people against the government, aiming to weaken the populace to strengthen the government. For the unified multi-ethnic Baylor, these measures were initially effective, ensuring stability amidst societal conflicts. But true national power doesn't come from viewing citizens as adversaries. These 5 techniques have been revered since the feudal dynasties began and still echo today. But the greatest conflict between citizens and the government has always been about backward productivity, which Aloysius wouldn't understand. The 5 techniques work, but people aren't livestock. They have emotions and souls. They shouldn't be reduced to mindless laborers. Remember, the first page of the Book of Lord Shang, Chapter 134, Debating the Confucians. Shang Cassandra Academy. The sound of recitation filled the air, with white cranes flying overhead. Countless students and scholars cited classics, discussing their philosophies while sitting in debate, creating an atmosphere full of vibrant intellectual energy. After the Great Baylor conquered Harley, the Jixia Academy was also destroyed, and numerous classic books were sent to Xianyang City. Later, several great Confucians, together with leading figures from various schools, established the Shang Cassandra Academy. Though it couldn't match the glory of the Jixia Academy during the period of contention among 100 schools of thought, it remained the most active cultural sanctuary of the present Great Baylor. Of course, due to the emphasis on legalism in the Great Baylor, the various schools had long declined, and legalist thought originated from Giacomo. Therefore, the Shang Cassandra Academy now predominantly followed Confucianism. At this moment, outside the gates of the Shang Cassandra Academy, stood a young man dressed in white. This young man, with his handsome features, gazed intently at the signboard before him. So, this is the Qin Cassandra Academy? Gillis sneered. Teacher, today I will wash away your past humiliation and make these pedantic scholars pay for their past wrongs. Who goes there? This is the Qin Cassandra Academy, no trespassing. Before the guard could finish his sentence, thud. A silver coin landed in his hand. Gillis did not even glance at the guard as he strode through the gate, his robes billowing gracefully in the wind. The guard? Holy cow, this guy, so handsome. Outside the lotus pond, a venerable old man with silvery hair sat on a mat, eloquently lecturing. Hundreds of Confucian students knelt before him, listening with rapt attention. This Gillis was named Xerxes, a renowned Confucian scholar in Xianyang, with status and reputation comparable to Alvaro in Confucian circles. Righteousness, benevolence, propriety, wisdom, faithfulness, forgiveness, loyalty, filial piety, and fraternal duty. These 9 virtues are essential. As Confucians, we must shoulder the responsibility of teaching all people. That's all for today's lesson. Do you have any questions? Teacher. A student in a green robe rose and bowed. I have a question. Speak. You once taught us that Confucians should act according to the way of a gentleman, practicing benevolence and humility. I have a neighbor who is greedy and self-serving. He always moves our boundary markers at night to encroach on my land. Moreover, he is an elder and longtime friend of my father. I don't want to confront him directly, but recently he has taken over more than 2 feet of land. I feel aggrieved but do not know what to do. What? This neighbor of yours is shameless indeed. Just report him to the authorities. Exactly. Measure the land publicly so everyone knows his wrongdoing. Suddenly, many students started chiming in with advice. Xerxes frowned in displeasure. Quiet. Have you forgotten what I taught you? A true gentleman loves others and teaches by example. Though this neighbor may be shameless, he is human, capable of mistakes. Besides, he is an elder and close friend of your family. Vengeance would be unrighteous and dishonorable. But teacher, how should the student proceed? Xerxes smiled gently. A true gentleman is magnanimous and cares for the greater good. What is 2 feet of land? Tonight, move the boundary marker another 10 feet towards your side. Your neighbor will surely admire your righteousness and feel ashamed. Teacher spoke well. You truly live up to being Dr. Sun, with such virtue and tolerance. Yes, your magnanimity rivals even Giacomo and Mencius. Instantly, the students clapped and praised him. This action is righteous, yet why do I feel something is off? Desi scratched his head and joined in the applause. Teacher spoke well. I have learned. Xerxes nodded approvingly. Remember, place righteousness first. There's a king called Baylordsong. People say he loves his subjects like children, embodying righteousness and kindness. One day, a minister committed a crime deserving execution. The king ordered the extermination of the entire family. Why? Was it treason? No, just a wrongful judgment causing death. Killing an entire family for such a minor crime is excessive. I understand. Perhaps the victim was royalty. Not right. As a righteous king, Baylordsong must punish fairly, not based on relationships. Why else would he do this? Instantly, the students murmured among themselves, confused. Even Xerxes furrowed his brow. What? Can't the Confucians answer such a simple question? Gillis sneered. It seems the vaunted Qin Cassandra Academy isn't much after all. You are bold, boy. The Confucians were indignant, but Gillis remained dismissive. Fine, since you're struggling so much, here's the answer. Because King Baylordsong, in his self-proclaimed righteousness, feared that executing the criminal would cause his family pain. Thus, to prevent the grief, he had them all killed. Is this acceptable? What kind of twisted righteousness is this? Pandemonium erupted among the Confucians. Exactly, twisted righteousness. Gillis's gaze was like a blade. Your false virtue, experienced child doesn't know his limits. Brett laughed mockingly. Gillis remained unfazed. He walked up to the platform and shouted, I am Gillis from Cassandragwan, a disciple of Confucian scholar Arthur. Today, I have 3 logical questions to challenge all Confucians at the Xianyang Academy. All Confucian scholars in the world are welcome to participate. If I lose, I swear never to step foot in Xianyang again. If I win, please bow down and apologize to my teacher Arthur. Will any great scholars dare accept the challenge? Gillis's voice immediately drew a crowd of students from various schools. This person has guts to challenge the entire Confucian school alone? Gillis from Cassandragwan. I've heard of him. They say he's exceptionally talented and has never been defeated in debate. Now this will be interesting. Hearing the murmurs of the students, Brett's face turned purple. Decades ago, there was a debate within Confucianism between the reformists and traditionalists. Though they eventually won, it greatly weakened their reputation and became a laughingstock among the hundred schools of thought. Now Gillis was reviving old grievances, exposing old wounds, and challenging his authority publicly. How could he not be furious? You insolent child. Who do you think you are to challenge all Confucian scholars? Sir Hayes, why waste words on such a madman? Let me throw him out. Several irate Confucian scholars were ready to act. Stop. Brett stared coldly at Gillis. Although he was enraged, with so many students watching, if he threw Gillis out, it would damage his image as a respected Confucian scholar. Plus, rumors might spread that they feared challenges. But accepting the challenge outright would also undermine his dignity. What if anyone came to challenge him anytime? Suddenly, Brett had an idea and his eyes brightened. Our Confucian school has always been upright and fearless of challenges, but we don't accept everyone's challenges. Here's what I propose. I have a question too. If you can answer it, I'll acknowledge your qualifications. If not, please leave without further ado. Fine. Gillis showed no emotion. Good, listen carefully. Brett narrowed his eyes and sneered. Giacomo wanted to travel to the state of Zhao. On the way, he encountered war chaos and got separated from his disciples, ending up lost in the wilderness. At this moment, he met an old man and a young boy and asked them for directions. The old man, recognizing the asker as Giacomo, laughed and said, "People say Giacomo is a born sage, wise beyond measure. Today, I shall test you." He continued, "One of us tells only the truth, and the other only lies. You may ask either of us about the correct path, but only once. How should Giacomo ask to find the right path?" Says, this question is vague of an answer? Brett was incredulous. The solution is straightforward. Gillis continued, Giacomo should ask the old man, "If I ask the boy if this road leads to the state of Zhao, what would he say?" If the old man tells the truth and the road is correct, the boy would lie and say no, and the old man would confirm no. If the road is wrong, the boy would lie and say yes, and the old man would also confirm yes. If the old man lies and the road is correct, the boy would say yes, and the old man would lie and say no. If the road is wrong, the boy would say no, and the old man would lie and say yes. In short, whichever opposite path the old man confirms is the correct one. Says, I'm getting confused. You're so dumb. Just ask anyone for directions, and choose the opposite path they indicate. That makes sense. Around him, the students buzzed with discussion. Gillis, the top scholar of Cassandragwan, indeed has substance. Gillis coolly looked at Brett. Is my answer correct, Master Hayes? Damn it, how could this child get it right? Brett's face darkened. His own scholars had struggled with the question and couldn't solve it, yet this boy did. Forgive him. Consider yourself lucky. Very well, now it's my turn to ask. Gillis glared around the assembly. My question is, I've never seen, and neither has anyone else. Yet everyone knows I possess this thing. This thing exists eternally yet disappears every day. I have it all my life, yet I can never touch it. Everyone, like me, possesses this thing, yet no one sees it. What on earth is this thing? Fie this. Seeing the question on the silk, Aloysius drew in a sharp breath. Though he expected this question would stump the whole Shangyin Academy, the sheer surprise hit him as soon as he saw it. He had encountered unusual philosophical puzzles before, such as Ralph's Kongzi Enigma, but this question was clearly more absurd than Ralph's Kongzi Enigma. Never seen, yet known by all? Eternal yet fleeting daily? What could this be? Aloysius rubbed his temples, feeling for the first time that his intellect might not be up to the task. Teacher, do you have an answer? What? Alvaro's face turned grim. Come on, this was trickier than Ralph's Kongzi Enigma. He felt dazed the moment he saw it. How could he answer? Why are so many fiendishly talented people appearing now? Ralph already gave him headaches. Now Gillis pops up. Could young people today really be this brilliant? More importantly, if Ralph's brilliance only threatened his career, Gillis was directly targeting their Confucian ideology. If they couldn't solve this puzzle, wouldn't they become a laughingstock? The Confucians weren't favored, fits most of the riddle, but the text says, I have this thing all my life, yet I can never touch it. Does everyone in the world truly possess great love? Yeah, what about bachelors and widows? Louis nodded repeatedly. Alvaro was silent. Could it be destiny, human life? Have you ever met an immortal? Is it hope? The three discussed heatedly, red-faced, yet still couldn't find a fitting answer. How infuriating. How can there be such an unreasonable puzzle? No one in this world could possibly solve it. Alvaro pounded his thigh in frustration. Teacher, last time when you faced Kongzi's puzzle, you said the same thing? Alvaro stared blankly. Aloysius blinked in confusion. Cough, teacher, I believe this question, while difficult, isn't unsolvable. There's someone who must know the answer. Who? Look over there. Aloysius turned to the pear tree. Ralph? Alvaro frowned. Munching. Under the pear tree, Ralph lazily enjoyed his fruit in the sun. Hey, are you done chatting? Come here or I'll finish these pears. Aloysius and Alvaro fell silent. Humph, asking me to beg him? Absolutely not. Alvaro snorted coldly. They had argued just moments ago. Going to Ralph now would be unbearable humiliation. Moreover, he had boasted about his students' wisdom. If Ralph knew they were stumped by a single question, the boy would surely mock him. Teacher, this concerns the dignity and reputation of Confucianism and the Shangyin Academy. Please prioritize the greater good. Indeed, Mr. Chun, if we lose this debate, we'll become a laughingstock, Aloysius urged. Alvaro clenched his fists, his eyelids twitching. For the honor and future of Confucianism, I will endure. Teacher's righteousness. Aloysius quickly led Alvaro over. Yo, Mr. Chun, I didn't invite you for pears. Seeing Alvaro, Ralph yawned. Our humble pears don't match your noble status. Alvaro's lips trembled. His face flushed as he wanted to retort. Beside him, Aloysius tugged at his sleeve. Alvaro sighed deeply, bowing respectfully. Giles, I apologize. I apologize to you. Chapter 137. A Duel from Afar 1. Mr. Liu, I was merely too impassioned in my debate just now and spouted some unintended nonsense. I didn't mean to belittle these villagers. Please forgive me, Mr. Liu. After reflecting upon it, I realized that you were right. I bow down in complete admiration. Jeffrey was about to perform a kowtow. Aloysius, Aryun, just for wanting to eat a pear, there's no need for such form. Jeffrey. Mr. Liu, this person challenged all the Confucian disciples at the Shangyin Academy, including Shaw. Shaw is your direct disciple. If he can't answer, won't it harm your reputation? Moreover, wouldn't Han Laoshu be displeased if he found out his son lost to an outsider? You have a point. Aryun nodded. While he didn't mind what others thought of him, Han Laoshu was his benefactor after all. Shaw must not lose. Yes, Shaw must not lose. Jeffrey put on a humble face. So please, Mr. Liu, help us? For Shaw's sake, I might consider helping. Aryun smiled faintly and rubbed his hands together. This will depend on the sincerity of the Shangyin Academy. Rest assured, teacher. Aloysius promptly responded. If you are willing to solve this problem, the Shangyin Academy will honor you as a distinguished guest forevermore, and I'll personally recommend you for the position of doctor. Doctor? Aryun coughed dryly. Buka, your teacher here is indifferent and doesn't like such titles. Jeffrey rolled his eyes from the side. Sincerity. Huh? This kid just wants money. He immediately pulled out a piece of graphite from his robe and reluctantly handed it over to Aryun. Mr. Liu, we can't let you help us for nothing. Please accept this token of appreciation. What's this? It's black and looks like sheep droppings? Aryun's expression showed disdain. Jeffrey, so. Cough, what I mean is, do you have any ideas? Very simple. Aryun spread his hands. Based on the riddle, this thing exists eternally but has never been seen by anyone. First, we eliminate all physical objects, meaning it must be an abstract concept. Moreover, everyone has had this thing but hasn't seen it. So we exclude macro concepts like weather, seasons, or laws. The answer must be a defined micro-concept. Mr. Liu, you're absolutely right. Aloysiuso and Jeffrey felt impressed but didn't fully understand. Mr. Liu, if you speak so mysteriously, what is the answer to this riddle? Is that it? Don't tell me you don't know either? Connor expressed doubt. Ha! Aryun smiled calmly and revealed the answer. The answer is tomorrow. Tomorrow? Everyone was confused. Exactly. Aryun explained slowly. I have something that I've never seen, and neither has anyone else, yet everyone knows I have it. Everyone has tomorrow, but no one has ever seen tomorrow, yet everyone knows it exists. That's not right. Connor doubted again. I've seen tomorrow. Have you? Of course. If I wait from now until tomorrow morning, haven't I seen tomorrow? Ha, what you saw is the sun, not tomorrow. Aryun shook his head smiling. Tomorrow is a relative concept, existing because of today. When you see tomorrow, it becomes today. Tomorrow becomes the day in Pigeon. Incredible. You've learned? Hee, all thanks to your teaching, sir. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. What kind of people does this Shangyang Academy produce? He began to feel Aryun's idea about establishing a school might have some merit. Swoosh. The pigeon flapped its wings, carrying the answer toward Xianyang City. Chapter 138. Dueling from Afar, Part 2. Shangyang Academy. In the Grand Hall, a gathering of distinguished scholars, notable professors, and elite students was taking place. Some were poring over classics, others were pacing back and forth, and a few were even hanging upside down from stone pillars, furrowing their brows in deep thought. However, after an entire hour, no one had come up with an answer. Brett, squatting at the head seat, slammed his fists on the table in frustration. Worthless. All of you are worthless. Despite your claims of vast knowledge and talent, not a single person can solve this simple problem. What use are any of you? Teacher Hayes, please calm down. I think we're starting to see some clues, said a young scholar named Cade, who was one of Hayes' new disciples. Brett, half an hour ago, you said the same thing. Cade, Omega, cough, cough. I just wanted to boost everyone's confidence. Brett. Worthless. Got it. Just then, a scholar rushed in breathlessly. Brett's face lit up as he hurriedly stood up. Do you have an answer? Not. Intimidating all 7 nations and turning Confucianism into a renowned philosophy. Who would have thought, in less than 100 years, Confucianism would decline so much? Gillis sighed deeply. Since Xuanzi's time, Confucianism had been in decline. The younger generation lacked talent, and even the scholars like Brett were mere pretenders seeking fame. Gillis genuinely felt regret for his teacher Arthur. No talent in Confucianism, no talent at all. Who says there's no talent in our Confucian school? You, yellow-haired child, dare to boast. A hoarse voice came from behind. Turning around, Gillis saw Brett staring arrogantly at him. What, have you found the answer? Just a small intellectual puzzle. Trying to stump us, how laughable. Really? So you spent an hour on it because it was easy? Brett's face flushed red. We only refrain from humiliating someone like you. Don't think you're unmatched in the world. I dare not claim to be number 1, but handling you corrupt scholars is more than enough. Daredevil, seems you need a lesson on humility. Brett flared angrily. This riddle, I already know the answer. The answer is tomorrow, right or wrong? Tomorrow? Hearing the answer, Gillis was taken aback, but then his eyes gleamed with excitement. Intriguing. It seems there's still hidden talent within Confucianism. I must pay respects to this scholar if given the chance. Ha, our Confucian talents are plentiful. Boy, I advise you to reconsider and avoid straying onto the wrong path. Otherwise, you'll become a laughingstock like your teacher, ending up nowhere. My future is none of your concern, great scholar Hayes. Mentioning his teacher made Gillis's expression darker. His teacher, endowed with great talent, had aspired to revitalize Confucianism but died bitter due to exclusion from these conservatives. My second question is a verse for you all to consider. A verse? Hearing Gillis's words, Brett laughed. Since Xuanzi, verse creation had flourished among scholars, especially in Confucian schools. Unlike the first question testing intellect, verses tested knowledge. Since Baylor unified the 6 states and Jixia Academy was destroyed, all classics were stored here. In terms of books, they were unrivaled. Testing knowledge against them was asking for trouble. With a wave of his hand, Brett declared, "Forgive him. If it's about versing, this old man can win alone. Go ahead, give your verse." Listen carefully. Gillis spoke calmly. At Green Forest Pass, White Blacksmith, Stokes Red Furnace, Burns Black Charcoal, sit south facing north, striking east-west. Everyone. That's it. What kind of verse is this? It sounds like the 5 elements, 5 colors, and 5 directions are interconnected. This verse is, in fact, a perfect absolute verse. Chapter 139. Duel from Afar 3. So, Master Shujun, didn't you just say that when it comes to poetic couplets, you alone would suffice? Gillis looked at Atli with a sardonic smile. Master Shujun has read extensively. I believe you already have an answer. Atli's lips twitched. Indeed, he had read many books and crafted countless poetic couplets. However, this one was not a normal poetic couplet. It was an absolute, virtually impossible to match perfectly, let alone decently. If he spoke now, he'd embarrass himself terribly today. Cough, cough. Such a simple poetic couplet is, of course, well within my grasp. But as a Confucian scholar, how can I bully a mere youngster like you? Let's leave this to the young ones. Gillis. The young scholars. They were initially eager to seize this chance for fame. But hearing Cade's words, everyone fell silent. Joking, a poem containing 5 elements, 5 colors, and 4 cardinal directions was humanly impossible to compose. What are you looking at? Quickly respond. I've taught you so much. It's time for some evaluation. Atlee scanned his students. In an instant, all the students avoided eye contact, none daring to step forward. Alan, you come? Ferguson? Alan stiffened. Our teacher said, a gentleman should yield. I've been your disciple for many years. This opportunity for recognition should be given to my juniors. Atlee. Eden, you come? Teacher, you know me. I'm the most devout student of Confucianism, only focusing on the classics. What do the 5 elements and 4 cardinal directions have to do with this? Clearly, they're matters of the Cassandriang school. This goes beyond our curriculum. Teacher, you also know that every field has its expertise. My forte lies in the 6 arts of a gentleman. This should be handed over to a more specialized senior brother. Teacher, don't look at me. I just joined your discipleship and haven't learned anything yet. Atlee. Worthless, a bunch of useless fellows. Teacher, perhaps we should send a message to Master Alvaro, Kate suggested weakly. All right. Let's send the message. Rustle, rustle. The pigeon fluttered down, startling petals of pear blossoms to scatter. Here. Desi hurriedly approached, removing the silk cloth tied around the pigeon's leg. Mr. Chun, the second question has arrived. Let me see. Alvaro took it and carefully unfolded the cloth. Youthful green village, white smithy, red hearth, black charcoal. Zaya swung his fan and smiled brightly. I matched water gold earth fire for the 5 elements, heart liver kidney lung for the 5 colors, and dragon tiger turtle sparrow for the 4 cardinal directions. Teacher, how does it sound? Wonderful. The 5 elements, 5 organs, and 4 spirits are all aligned. Befitting of the prince, truly talented. Desi enthusiastically flattered him. Alvaro, however, remained silent, his face stern. Isaiah frowned. Teacher, is there any issue with my poetic response? Alas. Alvaro sighed deeply. Prince, your response is exquisite. Indeed a masterpiece, but unfortunately, it doesn't quite match this person's composition. Why is that? Your matching of the 5 elements, 5 organs, and 4 spirits is impeccable and neatly arranged. But, Alvaro paused, this question includes more than that. Look, youthful green village, where green aligns with east, and village represents wood, white smithy, where white aligns with west, and smithy represents metal, red hearth, where red aligns with south, and hearth represents fire, black charcoal, where black aligns with north, and charcoal represents earth. The 5 elements, 5 colors, and cardinal directions in personal gain. It's called respecting knowledge. Respecting knowledge, my foot. Never have I met anyone so shameless. 1,000 gold clouds of incense ink aren't enough for you? Demanding money? Will you dare to be greedier? Alvaro felt 10,000 llamas stampede through his mind, barely restraining his urge to curse. But he suddenly realized something, his eyes lighting up. Agreed. He reached into his robe, pulling out several gold leaves and handing them to Ralph. Giles, can you help now? Hey, this old man is unexpectedly quick today. Any hidden agenda? Hee, this is a straightforward move. Alvaro's lips curled upward. This was a genuine, unsolvable riddle. Even gods couldn't solve it. He wanted to see Ralph's expression after taking the money but failing to solve it. Bam! Ralph unfolded the silk cloth, his face darkening. This problem. Hashtag chapter 140. Remote Duel of Wits 4. Ralph now understood why Master Alvaro had laughed so lecherously. This question was unsolvable, truly unsolvable. The 5 elements, 5 colors, and 4 directions were interconnected and corresponded to a complete system. This was outright cheating because there was no other system in the world that could match the 5 elements, 5 colors, and 4 directions, making this question impossible to solve. Extremely bewildered. The homing pigeon flew back to the Cassandra Academy again. Teacher, the pigeon is back? Kate whispered. Xerxes' face lit up. He immediately stood up and coughed. Cough, cough. Keep thinking. I'll go to the bathroom. Humph. Gillis shook his head. Of course, he knew Xerxes was going for backup again, but he didn't bother exposing the shameless old man because Gillis was confident in his own verse. Even if a celestial being descended upon the earth, it wouldn't be able to solve this riddle. In the restroom, Xerxes opened the silk. Ferguson, this? Teacher, how did Scholar Chun do? Did he solve this difficult problem? No. What? Even Scholar Chun couldn't solve it? What are we supposed to do now? Kate's face fell, but Xerxes smirked. Scholar Chun indeed didn't solve the verse, but he gave an answer. What? What do you mean? Alvaro, your talent is beyond my comprehension. Xerxes shook his head and left the restroom. Seeing his expression, Gillis frowned slightly. Did the expert really solve this verse? Impossible. Not even I can solve it. Gillis approached. Confucian scholar Shu Sun, do you have an answer? No. Xerxes shook his head. I admit your verse is unparalleled. Not just our Confucian scholars, but anyone in the world cannot solve it. 5 colors and 4 directions also use the yin yang system as a trap. What's the difference? Gillis was speechless. What? Still don't accept? For better fluency and natural reading in English, we can further refine this too. What? Still not convinced? Xerxes shrugged. Alright, let's try some more. Listen carefully. Sun Han used the art of war like a novice. Neha Bridge, what can I do about it? Cross Neha or not? Southland, Northman, this thief steals everything. Abie. Gillis. Crowd. Xerxes recited several ancient absolute verses in a row, leaving everyone dumbfounded. These verses were ingeniously crafted, adding restrictions in unexpected ways, none of which were less challenging than Gillis's 5 elements and colors. Watching Xerxes speak confidently, Gillis was shocked. After pondering for half a year, he only managed one absolute verse, while the other could casually recite over 10. Was he joking? Who was the genius behind the Confucians? They were too formidable. Enough, I concede this round. Humph, young people don't know their place. Xerxes was smug. I held back earlier to save face for you. Don't think I was afraid of you. Gillis. What nonsense. Without the mastermind behind him, they wouldn't stand a chance against me. But skill prevailed, and he had nothing to say. The depth of Confucianism is impressive. Today, I have seen it firsthand. But I still have a third question. Please help me. Gillis immediately presented his third question. Xerxes glanced at it, and his face twitched. Sure enough, this third question was as difficult as expected. He didn't pretend anymore and signaled Kate. Go, send a message to Scholar Alvaro. Teacher, shouldn't we let everyone take a look first? Look at what? Your group of fools can stare for 10,000 years, and it won't help. Send the message. Chapter 141. Solving the person who poses the problem. Hee Giles. Jeffrey stared at Ralph with a beaming smile. Ralph? No matter how radiant your smile is, don't even think of getting something for free. Jeffrey's smile froze. Without a doubt, the third question maintained its level of difficulty. He had no choice but to seek Ralph's help again. This kid was truly like a swallow picking feathers, giving no quarter. Cough, young Master Lu. It's not that I want something for free. It's just that I don't have anything valuable left on me. Really? Ralph glanced sideways, showing his suspicion. Jeffrey hurriedly flipped through his sleeves. Look, all I have left to pay the bill. If you paid, wouldn't it embarrass Teacher Chun? Damn. Jeffrey's lips twitched. I'd rather slap my own face, he thought inwardly. Cough, Giles makes a good point. The young master paying isn't appropriate. That's right. So, Teacher Chun. Ralph rubbed his hands together. Jeffrey. Giles, this headpiece means a lot to me. I really can't give it to you. So, which is more important, the headpiece or the Shangyin Academy's reputation? This? Jeffrey frowned in deep thought, and then shook his head. Forget it. Nobody acknowledges me as a giant anyway. What difference does having this headpiece make? All right, here. Jeffrey raised his hand and removed the headpiece. Hee, this headpiece goes well with my clothes. Ralph twisted his head as he wore it. Am I cool or what? TSK, dog lord. Jeffrey rolled his eyes. Now can we solve the question? Sure thing. Ralph immediately unrolled the silk. In the vast sea, there's a county magistrate named Ted who loves his people like children and is both loyal and filial. One day, Ted went out of the city on official business and encountered a heavy downpour causing the river to flood. If the watercourse isn't open to drain off the floodwaters in time, countless citizens will die. If the watercourse is opened, the flood will inundate the West Bay where Ted's mother and family is targeting Confucianism. Giles, you can't just take this headpiece for free. Jeffrey sighed deeply. The true challenge of this problem doesn't lie in the question itself, but in the social storm it might trigger after being answered. Either choice, if spoken by a Confucian master, would immediately place them under scrutiny. Confucians might be criticized by scholars everywhere. If something similar happened in the future, officials could shift the blame to Confucians. By then, every Confucian would be targeted and their reputation utterly ruined. Thus, regardless of the outcome, Gillis already won the moment he posed this question. This question's impact transcends mere academic debate. It affects Confucian social reputation. Otherwise, how could Jeffrey willingly hand over the headpiece? Old Chun, who did you upset at the Shangyin Academy? The questions they've been coming up with, each one sharper than the last. Ralph furrowed his brows in contemplation. They're just old grudges that aren't worth mentioning. Jeffrey shook his head. If you can solve this, consider it a debt owed to you. Really hard. Ralph scratched his head. This question is different from the magistrate killing his father case proposed by Jeffrey. There's no easy workaround like resigning from office. Old Chun, truthfully, I can't answer this. Give back my headpiece. Wait. Ralph quickly stepped back. Even though I can't solve Confucianism, the supreme sage Giacomo, the second sage Mencius, and the later sage Xuanzi, Gillis held incense and knelt before each statue, performing the grand 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations. Gillis, you've come here today merely to seek justice for your teacher Arthur. Caden's expression was cold. I admit, we acted too rashly back then, but Arthur was ultimately one of us Confucianists. He would not want our school's reputation to be tarnished. If you agree to concede, from today onward, we will restore Arthur's status as a great scholar and place his memorial tablet within this hall. Are you willing? You are the ones who lost. Gillis gave a cold snort. Haha, does it matter? Caden shook his head. This world is not black and white. Sometimes, winning or losing doesn't matter. What matters is the result, isn't that right? Gillis lifted his eyes, but remained silent. His teacher's greatest wish was to return to Confucianism and be honored alongside the sages in this hall, the highest honor for any scholar. This outcome was undoubtedly satisfactory, and his teacher would likely be pleased. From today onward, I, Gillis, will not set foot in Shangyin. Let's get in the carriage first. Okay. Ralph bent down and entered the carriage. Brother Harley, have some fruit. Thank you. By the way, Brother Harley, did you find the food at home unsuitable these past few days? It was fine. Why do you ask? Well, these past few days, there has always been a strange odor coming from the West Wing. I thought. Cough, cough. Ralph interrupted Evie with a dry cough. Xandrakson, Gillis intends to bid farewell to Uncle Sher and leave Xianyang City. Gillis, thank you for your care during my stay. Please take care of yourself in the future. What? You are leaving? Evie trembled. Is there something wrong with the hospitality at my family? Not at all. The Chancellor treated me like family, and Suzanne has been considerate. I am deeply grateful. but I still have matters to attend to in Xianyang and must depart. Brother Harley, you can tell me what you need. My father is the Chancellor of Baylor. Staying would allow me to assist you better. Ah, well. Gillis's face darkened. He was planning to assassinate the Otis. If Carmine found out, not only would he not help, but would likely try to kill him first. Cough, cough. My decision is final. Please don't try to dissuade me. All right then. Evie bit her lip in frustration. Brother Harley, you're unfamiliar with Xianyang. Let me give you some silver to help you with your business. No, it's not necessary. The Otis laughed. It's more fun sparring with that young man. Lou, you brat, just wait until next time. I'll show you who's boss. Daryl. Omega. Lucky I didn't win. The Emperor is still fond of holding grudges. Daryl, anything new recently? Yes, sire, and it involves Giles. Oh, what trouble is he causing now? The Otis's eyes sparkled. Tell me more. Hee, Giles did not cause trouble this time. Instead, he has done something significant. Go on. Hashtag end of chapter 142. Chapter 143. Worn out like a dog without a home. Daryl immediately recounted the event of Gillis's challenge at the Cassandra Sue Palace. Emperor Amir listened with great interest, especially when he heard about the 3 difficult questions, which made him applaud in approval. Brilliant, simply brilliant. Any one of these 3 problems could stump students across the land. Harley is truly a genius. I underestimated you. This young man is truly extraordinary. Yes, this time it was all thanks to Mr. Liu. Otherwise, the Confucian scholars would have been in great trouble. Daryl nodded with a smile. Although he had no particular fondness for Geoffrey and his group of pedantic scholars, the eldest prince was also a Confucian scholar. If Confucianism became a laughingstock, it wouldn't be beneficial for the eldest prince either. This young man did indeed do well this time. But, Emperor Amir narrowed his eyes. Why do I feel that the answer to the 3rd question seems a bit strange? Cough, cough. Daryl gave a dry cough and quickly shut his mouth. It was truly daring of Aryan to jest about Emperor Amir like that. Didn't he know that a few scholars were buried alive for criticizing Emperor Amir after getting drunk last time? Ah, choosing whom to save first from water, huh? Emperor Amir chuckled coldly. Just wait. Next time I'll throw your little servant girl and a few of your subordinates into the water, and we'll see who you save first. Daryl was speechless. That boy was in trouble again. Another mark on his record. Gillis? Emperor Amir narrowed his eyes. This person's talent is on par with Harley. He's no ordinary man. Why haven't I heard of such a talented person before? Your Majesty, the governor of Cassandragwan once recommended him for an official position, but he declined. Furthermore, his father Dwayne and his ancestors for 5 generations were prime ministers of Han. They were closely associated with the nobles of the 6 states, so nothing came of it. Oh, the son of Dwayne, eh? Emperor Amir stroked his beard. Gillis has immense talent, yet he refuses to serve me. Daryl, what do you think his intentions are? Does your Majesty mean? Daryl gestured in blood. He lifted a tripod cauldron? Emperor Amir's eyelids twitched. The last person who dared lift a tripod was probably my great-grandfather Cassandragda. But while that mighty man died from lifting it, John managed to smash through a wall with it and escape. A sign of incredible strength. Not bad for someone who will eventually bring down the Baylor dynasty. Indeed, he is born extraordinary. Luckily, I got information from Harley early on. Otherwise, waiting until you rebelled would have been troublesome. Coldness flashed in Emperor Amir's eyes. Baylor valued martial prowess, and he understood how terrifyingly influential a superb warrior general could be on the battlefield. Such men could inspire entire armies, directly impacting battle outcomes, as seen with Joel in the past. Order the whole realm to post pictures of John. Anyone who reports and captures him will be rewarded with £1,000 and given a position as a doctorial official. Understood. By the way, what about Bang? Any news? Emperor Amir looked grave. According to Aryan, this Bang eventually defeated John and won the world. If John was already hard to deal with, this Bang must pose an even greater threat. Or suddenly going mad, wanting to capture us for no reason. We've run from Kuaiji all the way to Nanyang, chased like homeless dogs. It's humiliating. Himph, still got the nerve to ask? Astrid Bow scowled. It's because of your loose tongue, getting denounced. I've told you before, everywhere in the world is watched by Baylor's eyes. To achieve great things, you must be cautious and endure humiliation. But you enjoy making friends with rascals and cursing to rebel when drunk. Now look at us. Years of planning gone to waste, chased like dogs. Happy now? Cough, cough. I didn't expect the tyrant to be so ruthless. Just a couple of drunken curses, and he actually seized our property. John coughed, a cold glint in his eyes. The brutal Baylor defies heaven. One day, John, will find an opportunity to personally decapitate him. Shut up, or we'll face more trouble. Astrid Bow rolled his eyes. When entering the city, keep a low profile. My friend will meet us here in Nanyang. We'll rest for a day, and leave immediately. All right, but where are we escaping to? John asked curiously. Astrid Bow narrowed his eyes. Xianyang. Chapter 144. John captured? Xianyang? John's eyes lit up. Are you planning to assassinate the Otis? Nonsense. Astrid Bow shook his head. Do you think the Otis is that easy to assassinate? Agrukul, a true man should lead the world. After resting for a while, they continued on their journey, quickly arriving at the city of Nanyang Commandery. Outside the city gates, many people gathered curiously, making it quite lively. Seeing this, Astrid Bow frowned slightly. What's going on? Why are there so many people so early in the morning? John squeezed into the crowd out of curiosity. Hey brother, what's everyone looking at? Didn't you hear? The officials just posted an announcement saying that John and his uncle Astrid Bow from Kuaiji committed treason and are being sought by the court with a reward of 1,000 gold pieces. To say nothing of 1,000 gold pieces, they'll also be appointed as officials. What? 1,000 gold pieces reward for catching me? John was shocked and looked up. Indeed, 2 portraits were pasted on the wall, one of him and one of his uncle. That's 1,000 gold pieces, probably enough to last a lifetime. So, who exactly is this John? To be rewarded 1,000 gold pieces and given official rank, even the highwaymen don't get such treatment. Indeed, if I could meet this John, it would be good. You must be kidding. He's a murderer and arsonist. If we met him, we wouldn't survive. The crowd buzzed with excitement over the substantial reward. Hey brother, why do you look like the person in this portrait? The old man squinted at John. Hee, don't be angry, uncle. I'm just joking. John smiled sheepishly. Uncle, are we still going to Xianyang? Yes. This tyrant emperor is determined to capture us. Turning back would be even more dangerous. Astrid Bo sighed deeply. In the future, we must be extra cautious. Travel at night, rest during the day, and never take the main roads, understood? Got it. Whoosh. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from behind them. John's pupils contracted. Who's there? Now. Before he could finish speaking, a fishing net was thrown out, enveloping both of them. Behind the haystack, several villagers wielding pitchforks and hoes rushed out. Oh no. Eli's face changed as he hastily drew his sword. These two are the bandits. Quick, pull. Don't let them escape. The leading man growled, and everyone exerted all their strength pulling the net. Ouch. Everything happened so suddenly. John and Astrid Bo were caught off guard and instantly fell to the ground, entangled in the net. 7 or 8 men swarmed forward, pulling the net taut, leaving no chance for reaction, lifting both of them and hanging them on a large tree. Ha ha ha, we're rich. 1,000 gold pieces and becoming an official brothers. We're lucky. The men celebrated excitedly. Release us. Astrid Bo struggled fiercely, but the net restrained. The few villagers stood no chance. In a matter of seconds, all the villagers were slain. Hashtag chapter 145. Iman. What a nice name. The scholar in white dismounted his horse. Brother Astrid Bo, I am Adnan. I apologize for arriving late and making you suffer. Brother Adnan, you have arrived just in time. Astrid Bo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Come forward. Quickly untie Master Astrid. Adnan waved his hand, and a rider ready to climb the tree to free the 2 men. Why make it so troublesome? John chuckled. Brother, move aside. Ferguson? Adnan furrowed his brow, but still motioned the rider to step back. Swish, swish. The fishing net on the tree branch swayed gently. John tensed his arms. Veins popped out on his shoulders. With a loud tear, the sturdy net burst open. John leaped down, landing steadily on the ground. TCH, do you really think a simple fishing net can contain me? Ow, my back. Astrid Bo landed on his bottom, wincing in pain. Chun, brother, please forgive this spectacle. Seeing this, Adnan's eyes widened in surprise. Is this Master Astrid? Could this be John, grandson of General Astrid Yen? Indeed, it is I. John proudly raised his chin. I've heard much about General Astrid Yen's grandson, renowned for your incredible strength. It's an honor to meet you today indeed. Adnan smiled and bowed. This is Adnan from Nanyang. He's an old friend of mine. Don't forget to thank Jed for saving our lives. I didn't need him. A few mere weaklings wouldn't stand a chance against me, John said, slightly displeased. Astrid Bo looked helpless. Well, Jed, forgive my nephew's arrogance. No problem. Adnan smiled. With Astrid brothers' prowess, escaping would have been effortless even without our help. By the way, Brother Chun, as someone within the court, do you know why the Emperor has suddenly issued an arrest warrant for us? Not sure, Adnan narrowed his eyes. However, there's a rumor that even if Chu were reduced to 3 families, it would still destroy Baylor. Perhaps someone slandered us to the Otis. If I ever find out who did this to the Astrid family, I will personally behead them and use their skull as a wine vessel. John grumbled angrily. Astrid brother, with the imperial edict issued, the city is too dangerous now. I cannot invite you in. No worries. Do you have any plans moving forward? We have some businesses in Xianyang. My uncle and I plan to head there to check on things. Yes, Xianyang is only 300 li away from Nanyang. Good destination. Men. Adnan gestured. Something important has happened. Impatient, Xiaohe reached to pull him down. Axel, you scoundrel, spying on my bath again? Go to hell. A roar erupted from the other side. Splash. A bucket of water splashed over him. Axel yelped, falling backward and becoming drenched like a drowned rat. Xiaohe. Axel, I told you not to shout so loudly. You've ruined my reputation. Axel tousled his wet hair and glared. Ha ha ha, you deserved it. Xiaohe laughed and helped him up. Axel, you're getting older. You should settle down soon. This sneaking around isn't right. Yeah, I'd love to, but my family is so poor. Who would marry me? Axel chewed on a piece of straw nonchalantly. Anyway, what did you want? Almost forgot the important matter. Ferguson re-up? Xiaohe grabbed Axel and dragged him out. But, Xiaohe, I haven't eaten yet. What's going on? Just then, Axel noticed a squad of soldiers approaching. Outside the pavilion stood several dozen armored cavalrymen in black armor. Black dragon banners fluttered in the wind, and even from a distance, Axel could sense their intimidating presence. Black dragon guards? The Emperor's personal guards. Why would they come to a place like Sisui Pavilion? Axel's expression changed drastically. Could they be here for me? Don't flatter yourself. Xiaohe rolled his eyes. There he returned, channeling clear spring water through bamboo pipes into the village. This astonishing sight drew gasps of amazement from many villagers. Our young master is so smart. With this water wheel, watering will be much easier in the future. Not just that, the young master must be a god sent from heaven, not only smart but also benevolent. After we plant these sweet potatoes, there'll be no more worries about food and clothing. Here comes the young master. Here comes the young master. As the villagers chattered, Ralph, yawning widely, came over with his companions Brant and a few others. Good morning, young master. Good morning, young master. Good morning, everyone. Ralph smiled and waved at Brant. Brant and Havelock pushed several carts of sweet potato seedlings over. These are the sweet potato seedlings? They look just like the pigweed in the fields. Seeing the sweet potato seedlings for the first time, the villagers started discussing again with great interest. Cough, cough. Ralph cleared his throat. Fellow villagers, let me explain how to plant these sweet potato seedlings. Although they are resilient, they are quite fragile before taking root. You must loosen the soil, dig holes, and water them promptly after planting. Once planted, don't disturb them anymore. Do you all understand? Not really. Everyone shook their heads. Ralph, Brant, demonstrate it for them. Sure thing. Brant immediately grabbed a hoe, dug a hole, and demonstrated the planting process. Planting sweet potatoes seems pretty simple. It's similar to planting millet. The villagers talked excitedly among themselves. Ralph spoke up again. Does everyone understand now? Yes. Ralph? Indeed. Actions speak louder than words. All right, since everyone understands, form a line to collect your seedlings. Try to plant them before noon when the sun rises. Otherwise, the high temperatures might affect the survival rate of the seedlings. Don't worry, young master. Farming is what we're best at. Let's get to work, everyone. Porter clapped his hands. Farmers carried their hoes into the fields and began planting the sweet potatoes, bending down and wiping their sweat under the golden sunlight, as if in an oil painting. Watching this peaceful scene, Ralph couldn't help but feel sentimental. Compared to those modern-day workers who die suddenly from overwork, these villagers might truly be the happiest people. They never witnessed the splendors of the world, nor did they agonize over them. What they needed and saw was merely the crops underfoot, the hoes in hand, and their families behind them. As long as they had enough to eat and drink, they were content. Even an extra egg from the hen could bring joy for a whole day. If waste got strained, it might affect her health in the future. You stop it. Ferguson? Not that I'd let you do it, right? Where's Brant? Brant and the others went to help with their own farms. You rest, young master. It's just this small patch of land. Alicia will finish soon. Ralph looked around. Almost every villager was busy planting. There was no one available. At that moment, a graceful figure caught Ralph's eye. Ow, my back. Ava, having distributed 2 carts of seedlings, lay exhausted on a cart frame, munching on a pear. Damn landlord, making me do housework is fine, but farm work too? So inhumane. But this pear is really sweet. Seeing Ava, Ralph laughed. He took the large hoe from Alicia, walked over to Ava, and cast a shadow over her. Their eyes met, and Ava froze. Ralph smiled warmly. Ava, you've been so hard-working today. Not at all, not at all. Helping you is a privilege. Ava forced a smile. I'm not tired at all. You're really not tired? Absolutely not. All right then. Ralph handed the hoe to Ava. Ava. See this field? It's ours. If you're not tired, take care of planting all the sweet potato seedlings here. Ava was stunned. Are you kidding me? Haven't you seen how my back is almost broken? I distributed 2 full carts of seedlings all by myself. I barely got a break, and you want me to farm again? Landlords are worse than capitalists. Ralph directly upon hearing your name. That's right. He's just a small local landlord. Does he deserve such a personal welcome from sir? The servants began flattering him. Sir, would you like to rest here for a moment while we go ahead to scout the path and inform the villagers of your arrival? No. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my old body can indeed hardly endure it anymore. Nate waved his hand casually. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, Ralph has some skills. If he doesn't want to come, do not use force. Understood? Yes. Ride. 2 servants immediately leapt onto their horses and rode along the field straight towards Nyogwa village. An entire morning had passed. The villagers of Nyogwa village were busy planting crops enthusiastically. Young seedlings were planted one by one, adding a touch of greenery to the scattered fields, making them look much more pleasant. Ralph gazed at the lush expanse before him, feeling a surge of emotion. Planting a single seed in spring, harvesting thousands of measures in autumn. They weren't just planting seedlings but sowing hope. When these sweet potatoes matured, the whole village would become richer and happier. His stockpile as a landlord would also increase significantly. Thinking of the scene of harvest, Ralph felt all the hard work these days was worthwhile. Sir, have some tea. Thank you. Ralph took the tea and sipped it twice. Alicia frowned as she watched Taya laboring under the hot sun in the field. It was nearly noon, and the scorching sun hung high overhead. Even standing in the sun was unbearable, let alone working under it. Taya's makeup had long been ruined by sweat, her eyes blackened like a panda's. Sir, aren't you being too harsh? Sister Taya is a girl after all. Ah, indeed it is too much. Ralph nodded and walked over to Taya. Taya, you've worked hard. I'm sorry, sir didn't consider your well-being earlier. Wah. Upon hearing this, Taya almost burst into tears. Has this damned landlord finally seen reason? Do you know what I've been through? If you hadn't spoken up, I'd have died working in this field. Sir, You don't need to say anything, I understand. Ralph took the large hoe from Taya's hands. Thank you, sir. Just as Taya wanted to express her gratitude, Ralph handed her a smaller hoe. Taya. Ralph. As the saying goes, a craftsman must first sharpen his tools. For your petite frame, using such a big hoe isn't convenient. It's my mistake. I didn't think about it properly, making you work so hard. Look at this smaller hoe, perfectly suited for your height. Using it will be like swimming in water smoothly and effortlessly. Try your best to finish by noon, or it'll delay our meal. Work hard. Ralph said this and turned away, carrying the large hoe. Taya. She stared at the small hoe in her hand, stunned. Damn landlord, go to hell. Move aside. Get out of the way, you peasants. At that moment, 2 riders charged towards the village on fiery steeds. Seeing the farmers working, they didn't stop but instead shouted coldly. Our seedlings! Our seedlings! Don't come closer. This land can't be trampled on. Several villagers waved and yelled, trying to stop them. SSS. Their cries startled the horses, causing them to neigh and charge towards Ralph's family plot. Clop, clop. The horses galloped wildly, ruining countless crops. Ah, help. Taya screamed and froze in place, clearly terrified. Commoner, get out of the way. Prince reflexively pulled on the reins. SSS. The horse reared up and lunged towards Taya. Not good. Ralph changed his expression and pounced on Taya to pull her aside. Plop. Simultaneously, the servant on the horse was thrown off, crashing heavily into the field. Sir, Sister Taya, are you alright? Alicia and several villagers quickly surrounded them, helping them up. Why don't you watch where you're going? Right, the path is over there. How could you ride into our field? Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Otherwise, you'd face legal consequences. Hearing Blaze's accusations, Prince shook his dazed head and got up. My tooth. He touched his mouth and found a tooth in his hand. Damn, damn. Prince flew into a rage. How dare you, commoners, obstruct my master's horse? To find death. Prince whipped out his riding crop and lashed at the villagers mercilessly. Smack, smack. The whip, embedded with gold threads, left bloody cuts wherever it struck. Ouch. Help. How dare you hit people? Stop. Beating you blind dogs is what you deserve. Another servant similarly whipped the villagers without mercy. In an instant, Blaze and others were bleeding profusely, holding their heads and running around chaotically. Help murder. Snap, snap. Ralph clenched his fists tightly. Seeing this, he exploded with anger. These seedlings were nurtured for a month by him. So many were trampled in just a moment. More importantly, he, Ralph, was always the one bullying others. Who did these bastards think they were, daring to bully the people of his Nyogwa village? Did they think he was dead? Stop. Stop it. Before Ralph could speak, Alicia rushed in front of Blaze. Alicia glared fiercely. How can you be so ruthless? You trampled our crops and not only didn't apologize, but started beating us too. Exactly. Aren't you too domineering? Himph. Who are you, little girl, interfering in my business? You need a lesson. Nox shouted loudly and whipped at Alicia's face. Ah. Alicia screamed and closed her eyes reflexively. Chapter 148. Is Bram really tall? Smack. The whip descended, stirring up the wind. Drip, drip. Drops of blood fell, staining the sweet potato sprouts on the ground red. Alicia slowly opened her eyes, staring at the not-so-towering figure in front of her, stunned where she stood. Why, young master? The warm sunlight bathed Ralph, but could not melt the icy cold expression on his face. Ralph clutched the whip, glaring coldly at the servant on horseback. At that moment, he was thoroughly enraged. Even dragons have scales they cannot touch. Anyone who harms Alicia must pay a price. You boy, you. Looking into Ralph's cold eyes, Nox felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. Realizing what had happened, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment. Bold commoner, how dare you? You're the one being bold. Get off. Ralph yanked hard with his right hand, pulling both the servant and the whip off the horse. Aya. Nox hit the ground headfirst, dazed and disoriented. Why, young master, are you alright? Alicia rushed over and took Ralph's hand. The small white hand now bore multiple cuts from the whip, blood dripping continuously. Seeing this, Alicia felt an overwhelming pain and tears immediately welled up. Wah, young master, does it hurt? Not at all, silly girl. Don't cry. Seeing you cry makes me hurt. Ralph smiled as he gently patted Alicia's head. Why, young master? Is young master alright? Hearing the commotion, Calvin and several other villagers carrying hoes ran over. Damn scoundrels, damn scoundrels. Nox climbed to his feet, shouting in fury and humiliation. How dare you fight back? Have you grown tired of living? Ralph slowly turned around, his gaze turning cold as ice. Come here. Yes, young master. Beat them mercilessly. Yes. Seeing Ralph angry, Calvin and the others said nothing and started swinging their hoes without hesitation. Villagers, beat them to death. Go on. Harrison and other villagers, seeing their loved ones injured, also joined in with righteous anger. Witnessing this, the two servants were terrified, their faces pale as they tried to draw their swords. Commoners, what do you think you're doing? Aya. Nox was just about to speak when Calvin struck him with a hoe. Ah. Bang. Thud. Crack. Nox's voice was drowned out by the villagers. Lord Bram, how tall is he? Being tall isn't everything. Can you trample crops because you're tall? Do you still feel superior? Are you still feeling high and mighty? Beat this bastard to death. Me. Cough. Stop, stop. Seeing the two unconscious, Daryl quickly stopped the villagers. Master, they fainted. If we continue, we'll really end up killing someone. Fainted? Ralph narrowed his eyes. Then splash water on them. Master, I already peed on them. No response. Finley pulled up his pants. Ralph? If peeing doesn't work, then they're really out. Strip them naked and hang them up. Yes. The villagers promptly stripped and bound the two men and prepared to hang them on a crooked tree at the village entrance. Trot, trot. Just then, several mounted knights charged over. Calvin and others tensed up. These knights were all clad in black, wearing long sabers, identical to the two servants. Seeing the two hanging servants, the lead knight frowned. Stop, release them. Who are you to order us around? Calvin gave Nox a look. Where is the landlord, Ralph? I am Ralph. May I inquire about your purpose? So you are Ralph? Nate scanned him from top to bottom, revealing a slight surprise. Surprisingly young? Imph. No wonder you act so rashly. Typical youthful recklessness. Though lacking in composure, you still have decorum. Barely passable talent. Nate dismissed the comment with a wave. Release them. Release them? Ralph chuckled. They are your men? Indeed. Then you came at the perfect time. Ralph's tone turned icy. Let's settle the score. ##### chapter 149. This person can be dealt with. Did you say, settling accounts? Ha 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 ha. Nate burst into laughter, his head thrown back. Young man, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Trampling our crops and harming the villagers means you must compensate us. Heron snorted coldly. Right, pay up, pay up. The crowd of villagers shouted indignantly. Nate's brows twitched, a trace of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but he didn't lose his temper. Fine. My men damaged your crops, compensation is reasonable. Bring out the money. What, sir, this? I said, bring out the money. Yes, sir. Several servants, though displeased, immediately brought out a chest of silver. Is this enough? Fat sheep, huh? Brant's eyes lit up, and he shook his head. Not enough. What? Not enough? The servant's face darkened. Heron grinned and grabbed a piece of silver. The villagers who were injured, whose crops were trampled, who were scared, or who helped me. Single, elderly, disabled, mentally challenged. Everyone come and get the money. The villagers. Hearing Heron's words, the astonished villagers finally reacted. What? It includes us too? Young master is truly kind-hearted. Thank you, young master, thank you. No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. Heron handed out the silver while gesturing to Brant. Go, release them. Okay. Brant didn't hesitate, immediately freeing the two servants from the tree. Wake up, both of you. When there was no response, Brant slapped them both, waking the servants. You all saw that they are alive. Whatever happens next is not our problem. Brant released the two men. Nate. Sir, please seek justice for us brothers. These rascals are too outrageous. The servants immediately wailed upon seeing Nate. Nate gave them a disdainful glance. Don't worry, the dignity of the chariot commandant's residence won't be compromised. By the way, old brother, you mentioned who you were just now? Heron asked casually after distributing the silver. My name is Nate. Nate? As long as it's not Bram. Insolent. You dare to call our lord by his name, do you wish to die? The leading servant scolded. Ferguson? Who did you say your lord is? Him flisted to their hands would have no chance of survival. There is nothing impossible. Nate waved his hand. Bang bang bang. Instantly, dozens of chests filled with gold, silver, and jewels were brought out. Heron, my lord appreciates talent, and has specifically sent me to invite you. If you serve my lord, I will ensure your future wealth and glory. What? Bram wants to recruit me? Heron, I have shown you enough respect today, so I hope you don't disrespect this offer. Nate patted Heron on the shoulder. By the way, the people sent to invite you last time didn't understand etiquette. I have had their ears cut off and sent along. Hope you don't mind. Last time, Heron noticed two bloody ears lying in the chest. His eyelids fluttered. Are you threatening me? Ha 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 ha, no, it's a suggestion. Nate swung his sleeve coldly. Take them. Sir, it's those few who attacked us. And these riffraff, all of them attacked us. The servants gritted their teeth. Capture all these riffraff. Yes. The leading servant coldly snorted, and the strong men immediately moved to seize the villagers. Damien and the villagers paled with fear. Save us, young master. I don't want the silver. Don't take me. Stop. Heron barked, blocking the servants. I appreciate the invitation, Sir Zhao, but could not bring himself to trade villagers' well-being for wealth and status. Since this situation could not be resolved peacefully, there was no point in tolerating further. First, they deserve to be punished. Second, handing anyone over is out of the question. Third, I have no interest in Zhao Manor. You can leave now. The servants were stunned into silence. This was the first time any of them had witnessed someone dare to speak so brazenly. Bram, commander of the chariots, the emperor's most trusted official, tutor to Prince Cameron, and a man of immense power. Even royalty would give him respect. Who gave this small landlord the courage to speak so insolently? Does this kid actually understand what he's saying? He's confronting Bram, commander of the chariots. He's crazy. This kid has gone mad, daring to speak like this to Master Zhao. He's dead. He's certainly dead. Sure enough, Nate's face turned icy cold. He stared hard at Ralph, his eyes twitching. Ha ha ha, what a man you are, Ralph. What a landlord you are in Yogon village. I thought you were merely arrogant and reckless, but I see you lack discernment. Ralph, you've sealed your own fate. Huh, really? Two things I hate most in life. First, having fingers pointed at my face. Second, being threatened. The servants, unable to hold back their anger any longer, rushed in upon Nate's command. Master, should we fight? Calvin asked hesitantly. Don't talk nonsense, attack. Ralph took the lead, pulling out his electric baton and striking Nate between the legs. Ah! Nate screamed in agony, collapsing and twitching on the ground. Are you still standing there? Let's make it clear that we've offended them thoroughly. Ralph sneered. No holding back. Beat them mercilessly. I've had enough of Bram, this dog. With your permission, master. The brothers attack? All right. Villagers, help us. Beat these scoundrels to death. Daryl and the villagers joined the fray, wielding hoes and sticks. Clanging, booming, thumping. In a moment, chaos erupted as servants and villagers clashed wildly. Despite their fewer numbers, the servants were strong and fit, able to handle multiple villagers. But they couldn't withstand the overwhelming force and quickly ended up bleeding and moaning on the ground. Insolent peasants, how dare you? Ouch. Before the leading servant could finish speaking, he was knocked out by a heavy blow. Immediately, dozens of villagers swarmed around him. Servants, wide-eyed. Run quickly. Don't run, protect master. A few servants lifted the twitching Nate and fled towards the village outskirts. You guys were so arrogant, weren't you? Come back if you're brave. Stop. That's enough, don't chase them. Ralph waved his hand. The villagers stopped, watching Nate and his men flee in disarray. The villagers cheered, brandishing their sticks. Dog brats, come to Nyogon village again, and we'll break your legs. Hee hee, they deserved it for bullying us. Today felt great. Thanks to Master, long live Master. Ralph looked at the jubilant villagers and shook his head in resignation. Beating someone might feel good momentarily, but it could lead to severe consequences. These villagers probably didn't realize what attacking Bram's men meant. Bram was notoriously cruel and vengeful. Just because Daryl had once insulted him as a eunuch, Bram had harbored hatred. After ascending to power, he ordered the execution of the entire Ming clan, including the elderly and infants, sparing no one. By hitting his steward, Bram would definitely seek revenge against him. It looks like I can't stay in Xianying anymore. Ralph sighed deeply. Calvin. Yes, Master. What else? Go home immediately and pack. We're moving out. What? Moving out? Calvin was astonished. So was Mora. Why, Master? We just planted crops. Why move now? Yeah, Master. What will we do if you leave? The villagers voiced their concerns. Everyone, the people we beat today wield significant power in the court. They won't let this go easily. Ralph looked sternly, but rest assured Ralph's cudgel blow would have nearly killed him. Master, it's great you're all right. Seeing Nate regain consciousness, the servants breathed a sigh of relief. Do I look fine to you? Nate felt furious inside. Worthless bunch. All of you. To pay so much silver for you people, and you can't even handle a few rowdies. What use are you? Master, please calm down. The issue is there are too many of them. Yes, not only many but vicious. Each one is more treacherous than the last. These Nyogo villagers are savage, just like bandits. The servants complained collectively. Nate's expression grew increasingly grim. Ever since 10 years ago when Bram rose to power, and Nate followed suit, he had never experienced such humiliation. Even nobility's offspring dared not act rashly in front of him. Today, he was beaten by a mere landlord, and badly at that. An unbearable disgrace. How outrageous, how outrageous. This little landlord, I swear I will make you suffer immensely. Master, shall we go back and get reinforcements? Bullshit. Nate knew well that he had sworn to Bram to subdue Ralph. If Bram found out that he was also beaten, his face would be lost, likely becoming the last. Despite the incense filling the room, it couldn't suppress the overwhelming stench. What on earth is Janice up to? If *T could make ice, I believe pigs can fly. Dash now regretted giving Janice money to buy feces. But things being what they were, he could only hope Janice wasn't joking around. Mr. Wu, why does your home smell worse than a latrine? Mr. Wu has gone to great lengths for this ice business. Yeah, to endure such conditions shows your resilience. We truly admire it. The merchants entered sarcastically. Dash looked embarrassed. You gentlemen are jesting. We don't have time for jokes. Yes, tomorrow is the delivery deadline. We came to see how young Master Wu's ice preparations are progressing. Ahem, rest assured. Since Wu family made a promise, we will fulfill it. Please wait a moment while I check on Wei. Go ahead. Dash left the room and returned moments later, carrying an incense burner. Pardon my rudeness. Dash carried the burner away, leaving the merchants speechless. In the backyard, dozens of large pots sat amidst busy workers mixing ashes and feces over boiling fires. Black smoke billowed like a biochemical weapon, killing surrounding plants. Faster, faster. Jaden held a whip, watching the workers. Useless bunch, if you don't refine 500 pounds of feces today, you won't get paid a single coin. No slackers allowed, or you'll taste my whip. Jaden, choke. Janice covered his nose and entered the yard. Young master, welcome back. Yes, I've prepared the ice-making containers. How much white crystal have you produced? Is it enough? Hee hee, young master. After 3 days and nights of continuous work, we have refined over 1,000 pounds of white crystal. According to the secret recipe, 1 tael of white crystal can produce 10 pounds of ice. These crystals should be enough to produce 10,000 pounds of ice. 10,000 pounds? Janice's eyes lit up. Wonderful, my efforts haven't been in vain. After making the ice, those old fools in the family will respect me, ha ha ha. Janice laughed triumphantly. Jaden, you've done well. When the ice is ready, I'll promote you to be our accountant. Thank you, young master. I'll serve you faithfully. Jaden was elated. Ralph, you didn't expect me to thrive outside the Liu family. One day, I'll repay your insults tenfold, 100-fold. Now get back to refining the white crystal. Delivery is tomorrow. Everyone works double tonight, understood? Rest assured, young master, everything is under control. Janice. Just then, Dash walked in. This is a miracle, a miracle. Dash looked delighted. Father, I told you that your son would surely make ice. Janice smiled smugly. Now, I've already refined nearly 1,000 pounds of white crystal, enough to produce 10,000 pounds of ice blocks. And the cost is less than 1,000 silver taels. As long as the citizens of Xianyang keep using the toilet, our Wu family will have an endless supply of ice. This is truly a highly profitable venture, almost like freebies. 10,000 pounds. Dash was startled, but then laughed heartily, patting Janice on the shoulder. My dear eldest son, well done. But there's still one issue. This method of turning water into ice is indeed good, but it's too smelly, isn't it? Over these past few days, countless wealthy merchants in the neighborhood have complained to the magistrate about us. If it weren't for your brother-in-law being the magistrate, the authorities would have come here already. Janice. Cough, father, don't worry. Due to time constraints, I've been refining at home, but soon I'll rent a workshop outside the city specifically for refining ice. Good. Dash nodded in satisfaction. Janice, you are indeed my most outstanding son. I didn't misjudge you. If you can accomplish this task, I'll entrust you with 1/3 of the Wu family business. What? 1/3 of the business? Thank you, father. Your son will not bottom. No matter how many white crystals they added, the water stayed on the verge of freezing but never fully froze. How is this possible? We've almost put in 10 pounds. Why isn't it freezing? Wei, this ice-making technique, does it actually work? The smile on Dash's face also faded. Sir, please wait a moment. Quickly bring Jaden to me. Yes. Following Janice's order, a worker soon brought Jaden over. Greetings, Master Wu. Greetings, Lord Wu. Jaden, what's going on here? I've already added over 10 pounds of white crystal. Why isn't it freezing? Janice looked anxious. What, 10 pounds? Jaden shrank back, glancing at the bucket. White mist was rising, cold air emanating, but only a thin layer of ice had formed. Seeing this, Jaden recalled Ralph's sinister smile when he left the door. He suddenly had a bad feeling. It can't be, that kid couldn't possibly be? No, it's impossible. He couldn't be clever enough to predict my scheme against him. Jaden shook his head. Master Wu, the formula must be wrong. Let's try adding more white crystals. Add. Plop, plop. Janice personally picked up 2 large chunks of white crystal and threw them into the water. Instant tomorrow. You're telling me there's no ice block now? What am I supposed to do? Father, don't call me father. Do not have an incompetent son like you. Dash turned away coldly, leaving Janice behind. I'm giving you one last chance. If you fail to deliver the ice tomorrow and tarnish our family's reputation, don't blame me for disowning you. Dash coldly turned and walked away. Father. Janice collapsed to the ground, looking like a dead dog. It's over, all over. Master Wu, are you alright? Janice angrily pushed Jaden aside. Dog, it's all your fault. Seeing Jaden, Janice couldn't control his anger. Speak. Did you conspire with that bastard Ralph to deceive me? Master Wu, I'm innocent. That bastard Ralph broke my right leg. I'll never forgive him. Humph, and now you dare lie to me? Janice pushed Jaden to the ground. Bring some men. Break this dog's left leg too. Yes. Immediately, several servants held Jaden down. Mercy. Master Wu, I have a plan. Hashtag chapter 153. This villainous landlord deserves no mercy. Master Wu, if Lord Chao is willing to help, not only can we obtain the secret recipe, but it will also spare young Master Ralph from in the Wu family. Borrowing a few thousand taels of high-interest loans shouldn't be a problem. Janice. Jaden. In. Master Wu, at this point, we have no other choice. Janice clenched his fists tightly. If he couldn't deliver the ice tomorrow, he would be expelled from the Wu family and lose everything. King Hell. Encountering you has brought me nothing but misfortune. I'll lend the money. Master Wu is wise. Your decisiveness will surely lead to great achievements in the future. Just as Jaden tried to flatter him, Janice slapped him hard across the face. The slap left Jaden dazed. Young master, why did you hit me? Humph, you dog. I'll remember this. Once this matter is over, you'll pay for it. Cold-faced, Janice turned and left. Looks like staying in the Wu family isn't possible anymore. Jaden rubbed his cheek, his gaze darkening. Ralph, you bastard. You've messed up my plans again. Wait till we're enemies for real. After borrowing money to redeem Adelina, Janice immediately took Jaden to the commandant of Xianyang's residence. In the living room, Lord Alfredo sat in the main seat, calmly sipping tea while Janice and Jaden looked grave. Uncle, what do you think about our proposal? If you don't help me now, I'll be expelled from the Wu family. What? Is it that serious? Alfredo put down his teacup. Uncle, it's urgent. I'm truly at my wit's end. Please help me out of respect for my deceased mother. Janice immediately knelt. Which Ewan? Janice was puzzled. Fool, this is the manager of the Central Chariot Bureau, Lord Nate. Quickly kneel down. Alfredo pulled Janice down. What? The manager of that Ewan? Janice's eyes widened. Who in Xianyang didn't know Bram? He quickly prostrated himself, bowing deeply. Greetings, my lord. Forgive my rudeness. Ferguson. Nate ignored Janice, walking coldly into the hall. Alfredo, as an imperial official, how can you bow to a commoner like me? It's undignified. Get up. You're absolutely right, my lord. Alfredo stood up, his face ingratiating. Please sit. Nate casually sat in Alfredo's place. Alfredo. Cough. This official has a sore back. I'd rather stand. What brings you here, my lord? Not orders, but an old man needs your help. To serve you is my honor. Alfredo smiled obsequiously. What do you need me to handle, my lord? Deploy troops, arrest someone. Oh, arrest who? Nate's eyes grew cold. Landlord Ralph from Nyowa Village. What? Nyowa Village? Ralph. Alfredo and others were stunned. Humph. Nate gritted his teeth. That landlord Ralph oppresses the villagers, causing outrage and resentment. He deserves no mercy. And those villagers in Nyowa Village are all vicious scoundrels, no better than bandits. My face hurts. Nate, emotionally stirred, touched his wound and winced in pain. These villains, all deserve to die. Alfredo. Janice. What did Ralph do to make this big shot so furious? He couldn't have. Seeing Nate's injuries, Alfredo's eyes twitched wildly. He had been curious why Nate's group looked so disheveled. Now he thought, could these wounds be from Ralph? Not possible. How dare this small-time landlord beat people from Zhao residence? Is he insane? Janice, realizing this, felt a surge of joy. Ralph, you really picked the wrong person to mess with. This time, you're dead for sure. Janice immediately knelt and cried out loudly. Please, Ewan, take revenge for us commoners. Hashtag chapter 154. Mobilizing troops, seizing the man. Ralph has no conscience. I beg you, sir, to do justice for us commoners. Ralph? Nate shot a cold look at Janice. Who are you? Whom are you accusing, and what grievance do you have? Your Excellency, I am Janice of the Wu family in Xianyang. I accuse that local tyrant Ralph of abusing his power. He not only beat me but also forcibly took my concubine, committing acts against propriety and morality. Janice knocked his head on the ground, crying out loud, Please, Your Excellency, help us. Punish this bully severely. Forcibly taking a woman entire south part of the city. Nate was speechless. So this chaos really is due to stench? Young master, you didn't realize it until now that the foul smell permeating Xianyang these past few days was because of you? Janice, spare me, sir. Although I did the refining, the main culprit is that dog landlord Ralph. I am also a victim here. Hemph, this dog landlord is truly wicked and should be punished. Alfredo. Nate slapped the table again, terrifying Alfredo into kneeling. Lord. Hemph, as an official, you let such lawlessness run rampant under your nose. Have you spent all your salary on dogs? Please calm down, sir. Alfredo was sweating profusely. I've long heard of Ralph's tyranny and wish to eliminate him for the sake of the people. However, he holds the prestigious rank of Shangzhou, and I, being of low position, could not arrest him. Hemph, our laws of Baylor are strict. Regardless of whether it's a minor rank like Shangzhou, or even today's prime minister, no one will escape justice if they commit a crime. Your excellency is wise. Please do justice for me. Janice kowtowed once more. Nate narrowed his eyes. Is what you say true? I swear every word is true. Good. Nate's gaze turned cold. It didn't matter if Janice's story was true or not. What mattered was having a reason to mobilize troops. Alfredo, I shall and placed her on the cart. Master, what are you doing? I haven't finished moving. Sit still, don't move. Okay. Xiao Astrid, albeit reluctantly, sat obediently on the cart. Soon, both the ox cart and the horse cart were fully loaded. But for the entire Liu family, it was just a fraction of what they owned. Master, I don't understand. Brant scratched his head. Why not use the several large carts parked at the village entrance and load all the gold and jewels directly? Yeah, those carts look so fancy and can definitely carry a lot more. Do you know what you're talking about? Ralph shook his head. If we clash with the Zhao family, it's at worst a brawl. We might be fined, but not more than that. But if we take those carts and gold, it becomes highway robbery. They can sentence us to death. Tell everyone clearly not to take a single coin. Understand? Yes, sir. Havelock, go get some silver and buy another old horse from the independent farmers. Fade, check if anything is left behind. Finn, Wulio, scout ahead. Got it. Ralph had arranged everything and was about to enter the study to burn important documents when a fidgety figure caught his eye. Don't forget this girl. Note, the character names are transliterated using pinyin. Chapter 155, Preparing to Escape. Ava cowered behind the door. Watching Brant and the others move, she stomped her little feet, looking anxious. What do I do if Aryun runs away? Should I take this chance to run now, towards you? If I wanted to deal with you, do you think you'd still be standing here safely? Ava was speechless. Indeed, over these past days, she had realized Aryun was quite cunning. Anyone he wanted to deal with ended up worse off. Why did you keep me around? Aren't you afraid I'll steal your secret recipe? Guess. Could it be that? Ava's expression changed dramatically. That secret recipe is fake? You let Brant give it to me on purpose. Wow, looks like you're not as stupid as I thought. Aryun laughed, shrugging his shoulders. But you got one thing wrong. The recipe is real. No way. Are you taking me for a fool? Cassandrane felt ashamed and angry. She had been manipulated by Aryun from start to finish. Worse, her dream of marrying into a wealthy family was likely over. She knew Janice well. Not only had she failed her mission, but she had caused him significant losses. Getting married was out of the question, and avoiding retribution would be a miracle. All is lost, sob. Ava burst into tears, feeling utterly defeated. Even if she left the Liu family now, Janice wouldn't treat her kindly anymore. Don't cry as if I'm bullying you. You are bullying me. As a weak woman, since coming to your Liu family, you've treated me like dirt, making me do all the dirty, tiring, and hard work. Do you know how long I spent scraping those fish? And those sweet potato seedlings? I've never seen anyone so abusive. Even when I worked as a servant at Spring Wind Tower as a child, it wasn't. She found Aryun to be quite peculiar. Despite being a landlord, he had no airs when dealing with villagers. He could be ruthless against enemies, but overly kind to those around him. Especially with a Strider, a respected landlord obeyed every word of his maid, something that made her envy. Havelock, are everything packed? Yes, young master. We're ready to go anytime. Good. Let's go now. Aryun glanced back at the old mansion, feeling somewhat awkward. Life was unpredictable. This place had been his home in the Baylor dynasty, where he expected to live for at least another year. However, everything happened so suddenly. Let's go. Aryun walked out of the gate. Outside, the villagers from Niawa were holding fruits, vegetables, and eggs, clearly waiting for a while. Seeing Aryun, Daryl and the others surrounded him with reluctance. Young master, the journey is long. Take these pears with you. Young master, I boiled some eggs for you. Please don't mind the quantity. Young master, when will you come back? We miss you. Mamjong, you miss the warmth young master gives? Ha ha ha. Daryl teased, causing everyone to laugh. Not true. I miss young master even without the warmth. Mamjong pushed several eggs into Aryun's hands. In my many years, I've met many landlords, but none were genuine. Only young master treats us as humans. Young master, take care on your journey ahead. Mamjong shed tears. The villagers looked sorrowful. Despite Aryun's unreliability, he treated everyone genuinely as neighbors and friends rather than mere tools. Young master, take care. Take care. Travel safe. The villagers called out one after another. Aryun's eyes shimmered. Initially, he saw these villagers as NPCs, but as he lived among them day by day, their simplicity and happiness moved him, something he longed for in his past life. Because of this bond, Aryun felt he truly belonged to this era. He was living in this time, not dreaming. Thus, he wanted to introduce the water wheel and sweet potatoes to help these villagers. As familiar faces passed by, Aryun felt a sharp pain in his heart. But now, he had no choice but to leave immediately. Farewell, fellow villagers. Tap, tap. Suddenly, banners flew outside as a group of horsemen charged towards them. Aryun's expression changed. Not this quickly, surely? Chapter 156. Run? Run like hell. Imperial soldiers are coming. Imperial soldiers are coming. At the village entrance, Emil ran back in panic. Master, it's not good. Imperial soldiers are here. They're heading straight for our Liu family. Imperial soldiers? Ralph frowned and looked up. Indeed, a group of armored soldiers holding spears were jogging toward his direction. F***CK. Nate is really mobilizing troops against me? Ralph's face darkened slightly. He knew Nate wouldn't let him off, but he didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. Master, what should we do now? Don't panic. We'll act according to the situation. If worst comes to worst. Ralph's eyes turned cold as he glanced at the fire thunderbombs on the cart. Allah instantly understood Ralph's meaning and gripped the long sword at his waist nervously. Although Bram wasn't all-powerful yet, he was still influential in Xianyang, making it very easy for him to eliminate a small landlord like Ralph. Thus, Ralph would rather rebel and become a bandit than surrender to Nate. Sir. While they were speaking, the soldiers had already rushed close by. The lead knight scanned the villagers coldly. Is this Niawa village, where landlord Ralph resides? Where is Ralph? Our old. Calvin started to speak, but Ralph kicked him hard. Hee, are you looking for Ralph, sir? That's right. You've come to the wrong place. This is Nyoking village. Niawa village is next door. Ralph pointed toward Arno's house. See that big banyan tree? That's where the scoundrel Liu lives. What? Wrong place? The knight frowned. Ralph grinned innocently. Thank you, villager. Let's go. The knight waved his hand and led the soldiers toward Nyoking village. Calvin. Everyone. Can't believe these soldiers bought it. We actually fooled them. Scared the crap out of me. Whatever works. Ralph climbed onto the cart. Fergusenry, let's go before it's too late. Run as far as we can. Go. Go. The old ox bellowed and pulled the cart wildly out of the village. As they reached the bridge at the village entrance, several luxurious carriages approached. The narrow bridge could only accommodate one carriage at a time. The coachman glanced at the ox cart disdainfully. Move your ox cart out of the way immediately. Go F***CK yourself. Calvin glared. Kid, think you're special just because you have a horse carriage? Tisk, horse carriages are special. This is a red-topped, gold-painted grand carriage. Have you peasants seen anything like it? Move, or you'll be sold if any paint chips. Bastard, who are you calling a peasant? Yeah, try acting tough in our village, see if I don't dismantle your carriage. Allah and others looked menacing, scaring the coachman into shrinking back. Master, we might have met bandits. Ralph? Calvin's thug appearance indeed gave that impression, but he was too busy escaping to care. Splash! The carriage curtain opened, and a charming young woman stepped down. Seeing her, Ralph paused. Marcy? Giles? Christina also stared at Ralph's carts in surprise. What are you doing? Moving. Excuse me? So suddenly? No time to explain. Get off the carriage. Ralph pulled Christina from the carriage without waiting. Luckily, I needed a carriage. Thanks for coming at the right time. I'll borrow this carriage for now, and return it later. Giles. Calvin. Got it. Calvin jumped onto the carriage. The frightened coachman ran to the other carriages, screaming. Bandits. Bandits are coming. Marcy, till we meet again. Ralph prepared to flee. Wait a minute. Christina pulled him back. Giles, even if you're moving, finish the important matter first. What important matter? Later. Giles, remember, you donated grain for a noble rank? Noble rank? Ralph paused. Meanwhile, several clerks armed with knives surrounded Ralph. A middle-aged official in a crane robe walked over sternly. How dare you stop the chariots of the Imperial Judge's office? Surrender immediately. Imperial Judge's office? Ralph was flustered. Minister Sima, calm down. Christina bowed to the official. This is Ralph. Is this the Ralph we're looking for? This is Ralph? The official glanced at Ralph and then at Calvin, his face darkening. Himph, such ruffians deserve the title of doctor in our great Baylor? The grain for rank policy is indeed troubling. The official sneered. Giles, this is Barth, chief clerk of the Imperial Judge's office, here to confer the rank of doctor on you. Confer rank? Ralph smiled. Buying the rank was for land. He'd almost forgotten about it. Marcy, you came just in time. Ralph greets Minister Sima. Himph, follow me. Barth turned back to the carriage. Ralph didn't mind his attitude since the rank was essentially bought. Calvin, turn around. Home? Ferguson? Master, aren't we running? Run like hell? Ralph held his head high. From today, I'm a doctor. Who dares touch me? Though the rank was honorary, its privileges were real. The law protecting doctors was no joke. Being a doctor placed him among the nobility, granting various rights. To apprehend a doctor, approval from one of the 9 ministers was required. Even Bram and Carmine couldn't openly arrest a doctor. With this rank, why run? Hey, wait, weren't those soldiers? Oh, those were the procession from the Imperial Judge's office. They should have arrived earlier. Where are they? Christina was puzzled. Ralph? *T. Calvin, quick, go find them in Nyoking village. Immediately unfurled the Imperial edict. Ralph, receive the Imperial command. The villagers nearby, having never seen such an occasion, quickly knelt in fright. Ralph sighed. Living in ancient times could be very troublesome. As a time traveler, he found kneeling objectionable. But who would dare not bow before the Otis of Baylor? Standing while receiving an Imperial edict would result in beheading for disrespect. Forget it. You've ruled for thousands of years longer than me. This bow is worth it. Ralph, receive the edict. Ralph knelt on one knee. Landowner Ralph of Niunwa village, for donating grain and wealth to alleviate national concerns, with upright character and admirable talents, blah blah. The Emperor is greatly pleased and hereby bestows upon Ralph the rank of 5th rank doctor, grants him ceremonial robes, enshrinement rights, and encourages further efforts. By Imperial decree. Ralph listened with interest. He expected this honorary rank edict to be written carelessly, but it turned out quite formal. Ralph, receive the edict. Barth folded the edict. An attendant respectfully brought forward a black ceremonial robe. Minister Ralph, grateful for the Emperor's grace. Long live His Majesty forever. Ralph immediately thanked the Emperor for the edict. Holding the ceremonial robe, he couldn't help but comment. TSK. No wonder it's a doctor's rank. These silver coins to the brothers who came to congratulate us. Simadarun might be high and mighty, but I can still give money to his subordinates. For better fluency and natural reading in English, high and mighty is used instead of noble, as it better conveys the intended meaning in this context. These guys are all haughty. Should I give them money? Calvin looked displeased. Ralph shook his head. Cough no, but I've heard of him. Ralph coughed dryly. No wonder this name sounded familiar. Wasn't Barth one of the 18 vassal kings appointed by John later? This person had deep connections with the Astrid family and secretly conspired with the Six Nations. Definitely a ticking time bomb. It was best to stay far away from such people. Calvin. Yes, sir. Have you distributed the silver yet? Not yet. Shall we stop? Send them off. Sure thing. Calvin looked pleased, snatching back the silver from the leading knight. Carmine. Calvin shrugged with an annoyed expression, using descriptions instead of direct translation for non-English characters to ensure it reads naturally in English. What are you staring at? Didn't you hear my young master? Send them off or watch out for our dogs. You. Carmine's face turned red with anger. Who did I offend? Just delivering congratulations, getting fooled twice. Are these Nyunwa villagers insane? Ralph, right? Remember this. Wait for me. Brothers, let's go. The group of court officials left triumphantly. Calvin, playing at the corner of his lips. Ferguson? Havelock hesitated for a moment before checking the ox cart again. Confirmed. Are you really sure? Havelock. Ralph, triangular ruler. Ralph's confident gaze instantly made Havelock doubt himself. How about, I check one more time? Havelock, stop checking. Master was referring to those. Fade raised his hand and pointed at the 3 horse-drawn carriages by the gate. But those aren't ours either. You're right, master. We can't move that gold and jewelry. It would be robbery, punishable by death. I did say that. Ralph shrugged. But I didn't say to move them to our place. Then where should we move them? Come here. Ralph beckoned Havelock closer and whispered in his ear. Havelock's eyes lit up, and he gave a thumbs up. Great idea. Master Lu is truly brilliant. All right, go do it. Remember to dig deep. Got it. Calvin and the others immediately picked up their shovels and set off happily to start moving the wealth. Inside the room, Christina sat on the floor drinking tea. Upon seeing Ralph enter, she stood up quickly. Giles, you've kept me waiting. Not at all, Mrs. Ba. No need to be formal, please sit down. Giles, I had someone bring some shu tea from my hometown. Would you like to try it? Shu tea? Ralph's eyes brightened. The Bashu region was the birthplace of ancient tea culture, and later it became famous for the ancient tea horse road, selling tea across the world. Baylor people loved alcohol, but also enjoyed drinking tea. Although tea was expensive, Baylor people preferred strong, stimulating flavors. Many commoners even used Sichuan pepper to brew tea, showing how much they loved it. However, this type of peppery tea was something Ralph couldn't get used to. These days, he was worried about not having any good tea to drink, so naturally, he was happy to try authentic shu tea. Sounds great. Ava, go heat some water. Yeah, whatever you say, you old landlord. Though Ava cursed under her breath, she soon boiled the water. Christina took out several exquisite ceramic tea cans from a brocade box. Opening them, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. She skillfully washed the tea leaves, brewed, and served the tea to Ralph. Deliciously fragrant. Ralph sniffed and took a small sip, his eyes lighting up. Wonderful. It has a distinct jujube fragrance with a long-lasting aftertaste. This tea must be at least 5 years old. Didn't expect Giles to know about shu tea as well? Ralph smiled. Though he wasn't an expert on shu tea, he understood the principles of tea making. Tea becomes medicine after 3 years, and treasure after 7. The longer it's stored, the more its trace elements ferment, resulting in a rich and mellow aroma and lingering sweetness. Good tea like this must be rare. Indeed. Christina nodded in agreement. Unfortunately, while our shu tea is excellent, the rainy climate makes transportation extremely difficult. Storing tea for over 3 years is nearly impossible. To transport tea bricks to Xianyang without spoiling would indeed be fortunate. Ralph paused, then suggested, why not make your tea into tea bricks? Tea bricks? What are those? Christina looked curious. These tea bricks. Ralph slapped his forehead, realizing tea bricks were a Tang Dynasty invention. Due to its fragile nature and dampness, transporting tea from Shu was problematic until tea bricks were invented, revolutionizing the ancient tea horse road. Well, there's no harm in telling you. The tea bricks use high-temperature steam to compress the tea into solid blocks. As Ralph explained, Christina's eyes gleamed with excitement. Brilliant. Simply genius. Compressing tea into bricks will make storage easier and reduce volume, solving both preservation and transportation issues for Shu tea. Christina looked at Ralph in disbelief. Today, she came with another request, but unexpectedly, Ralph casually solved a problem that had plagued Shu tea for centuries. Baylor tea was entirely different from Shu tea. When the Ba family, Christina's generous gift hinted at deeper intentions. Giles, you truly are a wise man. Christina laughed bitterly, finding it hard to speak. Ralph's tea brick idea was invaluable. He had done so much for her already. Asking for more felt improper. It's all right, just speak. We're friends, after all. Ralph waved it off casually. About the silk tribute selection, Christina smiled faintly. I've successfully dyed the cloth using the ink you provided. These fabrics are stunning, and I plan to enter them in the silk tribute competition. Good choice. Ralph nodded. Dyeing and silk were luxurious items, perfect for a high-end market. However, the competition also tests embroidery patterns. My embroiderers are unfamiliar with color dyeing, and I'm unsure what designs to choose. Since you're knowledgeable, I thought to seek your advice. That's easy, Ralph assured her. If not for the Ba family helping him obtain a doctorate, he might have fled. Helping her was nothing compared to what she had done for him. Mrs. Ba, leave it to me. I'll design a few patterns for you in a few days. Thank you, Giles. I'll take my leave now. All right, I'll see you out. Just as Ralph escorted Christina out, Calvin and the others rushed in, panic-stricken. Master, trouble. Soldiers are coming again. Young master. Witnessing this scene, the farmers working in the fields panicked, throwing down their tools and running away. Thud, thud. The soldiers, faces expressionless, trampled countless sweet potato sprouts along the way. At the Liu family estate, Daryl arrived breathlessly. Young master, those corrupt officials are back. I saw them clearly. They are the same ones who trampled our crops this morning. Nate? Ralph sneered. They're here rather quickly. Young master, these officers are grabbing anyone they see. They seem to mean business. What should we do? Don't worry, Daryl. Let me check it out. Nyoto Special Forces. Present. Come with me. Yes. Ralph immediately set off with Asa and others. Outside the Liu family gates, many villagers armed with hoes and sticks were facing off against the soldiers. Shouting and crying echoed throughout the chaotic scene. Father, I'm scared. Woo-hoo-hoo. Dog official, release my son. What crime have we committed that you beat us and arrest us like bandits? Shut up. Alfredo rubbed his ears, glaring at the sobbing child. Silence. If you disturb His Excellency Zhao, I'll tear your face apart. Wah. The child covered his mouth and continued to sob in fear. The villagers seethed with anger. What do you want? Not even. Ralph smiled wryly. Bastard, you? Nate clenched his teeth in fury. Old peasant. How dare you speak to His Excellency Zhao like that? Alfredo scoffed. Ralph, do you know who you're speaking to? I do, it's my son. Ralph shrugged. I'm just talking to my son. Where did that stray dog come from? It doesn't know its place. How dare you call me a dog? Chao Daoren, please don't slander innocent people. If you insist on calling yourself a dog, that's your choice, not my problem. You. Alfredo trembled with rage. Enough, Ralph. You're about to die. Do you understand? Janice glared. Now, you're still trying to talk your way out. Oh, young Wu, how is your ice-making experiment going? Really, someone believes you can make ice from feces? Isn't he foolish? Fools wouldn't pay money for poop. He must be even more foolish. Ha ha ha. Asa and the others burst into laughter. Janice stood speechless. You shameless. Janice blushed furiously, feeling humiliated. Jaden shook his head. A bunch of idiots, arguing with Ralph verbally is asking for punishment. Alfredo, already aware of Ralph's sharp tongue, hesitated no longer. Seize this insubordinate peasant. Yes. Several soldiers drew ropes to arrest him. Hold on. Ralph raised his hands. Chao Daoren, what do you intend to do? What else? You've committed crimes and must answer for them. Don't act clueless. I have no idea what you're talking about. Fine, let me make this clear. Alfredo glanced at Janice, who stepped forward. Ralph, you kidnapped my concubine Ava in broad daylight and committed indecent acts. You're worse than an animal. I've reported it to the county magistrate. Today is your day of reckoning. What? Kidnapped Ava? Ralph was shocked. Haha, young Wu, are you serious? If Ava stood naked before me, I might not react. Kidnap and indecency? Ha ha ha. Ava. Ralph, cough, Miss Ava, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean you look bad or smell. I meant to say that I have great self-control. Yeah, thanks for that compliment. Ava rolled her eyes. Trash. You deny it despite clear evidence? Evidence? What evidence? Smack. Janice threw over a bond paper. This is Ava's indenture contract. I paid 500 silver taels to buy her from Chunfeng Liu and took her as a concubine. Now she's in your house. How do you explain that? Chunfeng Liu? So Ava was a courtesan? Upon hearing Janice's words, the Ralph, do you think you're above me as an artisan rank, making me unqualified to convict you? Coincidence indeed. Alfredo proudly pulled out a bamboo slip. This is an official document from the Grand Marshal's office. Your artisan rank has been revoked. Now, you're just a commoner. How will you compete with me? What? My artisan rank is gone? Yes, it's gone. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee. Ralph also laughed. Alfredo frowned. Why are you laughing? Governor Chao, coincidence again. Ralph similarly held up a bamboo slip. This is also an official document from the Grand Marshal's office. I, Ralph, have just been granted the title of doctor with ceremonial robes and temple worship. To take me, the Inspector General must issue an order personally. As a mere county magistrate, what can you do against me? What? Granting Ralph the 5th rank of doctor? Impossible. Alfredo looked incredulously at the document in his hand. Doctor, wearing ceremonial robes? Why don't you kneel and pay homage, Governor Chao? Isn't that the proper etiquette? Ralph watched Alfredo with a half smile. Not possible, it's fake. It must be fake. I see. You doubt its formality. Fine, give me a moment. Ralph turned around and went home. A short while later, he emerged in ceremonial robes, walking with an air of authority. Governor Chao, am I handsome? Ralph struck a pose. Alfredo. Doctor, ceremonial robes? How could this happen? Alfredo, why don't you bow to me? Do you want a rebel? Ralph commanded coldly. Your subordinate Alfredo pays respects to Lord Liu. Alfredo reluctantly knelt on one knee. Jaden. Janice. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Even Nate stood dumbfounded. He never imagined Ralph had become a doctor while he was away. Well, Governor Zhao, what do you think? Ralph shrugged his shoulders. You seem to have brought the wrong lackey. Clap clap, clap clap. Nate clapped his hands, laughing sardonically. Ralph, I truly underestimated you. I didn't expect that such a small landlord could afford 10,000 dan of grain to buy the title of doctor. What? Could it be donating grain for a rank? Alfredo's face darkened, but to no avail. Even if Ralph's rank was nominal, based on his position, Alfredo couldn't touch him. Hee, as a landlord, all I have in excess is grain. Jealous? Ralph shrugged his shoulders. You shouldn't envy me. Alfredo. Nate. Hee. Nate suddenly burst out laughing. Ralph paused, puzzled. Why are you laughing? Ralph indeed. With your rank as a doctor, I couldn't move against you. Nate's smile froze. But alas, you were too greedy. Ralph's eyebrows twitched, sensing trouble brewing. Ralph, each piece of gold and silver bears the seal of the Middle Chariot Commandant, indicating treasury funds. Now I suspect you of stealing treasury funds to plot rebellion. According to Baylor law, anyone suspected of rebellion can be executed without trial. Nate growled menacingly. Alfredo, obey my order. Kill these rebels. F***K, you're framing me? Ralph's face darkened. Once you rebels are dead, the truth will be determined by me. Kill. My lord. Alfredo hesitated. He is a doctor. If word gets out, it won't be good. Ridiculous. You dare defy me? Subordinate dares not. Forgive him. A mere nominal rank, utterly worthless. How dare you act so insolently before me? Kill them. The Zhao family will bear the consequences. This? Alfredo gritted his teeth. Obey. Damn it. Nate, are you mad? Ralph's face turned livid. He never expected Nate would go this far. It was unprecedented to kill a doctor under the Emperor's nose. You fool. You should not have humiliated me. Hashtag chapter 161. The doctor is impressive. Stop. Jeffrison's righteous cry echoed through the air, and everyone turned their heads. Jeffrison? How did this old man come here? Nate's face darkened. In the city of Xianyang, the most detestable people were naturally Jeffrison and his group of Confucian scholars. They would argue with anyone, even daring to confront the Emperor himself, yet there was nothing anyone could do about them. They were as troublesome as cockroaches. Nate, in broad daylight, what do you intend to do? Mr. Chunyu, this matter has nothing to do with you. I advise you not to meddle unnecessarily. Haha. Jeffrison laughed at Nate's words. Preposterous. Everyone in the world has a role to play. Under the eyes of the Son of Heaven in Xianyang, how can we allow such misconduct? Alfredo, aren't you going to order your men to stand down? What? This? Alfredo's face darkened. Jeffrison was personally appointed by the Emperor as a doctor and had Prince Carmine backing him. He couldn't afford to provoke him. Not to mention Nate, who was related to Bram, having immense power in Xianyang. He couldn't provoke him either. Mr. Chunyu? Mr. Liu, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will touch you. Jeffrison gave Aryun an eerie smile. Aryun. Damn. What position does this old scholar have that he dares challenge in pain? For years as a steward of the Zhao household, he had never suffered such humiliation. If he left like this after such a commotion, where would his dignity be, or the Zhao households? If this got out, others would think they feared these scholars. Nate, our Baylor doctors are models for all scholars. Even if Bram were here, he would show respect, let alone you, this black and white dog. Jeffrison showed no mercy. Stand aside. You called me a dog? Yes, the reputation of our Baylor government is ruined by scoundrels like you. Fine scholars indeed, fine Baylor doctors. Nate gritted his teeth. If I make a move on your Cassandra Academy doctor today, what then? Dare you? He stole from the treasury. I am acting according to law. There is ample justification even in the chancellor's office. Why should I hesitate? Cough. May I interject? Aryun cleared his throat, interrupting the two flushed faces confronting each other like fighting cocks. Sir Zhao, you claim I stole from the treasury. Do you have evidence? Evidence? Haha. Nate laughed coldly. My carriage outside Nyowa village has no money left. What more evidence do you need? Just because you lack money doesn't mean I took it, Aryun shrugged. Maybe a lost bear moved it for you? Nate. Brat, are you making fun of me? Gentlemen. Janice suggested darkly, why don't we search Aryun to see if he really stole the money? Yes, a simple search would clear up any misunderstanding. We'll leave Nyowa village afterward. Alfredo smiled nervously. No, searching is unacceptable. Without hesitation, Jeffrison refused. How could he let them search the place? He knew Aryun's nature all too well. Money meant everything to him. Although he didn't know what happened, silver entering Nyowa village never seemed to leave. If they found the money at Lu's house, even Jeffrison couldn't protect him. Outrageous. As Baylor doctors, we are respected scholars and protected in our residences. How can you just barge in without cause? Aryun, just hold firm and deny everything. Leave the rest to me. Jeffrison whispered instructions. Aryun. Old Chunyu, you might not understand me. I'm not the type you think. Jeffrison. TSK, I don't need to know you to know you're not good. If I knew you better, I'd probably betray you myself. Aryun. Don't worry. Our doctors have privileges. No one can touch you as long as you deny it. Do Baylor doctors really have that much power? I'll tell you this. We have no real authority but the responsibility to advise. Besides the Otis, we can challenge anyone. Nobles, generals, it doesn't matter. Except the Emperor. Even the 3 dukes and 9 ministers can't touch us. Damn, being a doctor sounds great. Why wouldn't it? Jeffrison smiled faintly. Aryun nodded. Then go ahead and search. Everyone. Jeffrison. Why are you looking at me? I've always acted honorably. No one can tarnish my integrity. Aryun shrugged. I am a clean and handsome man. Jeffrison. Boy, do you have holes in your brain? No, it's called perspective. Aryun grinned. Jeffrison. Fine, Aryun, you're asking for it. Men, search. Nate waved his sleeve coldly. Wait. What? Changing your mind? Typical hypocritical scholar. Wrong. Aryun shrugged. You can search me, but as a Baylor doctor, you must be careful. If you find nothing, it means you slandered me. Sir Zhao, think carefully. Slandering a doctor is? Old Chunyu. What's the penalty for slandering a doctor? Slandering a Baylor doctor can result in cane punishment or execution and confiscation of property. Heard that? Execution and confiscation of property. Arjun smiled ominously. Do you still want to search? Chapter 162. Can a scholar's deeds be called stealing? Aye. Nate's eyelids twitched as he stared hard at Ralph. Boy, are you bluffing me? I'll have you know, I entered the palace when I was 8. What dangers haven't I faced? You think you can scare me? Search him. You're tough. Ralph smiled and stepped aside. In an instant, soldiers rushed into the Liu family mansion and began searching. Liu boy, you really didn't steal his money? If it's found here, it won't be a joke. Bram's methods might not kill you but will cripple you. Jeffrey looked grim. Ralph maintained his smile. Can a scholar's deed be called stealing? Jeffrey. Ralph patted Jeffrey on the shoulder and said with a laugh, Old Chun, trust my integrity. Ha, I'd rather believe Nate is a man. Nate. Forgive him, wait and see. Found it. A shout of surprise soon echoed from the courtyard. Nate's face lit up. What did you find? Gentlemen, we found plenty of gold and silver in the room. Excellent work. Bring them out quickly. Yes. Several soldiers struggled to carry 2 large chests out. Ha ha ha, Ralph, this time you're caught red-handed. What do you have to say? Nate grinned nastily. Are you not a man? Ralph stared at something with interest. You. Nate's face turned purplish-black. Ralph remarked, by the way, is Bram a man? Nate. Boy, if you don't see proof before shedding tears, open these chests. Click, click. The 2 chests opened, blinding everyone with the golden stamps inside. So much money. Ralph, are you not dead this time? Janice Wong long sneered. Dr. Willis, now that the evidence is clear. Alfredo hesitated. Foolish boy, I told you not to search. Now how am I supposed to explain for you? Jeffrey stamped his feet in frustration. Ralph scratched his nose. What's there to explain? It's my own money. Ralph held up a piece of silver with a smile. Look closely. All this silver bears the official seal of the Baylor dynasty, not the treasury stamp of the Middle Chariot Commandant. The silver indeed does not bear our treasury stamp, one servant confirmed after inspecting it. What? Not there? Ewan, what now? Ralph watched Nate with a grin. The search isn't over yet. Don't get cocky. Nate waved his sleeve coldly. Sir, more has been found. Quickly bring it out. Soon, several more chests of gold and silver were carried out. Nate didn't have time to revel in triumph before Ralph struck again. The chests lacked any treasury seals. After the soldiers' thorough effort, they unearthed 8 large chests. Inside, some contained gold and silver, others silk and satin, even precious swords, the sight of which dazzled everyone. Damn, Ralph, this bastard actually has so much money. Why didn't I know anything about it? A peasant landowner has more money than young master I do. Is there still justice? Jeffrey looked equally puzzled. All this gold together probably exceeds 10,000 taels, rivaling a noble family's wealth. Speaking of which, why is this kid so insatiable when he's already so wealthy? Hopeless. Everyone gazed at the piled treasures with mixed expressions. Yet none bore the Middle Chariot Commandant's treasury seal. Ewan, are you done searching? You make me seem like I'm showing off my wealth. Ralph munched on a pear. That doesn't suit my humble demeanor. Jeffrey, you're just trying to show off, right? Search, continue searching. Fuming, Nate ordered, turn Lou's house upside down until you find the treasury coins. Sure thing. Several soldiers grabbed farming tools. Ewan, my old residence has a century-long history. If you damage it, you'll have to compensate. I'll fully reimburse you, alright? Generous. Ralph stepped aside with a smile. Clank, clank. Sweating profusely, the soldiers dug through every inch of Ralph's home. Sir, we've dug it up. Moments later, soldiers uncovered ancient-looking chests buried under a tree in the backyard. Nate's face brightened. Dig them out. Ralph's eyes widened, stunned by the dusty chests being unearthed. What the hell, Foundation? If the silvers were hidden here, they should have been found by now. Not continuing? If you can't find evidence, then it's slander. Ralph's smile turned icy. Alfredo, what should happen for Nate's false accusations and humiliation of a Baylor doctor? Who do you think you are? With Devon as a witness and solid evidence, will you commit perjury? Ralph reprimanded sharply. Or do you plan to take responsibility for Ewan's actions? Spare me, sir. Alfredo fell to his knees, terrified. As a minor county magistrate, bearing this sin meant certain execution and confiscation of assets. I'm a low-ranking official just following orders. Fine, since you won't act, I will. Ralph glanced coolly at Nate. Where's the Bullfrog Special Forces? Present. Seize him. Understood. Simon rubbed his hands, ready to act. Hold it, I know where Ralph hid the stolen money. A high-pitched voice interrupted. Hashtag chapter 163. This woman is not simple. Josephine? Ralph's brows furrowed as he recognized the person, while Janice's face lit up with wild joy. Josephine, do you really know where Ralph hid the silver? Yep. Josephine glanced at Ralph and nodded. Ha, great. Quickly tell me. Quickly say. Janice excitedly grabbed Josephine's hand, but Josephine stared straight into his eyes. Wu Shao, when do you plan to marry me properly? Silly girl, I've already redeemed you from servitude. You're my woman now. Don't waste time. Just tell me where the gold is buried. No, I want a grand wedding with an 8-person sedan chair to officially join the Wu family. Josephine's gaze was firm. Janice's smile froze. How could a distinguished young master like himself marry a courtesan as a concubine? Moreover, Josephine's identity in Nyowa village was widely known. If he really brought her home in a grand procession, it would be a laughingstock. Josephine, listen to me. You should understand how I feel about you. Can you tell me first? Josephine, don't say anything. Janice is not a good person, Alicia chimed in. Indeed, Master kindly took you in and saved you from peril. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Kelvin also joined in, but Josephine ignored them. Wu Xiao, I want your promise. Well, Janice, what are you dawdling for? Iwan is waiting. Alfredo gave Janice a fierce glare. Janice waved his sleeves impatiently. Fine, if you tell me where the gold is, I'll bring you into our family in a grand procession tomorrow, okay? Really? 100%. Okay. Josephine nodded. Ralph buried those silver coins under the big banyan tree at the village entrance. I saw it with my own eyes. Ha ha ha, Ralph. Old man knew it was you all along. No one can save you this time. Nate sneered. Go search for me. Yes, sir. Several soldiers rushed to the village entrance with shovels. Janice, right? You're Dash's son? That's right. True indeed. Like father, like son. You did well this time. Work under me from now on. Janice was overjoyed by Nate's words. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your cultivation. Lou boy, did you really bury the gold at the village entrance? Jeffrey stomped his feet anxiously. All is lost. Only the eldest son might be able to save you this time. Ralph remained silent, quietly watching Josephine. Hee hee, Miss Josephine. It turns out I underestimated you. Sorry, young Master Lou. Josephine looked apologetic. You're a good person, but I also want to pursue my own happiness. I understand. Ralph shrugged. I hope you find happiness. Thank you. Josephine finished speaking and stood behind Janice. Ralph, didn't expect that, did you? Janice was elated. Just a petty landlord dared to insult this young master. This is the consequence of offending me. You have met your match today, haha. Alicia, doesn't he look like a fool when he laughs? A bit, yeah. Did he really make so much shit? Such disgusting things. What could he be thinking? Could it be he has no brains at all? Ralph and Alicia exchanged remarks sarcastically. Janice was fuming with Josephine. Don't blame me for being heartless. Before, I might have kept you as a maid, but now, I'm short on money. Janice patted Josephine's shoulder. This is your fate. Accept it. Sage. Josephine threw back her head and laughed bitterly, drained of energy. So Ralph was right. Janice, you really are a bastard. Criticize away. Janice didn't care. What does it matter if you criticize me? I'm the real winner here. Ha! Do you think you've won? Ralph smirked. Ferguson, what do you mean, Ralph? Suddenly, Janice felt a bad premonition. At that moment, several soldiers returned. My lord, we found nothing. What? Nothing? That's impossible. Janice's smile froze. Didn't you dig thoroughly? Dig deeper. As deep as hell. Can't you see we dug up the whole tree? Sir, there's not a penny under that banyan tree. Damn it. Nate glared coldly at Janice. Janice, what is going on here? Janice panicked instantly. Hanch, what is this about? Haha, Wu Xiao, you disappoint me too much. Josephine laughed bitterly. I once naively believed you would save me from misery, that you were my happiness. So I was willing to do anything for you, agreeing to all your demands. Unfortunately, you've let me down. Nate slandered Giles, which he deserves. As the magistrate of Xianyang, are you trying to protect this villain? Jeffrey glared coldly at him. Cough cough. Master Chunyu jests. I said earlier that if no money was found, it would be considered a misunderstanding, and I would immediately withdraw my troops. Soldiers, retreat. Alfredo then left with his men. Uncle, don't go. Alfredo, you bastard, come back. Iwan, my powers are limited. You rats, finish your business now. Upon hearing the shouts, Alfredo fled even faster. Nate. Janice. My lord, what do we do now? What do we do? Protect me and move out. What are you standing there for? Charge. The servants' faces turned ashen. How could they possibly fight off so many people? These villagers looked like they were ready to eat them alive. Retaliation would result in severe beating. Clank. One of the leading servants dropped his sword, knelt down, and clasped his head. Don't hit me, I surrender. I also surrender. Several servants quickly gave up resistance one after another. Nate's mustache quivered in rage. Worthless wretches, utterly worthless. Hand Nate. Yes. Fade and Brant immediately tied Nate up tightly with ropes. Ralph, how dare you? How dare you? Release me now, or you will regret it. Slap. Ralph slapped Nate across the face. Ah. Nate, let me do it. Beat. Bang. Thud. Slap. Ah. Don't hit me. I won't step on crops again. Spare me, please. For a moment, Nate and his men were screaming in agony. That's enough. That's enough. A few hits to vent anger are sufficient. Ralph, make them stop. Seeing this, Jeffrey hurriedly intervened. That's enough, stop. Ralph waved his hand. Beating people was never the goal. If Nate died, he'd be in trouble too. Iwan, are you convinced yet? Aye. Nate spat out blood mixed with broken teeth. His gaze filled with hate, but he clenched his teeth to contain his fury. Ralph, what do you really want? Don't look at me so menacingly. It seems I'm the villain here. Ralph shrugged. In fact, I'm a peace-loving good person. I wouldn't do something so extreme unless forced. Iwan, theoretically, you falsely accused this scholar. I should send you to Tingwei. Even if it doesn't mean execution or exile, flogging is unavoidable. But, Ralph smiled faintly. I am always kind-hearted, so I offer you a chance to reform. Nate, you think you're clever, huh? If only Ralph would really send him to Tingwei, those people wouldn't dare touch him. Unfortunately, it was clear that this kid wasn't planning to give him any chance. What do you really want? Speak up. Straightforward. Ralph clapped his hands. Baylor law allows buying gold for atonement. You might as well give me the money directly instead of through Tingwei, thus avoiding middleman profits. Nate. So, it's about money. Nate laughed. If money could solve this issue, then it was no problem. Fine, this misunderstanding between me and Lord Liu made me feel guilty. Here, all the gold, silver, carts, and horses I brought are yours. Just leave me one carriage to return home. Ferguson? Ralph laughed upon hearing Nate's words. Was this old man beaten senseless? He actually wanted to keep a carriage after coming to Donghua village. Besides, the money originally belonged to him. Taking his own money to compensate himself. Funny, right? Iwan, are you confused? Your money is already lost. Nate, isn't there still carts and horses? These carts and horses aren't worth much. So how much do you want? Ralph thought for a moment and raised 2 fingers. 2,000 taels? Ralph shook his head. 20,000 taels? Ralph shook his head again. 200,000? Nate instantly flared up. Ralph, aren't you being too greedy? Wrong. Ralph smiled faintly. I said 2 million taels. Chapter 165, Discount. 2 million taels? Nate was taken aback. What the heck, are you trying to rob me? Ralph replied. Would robbing work? Nate. He realized he had underestimated this young man's greed. 2 million taels. Robbers would likely go soft-handed even if they tried to rob that much. This kid is tougher than a robber. Iwan, you clearly said just now that you would cover all losses. Ralph shrugged. Did you fart? Nate. Look at my house, which has been dug up everywhere with holes. Even the foundation has been excavated, almost making it hazardous. I definitely need to spend money on repairs, and that costs a lot of money. Ralph, you're too much. Your ramshackle countryside home can't be worth much. I could buy tin for 10,000 taels. Iwan, you can't talk like that. My house may not be valuable monetarily, but the memories it holds are priceless. I grew up here. Every brick and tile carries precious memories. Sentimental value is immeasurable. And that large huai tree at the village entrance has a history of over 200 years. It's living cultural heritage. Asking for $1 million isn't too high, right? Note, the character huai, Chinese huai tree, should be translated to locust tree, or simply big tree, if keeping it general. For natural English flow, I recommend using, and that large in pain, collapsing and convulsing on the ground. Ralph was startled. Ralph? Calvin, what are you doing? Master, didn't you say you'd give him a discount? I meant discount in terms of price, not breaking bones. Are you stupid? Ferguson? Calvin drew his neck back. No, but when you gave me the signal, weren't you telling me to act? Ralph was speechless. I wanted you to watch him so he doesn't escape. Ferguson? Master, sorry, I misunderstood. Calvin scratched his head awkwardly. You idiot, do you know this blow cost me 1 million taels? Ralph, Calvin, Omega, my leg broken. Nate gritted his teeth in agony. Ralph, how dare you break my leg? You're ruthless. Cough Iwan, I'm truly sorry. But I've heard the savages in Nanjong cut out kidneys and hearts, now that's ruthless. Anyway, Ralph waved his hand. I always keep my word. No taking advantage of you. I'll count this leg at 1 million taels. 2 million taels at 70% off equals 1.4 million. Now you only owe me 400,000 taels. This way, you actually saved money. Nate. Saved my ass. You broke my leg and still want money. Go to hell. Master, this old man looks like he doesn't want to pay. Should I break his other leg too? Calvin raised his stick ominously. Nate stiffened. Wait, I didn't say I wouldn't pay. Calvin scram. I've said before, Iwan is generous and can handle it. Ralph smiled. Do you prefer cash, gold, or grain? Nate. Ralph, 400,000 taels is too much for me. Could we defer payment? Defer payment? Ralph stroked his chin. It's not impossible, but interest must be added. How about 1-to-1 interest compounded? Nate. 1-to-1 compound interest, this is loan sharking. Extremely steep. No pawnshop is as ruthless as you. Fine, I sign. Nate clenched his teeth. As long as he could leave this wolf den and return to the Zhao residence, asking for money afterward was dreaming. Nate immediately signed the promissory note. Ralph looked over, satisfied, putting it away. Indeed, shortcuts lead to quick riches. Humph, can I go now? Of course, not only can you walk, but even run if you wish. Nate. How am I supposed to run? Help me onto the carriage. He glared at Ralph, then left supported by his servants. Hey wait. Ralph stopped them. Iwan, didn't you forget these carriages are mine now? Nate. Ralph, you swindled me out of 400,000 taels, not leaving me even a single carriage. Can you take a bit more? Nate stripped off his outer garments and sash. Good, since Iwan is so generous, I can't be stingy. Ralph waved. Calvin, give Iwan 2 bundles of straw for comfort. Nate. Thanks a lot. Hold on, where's the horse? Ferguson? What horse? We only give carts, Iwan likes to joke. Horses are expensive, can't give them freely. My you. Nate's face darkened. A single sash is worth more than a horse. Iwan, why not let your people pull the cart? The road is rough, people are better than beasts. Servants. Ralph, you're ruthless. Nate waved angrily. Come, pull the cart. Chapter 166, Recruitment Drive. Under the setting sun, several servants were pulling carts, swaying unsteadily out of Donghua village. Nate lay on the wooden cart, occasionally emitting a few mournful cries. Alvaro frowned as he watched the group leave. Alicia, by extorting Nate this way, aren't you afraid that the Zhao family will retaliate against you? I am. Then how can you dare to extort so much money? Because I'm afraid of retaliation. I need to extort more, to recruit and buy support. Alvaro. What you say makes sense. I cannot argue with that. Boy, Bram is highly favored by His Majesty and is also Prince Cameron's teacher. He has almost— my mistake. I shouldn't have told you. Hee, I knew it. Ralph's eyes gleamed. Old Master Han is— well, since you've already guessed, there's nothing I can hide anymore. Alvaro clasped his hands together in a salute. Indeed, Old Master Han is indeed the current King Brogan Hanjan. What? Alvaro was taken aback. Hanjan? Old Chun, don't pretend anymore. I figured it out long ago. Ralph said confidently. The surname Han is not common. The most famous lineage today is the Han family from the fallen kingdom of Tang, led by Han Zhan. After Tang was conquered, the Han family moved south and became one of the kings of Baiyun. When Baylor swept across the Six Kingdoms, King Brogan Han Zhan surrendered and was enfeoffed as an internal marquis. Ralph spoke fluently. And during the time of Duke I of Tang, the Han family held the position of prime minister. They implemented the well-field system with Mencius, making them close allies of the Confucians. So, it's logical that you would take Fu Shu as your disciple. Haha, everything fits. Old Chun, did I guess right? Alvaro, you really are a genius. Yes, you guessed right. Old Master Han is indeed King Brogan Han Zhan. I knew it. Ralph excitedly slapped his thigh. No wonder Old Master Han has so much wealth and mines. As the king of Brogan and an internal marquis, he naturally has extensive estates. Hee, if Old fell into deep thought. Having Brogan as a fallback was certainly good news. But given Ralph's knowledge of Bram, the damage done to Nate meant Bram wouldn't let it go easily. While he was now a Baylor academician with support from the Cassandra Academy, Bram wouldn't dare act openly. Therefore, retaliation would likely come in the form of assassination or entrapment. Trouble indeed. With Bram rumored to have 3,000 retainers, many skilled warriors, a direct assassination attempt might be inevitable. With only Brant and a few others, they would be hard-pressed to defend. Looks like it's time to start recruiting some capable hands. Heroes rose during the transition from Baylor to Han. John, Pengyu, Vernon, Xiahou Cassandrag, Zhongli Mei, countless renowned figures. Previously, as a minor landlord, he never considered such things. But now, as a Baylor academician and holder of the 5th rank of nobility, recruiting retainers wasn't out of reach. Unfortunately, many of these future heroes were not in Xianyang. The first target, however, would be Changhai Jun Arno. In terms of combat prowess, Arno rivaled John. Being his neighbor, it would be wasteful not to recruit him. Brant. Yes, young master? These past few days, you've been keeping tabs on Arno. How is he? Don't worry, young master. I've had people from Newpit village monitor him closely. We know every move. Chapter 167 The Otis's Joy. Prisoner? Yes. Ralph's eyes sparkled. Although he knew where many future renowned generals were, most of them, except Anthony, who was suffering, were living in peace and contentment. There was no need for them to come to Xianyang and seek refuge with him. Of course, another person was even more miserable than Anthony. That was Vernon. Vernon was one of the 3 great generals of early Han Dynasty. His military command ability rivaled Anthony's, and his personal valor was only second to John's. However, at this moment, Vernon was not yet the future illustrious king of Jojo, but a prisoner being tortured. 1,000 taels of silver for a small-time criminal. Ralph believed that as long as the county magistrate wasn't a complete fool, they would eagerly accept this lucrative deal. Master, I have a cousin who works as a postman at the relay station. He can help deliver the letter to the Jianghua commandery. Good. Ralph nodded. Squad, you few go dig out all the gold and silver. Melt them overnight. It'll prevent further trouble. Got it. As soon as they heard about the gold and silver, Fade and others were instantly energized, each ready to dig with their shovels. The batch of gold and silver indeed buried by Nate was not under the large banyan tree on the east side of the village, but under the willow tree on the west side. Ralph squinted at Adelina. Adelina stood in the courtyard, holding the broom and daydreaming. Noticing Ralph's gaze, Adelina hurriedly pretended to sweep a few times. Ralph? Alright, stop pretending. You must be tired from slacking off for so long. Come over for some tea. Master, are you talking to me? Forget it if you don't want it. Don't drink. Adelina flashed a sweet smile, tossed aside her broom, and ran over. Adelina, did I underestimate you? Adelina glanced down and immediately giggled coyly. Master is naughty. Ralph? I mean here. Ralph pointed at his head while involuntarily looking down. Indeed, it's not small. Master flatters me. I'm just an ordinary woman wounded by love. An ordinary woman wouldn't have the courage to act decisively like you. Life just forces one to do these things. Adelina sighed deeply. Ralph scrutinized her closely. If Janice didn't lie to you and genuinely wanted to marry you, would you have told him where I buried the silver? Adelina was startled, but then smiled brightly. But he did lie to me, right? Yes, actually, young Master owes Wu quite a bit of thanks. Ralph smiled and shifted his gaze. Adelina squeezed her chest playfully. Master, now I'm alone and destitute, clothes, and plunged into the pond with a splash. Refreshing. Your Majesty, come and play. Is Xian being tricked by that boy? Well, it's hot today, perfect for a cold water bath. Xian, I'm coming. With a wave of his hand, the Otis tore off his robe and leaped into the water. Damn, it's cold. Swim, Your Majesty. Once you swim, you'll warm up. TCH, you underestimate me. In my expedition to Liaodong, I swam in the Black Dragon River. What's this ice compared to that? Xian, dare you race me across? What's there to fear? I'll count 1, 2, 3. We start then. Sure. 1, 2, splash. Damn, Your Majesty, that's cheating. Warfare knows no bounds, Xian. You're too young. This match is mine. Ha. Outside the garden, heavily armed guards stood guard. Daryl, gripping his sword, smiled as he listened to the laughter inside, reminiscing about the youthful days when they were carefree and unburdened. Back then, there were no wars, no intrigue, no state affairs, just youthful spirit and endless joy. Unfortunately, time had passed, and everything changed. In their high positions, they lost much of their simple joys. People envied the awe of the unparalleled emperor, unaware that he also envied Joel's freedom. Perhaps when His Majesty is with Xian, he recaptures some of his old happiness. Daryl shook his head and waved his hand. Guard the entire imperial garden. Allow no one in, understood? Yes. Suddenly, a commotion arose from afar. Daryl frowned. Come, let's check it out. Outside the imperial garden, Bram looked grim. He received news that Lishan's Afong Palace was nearly completed. With the great heat approaching, the Otis intended to stay there for some time to avoid the summer heat. This was a rare opportunity to strengthen the relationship between father and son. He couldn't afford to miss it. Bram promptly decided to meet the Otis to advocate for Cameron. However, the Black Dragon Guard blocked him. After all, he was a close attendant of the Emperor and managed all palace affairs as the Grand Warden of the Middle Coach Bureau. To be stopped by mere guards infuriated him. You fools, daring to block Chief Xiao. Is this your first time guarding the palace? Calm yourself, sir. We follow orders. Whose orders? Bram waved his sleeves coldly. Humph, favored by His Majesty, managing all palace affairs. Nowhere in Zhangtai Palace can I not enter unless forbidden by His Majesty. Didn't you hear us? Move aside. The official one knows that during the Battle of Chengfu, you and Joel were defeated by Astrid Yen. He killed 7 commanders and caused the deaths of 20,000 Baylor soldiers while chasing you 30 miles like dogs that had lost their homes. You certainly acted like a man then, didn't you? Bram. Hearing Bram's words, Daryl instantly turned beet red with rage. In his entire military career, the Battle of Chengfu was his only disgrace. Although the Otis did not blame him, seeing 20,000 Baylor soldiers fall under the blades of the Chu forces tore at his heart. Even now, whenever he recalled those days, he could not sleep at night. What? Did I say something wrong? Bram sneered coldly. What a bunch of cowards. You couldn't even defeat Astrid Yen. I think your Ming family army is worse than women. Huh? Rubbish. Daryl slapped out angrily. A sharp sound resounded. Silence filled the air. Bram clutched his face, staring incredulously at Daryl. You actually hit me? Humph, Bram. You can insult me, but you cannot insult the loyal souls of our nation. That slap was well deserved. Daryl snorted coldly. You. Feeling the gazes of the people around, Bram was humiliated and enraged. Since becoming the trusted aide of the Otis, no one had dared to strike him except the Otis himself, not even the great General Daryl. How much more so in front of so many courtiers and intimates? Daryl, I'll have you for this. Bram flew into a rage, lunging at Daryl with teeth bared and claws outstretched. Unfortunately, his short legs were numb out loud. Bram felt his blood boiling. Ewan, are you alright? It wasn't intentional. Daryl, I will kill you. Bram screamed, pulling a long sword from a nearby guard and charging at Daryl. Stop. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Bram froze, his sword clattering to the ground. He hurriedly knelt, calling out loudly, Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Daryl and the guards all bowed down. The Otis, wrapped in his robe, glanced coldly over the scene. What is happening here? A mighty Baylor general and a chariot office commandant brawling in the imperial palace. Where is your dignity? Where is the protocol? Your Majesty, please calm down. Your Majesty, you must give justice to this humble servant. Bram cried out pitifully. It was truly unbearable for this humble servant when Daryl insulted him. The Otis looked at Daryl. Did you bully him? No. We were just having an academic discussion which inadvertently escalated into physical contact. Bram. Nonsense, Your Majesty. Look at this humble servant's face. Why is your face red like a monkey's bottom? Bram. Your Majesty, look at my teeth. You finally lost your rotten tooth, Bram. I've always told you to pull a bad tooth, or else it brings bad luck. Bram. Your Majesty, all this was inflicted by General Meng. What? The Otis's expression darkened. Daryl, what has happened? Bram has loyally served me for many years and is one of my old retainers. Why did you assault him? Your Majesty, he also called me less than a man. But you aren't a man. Bram. Wah. Please, Your Majesty, grant me justice. This humble servant feels too ashamed to live. With a loud cry, Bram attempted to dash against a pillar. Stop him. The Otis waved his hand helplessly, knowing Bram was faking. Bram was cunning and competent. Over the years, many of the old retainers by his side had left, leaving few like Bram who were both capable and loyal. Bram, enough fooling around. I will mete out justice for you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your grace is boundless. This humble servant is eternally grateful. Stand up. The Otis shot Daryl a stern glance. Daryl, why did you strike him? Your Majesty, indeed, this humble servant lost control. But Ewan insulted the brave soldiers who fought for the nation. I could not endure it. If this incident were to happen again, I would deliver the same slap, perhaps even harder. Daryl kneeled and intoned solemnly. I have sinned. Please, Your Majesty. Lives. They are the heroes and pillars of our great Baylor. How can you, a mere dog servant, dare to insult them? Anyone who insults the heroes of our great Baylor insults me, and anyone who insults me insults our nation. Bram, you have quite a lot of nerve. Thud. Seeing the Otis's anger, Bram fell flat on the floor, banging his head against the ground. Please spare this old servant's life, Your Majesty. Please spare this old servant's life. This old servant has learned his lesson. Forgusen, scoundrel. Don't forget your place. You are nothing more than a dog by my side. Compared to those brave warriors, you, Bram, are nothing. The Otis waved his sleeve coldly. Go away. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your mercy. This old servant will take his leave. Bram fled hurriedly, like he had received a royal pardon. Your Majesty. Daryl watched Bram's retreating back, hesitating to speak. Ming, I know you feel wronged, said the Otis, shaking his head. But Bram has served me loyally for so many years, and it's rare to have servants as capable as him. I'll forgive this dog servant just this once. No, Your Majesty, you misunderstand me. Daryl coughed dryly. I meant that, you aren't wearing anything inside your robe. It's letting in the draft. Daryl. Otis. What are you staring at? Even if I am old, I'm still older than you. The Otis pulled his robe tighter, looking disgruntled. Greetings, your majesty. At that moment, Zhao Xian, wrapped in his robe, emerged from the garden. Xian, have you finished washing up? Imparting to your majesty, I now feel refreshed and ready to ride into battle again. Good. Then go kill some enemies for me. Ferguson? Joel looked puzzled. I was joking, your majesty. The Otis smiled faintly. I'm serious. Joel, heed my order. Joel's pupils narrowed as he knelt down on one knee. I am here, your majesty. In the main hall of the Zhao residence. Bang bang bang. Bram smashed everything in the room to vent his anger. Servant, dog servant. Bram clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with icy coldness. He had been loyal and diligent to the Otis for years, thinking he would treat him as one of his own. But now, despite being beaten himself, the Otis still protected Daryl. After leaving Zhangtai Palace, Bram went to Cameron. He thought Cameron would pity him after hearing he had been beaten because of him. Instead, Cameron blamed him for not being able to grow up. Nate, being childless like the eunuchs, was treated like a younger brother by Bram. How dare someone hurt my brother like this? Tell me who did this, and even if it's the Son of Heaven, I will make sure they have nowhere to bury their bodies. Brother, huh? Nate was about to complain when he noticed the slap marks on Bram's face. Brother, your face, what happened? Bram's face darkened. Cough, cough, this is unimportant. Tell me what happened to you. The culprit is none other than Ralph from Donghua village. Ralph? The small landlord? Yes, exactly. What? Bram flew into a rage. The Otis and Cameron disregarding him was one thing. But a small landlord daring to beat him? Did they think he was a pushover? Damn it, a small landlord dares to act so arrogantly. Summon my token and call for troops from the court to raid this Donghua village. Yes, sir. Brother, no. Nate quickly stopped Bram. Brother, that fellow has support from the Shangyang Academy and has been appointed by the Emperor as a doctor of Baylor. We cannot act recklessly. What? A doctor of Baylor? Bram's face darkened. Again, those dogs like Jeffrey? Brother, rest assured, just a small doctor. Whoever I wish to kill, no one can leave Xianying alive. But, he doesn't live in Xianying City. Bram. Emph, if I can't kill him openly, I'll assassinate him. I have 3,000 followers, strong men who can kill anyone, even princes and nobles. Sir, now residents like this, and none of you noticed. If he came to assassinate me, I could be dead by now. Bram was fuming. Could it be that all these 3,000 retainers were just here for meals? My lord, I'm not an assassin. Then who are you? I am the attendant of Master Janus. And who is Janus? So it's you. Only then did Nate recall this person. Let him go. Young man, you said you could help us eliminate Ralph? Nate sneered. That Ralph is under the protection of the Cassandra Academy. The Niawan village has a rough and violent populace, making it hard to deal with them. Even I find it difficult. Why would someone like you, who limps, dare to make such bold claims? Lying low does not mean I lack talent. When it comes to dealing with Ralph, I have one advantage no one else can match. Oh, what is it? Experience. Jaden squinted and flattered with a grin. In terms of understanding Ralph, I doubt anyone knows him better than me, because I raised Ralph from infancy. Everyone. You're Ralph's father? Assassin. He's an assassin. Arrest him. Both Bram and Nate recoiled in shock. Instantly, the burly men pounced again. Jaden, Omega, don't attack. I'm not Ralph's father. I'm his butler. Oh, then it's fine. Hold on, if he's a butler, isn't he still one of Ralph's people? Arrest him. No, not one of them. I am mortal enemies with Ralph. Jaden wiped his forehead, struggling to explain clearly. My lords, this leg of mine was broken by that scoundrel Ralph. I've been loyal to the Liu family, but he treated me like dirt, even attacking me. We have deep-seated enmity. Upon hearing Jaden's words, Bram frowned slightly. Let him go. If you can help me kill Ralph, you will have a place in this estate. What? Thank you for your promotion. Thank you for your promotion? Jaden was elated. This was the Zhao residence, the true elite of Xianyang City. Any position here was far superior to working for the Wu family. With respect, sir, the villagers in Niawan are fierce and unruly. Moreover, Ralph has trained several thugs. It won't be easy to assassinate him there. However, Ralph has some businesses in the city and enters every few days. I know the paths outside the city well. If you send skilled assassins to follow secretly, I can lead him to a remote area and eliminate him without a trace. Jaden's eyes gleamed with malice. All right, let's do it. Bram waved his hand immediately. Go, call the best swordsman in the estate. Yes. Soon, a middle-aged man in green robes with a scruffy beard walked over. He was thin, carrying an old sword on his waist, holding a wineskin, and walking unsteadily. Even seeing Bram, he continued drinking, showing no intention to kneel or bow. Ferguson. This swordsman's assman directed the wine into his mouth. 3 bowls cannot pass the post. Excellent wine. Ha ha ha. Gareth sheathed his sword and left laughing. Jaden stared dumbfounded. This is what a true swordsman looks like? Ralph, you're finished, huh? The night was dim. In the study, the lamp flickered. Alicia gently pushed open the door, carrying a bowl of porridge. Inside the study, Ralph sat at the desk, looking serious as he fiddled with an object in his hand. Master, Alicia has cooked you some porridge for a midnight snack. Alicia. Ralph put down the object and smiled, patting his thigh. Come here, let Master weigh you. Oh. Alicia blushed, sitting demurely on Ralph's lap, resting her head on his chest. Breathing in her gentle fragrance, Ralph felt an unprecedented peace. Master, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? Recently, I felt uneasy. I decided to enhance our defenses. Ferguson, what's this? Alicia was instantly captivated by the object on the table. Hee, this is called a musket. Put a small packet of gunpowder inside, then fill it with pebbles as bullets. Once ignited, It can unleash power no one can resist. That's amazing. Let me show you. Ralph set Alicia down and eagerly loaded and lit the musket. Bang. The copper barrel exploded instantly. A surge of heat rolled towards them. Cough. Cough. Ralph was covered in ash, coughing out smoke. Why did it explode? That's not scientific. Hey, what's this smell? It smells nice. Alicia. Ralph. Alicia, don't be afraid. Scientific experiments sometimes fail. Not that. Alicia blinked. Master, your hair is on fire. My hair. Fire. Fire. Chapter 171. To light a lamp for the world with my flesh and blood. The moonlight was as clear as water. Two visitors wearing straw capes arrived at the door of Mr. Zhang, the village head of Nyuking village. Knock knock knock. The visitors gently tapped on the door. After a short while, lights lit up inside the house, followed by a raspy voice. Who is it? It's the middle of the night. Why are you knocking? Displaced refugees from a fallen state. An old acquaintance from Cassandragwan. The wooden door creaked open. Riker held a lantern and walked out. You. Upon recognizing the visitor, his face changed noticeably. He was about to bow deeply. This humble servant Zhang Si pays homage to the young master. Mr. Zhang, please rise quickly. Gillis hurriedly helped him up. The state of Han has long been destroyed, and my clan in Cassandragwan has been scattered. Where is there any assassinate Baylor? Riker's face turned grave. Even though he had expected Gillis's intention, hearing those words still sent chills through his heart. Since the unification of China by the Baylor dynasty, the name of the Otis struck terror into the hearts of the people of the 6 states, even after many years of peace and rest under the new dynasty. The older generation who experienced the war between the 6 states would still tremble when recalling the might of Baylor soldiers. Young master, I've heard the Otis is terminally ill. If we wait until he dies, the world will surely fall into chaos then. If we assassinate him now, it would be too dangerous. Wait for the Otis to die? Gillis sneered. Everyone fears the power of the Otis. Everyone hopes for his death daily. The Otis is like a sword hanging over the heads of the 6 former states and foreign tribes, suppressing their breaths. But waiting only fosters fear and cowardice, eroding the spirit of the men of the 6 states. Gillis's words rang forcefully. Riker lowered his head in shame. Indeed, he once harbored lofty ambitions. But after so many years, that flame within him had nearly gone out. How much more true this must be for those who were children back then, and likely forgot the grievances of the 6 states. Don't forget, the Otis is human, just like us. He is flesh and blood, not a god. It's lit up. I didn't expect such a warrior to be found here. Why wait? Let's go find him now. Dwight seemed excited. Gillis frowned slightly. This is no trivial matter, Mr. Zhang. We can't divulge this plan to anyone we can't fully trust. Rest assured, young master. These young men share our patriotism. I'll vouch for them with my life that they won't betray you, whether or not they participate. Good, time is of the essence. Let's meet King Hagen now. As you command. The trio headed toward Arno's home. From afar, they saw a towering 9-foot-tall man holding a woodcutter's axe standing in the yard under the moonlight. Bang! The axe swung down on the thick log, causing it to shake but remain intact. In the Baylor dynasty, control over metals was strict. Even simple tools like axes needed to be registered. Arno's axe was broken and dull, making it feel more like a toy in his hands, frustrating him. Annoying. Arno grumbled, tossing the axe aside and grabbing the log with both arms. Ferguson. With a roar, his muscles bulged, and the thick log shattered into pieces. Quite a man indeed. Gillis couldn't help but exclaim at the sight. Who's there? Arno, lifting a stone, looked guardedly around. Andre, it's me, no trouble intended. Ah, Lord Sesifu. Seeing Riker, Arno warmly greeted him. With the tyrannical Baylor ruling, the people live in misery. The suffering of this world can be attributed to the Otis. As long as the Baylor dynasty remains, the people will remain impoverished. Only by ending the reign of the Otis can the masses find relief. I, Gillis, may not be much, but I wish to assassinate the Otis, overthrow the brutal Baylor, and plead for justice for the people. Will you lend me a hand? What? Assassinate Baylor? Hearing Gillis's words, Arno's expression changed. He frowned, pondered for a moment, and then shook his head. I'm sorry, I cannot agree to this. Andre, you are also from the remnant state of Han. Your father died in the war. Haven't you any fighting spirit left? Alberic said indignantly. How could I recommend you to the young master so confidently only to realize that you are a coward afraid of death? Lord Sifu, young master Gillis, I am not afraid of death. If I could plead for the people and avenge my family's grudge against Han, I would gladly offer my life. But I have an elderly mother who is 60 years old and needs care, and an older brother who is disabled and depends on me. If I die, I would be unfilial. If the young master can wait a few years until I take care of my mother in her old age and help my brother settle down, I will surely dedicate my life to your cause. Gillis. Alberic. Andre, are you joking? Do you think assassination is child's play? Waiting for a few more years might mean the Otis is already dead by then. Cough, I'm sorry. Arno bowed apologetically. Unfortunately, I cannot agree to this. Please leave now. Wait. Gillis stopped him. Under the moonlight, Gillis's gaze was calm. Warrior, you possess extraordinary strength and are destined for greatness. Your talents should not be wasted on trivial tasks. The battlefield is where you belong. You can either achieve everlasting fame or live a mediocre life. It's all up to you. Consider it carefully. Let's go. Gillis turned and left. Arno looked at the scattered wood and felt a tremor in his heart. Fame and eternal glory. He clenched his fists tightly, flames burning in his eyes. Andre, stop making noise. Can't you let anyone sleep? Tristan shouted irritably from the room. It took you so long to chop some wood. Your brother is counting on you to earn money for medicine. I thought our lives would improve once you returned. Who knew? Oh, what a bitter life I have. Mother, please rest. I'll finish quietly. Forgive and re-up. All right. Arno sighed deeply and bent down to gather the wood. Tomorrow we'll take it to the city and hope for a good price. On the path outside, Alberic had a grim look on his face. Young master, No need to say more. Gillis remained composed. Everyone has their destiny. Each person makes their own choices. Some prioritize loyalty, others filial piety. Since ancient times, who wouldn't want both loyalty and filial piety? Sadly, it's hard to achieve both. Gillis sighed. For the sake of opposing Baylor, even his own brothers had sacrificed their lives without proper burial, so he could use those resources to forge weapons. To bring down the tyrannical Baylor, he was willing to pay any price. But everyone has ties they can't easily break. Not everyone can follow his path. Young master, Arno possesses extraordinary strength and bravery. His involvement would significantly increase our chances of success. Yes, indeed, Gillis said with a heavy heart. Assassinating the Otis was almost certain death, given the formidable Black Dragon army guarding the Emperor. Despite meticulous planning, the success rate remained incredibly low. A brave warrior like Arno could change the course of battle, offering them immense opportunities if he fought fearlessly. This Arno is indeed a talent. It would be a pity to lose him. Should this old servant... Alberic glanced coldly at Tristan's shack. Enough. Gillis's face darkened. We are carrying out this assassination for justice. Using underhanded methods to recruit some... No wonder you're the young master. Truly insightful. Let's go to the capital. Go. Note. In the context of someone urging a carriage to move, ja is often translated as go, or move, to maintain natural fluency in English. The carriage jolted violently, nearly throwing Harley off the roof. My God. Harley clung to the edge of the carriage. Asa, slow down. But I'm going slowly. Even slower. Too slow. We'll be slower than an ox cart. Not important. What's important is that I'm riding in a luxurious carriage. Asa. An hour later, they finally arrived in Xianyang City. If the guards hadn't forbidden hanging objects on the carriage roof, Harley probably would have continued riding ostentatiously through the streets. Xianyang seems particularly lively today. Harley stood on the carriage, scanning the bustling scene around him. Throw him out. Don't, father. Please don't. At that moment, a commotion erupted on the street. Harley looked over and smiled immediately. Hey, isn't that our old friend? Hashtag chapter 173. You must continue to refine shit. Janice screamed in agony as several servants lifted him up and threw him onto the street. He clutched his aching back, looking utterly disbelieving. Father, you actually have the heart to throw me out of the house? You scoundrel, do you know how much damage you've caused to our family? Buddy's eyes blazed with fury. Because of you, our family has become a laughingstock in Xianyang. Everyone knows we are now associated with Night Soil. How can I possibly maintain my dignity? Janice stared blankly. But I am your flesh and blood son. Buddy, don't have such an incompetent son. Janice, think clearly about how to resolve this issue, or you'll never set foot in our house again. Buddy turned away coldly, waving his sleeve and walking back home. Janice felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Father, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I grew up in luxury, sleeping on golden-threaded Namu beds. Without them, I would suffer from insomnia. The birds I raise only eat choice meats. They'll starve without me. Please don't make me leave. Waste of space, total waste. Buddy's anger boiled over at Janice's words. How could I end up with a useless son like you? Close the door. Don't let him in. Yes, sir. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. No, father. Please let me return. Janice pounded on the closed gate, shouting frantically, but there was no response. It's over. Father is truly furious this time. How will I survive? Janice slumped to the ground, his face ashen with despair. At that moment, a shadow loomed over him. He looked up to see a familiar smile. Hey, isn't this Master Wu? Sitting outside in the morning sun. What elegance. Aryun. At the sight of Aryun, Janice exploded with rage. What the hell? Clack, clack, clack. The 5 men standing beside Aryun all pressed their hands on their sword hilts. Janice gulped and backed down. Aryun, are you here to mock me? I'm telling you, 30 years east, 30 years west. Never underestimate a poor youth. Even though I am down today, one day you'll find yourself unable to look down on me. Master Wu, don't be upset. I'm actually here to help you, Aryun said with a faint smile. Help me? Janice was doubtful. Are you really being kind? Master Wu, you misunderstand me. I just want to be a peaceful small landlord. But you always come for trouble, forcing me to retaliate. Aryun sighed deeply. Seeing you in such distress pains my heart. Showmanship. Do you really expect me to believe you? Master Wu, whether you believe me or not doesn't matter. What matters is that only I can help you now. I can sell you ice at a lower... You manage this place. Make those decisions on your own from now on. With that word, I understand. Go ahead and prepare some wine and food for us. Yes, sir. Soon, the table was set with delicious food and drinks. Aryun sipped the clear wine thoughtfully. This plum wine from Looky-Lore isn't bad, though a bit bland. Maybe I'll refine it later. Hey, Master Wu, why aren't you drinking? I'm here to discuss business, not drink, Janice said warily. He feared being intoxicated and signing unfair contracts. Aryun smiled silently, taking out ink and paper to write a contract and handed it to Janice. Ice blocks, 50 taels each, 1-month contract. Janice read the document carefully 3 times, his expression strange. What's wrong, Master Wu? Any issues with the contract? Nothing, but nothing wrong here is the biggest problem. Aryun remained silent. So, will you sign it or not? Sign it. Only fools wouldn't. Janice quickly signed his name, fearful that Aryun might change his mind. Why are you helping me, Aryun? No, I'm not helping. This is mutual benefit. Aryun grinned. The contract you signed is for 1 month and will temporarily solve your immediate problems. If you want a long-term agreement, you need to meet 2 conditions. Of course. Janice frowned. He knew Aryun wasn't someone who did favors for nothing. Cough, young Master Wu, let's sign the contract first. Alright, let's do it now. They promptly signed a long-term contract. Ha ha ha, with this, I can return to the Wu family once again. Cooperation goes both ways, young Master Wu, Ralph toasted with a smile. Forgive Ralph, don't think that my cooperation means I'm afraid of you. I'm merely enduring temporary humiliation. Once I find an opportunity, I won't forgive you. Janice drained his cup in one go and slammed it on the table as he turned to leave. TSK, this guy really doesn't know what's good for him. Exactly, young master. Why help someone like him? Such a person should be left to fend for himself. No, helping him is like adding fuel to the fire. Brant and the others grumbled indignantly, but Ralph was smiling as he pocketed the contract. I didn't help him. He's helping me. Ferguson? What do you mean? Ralph laughed but remained silent. Janice's white crystals were actually a type of saltpeter. If ignited directly, they could cause a violent explosion. Thankfully, he had signed the contract and secured these crystals in time, or else Janice might have accidentally discovered explosives. Of course, the others swaggered after him. North Town Market was bustling with people coming and going. At an open space along the street edge, Arno stood with his arms crossed. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Arno. Due to hardship at home, I've come to Chang'an to earn a living. I lack special skills but have trained my body and strength since childhood. Please give me your support. After warming up, he performed a series of powerful punches, drawing cheers from passers-by. Something more exciting, breaking a stone on the chest. Gentlemen, watch closely. Without hesitation, Arno brought over a massive rock almost a meter wide from the roadside and borrowed a heavy hammer from a nearby blacksmith. Gentlemen, this stone is genuine. Anyone who doubts can try themselves. I'll give it a try. A rich young man tossed some coins into the ring and stepped forward. Please. Placing the rock on his chest, Arno laid down on a bench. The young man lifted the hammer. Brother, I'm really going to smash it. Do your best. Any mishap is on me. Good, that's the spirit. With a roar, the young man swung the hammer down. Bam! Sparks flew as the force shook Arno's breath. Go harder. Right. He continued swinging hammer after hammer, shaking the bench and kicking up dust. Arno's face turned red with effort, gritting his teeth. Great job. Bravo, brave man. Seeing the rich young man tiring, another bystander picked up the hammer and continued. This attracted even more spectators, though few were willing to pay. From a distant pavilion, Gillis observed everything below. Sigh, such a strong man reduced to this humiliation. It's truly pitiful. Corbin sighed deeply. This is the sin of the great Baylor Empire, pushing people into a living hell. Even Arno, a strong man, faces such a fate. Ordinary farmers who suffer misfortune can only sell their children. Such a tyrannical Baylor must be destroyed. Young master is correct. Arno, I don't push you out of malice. You're meant to be a hero, not endure this shame. Gillis sighed again. Mr. Zhang, have you found the people I asked for? Everything is ready, young master. Good. Since you can't make up your mind, let me decide for you. With a wave of his sleeve, Gillis descended from the pavilion. Chapter 175. Are you here to pick a fight? Bang! A loud noise echoed. The stool splintered, and the stones shattered as Arno let out a muffled cry, crashing to the ground while holding a large rock. Good strong man. Get a bigger stone. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers cheered in applause. Ralph, however, narrowed his eyes and shook his head repeatedly. This so-called chest stone breaking was not a fraudulent street trick like those from later times, but a true test of skill. The young masters who paid their money would naturally have no mercy. One could easily be crushed to death if not careful. Arno risked his life for this money. Ah, it's tough to live. Exactly. Being human is so difficult. Arao expressed similar feelings. If it weren't for their luck following Ralph, they too might be going hungry. Arao. Ralph waved his hand. Did you find the people I asked for? Don't worry, young master. They are all professionals. Curtis and his gang usually do such things here in the grass market, bullying men and women. By the way, young master, why did you want me to find these hoodlums? Of course, to help him. Ferguson? Help him? Yes, if we smash Arno's act, he won't have to endure this humiliation anymore, right? Ralph grinned. Oh, my biggest flaw is being too kind. Arao. You might misunderstand kindness? Cough, cough. Arno rubbed his chest, sitting on the ground, breathing heavily. Clearly, even with his robust physique, he couldn't withstand the repeated hammering indefinitely. That strong man, are you still breaking stones? Just wait, young master. I'm ready for more fun. If you stop, I'll leave. Seeing Arno resting, the crowd grew impatient. Break. Heroes, it's hot today. Let me drink some water first. Arno laughed apologetically, took a few swigs from his gourd, poured some over his face, and then picked up an even larger stone. Heroes, anyone else wants to try? I will. A skinny man threw some coins and was about to pick up the hammer when several unruly-looking men pushed through the crowd. The leader was bald, pockmarked, bare-chested, showing off a round belly, with a piece of straw hanging from his mouth. His gang strutted behind him, arrogantly shoving anyone in their way. Aviv has arrived. Step aside or get beaten. Blind fool, get out of the way. It's Curtis, Hang Tiger Curtis. Quick, get out of the way. The crowd parted fearfully as they saw them coming. Even the skinny man dropped his hammer and fled, grabbing back the coins he had thrown. Curtis was notorious in the North Market for extortion, earning the nickname Hang Tiger due to his ruthless behavior. Instantly, Half the crowd dispersed when Curtis appeared. Arno frowned, put down the stone, and bowed respectfully. Gentlemen, what can I assist you with? You're Arno? Curtis glanced at him, frowning slightly. Yes, that's me. Before Arno could finish, a henchman kicked him hard in the knee. Thud. Arno fell to one knee. What are you doing? W, what do you think you're doing? That's beggar's pay. Curtis glared. Look at me like that? Remember, this is my territory. No matter who you are, follow the rules. From today, you need to pay 30 taels every month to work here. Otherwise, each time I see you, I'll beat you. 30 taels? Are you joking? This is outrageous. The crowd murmured. 30 taels were beyond what they could earn in months. Clearly, Curtis was there to pick a fight. No one dares challenge him. Brother, you're pushing it. Oh, challenging me? Come on, hit me. Curtis leaned forward. Come, punch me if you dare. Arno's fists crackled. Striking would vent his anger, but what about his family? Arrested? He'd lose everything. Scared? I'm not. Curtis punched Arno in the face. Boys, give him a beating. Beat him. In an instant, the gang held Arno down, punching and kicking relentlessly. Unable to retaliate, he suffered a brutal assault until finally losing strength. Hit harder. Bang, thump, smack. Oh, watching hurts. Curtis is truly despicable. Ralph clenched his fist angrily. Arau stared wide-eyed. Young master, did you bring them? Yes, but that doesn't change my hatred for injustice. Arau. Who's staring? Ralph waved grandly. Time for my show. Let go of that man. Release him. Just as Ralph spoke, a commanding voice called out from the crowd. Hashtag chapter 176. You really hit him? Let him go. Everyone turned around at once. A handsome young man in white robes walked slowly through the crowd. Calvin. Aryun. Isn't that the effeminate scholar? Under everyone's gaze, Gillis approached Gary with a righteous air. In broad daylight and under clear skies, how dare you abuse your power so shamelessly? Such lawlessness and cruelty will surely bring divine retribution upon you. Gillis's voice was resolute, leaving Gary completely dumbfounded. Aryun was similarly stunned. What's going on here? Is someone queue-jumping while being chivalrous? Master, what should we do? Let's see how this plays out. Aryun glanced coldly at Gillis, but made no move. In the center of the courtyard, Gillis stood upright with dignity. Gary scratched his head. Realizing what was happening, Gary laughed. Boy, who are you? Meddling in my affairs? Are you tired of living? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that your tyranny must be stopped by all. Well said. Wonderful speech. Bravo. The spectators applauded enthusiastically as they listened to. Gillis was immediately dazed, clutching his head and moaning. You have no martial ethics. I paid you. Unfortunately, the enraged Gary showed no signs of stopping. They grabbed Gillis and started dragging him around roughly. Aryun. Calvin. Master, do you think this sissy has gone mad? He's weaker than a chicken yet dares to act tough in public. Maybe he's lost his mind from reading too much. Aryun looked on with pity. Poor fellow. From a distant pavilion, Dwight and Riker watched intently. Mr. Zhang, these performers are top-notch. If I hadn't known about Master's plan in advance, I would have thought Master was truly being beaten. Our young Master is quite the actor too. Look at those injuries, the blood. It's all realistic. Even his screams make one feel sorrowful. Isn't that blood real? Dwight, don't worry. These professionals were hired. They won't hurt Master. Phew, that reassures me. Dwight nodded and smiled. Let's toast to Master's successful plan. To Master's success. They clinked their cups together. Creak. At that moment, the door opened. Several rough-looking men walked in. Sorry, Mr. Zhang. We encountered some issues on the way and arrived late. No problem. You came just in time. These pros sure know how to perform realistically. Dwight gave a thumbs up. The men looked bewildered. What are you talking about? But spat out a mouthful of blood instead. Water. Dwight gave him some water, and Gillis caught his breath. Master, are you alright? Do I look alright to you? Gillis. Riker. Omega. Neil. Seeing Gillis's bruises, Arno's eyes welled up with tears, and he knelt down. What virtues do I possess to deserve such hardship from you, young Master? Arno owes his life to young Master's salvation. Initially furious, Gillis's eyes brightened at Arno's words. Although this bitter stratagem was not part of his plan, it had an effect far better than anticipated. Andre, please stand up. A true man in this world should uphold righteousness. Even though I, Gillis, am as weak as an ant, I will stand against injustice and defend the right path, regardless of the odds. Gillis spoke with great dignity, his wounded body reinforcing his words. The surrounding crowd felt moved. Young Master. Andre. Their gazes met, a deep bond silently forming between them. To the side. Calvin. Aryun. Gillis. This effeminate scholar is actually the first strategist of Baylor. Gillis? Do you know him, Master? Not just know him. Aryun narrowed his eyes. Great, a collision. This kid wants to compete. Belt and golden crown. Was as flamboyant as could be. Is this your master? I am Ralph from Niwa Village. Nice to meet you. So, you are Master Lu. Pleasure to meet you. Curtis's eyes scanned the scene, revealing a greedy look. I heard Master Lu has been doing good business lately, earning quite a bit, right? Well, it's not much, just petty trade. Can't compare to great heroes like Brother Nyo. Ralph smiled faintly and took out several silver ingots. Thanks for helping us this time. Use this money for drinks, everyone. 50 taels. The little brother's eyes sparkled. Curtis took the money, but a sneer formed at the corner of his mouth. Master Lu, the amount seems incorrect, doesn't it? What do you mean, Curtis? We agreed on 30 taels initially. My young master even gave you an extra 20 taels. Still not satisfied? Cooper, We did agree on 30 taels, but you didn't mention they would have helped. Curtis gave a sly smile. I, Curtis, also have my reputation in the martial world. After getting slapped in public, tell me, how much is my face worth? F*******. Are you extorting us? Cooper, behave. Ralph laughed gently. You're right, brother Nyo. One cannot lose face in this world. Forgusen, Master Lu understands. Well, okay, brother Nyo. Name your price. Curtis scrutinized Ralph from head to toe before extending one finger. Add another 100. No 200 taels. 200. Ralph chuckled. Brother Nyo, isn't 200 too little for a hero like you? What? 200 is too little? Ralph continued, yes, I think you can be bolder, more daring. How about 300? Or even 250? Brother Nyo, you're such an honest man. Ralph shook his head. Let's make it 500 taels. How about that? What, 500 taels? Curtis was startled. Do you want it? Want it? Who wouldn't want it? Great. Ralph stretched his muscles. Turn around. Okay. Instinctively, Curtis turned his face. Wait a minute. Shouldn't it be hands? Slap. Before he could finish, Ralph struck a heavy slap across his face. Ah. Curtis screamed in pain, crashing into the straw pile. Ugh. Ralph shook his throbbing hand. Dog, even daring to blackmail the young master. I'll teach you a lesson. Does 500 taels cover it? If not, I'll give you 2,000 more. You bastard. You actually dared to trick me? Curtis, clutching his face, fumed. Brothers attack? Cooper. Niwa Special Forces go? Cooper and the others immediately fought the ruffians. Black Tiger Heart Rip, Black Tiger Tail Sweep, Black Tiger Peach Steel. Bang, thud, ow. These thugs usually bullied villagers, but Cooper and the four had been trained by Ralph, their physical fitness and reflexes far surpassing these ruffians, quickly subduing them. These dogs must have taken supplements, so strong. Seeing the situation was bad, Curtis tried to sneak away. A big black stick blocked his path. Brother Nyo, you haven't gotten your money yet. Where are you rushing off to? Ralph narrowed his eyes and poked Curtis with the stick. Ah! Curtis shrieked, eyes rolling back as he convulsed on the ground. A moment later, Ralph lay half reclined in the straw pile. In front of him, Curtis and his gang were kneeling in a neat row. Master Lu, I'm wrong. I will never dare again. Please be merciful. Spare us, master. Brother Nyo, do you still want those 500 taels? No. Curtis shook his head vigorously. He wanted the money but didn't dare ask. No, you must take the 500 taels. Bam. Curtis's forehead hit the ground with a thud. Master Lu, I truly don't dare. You must take the 500 taels. Ralph sneered and slowly raised his right hand. Tears welled up in Curtis's eyes as he closed them and presented his face. Slap. But instead of the expected slap, Ralph gently patted Curtis's shoulder. Curtis. Ralph. Brother Nyo, Ralph always keeps his word. Since I said I'd give you 500 taels, I won't go back on my promise. Why, you really mean it? Give the money? Of course. Thank you, Master Lu. Curtis was elated. If he could get 500 taels, the slap wasn't in vain. He extended his hands obsequiously. Ralph picked his nose. What are you doing? Curtis was confused. 500 taels. I said I'd give you 500 taels, but I didn't say I'd give it. Forgusen? Who should I ask for the money? Ralph smiled ominously and pulled Curtis up. Come with me. At the tavern, Gillis and company sat down. Xiaohong, bring wine, strong wine. Customers, you've come to the right place. Our shop has the best strong wine in the world. 3 bowls can't cross the pass. Would you like to try it? Sure, let's start with a jar. Sir, this wine is quite expensive. A jar might cost more than what you have. Foolish. Geordie angrily slapped the table. Do you think our master can't pay for wine? Zhang, stop. Gillis waved his long robe and placed several pieces of silver on the table. Xiaohong, triangular ruler. Gillis. Let's start with 3 jars. Oh, master. You saved my life today and even treated me to drinks. I don't know how to repay you. Arno looked at him with gratitude. Hee. If you don't know how to repay, just offer yourself as a vassal. Abdur chuckled, stroking his beard. Mr. Zhang, don't joke around. Gillis shook his head. Everyone has their aspirations. If Brother Andre doesn't wish to join the anti-Baylor cause, we can't force him. Andre, there's no need to feel guilty. I helped you not for any repayment, or because you're Han. We are friends. I simply couldn't stand by when injustice was happening. Pity. So many people in this Baylor dynasty suffer under tyranny. How many can I meet? How many can I help? Gillis sighed deeply, his eyes filled with melancholy. If the Baylor doesn't fall, all will be miserable. But alas, one person's strength, like mine, can only delay the inevitable. Master. Hearing Gillis's words, Arno felt even more remorseful. Andre, come, let's have another round. Master, I raise a toast to you. Andre, why do you use your great strength to perform on the street and endure such humiliation? It's a long story. Arno sighed deeply and recounted the entire situation. What? That despicable landlord is that wicked? Seizing people's wives, that Ralph is utterly heartless. Andre, aren't you being taken advantage of? No matter what, since I, Arno, promised to pay him silver, I won't go back on my word. Don't. Gillis clenched his teeth and pulled out an ancient parchment book from his robe. A book? Abdur looked puzzled. Young master, books are both the most valuable and least valuable things today. Ha, books aren't valuable, but this is. Gillis opened the book, revealing 3 golden sheets between the pages. Dwight, take this book and pawn it. Master, no. This is the only heirloom from the old chancellor. You misunderstand. Without home or country, having too many attachments is futile. If this book can buy Andre's freedom, it will be worth it. Gillis handed the book to Arno. Take it. Master. Tears welled up in Arno's eyes. Looking into Gillis's sincere gaze, he felt an overwhelming urge to kneel and bow. To have such a friend, risking one's life would be nothing. Arno clasped his hands and bowed deeply to them all. Your nobility makes me ashamed. I, Arno, swear that once I've settled my mother and brother outside of Xianyang, I will serve you, willing to dedicate myself to your service. Done. Gillis smiled. 500 taels for such a valiant warrior. What a bargain. Andre, please get up. We are brothers in arms. There's no need for such formalities. Andre is willing to assist. Gillis is deeply grateful. Gillis also rose and bowed solemnly to Arno. Young master. Andre. They clasped hands tightly, their gazes intertwining, creating an intense bond. Get your hands off that man. A discordant voice suddenly rang out, shattering the mood. Landlord Ralph? It's you. Upon seeing Ralph, both Arno and Gillis froze. You know him? Master, this is the ruthless landlord Ralph I told you about. So you're Ralph. Gillis sneered. As a learned man, how can you justify your daily bullying without guilt? I do feel guilty. Ralph laughed and shrugged. So, I'm here to save this naive child you duped. What? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious, Mr. Gillis? Ralph casually walked into the room. Such a dramatic act, such righteousness, such ploy. Gillis, you'd make a great cult leader. Bullshit. Arno glared. Don't insult our master. You fool. Helping those who sell you. Ralph shook his head pityingly. What do you want, landlord? Calm down. I'm here to reveal the truth. Ralph waved his hand. The people who disrupted your performance earlier, he hired them. Everything was Gillis's plan to lure you into serving him faithfully. You'd appear as if you've suffered greatly. You'd give us 500 taels of silver. Now, you're not going back on your word, are you? Ferguson? Gillis was bewildered. Nonsense. I don't even know who you are. But I know you very well. First talent of Cassandragwin, noble from the state of Han, 3 prime ministers in one family, known as Mr. Cassandragwin, disciple of Confucian scholar Arthur, once received 3 volumes of military books from the Yellowstone public, harboring great ambitions to rebel against Baylor. Gary spoke eloquently, detailing Gillis's background. We only agreed to this because we admired your integrity, and now you tell us you don't know us? Gillis, you've disappointed me. Yes, Master Zhang, as a man of honor, is it really just 500 taels? If you have no money, just say so. No need for these excuses to cool our burning enthusiasm. Gillis, I look down on you. The gangsters all chimed in. Gillis was speechless. Gary's words were almost revealing everything about him, even down to details like the color of his underwear. How could a street thug know so much about him? This was unreasonable. Master Zhang, what is going on? Arno clutched his wine glass tightly, unable to remain seated. He's here too? Gary looked surprised. Oh, my bad, Master Zhang. I didn't see him. My apologies. Andre, listen to me. Gillis's face turned red after him. Gary blocked their path with a twist and a smile, accompanied by his men. Master Zhang, even though things didn't work out, I feel for you. But bills still need to be paid. Move, I don't know you. So, you want a free ride? What should we do when encountering freeloaders, boys? Gary sneered. A group of underlings exposed their bulging muscles. Gillis. Lao Fergusonong. Iof, Omega. Sir, save yourself for another day. Pay up. It's broad daylight. They can't possibly dare to beat me, right? They already did once before. Gillis. Moments later, Gary held the gold leaf book, satisfied, and left with his men. Gillis and the 2 others sat on the ground, bruised and dispirited. Why? Why did this happen? Gillis snapped, glaring at Ralph. Dog landlord, I've done nothing to offend you. Why frame me? Blame it on your handsome face. Ralph laughed, tossing a few silver pieces. Edie, this round is on me. Lord Lu, farewell. Got it. Ralph stretched and walked out of the inn, leaving Gillis and the 2 others dumbfounded. This guy, is he mentally ill? Gillis touched his pale face. Master, what do we do now? Simple, eat. Eat. Yes, eat. Gillis stood up, grabbing a chicken leg and devouring it eagerly. Without eating tools. Not farm tools? Then what are you forging? Hee. Ralph smiled faintly. I want something special. The old blacksmith was startled. Could it be contraband? Sorry, you've got the wrong person. I'm a reputable blacksmith. No illegal activities. Ralph? Sir, maybe you misunderstood? I just want to forge a reinforced copper tube. Copper tube? Bah, thought it was something big. Save myself for nothing. The old blacksmith rolled his eyes, throwing the finished blade into the furnace. Ralph. Chapter 180. The Unorthodox Blacksmith. Ralph retracted his gaze with a strange expression. Under Baylor law, privately manufacturing weapons was illegal. This old man was definitely not an ordinary blacksmith. What do you want to forge? This. Ralph raised his hand and pulled out a piece of thick paper. On it was a clear drawing of a gun barrel, including its size and thickness. What's this thing? A blowpipe? Isn't it too thick? Benny curiously grabbed the blueprint. Can you forge it, sir? Simple, 5 taels. Come back in 2 days. After saying that, Benny casually tossed aside the blueprint and continued working. Ralph's face showed surprise. Sir, are you sure? You must have read it clearly. This is a seamless copper tube, not a cast one. Do you think I can't read blueprints? Pay up, get lost, and come back for the goods in 2 days. Don't waste my time. Benny looked at the flintlock gun. Brother, can you add a few parts to the handle? These drawings are small and intricate, not easy at all. So can you do it? After some thought, Benny said, I can, but... Smack. Ralph promptly produced another 2 silver ingots. Money isn't an issue. Straightforward. Pick it up in 7 days. Yes, sir. Ralph was overjoyed as he left the blacksmith shop with Calvin and the others. Master, aren't you being scammed by that old man? Those broken parts cost 200 taels? Yeah, Forging a fine iron hoe only costs 10 cash. Hee hee, you guys don't understand. Ralph smiled enigmatically. This weapon is a true marvel, far superior to your swords. Really? Calvin and the others looked curious. Ralph remained silent. A flintlock was vastly different from primitive fire lances. It ignited gunpowder by striking flint, making it much like modern firearms, except for the cumbersome loading process. Within 7 steps, a firearm was fast, and beyond 7 steps, it was both fast and accurate. Even the best martial artists were no match for firearms. If he could create such a masterpiece, even 2,000 taels would be worth it. We didn't make this trip into town for nothing today. Ralph felt elated. He immediately went shopping with Calvin and the others before driving the carriage home. Creak, creak. As they entered the bumpy road of Pinyin Village, the carriage began bouncing violently. Ralph, sitting on the roof, felt his lower back about to give way. Slow down, slow down. Master, why don't you sit inside? You wouldn't understand. Only by being close to nature can you feel the breeze while riding. Ralph slowly stood up, arms wide open, feeling the wind brush past his fingertips. Yes, keep this speed. Stop the carriage. Whoa. Screech. Suddenly, someone darted out on the road, startling the horse, which came to an abrupt stop. Gia. Ralph let out a scream as he crashed headfirst into the ground. Onlooker. Calvin. Havelock. Damn. Master fell into the ditch. Master, are you alright? Quick, perform CPR on Master. Havelock and the others hurriedly lifted Ralph. Get lost. Ralph rolled his eyes. Calvin, how did you drive the carriage? You nearly broke my waist. I told you not to drink while driving. Did you drink? No, Master, I didn't drink. It's not that, Master. Someone suddenly appeared and stopped our carriage, causing me to panic and stop abruptly. Who is it? Could it be a robber? Clack clack. Calvin and the others pressed their sword hilts and eyed the stranger warily. Ellison, Omega. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you, Master. Come on, brother. Lend a hand. They prepared to lift the injured man into the carriage. Hold on. Ralph's eyes narrowed as he pressed a hand on the man with the basket. Who is he? Hashtag chapter 181. You smell so good. The passerby's expression turned solemn. Sir, this is the medicine boy from the medicine Fergusant. He happened to be collecting herbs on the mountain. If not for his help, my brother might have been in great danger. A medicine boy? Ralph scrutinized the man with the basket from head to toe. Master, is there something wrong with this boy? There is. What's wrong? He's too old. Nevin. Brant. Sir, our rule here is that apprentices continue to be medicine boys until the chief physician says otherwise. His age is actually quite normal. Oh, I see. Ralph rubbed his nose and casually picked up a herb from the basket. This horsetail herb looks pretty good. The stems are already red, so it must be at least 3 years old. I didn't expect to find such quality herbs here. That's not horsetail, it's equisetum. Nevin remained expressionless. Horsetail and equisetum look similar but have slightly different leaves. Equisetum has a stronger smell, is cold in nature, and has blood cooling and detoxifying properties, quite the opposite of horse. Sick. Nevin rolled his eyes and ignored Ralph. Creak, creak. The carriage turned onto a small path, jolting roughly. Ralph couldn't help but squint and yawn. The passerby and the injured man exchanged glances, their eyes flashing coldly. Gentlemen, thank you for your help today. Here, I have a flask of old wine. If you don't mind, let me offer it to you. The passerby took out a wineskin and started chatting with Fade and others. Seeing their attention diverted, the injured man pulled out a dagger from his waist. Farewell. With a sneer, he swung the dagger towards Ralph's back. Creak. Suddenly, the carriage stopped again. Puff. The injured man stumbled, the knife plunging into his thigh. Injured man, Omega. Ah, damn. Ralph suddenly woke up, startled. Seeing the trembling injured man, he froze. Ferguson, what happened? Injured man, nothing, just a bit shaken by the bumpy road. The injured man quickly covered the dagger with a bandage. Are you sure? You look like you're in pain. Just a bit sore. Your bandage is loose. No wonder it hurts. Let me tighten it for you. Ralph eagerly reached out. No need. I'll endure until we arrive. But you're bleeding. Don't worry, I'm strong. A little blood doesn't matter. Alright, I shouldn't take your help for granted. Let me bind it up properly. It won't be perfect, but I can do it. Without waiting for a reply, my daughter may be small but is very capable of household chores. Brant, give her a bag of grain. Ralph waved his hand. Brant immediately threw half a bag to the woman. Thank you, sir. Sir is kind-hearted. May God bless you. The woman, overjoyed, bowed profusely. Grain. There's food. Suddenly, other refugees rushed over, fighting for the grains. Don't take my grain. It's mine. The starving refugees overwhelmed the woman despite her desperate grip on the bag. Tear. The bag tore open, and many rushed forward, even eating the grains mixed with dirt off the ground. Back off, all of you. Brant and Fade dispersed the crowd. One more word and my sword will not show mercy. The refugees scattered only when they saw Brant draw his sword. But the woman's grains were already gone. No, my grain. She wiped her tears, carefully sweeping up a handful of spilled grains. Sir, the woman pleaded bitterly. Can you give me another half bag? You ungrateful woman. My master already gave you a bag, and what can your daughter do? Master giving her refuge is already a favor. Hearing this, the woman sat despondently on the ground. Ralph glanced at her indifferently. Get in. Chapter 182. Are you a good person? What? Hearing Aryun's words, the woman's body trembled. She naturally understood what getting into the carriage meant. People like her had nothing except their bodies to sell. During this journey, she had seen many women board the carriages of landlords and gentry just to survive. Some were even sold directly by their husbands. However, the woman could never bring herself to do such a thing. Otherwise, with her beauty, she wouldn't have fallen so low along with her daughter. But at this moment, she had no choice. Glancing at her daughter beside her, the woman gave a bitter smile. Arabella, you must be happy in the future. I will only be happy with Lee's. With tears welling up in her eyes, the woman pulled her daughter onto Aryun's carriage. Seeing the scene inside the carriage, the woman was clearly stunned. However, Aryun didn't mind and turned around to take out the sweet cakes he had bought for Alicia, handing them to the little girl. Gulp. The girl kept swallowing her saliva but dared not reach out to take them. Don't be afraid, take them. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The woman took the sweet cake and handed it to the girl. The little girl then started eating ravenously. Eat slowly or you'll choke. Aryun casually poured 2 cups of water for them. Arabella, is it good? Yes, it's the best thing I've ever eaten, Lise. You should eat too. Lise isn't hungry. You eat it all. The woman smiled and lowered her head. Where are you from? I am from Dingtao in Guangdong. Dingtao? Is Allison also from your hometown? Aryun chuckled. Haven't the imperial authorities begun large-scale disaster relief recently? As long as you return home, you can participate in work for relief programs. Housing and food shouldn't be a problem. Why would you still be stranded outside Xianyang City? You don't understand, sir. We, the refugees, heard about the government's orders and initially planned to return home. But these days, a group of bandits has emerged in Hadong Commandery. These bandits pillage and murder without mercy. Even the local authorities are powerless against them. We are afraid of these bandits and dare not go back. Even robbing refugees? How inhumane. Aryun sighed deeply. Hearing the conversation between the two, Gareth couldn't help but frown. In which part of Hadong did you hear about these bandits? Probably near Luoyan Mountain. What? Luoyan Mountain? Gareth's face changed dramatically. Yaodong brother, is there something wrong? No. Gareth's gaze towards Aryun grew colder. After the little girl finished eating, she fell asleep. Aryun stretched his limbs and looked at the woman. Get off the carriage. And, now? Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. The woman knelt down and pleaded desperately. My lord, please reconsider. Yeah, if you like mother-daughter pairs, we can find you better ones next time, Fateh suggested, feeling slightly uncomfortable. Aryun. F***K. Am I really seen as such an uncontrolled person by you all? Well, isn't that true? Aryun. Brant. Omega. No. Aryun rolled his eyes and stuffed the silver coins into the woman's hand. Take the money and take your daughter into the city. This should be enough for you to start a small business and support yourselves. Sir, you? Go on. It's rare for me to do a good deed. Aryun carried the little girl and handed her to the woman before turning and getting back into the carriage. Drive. The carriage creaked away. The woman looked at the silver in her hands, then at her sleeping daughter. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she kowtowed 3 times toward the direction the carriage had left. Gratitude. Harley G will never forget your kindness. Inside the carriage. Brant. Fateh. Gareth. Aryun. What are you all looking at? Why? Why what? Aryun shrugged. Did you really think I, Aryun, am that inhuman? I merely wanted to help this poor mother and daughter. As they say, don't show your wealth openly. You saw how 1 bag of grain caused a frenzy among the refugees. If I had given her silver earlier. Besides, if he built the road, the village elders wouldn't expect free rides. The ultimate beneficiary would be him. And with a proper road, traveling in style would be much easier. Aryun waved his hand. Once this road is built, traveling to Xianyang City will be more convenient, possibly attracting merchants. If the villagers' lives improve, a bit of money is nothing. I've decided, let's build the road. Everyone. True to form, master, such broad-mindedness. Gareth? Is this guy really so devoid of conscience? Chapter 183, The Ferguson begins. Quack. The carriage moved slowly, startling the crows perched on the old trees by the roadside into a frenzy. Ralph pulled back the curtain and couldn't help but frown. Brother, are you sure this is the way to the medicine Ferguson? This place feels increasingly desolate. Desolate? It's supposed to be, the guide sneered. Wilderness, where fierce beasts roam. It's the perfect spot for what we have planned. What do you mean? Just then, the carriage came to an abrupt stop with a creaking sound. Master, our carriage has been stopped again. Out of the wilderness emerged 5 or 6 men wielding knives and swords. Fools, jumping so high. Pretending like what? Arao bent his waist, lunging forward with a powerful thrust. Black tiger heart-ripping. Splash. A spray of blood erupted. The killer fell lifeless on the spot. However, the massive impact sent Arao crashing to the ground. He kicked away the body, spitting blood. Bad luck. On the side, Willia wasn't as composed. When the killer charged, he instinctively swung his sword. Clang. The sword snapped. The killer, still wide-eyed, didn't react fast enough to be decapitated by Willia. Blood spurted out from the severed carotid artery, covering Willia's face. I killed someone. Willia stood frozen, clearly shocked by his first kill. Die. The remaining killer mercilessly slashed. Thanks to Mateo pouncing like a hungry tiger and pinning down 2 killers, Willia's life was saved. Willia, snap out of it and kill them. Ferguson-ry. I can't hold on much longer. Hearing Mateo's roar, Willia reacted, biting his lip and stabbing the attacker. Camillo's battle scene, however, was comically awkward. 2 assailants surrounded him. Panicking, Camillo drew his sword. Clank. Due to nerves, the sword flew out. They thought this was some street performance. Their eyes met with cold intensity. They both drew daggers. Die. The guide lunged at Ralph's back. The injured man, in pain, stabbed toward Henry's waist. Henry, watch out. Ralph had anticipated this, dodging with a slight shoulder movement. He grabbed the guide's wrist and pulled. Splash. Ah. The injured man screamed, collapsing lifelessly. Henry was drenched in cold sweat. Ralph's timely intervention saved his life. Are you all accomplices? Henry realized, angrily pulling out his sword. Gareth, expressionless, drew a short sword from his basket. Insulting my Zhao clan, you must die. The guide roared and lunged again. Looking for death. Henry kicked out with a heavy blow. Bang! The carriage split open as the guide crashed out. My carriage. Ralph lamented. Henry, be careful. Do you know how much Master spent on this carriage? Ferguson? Didn't you get it for free? Ralph, is anything free? Henry, Omega, cough sorry, I'll be more careful next time. Hey boy, get down here. Henry brandished his sword, glaring at Gareth. Swordmaster, please, lend a hand. We can't hold them off. Gareth, aren't you going to move? Upon hearing everyone's cries, Gareth slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 184. I have a sword. Ferguson, huff. Almost killed me. The two assassins supported their sore waists, breathing heavily. Jonas smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth. Since you're not chasing anymore, it's my turn. Jonas knocked one assassin out with a brick and immediately drew his longsword to charge at the other. Charge. The exhausted assassin threw away his broadsword and tried to crawl away. Help me. F***ck. I wish someone would save me too. Before the assassin could finish speaking, he was kicked down by Brant. The others had already collapsed on the ground, dead or injured. Seeing this scene, Jaden's face changed drastically. Brother swordsman, quick, kill them. You Dasha, do something. Nevin slowly got up and walked out of the carriage without saying a word. Kill. Fateh immediately shouted furiously and thrust his sword. The blade was sharp, cold light flickering like water. Nevin's eyelid twitched. His short sword spun instantly, and the scabbard blocked the blade perfectly. Slash. Fateh's blade lifted, and with it over. I'm fine. You're bleeding? Brant's eyes blazed with anger. Bastard. Dare to hurt my brother? Die. Brant, no. Fateh shouted lowly, but it was too late. An enraged Brant charged at Nevin with his sword. Kneel for me. He flipped his sword, striking downward fiercely, creating a fierce wind. It was the fierce tiger descending mountain move. Facing this powerful strike, Nevin remained expressionless. His short sword flicked forward, pressing against the spine of Brant's sword like a dragon. Clang. Sparks flew. In an instant, Brant lost his grip on the sword and was kicked away by Nevin. Thud. Ouch. Brant screamed as he crashed into the grass. Heron. Havelock. Jaden and others. Great, really great. Not bad for the top swordsman. Too impressive. Amazing. Kill them, kill them. Jaden looked ecstatic. Havelock and the others glared angrily. Let's all go. Kid, watch this. Havelock swung his fists toward Nevin's face. At the same time, Judah stabbed from behind. Jonas attacked from the side. Black Tiger pouncing hard. Deception over water. Stealthy Tiger grabbing Peach. Facing the trio, Nevin showed no panic. Instead, his eyes gleamed with excitement. He waved his sleeves, twisting his waist, and his sword resonated sharply. Bang! Before Havelock's fist reached, the fierce wind arrived. Nevin kicked off the ground, retreating. Meanwhile, Judah's sword approached from the rear. Nevin, without looking, flipped his sword to block. Clang. Steel clashed, sparks flying. Die. Jonas seized the opportunity, flipping to stab between Nevin's legs. Good timing. Nevin roared, leaping and spinning 180 degrees in midair, kicking with his right leg and stabbing backward with his sword. Boom. Clang. Rip. In the blink of an eye, Havelock was struck in the chest. Judah was stabbed in the right arm. Both groaned and fell back. At the same time, Nevin's crotch was slashed by Jonas's sword. A cool breeze passed, slightly chilly. Too dirty. Nevin growled, stomping down with his left foot, precisely stepping on Jonas's sword. Clang. The sword fell, and Jonas tumbled to the ground. Nevin looked down. Jonas looked up. Their eyes met. Jonas, Omega. Nevin, triangular ruler. Damn. Ouch. Jonas was kicked in the face and sent sprawling. Jonas. Judah, are you okay? Brant and Fateh shakily helped the two up. Looking at Nevin, now akin to a god of war, the five gritted their teeth in caution. Brant and Fateh exchanged glances, tightening their grillers, swordsmen, good and evil alike. But I've only seen that look in one type of person. Really? What kind of person? Heron narrowed his eyes. Nevin raised his head. An assassin. Chapter 185. As everyone knows, I, Aryun, am a landlord. An assassin? Aryun threw his head back and laughed. Brother, you must have made a mistake. As everyone knows, I, Aryun, am just a humble landlord. Is that so? Gareth said with interest. In truth, I can't really gauge you. Some say you are utterly wicked and devoid of conscience, yet what I've seen today makes me think you might be a good person. But my gut tells me you're definitely not a good man. Aryun. Gareth, your eyes are like the still depths of an ancient pond, calm on the surface but harboring hidden malice. Yet, you're so young. If you're a skilled fighter, there's no sign of practice on your hands. To say you don't know martial arts, yet your eyes don't lie. I've never seen such conflicting qualities in one person before. You're truly interesting, Aryun. Hee brother, it seems you're the one who's interesting. Aryun shrugged his shoulders. A grown man with such an overwhelming fragrance. You look handsome enough, but prefer to appear disheveled. More importantly, you're clearly here to kill me. Created by the spring and autumn period sword St. Chao Harley Udo. The sword moves like autumn water, strikes like white dew. Understanding life and death, light and agile, breaking through force with subtlety. Gareth unsheathed his short sword. Please, please. Aryun also took a fighting stance. The onlookers watched curiously, their mouths shut in anticipation. A gust of wind blew up dust and sand. Clank. The long sword rang out. Kill. Aryun bellowed, his aura dramatically shifting. His eyes turned bloodshot, charging towards Gareth like a starving wolf in the wilderness. What strong murderous intent. Gareth's sword blade quivered, his wrist turning. The short sword flew out like a streak of white silk. Black tiger grabs prey. King tiger roars at the moon. Mighty tiger rolls over. Clang, clang, clang. Within breaths, Arjun had unleashed 5 or 6 deadly moves. His sword techniques were lethal, though similar to Brant and others, his power and momentum far exceeded them. The sword sliced through the air sharply. Damn. Is this the young master's true strength? Hell, the young master is actually this strong. I thought he was just boasting. Brant and the others were stupefied. Normally Arjun seemed harmless, but no one expected him to be fiercer than a mountain tiger when provoked. Jaden's face paled even more. Arjun, this bastard, actually missed the stream. Fierce tiger tearing the stone steel. Tiger leaping dragon soaring, kill. Arjun attacked fiercely, following through with powerful strokes. Clang. The swords clashed, sparks flying. Caught off guard, Gareth was forced back several steps. Clank. He waved his sleeve, the sword ringing out. Excellent swordsmanship, right? I agree. Arjun grinned. Sword skills are impressive, but don't say it. Whatever comes next I won't listen. Arjun interrupted Gareth. Gareth. Arjun. Arjun caught his breath, knowing what Gareth wanted to say. His strength was insufficient. This body was inherently limited, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. Gareth was extremely strong, virtually flawless in single combat. In his past life, Arjun might have been confident in defeating him using risky moves, but now, he couldn't match up. But did that matter? His real strength lay with guns. Damn, if only I had a gun. Who would play with swords? Arjun rolled his eyes helplessly, as his gun was still on the blueprint. Are you ready, Arjun? Gareth observed Arjun calmly. Arjun, what do you mean? Do you look down on me? Gareth, no misunderstanding, you're very strong, but compared to this great hero, you're 20 years behind. Arjun, fine, you'll pay for this, Harley. Goodbye. ZZZZ. Electric sparks flashed. UZ Harley rolled his eyes and collapsed on the ground. Ralph, you damn immoral, huh? UZ Harley twitched twice and fainted. Nyowa 5 tigers. Zhao family assassin. 1, young master 1. Indeed, the electric baton is always the god. Young master awesome. Damn, how could he win? Is UZ Harley's brain sick? Jaden cursed and then pushed away the assassin beside him, leaped onto his horse and fled. Damn, Jaden ran. Bastard, stand still. If you have guts, don't run. Delfino and others realized and hurriedly chased after him. But they were no Lloyd. There was no way they could catch up with a galloping horse, so they only threw some stones while cursing. Ralph, wait for me, Jaden. We'll be back. Whoa. Jaden angrily whipped his horse and rode off. This bastard. We should have broken both his legs. Ralph rolled his eyes. Young master, what about them? Upon hearing Delfino's words, everyone looked at the remaining assassins. Assassins, Omega, run. Instantly, the few assassins scattered. Ferguson, those who kill shall also be killed. Thank us. Ralph waved his hand. Today I found some conscience. Ferguson? Delfino and the others looked oddly. So what, is it not okay? Ralph, 5 tigers, Omega, it's fine. Young master's compassion, we admire. Thank you, Sir Liu. Thank you for sparing our lives. The 2 assassins thanked profusely. Ralph waved his hand. Letting you go isn't impossible, but you must make amends for your sins. Carry all the bodies into the pit and bury them. Yes. The 2 assassins eagerly carried the bodies. Soon, they buried all the bodies and trampled the earth. All done, Sir Liu. You're quite skilled, aren't you? You've done this before? Cough, Sir Liu is joking. They smiled awkwardly. Now, dig another pit. Ferguson? Why? We've already buried them. Do as I say, or do you want to die now? Delfino waved his sword menacingly. They quickly started digging again. Deeper. Sure. With their skills, the pit was quickly dug. Pit done. Can we leave now? All done. Ralph's smile turned cold. Delfino, give them a send-off. Ferguson? Delfino paused but instantly understood Ralph's meaning. Clank. He drew his sword with a sinister look. Do you wish to go down yourselves, or should I send you? What? You want to kill us? Ralph, didn't you say you'd let us go if we buried the bodies? You're not honorable. Ralph and saw 6 old faces grinning at him. Damn it, Arjun. You don't have martial virtues. You ambushed me and threw lime powder. I'm going to fight you. Suddenly reconnecting online, Gareth instantly became enraged and wanted to draw his sword. Hey, where's my sword? It's here. Arjun grinned, holding up a short sword. To prevent you from harming yourself in an extreme reaction, I kept it for you in advance. No need to thank me. Gareth. To hell with you, Arjun. We agreed on a fair duel, but you played dirty by ambushing me. Give me my sword and let's fight again. Brother medic, calm down. Calm down. Gareth's eyes blazed with fury. I held back everywhere, trying not to hurt you. Almost got myself injured. I just wanted a proper fight. And you used flying swords, lime powder, and a big black baton. Arjun, do you even have any shame? How can I possibly stay calm? Arjun, I understand your feelings, but I can explain. Explain? There's reason in ambushing someone? Yes. Gareth? Arjun, brother medic, you said it yourself, I'm an assassin. Have you ever seen an assassin go head on? If an assassin knows he can't win, going all out would be foolish. A competent assassin only has one goal, to kill the enemy by any means necessary. Showing off is for you wandering knights. An assassin is like a venomous scorpion in the dark. Am I right? Arjun smiled sincerely. Gareth's face turned dark, and he couldn't refute it. Weren't you a landlord? Cough, part-time assassin. Too disgraceful, disgusting, filthy. Arjun smirked. Thanks for the praise. Gareth rolled his eyes. Give me back my sword. Will you try to cut me then? Heh, if I want to cut you, I don't need a sword. Gareth casually picked up a fallen yellow leaf and threw it fiercely. Snap. The ancient tree shivered slightly as the leaf pierced into the trunk, embedding deeply into the wood. 3 broken hairs slowly floated down from Aryun's forehead. Aryun. Gareth. Amazing, amazing. Aryun gave a thumbs up, laughing and handing over the short sword. Ferguson. Gareth grabbed the long sword and walked away. Brother medic, where are you going? Away. Where to? Leave Xianyang City. Why? I took Bram's money but didn't kill you, so staying at Zhao Manor is out of the question. Aryun's eyes lit up. Hee hee, brother medic, if you don't mind, come to my Lu family. Our beds are spacious and comfortable. Gareth? Sorry, I mind. Wait, double the payment. Too dirty. Wait again. What the heck, Aryun? Are you done yet? Gareth couldn't hold back. You still owe me for throwing lime powder in my face. If you push me further, I'll slice you with my sword. But it wasn't me who did it. Aryun looked aggrieved. My urine isn't that yellow? Gareth? Damn, it was pee. You used urine to splash me. Gareth, 0. Aryun, Omega. Ahem, brother medic. Don't worry about such details. Aryun laughed awkwardly. One last sentence. Speak. I have good wine. Do you have a story? Gareth. Aryun, triangular ruler. Brother medic, the wine in your gourd must be 3 bowls and can't pass ridge, right? Yeah. How do you know? Hee hee, because I invented it. What? This is your wine. Indeed, it is mine. Aryun smiled slyly. Gareth angrily drew his sword. Aryun, you dog landlord, I'll kill you. What did I do? What did you do? You sell a jar of wine for 500 taels and have quotas. Do you know how high the black market price is now? 800 taels. Gareth's eyes blazed with fury. I, a distinguished swordsman of Hudong, wouldn't be reduced to serving Bram if I didn't owe wine money. No wonder you're rich as a landlord. Usury doesn't compare to your greed. Aryun, is selling good wine wrong? Selling good wine isn't wrong, but if I can't afford it, it placed her hands on her hips, pouting angrily. Ralph, Omega. He gave her a guilty, apologetic smile. Good Alicia, what I'm drinking isn't alcohol. Is it water then? No, it's loneliness. Alicia, Master. We've gone over this countless times. Your health isn't good. You can't drink. Didn't you forget that last time you got drunk, you had a headache for 3 days? Good Alicia, moderate drinking cheers the heart, excessive drinking harms the body. I know my limits. Not possible, you just can't drink. Tristan next door said that men who drink too much can become impotent. Alicia blushed. If Master can't have children after getting married, won't I have failed Mr. and Mrs. Lu's trust? Ferguson? Isn't that exaggerated? Ralph looked bewildered. Ferguson, anyway, you're not allowed to drink. Just one more cup, just one. No way. Without another word, Alicia snatched away the cup and wine. Seeing this scene, Ava, who was leaning on a broom idly, couldn't help but laugh. TCH, Lord Ralph, the mighty landlord, actually controlled by a little servant girl, unbelievable. Ralph, hey, you there, clear the table for me. Ha, dog landlord. Ava rolled her eyes, bent down indifferently to clean the table. The enticing scenery before her swayed from side to side, ensuring that by the time she finished cleaning the top, the bottom was equally spotless. Ralph, what are you looking at? Cough, nothing very nice. Ralph smiled mysteriously and pulled out something, placing it on the table. What's this? Seeing it, Ava froze, then beamed with joy. The indenture contract, my indenture contract. You got it. She reached eagerly to grab it, but Ralph's hand stopped her. Ava, I worked hard to get this for you. I can give it to you, but how will you repay me? Oh, what does Master want as repayment? Ava smiled seductively and hopped onto the table, nearly face to face with Ralph. Ralph, 0. Cough, cough. Pay attention to propriety during daylight hours. Master is naughty. How about I close the door? All right. Wait, no. Ralph cleared his throat seriously. Miss Ava, this table is made of rosewood. If you scratch the lacquer, I'll dock your pay. Ava, boring. Ava pouted and hopped off the table. Ralph smiled gently. But, I do have a task for you. If you do well, not only will I return your indenture contract, but you'll never work as a laborer again. Really? What's the task? To take care of someone for me. Who? Hewitt. The idiot? Ava hesitated. Indeed. Ralph's eyes narrowed. Today's events had truly alarmed Ralph. Bram had directly sent assassins after him. If he could send one, he could send another. If he encountered a swordsman even stronger than Gareth, or if Bram sent dozens of men to gang up on him, he might really end up dead in Baylor. An open attack is easy to avoid, but hidden dangers are harder to guard against. He must quickly recruit powerful protectors. If you take care of Hewitt for me, I promise generous rewards. Ava thought for a moment and nodded. Fine, I'll do it. Really, you agreed so quickly? Ralph looked surprised. I haven't even told you the rewards yet? In that case, forget it. Ralph? Lady, people should keep their word. As they say, a man without integrity cannot stand. Even a gentleman's word can't be changed. But I'm a woman. Ralph. Ava. Alright, no jokes. Hewitt was hurt because of me. I feel guilty. I, Ava, although from humble origins, understand gratitude. I'll take the job. Good. You're chivalrous and principled. I admire that. Ralph was delighted. Ferguson. Ava lifted her chin. By the way, if I don't work as a laborer anymore, what do I do? Maid. Ava. Ralph, you dog landlord, is there any difference? Yeah. Ah, brother Andre is back. Ralph turned and grinned. He stomped on Zhang's mother a couple more times before jumping off. Seeing this, Arno's eyes turned bloodshot. Ralph, you damn landlord. To do such an inhumane thing to my mother while I'm away, I'll fight you to the death. Roaring in fury, Arno grabbed an axe and charged at Ralph. Chapter 189. Sorry, I'm your older brother. Stop him. Get out of my way. Arno, like an enraged bull, casually waved his hand, sending Brant and Havelock flying. The axe in his hand whistled through the air as he swung it furiously toward Ralph. Whoosh! The fierce wind whipped Ralph's hair about. At that moment, the axe was just a millimeter away from Ralph's forehead. But not only did Ralph make no attempt to dodge, a slight smile crept across his lips, because a quarter incense stick later, this irate man would be completely charmed by his gentleness. Rebellious son, stop! At that moment, a hoarse rebuke suddenly rang out. Seeing Graceland standing protectively in front of Ralph, Arno paused. Mother, what are you doing? Rebellious son, how dare you disrespect Lord Liu? Step back. Ferguson? Arno was confused. Mother, have you been bewitched by this dog landlord? Ha, you're the one who's bewitched. Graceland reached over and grabbed a feather duster from the bedpost and lashed out at Arno. Do you dare to keep holding that axe? Stop hitting me, stop. I won't chop him if that makes you happy. Day onward, we are stepbrothers. What nonsense. Hearing Ralph's words, Arno was taken aback. He stared incredulously at Graceland. Why are you staring? From today on, Ralph is your older brother. What are you waiting for? Call him, hang brother. Graceland was getting impatient. Ferguson? Arno gawked. Mother, have you been kidnapped by this dog landlord? Blink twice if you're being held against your will. With your son here, no one will bully you. You know nothing. Lord Liu gave me. What do you call it? Massage. Yes, a massage. Graceland stretched her limbs contentedly. It felt so good. What ghostly thing is a massage? Cough, Andre. You must be misunderstanding. This massage is an ancient method of kneading muscles. Ralph chuckled. Moxie said she often has backaches, so I offered to help her. You're truly filial. Graceland smiled and took Ralph's hand while glaring coldly at Arno. Learn from Lord Liu. Moxie, the food is ready. Let's eat. Just then, Ava came out of the kitchen carrying dishes, looking virtuous. Seeing Ava, Graceland's face lit up. Ava, you didn't have to go to so much trouble. You just arrived, and you're cooking. Moxie, if it weren't for hang brother Andre saving me, I might have been harmed by those bad men. I plan to stay at Zhang's house and repay Andre. How can I allow that? Moxie, please agree. It's Ava's goodwill, and there should be women in this household. All right. You're all good children. Let's eat. Graceland couldn't stop smiling, and Arno scratched his head in confusion. Why did he feel like the outsider? Mother. Seizing the opportunity when Ralph and Ava went to fetch more dishes, Arno quickly pulled Graceland aside. What's going on, mother? What's what? Graceland shrugged. Lord Liu already explained. It was a pure accident. He came here sincerely to apologize, and I've forgiven him. Don't cause trouble at his place anymore. What? Arno's face darkened. Mother, you must have been deceived by Ralph. That land-grabbing scoundrel wouldn't genuinely apologize. There's definitely a conspiracy. Shut up, calling him a dog landlord. He's your big brother now. Arno. Andre, I know you care deeply for your brother, but don't act on impulse. Graceland spoke earnestly. Look, Lord Liu brought 10 bags of grain for us. Isn't that proof of his sincerity? Arno noticed the extra bags of grain. Are you selling me for just 10 bags of grain? Don't talk nonsense. Graceland patted the bedhead. And 200 taels of silver. Arno. Mother, this dog landlord surely has ulterior motives. We can't take this money. Arno bent down to retrieve the silver, but Graceland swiftly yanked his ear. Try touching my silver again? Ah, you ungrateful brat. Are you trying to give your mother a heart attack? Zhang's elderly mother slammed the table in anger. Do you still not call him elder brother? Arno clenched his fists, his face full of humiliation. Elder, brother. Ai, good little brother. Ralph laughed and took out a silver ingot. Here's a red envelope from your elder brother. Let's eat. Arno tried to throw away the silver, but was stopped by his mother's glare, forcing him to reluctantly accept it. Just look at this. What Giles gives casually would be enough for you to work as a laborer for half a year. Andre, listen to your mother. In the future, you must get closer to Giles. When we have dinner later, I'll ask for a favor for you. Pay attention and be sharp. That's not mother, Without giving him a chance to respond, Zhang's elderly mother dragged him over. Tristan, I've already picked out all the fish bones for you. Enjoy. Cassandra gently handed her the bowl. Goodness, Miss Cassandra is so considerate. Whoever marries you will be blessed with 8 lifetimes of good fortune. Zhang's elderly mother beamed. Come, Giles, join us. Sure. Ralph gave Cassandra an appreciative look. He owed a lot to Cassandra for quickly mending the rift with Zhang's elderly mother. Cassandra was adept at navigating social situations, charming, and skilled at deception. Something a rural woman like Tristan could never match. A few words and she was completely disoriented, even willing to treat Cassandra as a daughter. This natural talent left even Ralph impressed. Oh, Giles. Midway through the meal, Zhang's elderly mother put down her chopsticks. Is there something troubling you, Moxie? We're family, feel free to speak. Ralph's smile was gentle and inviting. Sigh, I was hesitant to bring this up, but Andre and others are really useless. She sighed deeply. You know about our situation. Hang's son is severely injured, and Andre isn't serious about anything. These days have been tough for me. Since Giles is so experienced and influential, can you help find Andre some work? Giving Arno a job? Ralph's face lit up. Isn't this just what I need? Perfect. My estate happens to need a new head guard. Head guard? That sounds great. Andre might not be much, but he has some strength. Being a guard suits him fine, but the monthly pay. Don't worry, mother. Andre is my brother. His treatment won't be poor. At least this much. Ralph raised his right hand. Zhang's elderly mother paused. 5 large coins. Ralph shook his head. 50 large coins? Still, Ralph shook his head. Excitement rose in her. Could it be 500 large coins? No, 50 taels. 50 taels? Surprise was clear on Zhang's elderly mother's face. 50 taels a year? Wrong again. It's 50 taels a month. What? Vo stood firm. Money is transient. A man lives in the world, but his integrity should never be compromised. You ungrateful son. Zhang's elderly mother angrily grabbed a feather duster and started beating Arno. I'll teach you about dignity, I will. Will you go or not? Not going. You can beat me to death, I won't go. Arno held his ground, enduring the beating without flinching. Tristan, please calm down. Ralph intervened. Andre might misunderstand me. It's good that young people have principles. Why don't we wait until he thinks it through, and then he can come to our Lu family whenever he's ready. Ah, this ungrateful brat, trying to kill me. Please calm down, mother. Have some water first. Cassandra gently handed her water and patted her back. You both are so kind. If my two sons had half the filial piety you show, I'd die a happy woman. Zhang's elderly mother glared at Arno once more before putting down the duster. Just seeing you angers me. Eat? Don't make me laugh. You said you're strong and a man, alright? If you love hard labor so much, chop all the firewood outside tonight. Don't come back inside until it's done. Arno silently picked up the axe and walked out. Andre brother. Giles, sorry to trouble you. Let's eat. Ignore that stubborn boy. Alright, I'll drink tea instead of wine to toast you, mother. Good. The grum? No. Here, catch. Ralph threw the wine flask over. Though Arno refused verbally, his body instinctively caught the wine flask. I just can't stand seeing good things go to waste, dog landlord. It's not that I care about your stuff. Understood. Ralph smiled. Wanna chat? Himph. Both squatted on the stone stools, drinking under the moonlight. Dog landlord, don't think I can't see through your ulterior motives. You might fool my mother, but not me, Arno. Whatever you have in mind, stay away from my family, or I won't hold back. Arno glared, eyes filled with vigilance. Brother Andre, looks like you really don't trust me. Ralph laughed and spread his hands. Why don't you come to our Lu family and find out what kind of person I am? Phew, dog landlord, no matter how sweet you talk, Arno will never work for you or help a tyrant. I bet you're afraid, aren't you? Afraid? Afraid of what? You're afraid of slandering an innocent person and feeling guilty. Pa. Arno rolled his eyes. You being a good guy? If you're good, I'd eat my axe. Brother Andre, don't get so worked up. Ralph smiled calmly. Even if I am as bad as you say, exploiting and bullying women, you should still come to the Lu family. Relying on deceit, Arno won't accept it. Fine, let's make a bet then. What bet? After you recover, let's have a fair fight. If I lose, I'll leave you alone forever. If I win, you acknowledge me as your elder brother. Ralph looked at him intensely. Arno looked disbelieving. You, fight me? Seeing Ralph's slender build, Arno laughed. Ha ha ha, Ralph, don't joke around. One punch from me, and you'll cry for 3 days. Ralph? What? Scared? Bah, Arno fears neither heaven nor earth. Why fear you? If you're not scared, why not accept the challenge? Fine. If I beat you into the ground, don't regret it later. Hee hee, I'm waiting. Ralph grinned and raised his wine glass. Deal. Deal. Arno downed the wine in one gulp, and then grabbed his axe to continue chopping wood. Ralph yawned. Remember to come to work tomorrow. Being late will deduct your pay. Arno. Damn, dog landlord. Xianying City, Zhao residence. Jaden slid off the horse, clutching his stomach in pain. Forgusenry. Tell Iwan. Lamey, you're back? Where are the others? Dead, all dead. What? Upon hearing Jaden's words, several servants' faces changed drastically. They quickly supported him. What happened? Don't move, it hurts. Are you injured? Get the physician. No, not necessary. The heck, losing so much blood and not needing a doctor. What? Gareth is dead? Impossible. Gareth didn't die, but fled. Fool, didn't you swear Ralph must die? Bram scolded, frightening Jaden to the ground. Lord, calm down. It's not my fault. When fighting Ralph, Gareth was constantly flirting with him and refused to fight. I strongly suspect he's a traitor. Haha, so Ralph survived. All assassins are dead, and my best swordsman escaped. Only you came back unharmed, right? Cough. That's it. Bram's smile froze. Everyone else died. Why are you alive? Fast runner. Bram glanced at Jaden's limping leg. Take this worthless piece of trash away, cut him up and feed him to the dogs. Hashtag chapter 192. I have another plan. Bram barked an order, and instantly several burly men rushed in to grab Jaden. Jaden, Omega. Spare my life, sir. Spare my life. My household doesn't keep useless people. Since they are all dead, you might as well join them. Take him away. Yes. No. Jaden's face was filled with terror. Wait, don't kill me. I still have a plan. I have a way for you not to lose a single soldier and ensure that Ralph's entire family meets a tragic end. Please give me another chance, sir. Hearing Jaden's plea, Nate's brow furrowed slightly. Slow down. Clang. The steel blade halted just 0.01 centimeters from Jaden's neck, stopping steadily. Feeling the cold touch on his neck, Jaden was so frightened that he collapsed on the ground, wetting himself. The guard showed no emotion, bent down to clean Jaden with a cloth, and then dragged him back into the room. Jaden. Damn, so professional. Jaden looked up, and Nate was glaring at him coldly. He immediately knelt and bowed his head. Thank you, master, for saving my life. No need to thank me yet. Nate said coldly, whether you live or die depends on you. Jaden immediately understood and quickly spoke. Sir, I have a good plan. This time, It will definitely make that dog landlord die miserably. Go on, Bram impatiently said. Lords. Jaden smirked. I heard that recently a group of vicious bandits appeared in Hadong County. Their leaders, Augustine and Abby, are skilled martial artists who love robbing the rich to help the poor. They have gathered over 100 followers, committing countless atrocities. That greedy landlord Ralph bought an official position with 10,000 dan of grain, and his house is filled with gold and silver. If we spread the word that Ralph has warehouses full of grain and gold piled high, and that he mistreats the locals, surely Augustine and Abby will come to raid the Liu family. Behave yourself. With that, the two guards dragged Jaden out of the room, giving him an old horse. Jaden was left with no choice but to set off towards Hadong. 1-2-1-2. At dawn, several figures were already sweating profusely around Niwa village. As the sun rose, Brant and the others finally panted their way back to Liu's residence. The morning training is finally over. I'm exhausted. Just right. Seems like there's nothing much today. Let's have a drink after lunch. Great idea. Let's fry some potato chips to go with the wine. They laughed and washed their faces. Then a cold gaze fell upon them. Master? You're late. We finished our morning training. Is that so? Ralph sneered. I don't think it's late. Extra practice today. What? Extra practice? So suddenly? Why? I was going to fry some sweet potato chips to accompany our drinks. Hearing Ralph's words, their faces turned dark. Fried sweet potato chips? Ralph sternly frowned. Quite fancy eating, huh? Hee, okay. Invented by Havelock. Master, would you like to try? It's really delicious. Ralph? Do you think you're invincible now? Not really, just a few common thugs can't get close. Brant, you understated it. You beat up 5 or 6 strong men from the neighboring village last time. So fierce. Jonas, not bad either. Your tiger-stealing peach technique is top-notch. Hee, basics. Ralph's lecture made the 5 bow their heads guiltily. Do you think extra practice is justified? Yes. Do you think punishment is deserved? Yes. Do you think frying sweet potato chips is deserved? Yes. Omega. No. So what are you waiting for? Start practicing. Ralph whipped them with his teaching rod. Starting today, training will double. Anyone who fails will pay the price. Pay? Pay what? They quickly started training vigorously. Just then, a gruff voice called from outside. Greedy landlord, I'm here to work. Chapter 193. Sir, I'm here to work. Creak. The main gate pushed open, and Arno strutted in with an air of superiority. Seeing the 5 people sweating profusely on the ground, Arno paused momentarily. What are these fellows doing? To carry out such indecent actions in broad daylight, this dog landlord even watches with relish. Truly shameless, utterly disgusting. Heron, you walk like you're asking for a beating. Anyone who knows would understand you're here to work. Those who don't might think you're here to inspect the place as a boss. Brother Andre is here. Heron mentally grumbled, but kept a welcoming smile on his face. Come in. Don't get too close with me. Arno's expression stiffened. I'm here to work, not to buddy up with you, Heron. Please remember your place. Heron, do you actually remember you're here to work? Aha, it's insanely strong. Fighting him one-on-one would be suicidal. But accepting defeat so easily wasn't in their nature either. Brant rolled his eyes and forced a grin. We definitely acknowledge Brother Andre's strength, but being captain means more than just brute force, right? So, how should we compare? By training skills, of course. Yes, a captain should lead the team in training. If you aren't proficient in the training exercises, how can you command us? Arno, dare to compete with us? Havelock and the others chimed in. Arno sneered. Just these jumping around stuff? I, Arno, have nothing to fear. Great. Heron smiled. Today happens to be the end-of-month selection for Training Star. Since everyone seems so eager, why don't we hold a captain selection contest? In this contest, everyone can participate, and the final winner will become the Liu family security captain, with a reward of 20 taels of silver. What? 20 taels? Arno initially didn't care much, but hearing about the 20 taels made his eyes light up instantly. Forgive, this captain title is mine. Ha! You really think having great strength makes you special? The captain should be none other than me, Brant. Brant Fade, be careful in this competition. I, Finn, won't hold back. Everyone clenched their fists, ready to give it their all. Smile through their suffering. Tisk, despicable landlord. Heron naturally didn't know what Arno thought of him. He waved his hand and declared, begin the race. As Heron spoke, Brant and the 4 others darted off like rabbits, kicking up dust that hit Arno full in the face. Cough cough. Puzzled, Arno fanned away the dust. Damn, are these guys part rabbit? How fast can they run? Normal people don't practice running. It must be because they've done so many bad deeds and often got chased, making them this fast. Tisk, despicable landlord. Though Arno didn't value the security captain position much, the idea of earning 20 taels on his first day would certainly please his mother. Thinking of this, he sprinted after them. In no time, the 5 men were already miles ahead. Havelock, Fate, and Judah gradually fell behind, while Brant and Finn ran neck and neck, fiercely competing. Finn, take a step back and let me win. The 20 taels are yours. Brant, don't underestimate me. I may not excel in other areas, but I'll never lose in running. Fine, let's see who comes out on top. Yes, whoever wins between us, we mustn't lose to Arno, the braggart. Bah, although he's strong, he can't possibly be a good runner. He's probably given up by now. Suddenly, a soft rumbling sound interrupted their conversation. A long-distance runner maintained his steady pace. The last 2 kilometers. I'll definitely win the first round. Finn smiled smugly. Finn, hurry, run faster. At that moment, a roar came from behind. Finn turned and saw that Brant had already been overtaken by Arno, who was only 10 meters away and still accelerating. Finn's eyes widened. Damn, can this guy really run like that? Finn, it's all up to you. Come on. I can't lose. Finn gritted his teeth and sped up again. Ah, ah, ah. Arno roared like a tireless bull. In no time, the two were side by side. Ralph stood at the finish line, watching intently. Brant, Havelock, and the others stopped to watch. The finish line. Who will win? The finish line tape broke as the two figures flashed past, one ahead of the other. I won, haha. Finn held the broken tape triumphantly. Arno knelt on the ground, disbelieving. I lost. This guy. Ralph looked at Arno's back, unable to hide his surprise. Arno's physical strength was extraordinary. He was a born warrior. Sadly, he underestimated his opponents. Even with average physiques, Brant and the others had been scientifically trained for a long time. No matter how talented a person is, they need proper development. Of course, if Arno hadn't lost, there wouldn't have been an opportunity to praise him. Oh, Edi, too bad. You were so close to winning. Just the first round. I will definitely win the next ones. Oh, I look forward to it. Ralph smiled faintly. After a short rest, the second round began. Push-ups, sit-ups, frog jumps, all endurance tests, with no time limits. The last one standing wins. Ready, start. At Ralph's command, 6 people lay down on the ground and started doing push-ups. Everyone, stay calm and maintain your breathing. This round is much harder than running. Fade reminded everyone. Arno smirked. So what? Yes, for weaklings like you, simple movements are indeed challenging. Whatever, you'll see. Brant rolled his eyes and said nothing. 18, 19. Ralph counted aloud, smiling slightly. Push-ups and sit-ups might look simple, and they do seem easy at first. But repetitive mechanical movements gradually exhaust the muscles, with fatigue increasing exponentially as the repetitions mount. Arno didn't mind at first, but after 50 push-ups, his arms felt like they were on fire, trembling uncontrollably. The pain accumulated rapidly. Is this? What? Can't handle it? Placing last. After the competition, he squatted motionlessly, looking dazed. Arno, what a fool you are. You boast of being a hero yet can't beat these scoundrels. How ridiculous. Arno's face twisted in bitterness, now deeply self-doubting. Brant and the others exchanged glances but didn't mock him. Instead, their gazes held a newfound respect. Recalling their first training sessions, it was a mess. Yet, Arno's performance left them astonished. Apart from the balance beam, his scores dominated everyone else. This was just his first time. If he trained specifically, his results would be unimaginable. At this moment, they truly understood that there's always someone better, someone stronger. Arno, you've won this match. From today, you're the chief of security at Lu family. Yes, you're our captain. Fate concedes. They spoke unanimously. Arno gaped. You guys went too far. But despite his shock, deep down, he knew they respected him for his raw potential and untrained prowess. Hashtag chapter 195. Go with peace of mind. I'll take care of your wife. I, Arno, admit that I am inferior in skills. Why must you humiliate me so? Who cares about staying at the Lu family estate? Farewell. Arno angrily muttered and turned to leave. The 5 men. Ralph. Hold it right there, Andre. Ralph realized and quickly stopped Arno. Ralph, are you here to make fun of me? Brother Andre, you misunderstood. Ralph smiled and shook his head. I sincerely want you to be the security captain of the Lu family. They weren't mocking you but genuinely admiring your abilities. What do you mean? Arno's face flushed. He felt utterly defeated today. Andre, come here. Ralph smiled and grabbed Arno's hand. In today's competition, you only saw their strengths but overlooked their weaknesses. Finley may have won in long-distance running, but he ranked last in almost every other event. Brant excelled in running and push-ups, yet he has severe weaknesses in lower body strength and overall physical fitness. Havelock and Judah have inconsistent performances across different events. Only you had a comprehensive set of excellent results. But I still lost to them. Chuckle. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. No one is perfect. Those who lack flaws aren't humans, they're deities. You didn't win any match, but you deserve the title of champion. Really? Hearing this, Arno's anger diminished significantly. Certainly. If this was weightlifting or a single combat, could they beat you? Not just single combat. Even if they all— What? Injured? Not likely, as it won't be him getting hurt. Perfect. Ralph turned around and nearly bumped into a large face, startling him. Joel stood there holding 2 pork ribs, staring at him blankly. What the heck, Oldley? What are you doing at my doorstep? Scared me. Sorry. Joel scratched his head and held out the ribs. Oh, since you're already here with gifts, it's very kind of you. Ralph's eyes lit up as he accepted the ribs. Come inside, brotherly. Creak. Bam. Thud. Attack. Aya. Ralph's face darkened seeing the intense scene in the courtyard, and he quickly shut the door again. Joel. Giles, what's going on here? Cough. Young people, full of energy. Let's use the back door. All right. Ralph chuckled awkwardly and led Joel to the back door. A moment later, his face darkened again. Why can't we open the back door? It might be stuck due to lack of maintenance. Ah, Oldley, you seem quite experienced. Do you often use back doors to meet widows or something? Heh, no, I'm not like that. Joel blushed. How about climbing over the wall? Not appropriate. Why wouldn't it be? It's your house. Exactly, it wouldn't be appropriate because it's my house. Ralph? Joel. Let's go through the front door. No, let's climb the wall. Joel. But, the wall is quite high. Hee, no problem for me. Joel sprinted a few steps. Joel blinked. You care about the people. Brotherly impressive. A duty shared by all. Ralph smiled faintly. However, it won't be cheap. Joel. Damn, so you're after my money. Brother Lou, I can't help with the road repairs. Why not? Because I'm leaving. What? Ralph was startled and held Joel's hand. Brotherly, do you? Heaven is unfair. Hardly finding a friend like you. Now you're bidding farewell. Joel. Ralph sighed deeply. Friends till the end. When you're gone, I'll take care of your estate and your loved ones. Go with peace of mind. Joel. What are you talking about? My point is, I'm deploying soon. Chapter 196. Brothers, come and slash me. Huh? An expedition? Ralph wore a peculiar expression. No, oldly. Aren't you a bit too old to join the army at your age? Joel. Ralph. Omega. Gage was old but still capable of fighting on the battlefield. A true man's age isn't an issue as long as he harbors patriotism. Cough cough. Brotherly is right. Even an old steed in its stall still dreams of traveling 1,000 miles. Ralph let out a dry cough, inwardly ridiculing. You can't compare yourself, a small landlord, to Gage, who was a great general. You'll just be cannon fodder if you Ralph immediately went inside, opened the system, and exchanged several sets of stab-resistant vests. Seeing what Ralph had in his hands, Joel looked puzzled. Clothes? Brother Lou, this is what you're giving me. Yes, try them on to see if they fit. Joel. It made perfect sense for men to give women clothes, or vice versa. But for men to give men clothes created an oddly philosophical atmosphere. Seeing Ralph's enthusiastic smile, Joel shrank back. Does this kid actually have some weird fetish? Brotherly, what are you waiting for? Get undressed. Ferguson. Not really appropriate. We're brothers. Why be shy? Let me help. Ralph moved to unfasten Joel's belt. Joel trembled. Not necessary. I can do it myself. He quickly stepped back and took off his outer garment. TSK, brotherly, you've been working out well. Cough, cough. Okay. Joel awkwardly laughed and quickly put on the vest. This clothing feels a bit heavy. Of course, it's a stab-resistant vest. Stab-resistant vest? What's that? Hee, brotherly, don't underestimate this vest. With this, you'll be invulnerable to blades, bullets, fire, and water. Even crossbow bolts can't hurt you. What? That's impossible. How could soft hemp fabric protect against swords, arrows, and bolts? Joel doubted Ralph's word. Thing you've got. Brother Lou, are you sure? Sure, definitely, absolutely certain. Ralph patted his chest. Slash. Okay. Joel took a deep breath. With a swift sound, the sword slashed toward Ralph's chest. Damn. Ralph, Omega. Seeing the fierce attack, Ralph instinctively ducked. The sword swept past, striking the post of the cowshed behind him. Bang! The thick post snapped in half, and half the cowshed collapsed. Ralph. Joel. Brother Lou, are you alright? Joel quickly helped Ralph up. Cough, cough. Ralph brushed off dust, looking at the ruined cowshed with a twitching mouth. Oldly, are you a tiger? I told you to hit hard, and you really went all out? Ferguson? Didn't you ask me to use my full strength? Cough, cough. Ralph's face turned dark. This is a stab-resistant vest, not a blast-resistant suit. No matter how good the quality, when you swing like a club, it's hundreds of pounds of force. The vest may hold, but I can't take that. Cough, sorry. I'll be careful next time. Joel laughed apologetically. Next time you'll, never mind. Ralph found a dagger and handed it to Joel. Test it with this. Be gentle. Oh. Joel hesitantly swung the dagger. I'm coming. Quit stalling, Slash. Huh. Just then, the door creaked open, and Brant and 6 others came in, bruised and battered. Master, what happened? Hashtag chapter 197. Brotherhood worth more than gold. Assassin. Protect the young master. Upon pushing open the door and witnessing the scene, all 5 of Calvin's men were stunned. It was too late to save Arjun at this distance. Calvin's eyes darted around, and he suddenly had an idea. Quickly used the Fergusundred Pace flying sword. Fergusundred Pace flying sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Instantly, 5 long swords burst forth. Damn it. Joel. Omega. Seeing the 5 flying swords coming towards him, Joel felt like crying but couldn't. He only had a small dagger in his hand, which would be no match for them. I'm done for. Who would have thought that I, Joel, a proud and outstanding figure, would meet my end not on the battlefield but in such a humiliating way? Joel closed his eyes in despair. Thud, thud. The sharp sword shot towards him and hit his chest. Instead of pain, he felt a slight itch. After a moment, Joel slowly opened his eyes. I didn't die? He regrouped, finally understood what had happened. What? We got it wrong? Embarrassed, Calvin and the others exchanged awkward glances. Arjun rolled his eyes. Thank goodness Joel was wearing the stab-proof vest. Otherwise, things would have ended tragically. Don't just stand there. Help him out. Oh. Arno and the others quickly pulled Joel out of the cowshed. Brotherly, wake up. Do you want me to splash some water on him? No need, I'm fine. Joel suddenly sat up, shaking off the daze. Cough, Masterly, I'm really sorry. We didn't know what was happening. It's okay. I understand you were protecting the master. Cough, cough. Joel's black complexion revealed his frustration. Goodness, Arjun's place was way too dangerous. Last time he nearly broke a bone, and now after just recovering, he suffered another heavy blow. Joel thought about it. It might be best not to visit Arjun's home anymore. Master, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Calvin hesitated. Speak. You have spare ribs, right? Why didn't you test with those instead? Ferguson? Hearing Calvin's words, both Joel and Arjun froze. Damn, why didn't I think of that? Right, using ribs would be safe and straightforward. Arjun immediately placed a rib under the stab-proof vest and tested it again. This time, everyone watched in amazement. Duong, duong, duong. Arno slashed and stabbed repeatedly with his sword. The rib beneath the vest turned to mush, yet the vest only showed faint white marks. I can't believe this. Enthusiastically, Arno switched to an axe. Smash. With one strike, the stone slab shattered, and the vest sank into the cracks. However, when pulled out, it still showed no cuts. 5 tigers. Joel. Arjun. Brotherly. How does this stab-proof vest look? Powerful. Incredibly powerful. This is a divine artifact. Joel's eyes widened in astonishment. He now firmly believed that the vest could withstand a crossbow bolt. He knew the strength of Arno's blows. They were several times more powerful than a crossbow. Even so, they couldn't penetrate the vest, showing its incredible resilience. If every soldier in our great Baylor army had this, we'd be unbeatable. An invulnerable army. Terrifying indeed. Joel felt a surge of excitement. Aryan, what material is this vest made from? Can it be mass-produced? Sorry, no. Without hesitation, Aryan refused. Mass production? No way. This vest was far better than any other armor, and should be kept for his own protection. Brotherly, this vest is made from celestial material, rare and precious, a family heirloom. There are only 2 in existence. Only 2. Joel felt moved. They won but suffered injuries. Close combat was no joke. Even skilled swordsmen would bleed under siege. Hart was formidable, but still fell to Aryan's sand throw. According to Baylor law, civilians couldn't wear armor. If they could have such protective gear, their chances of survival would skyrocket. If only I had such an armory suit. Forget it. This treasure is rarer than golden thread armor. We couldn't get it anyway. Slap, slap, slap. Before they could finish talking, several stab-proof vests were thrown at their feet. All 6. Aryan, triangular ruler. This was meant for you guys. Thus ended the intense chapter showcasing the unbreakable bond between brothers and the unparalleled power of innovative defense. Chapter 198, Donghua Bathhouse. Staring at the complete set of stab-proof gear in front of them, the 6 men were astounded. It wasn't just the stab-proof vests. There were also stab-proof gloves, arm protectors, and even an explosion-proof shield. The 6 men's faces turned to shock. Master, didn't you say there were only 2 sets? This how? Stop staring. It's called a benign lie. The 6 men. What are you waiting for? Try them on. Upon hearing Ralph's words, the eyes of Asa and the others lit up with excitement except for Arno, who looked scornful. TSK, dog landlord, even deceiving friends. Indeed, you have ulterior motives. Ralph scratched his nose. Do you want one? What? Only a fool wouldn't want it. Instantly, the 6 men rushed forward and started putting on the stab-proof gear. Haha, from now on Asa, will be invincible. Asa tapped on his chest with his sword. Look, am I awesome? Awesome indeed. But why would we look at your awesomeness? Asa. Kit, moo. Alright, stop showing off. Ralph interrupted the group. These stab-proof outfits are meant to save your lives. If you face a true master, no protective gear can save you. If you truly think that wearing these makes you invincible, you'll die faster. Don't worry, master. We understand your intentions. Yes, we will train even harder. You get the idea. Ralph smiled. Today's training ends here. We have important matters later. What matters? Hee hee. Crowdfunding. At the village entrance, before a newly constructed wooden building, workers were bustling about energetically. This was a 2-story, 3-row wooden building built on a foundation of soil and stone, using raw logs as pillars and bamboo strips for walls. Though its structure was simple, it had a unique charm amidst the countryside. Outside the wooden building were several large pits where workers were laying clay and working on waterproofing techniques. This was precisely the site where Ralph and Joel co-invested in building the Donghua bathhouse. Naturally, these craftsmen were from the water wheel project. After completing the water wheel, Joel immediately redeployed them here to build the bathhouse, ensuring seamless work continuity. Master, you've come. Seeing Ralph, a dark-skinned man put down his tools and walked over. This was Daryl's son, Callan. Callan was honest and loyal, one of the hardiest tenant farmers, making him a reliable choice to oversee the bathhouse construction. Daju, how is the progress? Reporting to you, master, the indoor hot springs and steam rooms are almost finished and can be used soon. Only the swimming pool needs more time due to higher technical requirements. Oh, the hot spring and steam room are done? Ralph's eyes lit up. Take me to see. Yes, sir. Callan led Ralph into the wooden building. Master, we designed the hot springs based on the Kong bed principle for heating and use stones from the mountain for decoration. The water is all mountain spring water. Callan spoke confidently, leaving Ralph impressed. Initially, he had only casually sketched the design, never expecting such efficiency from Callan and the team. The indoor hot springs, lined with blue stones and adorned with green tiles and bamboo walls, were elegant yet simple, exuding a sense of design. Ralph couldn't help but admire the professionalism of the Baylor artisans. After Giri unified China, he invested heavily in palace and mausoleum construction to exhaust the resources of the 6 kingdoms, significantly advancing architectural techniques and craftsmanship. Even rural craftsmen had impressive skills. Imagine the grandeur of the Afong Palace. Great. Your work has been excellent. Master, would you like to try it out? Sure. I've been wanting to soak in a hot spring. Ralph stretched lazily as Callan hurriedly handed him a towel. Ah, so refreshing. As Ralph lay on the warm stone, he felt thoroughly relaxed. Although artificial, this hot spring setup was commendable for a small village like Donghua. The real mountain rocks and spring water probably made it as effective as natural hot springs. Master, let me fetch some fruits for you. Go ahead. Ralph waved Callan off, who bowed and exited the bath area. He had just cut the fruits and was about to deliver them when a graceful figure approached. Though dressed simply and looking somewhat weary, the woman still retained her charm, especially with her swaying gait, catching the admiring glances of surrounding workers. Little brother Daju. Elise greeted him with a charming laugh. Seeing Elise, Callan's face darkened as he quickly turned away. What are you running for? Elise grabbed Callan's hand. Callan, don't act improper in public, he said sternly. Oh, will I eat you? Elise replied flirtatiously. Her gaze sent Callan's head hanging low, too afraid to meet her eyes. Why did you come again? Why can't I? Hey Callan, you aren't being fair. Your aunt's cousin is my sister-in-law. In a way, I'm your elder sister. You should take care of me since you're now prosperous. Callan sighed helplessly. Ever since he was trusted by Ralph, numerous people visited seeking jobs. Elise, it's not that I don't want to help. This job site is suited for men. It's inappropriate for a woman like you. What's inappropriate? Laundry, cooking, or digging pits? I can do anything. You dig pits? Eyeing Elise's alluring figure, Callan imagined inappropriate scenarios. No way, absolutely not. Please, Daju, I'm really in need. I must deliver fruit to Master Lu. Please don't interfere. Wait, Master Lu is inside? Elise's face lit up, snatching the fruit tray. Wait, what are you doing? I'll deliver the fruit for you. No, not. Ignoring protests, Elise entered the bathing area with the tray. In the misty bathhouse, Ralph lay covered, drifting into a comfortable daze. Hearing footsteps, he lazily turned over. Daju, give me a good scrub. Scrubbing? Elise blushed deeply, then knelt half-kneeling beside Ralph, grabbing the towel. Give me a scrub? Ferguson? Ralph suddenly reacted. How delicate Callan's hands are, he thought, unaware of the mistaken identity. Note: this chapter contains elements of mature themes. Ensure appropriate context when translating further. Chapter 199. Release those women? Feels great. Callan was just about to enter the room to check on the situation when he heard Ralph's satisfied sigh. He quickly pulled back and quietly closed the door, retreating. TSK. As expected of Carol, she got young master sorted out so quickly? Hey, what are you doing? Ferguson, keep it down. Don't disturb the young master's mood. Arno paused. Well, is that dog landlord bullying women again? Don't talk nonsense. Carol did this willingly. Whether willingly or not, it's still taking advantage of someone's need. This dog landlord really doesn't do good things. Arno was about to push open the door with a cold look, but Callan quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Executing justice. Justice? You'll be doing nothing at all. They both agreed. Why should a mere guard like you interfere? So what if I'm a guard? Guards can also uphold righteousness. Fine. You do your justice. But even if you go in now, the moment has passed. Why make yourself unhappy? Listening to the sounds from the bathhouse, Arno's face darkened. How disgustingly vulgar. He spat and turned away. Inside the bathhouse, Ralph looked immensely content. Never thought your scrubbing technique would be so good. The gentle hands moved softly. Suddenly, Ralph stiffened and opened his eyes. You? Their eyes met, and Ralph was taken aback. Young master, am I serving you comfortably enough? Isabella, why are you here? Ralph shivered and quickly tightened his bathrobe. Why can't it be me? Isabella smiled faintly, then climbed into the bath. Clear water clung to her body, mist enveloping her partially hidden form. Ralph, 0. Young master, don't run away. Let me help you scrub some more. Isabella exhaled sweetly, lowering her head with an ambiguous smile. Ralph, Omega. Realizing what was happening, he took a few steps back quickly. Carol, please behave properly. Young master, you were enjoying it just now. What happened? Cough. Man and woman should not touch intimately. This isn't right. But we already touched just now. Isabella swayed her waist, cornering Ralph against the wall. Young master, shouldn't you take responsibility for me? This. Seeing the alluring. It's okay. Stand up. I was joking. Ralph waved his hand and laughed. In the future, if anyone has difficulties, come to me directly at my family's place. Though I have limited means, neighbors should help each other whenever possible. Actually, I do have a suitable job for you. Really? Isabella's face lit up. I don't know what kind of job it is. I can wash clothes, cook, fetch water, fish, care for children. Even if young master needs something else. Ralph. Cough. Not that complicated. I want you to be a receptionist. Receptionist? What's that? Well, Ralph explained. Isabella listened, looking rather perplexed. Just serve tea, pour water, stand around, and earn 1 or 2 silver taels per month. So simple? Yes, exactly that simple. Young master, I haven't had much education. You're not fooling me, right? Isabella was doubtful. You're not asking me to do anything else? Do what else? Ralph slapped the floor firmly. This is a proper high-end bathhouse, strictly rejecting any impropriety. Thank you, young master, thank you. Isabella was delighted. I will work diligently and won't disappoint young master's trust. Oh right, young master, I have some sisters who usually have nothing to do. Could they? Of course, once our bathhouse is built, we'll definitely need staff. Receptionists, waitresses, masseuses, scrubbers. Hire as many as you can. Really too good. I'll go tell those sisters now. Go ahead. Ralph waved his hand. Isabella excitedly ran out of the bathhouse. Outside, Li Daju playfully patted Arno's shoulder. See? Sister Isabella looks so happy. As a guard, just do your own job, don't meddle in what you shouldn't. Arno snorted, but couldn't argue back. The life of a landlord, truly enviable. How decadent. Just as they talked, Isabella returned, bringing along 7 or 8 young, beautiful women who entered the bathhouse cheerfully. Arno. Callan. So many? Can young master handle it? This landlord is too much. Arno could no longer hold back and banged the table, scaring Callan. Why are you shouting? Scared me. This landlord bullies men and ruins women, disgracing the village. Everyone has the right to stop him. I can't take it anymore. But hey, even the husbands don't complain. What's it got to do with you, a single guy? That's not the point. As a martial artist, I must act against injustice. This is my code of chivalry. Arno rushed into the bathhouse and yelled. Outrageous, dog landlord. Release those women. Hashtag chapter 200, Feast of Treachery. Bang. The door was kicked wide open. Arno burst in with righteous fury. Scumbag landlord. Ferguson? He was about to start cursing when the scene before him made him stop mid-sentence. Inside the room, Ralph stood neatly dressed, holding a ruler. A few young women were lined up in 2 rows, bending over while holding bamboo sticks between their shoulders and legs as they performed a bow. This was far from the chaotic scene he had expected. Instead, it looked eerily like a proper schoolroom in the city. Ralph, the young women, Arno, what are you all doing? Master Lu is teaching us proper guest welcoming etiquette. Haha, welcoming etiquette? What nonsense is this? These are the new workers I recruited for the bathhouse. I'm giving them onboarding training. Master Lu is truly a kind-hearted man. This job is much better than weaving. Yes, and one tael a month. More than what my husband earns. The young women spoke with gratitude. Arno's face turned dark with embarrassment. Well, workers, I thought they were something else. Something else? Like what? Ralph glanced at the broken door. Andre, why did you kick my door down? It slipped. Arno stammered awkwardly. Ralph gave him a look. 5 taels will be deducted. We'll never partake in such despicable deeds. Not for 5 taels, not even for 500. Andre, do you understand the noble intention behind my actions? Ralph said with an air of compassion. My goal is to raise funds to build roads for the benefit of all the villagers in Ping'an. The means may be dirty, but if I don't use these tactics, would they willingly contribute? Andre, think of it this way. These scumbag landlords usually exploit the common folk. By making them bleed to benefit everyone, you're helping the entire village. This is true justice. Arno scratched his head, perplexed. That makes sense, right? The process isn't important, the outcome is. Yeah, you're making these scumbags fight among themselves, which is good for the villagers. I'll do it. Ralph, thank you. In Nayupatu village, Tom stared oddly at the invitation in his hand. The scumbag landlord wants to invite me to take a bath? I've heard of inviting people to feasts, but inviting someone to bathe in your home sounds crazy. Zhonggong, you should know that Ralph has recently built a bathhouse. It has hot springs, steam rooms, and outdoor pools. It looks quite elaborate. Junior, another elder of Ping'an village, chimed in. Junior, being from Han, had long admired Gillis and joined him in his plans to rebel against Baylor. Bathhouse. Just a small landlord indulging in luxury. Tom surveyed the surroundings. Dozens of carriages lined the entrance to Niwa village. All the gentry and landlords of Ping'an village were present, some alone, others accompanied by servants. What is Ralph planning? Inviting every gentry from the village? Well, the bathhouse does look impressive. Everyone praised the wooden building. Given Ping'an village's remote location and limited arable land, this elegant bathhouse stood out prominently. As the gentry chatted, Dafei greeted them with a smile. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please follow me to the Niwa bathhouse. Note: I've translated the Chinese names using Pinyin and kept the narrative tone consistent with the original. Chapter 201. To become wealthy, first build roads. Welcome. Please come in, esteemed guests. As they entered the door, 2 rows of young women in kipeos bowed gracefully in unison, leaving the group of landowners speechless. Despite their average looks, these women exuded a different charm in their kipeos that elevated their elegance by several notches. These country gentry had never seen such a scene before, and each one indulged in fanciful thoughts. This Nyoking bathhouse has something going for it. Yeah, it seems even more interesting than the Chunfeng building. TCH, how could this dog landlord come up with such indecent stuff? It's an outrage to public morals. Alberic sneered coldly. Basil looked stern. Mr. Zhang is right. As elders, how can we let him ruin the good name of our Ping'an village? I will risk everything and personally experience it to gather evidence. Alberic, Basil, Omega, cough, I was just joking. Himph. The group followed Lisa into the bathhouse out of curiosity. Miss, why did your master invite us? That's right. Where is Ralphrin? With a lascivious gaze at Lisa's alluring figure, a few lecherous men tried to make advances. But Lisa was well versed in dealing with such tactics. She deftly deflected their advances with a gentle smile. Gentlemen, please relax in the hot springs first. My master will join you shortly. The bathhouse offers free fruits and snacks. My master promised a grand surprise for everyone. Surprise? Hee. The landowners glanced at the servers nearby and exchanged knowing grins. Good, Lord Lu is indeed generous. Absolutely, if the bathhouse is this nice, I'll certainly visit more often. The portly and complacent landowners changed into bathrobes and entered the hot springs. Enjoying the high-class activity of soaking in hot springs, usually reserved for officials and nobles, the landowners were thoroughly satisfied to find this amenity in a small village like Nyoking. Oh, so comfortable. Very comfortable. Yes, this hot spring is excellent. Hee. It would be even better with some wine and beauties. Exactly what Jed said. Ha 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 ha. The landowners played happily, looking like a bunch of corpulent pigs frolicking. Master Ferguson, what do you think Lord Ralphrin prepared as a surprise for us? Don't know. Master Ferguson cast a lecherous glance at the receptionist outside. But if the receptionist is of this quality, the surprise should be quite stimulating. Hee, that's what I thought too. As they chattered, a young man in white approached with a broad smile. My name is Ralphrin. Greetings, gentlemen. So you're Ralphrin. I heard Master Lu was awarded the title of doctor at a young age. Truly remarkable. Seeing Ralphrin, many landowners began flattering him. Hee, are you all satisfied with the hospitality of our Nyoking bathhouse? Satisfied, very satisfied. It would be even more satisfying with something more thrilling. Hee, thrilling? No need to rush. Soon, you'll experience sheer delight. Ralphrin smiled enigmatically. The crowd's eyes gleamed. Sheer delight? Indeed, sheer delight. Great. Ha 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 ha. Himph, Ralphrin, what do you want from us today? Alberic interrupted the crowd coldly. True, Lord Lu. We have no regular dealings. What's your intention in inviting us here today? A few clear-headed landowners wore guarded expressions. After all, no good deed goes unrewarded. It didn't make sense for Ralphrin to invite them here for free entertainment. Mr. Zhang hit the nail on the head. Today, I invited you all because I wish to offer a significant merit. Merit? What kind of merit? Hee. Ralphrin smiled slyly. Let's go to the sauna room and discuss while we steam. Sauna? What's that? The sauna uses heat to promote blood circulation, effectively treating backaches, leg pains, and digestive issues. Ralphrin explained in detail, capturing everyone's interest. Intriguing, let's go then. We're all in. Without waiting for Alberic, Masters Ferguson and others rushed into the sauna room. Though wary, Alberic had no choice but to follow. Snap. The door closed. Ralphrin poured water from a ladle onto the charcoal fire. Sizzle. Sizzle. Steam filled the room rapidly, raising the temperature. Lord Liu, just speak your mind. Why did you invite us here today? Cough, like this? Ralphrin cleared his throat and scanned the room. I want to build a major road between Pinyin Village and Xianyang City. What, build a road? What nonsense. Everyone looked perplexed. Even Alberic was bewildered. To become wealthy, first build roads. Our Pinyin Village is only 10 miles from Xianyang City, theoretically offering strategic advantages. However, due to poor road conditions, both travel and transportation are troublesome, hindering our village's development. Ralphrin continued, as respected local gentry and influential figures in Pinyin Village, I'd like to invite you all to discuss building this road. Ferguson? How does this concern us? Yeah, build it if you want. No one's stopping you. The landowners shook their heads. Not so fast. Building this road benefits the nation and its people, bringing prosperity and perhaps even recognition in village history. This is a significant merit which I wouldn't dare monopolize. So, I plan to launch a crowdfunding initiative, hoping each of you can contribute generously. Crowdfunding? Hee hee. Hearing Ralphrin's words, the group laughed. So, Ralphrin went through all this trouble to ask for money? Ridiculous. What good was this merit to them when they could enjoy girls at Chunfeng Building instead? Since Brother Liu put it like this and treated us so well, we should at least show some support. Master Ferguson pulled out a coin and slapped it on the table. I'll contribute 1 coin. I'll give 2 coins. Me too. Old Ferguson, aren't you all being too stingy? I'll set an example from Nyo 2 Village, one tail. Jed is so generous. Ah, it's for the good of Pinyin Village. It's my duty. The landowners opened their purses generously, even someone that. Ralph added another bowl of water and left. Andre, what are you waiting for? Close the door. Ferguson? Hearing Ralph's words, Arno finally reacted. He stared oddly at Ralph. This landlord was actually serious about building a road for Pinyin Township and contributing 2,000 taels himself. Did he really misunderstand him? Snap. Arno locked the sauna door tightly. Inside the room, the gentry mocked Ralph continuously. Is Ralph a fool? Crowdfunding, what a joke. And donate more? Only a fool would agree to that. Ha, I heard he damaged his brain from an illness. It looks true now. Not to mention, who in their right mind would spend money on roads for these peasants without a second thought? Listening to the comments, Francisco frowned. He hadn't expected Ralph to be such a conscientious landlord. However, if the people lived too well, it would hinder their anti-Baylor efforts. So this road couldn't be built. Why does this room feel hotter? Yeah, it's getting stifling. I'm having trouble breathing. Sizzle, sizzle. Steam filled the room, and temperatures soared. The gentry turned red and flushed like boiled crabs, far from the initial comfort they felt. Cough, cough, too stifling. I can't take it. No more sweat bath. Mr. Ferguson coughed and tried to leave. Mr. Ferguson, already giving up. Oh, Albert, don't say things carelessly. I'm just a simple landlord. When did I imprison you? My bathhouse isn't finished yet. The door broke and won't open. An accident. It has nothing to do with me. You. Francisco turned black with rage. How shameless. Do you want to donate or not? If you donate, the door can be fixed immediately. If not, well. Ralph's laughter turned cold. The gentry seethed with indignation. Donate my ass. Ralph, try to kill me with heat. Let me out or I'll kill you. Ralph, release us now. Oh, brave one. Ralph smiled ominously. Cooper, give the gentleman some surprises. Sure thing. Cooper grinned and lifted a basket to the roof. Gentlemen, your surprise and excitement are here. Note. This translation retains the original tone and style, preserving paragraph structure and line breaks as requested. Chapter 203, Descended Heavenly Deity. Help. Someone. Duong, Duong, Duong. The pounding on the door and cries of distress rose one after another. Outside the door, a crowd of servants couldn't help but start discussing among themselves. What's going on? Oh no, something's happened to Lord Ferguson. Let's go in and check. Basil's 2 subordinates raised their eyebrows and were about to move forward. At this point, for the peace and safety of the villagers, you cannot enter. Fine, then let's see how strong you are. Ferguson, today, we shall see what qualities make you so important to young master. We're all from Han. I don't want to fight. Don't force me. You traitor, you're unworthy of being Han. Arno, take this. Subordinate A bellowed and swung a punch towards Arno's face. Arno hurriedly deflected, not wanting to fight back. However, Subordinate A didn't relent, striking with punches and kicks. It was clear he had trained before, delivering rapid attacks that forced Arno to retreat continuously while other servants cheered on. Bang! Subordinate A kicked Arno in the chest, making him stagger back several steps. The so-called Dave is nothing special. Well done. Keep fighting. Come on, Bo. Forget cheering. Hurry up and save the Lord. Hearing Bo's words, the servants reacted and rushed towards the wooden building. Arno's face darkened. Stop right there. Your opponent is me. Just as Arno was about to chase them, Bo pressed his shoulder. At that moment, Arno got angry. Don't push me? What if I do? Bo put his full weight down on his hands. Roar. Kneel. However, Arno stood firm like a rock. Bo. Arno. The tension between them was awkward. Roar. Arno grabbed Bo's arm and gently pressed down. Bo. Omega. At that moment, he felt like the pressure on his shoulder was Mount Wuji. Ah. Thud. Bo screamed as he fell heavily to his knees, the pain almost knocking him out. Stand still. With one move, Arno dispatched Bo and leaped to block the entrance. He grabbed 2 more servants and hurled them away. No one goes in. Damn. You dare be so arrogant by yourself? Boy, step aside or else. Why talk? Let's attack together. Beat the hell out of him. Seeing dozens of servants charging towards him, Zhang Youji's eyes flickered. He wasn't afraid of them, but there were too many. If they broke through, it would ruin Ralph's plan. Although Arno disliked Ralph, this landlord was genuinely helping the villagers of Ping'an Township now. Charge. Come on. Servants swarmed towards him. Arno spotted a door panel and immediately grabbed it, swinging it wildly. Swish, swish. The large door panel moved like a giant fly swatter, sending any servant who approached flying. Bang, thud, bang. Ah. Servants flew everywhere, screaming. The remaining ones, rustle, rustle. Next, a bundle dropped from above. What is it? Cool, soft, comfy. Through the mist, Ferguson Lord curiously picked up the thing hanging around his neck and examined it closely. In the next instant, he nearly peed his pants. Grass snakes? Snakes. So many snakes. SSSSS. Dozens of yellow-bellied snakes slithered wildly amidst the smoke. These pampered landlords had never seen such a scene. Instantly shrinking in terror, some crying out hysterically. Help! Let me out. Listening to the wails, Ralph smiled faintly. Gentlemen, have you thought it through yet? Hashtag chapter 204. Killing 2 Hanards with 1 stone. Inside the bathhouse, a group of landlords lay naked on the ground, breathing heavily as if they had been reborn. Ralph stood to the side, a smile on his face. Since everyone has agreed, let's sign the contract first. Ralph waved his hand, and Calvin and a few others brought out the prepared silk scrolls. Sign and affix your seals. I'll sign your grandpa. Horace grabbed the silk scroll and hurled it at Ralph's face. Ralph, how dare you extort me? Do you believe? Throw him in. Let him cool off. Ralph gestured, and Calvin and Allah dragged Horace back into the steam room. Grass, don't bite me, ah. Help. Ralph, I was wrong. I'll donate money. Please let me out. Moments later, cries of anguish filled the room. Ralph yawned, paying no attention. I never like to force anyone. If any of you aren't satisfied with this contract, you don't have to sign it. It's entirely voluntary. Everyone. Hell if I believed you. Hearing the heart-wrenching screams from the sauna, the rest signed the contracts with blackened faces. After obtaining the contracts, Ralph naturally did not make things difficult for them anymore. Instead, he invited them enthusiastically to bathe together. However, these masseurs were not the young women they imagined but rather dark-skinned men with almost no experience, who applied pressure without consideration. One gentleman with particularly delicate skin was even rubbed until he bled. The landlords soon realized that Ralph was clearly using them as practice. But what could they do? They dared not voice their anger under Ralph's dominance. Enduring humiliation in the philosophically themed bathhouse, they then paid exorbitant fees before finally leaving. Master, you just let them go like that? Calvin frowned. What if they deny it after returning? Heh, don't worry. If I let them go, I'm not afraid they'll deny it. Ralph smiled faintly. Fear nothing. If these dog landlords refuse to pay, we'll personally collect their signs of recovery, and with Allison's dexterity, the Zhang family enjoyed a blissful atmosphere full of laughter. However, the mood in Aelbert's house across the village was quite different. 1,000 taels? Yes, 1,000 taels. You owe Ralph 1,000 taels? Gillis glared at Aelbert, his face turning pale purple. It took him much effort to gather 1,000 taels recently. To think you went to take a bath and ended up owing this? Why did you owe 1,000 while others only owed 800? Aelbert coughed dryly. That dog landlord said I look handsome. Everyone. Gillis. Cough, cough. Aelbert lowered his head, embarrassed. Little master, that dog landlord forced me under threat. I had no choice. Yes, little master, signing the donation agreement was the only way out of the bathhouse. Junior sighed. You have the nerve to say that? Weren't you the one who assured us nothing would go wrong because your subordinates were capable? Ah. Junior recoiled. Cough, cough, little master. I shouldn't be blamed. Who could have thought Arno would join Ralph? What did you say? Gillis's eyes narrowed. Arno joined Ralph? Right, little master. Arno is no ordinary man. He alone held back dozens of servants. My 2 subordinates can hit people, but Arno is just. Great causes are not hindered by trivialities. Aelbert's eyes burned with zeal. We do this for the masses. Please provide further instructions, or the next section to translate if available. Chapter 205. My father is going to rebel? The night was hazy. Inside the room, one chest after another filled with gold, silver, and jewels sparkled blindingly under the lamplight. These were the unexpected treasures dug up from his backyard. Ralph guessed that this gold and silver must have been buried by either his father or ancestors to avoid seizure. Of course, it wasn't just precious metals. There were various other items inside. So Ralph planned to empty the chest for a thorough inventory. Ah. At this moment, Mora suddenly gasped in shock. Mora, what's wrong? Why, young master, look. Mora pointed at a chest, her face full of astonishment. Is this armor? I'm sweating. There's even crossbows. Ralph's eyelids twitched. The first few chests weren't so concerning, but these latter ones contained armor and weapons. No wonder Mora screamed. The armor itself wouldn't be too problematic. After all, he was still a doctorate-level noble. But the crossbows were no jufty. If his father really hid something suspicious, leading the court to scrutinize him, it could be very troublesome. Why, young master, what should we do with these things? I heard neighbor Annie Zhang say that once a landlord in Nyoi village was caught with hidden crossbows, and the whole family was executed. Why don't we secretly burn them while no one is around? Mora clutched her mouth, still shaken. Burn them? Ralph frowned, picking up a crossbow. It felt somewhat heavy yet well crafted. He tried pulling it with one hand, but couldn't even string it. He then pressed the trigger mechanism with his right foot, using both hands to draw the bowstring and loaded an arrow. With a snap, The bolt shot out, instantly piercing through the far earthen wall. Moonlight shone through the hole onto the ground. Holy crap, that's powerful. Ralph's eyes lit up. This was definitely a military-grade crossbow, probably strong enough to pierce through common armor. These are deadly weapons. Burning them would be such a waste. Ralph pondered thoughtfully. Training an archer took years, but with crossbows, only a few days of training sufficed. This was why the Baylor crossbow formation was unparalleled in the world back then. These crossbows could drastically enhance combat power, and given his current firepower shortage, Ralph wouldn't want to waste such resources. Burning them is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Let's hide them instead. But young master, private possession of crossbows can cost you your head. Yes. Ralph nodded seriously. So, we need to hide them well. And wreaking havoc. If he went up the mountain now, he might be killed instantly. But if he couldn't contact these bandits, returning to Xianyang would also mean certain death. As for claiming Bram's name, that was laughable. Bram was infamous among the people as a corrupt official. Saying he worked for Bram would likely lead to immediate execution by the bandits. Damn it. Why did I come up with such a stupid idea? Jaden slapped himself hard. Forget it. I'll figure something else out tomorrow. Let's go back and sleep for now. Jaden shook his head, preparing to leave. As he turned around, he froze. Behind him stood two scruffy men staring intently at him. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew tense. Ah. Instinctively, Jaden tried to scream. One dark-skinned man swiftly covered his mouth and dragged him into a nearby grove. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Jaden fell to his knees, offering his sack. The horse and all valuables are yours. Please spare my life. The two men exchanged glances, then smiled. The dark-skinned man helped Jaden up. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. We aren't bandits. Then who are you? Just like you. What? Just like me? Jaden was baffled. The dark-skinned man grinned. Brother, you're here to join Luoyin Mountain, right? Ah. Jaden's eyes lit up. Right, I never thought joining Luoyin Mountain would be the answer. Though Jaden believed a life in banditry had no future, surviving first was the priority. He could always escape after securing his position. Deciding this, he straightened his neck. Exactly, I'm here to join. If so, brother, shall we go together to swear allegiance? Together. Hashtag chapter 206. I, Jaden, am not a spy. Where are you from, brother? Xianyang. Xianyang? This Xianyang is right under the emperor's nose. It's said that the people there live in prosperity. Why did you have to come all the way here to join a bandit gang? Ah, if it weren't for that damned landlord, Jaden said with a gloomy expression. Better not talk about it. So what about the two of you? We are both from Hudong. We've heard so much about the valor and fame of leaders Augustine and Abby that we specially came here to join and fight for a future. The dark-skinned man pondered for a moment. Fighting for a future? Haha. Jaden sneered. Being a bandit had no future. These young men had been brainwashed by nonsense about chivalrous loyalty. You two have high aspirations and a bright future ahead. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Wong. The three continued chatting as they approached the entrance to the stronghold. Whoosh. Before they got close to the gate, an arrow suddenly shot out from the watchtower. Jaden shuddered and immediately crouched down on the ground. The two men remained standing calmly. Who goes there? My name is Lawrence. My name is Ronnie. We've heard that the heroes of Luoyin Mountain uphold justice and enforce righteousness. We come to offer our service. Joining the mountain, huh? The guard waved his hand, signaling someone to report. A few moments later, the heavy gates slowly opened, just enough for one person to squeeze through. A skinny bandit stuck his head out and beckoned. Brother Wong, let's go. Okay. This place is quite slippery, Jaden said awkwardly, patting his rear end. Lawrence and Ronnie laughed silently. They squeezed into the camp. Clank. The gate closed behind them. A group of bandits holding weapons and torches walked over. Each one was poorly dressed, with fierce faces glaring coldly at the newcomers, which made Jaden's legs tremble with fear. After a short while, the crowd parted, and a short, stout man wearing a felt hat strode forward with a knife slung over his shoulder. Are you the three who wish to join the mountain? Yes, sir. Lawrence and Ronnie knelt down together, bowing deeply. We have long admired the leaders Augustine and Abby for their chivalry and upholding justice. Today, we humbly offer our services. Oh, and me too. Jaden quickly followed suit. The short man stared coldly at them, scrutinizing each of them closely. Clank. He suddenly drew his saber and roared. Bah, you must be spies sent by the government. Seize them. Hearing this, Lawrence and Ronnie's expressions changed slightly as they instinctively reached for the daggers at their waists. The bandits were well prepared. Several spears were instantly thrust towards their throats. Leader, I don't know what you're talking about. Is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Haha. The short man sneered. We just raided government supplies, and then you show up? Do you think we on Luoyin Mountain are fools? Even so, that doesn't prove we're spies. Humph, still lying. Just now, you instinctively went for your weapons when startled. Either you're military trained or government soldiers. The two of us have practiced martial arts since childhood and once served as local guards, which explains our reactions. That's true, leader. We sincerely wish to join and serve loyally. Hayek will cut none. Kill them. The short man waved his hand coldly. Seeing no way out, a ruthless glint flashed across Lawrence's eyes. Kill. Suddenly, he threw a handful of sand and pulled out his dagger, lunging directly at the short man. Ah, my eyes. Watch out. The short man reacted instinctively, raising his arms to block. Splat. Blood spurted out. The short man screamed and rolled away. Kill them. The surrounding bandits realized what was happening and raised their spears and blades to strike. Ronnie was instantly riddled with spears. Lawrence was fiercely fighting, stabbing several bandits with his dagger but was ultimately overwhelmed, impaled on the gate by multiple spears. Gore. He spat out a mouthful of blood, staring intensely at the short man. You heartless bandits, heaven will punish you. You'll die without a proper burial. F***ck, still cursing us. The short man spat and ruthlessly chopped off Lawrence's head with a slash of his blade. Splat. Hot blood splattered onto Jaden's face. His legs quivered, and he wet himself in fright. Looking at the gory scene before him, he was utterly terrified. What the hell is going on? At that moment, Jaden desperately wanted to escape, but he was paralyzed with fear, unable even to crawl. He could only inch toward the gate like a worm. The bandits. Fourth leader, there's still this one. Go, what's that smell? King piss. The short man kicked Jaden, flipping him over. Seeing the long stream of urine, he laughed. So, this garbage dares to spy on us. Looks like your government has run out of capable people. Do you really think we didn't see him crawling for so long? Maybe he couldn't see because he covered his eyes while crawling. Real coward, haha. The sight of Jaden's pathetic attempts triggered laughter among the bandits. The short man's expression turned grim. Enough chit-chat. Chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Several bandits stepped forward menacingly, drawing their knives. Jaden. Damn it. Jaden wanted to cry. What had he done to deserve this? Spare my life. Spare my life. Gentlemen, please spare me. I'm not a spy. Ferguson, your companions have exposed themselves. Still trying to lie? I don't even know them. Gentlemen, please believe me. I met them outside just now. I had no idea they were government spies. Does the government recruit cripples as spies? Seems a bit reasonable. The short man scratched his chin. Right. Jaden's face lit up. Gentlemen, look at my hand. I can barely hold a sword. Why would the government want a useless person like me? I truly wish to join. You make a logical and convincing argument. The short man nodded solemnly. I believe you're not a spy. Thank you, noble leader. Not so fast. The short man interrupted Jaden coldly. One question. If the government won't, Brother Hong, what happened to the chief? Alas, it's due to the arrow wound in his chest from the last raid on the government convoy. It just flared up again, causing him to faint. What? Please tell me that our brother will be all right. The fourth in command looked worriedly. In this era, even a minor episode of unconsciousness could mean death. Edward, how's the treatment going? Speak up. What about our brother? Abby roared impatiently. Edward, the doctor, looked ashen. Second in command, Chief's body temperature keeps rising, like being burned by fire. If we can't bring it down soon, he might not survive. Then do something about it. Edward, close to tears. I'm just an animal doctor. The chubby bandit leader. Abby. Waste of space. If anything happens to our brother, I'll rip out your heart for wine. Enraged, Abby grabbed Edward by the collar. The chubby bandit quickly stepped forward to stop him. Calm down, Brother Hong. If you kill him, who will treat our brother? Edward, think of a solution. People and animals eat the same grains. There must be a way. Yusef, I've tried everything, Edward said rampant. The look matched exactly. They're just joking. They must be joking. Bandits wouldn't eat people. Jaden consoled himself but knew many bandits resorted to cannibalism due to lack of food under imperial pressure. Bring him inside. At that moment, the fourth in command approached and ordered his subordinates to bring Jaden into the room. Hero, I'm not a spy. Please spare me. I have money. I can pay a ransom. Seeing the fourth in command, Jaden pleaded desperately. The fourth in command waved coldly. His men untied Jaden, stripped off his shirt, and bound him to a pillar. Brother, you came here to join our chief, didn't you? Yes. I've admired the bravery of Brent and Abby for a long time. I came to Loyanshan to serve you. Please spare me, and I swear to serve the chief loyally. Good spirit. The fourth in command patted Jaden's shoulder approvingly. You won't need to do that. Chief needs your small favor. I'll do anything for the chief. Jaden forced a smile. You're brave. Abby, will remember your sacrifice. Abby pulled out a dagger and splashed cold water on Jaden's chest. Jaden froze. What are you doing? You wanted to give your life for the chief, right? Here's your chance. Give him your heart. Jaden, Omega, damn, you want to carve out my heart? A million thoughts raced through his mind. Don't worry, my knife is quick. It'll be over in the blink of an eye. Abby covered Jaden's eyes. Jaden felt a shock run through him. Sure. The sharp blade pierced his chest, sending waves of pain through his body. Don't kill me. I can save the chief. Wait. The fourth in command stopped Abby. Abby looked impatient. Old Four, don't waste time. Can he really make ice in summer? Just kill him and get the heart. Ice. Jaden perked up. I can do it. Ferguson? Boy, are you mocking me? No, honorable ones. I truly know how to make ice. Give me 15 minutes. If I fail, then you can kill me. Jaden pleaded desperately. The fourth in command frowned. Let him try. No harm. Boy. If I don't see ice in 15 minutes, you'll die worse. Abby cut the ropes binding Jaden. Why are you still standing there? Get moving. Bag my bag. Get him his bag. With trembling hands, Jaden retrieved a white crystal from the bag. He suspected its potential power and had taken several pieces when leaving the Wu family. But the issue was that it could only create half ice, half real ice. He can turn water into ice. Seeing this, the bandits gasped in amazement. Willie's face especially changed drastically. Taoist, he's a Taoist. Venerable Immortal, please accept Esmond's respects. Pay respect to the Venerable Immortal. Pay respect to the Venerable Immortal. Reacting promptly, they all knelt on one knee. Even Abby, who had been disdainful at first, now wore a face of astonishment. After all, while there were many Taoists in the world, accomplished ones were extremely rare. Even high-ranking officials treated such people with great respect. Venerable Immortal, please accept Abby's respects. Abby has failed to recognize your greatness and has offended you. Please forgive me. Imperial Sage? Realizing what was happening, Jaden nearly burst into tears of joy. Heaven, you've finally given me a break. Could it be that the rain caused the white crystal to form actual ice blocks? Jaden thought deeply. However, his immediate concern was stabilizing these bandits. Looking at their fervent gazes, Jaden smirked. Ralph, you are doomed. Yes, this humble immortal is indeed here by heavenly decree to guide you. In the imperial palace of Xianyang, the Otis slept soundly on his bed. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through, rattling the window frames. His tightly closed eyelids twitched violently, dreaming of slaying a deity. Such dominance could only belong to this unparalleled emperor. And then, the Otis yawned. I woke up. Daryl. Meng, do you think this dream means something? Cough. I believe your majesty might be too tired recently, causing you to have strange dreams. Perhaps you should rest and take a trip to relax. No. The Otis shook his head. You don't understand. As an emperor blessed by heaven, every dream holds meaning and mustn't be judged by ordinary standards. Summon Preston to come forth. Yes, your majesty. Soon, Preston, the imperial astrologer, arrived at the palace. Subject Preston pays respects to your majesty. Stand up. I had a dream just now. Interpret it for me. Yes, your majesty. The Otis immediately described his dream. After listening, Preston frowned. Your majesty, allow me to cast a divination first. Go ahead. Preston retrieved a tortoise shell and star chart, knelt devoutly, and performed the divination ritual. Dragon moves position, yellow diagram aligns in the 9 palaces, 6 stars grow dim, white python touches dragon. Seeing the divination results, Preston's face paled. Your majesty, is there anything amiss with your dream? I dare not say. You are forgiven. Speak. This yes. Preston looked serious. According to the celestial signs, the imperial aura shines brightly northwest might lead to some troubles, but would not harm the Baylor Empire's fate. However, dreaming of slaying a deity had angered the heavens. This western journey could result in calamity affecting the entire empire. Enough. My decision is final. No further words. Your majesty? Seeing the emperor's obstinacy, Preston felt helpless. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Your majesty, if you must travel west, perhaps it would be prudent to seek some insight from someone beforehand. Or, simply bring that person along to listen. The Otis smiled. You're right. Bringing that fellow along would certainly be interesting. Hashtag chapter 209. Ralph has come to collect the money. The sun was shining brightly. Magpies were chirping merrily on the branches. But this melodious sound only irritated Jed, who felt extremely uneasy ever since he returned from Yohu village. Especially when he thought of the humiliation brought by Ralph, Jed, with his unbending resolve, couldn't help but feel enraged. Ralph, you despicable dog. Jed grabbed a slingshot and aimed it at the magpie with great hatred. Snap. The stone flew out, but the magpie continued its jubilant calls, completely unfazed. Snap, snap, snap. Jed fired several stones in succession, all of which missed their target. Damn! He cursed, throwing the slingshot away in frustration. Squawk. Startled, the magpie took off, flapping its wings wildly. Jed stood there, speechless. Master! Master! At that moment, the steward rushed over breathlessly. How did it go with what I asked you to do? Report to master. Everything has been taken care of as per your instructions. Good. Jed's eyes lit up, and he immediately stepped out of the room. In the courtyard stood dozens of robust young men, each holding hoes and wooden clubs, looking spirited. Greetings, master. Seeing Jed, the group from Yohu village called out in unison, their voices filled with vigor. Ha ha ha, Ralph, if you dare to come to our Yohu village, I'll make sure you regret it. He actually wants money? Ha, let him dream. I don't fear him. Jed spat triumphantly. Master, master, something's wrong. A servant hurriedly approached, looking frantic. Ralph is here to collect the money. What? Upon hearing the servant's words, Jed first froze, then broke into a menacing smile. Ralph, you have perfect timing indeed. How many of them are there? Only Ralph and a few of his cronies. What? Just a few people dare to come asking for money? How incredibly arrogant. Everyone follow me. We can't let that boy escape. Yes, master. With that, Jed waved his sleeve and led the group out of the howl-daddle. A loud trumpet melody rang through the entire Yohu village, so intense that it almost drove the villagers away instantly. Strike the drum, hit the gong, bam bam crash, diddle diddle daddle, diddle diddle daddle. The drums throbbed, and the trumpets blared loudly. With Arno waving the huge banner, the scene drew a curious crowd of villagers. What are they doing? I don't think it's any special occasion today. Are they putting on a show at the village entrance? But oddly enough, the music sounds quite catchy. Seeing Ralph and his group making such a spectacle outside the village, both the Yohu villagers and Jed were dumbfounded. Damn, what's going on? Why is this not what I expected? What trick is Ralph playing? Should we attack, master? Let's see what this scoundrel intends first. Villagers, listen up. At that moment, a shrill voice sounded out. Ralph stood on the carriage, holding a small megaphone. I am Ralph, the landlord of Niwa village. Today, I'm here in Yohu village for one reason, to thank Jed for his great contribution to our Pingan township. Contribution? What's that? Let me explain. A few days ago, I proposed raising donations for road repairs in our township. Upon hearing this, Jed generously pledged 1,000 taels of silver for our cause. What? Donations? Roads? 1,000 taels? That's impossible. It must be fake. It's true. Jed's signed contract is right here. Please take a look. Ralph immediately produced the contract. The villagers gasped in surprise. Damn, did someone kick Jed in the head? He actually donated to our township. This guy who wouldn't pay even for prostitutes actually donated 1,000 taels of silver? Did we misunderstand Jed all along? Villagers, although Jed is merely a local landlord, his generosity reflects noble virtues. His selflessness and modesty have moved me, Ralph, deeply. His benevolence and kindness are unparalleled. He embodies the spirit of the 10 outstanding citizens of Shilangxiang. Let's give Jed a round of applause. Ralph spoke passionately. Everyone stared in shock, mouths agape. Jed turned purple with embarrassment. What was Ralph saying? Did he know this about himself? Today, I, Ralph, represent all villagers of Ping'an Township in showing the highest respect for Jed. Ralph jumped off the carriage. Whoosh! CLV unfurled a golden banner. Ralph solemnly presented the banner to Jed. Silent rivers carry patriotic fire. Vast shapes conceal loving hearts. In the wilderness, great virtue hides, silently spreading goodwill. Jed, please accept this banner. Clap. Clap clap clap. Applause thundered throughout the square. Well done, Jed. Long live Jed. The villagers cheered repeatedly. Jed's face turned livid. He now understood Ralph's ploy. It was like being forced onto a stage. If he backed out now, he would lose face before the entire village. This tactic was brutal, worse than physical confrontation. Jed, gratitude. Ralph smiled subtly. Though these landlords were wicked, they still valued reputation, especially on their own turf. Of course, if anyone truly didn't care, Ralph wouldn't mind having Arno and the others carry out their plan more literally. Ralph, I'll remember you for this. Jed snatched the banner furiously. Ralph maintained his calm smile. Everyone will remember your contribution too. Damn. Jed rolled his eyes and turned to leave. Wait. What now? Smile. Jed. Ralph grinned. Don't misunderstand. I've invited an artist to paint our portrait together. When the road is complete, it will be placed in the temple for future generations to admire. Jed. Damn. I have to pay and smile? Seeing the artist pull out his drawing board, Jed forced a stiff, painful smile. Chapter 210. Is this lad planning a rebellion? Ha ha ha, master. You're simply brilliant. Who would have thought this would actually work? You didn't see those landlords' faces. They looked like they swallowed a mouthful of shit. Ha 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 ha. On the small road, the carriage swayed gently, filled with laughter and chatter. Several people pulled 4 to 5 boxes of silver slowly toward the Liu family residence. Ralph took the group around several villages in Ping'an Township and performed similar tactics, successfully retrieving the money for road repairs without even using Plan B. The whole trip went exceptionally smoothly. Of course, these landlords in Ping'an Township hated Ralph even more, but was it important? Not really. What mattered was getting the money. Building a road isn't a small task. Materials, transportation, construction, all require manpower. It's also perfect for providing some extra income to villagers during farming off-seasons. I'm such a genius. Ralph walked while pondering. Master, are we really going to use all this money just for road repair? What else should we do? Cough cough. My meaning is that maybe we can make the road narrower, or replace the stones with slightly lower quality ones. No one would notice. It's too short-sighted of you, Calvin. Ralph shook his head with a smile. The economic benefits of a wide-open road can't be measured by money alone. We can't touch a single penny of this money. Every bit must go into the road construction, understand? Yes. They all nodded seriously. That's settled. Let's take the money home. Yes, Chavi, are you thinking of donating too? Emir. He stared strangely at Ralph. Ralph's character was very clear to him. Never doing anything without benefit. Now, Ralph was actively helping villagers raise money for road construction, something the government usually handled. He was effectively sharing the burden. How much do you need? For Guzin? You really want to donate? I was just saying that. Ralph waved with a smile. You're not from Ping'an Township, so it's inappropriate to ask for your donation. Moreover, I've already gathered nearly 10,000 taels, enough to build a 12-foot wide official road. 12 feet? Emir's face darkened. The main avenue of my Xianyang palace is only 9 feet wide. You're building wider than mine. Planning a rebellion, aren't you? Let's drop that. Chavi, it's been a long time since we last met. Come in, please. Ralph warmly invited. Emir followed Ralph inside along with Preston and Daryl. Daryl frowned slightly upon noticing a hole in the earthen wall. Inside, they sat according to guest and host etiquette. Chavi, what brings you here today? Missed you. Wanted to drink with you. Not welcome. Not at all. It's an honor to have you here. So great. Your 3 bowls can't cross the ridge is really good. I still crave it after last time. Emir smiled faintly. Ralph had a troubled look. 3 bowls can't cross the ridge? In his dilemma, Emir tossed a piece of gold leaf. Not drinking for free. Cough, this isn't about money. Ralph awkwardly smiled and accepted the gold leaf. The 3 bowls can't cross the ridge wine was potent. Even he couldn't handle it last time and ended up drunk, not knowing what he did. If he got drunk again and said something he shouldn't, it wouldn't be good. Unfortunately, Chavi, my 3 bowls can't cross the ridge is finished. Emir. You still took my money. Cough, although there's no 3 bowls can't cross the ridge, I've recently developed a new plum wine. Try it. Fine then. Emir rolled his eyes. He originally intended to intoxicate Ralph to get some rebel information, but it seemed Ralph was learning fast. Soon, Valerie brought up a pot of plum wine. Ralph personally poured each person a cup. Come, try it. Wow, this wine smells so good. Red wine. Upon seeing the plum wine, they all showed curiosity. Daryl sipped from his cup, and his eyes lit up. Meng, how is it? Delicious, delicious, sir. This wine is sweet yet astringent with a sweet aftertaste. It's my first time tasting such interesting wine. Really? Emir became interested and tried a sip. Amazing. This wine has prepared this plum wine in advance. The Otis put down his wine cup and glanced at Preston. Preston instantly understood. Mr. Liu, recently my master has always felt uneasy for no reason, and he has been plagued by nightmares at night. Therefore, he decided to come to the countryside to relax. Uneasy? Aryun squinted with a smile. Is it because of the trip to Lishan? Upon hearing Aryun's words, the Otis and his two companions were stunned. After all, the Western expedition to Lishan was a decision made by the Otis only recently, known only to a few high-ranking officials in the palace. Even the 9 ministers of the current dynasty did not know the destination of the Otis's tour, yet this young man knew. The Otis even began to suspect whether Aryun had planted spies around him. However, recalling that this young man had once read the heavenly scroll, he calmed down. Don't be so surprised. Dr. Chun has already told me your identities, Aryun grinned widely. At this moment, the 3 men were not just surprised but also extremely uneasy. What did it mean for the Otis's identity to be exposed? One must understand that there were countless people in the world who wished for the Otis's death. This time they came without any guards. If Aryun had ill intentions or was manipulated by others, the entire Baylor Empire would be in peril. Bang! Daryl immediately rallied. Arno charged forward like a wild bull, reaching Daryl instantly. Humph, rogue, how dare you? Daryl snarled, swinging his sword. Clang! Arno swung his right arm, and the long sword clanged against the stab-proof vest, resonating loudly. In the next moment, a powerful force struck. Daryl felt a tremor in his wrist as the sword flew out of his hands. You, rogue, asking for a beating. Seeing Arno throw another punch, Daryl couldn't afford to be shocked and punched back, colliding with Arno. Bang! A sharp sound echoed through the air. Thud, thud, thud. Daryl stumbled back 5 steps before regaining his balance. Arno staggered slightly, stepping back only half a step but leaving the floor shattered beneath his feet. Hiss, this can't be. Daryl stared in disbelief. As the mighty warrior of Baylor, he had been bested by a simple villager? Arno was equally surprised. He himself didn't know how strong he was. Since adulthood, no one in this world had ever withstood his full-strength punch. Daryl was the first. You rogue, have quite a bit of strength. Pa, don't get too proud, rebel. I was merely unprepared and didn't use full strength. Let's go again. Daryl roared, preparing to fight again. Heh, let's do it. You definitely won't win. Arno showed no fear, throwing another punch. Aryun. Stop it. Aryun roared, quickly stepping between them. Jokingly, just one punch destroyed the floor. If these 2 tough guys continued fighting, the house might be demolished. Stop. Aryun, you dared to assassinate my master? Do you want to die? It's a misunderstanding. Aryun grimaced. Do you see anyone carrying a crossbow without arrows when planning an assassination? Snap. Before Aryun finished speaking, an arrow dropped from the ceiling into his left hand. Everyone. Aryun. What the hell? Messing with me? Aryun threw the crossbow away with a grimace. Accident. Pure accident. Gramps Han, believe me, I found both bow and arrow on the ground. Funny. Are you saying you found your wealth too? Cough, cough. Actually, I did find it. Daryl, underscore, Otis. Aiming, stop. But he. Enough, stop. Yes. Seeing the Otis wave, Daryl reluctantly stepped aside as a guard. Just stopping now? Arno scratched his head, still yearning for more. Aryun glared fiercely at him. Don't fight, they're my master's friends. Huh? What about my commission? Commission? My perfect floor you've kicked apart costs money. Both of you will split the cost, noted in your monthly salaries. Now get lost. Yun grinned widely. Grandfather Pai, I've long guessed it. Your bearing is extraordinary, and you exude an aura of royalty. You are undoubtedly either immensely wealthy or of high rank. Someone like you, walking around without many guards, clearly indicates you're under house arrest in Xianyang. The only person in all of Baylor with the surname Pai who fits this description must be Prince Brogan Dallas. Your Majesty, do you think I guessed correctly? Aye. The Otis's expression turned to confusion. Upon hearing Aryun's words, the Otis was completely stunned. He stared at Aryun for a moment before breaking into a faint smile. You guessed right. I am Prince Brogan Dallas. That's what I thought. How could someone as smart as me possibly guess wrong? Aryun wore a smug look. By the way, do you also use Jun as self-reference in Brogan? Isn't that term exclusively reserved for the Emperor? Cough, cough, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. I. The Otis coughed dryly. King, forget it. I'll just call you Grandfather Pai, since it sounds more natural. Aryun lowered his voice. Grandfather Pai, you have to be careful with what you say. The Otis is very suspicious. If he hears you refer to yourself as he might think you're disloyal and send you back home. Daryl. Preston. Hearing Aryun's words, their faces darkened, and cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Come on, drink up, drink up. Preston. This time, the Otis won't just write it down but engrave it in his heart. Grandfather Pai, why are you looking so grim? Did I scare you earlier? The Otis paused briefly. Yes, I was scared. No worries, let's drink to calm down. Aryun raised a cup and clinked it with the Otis's. Grandfather Pai, you don't need to worry too much about traveling west Alishan. This time, the one who will suffer is the Otis. Just stay away from him, preferably at the rear of the convoy, and you should be safe. Ferguson? What do you mean? The Otis narrowed his eyes. Haha, well. Aryun seemed to realize his mistake and waved it off. Nothing. Smack. Suddenly, the Otis grabbed Aryun's hand. Otis. Aryun. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became eerily philosophical. Grandfather Pai, you still call me Grandfather Pai? The Otis smiled faintly. Brother, did you forget? We drank together and swore brotherhood when we were drunk last time. What? We did that? Think carefully. This. Looking into the Otis's eyes, a vague memory surfaced in Aryun's mind. I seem to remember swearing brotherhood with Grandfather Pai and worshipping Guanhong, the god of loyalty. Aryun wore a puzzled expression. More importantly, Guanhong. Daryl frowned. General Meng is Baylor's bravest warrior, unmatched in strategy. How could these rebels even get close to the Otis? It's impossible. Alright, I know you're Daryl's biggest fan. Let's not inflate him anymore. Aryun shrugged. While Daryl is indeed skilled, he's just a simpleton. Calling him Baylor's bravest warrior is misleading. Daryl. Damn. Seeing Daryl about to explode, Preston quickly held him back. Mr. Liu, even if General Daryl was negligent, surely the powerful Black Dragon Army could stop the assassins from reaching the Otis. They got much closer than that. This time, the Otis's son-in-law, Emilio, was crushed to death, and many palace servants and relatives were injured. If the assassins hadn't missed the main carriage, the Otis would have been killed instantly. Hiss. These assassins are truly formidable. Hearing Aryun's words, the three men's expressions changed drastically. Although it hadn't happened yet, they could vividly imagine the bloody scene described by Aryun. The Otis, the great ruler, had barely escaped by sheer luck. How could he bear such humiliation? Brother, can the Black Dragon Guard not protect the Otis? Aryun shook his head. The Black Dragon Guard is strong, but they have moles inside. Chapter 213. Gold overstock, help the Otis. Undercover agent? You mean there's a traitor in the Black Dragon Guards? The Otis's gaze was like a blade. Why else would it be? Aryun after the death of the Otis. He once defeated the combined forces of the feudal lords with an army of 10,000 prisoners, proving his loyalty to the Baylor dynasty. However, unable to withstand Bram's persecution, he reluctantly surrendered to John under the advice of his strategist. As for Barth, he had close ties with the Astrid family and never achieved anything remarkable, making him a true bureaucrat. Despite being from a prestigious Baylor family, he had no reason to betray the Baylor dynasty now. Dixon, on the other hand, is very intriguing. Historical records about him are scarce, almost as if he appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, he is the only one among the three Baylors who surrendered to Amon and died peacefully. His ancestors were nobles of the Zhao state, and the upper classes of Han, Zhao, and Wei had deep connections after the division of Claudia. Aryun speculated that Dixon must have known Gillis and worked within the Baylor government, thus making him the likely traitor. Aiming. The Otis side. Daryl helplessly went out and carried in a chest of gold from the carriage. Duong. The heavy gold hit the table, momentarily blinding everyone present. Aryun. Brother, what are you doing? Brother-in-law. The Otis looked grave. This concerns the lives of my son and me. If I knew who this traitor was, I could take preventive measures. Brother, please help me this time. This. Aryun felt embarrassed. Brother, that's not what I meant. Not enough? Aiming. The Otis waved his hand. Duong. Without hesitation, Daryl scratched his head for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Master, I remember. He is the commander of Fergusonayang Palace. Fergusonayang Palace? The Otis's pupils constricted. Wasn't that the residence of his favorite youngest son, Ferguson High? To think a traitor was living beside his son made him break into a cold sweat. Brother-in-law, I heard the Black Dragon Guards are selected from loyal Baylor people. Why would Dixon turn against the Baylor? Because he isn't a Baylor person. What? Not a Baylor person? The Otis's face darkened. That's impossible. The Otis personally decreed that anyone entering the Black Dragon Guard must be thoroughly checked up to 6 generations. Brother, you guys are too naive. You don't understand the intricacies of the Central Plains. Law? Aryun laughed and shook his head. Laws are rigid, but people are flexible. Do you really think all officials are saints? Laws mean nothing when faced with interests. The Otis already banned private meetings by foreigners from the 6 states. Yet, they still gather regularly and form an anti-Baylor alliance right under the Emperor's nose, fully equipped with manpower and weapons. Anti-Baylor alliance? What's that? It's an anti-Baylor coalition formed by the nobles of the 6 states. They meet annually in Xianyang City to exchange information and plan their rebellion. Aaron was his favorite son. If your son had a sword hanging over his head, wouldn't you be worried? The Otis had initially planned to go horseback riding with Ralph for relaxation, but now all he wanted was to get home and expose all the spies before they could cause any trouble. Brother, I suddenly remembered there's a big deal that needs handling. I won't bother you any longer. Okay. Ralph felt somewhat embarrassed. He had received so much gold today without doing much in return, which made him feel guilty. Our brothers rarely get to drink together, and we didn't even have a good time. Let's do this. I'll have Brant bring over a few jars of plum wine for you to take back. And if you ever need help in the future, just say the word. I will spare no effort. Great brother. Hearing Ralph's words, the Otis smiled. He had been waiting for this statement. Actually, brother, there's something I want you to help me with. Ralph's eyes widened. The Otis rolled his eyes. You really think my gold is so easy to take? Ralph's face darkened. Was he serious about this? Cough. What is it? Honestly, brother, I still feel uneasy about our journey west Alishan. Can you come along when the time comes? What's this about? Ralph was taken aback. What kind of joke was this? Gillis led nothing but desperados. How would he avoid getting hurt following the Otis's convoy? Brother, we are he might gain, but I will never lose, the Otis smirked. Ralph, you're too young. Brilliant. Your Majesty is truly brilliant. Daryl scratched his head. But I still don't understand. Knowing who the spies are, can't we prevent the crisis early? Prevent? Why should we prevent it? The Otis's eyes gleamed fiercely. These rebels are like weeds in a field, impossible to eradicate completely. Rather than starting a wildfire now, let's wait until autumn when all the grass shows itself, then pull them out by the roots. Daryl. Yes, Your Majesty. After we return to the palace, I will transfer Dixon from Fergusonayang Palace, but leave him untouched for now. I want you to dig out everyone connected to him. Understand? Yes, Your Majesty. The carriage creaked as it swayed gently along the bumpy road. The land of our great Baylor has come to such a ruin. It's my fault, my grave fault. Move faster, damn it. Crack. At that moment, a sharp sound of a whip rang out. Daryl immediately stood up, drawing his sword cautiously as he got out of the carriage to inspect the situation. A small dirt road ahead, a rickety prisoner cart was approaching. Inside the cart was a pale-skinned man, tall and towering, with with disheveled hair and a body covered in bruises and emitting an unpleasant stench. Not only did he wear shackles on his neck, but heavy chains also bound his feet. The cart, barely 5 feet high, forced the prisoner to crouch painfully, unable to stand or sit properly. The prisoner's lips were cracked, his ankles oozing pus, clearly exhausted from torture. Yet his eyes burned fiercely like a wild beast's, striking fear into the hearts of anyone who met them. Seeing this, Daryl frowned. This was a half-graded prisoner cart, commonly known as a binzi cart. Its torturous design often left prisoners maimed after prolonged transport, equivalent to kneecapping. Such carts were only used for transporting the most dangerous criminals, which Daryl did not expect to see here. Ahead of the cart, several other prisoners trudged miserably. Despite wearing restraints, their bare feet were raw and bloody from walking on gravel, but it was far better than being confined in the binzi cart. Ferguson re-up. If we don't reach Nyogwa village before nightfall, I'll beat you bastards to death. A middle-aged official on horseback lashed the prisoners savagely. Crack. The whip struck the prisoners' backs, tearing open their flesh. Ah. One prisoner, already weak and weary, fell to the ground with a cry. Damn, trying to play dead? Beat him hard. The official roared, and 2 subordinates mercilessly slammed wooden sticks onto the prisoner, causing blood to gush from his head. Ah, spare me. Please, sir. Surly rude. And what are you doing here? Daryl's expression was cold. It must be understood that this was not an official road. Whether prisoners from Xianyang were being transported outwards, or those from other places were being sent to Xianyang, they would never pass through such a remote village like Nyuvakan. Especially when it came to heavily guarded convicts transported by wooden carts, it was clear something was off. The hell I want to do is none of your business. Scram, don't delay my journey. The minor official, impatient, pressed on the handle of his sword, with a threatening look. My God, Daryl's face instantly darkened. Just moments ago, he had been reprimanded by Arno at Aryun's place and was already feeling frustrated. Now, even these 2 low-ranking soldiers dared to speak to him like this. How could he not be angry? Daryl reached up and threw a token at the soldier's face. Open your eyes and see clearly. This. What is this, brother two? Do you recognize the characters written on it? It's twisted like worms. Who knows what it means? Daring to hit my brother's face, you're asking for trouble? The 2 subordinates threw the token away and angrily drew their swords. Daryl. Seeing the token thrown back under his feet, Daryl was bewildered. Having been a general for many years, he had never encountered such disrespect before. A palace guard token was casually discarded by these 2. Ailby grinned apologetically and took out a piece of silver. These 2 are from the countryside, they don't understand the rules, please forgive them. If I'm not mistaken, our great Baylor law requires that all county officials know at least 300 characters. They can't even recognize simple words like guard. How were they selected as officials? Oh this? Hearing the emperor's words, Ailby turned black with embarrassment. Wasn't this just knowingly asking the obvious? The Baylor laws were there, but where there are policies, there are always ways around them. Especially in their county, these officials relied on connections and money. Few were selected through proper channels. Enough, I get it. The emperor's expression remained unchanged. Second question. Where are you taking these people? Well? Daryl glared, making Ailby shiver. Following orders from the county chief, we're escorting these prisoners to Dr. Aryun in Nyuvakan, Pinganan Township. Dr. Aryun? Aryun? Daryl looked puzzled. Why does he need these prisoners? I don't know. Dr. Liu gave the county chief 1,000 taels of silver, specifically requesting the prisoner Vernon. After receiving the message, the county chief ordered me to escort them here. Nothing else. What? Daryl's face darkened with anger. Rubbish. Our prisoners aren't animals to be bought and sold at will. The county chief of these 6 counties is Geary laughed coldly. Daryl's gaze turned icy. Sir, should I arrest this dog county chief? No need. Let's show mercy for Aryun's sake. Geary waved his hand. Ice doesn't form in a day. Let them go. Yes. Thank you, your excellency. Ailby thanked profusely, leading his men to leave. Wait. Geary suddenly remembered something and smiled mysteriously. They can go, but the money stays. Ferguson? Ailby was bewildered. Still standing there? Didn't you hear his lordship? Daryl yelled. Yes. Ailby hurriedly took out 2,000 taels of silver from the prisoner cart and offered it. I said Aryun might profit, but I will never lose. Geary nodded approvingly. Ming, take it inside. Yes. Ailby, right? Geary glanced at Ailby indifferently. Remember, you've never seen us today, and this money wasn't taken by us, understood? Ferguson? Saying that, Geary left in the carriage. Ailby scratched his head in confusion. So, who took the money? Chapter 216. The Master's Man. The sun was setting in the west. Ralph stood under a large tree, swaying left and right as he practiced Tai Chi. The wind from his movements stirred up leaves swirling chaotically. Ouch. Ouch. Alicia's petite figure dragged a huge bundle of mugwort, struggling to drag it home. She moved unsteadily, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Seeing her swaying figure, Ralph stopped his exercise with a peculiar pulling the mugwort and trying to leave. Ralph immediately chased after her with a grin. All right, I'll help. Ferguson, I don't care. Alicia, stop being naughty. Look, your hands are all worn out. Master is really worried about you. Without another word, Ralph took the mugwort from her. Why didn't you care earlier? I was practicing, didn't notice. Come here, let me rub your hands. Hee, they're so soft, so fragrant. Slick talker. A few words from Ralph made Alicia laugh uncontrollably, her anger dissipating. Together, they carried the mugwort into the room to process it. Alicia, why did you cut so much mugwort? Master, haven't you forgotten? In a few days, it will be the Midyuan festival. Then every household must perform ancestor worship and clean their homes. Midyuan festival? Ralph paused for a moment. The Midyuan festival, known as the Ghost Festival in later times, has different customs. This festival originates from ancient times and celebrates the harvest and good fortune, considered one of the major festivals during the pre-Baylor period. Not only do households clean and worship ancestors, but also celebrations and visits among family and friends take place. I've been here half a year without realizing it. Ralph sighed deeply. What did you say, Master? Cough. Nothing. Come, Alicia. Master will boil the mugwort for you. Oh, right, Master. According to custom, you should visit your future father. My gift will astonish even the Prime Minister. Boastful. He's the Prime Minister. Hasn't he seen everything? So what? Even the Emperor would praise my gift. Master. At that moment, Brant rushed over. Brant, what's the matter? Master, the person you wanted is here. Who? The one you've been longing for. Ralph. Alicia. Master, how could you buy a woman now? What if it ruins your reputation and angers Brecken? That's not true. I'm misunderstood. Ralph was confused. Brant, what are you talking about? When did I long for anyone? Master, you forgot? The one you spent 1,000 taels to get. 1,000 taels? Alicia was enraged and started stomping her feet. Sir always says thriftiness brings prosperity, extravagance ruin. We barely have extra money, and you spend 1,000 taels on a woman? How wasteful. 1,000 taels? Ralph slapped his forehead. Alicia, you misunderstand. I bought a man. What, a man? Alicia's mouth hung open. Master, are you? Ralph rolled his eyes. What are you thinking? I bought a guard. Guard? I thought. You thought what? No, nothing, luckily. Nothing? Alicia blushed and lowered her head. This girl's mind isn't pure anymore. Ralph shook his head but couldn't hide his excitement. Vernon, finally you're here. Among the heroes of Chu and Han, Vernon was undoubtedly one of the top commanders. In terms of valor, only second to John. In terms of leading troops, only second to Anthony. In terms of military discipline, only second to Xiao He. Though he was often the runner-up, he was undoubtedly a versatile talent. Brant, where is he? Just outside the door. Good, let's go and see. Ralph eagerly walked out the door. Hashtag chapter 217. He is my blood brother. Your humble subordinate, Captain Ailby of the 6 counties in Jojo, pays respects to Dr. Ralph, said Ailby with a fawning expression as he ran over to Ralph. Have you brought the person? Reporting to your excellency, they are just outside. Not only Vernon but also several of his close brothers-in-arms. I took the liberty to bring them all here. Good. Ralph's eyes lit up. Although Vernon's brothers were not famous in history, they were still remarkable commanders. This was like getting 10 for the price of 1. You did well. Hee, it's an honor to serve your excellency. I hope you will guide me more in the future. Ralph nodded and then thought of something. By the way, did your magistrate take that 1,002? This? Ailby's face turned dark. Cough, yes. Damn, he really took it. Ralph frowned. It seemed the magistrate had your excellency, it's all due to my actions. Your actions? Exactly. Ailby looked smug. Your excellency, Vernon is ferocious and incredibly strong, extremely dangerous. So, I specifically ordered heavy shackles and a specially designed cart to transport him. The road was rugged and long. No matter how tough he was, after such a journey, he'd be lucky to survive, let alone walk. His legs are probably ruined. Ralph's lips twitched. You're truly a talent. Hee, thank you for the praise, your excellency. Ailby bowed humbly. It's my duty to help you. Help me? Yes. Isn't Vernon an enemy of yours? What nonsense. Is he not? Otherwise, why go to such lengths to send this lowly prisoner all the way to Xianying? He must have offended you before. Ralph? Ailby. Your excellency, I didn't just bring Vernon. His friends are also beaten within an inch of their lives. Ailby looked fawning. He is now useless, completely at your disposal, safe and secure. My damn. Ralph's lips twitched. Safe indeed. Vernon was vengeful. If he knew this torment was because of him, he would surely hate Ralph. More importantly, if Vernon was crippled, what use was he? Your excellency, spare us, please spare us. Seeing Ralph, the prisoners looked terrified. Vernon raised his head shakily, his cold gaze fixed on Ralph. Bastard official, if you dare touch me, release my brothers. How dare you speak to his Do you have an aunt named Alma who went missing during a war when you were young? How do you know that? Ralph held his hand tightly. After Alma was lost, she was taken in by my mother Janet and later adopted as our foster sister, renamed Claudia. Later, Alma and my mother married into the Liu family. After I was born, Alma was my wet nurse, and I grew up with her. Though we aren't blood related, we are as close as brothers. Ferguson? You serious? Of course, these years, Aunt Alma has been searching for news of you, but it was difficult. Finally, I got news of you recently. Aunt Alma passed away holding my hand, asking me to find you. Brother, I've missed you so much, woo-woo. Ralph spoke with genuine emotion, moving everyone to tears. Even Vernon's eyes softened. Do you have proof? Your father's name is Cassandra Che, from Chinchuan in Yin. When Baylor destroyed Yin, that's enough, don't say any more. Vernon's eyes reddened, and he grasped Ralph's hand. I believe you. Brother. Hang brother. Chapter 218. Listen to my advice. Are you still standing there dumbfounded? Ferguson, re up and let my elder brother down. Ferguson? Ailby snapped out of his daze, his face turning purple. Quickly, let him sigh deeply. I never imagined that elder brother would still endure such humiliation on this journey. This pains me immensely. Your excellency, please calm down. Ailby and the other 2 guards were trembling with fear. Sir, we really didn't know he was your brother. If we had known, even if you gave us 10,000 more chances, we wouldn't dare treat Governor Vernon like this. Please forgive us, your excellency. Please have mercy. Ferguson, anyone who humiliates my brother deserves death. Ralph waved his hand. James, kill them. Yes, sir. Clank, clank. Clank. James and his men pulled their swords, their faces stern. Please have mercy. Have mercy. Ailby and the others were instantly scared out of their wits. Seeing this, Vernon's expression changed dramatically. Brother, no. Elder brother, don't stop me. Seeing you humiliated like this makes me furious. Brother, they are officials of the court. Privately killing government officials is a capital offense. You mustn't act rashly. If you truly consider me as your elder brother, listen to me. My rashness brought me here. How can I stand by and watch you ruin your bright future for my sake? Ai, what? Ralph sighed deeply. Hemph, in elder brother's honor, I will spare your lives. Now, thank Elder Claudia having a nephew. Sure. Ralph chuckled and pulled Alicia aside. The story he told earlier was fabricated. A person like Vernon, like a lone wolf, had always been ungrateful and heartless. He followed Cavan to suppress the coalition of feudal lords, later surrendered to John and was made king of Jiangdu, betrayed John and defected to Amon during the Chu-Han contention, and finally rebelled against Imon before being executed in pieces by him. His entire life was a series of betrayals without trust or loyalty to anyone. To tame someone like him, money, righteousness, and beauty were futile. His only weakness was kinship. Historical records show that Vernon lost his family at a young age, making him cold and ruthless. Yet, deep down, he craved kinship. Ralph knew he had to hit that weak spot. Alicia, remember, when Master says Aunt Claudia has a nephew, she has a nephew. Got it? I understand, Master. Alicia nodded half understanding. Help, help, help. Don't hit anymore. Spare us. Ailby and the others were beaten bloody and groaning in pain. Ralph narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Enough. Stop. The lead prisoner shouted, and the group ceased. How does it feel? Great. So great. Those dogs deserve a beating. The prisoners were exhilarated, while the leader showed respect. My apologies for the display. These brothers are rustic villagers who don't understand it, even facing down an entire Han army single-handedly. Fearing John's prowess, Imon issued an order that whoever killed John would be rewarded with 1,000 pieces of gold and ennobled as a nobleman of 10,000 households. John, realizing his fate, laughed and said, "The one who ends me is not Han but destiny." With that, he took his own life, and his corpse was subsequently fought over by Jesus, Zechariah, Edge, and others. These individuals were all ennobled for their part in killing John, becoming some of the few lucky ones during the struggle between Chu and Han. However, unlike minor figures like Jesus and Zechariah, Edge was a truly formidable general. At the Battle of Julu, Edge had slain over 300 Baylor soldiers, making him second only to John in individual combat prowess. Even John praised him as a true hero, which is why he chose to give his head to Edge in the end. Edge undoubtedly qualified as a fierce warrior. Though he might not have matched Lloyd or Eric, he still ranked among the elite commanders. For just 1,000 taels, I got not only the war god Vernon but also a brave warrior like Edge. Truly a bonus. What a bargain, what a bargain. Ralph exclaimed gleefully. Good, Edge. From today onwards, you will be the deputy security captain of my family, and everyone will report to you. Thank you for your trust, Master. You may take them to rest now. Yes, sir. Ralph waved his hand, and Edge led the prisoners away. My face, it hurts so much. Ailby and his two companions lay on the ground, bruised and battered, wailing in pain. Seeing Ralph approach, they quickly knelt and begged for mercy. Master, please spare us. Please spare us. We know we've made a mistake. Ailby, wiping snot and tears, tried to kowtow. Smack. A golden object landed in his hands. Gold. Gold. Ailby looked up at Ralph in bewilderment. Master, what does this mean? Ralph smiled, helping Ailby up. County Lieutenant Lee, I must apologize for the misunderstanding. You traveled far to bring these men here, and I should be grateful. Please do not bear any ill will towards me. Ralph apologizes on behalf of my guards. Sir, it's too kind of you. Ailby and his companions stammered, taken aback. They had been beaten and harbored resentment, but upon reflection, they realized they deserved it. Moreover, Ralph was courteous, caring, and even offered them gold. They felt this man was good-hearted. Sir, you are magnanimous. We respect you deeply. If you need anything in the future, instead, he was informed that they needed someone to infiltrate the Great Baylor Palace and gather intelligence. Back then, full of zeal, Dixon volunteered and eventually succeeded after a rigorous selection process. Rising from a humble soldier, it took him 6 years to reach his current position as captain of the guards at Fergusonang Palace. During these 6 years, he had seen countless human emotions and witnessed the invincibility of the Baylor Empire. His initial fervor had long faded, and Dixon doubted the effectiveness of the small-minded anti-Baylor alliance. However, once an undercover agent, always an undercover agent. Though he repeatedly requested to retire, the alliance kept urging him to endure. Thus, 3 years passed, and another 3 loomed ahead. His undercover career seemed endless. Soon, very soon. Once the Otis dies, I can finally leave this place. Dixon sighed deeply. Dixon, His Highness wishes to see you. A palace attendant emerged. Yes, sir. Dixon turned and followed the attendant into Fergusonang Palace. The moment he entered, rich scents of perfume and alcohol filled the air. Numerous beauties adorned in scanty clothes danced and sang, sending a surge of blood to his head. Quickly, he lowered his gaze, afraid of looking hunched over with his hands cradling his head, looking much like a black crab. 2 young palace maidens held up a mirror, while Cameron faced it, twisting and turning, clearly admiring his disguise immensely. Upon seeing this outfit, Dixon immediately understood what the Lord intended to do. Cameron had a peculiar obsession. He enjoyed stealing women's undergarments. Logically speaking, given his status, he could have anything he wanted. Women of any sort would be at his disposal with just a word. But not this nobleman. He found satisfaction only in what he stole. Almost all the maids' clothing in Fergusonang Palace had been taken by him, and those seasoned staff members knew well of the Lord's quirks, so they turned a blind eye. However, the new maids were not as fortunate. If successful, that was fine. But if caught, Cameron would lash out in anger, beating them to death. Half a month ago, one of the new maids accidentally witnessed Cameron's actions and ended up beaten beyond recognition before being drowned in the lake. A brutal scene Dixon still vividly remembered. Dixon, do you know why I've summoned you? I don't know, my lord. Ahaha, I've heard that you are very shrewd, so I want you to keep watch for me. Keep watch. Yes. Cameron's eyes gleamed hotly. All these daily games in Fergusona Young Palace are getting increasingly boring. I need something more thrilling. The Esther's voice rang clear like silver bells. Gathering the dogwood today. Missing you. It feels like 3 months apart. Gathering the mugwort today. Missing you. It feels like 3 seasons apart. Gathering the wormwood today. Why did you stop, Hang sister teacher? Farah blinked, giggling. Leicester immediately realized the playful intent and grabbed the scroll to chase after Farah. Cheeky girl, don't run away. Come on, come chase me, ha ha. For a moment, the entire Yugue palace was filled with laughter and fragrance. After tiring themselves out from their playful antics, they sat together, holding hands and adjusting each other's makeup. Hang sister, are you really going to break off your engagement? Of course. Leiester's resolve was unwavering. I, Leicester, may not be brilliant, but I've studied the classics extensively. How can I marry a country bumpkin who lives aimlessly? If I must marry, it will be to a man who embraces the world, is learned, and possesses outstanding talent. As she spoke, Gillis's image appeared in her mind. Alas, I wonder when I'll see you again. Hang sister, don't people say marriages should follow the wishes of parents and matchmakers? Farah, you don't understand. Those are old-fashioned rules that imprison women. Leiester's gaze was fierce. Men can achieve great things, and so can women. Why should women be at the mercy of others? We should also pursue our own happiness. Pursuing one's own happiness? Farah blushed suddenly, recalling something. Farah, do you have someone you like to? And no. Well, you sneaky girl. You've been so interested in the Book of Songs lately, now I see why. Leicester teased gently. Tell me, which nobleman has captivated our little princess's heart? No one. I just love studying. Haha, I get it. Leicester's teasing smile caused Farah's cheeks to turn redder. Anyway, Midyuan Festival is coming soon. Your fiancé will surely visit then. What do you plan to do? It seems rather pitiful. Ugh, I've been worrying about that. Leicester sighed deeply. Her father had agreed to break the engagement, but he was known for valuing reputation over life. He wouldn't forcefully terminate the marriage. She would need to go through some trouble to make the landowner back out. Enough of this. Thinking of him makes me frustrated. Leicester shook her head. Farah, let's go practice archery. But I just want to study, Farah said, blushing. One of the 6 arts is archery. Haven't you been slacking off? Practice. All right, let's see who's better. Without waiting for an answer, Leicester pulled Farah into the garden. Outside the garden, Dixon stood awkwardly outside, peeking around with his knife ready. My lord, no one around? Understood. Before Dixon finished speaking, Cameron rolled out from the corner, moving clumsily like a sow struggling to give birth, making Dixon speechless. After some time, Cameron finally climbed onto the wall, proudly patting his bottom. Were my stealth skills impressive? Dixon remained silent. Very impressive, like a dragon gliding unseen. I am truly in awe, my lord. Hee, seeing your sincerity, I'll teach you personally. Cough, thank you, my lord. I'm deeply grateful. Stop wasting time, let's start. Cameron adjusted his mask, then froze. Damn, how high is this wall at Yugue Palace? I never noticed it before. Maybe we should quit, my lord. Quit? Never. I always achieve what I set out to do. Cameron's eyes burned with determination. You lie down. Okay. Dixon squatted helplessly. Cameron leaned on the wall and stepped onto his shoulders. Don't shake, Dixon. Don't shake. My lord, I'm not shaking. It's your leg trembling. Bullshit. I said you're shaking, so you are. I understand, my lord. Be steady. Yes, my lord. Shaking, Cameron climbed, barely touching the wall. Seeing him about to rage again, Dixon pushed him up. Ha, I made it. No one can stop me. Oops. Cameron yelped as he fell hard onto the ground. Chapter 221. But we are women after all. In the garden, the lights flickered, and an archery target was set up against the wall. Aline slowly grabbed the long bow, notched an arrow, squinted her eyes, drew the bow, and aimed. With a snap, the arrow flew like the wind, hitting the bullseye. Snap, snap, snap. Aline shot 3 consecutive arrows without missing. Wow, Sister Yueman is so amazing. Evie clapped her small hands in admiration. This is nothing. This bow weighs less than half a stone, merely a toy for girls. I've heard that General Darryl can handle a 3-stone heavy bow, hitting a copper coin's hole from 100 paces away without fail. That's what a true master looks like. Evie smiled, handing the bow and arrow to Aline. It's your turn. Me. Maybe you should give it a pass? Aline looked down with a slightly flushed face. You must have been lazy, Evie remarked. Yueman, I asked you to practice archery not only for physical fitness, but more importantly to boost your courage. Your nature is too kind-hearted, and in this palace filled with intrigue, you might get bullied. Archery will make you stronger and more composed. Trust me. Well, okay. Persuaded by Evie, Aline cautiously took the long bow. However, her strength was too weak. The moment she pulled the bow, it swayed left and right. Aim at the target. I am aiming. Before Aline could even speak, her strength waned, causing the bow to sway even more violently. The surrounding maids were frightened, crouching and scattering. Oh no, Sister Yueman, I can't hold on. Aline's small hands trembled as the arrow seemed about to fly loose. Oh no. Evie's face turned grim. If the arrow injured Aline, she would be in deep trouble. Hold steady. She quickly rushed forward, grabbing Aline's right hand and pushing the bow upwards. Whoosh. At the same time, the arrow flew out into the air. Phew. After the arrow was shot, Aline sat down on the ground in fear. Evie let out a long breath of relief. Luckily, no one was hurt. Oh. Just as Evie said this, a painful cry echoed from outside the garden. Evie. Aline. Sister. Sister, you a man? Did we hit someone? It seems yes. What do we do now? What can we do? Run. Reacting quickly, Evie pulled Aline and ran. Sister, didn't you always say that gentlemen should own up to their actions? Yes, but we are women after sweating profusely. The hall felt suffocating, making his heart race uncontrollably. This was Imperial Majesty. Even though the Emperor hadn't spoken, simply sitting there exerted immense pressure on Dixon, as if millions of ants were biting him every moment. You are Dixon? As Dixon almost couldn't hold on, the Emperor finally spoke. Your Majesty, this humble servant is indeed Dixon, commander of Fergusanang Palace. Haha, don't be nervous. The Emperor smiled lightly. Dixon instantly felt all pressure vanish, giving him a sense of survival. I heard you have served diligently in Fergusanang Palace these years without any mistakes. Protecting the prince and guarding the palace is my duty. I am willing to dedicate everything to your Majesty. Good. Our state needs loyal men like you. Emperor Emir waved his sleeve. There's an opening for an internal officer at the Department of Documents. Would you be willing to take it? The Department of Documents? Hearing this, Dixon paused, then couldn't contain his joy. That place stored important documents, and if he transferred there, stealing information would be easier. Moreover, the post of internal officer came with a higher rank and salary compared to his current position. He thought he had been exposed, but instead got promoted, clearly winning the Emperor's favor. Overjoyed, Dixon knelt and shouted, Your Majesty, this humble servant is willing to devote everything to you. Very well. From today, you shall serve at the Department of Documents. Thank your Majesty. This servant takes his leave. Dixon bowed and thanked the Emperor before leaving. Emir turned to Bram beside him. Bram, this servant pays homage to your Majesty. Do you know why I suddenly promoted Dixon? Ferguson? Bram paused. Your Majesty has discerning eyes, noticing Dixon's remarkable qualities, hence entrusting him with this responsibility. Remarkable qualities? Ha ha ha. The Emperor burst into laughter. Bram's expression turned awful. Having followed the Emperor for many years, he knew such laughter signaled the Emperor's anger. Plop. Bram immediately knelt. This servant has sinned. Please punish me. Chapter 222, Warning Shot. Is that so? I'm curious. What crime has the chief of the Central Chariot Office committed? The Otis stared coldly at Bram. Your old servant. Bram's face turned dark. He had done countless illicit deeds in secret, and couldn't figure out what exactly the Otis was accusing him of. The wrath of your Majesty is my unforgivable sin. Your old servant deserves to die 10,000 times over. Please punish me as you see fit. Himph. The Otis rolled his eyes. Fabio, tell him what you found. Yes. Fabio stepped forward and opened a bamboo scroll to read aloud. In the 26th year of the reign of the Otis, by imperial decree, the Black Dragon Guard was established as the backbone of the empire. Any person joining the Black Dragon Guard must have their ancestry traced for 5 generations and 6 collateral lines, and only descendants of the Lookylore can be admitted. I have reviewed all records of the Black Dragon Guard from the 29th year of the Otis's reign to the present day. Of the more than 23,000 who have joined, 38 individuals have unclear identities. These people were admitted through connections, changing their identities and passing through the Chancellor's office before joining the Black Dragon Guard. Of these 38, 25 have issues in their ancestry and lineage, while the remaining 13 are not Baylor natives, including Dixon. Fabio spoke with authority, causing Bram to break out in a cold sweat. The Otis's gaze was like a knife. Bram, if I remember correctly, the Chancellor's office falls under your jurisdiction as chief of the Central Chariot Office, does it not? Explain to me how these people managed to join my Black Dragon Guard without anyone noticing. Thud. Bram immediately prostrated himself on the ground, tears streaming down his old face. My years of loyalty and devotion, to spare my life. Your old servant is not afraid of death, but I fear no one will take proper care of your Majesty after I'm gone. Bram sobbed bitterly. The Otis shook his head wordlessly. If he truly wanted Bram dead, he'd already be a corpse. The Otis knew of Bram's loyalty. After all, as a eunuch, all Bram's power came from him. One word could elevate Bram, and another could annihilate him. Bram, being no fool, would never dare conspire against him. However, over the years, Bram had grown arrogant and unchecked. Guards, issue orders. The chief official of the Chancellor's office has acted unlawfully and defied imperial authority. His 3 clans are condemned, and he shall be torn apart by 5 horses. Understood. Fabio immediately accepted the order and left the palace. Spare me, your Majesty, please. Soon, agonizing cries filled the air outside the hall. Hearing these sounds, Bram trembled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Bram, you've become too presumptuous. Spare me, your Majesty, spare me. Your old servant will never do this again. Bram's forehead bled profusely from repeated knocking. The Otis looked at him coldly. Remember your place. Some things you can. Bram boarded his sedan chair. Though he cursed internally at the Otis, venting his frustration required softer targets. Registrar's office. Illuminated brightly and heavily guarded. Rows of elegant buildings housed countless bamboo scrolls, exuding grandeur. Dixon strode into the registrar's office with a long sword on his hip, surveying his new surroundings curiously. Indeed impressive, fitting for the registrar's office. From today, this place is mine. Dixon smirked. Serving here was worlds apart from serving in Fergusanang Palace. Being a guard captain, there was essentially a gatekeeper role. One mistake could incur wrath from nobles, akin to being treated like a dog. In contrast, serving here meant working directly for the Otis. Moreover, his promotion to internal registrar was significant. At the thought, Dixon stood taller. Who approaches? A guard glared at Dixon. I am Dixon, internal registrar, summoned by His Majesty to serve here. Dixon handed over his token. Welcome, Lord Internal Registrar. Please come in. Seeing the token, the guards exchanged smiles. E1 has been waiting for you. Please let me know if you need any revisions or further assistance. Chapter 223. My knife is very sharp. Please bear with it. Lord of the Central Chariot Stables? Dixon was taken aback. He had not expected that Bram would be waiting for him in person, which made him feel both honored and intimidated, but instead took him through winding corridors to a dilapidated building on the outskirts. General Dong, E1 awaits you inside. Here. Dixon's face twisted in bewilderment. The place smelled strange and looked nothing like an office. It more resembled a stable or a storage shed. Could it be? Did the Otis have a secret mission for him? Perhaps he was being tasked to secretly investigate within the internal department, as many Black Dragon guards specialized in such covert operations. Damn, could it be I'm about to become a trusted aide of the Otis? This is heaven sent. Dixon thought, thrilled at the prospect of access to crucial intelligence. Taking a deep breath, Dixon pushed open the door. Inside, a gaunt eunuch stood under the dim light, his profile illuminated in a ghostly pallor. Your subordinate, Dixon, pays respects to Lord of the Central Chariot Stables. Seeing Bram, Dixon knelt without hesitation. Ha, so you're Dixon, eh? Bram slowly turned around. Do you know the rules here in the internal department? Rules? Dixon hesitated. No one had briefed him on any rules during his rushed arrival. Well, I do understand. Dixon quickly pulled out a gold ingot. I am willing to serve His Majesty and you faithfully, even at the cost of my life. Being new here, I hope for your guidance. Ha ha ha. Bram sneered, rest assured. I will personally oversee you. He waved his sleeve, and two eunuchs appeared bearing drinks. Sir, what does this mean? Drink it. Ferguson? Dixon scratched his head. Was this insolence? Think you can come and go as you please here? Bram coldly ordered. Subdue him. Don't make me a eunuch. Don't. Struggling, Dixon realized his limbs were paralyzed by the drink. Splish splash. The guards swiftly tied him to the bench. Panic surged through Dixon. He'd imagined brutal torture if discovered as a spy, but this was worse. Please, spare me. Sir, mercy. Don't worry. This will be an honor bestowed upon you only once in a lifetime. Bram picked up a sharp knife. Can I opt out of this honor? Dixon pleaded through tears. Ha ha. Bram laughed sinisterly. My knife is very fast. Just bear with it. Don't, ah. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the entire internal department. Moments later, Bram emerged satisfied, tossing his blood-stained apron to an attendant. Take care of him. Make sure he doesn't die. Don't worry, sir. Your skills are impeccable. He should be fine, the attendant confirmed. Ah, old age takes its toll. Back in my days managing the palace affairs, a single slice and it was done before anyone noticed. Bram licked his bloody fingers. A pity I couldn't do it myself to avenge my brother Harley. This translation maintains the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. But then he lay back down. After 2 full quarters of an hour, he finally got up and walked out of the room. Outside, Alicia was hanging up mugwort, blushing and daydreaming. Alicia? Master. Seeing Ralph, Alicia blushed and tried to leave. Ralph waved his hand and cornered her against the wall. Feeling Ralph's hot breath, Alicia shyly lowered her head. Master, what do you want? I want to. Slap. Ralph slapped himself. Don't think about it. Can't afford to be caught by the censors. Ferguson? Alicia looked bewildered. Alicia, I need to explain properly. Ralph said seriously. Just now, in the room, I understand. Ferguson? What do you understand? My neighbor Juliana told me young men have strong desires and can easily get excited, especially during the age of marriage like Master here. It's normal. Ralph? Alicia, greater than over equal to Q. No, Alicia, Master. Alicia shyly interrupted Ralph. Even though, such things should be practiced with restraint, or else it can harm the body. If Master is really uncomfortable, Alicia can. Help, Alicia blushed and shoved the mugwort into Ralph's hands before running off, leaving Ralph standing alone in stir. Ralph chuckled. At that moment, he saw a tall man carrying 2 buckets of water wobbling towards a water tank. It had to be Vernon. Ralph hurried over. Brother, what are you doing? Brother, seeing them training so early in the morning, I couldn't sit idle. Thought I'd fetch some water and stretch a bit. Vernon smiled. His fierce appearance and scars made him look even uglier, but Ralph could sense his sincerity. Brother, put them down. You're still injured. Just minor injuries. No big deal. Vernon laughed. I can't live off your charity forever. Brother, you're saying too much. We're family. Put them down. Brother, it's just a couple of buckets, no problem. Not really no problem. Cough cough. Ralph cleared his throat. Brother, I meant, we already have a water will bringing river water into the house. You don't need to go so far. Ferguson? Vernon noticed the bamboo pipes leading water into the tanks in the backyard, looking embarrassed. I'll chop wood then. No, the firewood is already cut by Arno. Ralph quickly pulled Vernon aside. Brother, if you're restless, why not learn Tai Chi? It will help your recovery. Tai Chi? Kung Fu? Sounds great. I love practicing Kung Fu. Vernon was enthusiastic. Ralph started teaching Vernon the 72 movements of Tai Chi compared to the Otis. Vernon's comprehension was slower, struggling with just the first 12 movements all morning. But Ralph couldn't deny that Vernon's physique was impressive. When he arrived yesterday, he was covered in injuries, nearly dead. Ralph thought he was done for. Yet, after just one night, he was energetic again. The 2 buckets combined weighed at least 100 pounds, yet Vernon carried them effortlessly despite his leg injury, showcasing immense strength. Wonder who would win in peak condition, Vernon or Arno? Ralph mused. Wait, where is Arno? Why hasn't that guy shown up today? Chapter 225, Poisoning. Niuwang Village, the Zhang family residence. Ah! A blood-curdling scream pierced the dawn. Arno rushed into the house in panic, struck dumb by the scene before him. The room was in complete disarray. Charmaine lay on the bed with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, while Bridger lay on the floor, convulsing violently. Only Ava stood rooted to the spot, her face pale with terror and screaming incessantly. Blood. Mother. Eldest brother. What's wrong with you? Arno's eyes blazed with fury. What exactly happened here? I don't know. Ava exclaimed frantically. I just came in from the kitchen, and this is what I saw. Get out of my way. Arno pushed Ava aside and rushed over to lift Bridger. Eldest brother, wake up. Don't scare me, Black. Arno and Ava stared in disbelief. How can this be? Scoundrel, you still deny it? This must be Harley Lu sending you to poison the Zhang family. Avon sneered. Nonsense, Master Lu would never harm them. Himph, still trying to defend yourself? Seize this woman. Yes, sir. The 2 clerks moved forward with grim expressions. Leave me alone. Let go of me. Ava panicked and tried to escape but was no match for the men. She was quickly restrained. Sir, we found a packet of medicine on her. Open it and check. It's arsenic. Avon slapped the packet on the table. Evidence speaks for itself. Any explanations? How could this be? Why would I have such things on me? Ava looked incredulous. I understand now. It's a frame-up. Why are you framing me? Slap. Before Ava could continue, Avon smacked her hard across the face. Wretch, hold your tongue. Andre, the evidence is clear. Harley Lu must have ordered this woman to poison your family. Crack, crack. Staring at the arsenic on the table, Arno clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. Why are you harming my family? Forgive. Why else? Avon chuckled. Who doesn't know that landlord Harley Lu is two-faced? He has harbored grievances against the Zhang family for years, longing to exterminate you all. Last time, if I hadn't arrived in time, your brother and mother would already be dead. This matter, finally resolved. Avon smirked watching Arno leave. Why do you frame my master? Blame Harley Lu's bad luck for blocking our path. He must die. Avon snarled, knocking Ava unconscious with a swift chop. Sir, Zhang Laopa and Hewitt aren't quite dead yet. Should we? The clerk mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Not necessary. With arsenic poisoning, they won't survive. Not even immortals can save them. Andre is unpredictable when enraged. We can't let him suspect us. Avon waved his hand. Go, summon all the doctors around. Laopa, forgive me. I act for the greater good. Once matters are settled, the state of Han will remember your sacrifice. He laughed maniacally and exited the room. Chapter 226, Fergusonerly's debut. Mealtime. Holy crap, meat? Is that chicken leg this big? Wow, this food is too good. In the courtyard, everyone, including Fergusonerly, was amazed at the sumptuous breakfast before them. In the past, while in prison in Zhujiang, they had only eaten leftovers and food barely better than pig swill every day. Now, there was meat broth, chunks of meat, and steamed buns. Even the jailers back then couldn't afford such a feast. This place felt like heaven. Just now, they were complaining about the training. Now, seeing this food, who cared about complaints anymore? As long as there was meat to eat, forget training. Even if they were asked to risk their lives, they would do it. This Lu family is too generous. That's nothing. If you win the Training Excellence Award, you get 20 taels of silver. What? T20 taels? I'm going to train hard from now on to become an outstanding trainee. If anyone tries to stop me, I won't be polite. You can barely run without panting, and you still want to be an outstanding trainee? Eat your chicken leg. Ha ha ha. They laughed heartily and enjoyed each other's company, but Auric wasn't happy at all. He looked up at the sun and frowned. Arno, what are you doing by skipping work after just starting for a few days? Just wait until you arrive. I'll make sure to deduct your salary. Bam. Before Auric could finish his sentence, the front door was kicked open with force. Who dares to cause trouble in the Lu household? Ares and his group immediately put down their bowls and jumped up together. Whish. The wind blew fiercely, stirring up sand and dust. Even before Arno arrived, a cold and menacing aura enveloped the area. Amidst the swirling leaves, Arno entered the courtyard holding an axe, his face grim. Andre, what are you doing? You scared me. You're really good at timing, arriving right at mealtime. Come, let's go eat. Ares and others laughed and tried to drag Arno towards the table. Get lost. To lift Arno. Seeing this, Arno grew furious. Roar. He bit his lip and roared, using all his strength to press down. The men holding him felt as though they were bearing 1,000 pounds on their shoulders. Thud, thud. They all knelt to the ground. Get lost. Twisting his body, Arno threw Ares and the others aside again. With one grab, he flung several more prisoners into the air. Within moments, over a dozen people were sent flying, lying on the ground groaning in pain. Only Wulyo managed to cling onto Arno's trouser leg, but his frail body did little to impede Arno's movements. What the heck is happening? Seeing this scene, Auric's expression changed. Arno's momentum today was far stronger than when he came seeking revenge. That terrifying aura made Auric shiver involuntarily. This guy is so strong. Fergusonerly furrowed his brow. He was naturally powerful and never lost a match before meeting Vernon. Not only in strength but also in martial arts, Vernon had completely outclassed him, leading Fergusonerly to willingly serve him. He had never seen anyone stronger than Vernon. Yet Arno gave him the same feeling of awe. So this is the capital? Even a mere rural guard here is this formidable. I've come to the right place. Fergusonerly's eyes gleamed. Unlike ordinary prisoners, Fergusonerly was from a scholarly family. He had always aspired to achieve fame and success. Therefore, He had no hesitation in pledging allegiance to Auric. Seeing Arno's ferocity, instead of fear, at the same time, Ferguson early slid forward, wrapping the rope around Arno's waist. The Wu brothers skillfully threw 2 more ropes, tying Arno thoroughly. Together, Ferguson early commanded. All 3 exerted their strength, dragging Arno towards a tree. Chapter 227, Tough Guy vs Tough Guy. The 3 men exerted force simultaneously, instantly restraining Arno's movements. But in the next moment, with a pull from Arno's hands, all 3 were jolted back. No matter how hard Edge and the others tried, Arno stood like a solid rock, unmoved. Crack, crack, the ropes trembled. Feeling the immense power, Edge's face changed slightly. Quick, come and help. Let's do this together. Several prisoners rushed over to help pull the ropes, but it was of no use. Bastard landlord. Arno let out a long cry, his body bulging with muscles like a raging bull. Bang, bang, bang. He stomped on the ground heavily, dragging 6 or 7 people towards Ralph step by step. Ralph? Heaven sent tough guy, impressive. However, no matter how strong Arno was, he couldn't fight against multiple opponents. As more people joined the group pulling the ropes, his steps became heavier and his movements slower. Hold him. Brant and the others strained, their faces turning red. Finally, they managed to pull Arno back under collective effort. Seeing this, Ralph stepped forward. Arno, why did you attack me? Screw you, bastard landlord. Arno roared, throwing the axe in his hand at Ralph with all his might. Oh no. Ralph quickly ducked. With a loud bang, the axe hit the door panel, splitting it open with a deep crack. Are you crazy, Arno? Kill. Arno glared furiously. Ralph? This kid suddenly went mad. There must be a reason. Now, he could only capture him first and question him later. But Edge's performance exceeded his expectations, which pleasantly surprised Ralph. Facing someone as formidable as Arno, who could pummel the heavens and earth with iron fists, even seasoned warriors like Brant found themselves helpless. Yet, Edge managed to devise a method, proving that he possessed both courage and strategy, a true talent indeed. Crack, crack. Suddenly, the thick ropes snapped inch by inch. Arno screamed, his muscles popping audibly. Not good. Ralph's eyes widened as he hurriedly retreated. Bang! Indeed, the hemp rope snapped in the next moment. Thud. Caught off guard, Edge and several others flew backward. Bastard landlord, die. At the moment of breaking free, from him would be. Arno also looked at Ralph with surprise. He initially thought Ralph was a frail young landlord, but this punch completely altered his perception. Ralph had withstood his blow unscathed, indicating that this young man was far stronger than any of the Liu family guards. But rage clouded his judgment. Die. Arno roared, swinging another punch. What the hell? Ralph's face turned grim. Though skilled in combat, facing such raw power rendered any technique useless. Ralph didn't want to fight Arno. As an assassin, he knew better than to act without absolute certainty, especially since this body was already weak. If injured further, it would be much harder to return to his peak condition. At attention, insolent bandit, leave my brother alone. Just as Ralph hesitated, a furious shout echoed. Vernon had just stepped out and saw his brother being beaten by a muscular man. He was enraged. Ignoring his own injuries, he leapt forward like a roaring lion and threw a punch. Whoosh. Sensing the intense hostility, Arno's hairs stood on end. He responded with a punch of his own. Bang! Dust flew, and the sound echoed deafeningly. After the punch, Vernon stumbled back 3 steps. Chapter 228. Overwhelming. Era. Raymond. The 5 of them watched the 2 men who were sweeping everything away like a tornado, their jaws twitching. Only now did they understand why Ralph had chosen Arno as the security captain. It turned out that Arno was on an entirely different level from them. Today, they truly witnessed just how terrifying a fight between real powerhouses could be. Unlike Gareth's elegant yet dangerous swordsmanship, Arno and Vernon's battle was simple and brutal, with a visual impact that left everyone awestruck. Fierce punches tore through the air like a storm, and the chilling killing intent radiated all around, making everyone's scalp tingle. The sharp sound of sonic booms was like drum beats that shook their hearts. This was what a fight between true warriors looked like, overwhelming everything in its path, crushing all resistance, and striking fear into all spectators. Even Ralph couldn't help but have his eyes dart about nervously. This was the rawest form of combat where both Arno and Vernon were natural-born warriors, born for battle, and had almost reached the pinnacle of human physical capabilities. Arno's strength was pure and heavy, while Vernon's fighting style was wild and fierce. They fought like beasts, every punch and kick given their all, creating heart-stopping moments that made the blood boil. However, Ralph saw clearly that Vernon was slays. Blinded by the lime powder, darkness enveloped Arno's vision. He felt like 10,000 llamas were stampeding through his mind. Last time when he was caught by Ralph, it was also due to this sneaky move. Unbelievably, he hadn't learned his lesson and was once again bested by Ralph. But with experience came composure. Arno roared and wildly pounded his fists around, not giving Ralph a chance to ambush him again. However, Arno overlooked one crucial fact. He wasn't just facing Ralph this time. Seeing Arno blinded, Vernon didn't hesitate, leaping up and grabbing Arno's waist, flipping him to the ground. Splat! Even as he hit the ground, Arno struggled fiercely. Vernon also exerted all his might, and for a moment, the two were locked in a struggle. Then Ralph quietly walked behind Arno, twirling a stick in his hand. Arno? Ralph? Gently? Hee. Secret move, 1000-year lightning dragon strike. Ralph struck with the stick, and Arno let out a pained scream before fainting. A moment later, a warm, wet sensation splashed against his face. Arno jolted awake. Landlord dog. Seeing Ralph, he angrily wanted to strike, but found himself tied up with steel wire again. Knowing how strong the wire was, Arno gave up struggling. Ralph, you've done so much evil, against heaven and reason. You'll replexed. Master, this guy has no conscience. You've treated him well, yet he nearly destroyed our home. Indeed, if not for young Master Vernon today, who knows what might have happened. Just dig a hole and bury him. Done with all this nonsense. Stop talking. Untie him immediately. Ralph waved his hand impatiently. Era, young Master spared you. Anyone else would have killed you 100 times over. Era shook his head and released Arno. Arno glared fiercely. Ralph, what trick are you playing now? I won't fall for your tricks this time. Arno listened carefully. Ralph stared intently at him. I don't know exactly how they were poisoned or who did it, but if you want to save your mother and brother, you need to stay put. You mean, you can save my mother and brother? Arsenic is fast-acting, but it takes at least 1 to 2 hours to be lethal. We still have time. Oh really? Don't just stand there. Come with me. Ralph jumped onto a horse and headed straight for Nyoking Village. Arno quickly ran to follow. Chapter 229, Mr. Zhang, you are confused. Nyoking Village. Brave soldiers who are fearless and willing to endure injury are grouped into one battalion, named the Blade-Defying Warriors. Those with fierce courage, strength, and... Master, we can bring Arno under our control today. Not only that, but the wicked landlord Aryan from Niwa village is nearing his end. What did you say? Gillis's pupils narrowed instantly, sensing something ominous. What did you do? Did you? Master, I'm sorry. I acted on my own without your permission. But I knew you definitely wouldn't agree. For the anti-Baylor cause, this had to be done. You foolish. Mr. Zhang, you are being so foolish. Gillis's face turned red with anger. A gentleman has principles. How can we carry out such heinous acts? Master, since it has come to this, punish me as you see fit. Abdur's eyes blazed with fervor. At this moment, Aryan is likely already dead at Arno's hands. This wicked landlord, with substantial wealth accumulated through exploitation under the guise of road repairs, provides us with a perfect opportunity to seize this ill-gotten fortune during the chaos. Gillis's expression was conflicted. Master, give the order. Opportunity knocks but once. Fine, go gather the men. Gillis shook his head helplessly. But this matter must follow my orders. Without my command, no one should move rashly. Yes, sir. Abdur immediately went out to gather the men. Watching his back, Gillis frowned deeply. To train soldiers, one must first win their hearts. Abdur's methods were far from righteous. Once Arno discovers the truth, the consequences would be unimaginable. One who uses deceit will surely suffer its consequences. Let's hope this goes smoothly. Clatter, clatter. A white horse galloped furiously, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. Moments later, Aryan arrived at the Zhang family's door. Outside, countless villagers from Nyoking village were gathered, discussing the situation animatedly. That dog landlord is here. He harmed the whole Zhang family and still dares to show up. How outrageous. Lower your voices. That landlord is vicious. If he hears this, we'll be in trouble. Seeing Aryan, the villagers wore grim faces but dared not obstruct him due to fear of his reputation. Wait for me. Wait for me. Just as Aryan was about to enter, Arno rushed up, breathing heavily. This kid. His physique is really exceptional. Aryan praised him in admiration. He knew exactly how fast Karina ran. For Arno to keep up on 2 legs with a 4-legged horse, such a feat was only recorded historically in the case of Lloyd. Aryan, it wasn't you who poisoned them, was it? Arno stared wide-eyed, panting for breath. What do you think? Aryan rolled his eyes. If I poisoned them, why would I bother running here and going through all this trouble? It would have been easier just to kill and bury him directly. Forgive him. And moved to inspect by the bed. The old lady quickly disappeared, neck shrunk in fear. Aryan examined the food remains and carefully checked the condition of Charmaine and Hewitt. Arno paced anxiously beside him. How is it? Can they be saved? Can they? Phew. Aryan exhaled deeply. Yes. Really? Yeah, consider them lucky. Aryan nodded. Hearing his words, the surrounding doctors immediately objected. Boy, you're boasting. Do you know arsenic is a deadly poison? Yes. And you still dare to brag. A doctor with a goatee huffed coldly. Just 2 grams of arsenic can be fatal, and they've ingested more than 5 grams. Yet you claim you can treat it. Ridiculous. Yeah, I don't think this boy knows much about medicine. Wrong. As Aryan was about to speak, a doctor wearing a square cap shook his head. 2 grams of arsenic can indeed be fatal, but arsenic is both poison and medicine. If combined with herbs like Pinellia and Buphones venenum, which have cooling properties, even larger doses can be taken without harm. But these patients didn't take any accompanying medicines. Why do you think you can cure them? Aryan looked at the square-capped doctor with interest. This man had been among those who declared the case untreatable and left. During the Baylor and Han periods, traditional Chinese medicine hadn't yet formed a was not yet fatal. As long as the toxins in their stomachs were promptly removed, they could survive. However, explaining this modern scientific knowledge to this group of doctors would be futile. Ralph didn't bother. Andre, bring some eggs over. Eggs? If you trust me, follow my instructions. For Guzenry, or even I won't be able to save them. Looking at his loved ones on the sickbed, Arno's eyes reddened. He didn't fully trust Ralph, but he had no other choice. Alright, I'll trust you one more time. Arno gritted his teeth and rushed to the chicken coop to fetch a few eggs. Eggs can cure poisoning? Ridiculous. I've only heard that eggs can clear heat, never heard of them detoxifying. This kid must be a fraud. The doctors mocked him incessantly. Ralph massaged his ears in exasperation. Shut up. If you don't believe me, why don't you try saving them yourselves? The doctors fell silent. If you can't treat them, then shut up. Arno, if anyone dares to speak again, throw them out. Ha, who cares anyway? Away. Several doctors left immediately. The scholar in the square hat remained, watching with interest. Arno, pry open their mouths. Sure thing. With Arno's help, Ralph forced several raw eggs down Ale and her husband's throats. Now what? Is that it? Not by a long shot. Ralph shook his head. Nostril. Gurgling. With each inch inserted, Ale's throat convulsed, and she showed signs of pain. The onlookers felt equally uneasy. This is straight to the stomach. Watching this is agonizing. Seeing his mother's pained expression, Arno felt helpless but trusted Ralph implicitly. Once the tube was inserted sufficiently, Ralph placed the other end in the vat. However, the water did not flow into the tube. Frustrating. In hospitals, there were dedicated gastric lavage machines, but Ralph only had 2 tubes, lacking a propulsion mechanism. Arno, lift the vat. What? Don't just stand there, lift it high. Understood. To save his mother, Arno didn't hesitate. He lifted the vat above his head. Indeed, under gravity and the siphon effect, the water slowly flowed into the tube. Amazing. Ralph glanced approvingly at Arno. Although the vat wasn't comparable to John's cauldron, it certainly weighed hundreds of pounds. Holding it steady like that demonstrated remarkable strength. Ralph then opened Ale's mouth. Gurgling. After a moment, Ale retched, expelling a foul-smelling liquid. So, this is gastric lavage? How incredible. The water went in through the nose and came out of the mouth. The doctors marveled aloud. Ralph, expressionless, continued with the procedure for Hewitt. The process was painful and lengthy, lasting over half an hour. As the toxins were gradually flushed out, Ale and her husband's conditions visibly improved. Exhausted, Ralph panted. He had to monitor their condition constantly to prevent choking or suffocation. Ralph, is my mother and brother going to be all right? I don't know. I've cleared the toxins from their stomachs. Whether they live or die depends on their luck. Ralph sighed deeply. Even with successful gastric lavage, they had already absorbed significant amounts of toxins, likely leaving severe aftereffects if they survived. Let me check. The scholar stepped forward to take their pulses. Cord, how are they? Have they been detoxified? The onlookers asked curiously. The scholar probed their pulses, utterly astonished. How is this possible? Chapter 231. The first surgeon. Cord, what's wrong? Based on their pulse readings, although they still have some stagnation of qi and blood, they're out of mortal danger. The scholar doctor glanced strangely at Aryan. That means, the poison is neutralized. What? Impossible. If the poison has been neutralized, why haven't they woken up yet? Several doctors were murmuring, looking incredulous. The scholar doctor rubbed his hands together gently and occasionally pressed lightly on key acupoints on Moxie's chest and forehead. Aryan's eyes narrowed. Hot compress? It was said that Hanan Harleo, the ancestor of medicine, had mastered a variety of treatments including acupuncture, massage, herbal decoctions, and hot compresses, but by this era, methods like scraping and hot compresses were almost lost. Aryan didn't expect to witness the brilliance of these ancient techniques today. Suddenly, Moxie sucked in a cold breath and abruptly opened her eyes. Cough. She weakly coughed twice, her gaze hazy. What happened to me? Mom. Arno immediately threw himself at the bedside, sobbing uncontrollably. The crowd's reactions varied widely. How is this possible? He actually saved them? But it was arsenic. Who is this kid? The group of doctors stared wide-eyed, unable to believe it. However, the scholar doctor merely squinted thoughtfully. Kid, how did you manage this? It's simple. If they eat it, they vomit it back up. The scholar doctor was speechless. Of course, he knew that if the toxins were expelled, the person would be fine. But what bewildered him was the use of a tube directly inserted into the stomach to wash it clean, akin to washing clothes. Remarkable. Indeed, there are more talented people under the heavens. Might I have time for further discussion? Of course, any time. Aryan warmly agreed. Ancient medical conditions were concerning. Even common ailments could be fatal. Such a renowned doctor could only bring benefits without drawbacks. Farewell. Take care. Deegan turned to leave, and Aryan suddenly realized something. Wait, you didn't tell me where you live. Aryan tried to shout again, but Arno pulled his arm. What do you want? Thump. Arno suddenly knelt down. Aryan, you saved my mother and brother. From now on, I owe you my life. Thank you. Geez, you scared me. Aryan patted his chest. Alone here, if Arno got crazy, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Fortunately, this guy might not be smart, but he was decent-hearted. You should thank Ava most. Without Ava's meat broth, even the gods couldn't have helped your mother. Wait, where's Ava? Yes, where is Miss Ava? Only then did they notice they hadn't seen Ava for a while. That damned landlord is out. Seeing Aryan step out, the surrounding crowd shrank away in fear. Hey, you stop. Didn't see me talking to you? Aryan stared intently at an old neighbor lady. Ferguson? Terrified, she collapsed, sobbing loudly. Sir Lou, please spare me. It was just nonsense. Forgive me for the sake of my age. I won't dare insult you anymore. Sob. Don't I look that scary? Haha, everyone in Ping'an Township knows your reputation as Lou Bameo. Something felt very wrong. They targeted me. Someone clearly aimed to weaken both Aryan and Arno to reap the benefits. With so much wealth at home, those benefits would definitely involve money and grain. Brant, go home immediately and arrest any suspicious individuals. If anything's amiss, Aryan made a throat-cutting gesture. Understood. Brant understood the seriousness and hurried back to Lou's residence with the others. Chapter 232. A bloodbath caused by a footbath? Nyoking Village Ancestral Hall. Ava was bound and tied to a pillar, her arms restrained in an elaborate fashion. In the courtyard, the neighbors and relatives of the Zhang family were filled with righteous indignation. This wicked woman poisoned the entire Zhang family. Burn her, burn her. What a beautiful young girl. It's such a pity to burn her. Yeah, why don't we lock her up in the Ancestral Hall first for interrogation and torture? A few men leered suggestively. Phew, you still dare to torture? How do you plan to do it? Don't think I don't know about your dirty little schemes. A strong-looking woman grabbed her husband's ear. Do you still dare to torture? No. No more torture. This wicked woman has evil intentions. Let's burn her. Burn her. No, it wasn't me. I didn't poison them. Wicked woman, how dare you lie? See if I don't beat you to death. The fierce woman coldly sneered and slapped Ava hard across the face. Prepare the torches. Burn this wicked woman alive. Several village women quickly brought dry firewood and piled it around the pillars. The fierce woman held the torch with a cold expression on her face. This woman has a heart of a venomous snake. She has left my Nyoking village in ruin. Today, we will judge her for our ancestors. Burn, burn, burn. A group of women started shouting excitedly. In recent days, many men had been bewitched by Ava, so these women had already disliked her. Don't. I beg you, I am innocent. Ava cried tearfully, but the crowd was unmoved. Wicked woman, you deserve to die. The fierce woman sneered and was about to set the fire alight. Stop. At that moment, a voice full of righteousness rang out. Yo, young master, you've finally come, wow. Seeing Ralph instantly made Ava unable to hold back her tears. Ferguson? Boy, what are you doing here? Ralph, go away. Ralph coldly scanned the crowd. Upon hearing Ralph's name, many villagers stepped back in fright. He is Lou Bamo. That dog landlord, Ralph? Why are you all afraid? The fierce woman stuck her hands on her hips, clearly unconcerned. We have so many people here. Will he dare to make a move? Breakfast at home. So poisoning him through the meal made no sense. Clearly, someone was using him as a pawn against Ralph. Ava, what really happened? Who put the poison there? Lyndon. Lyndon? Yes, that old man. Ava angrily explained. He admitted to poisoning you, young master. Huh, is this old man crazy? Ralph looked bewildered. Did I provoke him somehow? Just because I took 1,000 taels from him? Uncle Zhang? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Arno clenched his fists, disbelieving. Swoosh. Just then, 2 arrows shot out from the shadows. Not good. Ralph, with sharp hearing, pulled Ava down to the ground. Thud. Despite Ralph's quick reaction, one arrow still sliced Ava's shoulder. The other arrow stabbed into Ralph's back. Young master, are you alright? Ignoring her own pain, Ava threw herself over Ralph's body. The heavy weight instantly caused Ralph's blood to churn. Stop. Ralph quickly stopped Ava. I was fine, but if you keep rubbing, I might not be. Ava blushed. At a time like this, you're still joking. It hurts. Ralph pulled the arrow out of his back. If not for his protective armor, that arrow would have pierced his heart. Young master. What are you waiting for? Chase after them. Ralph shouted, and Arno finally reacted. He saw 2 black-clothed figures running away behind a short-clothed figure smiled, but immediately his face turned grim. Ralph caught the arrow mid-air. It was too late for the black-clothed figure to reload. Thud. Ralph rushed forward, plunging the arrow deep into the chest of the black-clothed figure. What are you? The black-clothed figure trembled, collapsing onto the ground. Dog thief, playing games with sniper tactics? Young master, here is your ancestor. Ralph picked up the crossbow and smashed the black-clothed figure to the ground. Let me see who you are. Ralph lifted the black-clothed figure's veil. Chapter 233. Screw your grand morality. The veil was removed. A large, somewhat greasy face came into view. Ferguson. Who is this guy? He's called Armin, an underling of Basil. At this moment, Arno coldly smashed another black-cloaked man to the ground. These 2 men were precisely the minor clerks under Armin, who had previously clashed with Arno at the bathhouse. In other words, they worked for Gillis. Was it you who poisoned my mother and elder brother? Not us. Then why are you here trying to assassinate Ralph? Arno gritted his teeth and screamed, Do you really think I'm a fool? Even at this moment, he didn't want to believe that the mastermind behind everything was Albert. But when he saw these 2 people, he knew in his heart what was happening. Albert was a highly respected senior citizen on the surface, but was secretly building up anti-Baylor forces and recruiting people. Albert was ruthless and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. He just couldn't believe that someone from the same clan, someone whose family had interacted with his own for decades, could have such a cruel heart as to harm his own relatives. Arno, you deserve to die. Seeing they couldn't hide it any longer, the 2 men stopped pretending. Yes, we are the ones who put the poison there. You being a Korean, not only didn't think of your country's revival, but also joined this dog landlord and caused all sorts of trouble. I should have just put the poison earlier and killed you along with them. Arno's eyes were filled with fury. Clifton, my mother is your own aunt. For the greater good, even close kin can be eliminated, Clifton replied coldly. Greater good? What bullshit greater good? At this moment, Arno felt utterly disappointed in Gillis and his group. In anger, he grabbed Clifton by the collar. Where is Albert now? Master Zhang has already led people to Naidagu village. That dog landlord's home is probably looted clean by now. Clifton sneered, Arno, if you're smart, kill this dog landlord right now, and we may give you a chance to redeem yourself. If you choose to stick with him until the end, you'll die with the dog landlord. My king. Ralph's mouth twisted. Go back to Naidagu village immediately. If this bastard gets away with robbing us, we'll be in huge loss. Right. Ralph set off immediately towards Naidagu village with Arno. After all, he had painstakingly accumulated all this wealth over several months. If Gillis really succeeded in looting everything, Ralph would have no place to cry. Yeehaw. Leanne, run faster. Next time I'll get you some mares from the western regions to diversify your diet. Hearing Ralph's words, Leanne instantly perked up and raced ahead like lightning. Naidagu village. Outside Lou's mansion, Albert crouched behind a short wall, staring coldly at Vernon, who was basking in the sun. Master, this is heaven sent. Lou family only has a lame man, a woman, and a few frail guards. We can loot them without any resistance. This? Gillis frowned, hesitating. Although he was in dire need of money, having read so many classics, robbery wasn't something he could easily do. Master, this dog landlord has been bullying people and exploiting the poor for years. Using this ill-gotten wealth for our anti-bailer cause can be seen as acting in the name of justice. Yes, master, don't hesitate. Give the order. Albert looked eager. Well, let's blame Ralph's bad luck then. Gillis made up his mind. Once you enter, take only the money and food, and don't harm anyone, understand? Yes. Vernon cracked his neck, his bones snapping loudly. Since coming to Liu family, he had been eating and drinking for free. Ralph spent quite a bit on getting him medical treatment. Feeling indebted, he had wanted to show off during Arno's attack, but ended up being overshadowed. If Ralph hadn't intervened, he would have lost even more face. Feeling frustrated, seeing these idiots come uninvited, he couldn't help but warm up. Let's finish them quickly. When my brother returns, it'll be a perfect gift for him. This translation maintains the original paragraph structure and style, ensuring fluency and coherence with previous content. It stays true to the characters' dialogue and emotions while preserving the story's momentum. Chapter 234. Isn't this robbery gone too far? What did you say? Basil was taken aback. He originally thought this servant was just a troublemaker, but never imagined he was so much worse. A crippled man who could take on a dozen people at once. This wasn't just madness, it was a serious case of it. Gillis had given orders not to hurt anyone, but seeing this crippled man act so arrogantly, the heroes could no longer hold back. Disabled freak, what are you playing at? A gray-clothed hero swung his fist hard toward Vernon's face. Without even glancing, Vernon casually slapped his hand out. Smack. Ow. Thud. The crowd saw a blur before them and couldn't. From afar, Gillis and Sherman watched, stunned. Damn it. Where did this landowner recruit such a fierce warrior? This man's strength rivals Arno's. He's a natural-born general, far beyond ordinary mortals. Gillis's expression turned grave. Our plan has failed. We must retreat quickly. What? Retreat now? Sherman looked unwilling. Today's conflict would draw attention from the authorities, and they couldn't stay in Yoking Village anymore. Losing their base without any payment would be disastrous. This young master is powerful, but still made of flesh. With crossbows, we can bring him down. Sherman scoffed, and his companions drew their crossbows. Whoa, whoa. At that moment, 2 horse carriages raced toward the village. It was Haywood and his group. Bad news, Ralph's henchmen are back? How could this happen at such a critical moment? Seeing Haywood, Sherman angrily punched the wall. Enough, whatever happens, happens. As long as we can win over Arno, this mission will suffice. Gillis waved his hand. Retreat. Retreat. They're retreating, quick, run. Scared stiff by Vernon, the remaining heroes fled in all directions upon hearing the retreat command. Not so fast. Humph, as if it's that easy. Vernon coldly chuckled, smashing his staff toward a fleeing hero. Thump. Ouch. One hero was knocked flat. Picking up his staff, Vernon sprinted after Basil. Rogue, don't run. His voice boomed like thunder. Dazed and confused, Basil was caught off guard when Vernon closed in. In panic, he slashed wildly with his knife. Clang. The saber flew out of his hand. Basil was kicked away, landing on the ground in disarray. Die. Vernon raised his staff, aiming for Basil's head. Dead. Dead certain. Basil froze, watching helplessly as the stick loomed larger in his vision. Suddenly, 3 arrows streaked through the air. Vernon felt a chill and quickly blocked with his staff. Clang, clang, clang. Arrows shot rapidly, forcing Vernon back 3 steps. Chain arrows? A master archer? Squinting, Vernon saw a wiry old man holding a longbow beside the earthen wall. Dwight looked at Vernon, then swiftly mounted a horse. Retreat. Retreated. Coming to his senses, Vernon saw Basil already several meters ahead. Standing there, he watched silently as the group left, deciding not to chase after them. He had leg injuries and couldn't possibly catch them on foot. Who are these people? Vernon narrowed his eyes. An archer could rival 100 soldiers. Cultivating bowmasters was extremely costly, usually reserved for nobles. A top-tier archer like the old man was rare indeed, and they possessed advanced weapons. These weren't ordinary bandits. Ah. Haywood leaped from the carriage and rushed over. Hang brother Vernon, what happened? These people, who are they? They came to rob us, but luckily Hang brother Vernon drove them off. Astrid Air patted her chest in relief. What? Robbers? Haywood grew furious. Where do these bandits come from, so arrogant to dare raid our village? They have a death wish. Brothers, let's chase them. Hold it. Fate halted Haywood. Did you forget the young master's orders? The young master told us to protect the home until he returns. Let's wait for young master Liu. Fate spoke reasonably. Vernon nodded in agreement. These people weren't simple. Chasing after them might result in disaster due to the archer alone. Damn, watching those scum get away hurts. Haywood sighed, but chose to obey Ralph's orders. Whoa, whoa. On a small path, several horses galloped fiercely. Sherman sat atop one, his face dark. Cursed fate. He'd spent years cultivating loyalists, only to lose most in their first mission, frustrating him deeply. Damn Ralph. Sir Zhang, great endeavors entail sacrifices. Today, we underestimated the enemy. Gillis shook his head reassuringly. Though things didn't go as planned, at least Ralph is dead, and we've recruited Arno. Their sacrifice wasn't in vain. Trot, trot. Just then, a white horse rode toward them from afar. Chapter 235. The Informant, Little Snow. Gillis? Arjun? Arno? Geordie. Their eyes met, and both parties were momentarily stunned. Gillis and his group had never expected to run into Arjun and company head-on. More importantly, Arjun wasn't dead. Instead, he was galloping with Arno. Arjun was equally surprised but reacted swiftly, raising his crossbow without hesitation. Damn it, did you plot against me? Get down. Whoosh. An arrow came flying straight at them with deadly precision. Master, be careful. Dwight shouted in alarm. Gillis quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the arrow. Unfortunately, the gentleman behind him wasn't as lucky. Thud. The gentleman was instantly pierced through the chest and fell off his horse with a scream. Geordie, damn your ancestors. Arno, his eyes bloodshot, roared furiously and leapt down, charging madly toward Geordie. Oh no, our plan has been exposed. A glint of coldness flashed in Geordie's eyes. Kill them all. Clack clack clack. Several gentlemen behind him aimed their crossbows at Arno. No. Gillis shouted loudly. Chase Gillis showed loyalty. Well, damn traitorous horse. Aryan helplessly cursed twice, watching helplessly as Gillis's group rode away. At this point, Gillis was still weak, with only these few men under him. This could have been the perfect time to deal with him. If he escaped now, it would be much harder to handle him later. But while Aryan gave up the chase, Arno wouldn't. The hatred for killing his mother burned deep. If not for Aryan's intervention, his uncle and mother might have already been dead. Seeing Geordie immediately ignited his rage. Geordie, do not run. Arno screamed, sprinting fiercely toward them. Giddy up, giddy up. His horse charged forward, leaving dust in its wake. Geordie sat on his horse, feeling bitter. This time, he truly lost everything. Lives, money, and even made Arno an enemy, forcing them into exile. Geordie sighed in frustration. Your Highness, letting him go will leave future troubles. Arno possesses immense strength. His intense hatred will become a serious threat. Plus, that landowner Aryan. We should have killed them. That's enough. It's all because of your impulsive actions that things turned out this way. Gillis also sighed inwardly. If he proceeded carefully, bringing Arno under his command would just be a matter of time. Now, Arno had become his enemy and joined Aryan's side. He, the first genius of Cassandragwan, losing to a rural landlord, was unacceptable. Your Highness, where are we going next? Yes, we left in such haste. Our families were left unattended. I hope they won't be implicated. Your Highness, should we go back and fetch our families? The gentleman hesitated. They had ambitions of restoring their nation, but were ordinary people who had homes and lives in Yoan village. Now, suddenly fleeing into exile worried them about their loved ones. Foolishness. Today's incident will alert the authorities. Returning now is suicide. Moreover, a true man aims for great achievements, not private matters. For the greater good, these sacrifices are necessary. Geordie looked coldly. All right, we raided Lou's family as bandits. According to Baylor law, thieves do not involve families. Besides, we have connections within the Ministry of Justice. Your families should be safe. That's a relief. Hearing Gillis's words, the gentleman exhaled with relief. Master, where are we headed? After all this, we end up back at the beginning. Fine, let's go to the anti-Baylor alliance. Gillis sighed bitterly. Deep down, he didn't want to join the anti-Baylor alliance. Despite its grand reputation, it was actually chaotic. Descendants of the Six Kingdoms, proud and overconfident, refused to cooperate with each other. What was supposed to be an alliance to overthrow the tyrannical Baylor had become a place for noblemen to draw. Arno panted heavily for a moment. He slowly lifted his head, eyes blazing with fury. Abdur, why did you harm my family? Humph, what if I did? Abdur sneered. Arno, considering we are of the same clan, leave immediately, and I will spare your life. Do not come back or I will show no mercy. Don't just stand there. Get lost. Arno, go. Several loyalists chimed in. I'll go to hell first. Arno suddenly roared and lunged at Abdur with a punch. Blasphemy. Two loyalists reacted quickly, riding their horses and swinging wooden cudgels towards Arno. Forgive him, hum. Despite only being wooden sticks, the whistling sound they made as they cut through the air due to the horse's speed was fearsome. Arno did not dodge. He crossed his arms and collided directly with the cudgels. With two bangs, the cudgels shattered, but Arno remained unharmed. You. The loyalist's face changed drastically, ready to draw his sword. But Arno's right hand already had a firm grip on his collar. Get off, ha. Arno growled and pulled the loyalist off his horse, throwing him several meters away. Damn it, ride. The other loyalist turned his horse around and slashed his sword at Arno. Arno rushed forward and grabbed the horse's reins with both hands. Sa-te-se. The warhorse struggled wildly, causing the rider to lose balance. Tap tap, tap tap. The ground trembled as a shadow loomed over him. Struggling to look up, Abdur met the cold gaze of furious eyes. At that moment, he felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Abdur. Arno roared, gripping Abdur's neck and slamming him to the ground. Spare me, please spare me. Blood spewed from Abdur's mouth, his face turning beet red as he struggled uselessly. Why did you do this? Arno's veins bulged, his fists cracking with tension. Abdur's face was full of fear. I'm sorry, please forgive me once more. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Andre, you forgot. When you were a child, I saved you from a wolf. You can't kill me. Arno let out a furious scream, punching the ground beside Abdur's head. No. Bang. The ground shook, kicking up dust. Moments later, Abdur opened his trembling eyes, staring at the hole Arno had punched into the earth beside his head. Uncle Zhang, from now on, our ties are severed. If we meet again, I will kill you. Arno looked at Abdur coldly and walked away. Thud thud. Abdur stood up, drenched in sweat. Looking at Arno's departing back, he felt both fear and hatred. Seeing the bow and arrow nearby, a glint of malice flashed in Abdur's eyes. Arno, if you want me dead, I'll have you killed first. Abdur aimed his crossbow at Arno's neck. Swoosh. A sharp arrow flew through the air, but Arno was unaware. Clank. Suddenly, another arrow appeared from the side, colliding with Abdur's arrow and breaking it in two. Abdur turned angrily to see Gillis and Dwight staring coldly at him. Sir Zhang, you've disappointed me deeply. Master, I. Gillis's gaze was piercing. Abdur knew the young master was truly angry. Master, this servant failed. Please punish me. Ignoring him, Gillis watched Arno's retreating figure. Fierce and valiant, one man can be worth 1,000 troops. Unfortunately, such talent doesn't belong to us. Master, the world is unpredictable. Perhaps we might find someone even braver than Arno someday. Dwight stroked his beard comfortingly. Someone braver than Arno? Gillis chuckled bitterly. Such a person exists? Ride. As the sun set, 2 warhorses rode into Luoyan Mountain under the glow of the twilight. Jetting at the vast landscape, Eli couldn't help but feel sentimental. After Luoyan Mountain lies Guangzhou. It truly deserves its reputation as a strategic battleground since ancient times, fertile and teeming with life. This is Guangzhou? Doesn't seem all that impressive compared to our Chu land. John yawned carelessly. Eli shook his head. Guangzhou is a crucial strategic area, surrounded by mountains and rich in resources. Be the mistress and the other a servant. John was instantly captivated by the sight of the young maiden. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her face was as radiant as the silver moon, her almond eyes complemented by delicate eyebrows, and her soft lips as red as flower petals. Her cascading hair flowed freely with the wind, and she wore a snow-white gown that made her appear like a celestial maiden from the moon palace, gracefully enchanting. At that moment, John felt his heart pounding violently, utterly mesmerized. Miss, run faster. The servant girl pulled the young maiden along, screaming in panic as they ran. Help us. Hee, little ladies, you can't escape. A lascivious laugh echoed through the forest as several ragged bandits swiftly approached. The young maiden, already frail-looking, had long been out of breath from running. At the sight of the bandits closing in, she slipped, twisting her ankle and collapsing to the ground. Miss, are you all right? Harley-yling, you must go. Leave me behind. No, if Miss won't go, neither will I. Ha, 2 lovely maidens, none of you will escape. A bald bandit laughed coldly as his henchmen circled the 2 women menacingly. Boss, this girl is so beautiful, like a fairy. You see how white her legs are, like snow. If I could spend one night with her, I'd gladly live 10 years less. The bandits leered, appraising her lewdly. The bald bandit stared greedily at the young maiden, swallowing hard. TSK, who would have thought we'd find such exquisite beauty here in the wilderness? What great luck. You want nothing. Don't harm my Mississippi. Harley-yling picked up a stick, staring fearfully at the bald bandit. Hanch, get out of the way. Don't ruin my fun. The bald man kicked Harley-yling away without hesitation. This little girl is yours. Thank you, boss. The bandits pounced on Harley-yling, tearing at her clothes wildly. Help. Miss, save me. Harley-yling. Tears welled in the young maiden's eyes as she tried to help but was yanked back by the bald bandit. Beautiful lady, don't rush, your big brother is here to play with you. The bald bandit sneered, shoving the maiden to the ground. Smelling the lingering fragrance on his hand, he felt a surge of bloodlust. TSK, even her scent is divine. Perfection. Not even the emperor's concubines can match her. Laughing, the bald bandit lunged forward to tear at her clothes. Help. No. The young maiden struggled in terror. From the distance, upon witnessing this scene, John was consumed with rage. Hey, rogue, release that young lady, he growled through gritted teeth, his voice thunderous, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Who's there? The bandits trembled, drawing their knives and turning around. Seeing John's towering figure, the bald bandit gulped. But seeing that John was alone, he grinned wickedly. F***ck. Some wild man thinks he can interfere with my business? Boy, leave now, or I'll rip your liver out for wine. Wailing, brave warrior, save us. The servant cried, tears streaking down her cheeks. The young maiden cowered like a lily caught in the rain. Seeing the helpless girls before him, John's anger flared further. Snap. Clenching his fists, he strode towards the bald bandit with a grim expression. What the hell, looking for death? Kill him. The bald bandit screeched, and his minions slashed their knives at John. Brave warrior, be careful. Startled, the young maiden screamed. But in the next instant, she froze in disbelief. Clang. The sharp iron blade swiped at John, but he remained unflinching. He sidestepped effortlessly, dodging the slashes, and then smashed his heavy fist into a bandit's forehead. With a bang, the bandit's skull exploded, brains and blood flying everywhere. The remaining bandits were stunned. One punch to the head. This was still human? But the enraged John gave them no respite, swinging his leg. Bang, bang, bang. Several bandits were kicked into the trees, dying instantly from impact. Kill. Roaring, John rushed into the crowd, like a tiger among sheep, sending bandits flying with every punch. No one who took his blow could stand again. Hiss. Not only was the young maiden shocked, but the bald bandit was also frozen in terror. He had seen warriors before. His boss Augustine and brother Hon Cassandrag were formidable, but they weren't this insane. One punch knocking people into the air. This was beyond crazy. Bang, bang, bang. Within mere moments, all the bandits lay sprawled on the ground, dead or crippled, unable even to cry out. F***ck. How did I encounter such a killing god? The bald bandit turned and fled. Rogue, where do you think you're going? John roared, instinctively reaching for his bow at his waist, only to realize he had left it on the horse in his haste. Hemph lucky you. John snorted, brushing off his hands, and walked towards the young maiden. Miss, are you all right? The young lady thanks you for saving her life. She bowed deeply, revealing her torn skirt inadvertently. John was momentarily transfixed. Noticing his gaze, the maiden shyly tugged at her dress. Cough, cough. John quickly looked away, embarrassed, scratching his head. He removed his outer robe. If you don't mind, please wear this robe first. Thank you. The maiden glanced at John, but did not refuse. My name is John, from Chu. May I ask for your name, and why are you stranded in this wilderness? I am Betsy. Thank you, Sir John, for saving my life. Betsy? John's eyes shimmered. What a beautiful name. Chapter 238, Betsy. The young lady was traveling with my family to Xianyang for business, but who could have predicted that we would be ambushed by bandits when we reached Luoyin Mountain? These bandits were ruthless. The guards of the Yu family couldn't match them. My father protected me and had the servants take me away first, but I was still caught by these bandits. Several servants were killed one after another, trying to protect me. Tears streamed down Betsy's face as she spoke. Master Astrid, please save my parents and family. Even if I have to work as a servant, I will surely repay your kindness. Xandra, please get up. John quickly helped Betsy to her feet, his demeanor dignified and upright. To fight against injustice and eliminate evil is our duty. These bandits are merciless and kill innocents. Even without your plea, I, John, would have intervened. Thank you, master. The man glared and cursed. Fifth boss, it's not that we aren't fighting hard. These merchants are too strong. Yes, especially that scar-faced one, wielding a long sword like a phantom, already cutting down several of our brothers. The scar-faced man wearing a straw hat was named Brigham, the head guard of the Yu family. His sword skills were unmatched. Despite being outnumbered, he gave no ground. If it weren't for his strength, the Yu family convoy would have been overwhelmed long ago. Protect the master. Several bandits charged towards Yu's father. Brigham flicked his sword, creating ripples that forced the bandits back. In a swift leap, he jumped onto the carriage and rushed to Yu's father. Clank. Splurt. A flash of the sword, a burst of blood, and a bandit fell dead. Another tried to flee, only for Brigham's sword to pierce his chest from afar. Brigham dismounted, pulled his sword out, and continued his relentless assault. The surrounding bandits dared not approach directly, only attacking with spears from a distance. He uses throwing swords, such a formidable swordsman. Fifth boss sneered. Unfortunately for you, you've met me, Stefan, the Fergusendred steppe archer. Stefan, once a hunter, practiced archery since childhood and became a marksman par excellence, claiming he matched any elite bowman in the military. With a snap, Stefan drew his bow and aimed at Brigham. Whiz! An arrow shot out. Brigham sensed the impending danger but could not react fast enough. Splurt. Brigham screamed as an arrow struck his right arm. His fellow guards panicked, rushing to help. Don't come. Before Brigham could finish his warning, Stefan fired multiple arrows in rapid succession. Whiz, 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 splurt. Guard after guard fell to the sharp arrows. Sensing their opportunity, the bandits attacked fiercely. Stefan smiled grimly, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Brigham, help me. With no guards left, bandits broke open the carriage and dragged Yu's parents. Seeing his master in peril, Brigham grew frantic. Now is the time. Seizing the moment, Stefan released an arrow that pierced Brigham's chest, impaling him to the wooden carriage. Tisk, just missed. Though hit, Brigham wasn't instantly killed. Irritated, Stefan intended to finish him off. But before he could, several arrows flew from the distance. Splurt, splurt. Multiple bandits dropped dead. Hoofbeats thundered as John rode in, holding his bow. Excellent archery. Seems. And the powerful barrage forced Stefan to keep his head down. Charge. Seeing John riding towards them, a few minions waved their swords and rushed forward in frenzy. Looking for death, John immediately turned his longbow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Arrows shot out, piercing the hearts of several bandits in quick succession. Seeing the bandits rushing close, John promptly dismounted. Xandra, be careful. After shouting, he sprinted a few steps and leaped into the air, using his longbow like a club. Bang bang bang. In moments, several bandits were smashed with bloodied heads flying everywhere. At the same time, Stefan finally got a brief respite. You brute, thinking strength is everything. He gritted his teeth, drew his bow, and aimed at John's back. Whoosh. An arrow approached, making John's hairs stand on end. He grabbed a nearby bandit and used him as a shield. Thud! The bandit screamed and was pierced straight through the chest. Damn. Seeing his men dying or wounded, with the remaining ones fleeing, Stefan seethed with anger. John tossed the dead bandit aside and gave Stefan a taunting look. Little thief collapsed heavily on the ground. Clank. As he struggled to get up again, a long sword was already pressed against his neck. John stood above him, gaze cold. Your archery is good, but unfortunately, I'm actually a warrior. You. Thud. Blood splattered. Stefan stared wide-eyed, unable to close his eyes in peace. Master Astrid, you're injured. Betsy walked worriedly over as John approached, helping to bandage him. No worries, just some minor wounds, it's nothing serious. John smiled. Watching Betsy tending to his wounds, he felt the injuries were worth it. The old man you from Hadong, I thank you sincerely for saving us. Betsy's father bowed deeply along with his servants. Hee, no need for formalities. Those bandits have committed countless crimes. I couldn't just ignore them, John said casually. Betsy's father, seasoned with age, immediately sensed John's interest in his daughter. He chuckled and asked, Master Astrid, where are you headed? Xianyang. Xianyang? Betsy's father's eyes lit up. Master Astrid, this area is treacherous and rarely visited. We are going the same way. Why don't we travel together so my family can properly thank you? Well, I should discuss this with Uncle. Before John could refuse, Betsy's father waved over Betsy. Betsy, Master Astrid's clothes are torn. Go prepare a new set for him. Understood. Betsy quickly fetched a new outfit. Emily. Don't forget our identity, Eli growled. We're wanted by the authorities. If we're discovered, the Yu family will suffer. This? John paused. Baylor law was strict regarding rebellion. If someone saw him with Betsy, the entire Yu family caravan might be implicated. TSK, you tyrant emperor, one day, I will take your head. John sighed, reluctantly looking at Betsy. Xandra, sir, we cannot travel together. Farewell. Chapter 240. Welcoming the military advisor. Master Astrid. Betsy watched as John and his companion left, hesitant to speak. So, are you interested in this, Master Astrid? Father, you jest. Hee. Men grow old and must marry, women likewise. John is brave and talented, with an extraordinary demeanor. He's certainly no ordinary man. I can never be wrong in judging people. He will surely achieve great feats in the future. If he has sincere feelings for you, a marriage between you two would be a wonderful thing. Betsy's father smiled and stroked his beard. Beauty often brings calamity. Sometimes, being too beautiful isn't good. They left Hudong because Betsy was harassed by a powerful local figure. If they could find her a good husband, it would ease their worries for the future. Father. Betsy blushed upon hearing her father's words. Let's go. We must leave Luoyin Mountain immediately. The entire family. He was absolutely unwilling. But facing the menacing bandits, could he dare refuse? Master Wang, if you agree to become our military advisor, Augustine and all my brothers will heed your commands. This. Recalling Nate's orders, Jaden gritted his teeth. Fine, I agree. Ha ha ha. With brother fully recovered and heavenly master joining us, Luoyin Mountain is destined for greatness. Indeed, truly blessed by the heavens. Congratulations, elder brother, for having the heavenly master's assistance. Congratulations, elder brother. Share in the joy, share in the joy. Brothers, let's drink to this. Everyone raised their cups in celebration. The chief, there's trouble, the chief. Suddenly, a bald bandit ran in panting heavily. Augustine was displeased. What's the commotion? Can't you see we're welcoming our military advisor? What happened? Fifth chief is dead. You're saying what? Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell silent. Their 5 chiefs were all highly skilled. The 3rd chief died recently at the hands of an official, and now the 5th chief was killed during a raid. How could they not be shocked? What happened? Explain clearly. Abby snarled coldly. Bastard. Abby fumed. Where did this brat come from, thinking we're easy prey? Brother-in-chief, I'll the horse while riding one. Can you calculate the position of the thief, military advisor? Everyone looked at Jaden. Jaden. His face darkened. He knew nothing about divination. He relied on Harvey's white crystal to create ice. Divination? Was this trying to kill him? But could he dare say he couldn't? Cough, yes. Good. I knew military advisor could do it. Augustine watched expectantly. Calculate it then. This. Military advisor? Is there a problem? Do you need to sacrifice 2 people and extract their hearts? I'm best at that. Abby pulled out a dagger. Jaden shrank back. No, not necessary. Then that thief. He pretended to calculate and pointed randomly. Over there. There? The direction you pointed should be near the Duck's Mouth Pass. Duck's Mouth Pass? Excellent. Augustine slapped the table. Second brother, take men to set an ambush at Duck's Mouth Pass and capture that thief. Rest assured, brother-in-chief. If I fail, I'll return with my head. Follow me down the mountain. Yes. Abby led a group out angrily. Watching them leave, Jaden felt helpless. If they didn't encounter the target, his doom would be certain when they returned. Military advisor, your expression seems off. Is something bothering you? Augustine squinted at Jaden. Huh. Boss, I understand your concerns, but there's a reason why I recommend you go to Xianyang, Jaden said gravely. Think about it. With so many men on Luoyin Mountain, sustaining them requires grain and money. And Xianyang has plenty of wealthy officials. I've heard that just 10 miles outside the city walls, in Yogo village, there's a landlord named Ralph, whose wealth is immense. His stockpile of grain is like mountains of gold, and he spent over 10,000 dan of grain just to buy a nominal rank from the court. What? 10,000 dan? Augustine couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens, that amount of grain could sustain their hideout for 3 years. What they lacked most now is food. Indeed. Think about it. If he doesn't care about spending 10,000 dan, how much more does this greedy landlord have? Jaden sneered. More importantly, this landlord lives outside the city walls. If we take 100 elite men, raid him, and then flee, the guards won't have time to react. Boss, fortune lies in danger. If you want to achieve great things, you must take risks. Hearing Jaden's words, Augustine hesitated. There was no denying that Jaden's suggestion was tempting. The authorities had already targeted Luoyin Mountain, and it was only a matter of time before they would abandon it. If they could secure a large supply of provisions, starting anew elsewhere would be much easier. In this world, having enough money could even cleanse one's status as a bandit. This matter is significant. Let me think about it. Augustine stood up, his gaze fixed on the direction of Xianyang. Nyogo village, Ralph? #protect our family. No one can touch the Liu family unless they step over my dead body. Vernon clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. Though he had been at the Liu residence for only 2 days, he found something he had lost long ago. Family. Vernon grew up as a wandering orphan, living just to survive. Now, he had a home. Yeah. Ralph nodded, smiling. Vernon's arrival indeed gave him some peace of mind. However, even if Vernon was powerful, all fears stemmed from lack of firepower. Ralph was eager to get his flintlock pistol, but unfortunately, it required time. Open the door. Open the door. Greedy landlord. Open the door. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounded from the gate. Flames flickered outside, and footsteps indicated numerous people. Vernon's expression turned cold. Are those bandits back? Men, fall back. Wake up, everyone. The Liu family guards immediately armed themselves with knives and swords. Open the door, quick. Knocking became more insistent. Ralph frowned, pulling out 2 fire bombs. Era, get a ladder and check. Got it. Era quickly fetched a ladder and climbed onto the roof. It's not bandits. It's soldiers. Soldiers? Ralph was puzzled. Wow, Captain Alfredo's efficiency today is impressive. Open the door. Creak. As soon as the gate opened, soldiers flooded in. However, the leader wasn't Alfredo but a young officer in black armor. Was astonished. Horace flicked his hair. Indeed, it's me. Chapter 242. Ralph, you're in trouble. Ralph? Faced with the group of people advancing menacingly towards him, Ralph's face darkened. No wonder the officials came so quickly. It was this boy who reported him. Reporting to Commander Barnaby, several bound hostages were found in the backyard, confirmed to be patrollers from Ping'an Township. Many corpses were also found outside the door, all of whom were commoners and minor officials from Ping'an Township. A soldier knelt on one knee to report. Patrollers? Ralph was taken aback. Patrollers, being one of the three elders, command lower-ranking officers responsible for local security and patrols. No wonder Gillis's group had complete equipment, with bows, crossbows, and horses. It turned out they were all patrollers. Ralph's eyes twinkled. An audacious idea formed in his mind. He had money and grain and had long wanted to train a private army. However, possessing bows, crossbows, and armor privately was punishable by death under Baylor law. Training archery and horsemanship was even more out of the question. Restricted by Baylor laws, he could only let people like Brant practice some martial arts and physical strength. But to truly enhance combat power, horses and weapons were essential. After all, the combat effectiveness of a cavalryman far exceeded that of 10 infantrymen, especially if well equipped. But Gillis gave him an inspiration. If he couldn't train privately, then why not turn his people into official soldiers? Not only would he have weapons and horses, but he could also get the government's funds for free, truly killing two birds with one stone. Commander, Ralph once extorted the gentry and landlords of the entire Ping'an Township. I infer that these funds are used as capital for rebellion. Yoel stirred up trouble from the side. Carmine placed his hands on his waist with a smirk. Ha ha, Ralph. Now that we have both eyewitnesses and evidence, how do you plan to wriggle out? Do you still think you can escape capture without surrendering your weapons? Ralph? Are you all crazy? Tisk, you're the one who's crazy. How dare you insult me, the commander? Carmine pulled out his sword in anger. Don't think I won't dare cut you down just because you're a doctor of laws. Why don't you try cutting me then? Carmine gripped the sword tightly, his face blackening. He genuinely dared not strike. Given his rank, the most he could do was take Ralph back for investigation. Executing a doctor required approval from ministers at the Nine Temples level. Ralph, I advise you to put down your weapons and not make things worse for yourself. What's your name again? Carmine. Can't you remember such a straightforward name? So, Carmine it is. Don't get so agitated. Ralph smiled. To arrest me, do you have the warrant from Tingwei? Ferguson? This? Seriously, you didn't bring a warrant, did you? Ralph stared intently at Carmine. Carmine's face turned purple. Ralph's guess was right. He did come without authorization. Yoel was his relative, and when Carmine heard that Ralph had killed and rebelled, he immediately led troops to Nuwa village. With the efficiency of Tingwei, by the time a warrant was issued, Ralph might have already fled. Whether or not I have a warrant, your murder and rebellion are clear-cut cases. I can still capture you. Commander Lee, isn't storming a private residence without a warrant illegal? Ralph chuckled. With Geordie Zhao Yuji gone and the patrollers dead, Ralph was now worried about how to become one of the three elders of Ping'an Township. Carmine's arrival was perfect timing, a solution delivered directly to him. What are you laughing at, Ralph? Don't think you're safe just because you look good. Haha, Commander Lee, here's a chance for you. Make your men drop their weapons, apologize to me, and leave. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. What? Drop our weapons? Carmine laughed too. In all his years as a commander, he had never encountered such an arrogant rebel. You wish. Are you sure you won't go? I won't leave today unless I capture you. It's up to you, to admit to rebellion or robbery. Ralph stepped aside. Carmine cast a cold glance at Ralph and looked at the leading patroller. Who are you? Why were you captured here? Were you threatened by this landlord? The patroller lowered his head, fists clenched. Don't worry, Commander Lee will protect you. Yoel smirked. Commander Lee works in Tingwei. Even if this landlord has some influence, he cannot deceive you. Tingwei. Hearing this, the patroller's pupils dilated. If it were the county magistrate investigating, it would be fine. But Tingwei was the core institution for Baylor officials, even having the authority to mobilize troops. If their actions were noticed by Tingwei, it could endanger the master. The patroller gritted his teeth. My name is Ebert, a patroller of Ping'an Township. Because Geordie coveted Liu family's wealth, he led us to pretend as bandits for a robbery. But due to someone strong in the Liu family, the plot failed, and Geordie escaped while we were captured. As victors write history, we accept the verdict. All of us confess. Several patrollers chorused together. This can't be real. Didn't you get threatened by this landlord? Don't fear, just tell the truth, and I will arrest Ralph immediately, swearing to protect your families and yourselves. Commander. The leading patroller's gaze was resolute. The truth is that we were tempted by money at the house. Surly, have some tea. This is premium Sichuan tea aged for 5 years. It's quite valuable. Usually, I wouldn't offer it lightly. Aryun sipped his tea contentedly, looking serene and composed. Carmine's face remained grim, clearly agitated. Without further ado, he knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed to Aryun. Sir Liu, my blindness has offended you. Please, out of our fellow townspeople's kinship, overlook this minor mistake and forgive me this once. In the future, I will forever be grateful for your kindness. Oh, brotherly, what are you doing? Please stand up. Aryun gently helped him up. It's just a minor misunderstanding. Amongst neighbors, there's no need to hold grudges. Everyone knows I, Aryun, have a broad heart. You, feather-plucking Liu, broad-hearted? To hell with your nonsense. Cough cough, so Lord Liu means. Forget it. Let's drop this matter. Really? Carmine's face lit up with relief upon hearing Aryun's response. Thank you, Lord Liu. Brotherly, please rise. Aryun laughed and held Carmine's hand. As neighbors, we should help and tolerate each other, right? Yes, you're absolutely right, Lord Liu. Well, since you agree, Wouldn't it be fair for you to repay my favor? Aryun stared at Carmine with a smile. Carmine gulped. Stood me. I want all the elder positions. What? All of them? Carmine was stunned. Aryun laughed. Yes, my brother Vernon, versatile and capable, caught several bandits single-handedly and protected Ping'an. A patrol chief position isn't too much, is it? As for my old servant Fateh, literate and competent, he handled the calculations for our major road projects. Being an orderly officer wouldn't be too excessive, would it? And me, Aryun, needless to say, my reputation in Ping'an speaks for itself. Becoming a Shifu wouldn't be out of place. Don't you agree? Carmine's face darkened. Shifu was manageable as it only handled education in the village. However, the positions of orderly officer and patrol chief were critical roles concerning taxation and security, highly sought after by many. For Aryun to demand all three? Over the top. Cough cough, Lord Liu. This might be tricky. The Ministry of Justice handles officials' appointments. It's just a few village clerks. What's the fuss? Aryun dismissed the concern casually. Carmine's face darkened again. This was a big deal, especially considering the patrol chief could recruit and train village militia. A military affair in Baylor. Lord Liu. I'm merely a low-ranking commander. Commander over 100 men is significant. You can manage this. I believe in you. Aryun patted Carmine's shoulder. Chapter 244. Please call me dog officer. Horace was terrified, his face turning a sickly shade of greenish-purple. Nephew-in-law, save me, save me. Take him down. Without a word, Brant and the others immediately pounced on Horace, unleashing a torrent of punches and kicks. Bang, thud, ah. Nephew-in-law, save me. Listening to Horace's cries for help, Carmine reflexively wanted to intervene. But as soon as he thought about how this bastard had led to him being blackmailed into working for Ralph, Carmine spat on the ground and turned away, pretending not to see. Well, serves him right. Ow, my nose. Horace was instantly beaten black and blue. He clutched his head and screamed in agony. Don't hit me. I'll give you money. Just please don't hit me. Stop. Ralph chuckled, waving his sleeve. What did you say? I'll pay ransom for my actions. All right then. Since we are neighbors, I won't be too harsh on you. Name your price. Horace shakily got up, holding up 2 fingers. Ralph narrowed his eyes. 2,000 taels? Ahem, T20 taels. 20? Upon hearing this, Ralph's face darkened. Jay, as a village landlord, is your life only worth 20 taels? Heh, fortune teller told me my life isn't worth much. Horace laughed nervously. Ralph? Keep beating him. Bang thud, ah. Brant and the others immediately started pummeling him again. Ah, my face. Don't. Stop hitting me. I'll pay more. Blood gushed from Horace's mouth and nose as he pleaded. Stop. How much more will you pay? T30 taels, is that okay? Ralph? Brant, get the knife. I'm not taking this money. All right. With a sharp clang, Brant drew his long sword with a cold expression. The sword glinted coldly under the moonlight. Sensing the murderous intent from the group, Horace became utterly terrified. Wait, let's talk this out. No knives, how about 100 taels? 200, 250. To hell with you. Brant pulled out the sword with a cold look and swung it down. Ah. Eyes squeezed shut in terror, Horace shouted. 2,000 taels. Clang. Suddenly, a small white hand pressed against Brant's arm. Staring at the sword dangling before his face, Horace broke out in a cold sweat, his legs already soaked in urine. Ralph smiled faintly. I didn't force you into this. Voluntary, completely voluntary. Sniff sniff. Tears streamed down Horace's face. Moments later, Horace had his servants bring the equivalent value in gold bars. After achieved, Ralph will reward you handsomely. Farewell. Please. Carmine and his companions left Lou's household in high spirits. Watching their distant firelights, Ralph smiled faintly. Truly kind people, running around late at night just to bring us benefits. Quite the effort. And yes, starting today, call me Officer Dog. Officer Dog? Ha ha ha. Brant's remark made everyone laugh. Ralph felt elated. Although the elders were low-ranking officials, he could legally recruit soldiers, buy weapons, and maintain an elite cavalry with his wealth. Morning light pierced through the forest, illuminating newly formed dewdrops crystal clear. Clop clop. Hoofbeats rang out in the distance, shaking the trees. Dewdrops fell like scattered pearls. Sigh. John dismounted, tiredly drinking from his water pouch which was empty. Darn. John threw the water pouch onto the horse's back in frustration. To evade pursuit by the Low Yin mountain bandits, they had traveled all night, but the mountain path was treacherous with rocks and thickets, and without food or drink, even John felt weary. Uncle, it's just a bunch of bandits. Why should we fear them? A real man should charge forward, sword in hand. If news spreads that the Astrid family fled from mere bandits, what honor remains for the Western Chu Astrid clan? Faye, you don't understand, Eli Joses. How fragrant, how fragrant. John took a deep breath and laughed as he pushed open the door. Boy, 1 pot of good wine and 3 pounds of pork. Sure thing, sirs, please come in. The inn boy enthusiastically brought over a small dish. Hold on. Eli waved his hand. Just meat, no wine. Uncle, it's been days since we've had a proper drink. Having only meat without wine won't be satisfying. You? Didn't I tell you that drinking can lead to trouble? Can I just have 1 cup? Not even a sip? Eli wouldn't take no for an answer. He immediately pulled out a water pouch, filled 2 jugs with water outside, and tossed them to John. Drink up, John. He rolled his eyes in frustration, grabbed the side dishes, and started eating. However, in the next moment, the inn boy directly picked up the dish. What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? The inn boy looked at them disdainfully. These are snacks to go with wine. You can't afford wine, so why eat snacks meant for drinking? What are you looking at? The inn boy snatched the pickled vegetables from John's hand. You. John's eyes blazed with anger, but he could do nothing about it. Eli inspected the pork thoroughly, then drew out a dagger and cut a piece to hand over to John with a smile. Once we reach Xianyang, I'll let you drink your fill, okay? Ferguson. John pouted and began gnawing on the meat without a word. Well, this fine. We've agreed. There's only half a jar left. More isn't available. The inn boy reluctantly brought out a jar of wine. Immediately, the strong scent of alcohol permeated the room. Gulp. John swallowed hard and couldn't sit still. He stared intently at the jar in the inn boy's arms, swallowing saliva. What kind of wine is this? So potent. Look all you want, but this is the world's fiercest liquor. 3 bowls and you can't pass the hill. Something poor people like you can't afford. The inn boy carried the wine straight to the second floor. The world's fiercest liquor? John was instantly intrigued. Seeing him hooked, Atlas narrowed his eyes into a smile. Fellow, the legend goes that no one in the world can drink 3 bowls of this and remain sober. It's only for true heroes. I see you have quite the demeanor. Surely you're a rare gem among men. Would you like to share a drink? A true hero? Haha, keen eyesight. John laughed loudly and was about to head upstairs. Fellows, thank you for your kindness, but my nephew and I have important matters and cannot drink today. Eli raised his hand to stop John. Uncle. Hee. Abby sneered. I think this brother fears he will get drunk after just 1 bowl. After all, not everyone can drink 3 bowls, and you can't pass the hill. Who do you think is afraid? John immediately became angry. He shoved Eli aside and strode up the stairs. Ferguson, John, have never feared anyone when it comes to combat or drinking since I was young. What's this talk of the world's fiercest liquor? I don't believe 3 bowls can make me drunk. Bring me the wine. Fellow's courage is admirable, please. Atlas sneered as he poured a bowl of wine for John. You, Eli called out, but John waved him off. Uncle, no need to worry. A gentleman's word is a horse that cannot be reined back. Since I've promised, how can I fail to honor these brothers' good intentions? Thump, thump, thump. John finished speaking and downed the bowl in one gulp. Gulp. The fiery sensation spread through his body, making John burp. Haha, excellent wine, excellent wine. But isn't calling this the world's fiercest liquor a bit exaggerated? Wiping his mouth, John laughed again. 1 more bowl. Abby. Atlas. You're okay? Tisk, it's just 1 bowl of strong wine. What can happen? Looking at John's energetic appearance, both were stunned. Although John drank diluted 3 bowls and you can't pass the hill, which was far less potent than the original version, they had added plenty of potent sedative herbs. Drinking 1 bowl should have knocked him out. How was he completely unaffected? Heroic capacity. Atlas immediately poured another bowl. Gulp, gulp. John didn't hesitate and drank the large bowl in one go. He drank 3 bowls in succession, showing no change in expression. Hee, so-called 3 bowls and you can't pass the hill. Nothing special. Abby and others were shocked. What kind of constitution did this guy have? Their specially prepared sedative usually rendered normal people unconscious with just 1 sip. Yet he drank 3 bowls and remained unscathed. They wondered if someone had watered down their sedative. Fellow, you are a true hero. I admire you. Pour more, pour more. Swish. With a pained expression, Atlas poured another bowl of wine. Due to its popularity, some merchants sold adulterated versions of 3 bowls, and you can't pass the hill. Despite this, the alcohol content was still higher than regular wine, especially after leaving Xianyang, where its price soared exponentially. This half jar of wine was looted from a wealthy merchant, and the entire bandit gang treasured it. If not for fear of arousing suspicion, he wouldn't have wasted such precious wine. Now, several hundred taels of silver worth of wine was gone, and he still hadn't incapacitated the man. Gulp, gulp. Finally, after drinking 8 bowls, John staggered suddenly. How I regret not having a sip myself. Abby angrily drew his sword, ready to finish off the unconscious John. Second brother, wait. The Willie hurried to stop him. I think these 2 men are extraordinary. They're no ordinary folk. Why don't we take them back to camp for the chief to handle? You're right. The chief has just recovered from illness and needs fresh heartblood to restore his strength. Killing this boy after giving him so much wine would be a waste. Abby immediately ordered, bring them here, bind them and carry them up the mountain. Yes. The underlings quickly bound and carried the 2 away. Why does second brother always crave fresh heartblood? The Willie shook his head, handed over instructions for the tavern, and followed them up the mountain. At Luoyan Mountain's gathering hall, Augustine lay back in his tiger skin seat, eyes closed in pretend sleep. Jaden gripped his feather fan tightly, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Abby had been gone an entire night without any news. If the bandits failed and suspected him as a fake, his life would be in grave danger. Jaden hadn't thought about fleeing last night when he approached Augustine to discuss going to Xianyang, hoping to find a chance during the distraction. Unfortunately, Augustine clearly still doubted him. Chief. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in. What is it? Reporting to Chief, it's good news. The second brother indeed caught those 2 bandits at Eagle Beak Pass and has brought them back alive. What? Caught? Augustine's face lit up, and his last shred of doubt towards Jaden vanished. The strategist's foresight is impeccable. Yes, the strategist truly descended from heaven. Our Luoyan Mountain will soar to new heights with the strategist leading us. The bandits praised him profusely. Phew! Jaden let out a long sigh, almost tearing up from relief. Ahem. He waved his fan to feign composure, all thanks to the chief's divine blessing. Hee, strategist, you're too modest. After last night's contemplation, I agree with the strategist's plan. After executing these bandits today, I will gather the troops and follow the strategist to Xianyang City for a great opportunity. Really? Jaden beamed with joy. Ha, Aryan, you are finished. Chief, rest assured, our trip to Xianyang will surely be blessed with success. Good, that settles it, huh? Brother, I'm back. While they spoke, Abby entered the hall proudly, dragging John and Eli behind him. Brothers, these are the ones who killed the 5th brother? Indeed, these very men. Himph, opposing our Luoyan gang, truly inviting death. Augustine waved his sleeve coldly. You bring them just in time. I was discussing with the strategist to head to Xianyang for a major operation. We'll sacrifice. Why don't you start with this old man? He thrust the knife into Jaden's hand. What, me kill? Jaden's face paled. Although he had bullied others ruthlessly, actual killing terrified him, especially carving out hearts and drinking blood. It was unimaginably horrifying. He sought help from Augustine, who remained silent and expressionless. Oh no. Jaden realized this was his test of loyalty. It seemed today, he had no choice but to kill. Chapter 247. Why not go together? Chief Strategist. Chief Strategist. The bandits cheered with excitement. Jaden shakily walked up to Eli, glancing at the frenzied bandits around him. He hardened his heart and steadied his grip on the knife. Friend, I'm sorry. Too bad it's just your unlucky day. With that, Jaden raised his knife, aiming for Eli's heart. No, Uncle. John's eyes widened in horror as he struggled violently, shaking the entire pillar. Calm down. Abby so you were Augustine? Chief Bandit, known for robbing the rich and helping the poor. I've heard of you too. Brother, is this the very same Eli you often mention? Atlas's expression changed. It seems there was a Stop. Eli and Augustine called out, restraining everyone. What are you waiting for? Put down your weapons. Second brother, put down your weapon. Abby angrily slammed his weapon on the ground. Himph. Only after the bandits put down their weapons did John coldly toss the pillar aside. Mr. Eli, who is this hero? Oh, my nephew John. He can be quite impulsive, please forgive him. He truly lives up to being a descendant of generals. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Yeah, if my uncle hadn't stopped me, a few scoundrels like you wouldn't even be a challenge for me, John retorted coldly. Hee, youth and talent indeed. Augustine chuckled awkwardly but didn't take offense. Mr. Eli, this encounter has certainly been enlightening. This mistake is entirely ours, and I feel deeply guilty. Please, join us for a feast to welcome the two heroes. Mr. Eli, please. Chief Bandit, please. Both conversed amiably, as if nothing had happened before. Abby clearly disliked John, while John despised all the bandits present. After some drinking, the tense atmosphere gradually eased. Mr. Eli, how did you and your nephew end up here at Luoyan Mountain? It's a long story. Eli briefly recounted the events. What? The Emperor issued a nationwide warrant? It seems someone framed us. Forgive him, if I find out who did this, I'll tear them limb from limb. John grumbled as he drank another bowl of wine. Mr. Eli, what are your plans now? To be honest, I plan to visit the descendants of the 6 states in Xianyang before deciding further. Xianyang? Augustine's eyes lit up. How coincidental. We were just discussing going to Xianyang. Really? You're also heading to Xianyang? Eli looked puzzled. A bandit leader leaving his stronghold to go to Xianyang seemed unusual, even if his stronghold was already half-wrecked. Well, it's a complicated matter. Augustine noticed Eli's confusion and explained with a smile. Mr. Eli, allow me to introduce my new strategist, Mr. Jaden. Thanks to Mr. Jaden's calculations, we managed to set up an ambush earlier. A few days ago, he even saved my life using an ice-forming technique. Truly, he possesses profound and flawless skills. Oh, indeed, hidden tigers and leopards can be found deep in the mountains. Who would have thought such a high-ranking person would be here? Eli's eyes gleamed. Ice-forming? That's a true master. He bowed respectfully. Eli greets you, sir. Jaden nodded. The Astrid clan of Jiangdong meant little to him, but this John was genuinely powerful. If he could persuade him to join in dealing with Ralph, that landlord wouldn't stand a chance. Why not travel together since we're heading to Xianyang? Travel together? Eli thought for a moment and nodded. Agreed. Bows, arrows, and other equipment at high prices. What delighted Ralph even more was that Vernon knew how to train soldiers. It turned out that Vernon had once been exiled for a crime and served in the Great Wall's garrison, even fighting against the Shonu cavalry. That was where he met Ramon and the Wu brothers. Unfortunately, they were mistreated by their superiors, who usurped their accomplishments. Enraged, Vernon killed them and fled back to Zhiyang as a bandit. Later, he was captured again and would have been sent to Lishan as a laborer, but Ralph intercepted him en route. Vernon was clever and naturally suited to be a commander. Although his time at the Great Wall was brief, he quickly mastered Baylor army training methods. Ralph had been worried about not understanding cavalry tactics, but he found himself an expert instructor in Vernon. He appointed Vernon as ranger commander and recruited some local militiamen to start training. Master, you're here. Seeing Ralph, Vernon smiled and walked over quickly. Over the past few days, Ralph had taken excellent care of him and trusted him entirely, even appointing him as ranger commander. Vernon, once a prisoner, felt unworthy of such responsibility, yet he was profoundly grateful and trained with all his heart. Brother, I've told you many times, we're brothers. Why do you keep calling me master? No, hierarchy must be respected. I, Vernon, come from a lowly background and cannot be your brother. Brother, you? Enough talk. Vernon smiled, but his eyes were stubborn. Brother, I understand your kindness, but if people know you have a prisoner as a brother, it would tarnish the Liu family name. In the future, let us be master and servant. That will make me feel better. Well, I can't convince you. Let's just call each other what we prefer. Ralph shook his head. Brother, how are they doing in training? They're doing fine, said Vernon solemnly. Brant and the others have good physical fitness and coordination and learn quickly. But Arno, well, it's hard to explain. Oh, suddenly, a scream broke the air. Ralph saw that it was indeed Arno being thrown off his horse again. With his bruised and swollen face, Ralph was dark with concern. Arno was indeed exceptionally strong, but his balance was virtually non-existent. His towering height made it particularly difficult to learn horse riding. After 2 days of training, others could ride without issue, but Arno kept falling, making Ralph worried. Master, respectfully speaking, Andre might not be suitable for cavalry. Maybe we should give up on him. Give up? Ralph stroked his chin thoughtfully. He envisioned Arno as a mighty general like John or Lloyd, charging into this innovation. Steppe tribes excelled in archery, something even Vernon acknowledged. But with these riding tools, Han cavalry could bridge that gap. If Baylor cavalry had this equipment, their combat effectiveness would multiply, making defense works like the Great Wall unnecessary. Master, this is significant. We must keep it secret. I understand, Ralph nodded. You train them with the crossbows for now. I'll get the components for these saddles soon. While we're at it, my firelock should be ready too. Chapter 249. The Patrol Officer. Archers ready, fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Vernon's command sent a barrage of arrows flying through the air. Ralph watched with great interest from the side. Training an archer is difficult, but training a crossbowman is far easier. Even ordinary farmers could be trained for a few days and then put into battle. Moreover, the impact and lethality of crossbows were stronger than many bows, which was precisely why Ralph insisted on securing the position of village elder to become a patrol officer and legally use crossbows, thereby instantly increasing the combat effectiveness of the Lu family. Fire! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Crossbow bolts flew everywhere, but the accuracy was pitiful. Vernon scanned the scene. It was clear he was dissatisfied with the training results. Brant, how many times have I told you? You need to lower your body, grip the bow firmly with both hands. One, apart from Amon, to survive until the end. Indeed, upon seeing their attitudes, Vernon instantly understood their thoughts. Although he felt unsuitable for the position, since Ralph assigned him, he was determined to do his best. So, does everyone here have issues with Vernon? Vernon smiled, scanning the crowd. But his fearsome appearance turned that smile into something more akin to a tiger ready to devour prey, frightening the villagers even more. Instantly, several guards turned pale and quickly lowered their heads. Look at you all. Brant lifted his chin defiantly. Brant, don't hide my feelings. I simply don't agree with you. Anyone else disagrees? Stand up. I do too. So do I. Arno, Jonas, and two brave guards stood forward. Good. Vernon glanced over them. Brothers, I admit I may not deserve this patrol officer post, but since Master appointed me, I will give it my all. If you're not convinced, let's follow military rules and have a competition. Horse riding, archery, cavalry combat, any area where I lose, I'll step down as patrol officer. Alright, let's compete. If you can beat me, I, Brant, will acknowledge you as patrol officer. Everyone nodded. Wait. Arno raised his hand, his voice gruff. This isn't fair. I can't ride a horse. How am I supposed to compete in horse riding, Erkins? Ralph waved his hand. Go. Ride. Ride. Even before he finished speaking, several warhorses dashed out. Woohoo. Ralph barely reacted when a figure rushed out, yelling and running like a dust storm. Puffs of dust flew up, covering Ralph's face. He coughed. This black whirlwind was none other than Arno, actually intending to run against Vernon and the others. Surprisingly, Arno was incredibly fast, initially keeping pace and even showing signs of overtaking. But Ralph's horses were all military grade, superior in endurance and speed. Soon, Arno fell behind. Those who dared challenge Vernon were skilled. Brant had the best overall performance. Jonas had superb balance, riding smoothly. Most eye-catching was the unnamed guard, a hunter by trade, and one of the rare skilled riders in the village, better than most in horsemanship. Yet none of them could compare to Vernon, the former bandit king. Having lived on the edge since childhood, served in the military, and killed countless times, Vernon treated horses not as tools but as weapons and companions. His equestrian skills were unmatched, adept in mountainous, rural, and various terrains. So soon after starting, they fell further behind, only able to catch glimpses of his back. First round, Vernon wins. Everyone, admit defeat. Vernon bowed humbly. TCH, so what if you're fast? Next round will be Augustus's specialty, unstoppable. Note, in this chapter, the story maintains its original tone and style, preserving the Chinese character names as pinyin. It is translated fluently and coherently, staying true to the storyline. Chapter 250. Augustus's special day, unstoppable? Release. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Arrows flew in unison. Except for Arno's arrow, the rest of them managed to hit the target. Especially Augustus and the local militia soldier, who hit the bullseye. Augustus is amazing. Not surprising it's Augustus's special day impressive. Hee, it's just basics, just basics. Augustus, his neck thrown back, taunted Vernon with a triumphant grin. Vernon smiled but did not respond. He swiftly grabbed a bow and arrow, releasing one arrow. With a swoosh, the long arrow shot out explosively. However, instead of hitting the target, it pierced into a nearby tree, startling the birds perched on its branches into a chaotic flutter. You missed the target. You missed. Hee, is that all you've got? Just as Augustus was about to mock him, Vernon suddenly leapt onto his horse. Go. The steed galloped fiercely as Vernon drew his longbow and fired 3 arrows into the sky in quick succession. Thud, thud. Moments later, the arrows fell to the ground, each skewering a dead bird. Hiss. What? Seeing this scene, Augustus and the others stopped smiling abruptly. They now realized that Vernon wasn't missing the target. He found it too easy and thus aimed at moving targets while riding. Riding and shooting were already difficult, let alone aiming at such small targets as birds. They had no choice but to admire Vernon's skill with horseback archery. Gentlemen, admit it. Vernon chuckled and put down his bow. Augustus, your special day doesn't seem to be going so well. Joaquin laughed teasingly. Augustus's face darkened. What do you know? Swords and spears are where Augustus excels, understand? In the next round, I'll definitely unleash my full power. Augustus immediately leapt onto his horse, drawing his long sword from his waist. Vernon casually picked up a long spear, snapped off the tip, and wrapped it in white cloth. He bowed to the group. Gentlemen, all together now. I'm in a hurry. Augustus. Joaquin. Do we look like nothing to you? So arrogant, too arrogant. Augustus, we need to give this guy a good lesson. Instantly, they united in anger, forming a single front. Ralph watched with amusement from the side. Vernon wasn't belittling them. Combat on horseback was entirely different from land combat. Although Augustus and the others had trained and improved their skills over time, they lacked any experience in mounted warfare. Without needing much thought, Ralph knew the outcome would be one-sided. Brother, please? Please. Arno stretched, his bones cracking loudly. Ha! He pushed off the ground with incredible force, launching himself at Vernon like a cannonball. Before Arno arrived, the strong wind from his punch stirred up sand and dust violently. Vernon's eyes narrowed sharply. When he first came to the Liu family, he had fought Arno and was punched away by him, despite being unmatched since his debut. Even in less than ideal condition, being overwhelmed then still gnawed at him. Arno didn't acknowledge him either. And wasn't he equally unwilling to acknowledge Arno? Charge! Faced with the ferocious Arno, Vernon showed no sign of retreating. He roared and unleashed a full-powered punch. Bam! Their fists collided, creating a piercing sonic boom. The ground trembled, dust soared, and both men created deep craters beneath their feet. He held it. Ralph's eyes sparkled. True to form, war god Vernon resisted Arno's formidable punch. Ralph had experienced Arno's strength firsthand. When he went berserk, he resembled a mighty Vajra, sweeping everything aside with unstoppable force. That Vernon stood firm after blocking his punch indicated his physical prowess was also at peak levels. Clearly, while Vernon blocked the punch, it took a toll on him. His right arm hairs stood on end, and his body slightly trembled. Squinted, hands folded. No, Hang Brother is actually being pressed by him. No way. True. Hang Brother's breath is starting to falter, but Arno grows fiercer. This Arno seems almost divine, with strength unmatched in the world. So, Hang Brother is going to lose? No. Ed shook his head, smiling. Hang Brother will win. After all, he is our Hang Brother. Chapter 251. The Zhongyuan Festival. Kill. Arno delivered a powerful punch. With a loud bang, Vernon was forced to retreat several steps, his entire right arm trembling slightly from the impact. From the very first exchange of punches, Vernon realized that he couldn't match Arno in strength alone. Yet, he chose not to dodge and instead faced Arno head-on. Part of it was out of respect for Arno, in part because Vernon hadn't encountered such an exhilarating fight in a long time. He wanted to test his own limits. But it was obvious that Arno's fighting spirit grew stronger while Vernon felt his blood roil with every hit. Continuing this way, he would surely lose. But he carried Ralph's expectations on his shoulders, so this battle absolutely could not be lost. Here comes my punch. Arno roared and threw another mighty punch. Heh, brother, sorry about this. Vernon smirked but didn't meet the punch this time. Instead, he sidestepped just enough to avoid Arno's fist and caught his wrists and collar. Feeling the force in Vernon's grip, Arno's expression instantly changed. After swinging hundreds of punches, he had been thoroughly Release your legs, let go. Do you admit defeat? I admit. I won't be the patrol captain anymore. Hee hee. Seeing Arno's concession, Vernon immediately leaped off his neck. Cough, cough. The moment the chokehold loosened, Arno gasped for air, clearly battered and bruised. My apologies for holding back. Vernon smiled at Ralph. Young master, I did not fail you. Ralph. Everyone else? Looking at Zhang Hongxi gasping on the ground, everyone's expressions were strange beyond measure. They never imagined Arno would lose to Vernon in this manner. Just now, Vernon's fighting style, not relying on martial arts routines but more on instinct, reminded Ralph of a wild beast, using every physical advantage to attack the enemy's weak points. There was no doubt, Vernon had won impressively. True to form, brother Vernon impressive. Ralph laughed and looked at Calvin and the others. Anyone still have doubts? Convinced. Brother Vernon, from today onward, I will recognize you as my elder brother. Yes, we will follow you and learn diligently. Thank you all for your trust. Vernon bowed deeply. I, Vernon, will teach you everything to build the young master the most formidable cavalry. Training resumes. Mount up, let me assist you with your clothes. Yes, okay. Seeing Alicia bring new attire, Ralph didn't refuse this time. As head of the household during Zhongyuan festival, formal wear was required, especially since he was going to meet a potential in-law, thus dressing appropriately was crucial. Alicia brought traditional Old Baylor nobleman's attire, a 3-layered black, deep-sleeved robe with dragon embroidery on the collar. It was regal yet cumbersome to wear, needing additional accessories like sashes, caps, and boots, which Ralph couldn't manage alone. Young master, when you arrive at the Lee residence, remember proper etiquette. Speak less, eat more, leave a good impression. Alicia helped him dress while earnestly reminding him. Rest assured. Looks like you don't know what you're doing. Alicia pouted. Did you prepare gifts? For Guzin? Gifts. Ralph, Omega. Alicia. Young master, I've reminded you for half a month. You haven't prepared anything, Wah? Seeing Alicia on the verge of tears, Ralph retracted his neck. Good Alicia, don't cry. I've prepared them, see on the table. Hashtag chapter 252. Ancestral worship. Where? Here. Ralph pointed to the bamboo slips on the table. Alicia, curious, picked up the slips and looked at them, instantly puzzled. But there's nothing written here? Yeah, because I haven't had time to write it yet. Alicia. Ralph. Alicia, 0. Young master, you're bullying Alicia again. Wah. Alicia burst into tears. Ralph, with a blackened face, hurriedly consoled her. Alicia, I was just joking with you. The gifts are already prepared by Calvin. They're waiting for us at the tavern in town. Really? Of course, when have I ever lied to Alicia? Ralph smiled gently. All right, don't cry anymore. People might think I'm bullying you during this festival. You are bullying me. Alicia immediately stopped crying. Young master, shall I prepare more pastries and send them over to the Lee family? Oh, and our pickled vegetables are delicious too. We should send some jars as well. Ralph. Why would they care about our pickles at the Prime Minister's residence? Alicia, don't worry, I've already taken care of everything. You go out first, let me tidy up a bit. Okay, young master, but hurry up. I know. Ralph tricked Alicia out and then immediately sat down at his desk, grabbing a brush. Indeed, he was going to write a book for Carmine. He thought about this gift for a long time. It couldn't be too extravagant or he'd feel guilty, but if it were too cheap, he'd lose face. Moreover, as the Chancellor of Baylor, Carmine had seen countless treasures. What better than a book to both show his sophistication and save money? It took him nearly called cleansing. Alicia, 3 sweeps, right? Yes. Horizontal or vertical sweeps? Either way. Real sweeping or just for show? Real sweeping. That's... Ralph started to ask more questions, but was interrupted by Alicia's glare. Cough. No more questions. He grabbed the broom and started sweeping vigorously, while Rita watched curiously. Ferguson. So the dog landlord really did lose his mind. After the cleansing came the ancestral worship. In the shrine, 6 sacrificial animals and food were already prepared. Ralph held 3 incense sticks and strode to the center of the shrine. On this Midyuan festival, your unworthy descendant Ralph, along with the Liu family, worships our ancestors. I will remember your teachings, strive to excel, and bring glory to the Liu family, spreading its lineage. Baba, I have prepared animals, grains, jade, and wine for you to enjoy. May you bless our family with peace, prosperity, and success. Bow. Vernon murmured, and everyone bowed. May the ancestors bless the Liu family. May the ancestors bless the Liu family. May the ancestors bless the Liu family. Rise. Ralph lit the incense, stepped back to the middle of the hall, and bowed 3 times. A cool breeze blew through the incense smoke, swirling around. Ralph stared oddly at the plaque in front of him, especially the one for his grandfather, which only said, place rivers and golden mountains to simulate the empire, constructing vast underground palaces filled with untold treasures to rule after death. That's real luxury. Mercury rivers and golden mountains, phew, truly the emperor of all ages. How much gold and silver lies under Mount Lee? Abby's eyes sparkled. No matter how much treasure is hidden, it's beyond our reach, Eli said seriously. Beyond Mount Lee lies the territory of Xianyang. We must be extra cautious. Ferguson, the Otis wasted so many lives for personal pleasure. If I, John, gain power, I'll burn these palaces to the ground. With that, John spurred his horse forward. Clop, clop. Chapter 253. The Otis's son wants to steal my wife? South of the city, Golden Tower Alley. This is the most magnificent alley in the entire Xianyang city, without exception. Those who can live in this Golden Tower Alley are all high-ranking officials and noble families. The residence of Carmine, the Prime Minister of the Great Baylor, is naturally also located here. However, compared to the gold-embellished and extravagantly luxurious pavilions around it, the Lee residence appears rather low-key, even slightly dilapidated. Even so, this mansion personally bestowed by His Majesty is not something ordinary nobles can compare to. The Prime Minister's mansion covers a large area with walls. Your father-in-law, this servant wouldn't dare to speak so arrogantly to him and would have received a slap long ago. Sir, this humble landlord from Yowa village, Heron, has come to pay respects to Prime Minister Lee. Could you please inform him? Ha, a landlord from Yowa village? Upon hearing Heron's words, the servants burst into laughter. These days, anyone who doesn't know their place comes forward. Does a mere landlord have the qualification to meet the Prime Minister? That's right. Go and take a good look at yourself in a puddle of urine. The Prime Minister is too busy for likes of you. Now scram? Hey, what kind of tone is that? Delfino was instantly displeased. You should know, my master will be the Prime Minister's future son-in-law. Yes, once my master marries Suzanne, he will be your lord, you watchman dogs. How dare you claim to be the Prime Minister's son-in-law? You insolent peasants. Seize them. The gatekeeper barked an order, and several guards rushed over with swords drawn. Heron rolled his eyes in exasperation, then threw a glittering object directly at the gatekeeper's forehead. Ouch, my head. The gatekeeper held his head, his eyes blazing with fury. You peasant landlord, how dare you strike me, damn. Wait, what is this? Seeing the object in his hand, the gatekeeper's eyes lit up. Gold. Ding ding. Heron held a few more gold ingots in his hand, watching the gatekeeper silently. Is there a problem with throwing it at you? And no problem. Throw harder. Hit me fiercely. Splash. Heron tossed a few more gold ingots onto the gatekeeper's face. Now can you go and inform the Prime Minister? Hee, Master Landlord, please wait a moment. The gatekeeper took the money and waved a servant over with a smile. Creak, creak. At that moment, a beautifully decorated carriage slowly stopped at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence. The curtain opened, and a tall youth dressed in black stepped down briskly. Seeing the visitor, the gatekeeper's expression changed. He hurriedly knelt down. Greetings, young master. Stand up, I've come to see Uncle Lee. Please enter, young master. The gatekeeper bowed deeply and led the youth inside. Hey, what about us? Delfino asked unhappily. You? Haha, wait at the back in trance. Back in trance? Delfino was immediately displeased. His master was going to be Carmine's son-in-law. How could they send him through the back door? Wasn't that an insult? Why? He can walk right in while we have to wait at the back entrance? That's unfair. Why? The gatekeeper laughed. What are you worth to compare with young master? Let me tell you, the front gate of our Prime Minister's residence isn't just for anyone. To enter, you need to be at least a holder of the Daifu rank. Are you worthy? Coincidentally, I'm a holder of the Daifu rank. Heron smiled and showed his insignia. Gatekeeper. When did a small-time landlord gain such a high rank? The gatekeeper stared in disbelief. That youth, however, looked at Heron with interest. Are you Heron? Ferguson? Heron blinked. You know me? Haha, only you, Heron, bought the honorary title of Daifu for 10,000 stones of grain in the entire city of Xianyang. The youth smiled faintly. Heron, I understand your intentions, but sadly, this honorary title remains superficial. No matter how much money you spend on it, it can't hide your base and coarse nature. This honorary title merely showcases your vanity and ignorance. Someone like Suzanne, talented and cultured, is far beyond someone like you. I advise you to reconsider before you embarrass yourself further. Wait, who are you? Heron's face darkened. Did this person have issues? He had never met him, yet he started insulting him? Haha, I am Prince Conley. I don't care about your wins and losses. I and Suzanne are perfectly matched. Who are you to object, huh? Wait, Conley, sounds familiar. Do I seem ignorant and vulgar? Ralph laughed. He had initially not wanted to argue with someone who only had 2 years left to live. However, this young man's continuous mocking comments along the way made him wonder if small landlords were so easy to bully. So it seems Camden is very knowledgeable? Hee, I wouldn't dare say that I'm widely read, Camden replied arrogantly, but Conley has read extensively and traveled all over the Baylor Empire since childhood. In terms of knowledge, I'm definitely better than you, a local landlord who's only seen the bottom of a well. Wow, that impressive. Ralph chuckled and pointed to a nearby tree. Then may I ask what kind of tree this is? Ferguson. Camden cast a glance and casually replied, this plant is called the plantain tree. Its leaves resemble fans. It remains green year-round, bears fruit, and was brought here as tribute from the state of Bayonne. What, have you never seen one before? Incidentally, not only have I seen it, but I've eaten it too. Ralph shrugged. Unfortunately, this isn't the plantain tree you're talking about, but a banana tree. Banana tree? Nonsense, what nonsense? Hee. While banana trees and plantain trees belong to the same family, they differ significantly. Bananas prefer warmer climates, while plantains can thrive in cooler, wetter environments. Plantain leaves are narrower and pale green, while banana leaves are elliptical and bright green. Additionally, bananas are oval and sweet, whereas plantains are angular and more sour. If you don't believe me, check for yourself. Upon hearing Ralph's explanation, Camden immediately examined the tree. His face turned red with embarrassment. The tree's features matched exactly what Ralph had described. Young master is so impressive, he's even eaten bananas. Ferguson, could it be he hasn't tasted bananas? Can you believe it? A prestigious young master of the Baylor State doesn't know bananas, and is just as ignorant as we are. Cooper and the others chattered excitedly. Ralph smiled faintly. Cooper, don't say that. It's not entirely Camden's fault. After all, the two trees look very similar, and it's understandable that someone pretending to be knowledgeable would mix them up. Ralph, you. Camden glared, eyes wide with anger. What's wrong, not convinced? This edit ensures the phrase reads naturally in English while accurately conveying the meaning from the original Chinese text. Ralph shrugged again. Fine, banana trees aren't common, so I understand you might not recognize them. Let's talk about something more common. Ralph raised his hand pointing to another tree. May I ask what kind of tree this is? Pfft, this is obviously stupid. Of course it's sour if you don't peel it first. Kelvin peeled it and took a bite, only to spit it out again. Wow, peeling it makes it even more sour. Camden, can you believe it? Can you believe it? Second young master didn't know the fruits from the north are completely inedible, right? Ralph covered his mouth in mock surprise. Camden glared, his face turning purple. Just this, and you claim to be well-read and knowledgeable? Just this? Ha, he doesn't recognize anything either. Why put on airs? That's right, our young master knows more than him. Cooper and the others murmured among themselves. Camden's face flushed with shame, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. Ferguson, mere tricks and gimmicks, what good do they serve? Only people who waste their time with useless things would bother learning about these. With that, Camden coldly sniffed and swept away. Ignorant yet claiming it's useless. What a sore loser. Yeah, who says it's useless? At least now I know trifoliate oranges aren't edible. Cooper and the others shook their heads disapprovingly. Ralph smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. Hey, can we eat those plantains? Should I pick some? And what about that tree whose fruits look like ox eyes? Can we eat them? Ralph? Passing through the long corridor, Ralph and Conley finally arrived at the hall. In the living room, Carmine was sipping tea, chatting amiably with a charming woman. Conley, paying respects to Uncle Lee. Second young master? Seeing Bird. Ralph, triangular ruler. This young man. The steward was utterly shocked. Bring this insolent servant out, he roared. Yes, sir. Instantly, several servants rushed over with cudgels in hand. Carmine noticed Ralph, the unexpected guest, only now. Mr. Giles. Seeing Ralph, the woman sipping tea in the parlor paused in surprise. She quickly rose and interjected, Minister, please hold your horses. Ferguson? Marcy? What are you doing here? Ralph glanced up to see Christina in a resplendent cheapao. Christina had an odd look on her face. Giles, shouldn't I be asking you that? What are you doing here? You two know each other? Carmine's brows furrowed slightly. Are you Prime Ministerly? Ralph immediately gave a bow. Nephew Ralph pays respects to father-in-law. Christina. Steward. Carmine. After a momentary pause, Carmine responded. Are you, Ralph? That's me, uncle. Cough, cough. It's been so long since we met, and you've grown so much that even this old man almost didn't recognize you. Ralph grinned. Hee. No blame, Uncle Lee. A man can change significantly, especially when fortune favors him. The last couple of years have been good to me. Even I barely recognize myself in the mirror. Carmine. Conley, _ this boy has some nerve. The steward spoke what everyone was thinking. Conley muttered, rising with a bow. Today being the Midyuan festival, although you're not my mentor, Uncle Lee, you've taught me much, and I'm grateful. So, I've prepared some gifts. Fetch them. With a clap, several servants brought up dozens of boxes. They opened them to reveal glittering gold, silver, jewelry, silk, and jade. These gifts are too extravagant, second son. Ancient customs should be followed. Uncle Lee means a lot to me like a teacher. Turning towards Ralph, Conley asked innocently, "Oh right, Giles. Where are your gifts? Did you bring nothing but your mouth?" Won't do, won't do. Surely you didn't come to visit elders empty-handed on such an important day, did you? Ralph? I understand. Before Ralph could respond, Conley cut in, "Giles, you must have spent all your savings buying that Dr. Rank, haven't you? What? That 10,000 bushels Dr. Rank is yours?" Hearing this, Carmine's gaze toward Ralph grew cold. Spending so much on a nominal title showed poor judgment and vanity. Marrying his daughter to someone like this would mean they'd starve. Conley laughed mockingly. "Ralph, I understand you can't afford expensive gifts, but bringing at least some pastries is our tradition." Pastries? What pastries? Ralph was confused. Christina leaned closer and whispered, "Giles, exchanging pastries during the Midyuan festival shows closeness. Homemade ones show sincerity. It's a Baylor tradition." Ah, tradition. Who knew? No wonder Alicia asked if he wanted to bring some pastries. Seeing Ralph's confusion, Conley sneered and presented an exquisite gift box. "Uncle Lee, these pastries are homemade with premium frost sugar and top-grade millet from Gaoyang, made under palace chef supervision for 3 days and nights. Please taste them with Yuexin. You went through so much trouble." "Thank you. Nothing at all, as long as you and Yuexin like them." Glancing at Ralph, Conley added, "You miser. You couldn't prepare any gifts or even pastries. It's unfaithful and disrespectful." "Ralph? What kind of tradition is this? Wait, who says I didn't bring pastries?" With a wave of his sleeve, Ralph conjured a box of pastries in his hand before Conley finished mocking him. Chapter 256. Where's my wife? The crowd? Ralph, triangular ruler. Indeed, he didn't bring any pastries, but didn't he still have the PDD system? So, Ralph immediately spent 20 taels of silver, reluctantly buying a box of premium green bean cakes. Little nephew has specially practiced this trick to surprise father-in-law. Hee, surprised? Unexpected, isn't it? Ralph grinned. "Karma, where is Esther?" "Oh, my daughter is in her chamber practicing needlework." "Father-in-law, these pastries will get cold and won't taste as good. Shouldn't we call Esther over now to enjoy them while they're warm?" Ralph smiled shamelessly. His main purpose today was to see what his future wife looked like. He didn't want to waste time chattering with these two old men. Carmine frowned. Ralph was nominally Meow Esther's fiancé, and especially during the Midyuan festival, asking to meet wasn't unreasonable. He had no real reason to refuse. Send someone to invite the young miss here. Yes. The steward hurriedly went to the inner quarters. In the rear courtyard garden. "Hang Black, don't run, don't run. Princess, slow down, slow down." A petite and adorable girl chased after a white rabbit while lifting her skirt. Her maidservants followed anxiously, fearing she might get hurt. Finally, with everyone blocking and chasing, the rabbit was cornered. "Haha, Hang Black, finally caught you." She hugged the rabbit, laughing uncontrollably. "How cute the bunnies are. Farah, you're being naughty again." A clear voice sounded behind her. Seeing Esther, Cassandrag Farah quickly got up from the ground. "Weren't you told not to run around? If my father knew you were hiding in our home, he would definitely scold me again. But the rabbits are too cute, I couldn't resist. Forgive him if you don't listen. I'll send you back to the palace." Back to the palace, no. Cassandrag Farah shook her head vigorously. "I heard Prince Cameron's bottom was shot by someone, and he's furious these days. If he finds out it was me, that would be terrible. I won't go back." "Good sister, Farah knows she's wrong. Please don't be angry. From now on, I'll listen to you. Don't send me back to the palace." Cassandrag Farah tugged weakly at Esther's sleeve. "All right, but you mustn't run around anymore." Esther fondly ruffled Cassandrag Farah's hair. Miss, something's wrong." At this moment, the maid named Carrie ran in hurriedly. "Carrie, what's wrong?" "He's here. That one's here." "Who? Who else?" "Your fiancé." "What? You mean, Ralph?" Hearing Carrie's words, Esther frowned. "Ralph came to our house?" "Yeah, not only did he come, he asked to see you." "Father agreed, and the steward will be here soon." Esther clenched her hand tightly. What is father doing? Didn't he promise to annul the engagement? Why not just drive him away? Sigh, I knew old man would mess this up. "Miss, what should we do? Shall we escape over the wall?" "Escape?" Esther sneered coldly. Ralph isn't worthy. "Do you really intend to meet that country bumpkin?" Carrie hastily said. "Miss, I heard that country bumpkin spent 10,000 dan of grain just to buy an honorary title. His family must be impoverished now. Isn't he crazy? And he brought 6 mouths to feed when he came to our Lee family, but only gave a box of pastries as a gift. I've never seen such a miser. You mustn't marry him, or even Carrie will suffer next life." Esther. "Relax, it won't be easy for that country bumpkin to meet me." "But father." Anyway, he only saw me once as a child. He doesn't know what I look like now. If I find someone else to impersonate me, wouldn't that solve the problem?" Esther smirked cunningly. "Carrie, you go for me. When you meet him, humiliate him harshly and let him retreat." "Me? Go?" Carrie pouted. "Miss, I heard that he once abducted a woman, so he's probably lecherous. I'm not as beautiful as you but still somewhat presentable. What if he fancies me? Or maybe we should find someone uglier to scare him off." That sounds right." "Right, we'll find someone ugly. Better safe than sorry." Esther scanned the surrounding maidservants, but she shook her head. These maidservants, though not stunning beauties, were still passable in appearance and didn't meet her requirement. Her eyes lit up as they fell on the maidservant beside Farah. This maidservant was stocky and muscular, with a few large pockmarks on her face, looking even more masculine than a man. "You? Me? Yes, your appearance can definitely scare him into running away." Maidservant. Her mouth twitched but she didn't protest. Instead, she glanced at Cassandrag Farah. Cassandrag Farah frowned. "Exine's sister, this isn't appropriate. She knows martial arts." Despite her unremarkable appearance, this maidservant was actually a bodyguard dispatched by the palace to protect her, capable of handling several robust men. Knows martial arts? Even better. Leicester became more excited. She took Cassandra Farah's small hand. Farah, aren't you willing to see your older sister's happiness preserved? Help your older sister. Cassandra Farah hesitated. Don't worry about me. Chapter 257, the grand finale. In the hall, Ralph stood eagerly awaiting. Here she comes, young miss. Hearing the butler's voice, he couldn't help but rise to look outside. In the next moment, Ralph was utterly stunned. Outside the door, a tall and dark-skinned woman strode forward. This muscular woman walked briskly with every step, shaking the ground duong duong. Her two tufts of chest hair swayed in the wind, exuding an aura of dominance. Conley. Ralph. Carmine. 0. Not only Ralph, but Conley was also taken aback. He had seen Evie before. How could she have developed so drastically in just 6 months? Ceremony is approaching. When would be a good time to set a date for our wedding? What nonsense. Carmine was startled by Ralph's words. Was Ralph really into this kind of woman? Hee Suzanne, take your time eating. Ralph stared at Tamika with a sly smile and handed her a bowl of tea. PFT. Feeling Ralph's suggestive gaze, Tamika immediately choked. What a joke. She was just acting. She wasn't about to get trapped herself. Slam. She slapped the table and shouted coldly. Pa, what lousy green bean pastries, tasteless. Ha, then why did you? Don't interrupt, Ralph. As the Prime Minister's daughter, you bring me only 1 box of moldy pastries when visiting? TSK, if you marry me, can you even afford it? Well, maybe. Ralph weakly smiled. We own quite a bit of land. Ha, I eat a dough per day and require meat at every meal. How much land does a small landlord like you have? Not much, just 1,000 acres of fertile land. 1,000 acres? Tamika was shocked. Even Carmine, the Prime Minister, only owned a few hundred acres. How rich is this small landlord? Suzanne, you don't need to worry about food. Fall short of 1,000 gold. What, not less than 1,000 gold? Carmine was now visibly uneasy, looking incredulously at Ralph. Master Lu Yu? Oh, crystal? Ralph was equally surprised. He smacked his forehead, realizing that modern glass, devoid of impurities, would be considered top-grade crystal in ancient times. Hee, worth every 20 taels spent for these high-end pastries. Ralph chuckled, remaining composed. Nephew understands father-in-law's integrity. Valuable gifts wouldn't be accepted. Hence, I chose this method. Conley. Hearing Ralph's words, Conley's face turned black. This guy was intentional. Compared to Ralph's crystal, his gifts were nothing. Vulgar. Gifts are expressions of sentiment, not measured by money. Conley promptly produced a bamboo slip. Uncle Lee, this is a handwritten copy of the Book of Lord Shang, which I copied over several days from the palace library. I offer it to you. What? The Book of Lord Shang? Carmine was delighted. As one of the legalist classics, he had long desired to read it, but it was sealed away by the court. Though it was a copy, its value was immeasurable. Thank you, second young master. No problem, uncle. It's a token of my respect. Conley glanced provocatively at Ralph. Ralph? This guy had thought along the same lines. He pulled out another bamboo slip. Father-in-law, I also have a book for you. Ah, what? Heeple. Ah, dear nephew, this is how the world works. Sometimes, no matter how much effort you put in, it still ends up as a complete failure. It's not you who is wrong, but this world. Carmine patted Ralph on the shoulder consolingly. Ralph smiled bitterly. As he raised his hand, he realized his right hand had vanished without a trace. Father-in-law, actually, I knew your daughter was an imposter all along, but I still want to ask one last question. Is my wife beautiful? Russell. Before Ralph could finish speaking, his entire body turned to dust. End of book.